This is the story of a boy who read a serialized web novel that no one else seemed to notice. The novel had no views, and the boy always wondered, why doesn't anyone read this? It's a masterpiece. It had 3,149 episodes, but the average view count, just 1.9. He thought, who else would read a web novel with over 3,000 episodes? Only he did, and even then, it took him 10 years to reach the last episode. Back then, he had no idea that the story he alone had been reading for all those years would suddenly turn into reality. While traveling on a train, he is shocked as monsters suddenly appear. There is a lot of destruction everywhere, and when he read the last episode, he had no idea he would become the only person who knew how the world would end. He remembers reading lines in the book. There are 3 ways to survive the apocalypse, and everything is fading, becoming unclear now. But one thing is certain, if he reads this book, he will stay. He receives a notification that this is the last episode, and he wonders if this is really the end. His name is Dokja, which means he is the only child reader. This is how he introduces himself to others. People misunderstand him 9 times out of 10 when he tells them that he is Dokja. They think he is an only child. He clarifies that his name is Dokja. His father gave him that name because he wanted him to grow up strong and independent. However, he thinks his name is a curse because he has been lonely and single his entire life. His name is Dokja, and he graduated from a third-rate college, currently employed as a contractor at a subsidiary of a large corporation. His hobby is reading serialized web novels on the subway on his way home from work. But today's subway ride is unlike any other. He is reading the novel with full concentration when a girl named Sangha from the HR department comes to him and says he might get sucked into his phone with this concentration. He is surprised to see her, and she asks if he is heading home. She sits with him, mentioning her team manager is away on a business trip. He is surprised to see her, thinking he can't believe he ran into Sangha, the most popular girl at work. He asks her if she usually takes the subway home, thinking from the HR assistant manager to the finance team manager, there's a line of men waiting to drive her home. She gets sad, telling him someone stole her bicycle. He asks if she commutes to work on a bike, and she replies that she has been working a lot of overtime lately, so she thought she could use the exercise, and she has personal reasons too. Dokja thinks that seeing her up close, he gets why all the guys are head over heels for her, but none of that concerns him, and they both live completely different lives. However, Sangha wasn't why today's subway ride was different. She asks him to lend her some extra money in Spanish. Dokja laughs and says she is studying hard. Sangha asks what he is reading, and she is surprised to see it's a novel, saying, "You're just reading a Korean novel?" She is impressed and says she loves books too, mentioning her favorite authors are Murakami, Hari, and Raymond Carver. She asks him who his favorite author is. He thinks her hobby is reading serialized web novels on the subway on his way home. Although he is proud of his hobby, today is unlike any other because of 3 Ways to Survive the Apocalypse, which he has been reading for the past 10 years, and today it is ending. People might wonder why he is making such a fuss over the ending of a web novel, but this story is very special to him. He has been reading this series since he was in 8th grade, when he was bullied at school, when he failed his entrance exams, ending up at a third-rate college, and when bad luck stationed him on the front lines during military service. Even now, as an unstable contract worker, moving from company to company, he has always read this book. It's bittersweet, this fictitious world he has followed for so many years now ending. Today is the day. The story's epilogue will be uploaded. It's a grand serial consisting of 349 episodes, a 10-year-long epic journey that began in his late teens and ends in adulthood. He can't believe the series went on for so long with just an average view count of 1. The first chapter had around 200 views, but by chapter 10, there were only about 20 views, and by chapter 50, the count dropped to 12. Ultimately, it was a story written for him, and only him, because he was the only reader left. He wanted to donate to the author, but it was hard enough for him to make ends meet, so he just thanked the author by writing a comment. He also tried recommending the series to others, but they criticized him. Sangha calls him again, asking about the story he is reading, but he changes the topic, saying it's already been a year since they started at the company. Around this time last year, They start talking, and Dokja says, it seems like only yesterday, mentioning their contracts are ending soon. He is embarrassed because Sanga was recently promoted to a full-time employee due to her diligence. He apologizes for the late congratulations, thinking he doesn't want to admit it, but Sanga is so cool. If they were characters in a novel, she would be the heroine. He never tried, but Sanga gave it her all. He read web novels while Sanga studied, so it's no wonder she became a full-time employee while he didn't. Suddenly, she offers to tell him the name of the app she uses to learn foreign languages. Dokja thinks, if he were in a different genre, if the genre of his life wasn't non-fiction, but fantasy, he might be the protagonist. But he shrugs, thinking it doesn't matter if she told him or not. The fact is, the genre of his life is non-fiction. And in this genre, he is no protagonist, but merely a reader. He tells Sanga he wants to live his own life, and she seems impressed by his words. She exclaims she also wants to live her own life, and, like him, will strive to live her life to the fullest. Dokja thinks, at least this makes her stop talking. Suddenly, he receives a thank you message from the series author. The author texts him again, asking if he is the reader of TWSA, telling him he could finish his story because of him and even won a prize in a contest. Dokja is shocked TWSA was in a contest, and the writer tells him it will become paid content soon. The writer offers to send a special present, asking for his email as a token of gratitude. Dokja is surprised and tells him he could publish his story just because of him. Dokja hopes it would be great if it's a $50 gift card. After a while, he receives an email that TWSA would become paid content starting at 7 p.m. It's 6:55 now, which means he has 5 minutes left. In the meantime, they remove serials without prior notice when they become paid content, and he wonders what will happen after 5 minutes. Soon everything becomes dark, and there is a large noise of fires outside. People think it may be a terrorist attack, becoming scared when they hear the voice of an evil monster. Sanga asks Dokja what he thinks is happening outside, while he is watching his phone because it is 7 p.m. It was sheer coincidence that he checked the time at that exact moment. They hear an announcement from the staff, asking them to evacuate immediately. Sanga asks him, what is going on? But there is suddenly a loud sound of thunder and a notification. The free service of the 8612 planetary system has ended. The main scenario will begin now. And it was at that moment that the genre of his life changed. A creature called Dokabi appeared in the sky, and someone exclaimed as the creature sprung into view. Dokja didn't know why that sentence popped into his head then, but suddenly the subway stopped, and the entire cabin grew dark. The opening lines of a very familiar story kept crossing his mind, but he thinks, this doesn't make any sense. In the meantime, Sanga whispers the word, Dokabi, and Dokja believes there is no way this could be true, that this is completely impossible. He remembers the lines he read in the first chapter, that a downy creature wearing a straw garment was floating in midair. But soon he is shocked to see that a small creature named Dokabi appears there. Everyone is watching the creature in shock, and Dokja thinks fiction and reality are overlapping. At that moment, the Dokabi says something, but speaks in a different language, and everyone wonders what he is talking about. No one knows what is happening, except him. He knows that this thing is definitely a doi. The doi appeared in the opening paragraph of TWSA, and this creature heralded the tragedy that carried on for thousands of chapters throughout the story. He wonders how the very same Dokabi could be right in front of him. Sanga thinks it's speaking Spanish and asks if she should try talking to it. He makes fun of her, saying, you don't even know what that thing is. Are you going to ask it for a loan? In the meantime, the Dokabi speaks in English. Can you hear me now? And suddenly there is a language patch. A boy asks him, what are you doing? Are you filming a movie? And the Dokabi says, I should have done more research. Someone told me I'd have the most customers if I put up the paywall at around 7 in the evening. He then asks everyone to stop talking and listen to him, saying he has something very important to tell them all. People start arguing, asking, how are you going to compensate us? And you can't do this without our consent. A little boy calls for his mother and asks if this is a cartoon, while Dokja knows exactly how this story goes. He tells Sanga not to move while the Dokabi exclaims, you are all very noisy. He stares at the people angrily and yells for them to be quiet. At this, one of the boys' heads explodes and he dies in front of everyone. The Dokabi starts killing them one by one and says, this is not a movie and it is not a dream. This is reality and you are all a part of it. Dokja hates to admit it, but it's real. His doubt and disbelief slowly fade. The floor quickly becomes painted in blood, and the Dokabi says, All of you had quite a relaxing life until now. You could breathe, eat, excrete, and reproduce without paying the costs. You've all been living privileged lives, but it's over now because nothing is free. People are very scared, asking if he wants money from them. Mr. Han from the finance team faces him, saying, "If it's money you're after, I'll give you as much as you want. How much do you need?" Dokja asks, "Are you offering him your money?" Mr. Han says he can give as much money as the Dokabi wants if he lets him go. The Dokabi smirks, saying, "Money is good. It's an object that signifies an intersubjective agreement between humans." But then he moves his hand and tears Mr. Han's card into pieces, exclaiming that money is only valid within the confines of their space-time, and that paper has no value in the macroscopic dimension. He warns, "If you pull a stunt like this again, I'll blow your head up." He says there's no time for chit-chat. Their debt is piling up as they speak, and tells them to start earning money themselves. He moves above their heads, saying, "Channel 7623 has opened, and the constellations are now making an entrance." A small status window appears in front of everyone, and Dokja is shocked to see that there is one in front of him too. There's a line written on it. "The main scenario has arrived. Prove your value by killing one or more living organisms. Time limit, 30 minutes. The Dokabi wishes them all good luck, laughing, saying he expects to see an interesting story. He disappears, leaving people in a state of fear and shock. After that, Sangha tries to call the police, but they aren't picking up. Dokja asks her to stay calm. He asks if she's played the game the development team is working on, the one where only a handful of people survive the apocalypse. She surprisingly asks, "What does that have to do with anything?" He tells her, "We're part of that game now. Every game has rules. We just need to follow them. We just have to figure out what those rules are." He then observes the current situation: a doi with antennae and a litter of dead bodies in the subway cabin. Office workers, trembling, covered in blood, and an old lady praying fervently in her seat. He still can't believe this is really happening, but he can't deny it any longer. He has no choice but to admit it now. He doesn't know why, but it's clear TWSA, which he has been reading for over 10 years, is coming to life right before his eyes. He sighs and thinks about what he should do to survive. He remembers the status window in front of him, where he has to kill one or more living organisms to prove his value. In the meantime, a boy calls everyone and asks them to calm down and stop what they are doing. He says this is a national emergency, and even a small commotion can lead to heavy casualties. "So from now on, I will take charge of this situation." The people refuse to listen to him and ask, "Who are you and why should we listen to you?" He introduces himself as an Army lieutenant in Units 65 and 02. Dokja is surprised to see there is a man from the military. The lieutenant has just received a message from his unit, calling him to return as soon as possible. A man asks, "What is happening?" The lieutenant replies he is trying to contact the army base, but as a soldier, he doesn't have clearance to contact the Blue House directly. Dokja already knew this would become a national emergency, so he wasn't surprised, but something else surprised him. He thinks he knows the lieutenant named Hong Lee. While he has never seen him in person, he knows him by name. His real introduction is as the Steel Blade, Hong Sang-lee, Republic of Korea Army Lieutenant, and he was one of the supporting characters in TWSA. It's hard for him to believe that a character from TWSA has actually appeared. He wonders if this is how Hong Sang was introduced in the original story, but he's certain that this is not how Lee first appeared. He originally appeared after the first scenario and wondered what was happening there. He thinks, "If I could read it again, I would know exactly what's happening." Suddenly, a boy shouts and informs them that the Prime Minister is making a speech, which means this really is a Level 1 national emergency. The boy announces that there have been reports of unidentified terrorist attacks in Seoul, as well as many other areas of the country. The government will combat these attacks using all means necessary, and Dokja remembers that this was also in the story. It would be easier to believe that they are under a terrorist attack. People wonder why the Prime Minister is making the speech and what happened to the president. It's revealed that the president has died due to the terrorist attack. Others think it is just a rumor, but Dokja knows it is not a rumor, because soon the Prime Minister will also die. Suddenly there is another attack, and the Prime Minister dies in front of everyone during his live broadcast. The Dokabi appears and exclaims that he has already told everyone this is not a joke. He says people haven't taken him seriously and are not playing a game right now. According to his research, people from this country are good at games, so he now wants to raise the difficulty by reducing the time remaining for Task 1. They now have 10 minutes left and have to kill more living organisms. Their remaining time is 10 minutes, and as an added penalty, if the first death doesn't occur within the next 5 minutes, then every living organism in this cabin will be terminated. People get scared and ask Lieutenant Lee what to do now, while he asks everyone to calm down. Sangha also seems scared, while Dokja thinks everything is going exactly as he remembers. The events are unfolding exactly the same as the beginning of TWSA, but he can't help feeling something isn't right. Hong Lee, one of the major supporting characters, has already appeared, but one more person should have appeared. If he remembers correctly, that person should be appearing any minute now. Suddenly, they hear a voice that someone has been murdered in the cabin behind them. They try to open the door, but it cracks with so much light, and they find that there is an invisible wall in front of the door. They hear the Dokabi's voice saying no one may enter or leave the cabin until the scenario is complete. He claims it's getting interesting for some cabins, while others haven't even started yet, and says he will give them a little jolt to get the ball rolling. He will show them what will happen if they don't act within the next 5 minutes. He shows them a video of Tong Girls high school students who suddenly all die because their time limit has been exceeded. All the students fail as their heads explode, while others cry for help and try to run away, but no one can escape. The people in the cabin are shocked to see their fate. Suddenly, a student grabs another by the neck and kills her in front of them. A notification appears. The survivor of channel 23,515 is Ji Hai, a second-year student from Class B at Tong Girls High School. The Dokabi laughs at them, enjoying the game. People are scared now and wonder what is happening. Sangha and Dokja are also scared, and he is still waiting for someone to appear and save them all. He thinks the events he is familiar with, and those he didn't know were even part of the story, are happening simultaneously. He tries to search for the story to read it again, but no results are found. He thinks, this series isn't even popular, so it's doubtful someone would have tried to share it illegally. Suddenly, he remembers the message he received earlier, which also had an attached file. He is shocked to see that he gets an option to save all the files. He rubs his eyes, thinking he is dreaming, but it is real. The author has sent him his novel as a present. He thinks sharing novels is illegal, but in this case, what is legal and unlawful doesn't matter to the author. Meanwhile, the status window has been updated, saying each of the TWSA survivors receives a special attribute and a skill linked to that attribute. He thinks this is happening just like the novel, and he needs to figure out his attributes. But he is surprised to see that his attribute window cannot be opened. He wonders why this is happening, and if he can't access his attribute window, he won't be able to discover his attributes and skills. However, he decides to read the attached file first, and the status window appears, saying his attribute has been activated, and he can now read faster. He is shocked to see this because it took him less than a minute to read the opening chapter of TWSA. Thanks to this, he receives information about Cabin 377, where he is currently located, and with that, he realizes why he had felt so uneasy. The events unfolding around him were different from what he remembered, because the protagonist was actually in the subway cabin behind this one. But he wonders about the people in Cabin 3807. In the story, Sangha calls him and asks if they should try to stop them while he peeks at the chaos and confusion unfolding in subway cabin 38,007. He thinks it's probably too late for them because only 2 people will survive in that cabin. After a while, there is another boy named Noon Kim who grabs a man and kills him, and Dokja knows who those 2 people are. Sangha is shocked to see him killing the people, and Dokja thinks she will probably die. Only Hong Lee and Noon Kim will survive, and everyone in this cabin will die, including him. Nun is killing people while the finance manager grabs his hand, asking, "Didn't your teachers teach you how to respect elders?" Kim turns back and asks him, "What's wrong with you? Do you want to die too?" He asks Mr. Han if he's seen the classroom window, and if the army isn't going to save them, someone has to die so others can live. "We have to pick the ones who will die," he exclaims. "We're above all this. Look around. This is a kill or be killed situation. No one can blame them when their own lives are on the line." He asks everyone to think wisely because the world they know is ending soon, and they have new rules to follow in this new world. Dokja thinks Noon Kim was one of the earliest adopters to accept the world of TWSA, and it was he who drove a wedge into the crack, destroying the sense of morality that had been binding society together. Lee is also observing the situation and thinks, if no one dies within the next 5 minutes, everyone in there will die. In this situation, Dokja suddenly recalls a line he had read a long time ago. Executioners pull the lever of the electric chair at the same time. They do so in order to conceal who really killed the prisoner. It is as if he was reading that part of the novel. They were all in a different world and he was just a spectator. All he could do was stand by and watch. The nameless elderly woman became the first victim, and if he carelessly meddles with the course of the story, there may be less of the original plot left for him to work with. But he wonders if it is fair to stand by and watch her die. Sangha tries to speak, saying, "They're going to kill her," but he grabs her hand, asking her not to be reckless, because it can be dangerous. He thinks, some people are destined to shine regardless of their genre, but Sangha cannot change the course of the story because she isn't the heroine in this world. He asks her to stay there and just do as he tells her for now. "If you listen to me this once, I promise I won't ever bother you again." He thinks it's too early for him to interfere. This wasn't part of his plan. He didn't interfere sooner because he was afraid of Naaman or the others, or because he condoned their savage ways. He was just waiting for the right moment, and that moment came. Suddenly, there is destruction behind the door, and he runs from his place toward Namun, who is killing a woman. The main scenario again appears on the screen, showing the time remaining, 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Suddenly, smoke fills the air, and Dokja runs toward Namun, hitting him hard. Namun shouts, "What's your problem?" Dokja thinks. It may seem like he pushed Kim to save the old lady, but that wasn't the only thing he was aiming for. He looks around searching for something and wonders where it is. It must be somewhere. He then finds a child, grabs his box, and asks him to hold on to it for a while. He gets everyone's attention and asks them to stop, saying, "Killing that old lady doesn't mean you're going to live. What will you do after she's dead? Will you buy a little more time just because you killed something within the time limit?" He asks. "If what the Dokabi said is true, does it mean each of us has to kill one person? Who will you kill next?" Nun laughs, saying, "It's obvious that we'll kill losers like you next. Why worry about your turn before it comes?" Dokja already knew he would say that, and responds, "Kim is gambling with your lives when there's a way to survive this without becoming murderers." He asks, "Have you forgotten the scenario? You don't have to kill a human being. You have to kill one or more living organisms." He has a box full of insects, and they all rush toward him, mad to kill them. The madness that had driven them to kill the old lady now turns toward him. He wonders why his heart beats with joy in this precarious situation, why he is smiling, and if he has always been this kind of person. He kills one of the insects and then throws the box in the air. With this, the first kill mission has been accomplished, and he receives 100 coins as a bonus. Now people are looking for insects and there are 3 minutes left. Namun asks him, "Why did you do this? You could have just handed over the bugs." Dokja replies, "There were only 3 insects left in the box." Kim laughs and says, "You threw them because not all of us can live? No one in their right mind would pull a stunt like this for a stupid reason. Be honest, you want us to fight for our lives." Dokja thinks Kim is cruel and rampant and enjoys situations like this. He activates his character profile and now knows Kim's attributes. Most of the edgy teens in TWSA couldn't handle the nightmare that became reality and committed suicide. But Nun Kim was different. He was later bestowed with the nickname Delusional Demon. He had been waiting for the apocalypse and adapted to this world unusually fast. Kim then comes forward, asking Dokja to team up with him. Dokja receives a notification. He has obtained Nun Kim's interest. The main scenario appears again with 2 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. On the other side, in the cabin, there is fire all around, and people are still looking for insects. Dokja refuses Kim's offer, saying, "I work alone." He thinks if he teams up with Nun Kim, his survival is guaranteed for now. But as a reader who knows Kim's future, he would never team up with him. Kim moves forward and tells him to get out of his way, because he has unfinished business with the granny. He can't let the bug he caught escape. He is about to go when Dokja grabs his hand. Kim asks, "Are you trying to act like a hero now? Or do you have a split personality?" Dokja realizes how much he hated Kim's character in TWSA, and Kim frees himself, saying, "People like you make me sick." Dokja receives a notification. His affinity toward Naman Kim has slightly decreased. Suddenly Kim punches him, asking him to move, but Dokja dodges, thinking, "I knew he'd make that move." Kim tries to attack him again, and this time Dokja can't dodge, realizing this is the skill of the Edgelord attribute. Kim activates his skill, Grimdark Awakening, level 1, and tries to attack him, but Dokja moves to the side and dodges again. Kim seems to enjoy his new skill, saying, "I'm so strong," Dokja thinks. This is why the protagonist recruited him. Even as a psychopath, he's useful. Dokja's understanding of Nun Kim has increased, and he thinks he should use his skills too. He unlocks his personal skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, level 1, and wonders what this skill is. Kim tries to attack him repeatedly, but Dokja dodges every attack. Kim gets angry asking, "Why aren't you getting hit?" Dokja thinks, he won't be able to beat me, no matter how hard he tries. Kim tries to punch his face, but Dokja dodges again. As soon as his second skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, is activated, he knows Kim's moves, as if he's reading his mind. Kim pushes him to the ground, furiously rushing to attack. Dokja thinks, all I can do is dodge his attacks. Retaliating is impossible. He just needs to hold on a little longer. 2 minutes are left until the scenario completes. He looks toward the injured old lady and thinks, if she dies, Namun will clear the scenario. Dokja rushes toward the old lady thinking, whatever happens, I can't let someone like him move on to the next scenario. Namun takes out his knife, saying, I knew you'd make that move. This time he aims at Dokja's heart, using the skill knife fighting, level 1. He tries to attack the old lady, but Dokja moves her away and saves her. In this process, he gets injured in his arm, feeling like his skin is burning. Namun grunts in anger, while Dokja grabs the old lady, but her condition isn't good. He thinks, death is just around the corner, and if I lose to Nun Kim, I'll also die here. He thinks, this is a simple world, based on survival of the fittest. The strong prey on the weak, and nothing has really changed. That rule is just more apparent now. He knows he must adhere to that rule if he wants to survive. Kim laughs, saying, you don't have the strength to run anymore. Do me a favor. We're running out of time. Dokja gets up, saying, you are Nun Kim, a second-year student at Chenil High School, an insect egg and an organism. Namun wonders, asking, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Dokja picks up a bug and smashes it, causing many status windows to appear. He receives 100 bonus points for killing a living organism. Nun grabs his knife, rushing toward him, while Dokja receives a notification asking if he wants to use the coins he just obtained. He invests 2,700 coins in stamina, significantly enhancing his physical durability. Namun tries to stab him, but Dokja's body is so rigid that he can't pierce him. Dokja pushes him back, saying, grasshoppers lay more than 100 eggs at a time during mating season. I'm not the one who will die here, only Namun Kim will. With only 57 seconds left, Nun tries to attack again, but fails to even injure him. The countdown starts and a status window appears, saying their time has run out. They will now proceed with checkout. Kim Noin has died, and his body has been laid on the ground. He remembers Noin begging him for help in his last moments and says, people's lives are essential, so it's only right that I save him. But Dokja replies, these things were in the old world, but now a new world needs new rules. Nun begged him for help and said he didn't want to die, but Dokja couldn't do anything for him, and he died in front of him. He thinks Nun was right, that he is just like him, because he could have saved those people. He would be lying if he said he didn't feel guilty, but strangely, he is able to remain so calm. He feels like he is just reading the novel instead of actually partaking in it. His attribute window appears and says he has slaughtered 124 living organisms, including 1 grasshopper and 123 eggs. Due to killing non-resistant organisms, the number of coins he obtained has been halved, and he has received 6,200 coins. Moreover, he has also unlocked the achievement Decimator due to excessive slaughtering, and Dokja has obtained 300 coins as a basic clear reward. The world they once knew has collapsed, and a new world is being born. The train is moving again, and they are relieved they can now go home. Suddenly, many monsters appear outside, and they are shocked to see the destruction they have caused. Dokja thinks, this is fascinating because only one reader knows how this world will end. A big monster is appearing under the sea, and Mr. Han is getting scared, thinking, this thing is coming for us. Dokja knows that a snake-like monster is called an Ichio, also known as a sea serpent. Later on, it will be classified as a grade 7 monster in TWSA. The world of TWSA prioritizes scenarios over everything else, so no creatures will attack them unless they are part of the scenario. He thinks they are safe for now. There are 5 survivors in cabin number 387. After a while, Dokja appears there, pretending to be shocked by the situation, and asks, what has happened here? He exclaims, I was only gone for a few minutes, but you've created so much mess. There are only 5 survivors here, including the child, whose names are Lee Gil-young, Sang-yu, Lee Hyun-sung, Han Mayano, and Kim Dokja. Dokja is happy to see a total of 21 stars. The number of stars signifies the number of constellations logged into the channel. It is revealed that the constellations are the most mysterious beings in TWSA and the masterminds behind this tragedy, who live stream the scenarios from across the universe. In other words, they are the ones who watch the Dobu's channels, and this channel had 21 viewers, which is a lot for a newbie. Dokja, in the original story, Nun Kim killed almost everyone in this cabin, and there is a notification that due to the death of Nun Kim, two constellations feel slight hostility towards them. He thinks some constellation must be furious about the outcome, and this error probably happened because he killed Nun Kim. There is a notification that his payment is being delayed due to an unexpected scenario inspection. Judging from how the constellation's preferences are popping up, he guesses this is officially the story's beginning. He thinks he was in their position yesterday, but now they watch him. However, a few constellations are impressed with his scenario, and the constellations have gifted him 500 coins. Of course, if constellations hate him, some constellations support him. He hopes that all of them enjoy the show because they will end up paying the admission fee with their lives sooner or later. In the meantime, Sanka calls him and asks what he is thinking. He apologizes to her for being unable to save the old lady. She wants to ask him something, but later asks him to forget and thanks him for earlier. She knows that he intentionally threw the cage towards her so that she could grab the insect. Dokja refuses and says it is just a coincidence and won't happen again. He doesn't know what she is thinking, but she is smart enough to survive this chaos and probably understands what he says. Because of his choice, some lived while some died, and he doesn't deserve the gratitude of those who survived. Dokja laughs and says there are many survivors and thanks them for constellations because of them. 21 constellations are watching his channel. Dokja thinks there are 5 survivors, which is more than he thought. He expected Honan Lee to survive since he was strong and an athlete. The other survivor is the kid, Gilong Lee, and he gave him the insect due to his will because he was the real hero of the story. He calls the kid, asks him if he wants to live, and asks him to team up with him. He is notified that a few constellations are impressed with his good deed and have gifted him 200 coins. Dokja thinks, even though it seems shameless, it can't be helped because I too want to live. Considering the event that will follow, he has to get the attention of the constellations. And Dokja says, a lot of exciting things happened today. The guy in the next cabin was also a total nutcase. Mr. Han asks him if he is going to let them go now, and Dokja thinks he is one of the lucky guys, but wonders why he took the subway that day, because they all know that he is from a well-off family. Mr. Han asks Dokja to let them go, and he counter-questions them if they really want him to let them go. Seeing the situation outside, Mr. Han gets scared to see that serpent, and Dokja is impressed by them because he didn't have any expectations for this cabin, but they all survived. The first scenario and have proven that even bugs deserve to survive. Dokja thinks they are nothing but grasshoppers to him. Dokja exclaims, every hardship deserves a reward, and the reward for the first scenario is that they are now qualified to be sponsored by constellations. They don't respond to him, and Dokja asks them why they don't seem so excited. Dokja thinks he is the only person who knows what a constellation or sponsor is, and Dokja says all of them are terribly so weak. If they were to move on to the next scenario in this state, they would be killed by a weak ground rat. But there are great beings in this world who pity them and wish to sponsor them. Lee asks what is meant by sponsoring them, and Dokja says there is no point in explaining it all over again. He opens their attributes windows and shows them something. They have been asked to select a constellation, and the constellation chosen will be their reliable sponsor. Sanka calls Dokja and tells him that 2 strange options suddenly popped up, and he replies that he doesn't know anything, and she has to think of it as taking an app aptitude test. He thinks she is lucky that she has been offered 2 sponsorships. The ones who provide support to them are the constellations, and now sponsor selection, one of the main events in TWSA, has started. It is revealed that the sponsor selection is a system in which the constellations, who watch them through the Duo-Eyes channels, choose a human they like as their incarnation and sponsor them. In his case, 4 constellations want to sponsor him as their incarnation, but they never reveal their true names. Considering the protagonist of TWSA initially had 5 options, 4 isn't a small number at all. Using the hints in their nicknames like Abyssal Demon and Garden, they must try to deduce their identities themselves. He first decides to see the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, and he is a powerful being who leads the constellation group Black Cloud. From what he recalls, his true name is quite long, and the incarnation of this sponsor receives an additional boost to their power level. Considering that stamina and strength are vital in the early scenarios, it would be smart to select him as his sponsor. The more they use the constellation's power, the more they lose their senses, and eventually they will end up as a psychotic killer. He is sure that this was the constellation that supported Mamoon Kim in the novel, so he wonders why he chose him. He doesn't know about him, so he decides to put him on hold for now, and looks through his second option. His second option is the demonic judge of fire, and judging from the name, one could assume this constellation is demonic, but ironically, demonic means this constellation isn't a demon. The words fire and judge indicate that the entity makes judgments through fire, which means she is actually Archangel Uriel. He remembers someone chose this constellation as their sponsor in the novel, so he thinks Uriel isn't a bad choice. But he will expose his other options first. Constellations of absolute good are powerful, but they impose strict restrictions on the ones they sponsor. He looks for his third option, Secretive Plotter, but he is surprised that he has never seen this option in TWSA before. He thinks it can be one of the constellations that were just mentioned. He decides to move on from this too, and looks for his fourth option, the Prisoner of the Golden Headband. He can't believe this constellation made an offer already. The Prisoner constellation may look negative initially, but someone must pay attention to the proper noun Golden Headband. This means it is the smallest prison in the world, and the owner of Mount Huaguo lives with the pain of the binding head shackle and the handsome Monkey King with the golden gaze and furious eyes. He remembers one of the characters was sponsored by him in the novel, and he has the power to crush hundreds of incarnations with a single swing of his staff and eradicate thousands of monsters with a single lightning bolt. He still remembers that passage very clearly since the author emphasized it so strongly, and he wonders why such a powerful constellation has shown interest in him. If he chooses the great sage Heaven's Equal as his sponsor, he wonders if he will be able to beat someone behind the doors. Soon they ended with their sponsor selection, and Dokja said one of them had made a very interesting choice. He then disappears, saying they need to take a short break, and he has to go prepare for the next scenario, saying he will be back in 10 minutes. After that, Dokja asked everyone to gather around, and Hong Lee introduced himself to him. Dokja says he is assuming that he can't get in touch with his unit, observes that he has a strong grip, and thinks he shouldn't be surprised because he is the tanker in the early stages of TWSA. He thinks he must recruit Joonghyuk Lee, and he thanks him for what he did earlier, because if it hadn't been for him, then they would be dead by now. Mr. Han also keeps his hand on his shoulders and thanks him for saving them. Dokja takes his name, Yong Gohan, but he asks him to call him Mr. Han. He replies that they are not at work and asks him if he is not planning to come to work anymore. He also scolds him for throwing away the bug jar earlier and says that he should have told him before, etc. But he asks him to shut up and asks if he even thinks that company exists after everything that has happened. He exclaims Mr. Han is not the only one who needs a wake-up call, and everyone needs to come to their senses because, as the Doi said, this isn't a joke, and he is sure that all of them realize what's going on by now. He asks them to observe the situation, and if someone still doesn't get what is going on, Koning says it's the kind of thing he reads about in novels while covering the night shift, and he still can't believe that it's real. He says it's a good thing that at least one person is certain about what's going on and asks him if he has any idea now. He receives a notification that Hang Lee has started to trust him, and Dokja says they all have to get out of there. They are all shocked at what he just said, and Mr. Han remembers the large serpent roaming outside, and he asks him if he is out of his mind. Hong also says if they leave this place, they are going to get killed. Suddenly, they hear an explosive sound from the adjacent cabin, and he thinks they are moving to the next scenario. But Dokja hasn't come back yet, which means the person on the other side of that door is the sole survivor of Subway Cabin 377. He thinks it is quite obvious who that person is, and now he is trying to come to their cabin. He is the true protagonist of this story, so he asks others to get out of there. And if they don't leave right now, they are all going to die before the next scenario. The person is badly hitting the door, and Hyung Lee says they can't be sure that whatever is on the other side of that door is their enemy. He replies that the person is the survivor who killed all those people in his cabin and asks them if they still want to meet him. They seem to understand what he just said, and Hong says they have to find a way out of there. Dokja thinks the invisible field disappears after the scenario ends, and they just need to find a working door. And among the right doors in this cabin, they haven't checked 3 of them yet. He thinks there has to be one door that works because the door's about to break. The situation seems so tense, and Dokja also seems very worried. Suddenly, S calls him and shows him an open door, and they try to open it. But they find out that the door is broken too, but it's still the only one they can open. He has 4,700 coins and thinks he can use his coins again and increase his strength this time. But he doesn't know what will happen next because using his coins recklessly can be dangerous. He asks Hong Song to use his skills and checks his attribute windows to see his skills. Thankfully, his supporting constellation and attributes are the same as in the novel, and Dokja tells him that he probably checked his skills when he opened his attribute window earlier, and he must have a skill that he can use now since he is in the army. Koning says he has a skill but doesn't know how to use it, so he asks him to imagine himself using it. He just says what Dokja asked him to do and opens the door forcefully. He is so happy that his skills worked, and Hyung-lee has begun to trust him more than before. Dokja thinks it looks like the Stigma Great Mountain Push was successfully activated. The steel door connected to Subway Cabin 377 will break soon, but if his memory serves him right, the steel door isn't the problem. But when they come outside, Dokkaebi faces them, and Dokja already knows this will happen. He asks them why they came outside when he has already told them not to, because he is not done preparing for the following scenario. And Mr. Han also shouts at him, saying they should stay inside. He says he doesn't have a choice, and they are fortunate human beings. And with this, he starts the second scenario. Their attribute windows appear in front of them, and their sub-scenario is escape. Dokja already knew about this scenario. Sanga says something doesn't feel right, and it displays a collapsed bridge. But the bridge isn't collapsed, and he asks him to hurry up and run away. He thinks Sanga is right because the bridge is still intact, because they got off the train too early. He knows that the bridge will definitely collapse, and it might seem underhanded, but it's impossible to clear this scenario without going around the rules. They are cutting it close, but he thinks they will make it before collapsing the bridge. They are suddenly shocked to see a storm in the sea. A huge sea serpent appears from nowhere and opens its large mouth to attack them. Dokja asks them to run because the bridge is about to collapse, and they can make it across if they run. He thinks the Iosaur doesn't go after incarnations early on in the story, and it probably showed up to destroy the bridge. They only have about 200 yards left, and at this speed, they will be able to cross the bridge before it collapses. Dokkaebi laughs and says, "It's no fun if the game is too easy," and reaches across them, saying, "The funny thing is, if they get away safely, he will shake things up a bit." He increases the difficulty of the scenario from E to D, and the evil thoughts of the dead have returned, and black ether is rising from the surrounding earth. He has woken up all the dead bodies and zombies, and they receive a notification that the demonic beings have been resurrected. They have entered Aoksu Station, and Hang calls Dokja about what they should do now. The zombies have surrounded them from all sides, and he asks everyone to get down. In the meantime, the snake serpent approaches them and attacks the bridge. They all get injured, and when Dokja gets into consciousness, he is shocked to see that the bridge has collapsed and a lot of people have died in the process. Sanga and Mr. Han ask him about his condition, and Dokja already knew that something like this might happen, but he hadn't expected Mr. Han and Sanga to survive. Hong and Gilong also made it to safety in one place, and now someone has received the blessing of the constellation. An attribute window appears, saying the constellation's blessing has activated Deus Ex Machina in this scenario, and the blessing creates a bridge of light. An attribute window appears and says an even number of people can cross the bridge, which will collapse if an odd number of people attempt to cross it. Sanga reveals that this is her blessing, which suddenly appears in her mind. It is shown that Deus Ex Machina is a power that lets a constellation directly intervene in the scenario at a great cost. He wonders if Sanga's supporting constellation intervened in order to save her, but this kind of intervention is rare even in TWA. He activates her character profile to check her supporting constellation. However, her profile cannot be browsed using a character profile, and she doesn't have a registered character profile. He is shocked at why he can't browse her profile with his skill and wonders if she has a special constellation supporting her or if she has a mental barrier skill. Suddenly, SGA calls him and asks him to watch his back when a zombie tries to attack him. He dodges him and falls back to the ground. He thinks this isn't the time to be lost in thought. A mutant species infected by the black ether appears there. Once normal humans, humanoid demons are no different from zombies, but they can be quite dangerous if their host happens to be someone who is powerful. This time, the mutant appears there in Noon Kim, and Dokja wonders if it just had to be him. He activates his personal skills, and the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint activates there. It is revealed that this character doesn't possess consciousness, so he starts his Omniscient Reader Viewpoint. He has a feeling that it won't work, and all they can do now is to get across the bridge of even numbers somehow. But there are 3 of them right now: Dokja, Sanga, and Mr. Han. One of them has to stay behind and die, because there is a rule that an even number of people can cross the bridge. He asks Sanga to get ready and run, but is shocked to see that Mr. Han has grabbed her and is about to cross the bridge. She tries to free herself, but Mr. Han drags her away and runs on the bridge. Dokja is shocked that he has left him behind. He receives a notification that the demonic judge of fire is touched by his selflessness and has gifted him 100 coins. He tries to see Sanga's character profile, but still can't reach it. He thinks that Stigma 1 leeched Swift Foot belongs to the constellation Limping Trickster. That constellation doesn't endow its incarnation with the mental barrier stigma. A stigma is an extraordinary power given to incarnations by their constellations, so there is no way that Mr. Han could have that kind of skill. The reason his skill didn't work on Senga and Mr. Han was that they were the characters that didn't appear in TWSA. Meanwhile, Nuam roars and tries to attack him again. This time, many more mutants surround him from all sides. He thinks he can't cross the bridge alone, but he can cross the bridge if he grabs a demon and crosses with him, but this won't work. 15 minutes are left until the scenario ends while Dokja is watching him and asks if any constellation wishes to bless this poor incarnation, but there is no one. While Dokja is fighting with the mutants and tries to push them away, others have reached the other side safely, and Dokja thinks his body can't handle much more of this. So he reaches near the water in order to avoid them. They all gather and follow him, and Dokja thinks he might actually die this time. He thinks it wouldn't be this hard if he only had one combat skill. He activates his personal skill bookmark and is also surprised at what kind of skill this is. Many attribute windows show the loading of the lists of bookmarks that can be activated. A list of bookmark characters appears there, and Dokja thinks he has read over 3,000 episodes of TWSA, but he has never read about this skill anywhere. However, he instinctively understood how it worked and activated bookmark number 1. He remembers what Nun said earlier, that the new world needs new rules. His first bookmark starts, but the time has been shortened due to the low level of the bookmark skill, and he only has 1 minute. His understanding of the character is low, so the character's skills are only partially activated, and he activates Grim Dark Awakening level 1 and attacks Neon with his dagger. He smashes him with just one attack, and Neon again dies, eyes there. His understanding of Noon Kim has increased, and he deactivates bookmark number 1. He checks the sub-scenario escape, and the difficulty level is D with 10 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. He has just killed one of them, and he seems so exhausted. He walks through the mutants, approaches Dokja, and asks him about who he is. He wonders if he is supposed to go up against this guy, but he doesn't stand a chance against him. He tries to see his character profile, and a status window appears there, saying there is too much information about this character, and it converts the character profile to a character summary. He then tries to read his character summary, but Joonghyuk grabs him by his neck. His name is Joonghyuk, and he tightly grabs him by his neck and lifts him up in the air. He asks Dokja how he is still alive, and he thinks the first way of surviving the apocalypse. And this man who is strangling him is living proof of the first method. He is Joonghyuk, the regressor, and this is the man who will kickstart the tragedy that will turn this world upside down. A barrier has been created, like there was in the subway, and they wonder what is happening on the other side. Joonghyuk asks his name, and he thinks he's so full of himself and acting like a protagonist. When he tells his name, he calls him a strange man. Joonghyuk punches him, says he has a strong body, and says he has already figured out how to use the coins. He punches him, and Dokja thinks about how strong he is when they have only cleared one main mission and are just now clearing a submission. He thinks this is the worst. He was hoping this wouldn't happen in the early chapters. Joonghyuk is the most dangerous character in the world of TWSA, and he's lost his humanity after having regressed 3 times already. The Joonghyuk now doesn't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. He then asks Dokja to show him some respect, but he punches him again before he can say something. Dokja says he is younger than him, so he should be the one who should show him some respect. Joonghyuk has become cautious of him, and he is surprised that Dokja knows about him, that he is a gamer. He thinks Joonghyuk was but a fictional character to him, existing in TWSA, that is, until now. Dokja says he is pretty famous and used to be a fan of his, and thinks his fame was just a setting in the novel, but he is not lying when he says that he used to be a fan of his. He liked him, hated him, resented him, and cheered for him, and he was with him throughout his 3,000-episode journey. Joonghyuk is surprised that he is his fan and says he hasn't heard that in a while and he will forgive him for his impudence, but that won't change anything. He only had one question for him and asked how he survived the subway. Dokja knew he would ask him this. He asks him if he will let him live if he tells him that answer, and Dokja wonders what he should say to make this regressor let him live. His understanding of Joonghyuk has been increased, and there is also a window that he has unlocked level 2 of his personal skill, the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint. He reads his mind, in which he thinks only Hang Lee and Noon Kim were supposed to survive, but Noon Kim is dead, and other people survived instead. Dokja wonders if he can read his mind and smirks, thinking that he wants to know how he managed to survive. There are only 5 minutes left, and Dokja tells him that he cleared the scenario by killing insects, and he was able to spot the kid with insects because he fell due to an explosion in the car in front of them. Joonghyuk thinks the future has changed, and Dokja thinks it will shock him because there was supposed to be a battle to the death in subway car 38007, and only Nun Kim and Hoonan Lee should have survived. He wonders if this happened because of him, and if it was because he started out by killing them with an explosion, unlike in his previous runs. However, he wonders if Dokja is still too calm for a newbie, and the world has turned upside down, and he's taking it in stride. He thinks Dokja must have killed Nun Kim, and he's more than just helpful, but dangerous. Dokja asks him if he can let him go if he is done with his questions, and asks him to move on to Aksu Station together because they are running out of time. Joonghyuk uses his SS grade skill, the Eye of the Sage, and grabs his neck more tightly. It's the highest grade detection skill, the Eye of the Sage, and it allows him to see not only someone's attribute window, but also someone's hidden information. He doesn't know his attributes or skills, even if Joonghyuk discovers what they are. He may also know he activates his personal skill, the fourth wall, and it detects the detection of the Eye of the Sage, and his skill enables him to block the Eye of the Sage. Joonghyuk is shocked at how he has deactivated his skill and asks him how he managed to do this. The sub-scenario appears again, and the remaining time is 2 minutes and 14 seconds. He is also shocked at himself that he has a skill that can block the Eye of the Sage while Joonghyuk thinks he has to kill him there and now. Dokja thinks he has complicated things, and there's no way he would believe him now, and he has to change his game plan. Dokja says he needs a trustworthy ally and can't clear Scenario 46 on his own. Joonghyuk asks him how he knew that, or if he is also a regressor, but he replies he can be of use to him. He thinks Dokja is not a regressor because if he were, then he would know him. Dokja tells him that he knows the future that he doesn't know, and Joonghyuk activates his lie detection skill, and it verifies that he is telling the truth. He has been shocked and wonders if another prophet exists other than Anna Croft in Korea. It is revealed that the prophet is the only attribute in TWSA that allows a character to see the future, and the only attribute to neutralize detection skills passively. To his knowledge, one character had the prophet attribute in the world of TWSA, and he asked Dokja if he could use his future sight. He tries to persuade him, saying he knows that he has a special power and knows what will happen in the future, but he also knows that the knowledge he has of the future is incomplete. It is revealed that the regressors know the future because they have repeated their lives several times over, but their futures will change if they change the present with that information. However, all regressors will eventually reach a future they don't know unless they repeat everything they did in their past run. Dokja asks him to make him his companion so he can complete his future knowledge. He thinks someone like Joonghyuk would find it very attractive to have a prophet as a companion, and he can act as his prophet because he is the only reader of this story. Joonghyuk smiles and thinks if he is indeed a prophet, it would be helpful to bring him along not just for Scenario 46, but also for fighting the Zarathustra. He is still thinking whether he should take him or not, with only 50 seconds remaining until the end of this scenario. 10 seconds pass, and Joonghyuk makes up his mind and decides to make him his companion. He drags him behind, and they are crossing through the Deus Ex Machina bridge of even numbers. Others are still there waiting for him and wonder what has happened to him. While Joonghyuk is taking him along, grabbing his collar, Dokja still can't believe he managed to convince the regressor, and he has become worn out due to excessive concentration. His personal skill, the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint, was deactivated, and Dokja is a bit anxious about this. However, he has done everything he could and convinced Joonghyuk in no time. Soon they reach the last of the bridge, and Joonghyuk asks him one last question. He asks him to tell him about his future if he is a prophet. Dokja is scared and has a bad feeling about him when the serpents approach them. Dokja is worried and wonders if he will let him go or kill him there. He thinks Joonghyuk is just a psychopath, and he knows him better than anyone, and says he will tell him a couple of things. First, he is not his lackey, so he needs to treat him as his equal, and second, just as he cooperates with him, so he has to promise him to cooperate with him. Joonghyuk says he still hasn't answered him yet, but Dokja just smiles and asks him to get lost from there. Joonghyuk releases him, and he falls to the ground, and he falls from the sea. Joonghyuk says he believes that he is really a prophet, but he makes him fall into the mouth of the serpent. A notification appears there, saying he has failed to clear the scenario. After a while, he is still alive and is struggling to keep holding his breath, but he has to hold on because he can't pass out. He somehow manages to come to its stomach without getting ripped apart and digested. He uses his flashlight to see inside, and there are a lot of dead bodies inside its stomach. He tries to get outside and thinks Joonghyuk is just a psychopath. He wonders if this is some kind of test, and he wants him to prove his worth to him as a companion. He now understands why he is doing this, and he has never made a true companion since he failed his first ever round. Being a regressor, he was powerful, and people revered him as their savior. Because of this, he naturally became a lone wolf. To him, all humans are either his subordinates or his enemies. So this is most likely a test, and he wants him to prove himself if he wants to be treated as his equal. He opens his message log and fails to clear the scenario, and his 100 points have been deducted for the channel usage fee. There are many status windows like this there. He sits there calmly and thinks about his next schedule when the serpent starts moving, and the water inside him starts moving. According to TWSA, the stomachs of these iosaurs start secreting acid around 3 minutes after they ingest their prey. In other words, he doesn't have a lot of time left, and he hears Doi's voice, who seems to enjoy the situation. He is surprised that Dokja doesn't seem flustered at all despite his situation, and he replies that he has been waiting for him. He thinks not only will he get out of there in one piece, but he will also obtain the power to stand as his equal. After that, he will have no choice but to accept him as his companion. While Dokja asks him why he is waiting for him, Dokja says he has coins he has to collect from him since he failed the scenario, and Dokja has to take his coins as a penalty. Dokja says coins are not his life, but if he were going to take his life, then the penalty for failure would have said death instead of 3 question marks, which means there is room for negotiation. Dokja is impressed that he has come to such a conclusion from that tiny clue, and no wonder all the constellations have their eyes on him. He says Dokja can buy his way out of failed sub-scenarios using coins. He exclaims that the price will be 5,100 coins, which is how much it will cost him to save his neck. Dokja is shocked to hear this many coins and thinks he has to be kidding him. He asks him for some negotiation because this is too expensive. Dokja refuses and says he can go ahead and die. He exclaims that if he doesn't want to pay up, he can just call it quits there and now. Dokja gets up and asks him to kill him and thinks he won't lay a finger on him because he is drawing in quite a crowd for him right now. Right now, the constellations are having a laugh because of him, and if he were just going to kill him, then he wouldn't have come all the way there to see him. Dokja seems angry and asks what he is trying to do, and he calls him low-grade Dokja Bong and asks how his career as a streamer is going. Dokja is shocked and asks how he knows his name, and Dokja laughs and asks if the constellations have been rather stingy as of late. Dokja gets angry and asks how a mere human can know about this, and he receives a notification that a few constellations have become suspicious of his identity. Dokja asks him to shut off the channel for a few minutes so that they can talk, and he does what he says. He then asks him to say what he has to say and asks him how he knows about the star stream when he is only a human. It is revealed that the star stream system is also known as the start stream, and it is the means by which footage is broadcast over the entire galaxy. The Dokja are called streamers and the storytellers who bridge the two. Dokja asks him if he doesn't want to be the Dokja king, and if he doesn't want to surpass the likes of Joonghyuk or Dild and become the best streamer there ever was. He forwards his hand and asks him to enter into a contract with him, and he will make him the Dokja king. Dokja laughs at his demand and says he must be out of his mind, and he should have realized when he rejected all the offers from the constellations. Dokja thinks that he didn't choose any constellation during the sponsor selection right before the sub-scenario. Dokja says he doesn't know how he knows about the star stream, but can't accept his offer. He is Dokja, not a constellation, so he can't be his supporting constellation. Dokja replies he never asked for him to sponsor him, and he is not after his power, but his channel. He reveals that he wants to enter into an exclusive contract with his channel, and Dokja surprisingly asks him what he is saying. He wants to enter a streaming contract with him. A stream contract is a contract entered into between constellations and the Dokja for a share of the coins earned. A Dokja hosts an incarnation of a constellation on its channel. Usually, incarnations have no say regarding this contract. Although they are sponsored, the truth is that constellations view incarnations as slaves. Dokja laughs and says he has got quite a sense of humor, and he doesn't know where he heard about this, but how he dares to mention the stream contract. He exclaims that Dokja doesn't have any supporting constellation, and he replies that's exactly why he should accept his offer. He asks him why the constellations join stream channels in the first place, and thinks subscribers of the star stream can be divided into 2 groups. The first are the thrill seekers, who hop through the channels looking for entertainment, and the second are the incarnation seekers, who are in search of an incarnation to sponsor. Dokja tells Dokkaebi that if he wants his channel to flourish, he has to satisfy at least one of the two groups, either make their stream as entertaining as possible or try to find an incarnation that interests his subscribers. Dokkaebi asks him how this concerns him, and Dokja says his subscriber point is only a 3-digit figure. He asks him if there was a channel that could both entertain its subscribers and showcase interesting incarnations. But Dokkaebi says there is no way that is possible. Dokja says constellations that are looking for an incarnation to sponsor eventually leave the channel as soon as sponsor selection is over. But what happens if there is an incarnation that refuses to take on a supporting constellation? Moreover, what if that incarnation outperforms all other incarnations despite not having a supporting constellation? Dokkaebi asks if this was why he didn't choose a supporting constellation, and he replies that the constellations are in an uproar right now, asking him to open the channel. They are all probably dying to know who it was that dared to stand up against the regressor, but Dokkaebi asks him to stop what he just said, and he is full of himself because mere humans don't stand a chance against incarnations with supporting constellations. Dokja just says this is what he plans to prove to him from this moment on, and all he has to do is shut his mouth and do what he says. Dokkaebi thinks for a while and says they have to start with checkout since they have failed the scenario, and if he pays him 5,100 coins, he can let him live. Dokja gets up and asks him to open the channel at that moment, saying it's going to start soon. Suddenly, he is shocked to see that a hidden scenario has arrived at the moment, and its clear condition is that he has to slay the Sea Commander. Their time limit is 10 days, and the penalty for failure is death. Dokkaebi opens the channel and asks the constellations to calm themselves. The stream was shut down because of an error in the server, and he didn't turn it off on purpose. He exclaims that he is only a Dokkaebi and would be exterminated if he did something like that. Dokja checks the attribute window, looks for the things he can only buy right now, and says there should be a search function. He thinks he threatened Dokkaebi to make him open the Starstream Cash shop, and he opens up the Dokkaebi shop and checks out the things he can buy at the moment. The shop can only be opened while the channel is open, and this is why he has his hands full explaining what happened. Dokkaebi tries to convince his constellation, and Dokja asks him for help. He thinks Dokkaebi are just greedy and no different from humans. He just needs to search for 2 items. He searches for the ancient dragon heart, and Dokkaebi is shocked at his demand and asks how he knows about it. Dokja replies he just said any cool name that came to his mind, and it is revealed that it is an SS grade item, and its price is 1.5 million coins, but it is currently not in stock. According to TWSA, he thinks the owner of this heart is in Italy, and he is a lucky guy because his sponsor is filthy rich and bought it for him. He then looks for Archdemon's eyeball and White Star weapon aura, and at last he buys bags of mucus and 4 thorns. Dokkaebi asks him what use he has for those miscellaneous items, and Dokja replies this is what he has to find out, and these 2 are cheap items, and their price is 100 coins. He has spent 800 coins altogether, and Dokkaebi says there are no refunds. He receives a notification that the secretive plotter constellation is curious about his plan, and another constellation, the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is displeased with his every move. Dokkaebi is also angry with him and closes his channel. He says he didn't forget that he hasn't agreed to accept his offer yet. Dokja says they agreed to negotiate the terms of the contract only after he had successfully cleared this scenario. Dokkaebi takes his leave and says he will see if he can clear this scenario and reopens his channel. After that, he thinks there isn't much time until the stomach acid is secreted, and he takes out a thorn. His aim is to attack the serpent from inside so that he can make it out from there alive. He then is ready to attack the serpent, while on the other side he is swimming calmly in the sea. Suddenly, the serpent roars in a prominent voice with pain because Dokja has stabbed a thorn in his body from inside with his full power. He has stabbed it in many parts of its body so that it feels a large amount of pain. It has been a long time since he was inside its body, and he wonders if he overestimated himself. After all, he is just an ordinary reader of Dokja and not the story's protagonist. He wonders if his mother is fine and thinks she should be fine since she is the mother of all people. He is getting tired and thinks the world before wasn't all that great either, but at least he didn't have to risk his life in the stomach of a giant fish. He has sent all the acidic juice outside with the help of thorns and is hanging with the help of another thorn. Suddenly, Dokkaebi appears there and says he should have handed it to him. He also receives notification that several constellations are impressed by his survival skills and have gifted him 100 coins. 4 days have passed since the hidden scenario, and he is still inside the serpent's stomach. Dokabi says it was unexpected because he didn't have any idea that he would use the thorns like that. He seems in a terrible condition and falls to the stomach, and with this, the hidden scenario has ended. He has received 9,000 coins as a reward and is the first to hunt a Tier 7 CA monster successfully. He has also received 1,000 coins as an achievement reward and is happy that he is still alive. Dokabi tells him that stone hogs usually live on coastlines and prey on small sea creatures. They use their special thorns to pierce and then dry their prey to death. But he never thought that Dokja would use the thorns in this manner. A few constellations smile knowingly, and they now understand his decision. Dokabi says he never knew that the mucus of the hammer seahorse could be used as protection against the iosaur stomach acid. Dokja remembers that before the stone hog's thorn began working, he covered himself in what was left of the hammer seahorse's mucus. He then drank the bodily fluid of the iosaur that was funneled through the thorn to appease his hunger. Because of the fluid, his stamina level had increased. After that, it was a test of sheer willpower. He tells Dokabi that hammer seahorses are iosaur, so they have evolved to create a special mucus, and that's how he managed to survive in a pool of stomach acid. He says he is just helping Dokabi because he seems to be struggling. Meanwhile, an attribute window shows that his pain is partially nullified by his personal skill, the fourth wall. Dokabi says it was a fantastic survival drama, and Dokja asks him to open the Dokabi shop. He stabs the thorn again in the serpent's body and finds the iosaur nucleus. He gives this to Dokabi and asks him to put this up for trade at the Dokabi auction house, and that he won't trade this with anything else but broken faith. He wants to say something more, but Dokabi stops him and closes his channel for their conversation. They then make a stream contract agreement, and Dokabi says he wasn't sure at first, but watching him clear the hidden scenario helped him make up his mind. Dokja is surprised to see a complete written contract, and Dokabi says humans like this kind of thing. He thinks this is supportive, and he is getting a better deal than expected. He then says the contract is missing the most crucial part, which is the ratio, and Dokabi asks him to make it 50-50 and that he won't charge him for channel usage to boot. They will split all the coins he has gifted in half, but Dokja says he is not an idiot. In reality, a constellation's incarnation makes an appearance on the Dokabi channel, and the constellation shares the coins gifted by other constellations with the Dokabi who owns the channel. Dokja says he doesn't have a supporting constellation, and when constellations gift coins to an incarnation who doesn't have a supporting constellation, they have to pay a hefty commission to the Dokabi. He is sure that Dokabi has already made quite a profit thanks to him. In return, he will take all the coins, and Dokabi should be fine with the commission, and he will not give him a single coin. Dokabi shouts at him and asks him to take 70%, but Dokja just says either he takes all, or he will move on to another channel. And he heard Gildan's been doing well for himself these days. Dokabi seems so angry with him, but Dokja doesn't care about this, and asks him if he can't see that the constellations are complaining. He receives notifications that the constellations complain due to the prolonged advertisement, and Dokabi agrees to his conditions. Dokja says he demands one more thing, the contract fee, and asks him to give 5,000 coins. After some time, he comes out of the serpent's stomach, and it's the first time he's breathing fresh air in 4 days. He thought it would only take him 2 days. Still, 4 days isn't bad considering it took Joonghyuk 4 days on his 4th round. He also managed to sign a streaming contract with Dokabi and made quite a few coins in the process, so it's not a bad start. It's funny that he could never get anyone to sign anything before, but he has become somewhat extraordinary just for having read TWSA. His personal skill, the 4th wall, is still active. He remembers when he told Dokabi that he couldn't access his attribute window and asked him to fix it. Dokabi tries to use system interference on him, and Dokja activates his personal skill, the 4th wall, and he doesn't expect this skill to block even Dokabi's interference. After that, he steps into the area of the second main scenario. He receives a notification that the scenario area is highly contaminated and instructs him to hold his breath and quickly get underground. He tries to run away but has been exposed to the poisonous fog, and the constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon smiles insidiously. This is the place where the real game begins. Many monsters are appearing underground while Dokja goes to a store and fills many things in his bags. He again receives a notification that the scenario is highly contaminated and asks him to hold his breath and quickly get underground. He is using Ella Monkey's lungs to neutralize deadly poison and thinks he should go to safety soon because the item's effect will wear off soon. Suddenly, he hears a voice from behind where someone calls for help. He is shocked at how someone can still be alive there. A girl is wearing a mask and asks him for help. He lifts her on his shoulders and runs away from there. He thinks Aoksu Station was destroyed because it was above ground, and the closest underground station from there is Junho Station. Soon he reaches there but is surprised to see that the station is closed and thinks to go to the other side. The girl calls him and asks him to see the fourth exit. He goes there and tries to open the shutter, but people are already there and ask him to get lost. Dokja asks them to open up since he has an injured woman with him, but they reply that he can't come in because the place is already overcrowded. Dokja thinks it is strange that the place is overcrowded and wonders if this ever happened in TWSA. He then grabs the shutter and opens it with his full power. The people run away after seeing him, while Dokja has entered a safety zone. He then asks the girl to hold the mask in her mouth. She won't fully recover, but it will at least neutralize the poison. He wonders if there was any character like her in TWSA. Chances are she probably never made it this far in the novel. He thinks to overlook her character profile, but in the meantime, many people approach them, and one of them asks him who he is. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband frowns at the appearance of the unwelcome guests, and Dokja tells his name to them. The man replies he didn't ask for his name and asks about his identity, and they recognize the girl from the minor group and ask others if she isn't supposed to have come back with them. Dokja thinks there are always stereotypical villains in the post-apocalyptic genre, and he finds out that this man's name is Cholu. His name doesn't ring a bell, and he doesn't remember him, so he guesses he isn't anyone he should be worried about. After a while, they ask him to hand that woman to them, and they also see his bags, which seem to be filled with food. Cholu says if he leaves the woman and food there, then he will let him live there. Dokja thinks real humans are even more evil than the cliches in stories, and it looks like something bad is about to happen. There is also a notification that the prisoner of the golden headband is angered by the appearance of grunts. There is also a bounty hunter scenario that has been generated at the request of the constellations. He gets up, and Cholu also asks him if he decided to ignore his advice. He shows his equipment to him, saying he will teach him not to mess with them. Cholu also says he will give him a count of 3 and asks him to leave now or he is dead meat. In the meantime, the attribute window opens, and a bounty hunt scenario appears there, giving him a task to eliminate the grunts within the given time limit of 5 minutes, while the reward and penalty of failure are still unknown. He punches one of them and makes him fall at a distance, and they wonder who this guy is and how he is still standing after taking all those blows. Dokja thinks the sum of one's total stats like stamina, strength, and agility greatly affects the outcome of a battle. The sum of these stats for him is 33, but they are mostly in the single digits, which means that even if they have a supporting constellation, the difference in stats will determine who emerges the victor. He checks Cholu's character profile and his supporting constellations, and he is one lucky guy who overestimates his supporting constellation. After that, Cholu Bang of the Chasu gang is the bird brain from the Junho Station group in TWSA. According to the novel, he should have been killed by Joonghyuk, but now he wonders why he is still alive. Cholu also asks him if he has killed quite a few people to reach this place, and he can tell that he and Dokja are not all that different. Dokja remembers what he has done to reach all this and thinks he could have saved them. He remembers when Noon said he just wanted to watch them fight for their lives, and he received a notification that the fourth wall had blocked the bluff of Cholu Subang. He uses his thorn to hit his arm, puts him against the wall, and says he shouldn't be running his mouth off like that. The constellation monarch of the small fries is amused by him and has gifted him 100 coins. Dokja thinks unfortunately for him, his supporting constellation, monarch of the small fries, was infamous for not valuing its incarnations. He was going to finish him off quickly, but this changes everything, and a notification appears saying there are 2 minutes remaining until the scenario ends. He's the masochist who supports only the biggest idiots and enjoys watching them suffer at the hands of other incarnations. The constellation monarch of the small fries is amused. Cholu also begs him to leave him, and he wonders how humans can be so weak but, at the same time, cold-blooded and cruel. He grabs him by his collar and asks why he did this, but he asks him to kill him. Dokja thinks this is not because of his instinct or nature, but because there is despair in his eyes that was there even before the world had ended. He thinks the despair in his eyes is just like him, and probably they aren't all that different. 10 seconds remain until the sub-scenario ends, and Dokja thinks the world has come to an end in any case. After that, the condition of the sub-scenario has been fulfilled, and he has received 300 coins and also 100 as a reward from the constellation station monarch of the small fries. Dokja thinks he has to adapt to this new world and asks the others to take him to the place where the other people are. After some time, they reach the Joonghyuk station, where there are many people, and the people of Cholu's gang ask them for help. Sanga and Hong are also there, and she is shocked to see him. They are happy to see him and rush toward him since he is still alive. And Hong Song apologizes to him because he left him behind. They say that Joonghyuk was right, and he asks them what he said. Hong says he said that Dokja probably is still alive. He asks them where he is, and they tell him that he is not there right now and left the station yesterday. He now understands that Cholu group members should have died at the hands of Joonghyuk, but it seems they are still alive because he left the station in a hurry. Joonghyuk is a regressor who relives his life repeatedly. He is in his third round and has been reborn as a monster, monopolizing everything. He must have left without a backward glance to achieve his goal, but he still would tie up any loose ends. He then asks them about Mr. Han because he can't find him anywhere. But suddenly many people appear there and surround them from all sides. Mr. Han is with them and asks others to take him out of there because he is the worst and shouldn't be there. But a man puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to calm down. He says that they should play nice because they are all survivors. He asks Dokja about his name and tells him his name is In Hoin, and Dokja thinks he has heard that name somewhere before. He has a supporting constellation and is probably the leader of this group. It seems that Cholu group works under him as well, and he is probably going to make him pay for beating them half to death. But In Hoin says the others who came with him told him that he fought the monsters and saved his men. He asks everyone to gather around and says this brave new member there has gathered food for them. In Hoin laughs and welcomes him to Joonghyuk station, and Dokja just smiles because he seems to be the attention of everyone for food. After some time, they discuss that 87 people are in Joonghyuk station, which is fewer than he thought. Hong says only the ones who were in the cabin and who were near the station survived. Nobody talks about it, but since everyone cleared the first scenario, everyone there survived by killing others, and everyone there is a murderer. Hong reveals that the Joonghyuk station is divided into the major and minor groups. Mr. Han is among the major group and asks the people to trust him because they will be rescued soon, while the people in the minor group are just hungry and waiting for the government to do something for them. Dokja thinks even when 100 murderers gather, they divide themselves into the strong and the weak. In Hoin comes forward and asks everyone not to lose hope and that they will leave this place soon. The distribution of food is decided by the primary group, but since they are running low, they have been assigning people to go scavenge for food. In Hoin says Huyan is also a part of their group, and she was given too. Sanga asks who she is, and he tells him that the woman he saved, her name is Huyan. To be exact, a few others went too, but only those from the minor group never returned. Dokja asks Hong why he didn't join the major group, and he is sure they would have wanted him as a member of their group. He replies that he just thought he should be in the minor group. He says he is a hypocrite for worrying about right and wrong after everything that has already happened. And Dokja says it's better to worry about right and wrong as a hypocrite than not at all. In the meantime, In Hoin calls him and asks him for permission to have a word with him. He says he is going to get straight to the point. He offers to join their group, says he can offer him a high position, and hopes he will lead this group with him. Dokja asks what he will do if he refuses his offer, and he replies that it is funny because the thought hasn't even crossed his mind. He calls him a hero who saves people from the monsters with his power and asks him to cooperate for everyone's survival. He asks him to see those poor people suffering, but Dokja still refuses his offer. After a while, Hong asks him if he should have refused like that, and he asks him if he wants him to accept the offer. He replies that he can't stop thinking about what In Hoin last said to him, and that he can find him if he has a change of heart. But Dokja says it will never happen. Dokja ignores him and asks others to eat the food since they have not eaten well in days, and they are happy that he offers them food. Suddenly, some people angrily come there and ask if it is true that he is monopolizing the food and that he should be sharing food with others. They ask him to put In Hoin in charge of the food, and he will get his share like everyone else. Dokja thinks this is the most dangerous type of people in an apocalyptic world, and In Hoin is not someone driven by despair like Cholubang. He now remembers In Hoin from Joonghyuk Station and thinks the hazardous type is the type that uses other people's despair as a fertilizer for power. He is smiling, watching from a distance, and there are two options: to become a hero by sharing the food, or to become a villain by monopolizing the food. He stares at him angrily when an attribute window appears, saying they have entered the second scenario area and must find and move to the location where the scenario will be activated. Everyone protests before him, asking him to let In Hoin redistribute the food and get his share just like everyone else. Jin thinks thinks now he has to choose to influence these people, which is a breeze for him. He thinks Dokja has to do what he says to survive there. He comes forward and says there must have been a misunderstanding because Dokja has already agreed to join their group. They will collect and redistribute the food as they always have and have a long promise to work alongside. Dokja asks him to stop and says he will share the food, but not for free. Everyone is shocked at what he just said and asks him what he means by this. The eyes of a few constellations sparkle with excitement, and Dokja says he is not a charity worker, and he doesn't trust those people. The people ask him if he wants money, but he replies that he will only accept coins and charges 50 coins per food item. Moreover, he says he will be charging 10 coins per food item from his friends, and a few constellations are relieved that he is not an idiot, and they gift him 100 coins as a reward. The girl from earlier says she will start paying immediately and doesn't need food for free. She introduces herself as Huyan and thanks him for helping her earlier. She then calls Sanga and Hong and asks them to get a hold of themselves because this is no time to sulk since Dokja risked his own life to retrieve these foods. She asks them if they are planning just to leech off him like the rest of them, and Sanga says she also doesn't want any freebies. Dokja then teaches them the way to trade coins. One has to touch their index finger to the other and think of how many coins they want to exchange, and that's it. Gilong Li has paid him 20 coins, and when he asks him, he replies that it's 10 for the chocolate from this morning. Huyan says Gilong is better than those shameless adults, and with this, a few constellations have shown an interest in the incarnation of Gilong Li. She exclaims that it's actually the primary group that is monopolizing all the food there. She says everyone else is being fed, bred, and then dragged off to scavenge for food like cattle to the slaughter, just like she was this morning. Everyone does seem to have no problems with what the primary group is doing. Hong asks him to sell the food for 10 coins to everyone, just as he did to them, but Dokja says they will wait and see. At night, many people have slept, and Hong asks him to get some rest, saying he will keep watch, but Dokja refuses, saying he has some stuff to take care of. Meanwhile, someone calls them from behind, and the following day, Huyan is shocked to find he has sold everything. Dokja thinks she's not as frail as he thought, and says it wasn't just the minor group who bought the food overnight, but the major group as well. Meanwhile, Hoin calls everyone and says they will limit food distribution from today to 3 biscuits per person. He says the search party gets more food than that, and they are welcome to join the search party if they want more food. However, hardly anyone makes it back when they join the search party, and only the Cholu gang members make it back alive. He asks the people to go and scavenge for food themselves. He exclaims there is still a way for them to get food, even if they don't join the search party, and says Dokja taught him a valuable lesson yesterday. Dokja remembers it was the major group who bought over half of the food he scavenged, and they did pay for it in full. Hoin says Dokja was right, that nothing can be free in this world. They have to prove their worth if they want to eat, and they will exchange their food for anything that seems proper. He thanks Dokja for teaching him a valuable lesson, and everyone stares at him angrily, saying this all happened because of him. Dokja thinks he was wondering why these people were acting like such idiots, and now he gets it, that Hoin has the insight skill. Huyan calls him and says the major group is monopolizing the food again. He just tried to promote transactions between people to weaken the power of the major group. Dokja thinks he just wanted them to stand up for themselves, but he shouldn't have sold the food to the major group. However, he did this and now has more coins, around 450. Huyan asks him what he plans to do now, and she asks Sanga if they should trust him. Sanga replies that she totally depends on him, and they ask him if he left some food for himself. But Dokja reacts that he has sold all of it. They are shocked at his action, and Huyan again asks Sanga if they should trust him. Meanwhile, Galong comes to him and offers him a chocolate, but he refuses and asks him to have it. He then asks others to eat the food they bought yesterday and strongly recommends that they finish it by the end of today. At the same time, Hoin sells the food for 200 coins each, while the people haven't that many coins left. After some time, Dokja looks toward a railway track, and Huyan tells him everyone who went that way died. She asks him if he's thinking of going there, and if she thanked him for saving her life yesterday. She thanks him again and shows him a man who walks with a limp over there and says he is the one who tried to assault her. She asks him not to lay a finger on him because he is her prey. Dokja thinks she would have ended up dead if it wasn't for him, and she is the type of constellation she would be interested in. He wonders if she has a character profile and finds out that 3 constellations are interested in her, but she hasn't accepted any of them. Suddenly, she shouts and asks him if he saw they had taken the woman and the old lady. He follows her and asks what she will do if she stops them, because if they join the search party, there's no way they will make it back alive. Dokja asks her to stop and says they will starve to death if they stay there. She thinks her personal attribute is a crouching figure, which may not sound special, but it is a rare, super evolutionary attribute in TWSA. She asks him if she is supposed to watch, and Dokja thinks the crouching figure is a common attribute, but has the potential to evolve into a rare or even legendary attribute based based on the incarnation experience. Dokja says stopping them won't change a thing, and even if they stop them now, the same thing will happen repeatedly because of the food shortage. Dokja thinks about having her as a companion, and one thing that bothers him is that she has the demon-slaying skill along with the crouching figure attribute. He thinks she could end up becoming an indiscriminate murderer, and he tells her the root of the problem is food. He says they should get rid of the root of the problem and thinks he should be there any minute now. In the meantime, Dokja appears and asks everyone about how they are. He asks them to see that Dokja, who was in charge of this channel, is currently being disciplined. So another Dokja will be in charge of the current scenario. He smirks and asks why everyone there looks so peaceful. He adds an additional penalty to the scenario. All food items will be removed. The food flies in the air, and Dokja laughs, saying they should have worked harder to complete the scenario. He destroys all the food items and asks everyone to start the party. The attribute windows appear, and Dokja smiles, thinking, this is more like TWSA. An additional penalty and category survival fee have been added to the scenario. 100 coins will be withdrawn daily at midnight as a survival fee, and they will die if they have insufficient funds to pay. The survival fee will be collected until the second main scenario is cleared. They have entered the second scenario area, and they have to find and move to the location where the scenario will be activated. After some time, In-hoin gathers everyone and says he has an emergency announcement to make. Given their current situation, it looks like they will need more people for the search party, and from this point onward, they won't be sharing any food with people who refuse to join the search party. He thinks he didn't expect there to be an additional penalty and wonders if Dokja had known that would happen. Sanga is sad about her food, and Dokja just says he asked her to eat it. He knows what In-hoin thinks right now because he is reading his mind, and his understanding of In-hoin has increased. He thinks In-hoin may be suspicious of him, but he can't be sure. Sanga asks him if he knew this would happen, and he replies that he had a suspicion it would happen, thinking of what Dokja would do to make them suffer the most. However, he didn't expect them to add a survival penalty, deducting 100 coins as a fee at midnight. He never knew that TWSA would pull something like this, because this wasn't in the original novel. Hong comes to him and asks what they should do now, and if they should join the search party too, but he replies they won't go above ground because that place is a death trap. He says they need to find a new food source since the world around them has changed, but Dokja points toward a direction. They seem to understand what he's trying to say, and Dokja reveals they're going monster hunting. They're going to follow the rails and need a team who will work on completing the scenario. Dokja thought In-hoin would lash out at them for not joining the search party, but he guesses he feels reassured that he is staying away from his group. His understanding of In-hoin has increased now, and he thinks that every time he makes a favorable comment on a character, earns their trust, or guesses what they are thinking, the level of understanding increases. He has probably done the latter, and thanks to that, he can read his mind and know his feelings with this increased level of understanding. In-hoin asks him if he will let a group member join their party, and Dokja thinks there's no way he would have let them off that easily. They also want to know how the scenario can be cleared. They are about to go when Mr. Han stops Sanga and says it's quite dangerous, so she shouldn't go. Hong asks him if he is sure about this, and he replies that he is no threat to them, so it should be fine. He then asks about Huyan because she hasn't fully recovered yet, but she says he should be worried about Gilong, not her. She says the road ahead is dangerous, and they will not just charge ahead. Gilong says it might be a good idea to send Gilong and Huyan back, but Huyan calls him and says she may not be as good as he is, but she still knows how to fight and used to practice kendo. Dokja calls them and says they too must be forgetting something, that a few days ago, the world they lived in changed completely. Saying women and children are physically weak is prejudice, and anyone can become strong when they increase their stats. He calls Gailong and asks him to show his stats to the people, and he uses his light skill to make a path toward a cockroach. Gailong says his attribute is called Bug Collector, and he can have simple conversations with insects. It says there is nothing up ahead, and they will be safe for at least another 100 steps. He thanks Huyan for her concern and says he didn't come all the way there to be a burden to them all. She says it looks like the human corpses aren't the only corpses there, and the road up ahead looks pitch black, as if there's a wall blocking the way. Suddenly, a new sub-scenario appears in front of everyone, hunting for food, and they have to hunt and cook a monster to consume it as food. On their way, they find a dead-tier subterranean ground rat, and Dokja knows that ground rats live underground and are pack hunters. They are known to be highly persistent in hunting their prey, and he thinks it won't be easy to move about since the tunnels that connect the different stations are full of monsters. It must be Joonghyuk who killed them. Hong asks if these won't be enough for them to clear the scenario, but the clear condition says they have to hunt. He asks Huyan if she is good at kendo and gives them some weapons that look like they have traveled back in time to the Stone Age. Dokja says they will need to be sharper, so he asks them to try sharpening them on a rock lying nearby. The attribute window says he has successfully obtained weapons using his intellect, and a few constellations are interested in this primitiveness of humans. He knows what to do because TWSA has a detailed chapter on butchering monsters, and he asks everyone if they have left some coins. He asks them to invest all their coins into strength, stamina, and agility, keeping only enough to pay the survival fee. He says this may sound cruel, but he doesn't expect all of them to survive. They must try to keep themselves alive. In the meantime, many monsters appear, and the sub-scenario hunting for food begins. Everyone starts fighting them and tries to kill the monsters with their stamina. Soon, Huyan kills one and uses her weapon to attack another, and Senga stabs one of the monsters. Dokja thinks they are doing better than he expected. Huyan comes to him and asks how many he has killed, and he replies that he has killed 4 and Hong killed 3 while Senga got 2. He thinks he didn't use his full power, but Hong only killed 1 less than him, even though he has invested a fortune into his stats. He checks his profile and finds out that he has used a starter pack, which is a premium package incarnation that can be used only when the average of their overall stats is below level 10. It increases the level of each stat by 1 and grants incarnations the skill weapon proficiency, which is very useful when they are starting. He thinks Hong is quite strong, and it looks like the Master of Steel has taken quite a liking to him. Sangha calls them and asks how they are supposed to cook them, and she doesn't think they can eat them raw. Dokja says they can't eat them now, but he is sure they will find a way, and everyone starts staring at him. Hong says he always wanted to ask if he knew something about their situation, and Dokja thinks this is how the regressors must have felt in the novel. Some of them claim they just had a hunch or lied like he lied to Joonghyuk. He is notified that the constellation's secretive plotter looks forward to his decision. Suddenly, a monster attacks Mr. Han from behind and drags him away while he shouts for help. Sangha grabs his hand and drags away with him too, while the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is upset by the near-certain cliffhanger. The monster takes them underground, and they can't do anything to help him. Heewon says she knew he would get them into trouble. After some time, Dokja goes on his own and only takes Gi-kyung with him. While they ask him if it is okay, he replies that Gi-kyung's ability will help him track the monsters down and asks Hyun-sung to look after Heewon because she is not doing so well. Hyun-sung glances at her, feels something weird about her, and says Dokja will signal them when something happens, so they should wait and see. Dokja is going to the place where the ground rats reside, and it is called the Dark Fold because all light is absorbed and it is difficult to tell which way is up or down. Gi-kyung has grabbed his hand and is showing him the path, and he thinks if it weren't for his interspecies skill, then he may have needed to use coins. Gi-kyung calls him and asks if he let it go on purpose. Surprisingly, he asks him what he meant by this. Gi-kyung said when the monster took away Mr. Han, he intentionally let it go. He was watching him at that moment and asked him why he did that. The constellations of the absolute good align with his evil deed, and Dokja wonders why he was watching him while that was happening. He doesn't think hiding things from Gi-kyung would do him any good because he is a sharp-witted kid. He replies that he did this because of the ground rat's habit. They have a habit of storing anything they hunt in their lair. They sometimes store rare or precious items, but getting to the lair is difficult, so the only way to get there is to follow the tunnels they dig. He knew that it would take Mr. Han, but didn't expect Sangha to get dragged with him. Gi-kyung asks if he is after the items, but he calls him a liar because he wouldn't have saved him in the subway if it were just for the items. Gi-kyung grabs his hand and says he believes in him and a few constellations like him. He then gives him 200 coins. Dokja doesn't get what Gi-kyung sees in him and thinks he is mature for his age but is still a kid. He can only say that because he is oblivious to the fact that this world is full of vile grown-ups taking advantage of his maturity. They have almost reached there, and Gi-kyung asks if he is a god or perhaps a protagonist. Dokja is shocked at his question and thinks he is sharper than expected. He replies that he is neither a god nor a protagonist. In fact, he is always envious of protagonists. Gi-kyung says they will be granted a wish if they know something about this world after they clear all the scenarios. In stories like these, there is always a reward at the very end. Dokja thinks those who have adapted to this world suffer through it in their own way. Some become mad, others become zealots, and some become irrationally optimistic. He is lucky they are in the dark, and Gi-kyung can't see his expressions right now. He says they will definitely get a reward at the end. They have almost reached there and are notified that the sub-scenario has been updated. They have entered the ground rat's treasure trove. He asks Gi-kyung to keep quiet because treasure is not the only thing they store there. The place has been guarded guarded by many ground rats, they hear Mr. Han and Sangha talking to each other. Mr. Han blames Sangha, saying he wouldn't have been dragged into this if she hadn't gotten in the subway. She asks what her getting on the subway has to do with any of this, and he replies that she always commutes on her bicycle. Sangha asks if he is the one who stole her bike, but he changes the topic and says he offered to give her a ride home, but she rejected his offer. This all happened because of her. Dokja now understands why he was on the subway that day. Mr. Han confesses that he stole her bike that day. She asks why he is shouting at her, and he says taking her bike is called stealing. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband has grown tired of the petty argument. Dokja also tires of their argument, thinks they can't be helped, and moves to his target. Mr. Han asks if he ever made a move on her and says he just wanted to drive her home out of the goodness of his heart. In the meantime, Dokja takes out his thorn and throws it toward the place where Mr. Han and Sangha are. Mr. Han observes the attack and shouts, thinking he attacked him. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is pleased by him, and he is gifted 100 coins. Sangha is happy to see him there, but suddenly the wall cracks and many bugs come out of it. The ground rats also surround them, and Dokja thinks even considering this is within the depths of the dark fold, black ether overflows to manifest black flames in the nucleus of the dark road. He appears wherever there is a dark road. The monster called the Warden of the Dark has appeared. The sub-scenario has been updated, and he has to defeat the Warden. Joonghyuk is scared to see him, but Dokja asks him to relax and go ahead. He thinks all the insects connected to Joonghyuk exploded, and he must have taken considerable mental damage from that. He asks how often he can use interspecies communication, and Joonghyuk replies that he may use it once or twice. Sangha asks for help quickly, and Dokja takes out a dagger and cuts the stem. However, the blades are already blunt. This is the power of the demonic species. The Warden is a Tier 7 demonic species. Wardens of the Dark and all the monsters of the demonic species are incredibly unique. The treasures collected by ground rats are life sacrifices they make to the demonic species. Even if they are at the same level, the demonic species have the upper hand over other monsters. The Warden of the Dark has received the demonic king's blessing, and Dokja thinks this isn't good because he wants to avoid fighting it at all costs. The Warden speaks some weird language they don't understand. The Warden of the Dark spews an aura of fear upon him, but Dokja's personal skill, the fourth wall, nullifies the effects of fear. The Warden of the Dark rushes to attack, and Dokja wonders what he should do now. The situation is not good, and Joonghyuk seems to be in bad condition. The Warden says another thing, but they can't understand. Meanwhile, Sangha interrupts them and says the word mother. Dokja asks her to get back, but she tells him the monster just said the word mother. He is shocked that she can understand the language and wonders how she is fluent in the languages of the demonic species. Sangha has activated the skill interpretation level 3, and he asks what it says. She replies that it's asking them to be a mother. She wonders how she can be a mother when she is not even married yet. Mr. Han asks why he should be a mother when he should be a father. The Warden of the Dark forwards his stem and puts it in Mr. Han's mouth, inserting it into his body. Dokja now realizes what it meant when it said mother. He asks Sangha if she has no plans to give birth anytime soon. It is revealed that the demonic species impregnate other species with their offspring, and the process is happening to Mr. Han. Reacting in time, Dokja cuts the stem, and the Warden shouts in pain. The monster then tries to attack Sangha, but Dokja blocks the attack and puts a barrier to save them all. However, the monster attacks again and breaks the barrier in no time. Dokja is shocked that it breaks the barrier and thinks the Warden wasn't placed there intentionally to be killed, like the ichthyosaur. He is so powerful that Dokja has no chance of beating him. He plans to grab the treasure after waiting for the Warden to leave. However, he always has a plan B, just in case he calls the Dokaibi, and it appears. The Dokaibi asks how he knew about this. Dokja replies that he should have received an item in the mail by now and needs him to give that to him. Dokaibi replied, this is none of his business because Baehyung Dokaibi is in charge of that. Dokja replies that he is there to do Baehyung's job and asks him to see that the constellations are on edge because of what's happening. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband keeps browbeating Dokaibi Buryu, and the constellation demonic judge of fire threatens Dokaibi Buryu. Dokaibi agrees and says he is doing this just once and only because it might make things interesting. He is notified that an item has arrived from the auction house, and it replaces the thing he gave to Dokaibi earlier in the serpent's body. He demanded broken broken faith, and now he has obtained it. He is exempt from paying commission due to his contract. He grabs the item and is now ready to attack the Warden of Dark. Dokja Buryu asks him if he can even fight with something like that and tells him that the thing is broken and he won't be able to use it unless he has a specific skill. This item is called Broken Faith and is a grade D item. He thinks he already knows that much and wouldn't have bought this in the first place if he didn't. He is notified that the equipped item is too worn out to use and its durability is too low to be effective. Dokja Buryu is also scared of the Warden of the Dark, while Dokja releases much energy from Broken Faith. He thinks he purchased a skill from Bihyung after he hunted the serpent and activated his skill White Star Weapon Aura, and Broken Faith reacts to his magic power. The Blade of Faith has been activated, and when the monster tries to attack him again, he dodges its attack and swings the sword with his full might. He cuts one of its stems and thinks he has at least a chance, because the Blade of Faith is the most effective weapon against demonic species. He doesn't have skills like combat sense or blade proficiency, and this skill uses up a lot of mana power. Having a mighty sword doesn't make him an excellent swordsman, but he is not a swordsman. He is a reader. He is notified that the effect of his attribute is improving his memory of pages he has already read. He then activates his skill bookmark and rushes toward the Warden to attack. He thinks a reader should fight like a reader. The activation time has been shortened due to the low level of the bookmark skill, and his activation time is 1 minute. His understanding of the character is common, so his skills were only partially activated. He then activates weapons proficiency level 1, reaches the Warden of the Dark, and starts cutting its stem. The Warden cries in pain, and Dokja now thinks about going to the other side. After it attacks twice, as always, it pauses for a brief moment, and Dokja decides to pounce on that moment. The Warden attacks in pain and speaks in demonic language, and Sanga translates that it is asking how he knew where it would attack. Dokja says he must read a lot because there is a long way to go. Finally, he has defeated the Warden of Dark, and Dokja is shocked to see that and asks the constellations if they saw that. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon widens its eyes in surprise, and several constellations doubt their own eyes. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband pulls its hair out in excitement and gives 500 coins. Dokja Buryu is shocked that he kills an ether blade in a scenario so early. Dokja deactivates bookmark number 2, and his understanding of Hyunsung Lee has increased too. He tells Dokja that it isn't an authentic ether blade to be exact, and the actual thing is much more powerful. He replies that he has only added White Star Weapon Aura to Broken Faith, which creates a blade when it absorbs magic power. He is notified that the durability of Broken Faith has run out and the item can no longer be used. Dokja is impressed and asks why Bihyung's channel is full of people like him. Dokja demands the reward for completing the scenario. He is notified that the condition of the sub-scenario has been fulfilled and that he has received 500 coins. Several constellations are impressed by his master plan, and Dokja asks him if he is not going to finish the Warden off. Dokja replies that he doesn't believe in killing and doesn't enjoy taking lives carelessly. While Dokja thinks he is lying, he says he will be rewarded if he kills the Warden and will be the first to kill a Tier 7 demonic species, which would grant him over 7,000 coins. The constellation Demonic Judge of Fire is impressed by him and gives him 100 coins. Dokja asks him to kill the Warden and says he will get 7,000 coins, but he again refuses to kill him. The constellation Secretive Plotter smiles at him wickedly and gives him 100 coins. Dokja says he needs to open some treasure chests in the meantime. Mr. Han stabs his weapon in the Warden's chest, and the demonic species, the Warden of the Dark, is slain. He laughs and says he can also become strong because he is the first to successfully hunt a Tier 7 demonic species monster. He has received 8,000 coins, and his contributors are Dokja Kim and Mong Gohan. Mr. Han laughs at him and says this is precisely why people like him always end up on the bottom. He is notified that many constellations have noticed his existence because he has defeated the Warden of the Dark. He is surprised to see a large number of messages and asks Dokja what they are about. Dokja says he didn't finish him off on purpose, and it is revealed that demonic species monsters are connected to the demon kings they worship through the Dark Root and inherit a portion of their power. Therefore, killing a demonic species monster would make him the target of the demon king's hatred. The curse of the god of wrath and lust will produce his greatest nightmare come true, and he doesn't know what will happen, but Mr. Han will experience something horrific. The constellation's Secretive Plotter is impressed by his evil scheme and also recommends his scenario on the Starstream. He then opens up the treasure chest and looks at the treasures they have found. Sanga sees a mana recovery bracelet, and Gikyoung sees a rusty iron shield of grade D. They think the pieces of equipment are not as extravagant as they expected, and Dokja thinks it's probably because the protagonist who left for Joonghyuk yesterday already took his fill. However, there is still one more to go, and they find another item named Mana Brazier, which is a maximum of 1 per incarnation. He thinks he might know what it does and thinks it is actually a key item of the current scenario. He then cooks ground rat leg on it, and Sanga asks him if he thinks it is okay to eat it. He tastes it and says it is okay to eat, and they also cook rat legs for themselves. Several constellations are smacking their lips, and Dokja thinks reading about it and actually tasting it are two different things. Mr. Han interrupts them and asks him for permission to cook his piece of meat. He also apologizes to him for his behavior, but he asks him not to mind him and dig in. He says he needs to eat to store up the energy to fight his curse, and they all start eating there. After a while, Sanga asks him how he knew about all this, and even knows how to cook a monster that they have never seen before. She says it is probably because he has read a lot of fantasy web novels, and all she can do is stuff her face with the food he risked his life for. He says she could understand the monster from earlier because she has been studying hard to learn foreign languages. Sanga observes he has been staring at the box for some time now, and she asks him if he is going to use that for something later. She tells him there is some writing on the surface, and Dokja wonders if she can even read that language. She reads the words written on the box, and Dokja thanks her for deciphering the words from his memory. The first to discover a random item box was the Flying Fox, and even Joonghyuk, who took the other Mana Brazier, wouldn't have known that the real treasure there was this black box. Sanga says he can keep all the items they find there for himself, which is the right thing to do. Dokja thinks there is. A strange box is found in the early scenarios. He places an object into the box along with the Tier 7 demonic species, Monster Core he got from the Warden of the Dark and Broken Faith. He assumes no one knows it is a limited edition premium item. The Dokebi informs him that if he places low-grade items into the box and closes the lid, it spits out a guaranteed high-grade item. Dokebis scream, stating he doesn't know why the box is there. He is notified that the resulting item will be a bladed weapon because he placed a bladed weapon into the box. Soon, random loot is activated, and the item placed in the box becomes related to a specific constellation, dramatically increasing the chance of the resulting item being associated with that constellation. Dokja thinks anything higher than A grade would suffice and is notified that a high-grade item has emerged. The remaining number of uses for the random item box is reduced to 0. He speculates it was a premium item recalled by the Starstream's management center because any item that upgrades lower-grade items to higher-grade items could disrupt the scenario's balance. He retrieves a sword called Unbreakable Faith, a constellation artifact that once belonged to the hero Kaisen, who led Grunted into the Grand Age of Magic. Sanga remarks that it is a fantastic item. Shocked by the artifact's rarity, Dokja notes it is far above an alphabetically graded item. He asks if it's okay for him to keep it, and they encourage him to do so. He is notified that he has obtained an artifact, and the owner of the artifact has become curious about him. He then suggests they head back, mentioning there are plenty of ground rats in their previous location, so they only need to take them on a brazier back. Gillen calls him and says there aren't any insects nearby. They realize all the insects exploded due to the Warden of the Dark. Joonghyuk identifies a monster in the area, but utters incomprehensible words. Suddenly, an immense amount of energy is released. Sanga notices something wrong with Gillen, whose nose starts bleeding as he screams loudly. Vibrations from above reveal many high-tier monsters on the surface. Dokja calls Joonghyuk to snap out of it, realizing he is channeling a monarch species insect. He urges him to stop using his skill immediately. Joonghyuk regains consciousness and ends his connection with the monster. Dokja is shocked that he managed to summon a monarch species insect and forbids him from using the skill until further notice, warning him not to use it again. He states they would get lost if they entered the black tide now and suggests waiting. A tiny insect appears in the area. Sanga offers to help them find their way back using a skill similar to Joonghyuk's, involving a thread she tried earlier when the ground rats kidnapped them. Dokja asks about her personal attributes, but she hesitates to reveal them. Understanding her reasoning, Dokja advises her never to disclose her unique attributes. He notes that she likely made an additional pledge when signing her Starstream contract, forbidding her from leaking any information under penalty of death. He speculates about her constellation, suspecting it is training her. He attempts to use his character profile skill to find out, but receives a message saying she doesn't have a registered character profile. The system informs him it is collecting information on the target character, a message he has never seen before. In the meantime, the channel opens again, and an old Dokebi appears, stating that the black Dokja messed up the channel. He greets them all and asks them what they did when he was away. After some time, they go back to Heewon and Hang, and he gives them meat so that Heewon recovers some health. Dokja says he noticed that he had accomplished some amazing feats while he was away. He is talking to him through telepathy and says this is Dokja communication, a mode of communication used by the Dokja, and only Dokja can hear what he is saying when he is using this. However, it's a violation of the rules for him to use this skill on an incarnation, such as himself. Dokja asks him if he was recalled because of him, and he replies that the management gave him a warning because he shut off his channel abruptly and left the advertisement running for too long. He exclaims he has made up his mind not to pay attention to minor things like that, and a few trips to the management center aren't a big deal for him. Dokja asks him how he knew about the random item box, and he is also surprised that a remnant of his embarrassing past still exists. He is angry that the item box was there because of him and thinks he shouldn't be so greedy. At that time, Heewon calls him and says he seems to have obtained a lot of new items, and he replies that he has obtained a few. Hang likes the shield and is notified that he has begun to show some loyalty towards him. Heewon asks him if there is anything she can use and asks him about the sword. They ask him if they will share the meat with the others, and he replies that they will sell them for coins. Soon they reach there, and they find people there who are a little agitated. 20 minutes remain until checkout, and they are notified to have the survival fee ready. 100 coins will be withdrawn daily at midnight as a survival fee, and they will die if they have insufficient funds to pay the survival fee. People ask each other to lend them some coins because they don't have enough coins left. They are ready to do anything in return for the coin, and Dokja and others are shocked to see their conditions. A woman asks that she'll do gang for her sister, who took part in the search team and hasn't returned yet. They make fun of her and ask her to go and look for her. They ask her to prove that her sister went to the search party and ask her to volunteer herself and look for her sister. Heewon gets angry to see them, and her attribute is about to blossom. Dokja thinks coins are powers in this world. Chin appears there and says he is glad to see them back. He says he has the most coins among them. He activates his skill insight level 2 to check how many coins he has, and Dokja is the one who has the most coins in Yonho Station. Everyone stares at him and asks him for the coins, and they ask him to give them at least 100 coins. Jin calls him and says he doesn't have enough coins to help all these poor people, but he has a lot of coins and asks him if he will let them die. Dokja is furious at Chin and thinks about 20 people have gathered around him. If he shares his coins with them, he will lose around 2,000 coins, but if he doesn't share his coins with them, he will become a villain. He wonders how many of them actually deserve his help right now. He thinks the theme of the first scenario was original sin, and they can't even take responsibility for their own lives when they took someone else's life to survive in the first scenario. Dokja laughs and says this is turning out to be quite interesting because they have 10 minutes remaining. The constellation's secretive plotter is waiting for him to make a decision, and he wonders what he should do now. He then asks the people if they want his coins, but asks them why he should give them coins. He thinks he will not play along with Chin's games anymore while he laughs and says he knew he would say that. People ask him what he meant by this, and he says he has a lot of coins, so they ask him to share some with them. Chin says he has been like this since the moment he arrived, even selling the food he brought with him for coins, and says many people there could have survived if they hadn't bought that food from him. The people start shouting at him and asking him to return their coins while Sangha and Hong try to calm them. Chin calls him and says he will give him one last chance and asks him to return the coins to those people. He asks what he will do if he refuses, and Chin asks his men to attack them, saying things will get ugly quickly. They encourage each other to kill him and get their coins back. One of them tries to attack him with his sword, but Dokja reacts in time and cuts his arm in just one slash. The man cries in pain and asks others for help, but Dokja calls them pathetic and asks if they really blame him for this situation. He checks the man's character summary and finds out that his name is Manghan and his personal attributes are shared. He observes that his stats are pretty high for ordinary gangsters and tells them that they all know what's happening right now has nothing to do with him. He accuses them of doing this because they are scared of the gangsters. They know exactly what's wrong and that their lives are at stake, but they fear the gangsters because they have more coins and higher stats than they do. Chin calls him and asks what he is trying to say. Dokja asks the people why the gangsters have more coins and higher stats than them. He is notified that the incarnations around him are getting agitated, and a man asks Chin how he got so many coins. Chin replies that he sold many things. Dokja says when he arrived in Junho a few days ago, there were 87 people, but now there are only 50 at most. A man says it's because the monsters got them while they were on patrol. Dokja calls them idiots and asks them to think about it for once. He asks if they have observed why none of the Chu gang members have died because of the monsters. He also asks them to consider why the gangsters are always stronger when returning. The constellation secretive plotter nods in agreement with his reasoning. Dokja then reminds them that Chin said earlier they would receive coins if they killed someone. He asks how Chin knows they will receive coins when they kill. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is pulling his hair in excitement. Chin remembers how they killed so many innocent people to get coins. The people turn toward him and ask how he could do this. Chin tries to tell them it's a lie, but the Dokkaebi announces there are only 7 minutes left in the scenario. All the people now turn toward Chin and demand to know why he did this to them. Dokja says if they have even an ounce of pride left inside them, they need to fight back and take what was stolen from them with their own hands. The constellations of the pure good alignment deem Chin to be evil. Dokja says this is how this world works. The people turn toward the Chu gang and start beating them. A woman gives her child a hammer and tells him to do as she says. Hyung and S are also helping the people, and Dokja uses his sword to attack the gang. Soon the gang is in bad condition and asks Dokja for help, but he puts his sword in a man's mouth and says he already told them this would happen. Hee-won also kills one of them and is notified that her requirement for the evolution of the attribute crouching figure has been met. Her attribute blossoms and evolves into Judge of Evil. Dokja thinks the Judge of Evil is the most powerful of the 3 judges. She asks him to stay back for a moment. He is notified that he has contributed significantly to the blossoming of the attribute crouching figure. She then tells him to stay back because they are all her targets. She activates her personal skill, Time of Judgment, and the constellations of the pure good alignment agree with its use. She begins the Time of Judgment and attacks them, while Chin wonders why they have the upper hand this time. He looks for his people and wonders where they are, but he is shocked to see Hee-won's power. She is brutally killing his men one after another, and everyone is staring at her in shock. Soon she kills everyone. Hee-won reaches Chin, who is staring at the corpses of his men. She glances toward Dokja, and he nods his head. Chin sees him and smiles, about to say something, when Hee-won attacks him and kills him. They have killed all the people of the Chiu gang, and the constellations of the channel are experiencing intense ecstasy. Their time has finished, and their survival fees will now be collected. Surprisingly, Hong and Geek-young are just watching Hee-won. She sits on the ground, deep in thought. Dokja gives her a hand and asks her to get up, saying the scenario has only just begun. She gets up, and all of them are notified that 100 coins will be withdrawn daily at midnight as a survival fee. The survival fee will be collected until the second main scenario is cleared. Another notification appears, saying they have entered the second scenario area and have to find and move to the location where the scenario will be activated. After last night's incident, most of the survivors left Joonghyuk Station. There are about 5 people left, excluding their group. Hee-won asks if they are sure they won't come with them, but they refuse, saying they will go their separate ways as they have some coins left. Dokja is sure they will survive since they were strong enough to make it through last night. Hee-won then asks the group to move with her. Hee-won Jian, the Judge of Evil, had become their new ally. Mr. Han has disappeared without a trace, and now it's time they left Joonghyuk Station behind for their next destination. After some time, Hee-won punches him, gives him 500 coins, and says it's his share, adding that she would feel bad if she kept it all to herself. She had already given everyone else their share. She was the one who earned the most coins last night. Dokja says he wouldn't have done that if he were her. The constellation Demonic Judge of Fire is delighted with their camaraderie, and the constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon smiles wickedly because he is the one who gets the most coins. Dokkaebi gave him his share of the coins gifted that morning. Many coins were gifted because of the battle, and he obtained 23,500 coins from the Dokkaebi, hoping he would forget about that because of the earnings. Using the coins, he decides to increase his stats. He spends 1,200 coins on stamina and 1,600 coins on strength, causing his muscles to overflow with power. Additionally, he spends 400 coins on agility, making him feel more agile. In total, he spends 4,400 coins, including some to increase his mana, ensuring he can continue using the White Star weapon aura. With his enhanced stats, he can now focus on increasing his earnings by leveling up Dokkaebi's channel and drawing in more constellations. Their next destination will be the perfect stage for that. With this, they are notified that the second main scenario is activated, and they must get through the tunnel and meet with the survivor of the first shelter zone. They are surprised to read about a shelter zone and wonder where it could be. Hee-won says the next central shelter zone is Chunggo Station. Many monsters are underground, and they grow tired of fighting them all. She thought it would be a breeze since Chunggo was only 3 stations away. Dokja thinks the tunnel is infested with ground rats as expected, and they have been fighting them off the entire way, so everyone is tired. They stay at Joonghyuk University, and he asks everyone to rest there for a bit. The people who were in a hurry might have left something valuable behind. Hyun-sung calls him and asks if they should rest when they get there, considering they only have 1 more station to go. He replies that they don't know if they'll be able to rest when they arrive. He thinks about how Joonghyuk Station, which they just departed from, is full of ground rats and dead people. Judging by their wounds, it's clear they didn't die fighting against ground rats. It was most likely Joonghyuk's doing. They now understand very well that monsters aren't the only threats in this world. Hong says he will search the area to see if there is anything they can use. Dokja thinks, it sure is handy to have someone from the army at a time like this. Sanga and Heewon want to go to the bathroom. Hong and Gikyung also want to go to the bathroom, and after some time, when they come out of it, Heewon asks them about Dokja, since he is not with them. Hong says he wanted to look outside, and they are surprised by this because the air outside is poisonous. On the other side, he is running on the road while being notified that he is currently exposed to the poisonous fog. From the ready he has done, his desired place should be straight ahead from exit 6 of Dongguk University Station. Soon he reaches that place, which is the statue of the great monk Samon. A constellation wearing a robe is looking forward to his next action. Hong tells the others that he is going on a pilgrimage. He prays in front of the monk, and a constellation is delighted by his action and gives him 100 coins. Dokja is also watching him and wondering what he is trying to do now. Suddenly, he takes out his sword and slashes the monk. Dokja is shocked by his action. The constellation wearing a robe is stunned by what he just did, and Dokja asks him why he did this, but he ignores the question. He has destroyed an idol of a constellation, and this isn't just something that can be brushed off that easily. Dokja thinks all idols are sealed with the power of their respective constellations, and once their seal is broken, he can obtain skills or items that belong to the corresponding constellation. He needs the great monk's skill in order to enter Chunur, and he uses a shortcut that was introduced in TWSA because it takes too long to break the seal through normal means. Dokja shouts at him and asks why he did this, but Dokja doesn't seem to listen to him. He is notified that a constellation wearing a robe is outraged by his atrocious act. He comes back to the others, and Hong asks him about his pilgrimage and if he went to the cathedral. He replies to them that he has something to give them. He gives Heewon a powerful relic that used to belong to a certain great man and is called the robe of the great monk Samyong, which increases a sense of justice and will. He asks her if she has heard of a man called the great monk Samyong, but she doesn't know him. A constellation wearing a robe is shocked by what the incarnation Heewon has said. Sanga replies she knew him when she studied Korean history, while he gives her the praying beads of the great monk, enhancing Mana's recovery. She states that he was a monk from the mid-Joseon dynasty, and he defended Korea during the Japanese invasion and won the battles of Noonpong and Anwandong. The acknowledgement of the character Sanga touches a constellation wearing a robe. Dokja says these items are imbued with the great monk's power, and he offered a prayer at his statue out of curiosity, and these items fell from the sky. He believes that the great monk Samyong has sent down these items to them for the future of their country, Korea. Just like how he protected the country during the Japanese invasion, he may have sent them his relics to do the same now. His speech impresses them, and what he said has moved a constellation wearing a robe. Sanga says that seeing all that's happening around them, she guesses he can be right, and maybe the great monk Salmon could even be a constellation himself. A constellation wearing a robe has revealed his nickname, and the constellation bald leader of the peasants' army forgives his transgression. It is said that their fame directly influences the power and wealth of the constellation, and he acted recklessly, but no constellation would pass up the chance for their name to be praised like this. Heewon likes the great monk Samyong and happily takes all the praises in. Dokja has been gifted 100 coins. He asks others to get ready because they will be in Chungo soon. Thanks to Gikyung's interspecies communication, they haven't come across any ground rats yet. He asks them not to let their guards down, as they have about half a mile until they reach Chungo Station, and it should appear soon. They are all notified that a new sub-scenario has arrived, and Dokja asks everyone to stand back. The precise conditions of the sub-scenario are that they must escape the illusory prison within the given time limit. They wonder what the imaginary prison could be. Suddenly, an illusion is created around them, and they all feel sick. They can't see each other, and Heewon calls out, asking if he is there because something doesn't feel right. He is shocked to see his mother appear and asks if he has seen anything. He understands the situation and activates his personal skill, the fourth wall, becoming immune to the effects of the illusory prison due to his skill. In fact, the illusory prison is a zone that triggers his trauma to drive him insane. He thinks even Joonghyuk had a difficult time here, and that this is the most dangerous obstacle a regressor can face. He asks everyone to calm themselves and take deep breaths. The constellation's secretive plotter is impressed by his mental fortitude, but a curious constellation is sad that they didn't get to peek into his past. All of them are trapped in their illusionary world of fear, and Dokja thinks it might be too late to save them. Sanga seems conscious, likely because of the praying beads of the great monk Saman, which seem to have protected her. He asks her to cover for him for a bit while he destroys the zone. He had destroyed the great monk statue to obtain this skill so they could clear the sub-scenario. He tells Sanga to be prepared and activates his personal skill, Dispel Evil Level 1, which dismantles the illusory prison. He breaks the barrier, but Hong is still trapped in his illusion. He declares that he is a soldier of the Army of the Republic of Korea with a duty to faithfully serve the nation and its citizens. Gil-young is crying loudly, calling for his mother. Dokja calls to them, asking them to get a hold of themselves, but Hee-won approaches him, ready to attack. Her eyes have turned red, and she looks prepared to kill them all. Red eyes are a sign of demon slaying. He gives her the robe of the great monk Salmon, but he guesses it is useless. He attacks her neck, making her unconscious, and asks Sanga to take care of her. They are notified that the condition of the sub-scenario has been fulfilled, and they all receive 300 coins. Dokja warns them not to let their guard down because the fight is not over yet. A Tier 8 ghost species, Spectre, appears in front of them. Hong wakes up shouting Dokja's name loudly. He feels a severe headache and asks what is happening and how long he was out. In the meantime, Dokja picks up a Spectre Spirit Stone, a rare spirit stone that can be obtained from the remains of specters. He tells Hong that they stumbled upon monsters that created an illusory prison and defeated them all, so they should be okay now. Surprisingly, Hong asks if Dokja and Sanga had beaten all the species, but Sanga says it was mostly Dokja. He explains that their attacks were primarily psychic, so it wasn't too bad. Hong thanks him, saying they are out of the woods now. They ask Gil-young to rest, but he gets up, complaining that his head hurts. Dokja remembers he was talking about his mother and thinks he had the most traumatic experience. Gil-young hugs him and starts crying. Sanga shows them the lights and says they have almost made their way. Dokja thinks their group isn't ready for a fight at the moment and wonders if it is okay for them to go ahead. Suddenly, a girl appears and asks who they are and if they don't know that these hunting grounds belong to them. They remember the girl from the video of the first day and recognize that she killed most of her classmates. She is the sole survivor of Tong Girls High School, Ji-hee Lee. She is surprised to see the stone in his hand and asks if they arrived after defeating the specters. Dokja knew her well because she was also one of the main characters of TWSA. Ji-hee asks how to defeat them because only the master knows how after killing her closest friend. Dokja checks her character profile and discovers she has become a scarred sword demon. Her supporting constellation, the god of naval warfare, is no different from the story, and the constellation, bald leader of the peasants' army, is moved by being reunited with an old friend. She is now Naval Commander Jae-hee, so Joonghyuk rushed straight to Chungmuro. She is a crucial character in the battle ahead. She then asks them to follow her, and she will take them to the station. They start following her. The scenario again appears in front of them, saying they must get through the tunnel and meet with the survivor of the first shelter zone. They are notified that the encounter has been completed in main scenario number 2, and rewards will be calculated. Everyone is shocked to see that they have pointed their red fire guns toward Gil-young. Dokja asks Sanga to look after Hee-won for him. He also enters the red zone area, and a man asks him if he is the kid's guardian. He asks him to pay 500 coins instead of Gil-young. Dokja thinks it is interesting that he is demanding 500 coins just to set foot on his land. At the same time, Ji-hee goes to Joonghyuk, and it is revealed that he is the reason he has let those scum run rampant. It is revealed that the 10 evils appear in different chapters and have other ranks depending on the round Joonghyuk is in. They are the main villains in the world of TWSA, and Pugong, also known as the Armament Lord of Chungo, is one of the 10 evils. As expected, his room is larger than the rest of the house, and this entire area must be Pugong's green zone. Dokja asks him why he is collecting coins from people, and if Chungmuro Station is not a public place. He replies that it was a public place 8 days ago, but not anymore. He replies that he will pay the coins, but only to Pildo Gong in person, because this man is not him. He checks his character profile and finds out that his name is Junul Kim, and that these men are landlords who used to own most of Chungo, but now are just Pildo Gong's henchmen, the landlord coalition. He calls Pildo and asks him where he is, while the others are shocked at how he knows about this. He enters the area and urges Pildo to come out and collect his coins. As soon as he enters the area, the red fire guns are directed toward him, and a man from behind asks him to stop right there. He warns him, saying that he will be dead if he takes another step. He exclaims that he hasn't seen him around there before and says he has got quite the nerve. Dokja thinks he must be Pildo Gong, the armament lord, and asks why he should be nervous when he is just there to do what needs to be done. He is notified that Pildo Gong has begun to take an interest in him. He checks his character profile and discovers that he already has 2 personal attributes, and his mana is level 19. This is expected of someone who would become one of the 10 evils. He asks Dokja what business he has with him, him because it doesn't seem like he is just there to pay him. He wonders if he should make a deal with him or just crush him right then and there. Pildo observes his intention of holding the sword and says he better not have any crazy ideas if he knows what he means. Dokja observes the situation, looks at his companions, and asks what a tenant wants from a landlord. He exclaims that he wants a room and asks him to let him and his friends stay in his green zone. Pildo refuses, saying they don't take tenants who aren't a part of the landlord coalition unless they want to pay them 500 coins each day. Dokja says they can't afford that, but he can pay him in intel. Pildo is shocked when Dokja takes Joonghyuk's name. He gets angry about his name and asks if he is talking about the man who caused an uproar a while back. He asks him how he knows about this. Dokja thinks that in the original story, Joonghyuk should be in an all-out war against the landlord coalition right now. Pildo asks him how he knows about Joonghyuk. Dokja replies that he is his companion and they have been through life and death on their own, which means he is his close friend. Pildo Gong activates the skill Calculate Profit Level 2 and asks Dokja not to underestimate him. He warns that if he tries to con him, he won't get away with it. From his experience, people like Dokja always run off without paying their rent. Dokja turns back, saying it's Pildo's loss. Pildo calls him from behind and asks him to pay him 500 coins. He asks them how much they must pay, and the reply is 1,000 coins, 500 for each. He tries to argue with them, but they are not ready to make any concessions and warn him about the fire gun, which emits a radiation. Dokja instructs Gil-young to run toward the crowd, and an explosion occurs. Dokja is shocked to see Hyun-sung saving him from the fire using his shield. Hyun-sung says he can't hold it much longer. Dokja observes the situation. Heewon is still passed out, and someone might end up dead if they start fighting now. He realizes there is nothing to gain for them if they continue this fight and asks Mr. Pildo to hold on for a second, saying it's not a wise decision for them to fight right now. He warns him that he will die exactly where he is sitting. In the meantime, Joonghyuk and Ji-hee appear. Ji-hee tells Joonghyuk about Dokja, saying he is the man who claimed to be a friend of his. Dokja thinks that if there's nothing to gain, he should at least make them lose something. Joonghyuk recognizes him and is shocked to see him. Dokja is notified that Joonghyuk has become agitated, but greets him happily. He activates level 2 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint to read his mind. Joonghyuk asks him how he is, and it looks like he has been doing well, although Joonghyuk is shocked to see him alive. Dokja remarks that people don't seem to believe they are friends. He thinks Joonghyuk may kill people off like insects, but he always keeps his promises. A few constellations are looking forward to Incarnation Joonghyuk's reply, and the constellation Demonic Judge of Fire is carefully watching to see if the Incarnation Joonghyuk keeps his word. Dokja also asks if his people can use the toilet, while Joonghyuk just stares at him. After some time, Joonghyuk follows up, saying Dokja is lucky to have such a great companion like him. He adds that it's perfect timing to see him. A few moments earlier, Joonghyuk had asked how Dokja managed to survive. Long story short, Joonghyuk never acknowledged him as his companion. Instead, he answered silently by pointing his blade at Pildo Gong. Pildo doesn't seem to want any bloodshed, so he lets them go for the time being. Dokja asks Joonghyuk if he wants him to die, but Joonghyuk replies that he doesn't care that much. Dokja again tries to check his character profile, but it only shows a character summary. He thinks he never saw this when reading the novel, but now wants to open the full version of Joonghyuk's profile to understand how extraordinary he is. He wonders if Joonghyuk may even be more potent than he was during his third round in the novel, which means Joonghyuk is taking more risks. Dokja wonders what Joonghyuk is scheming during only his third round. Joonghyuk asks if Dokja has something to ask or tell him. Dokja replies that he is just admiring that ugly mug of his. Joonghyuk thinks Dokja is as determined as he remembers, but is starting to get on his nerves, so he wonders if he should kill him. After some time, Heewon regains consciousness, and Joonghyuk notes that Dokja has made new companions. Joonghyuk seems a little disappointed in him and wonders why. He activates his skill Eye of the Sage level 8 and reflects on how he left Hong with Dokja. Joonghyuk is disappointed that Hong is weak and thinks Hong would have been stronger if he had accompanied Joonghyuk instead. Dokja considers that he is just an ordinary reader who is lucky enough to know the future. Now, Dokja is surprised to see someone in the group, but it is difficult for him to determine who it is because they are standing in a group. He wants to ask, but knows that would reveal he is reading their thoughts. In the meantime, Heewon notices Dokja staring at her and asks what he is looking at. Dokja wonders if Joonghyuk might kill her. Dokja calls Joonghyuk and asks why he left Pildo Gong alone. Joonghyuk replies that if Dokja is a prophet, he should already know. Dokja says prophets don't know everything. Joonghyuk activates the lay detection skill to check if Dokja is lying. He then comments that Dokja's future vision skill must not be high enough. Joonghyuk adds that he needs Pildo Gong alive, not his entire gang, but just Pildo for a future scenario. It was more of Joonghyuk's style to keep things simple, and he asked why Dokja was letting them run rampant. Joonghyuk, annoyed, replied that he was a busy man, and Dokja would never understand. Dokja stopped him and said this wasn't something he could ignore so easily. He told Joonghyuk that if he didn't do something, the people in Chunggo would be killed. Joonghyuk, unmoved, said it didn't concern him at all. Dokja asked if he could punch him just once, and Joonghyuk asked if he had the confidence to do so. He activated the skill Tiger God Aura level 5 and asked Jihai to follow him. After some time, they were notified that 1 hour and 30 minutes remained until the third scenario was activated. Dokja thought it would last precisely 1 week. Joonghyuk was probably planning to get something he wanted during that time. The constellation bald leader of the peasants' army was angered by the suffering of the ordinary people. Dokja thought he couldn't let Joonghyuk have his way. Dokja was thinking he abused Joonghyuk, and the constellations were pleased with his words, gifting him 100 coins. Heewon came to him and asked if he was scared when talking to Joonghyuk. Dokja laughed and said he was more worried about what to do with Pildo Gong and his gang. He thought he didn't change the subject out of fear, but rather because Pildo was more of a problem right now than Joonghyuk. From what he had heard, Pildo and his gang claimed ownership over public spaces and demanded rent. However, to complete the third scenario, they needed Pildo Gong's help. Heewon angrily moved, saying she would kill him, but Dokja stopped her, thinking they needed better weapons. Heewon said they could beat Pildo if they joined forces and activated the skill The Time of Judgment. However, the constellations of the Pure Good alignment remained silent at her request. She wondered if something was wrong or if the skill was broken. Dokja thought that The Time of Judgment, a personal skill belonging to the Judge of Evil, was an all-powerful buff skill that was ridiculously overpowered. However, it only worked when the intended target was deemed evil. Heewon wondered why the skill wasn't activating and insisted that Pildo Gong and his gang were definitely evil. Dokja explained that this was only from their perspective. He said the standards of morality humans abide by may differ from those of the constellations. In most cases, justice was just something agreed upon by the majority. He said there might still be a way to defeat Pildo Gong, but it wouldn't be easy. They had to lure Pildo Gong out of his militarized zone. His stigma, militarized zone, was an optimal defense skill, but only worked in specific areas he had designated. His turrets would be useless if he left his area of effect. However, it wouldn't be easy to lure him out, as he had blankets, food, and even a chamber pot, practically staging a city in his zone. Moreover, his place was the largest room in Chunggo. They were notified that there was 1 hour remaining until the third scenario was activated. Dokja said they would worry about Pildo Gong later, but for now they should focus on finding a room. In the meantime, a Dokkaebi appeared and announced that the third day of the main scenario would begin. The Dokkaebi noticed some new faces and explained the rules. Their attribute windows appeared, showing the third scenario. They had to occupy a green zone in the station and survive the monsters that would emerge each night at midnight. The scenario would last for 7 days. The Dokkaebi said the rules were simple. They must occupy a green zone before anyone else. They could also steal someone else's green zone. The Dokkaebi urged them to hurry, warning that they would be in deep trouble if they didn't secure a green zone by midnight. People became frenzied and started killing each other to secure a green zone. Sangha was scared by the situation and asked if they really had to fight like that. Dokja reassured her, saying there wouldn't be a need for that. They just needed to find a room that could hold them all. It was said that the green zones varied in size, and some houses only have one person, while others, like the one Pildo Gong is occupying, can hold up to 70 people. He asked others to split up and find a room, pairing Hyunsung and S together, while suggesting Huyen and Gikyung go together. He believes they might be in big trouble if none of them have found a room 20 minutes before the scenario starts. He tells them to meet back there, and they all leave to search. But he knows they won't find a room because there are no rooms left in Chunggo. This leaves them with only one option, but he wonders if they can take innocent lives for the sake of saving themselves. As he sits quietly with only 30 minutes remaining until the third scenario begins, he stares at his mobile. Suddenly, a Dokkaebi appears and asks what he is doing there. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband also wonders about his actions. He quickly realizes it won't help to let the Dokkaebi or the constellations know he is a TWSA reader. Dokkaebi asks him what he's doing, staring at a blank screen and boring the constellations to death. Dokja is surprised they can't see the story, only a blank screen. Dokkaebi says he will die if he keeps sitting there like that. Dokja realizes that the constellations and the Dokkaebi, who have the highest administrative power, must not be able to see anything on his screen. Meanwhile, a boy from earlier kills a man from the green zone and warns Dokja not to come any closer. Dokja assures him he won't steal his spot. Jihee appears behind him, commenting on how laid back he seems. Dokja retorts that she seems just as laid back, and she replies that no one dares to come near her room because they know the consequences. Dokja thinks the only ones who could fight against Jihee would be the Landlord Coalition or Joonhyuk. Jihee tells him she doesn't want him to die, as she was impressed by how he stood up to the master. Dokja assures her he won't die, explaining that they don't necessarily need to find a room to survive the night. She asks if he is as strong as her master. Joonghyuk appears and asks Ji-hee to return to her room. She asks Dokja if he plans to fight the monsters, warning that if he tries, he and his team will die. Dokja responds that they will see about that. After she leaves, Yoon and the others appear, reporting they couldn't find a room and that the upstairs residents demanded a high rent. Hosung asks if Dokja found anything, and he replies that he didn't. Dokja then explains they have two options. The first is easier and allows all of them to live, while the second is more arduous and could cost someone their life. Hyun-sung says they should choose the first option if it increases their chances of survival. Sanga asks him to elaborate, and Dokja points to the stairs, explaining that the first option is there. He reveals that 5 people are in the green zone, their stats aren't very high, and just a few of them would be enough to kill them. Everyone is shocked when Dokja says the first option is to kill them and take their place. Gi-kyung volunteers, stating he's not scared and is willing to do it. Huyan says they've already thought of that. Dokja remarks that those in the green zone probably killed others to occupy that room too. He warns that if they continue like this, they won't be able to complete future scenarios. Huyan then calls him and admits to killing someone in Yunho Station, saying she did so out of her volition and doesn't regret it. However, she adds that killing someone doesn't mean she enjoys it and she doesn't want to become a monster. Finally, Hong asks Dokja if he wants to hear the second option. Dokja begins to understand the situation and says they will go with the replies that he wasn't trying to test them. He says to Gil-young that he would have respected his choice, but now that they have all agreed on the second option, it doesn't matter which path he chose. He requests them to follow his instructions and do exactly what he says. If they fail, they all will die. 5 minutes remain until the third scenario begins. Dokja looks toward a direction from where the monsters are likely to spawn. They will rampage through the station and make their way up to the ground floor, but they can't fight them because if they do, they all die. They need to split up for this plan to work, so they make 2 teams. Hong, Sanga, and Heewon tell them they have to trust him 100%. When the monsters spawn, Dokja wants them to run towards them. When they appear, he commands them to run now. They follow his instructions and do the same as he just said to them. They are first surprised that he wants them to run toward the monsters, not toward Donggak University Station. Dokja says they have to run straight for them and start running after they have spawned. He also asks them to search the wall to the left and right before they run into them. Right after the third main scenario is activated, they follow his direction and Sanga finds the green wall on the left side. She tries to touch the wall while the monsters reach them and is notified that somebody has activated Chungmuro Station's secret area, and the hidden area, the Refuge of the Brave, has been activated. They are saved from the monsters, but Sanga is shocked that Hong is fighting them because they have captured him. It is revealed that there are a few hidden green zones in the third scenario, and this green zone can occupy only 3 persons. Hong, Heewon, and Sanga enter the green zone and are now worried about Dokja and Gil-young. The monsters appear on certain surfaces each round and can only be seen after the scenario has been activated. They never thought that green zones were hidden in walls. However, there were the ones who jumped to the conclusion that green zones were rooms. Now they are surrounded by many monsters. Dokja thinks there are only 2 hidden green zones on line number 3, and the second one should be somewhere up ahead. A boy has occupied a green zone, and Dokja wants to steal that room over there. Dokkabi laughs, says this has turned out interesting, and asks if they should bring on the penalty. The scenario penalty has been applied, and the partial green zones in the area have been deactivated. The monsters attack the people and start killing them all. Dokja thinks Joonghyuk is a monster since he has survived an onslaught like this even for a day. He wonders if he would do the same if he spent every coin he had on raising his stats. Gil-young tries to call him, but Dokja replies he can't listen to him because he is busy. He asks him to leave him behind. Dokja is shocked at what he said, and Gil-young asks him why he is going to help them. He says he would have done much better if he had been alone. Dokja thinks he doesn't know the answer to that himself, but one thing he can say for sure is that he can't leave them behind. He says to Gil-young that it would be easier for him to do everything alone and keep all the earnings for himself. He lifts him and says he once read a novel that went bad because the protagonist did that. He definitely means to be a protagonist. He will never be a hero or a savior, but he won't let Gil-young die, at least not today. He asks him to hold him tightly, and he checks for his list of bookmark characters. He activates his bookmark number 1 and fights them all bravely. After a while, he finds a green zone area and runs toward it, thinking they are almost there. He jumps from the ground above the monsters, but is shocked that the area can occupy only 1 person because Joonghyuk is already there. He reaches near him, calls him, and asks him to move aside because he knows that he can survive without that room. Joonghyuk refuses, saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. Dokja is shocked at how Joonghyuk knows about this area when it's only his 3rd round, and from what he remembers, the first time he used a secret green zone was in his 4th round. He then asks him to take this kid kid, and Joonghyuk asks him to give him the child. He grabs him by the shoulder while he tries to run for Dokja, but Joonghyuk doesn't let him do this. Dokja is now alone, fighting the monsters. The constellation, bald leader of the peasant army, closes his eyes. Joonghyuk calls him and says he has already told him that he will die, but Dokja smiles at him and says he will not die. While all the monsters occupy him, Gilyung shouts at the others to help him. The main scenario again appears in front of them, in which they must survive the monsters that appear every midnight. Joonghyuk is shocked to see that Dokja just swallowed the thing he had in his hand right before he was attacked. He wonders if Dokja knew what it was, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. Dokja chews the spirit stone, and all the monsters occupy him. After a while, he is notified that illusory prison has been activated. He has now become a ghost species. After some time, Dokja wakes up and wonders where he is. When he finds a woman standing near a dead body, he is notified that the effect of the fourth wall has been diminished temporarily due to the increased immersion. He is shocked at his memory and thinks it must be anything but not this memory. He must resist this. He grabs his head badly and thinks some memories are not meant to be revisited. He had obtained the Spectre Spirit Stone on his way to Chungmuro Station. When consumed, this item turns him into a ghost species temporarily so that he can become invisible to monsters. But as a cost, it amplifies the traumas buried deep within the user's memory. He doesn't want to have to resort to this and thinks his fourth wall is so overpowered, and he has managed to survive thanks to the skill. If anyone else tried this, they would have been driven mad. Now he has to wait for the effects of the fourth wall to return. Suddenly, a girl appears behind him and asks if he is Joonghyuk. He wonders if the trauma has been triggered again, but she is a foreigner with blonde hair and is someone he doesn't know. He wonders if she is the one he read about in the novel. She asks him who he is, and he activates his personal skills and tries to check her character profile. However, the character profile has penetrated the mental barrier because she uses level 6 mental barrier skills. He is notified that there is too much information about this character and turns the information into a character summary. He discovers that she can enter people's consciousness free from spatial limitations and is a character of TWSA who can see the future and plans to build a new one through her visions. She is the prophet named Anna Croft. She asks him how he knows about her, and he replies that he is also a prophet. She checks the lie detection skill level S, and it detects that he is lying. Dokja thinks the skill doesn't work on a real prophet. She again asks him who he is. He thinks she must have noticed his presence because the effects of the fourth wall were reduced. If the skill actually does what he thinks it does, he is a little disappointed and wonders what he should do. She asks him if he doesn't really know who she is. Dokja asks her if she received the Ichus, or nucleus he sent her, and if she didn't use the nucleus's magic power to implant the archdemon's eyeball into his eye. She asks him if he is the one who requested broken faith through the auction house. He thinks she was lucky enough to have been gifted an item that is worth 1 million coins. She comes toward him, and he is notified that the effects of the fourth wall skill have slowly begun to return. She is shocked at why she can't see anything. Dokja says they will meet again, but she has to wait for him until then. In the meantime, the effects of the fourth wall have wholly returned, and now he has become immune to the effects of illusory prison due to his skill. He thinks he has his hands full already, then he bumps into Anna Croft, which is not good, and he wonders how much time has passed. He hopes that everyone is okay now, wonders if the third scenario is still on the way, and wonders if ground rats will still surround him. He activates his personal skill, Dispel Evil Level 1. When he comes back, they are shocked and happy to see him back alive. He gets up and asks them about the scenario, and they tell him that the scenario is over and they have made it. He looks toward the many dead bodies there and tells them that they shouldn't be celebrating yet because they only survived for one day. Hong says they haven't slept a wink, and it's 8:30 in the morning. About 30 minutes have passed since the scenario's end. He asks them about Gilyung, and they direct him toward Joonghyuk, who is standing with Gilyung. He can't hear their conversation now, and Joonghyuk asks Gilyung to accompany him, but he refuses his offer. Joonghyuk says if he comes with him, he will become stronger much faster than he does with Dokja, but Gilyung says he is still not going with him. Dokja thinks Gilyung is just an idiot child because he misses a good offer and activates level 2 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Dokja wants to say something to Joonghyuk, but he has no strength to say anything. Gilyung observes his presence and rushes toward him happily. Joonghyuk thinks there is no more time to waste and that he needs to work on tonight's plans. Dokja reads his mind and wonders what plans he is thinking of, but he doesn't have the strength to think more. He gets unconscious and Hong asks Gilyung to let him sleep. The main scenario again appears, and with that, the third day of the scenario is completed. After some time, when Dokja wakes up, he finds a Dokkabi at his side who is annoyed at his sleep. Hee-won is happy to see that he is finally waking up. He again lays down on the ground and Hong tells him that the orderly officer will conduct today's roll call. He is still feeling off and wonders why something feels a little off. He is still in trauma, and the constellation demonic judge of fire, is sympathetic towards his trauma. A few constellations also show interest in his past and want to know about his mother. Moreover, the constellation has gifted him 1,800 coins. Dokja thinks those constellations had a peek into his past, and he is notified that he has endured a night in Chungmuro without a green zone. He has become the second player in Chungmuro to have earned the Endless Dawn achievement and has received 1,000 coins for his achievements. He now has 22,650 coins. He is satisfied that he now has enough coins. Heewon asks him what the plans are for tonight and if they can do what they did yesterday. Dokja says that was a one-time thing, and unfortunately, TWSA didn't have any information on where the hidden green zones would spawn on the fourth day. He thinks to put an end to the third scenario and asks the others to go and hunt down the landlords. He wakes Hong, who dozed off momentarily, and asks him if he has rested well. Hong tells him that he has been talking in his sleep, calling himself Private Han Lee. Dokja says it's because of his traumas from his early years in the military. Hong clarifies that he was promoted near the end of his compulsory service. He doubts anyone really enjoys military service as Hong does, and thinks there was no mention of Hong's military service in TWSO. Still, he is sure it wasn't easy for him. Dokja says he is relieved that he is on their side, feels reassured to have someone like him at the helm, and feels so much more protected. Hong is happy to hear this appreciation. Dokja then comes to Heewon and asks her to do what he just did. She asks him why he is praising him, and he replies that it is to help Hong, as he seems rather down as of late, and he may feel better if they cheer him on a little. According to TWSA, Hong's attribute should have blossomed while defending everyone from the Pledo gang in Chungro Station, but in the current situation, it was Heewon who underwent that transition instead. Dokja thinks that he has to prepare himself since Joonghyuk seems to be up to something, and he needs to take care of Pildo Gong as well. He needs to have Hong blossom his attribute, thinking it should be something like the well done approach. He is notified that Hong Lee is beginning to feel responsible, and Sangha says she also wants Hong to return to his old self. Heewon asks him if his supporting constellation is the one-eyed fortune teller, but he doesn't know about it. Heewon is surprised that he doesn't know about Gunji, and Dokja says he has a skill that helps him understand people better. However, he asks them to look after Hong, and they have to take turns cheering him on. They name it Dokja's intermission scenario. Well done. Their first challenger is Heewon, who goes to cheer Hong up. She appreciates him, saying his attitude is unchanging, and he is like a large pine tree. He tells her that his favorite song in the military was Green Pine Tree. Heewon rudely says she never asked him about his favorite song, which makes him a little sullen. Dokja is disappointed in her. Their second challenger is Sangha. She says she has never met someone as driven by justice as he is. She is notified that Hong begins to ponder what justice is. He thanks Sangha for the appreciation, and they are happy she did well. The third challenger is Gil-young Lee. He praises Hong's muscles and body, increasing his self-esteem. Dokja thinks he is so simple, but thanks to that, he guesses everything is going as planned. There is a notification that Hong is awaiting the chance for his attribute to blossom. Dokja appreciates Gil-young and asks if he looked into what he asked for. Gil-young replies that she is on the first basement floor and leaves them, saying he will be right back. Dokja is going to meet Ji-hee and thinks he will go talent scouting. He goes to Pildo's green zone, and Pildo's man says he has got some nerves to show his face around there again. They have heard they survived the night without a room, and say Joonghyuk must have helped him. Dokja observes something and leaves, ignoring them. A man calls him and asks if it isn't hard living as Joonghyuk's lackey. They offer him to join them, and Pildo says he will think about letting him in, but he has to bring his companion girls along too. Dokja observes the situation and finds out that there are 11 of them altogether. He tells the man that he will think about the offer. He believes there is much less room available and that he might just barely be able to reach the basement's first floor. Suddenly, Ji-hee appears from behind, tries to attack him, and says she is a little disappointed in him. Dokja wonders when she got behind him, as he couldn't sense her at all. He wonders if she used the ghost walk skill to sneak behind him. She asks him if he knows what will happen if he makes a deal with Pildo Gong. She asks him why he didn't kill them all last night, and Dokja asks her to put her sword down because he has come there to talk. She is surprised that he came to see her, but suddenly she disappears behind him and reaches the other side. She then asks him what he wants from her, and Dokja thinks she is faster than he expected. He asks her why she is standing over there, and she replies that her master told her to guard the place and she can't let anyone through, not even him. Dokja wonders if this is what Joonghyuk has been up to, and it looks like he will have to hurry things up. Dokja says he wants her help and that he is going to take out Pildo and his goons today. Ji-hee seems excited to hear this, and his understanding of Ji-hee has increased. After some time when he returns, Hee-won asks if she is willing to help them. Dokja thinks she does have a bit of a temper, but she doesn't seem that cold-blooded. He tells her that there is a way they can only achieve if they help him, and if she doesn't help, then most of the people there will end up dead. He also tells her that he saw a broadcast of her first scenario in the subway, and it was of her killing her classmates. He is sure that wasn't what she wanted, but she angrily asks him what he knows about her. Dokja just says he knows nothing and is just saying what comes to his mind. And if she doesn't help him today, she will regret it for the rest of her life. It's 1900 on the clock, and it's the time for the monsters to appear. He tells Hong that tonight can be even more dangerous than last night. He asks everyone if they are ready, and they will proceed according to the plan. Ji-hee is still there thinking about what Dokja has told her today, while Pildo Gong is still in his green zone relaxing. The main scenario again appears in front of them, and 5 hours remain until the third scenario is activated. From now on, it's a battle against time, so they must be quick and make their move before the Landlord Coalition finds out. He wants Hee-won and Sanga to take Gil-young to platform number 4, and they will go toward a green zone. The people there seem to be scared, seeing them and asking them not to come near them. Hee-won apologizes to them and attacks them with her sword. At the same time, Hong calls Dokja and says he doesn't feel so sure about this. The others are counting on him to make this work, but he is worried because he doesn't know if he can do this. Dokja is concerned about what he is saying because he is the center of this operation. He runs away, saying Hong can rely on him. Hong thanks him for saying so, because this is the first time anyone's even depended on him. He says no one ever relied on him, even in the army, and he doesn't think he has read about this in TWSA. Dokja says he wants to hear more about him when this is all over. Hong says he gets a strange feeling when he is talking to him, as if he has known him for a long time. He is notified that Hong is beginning to open up to him, and his understanding of Hong has increased dramatically. They are talking to each other when Pildo's men call them and ask if they have come there to make a deal. They ask where their friends are and have grabbed a girl by her hair, and she is requesting their help. The men tell them not to worry about her because she refused to sell them her room. Hong seems angry to see this and asks them to let the girl go, but they also get angry and ask who he is to order them around like that. It is noted that Hong wants to act out justice out of free will, and his attributes are almost ready to blossom. Dokja thinks he needs to maximize Hong's stat growth with minimum investments there, and he will need the coins for something else later. He spends 1,200 coins on stamina and 1,200 on strength. They both rush toward them to attack and hear a strange voice coming from a side. Dokja moves swiftly and kills one of them in just one attack. The man cries in pain, and Dokja now commands Hong to go and attack them. Pildo's men observe their fighting and inform him about this, but Dokja and Hong run toward them with their full power. They try to stop them, but Hong hits one of them with his shield and makes him fall. He is notified that Hong has activated the Stigma Great Mountain Push Level 1. They have trespassed into private property, and the Stigma Militarized Zone Level 4 of the character Pildo has been activated. The fire gun starts attacking while Hong tries to stop him and throws his shield toward him to protect himself from the fire. He makes a barrier with the shield and saves himself from the fire. There is an explosion there, but they stay unharmed. Dokja is notified that Hong's stamina has reached over level 20 due to the effects of unbreakable faith, and his hardened body protects him like a plate of armor. Pildo gets up and says it doesn't look like Dokja has come there to pay him, and asks him what he wants. Dokja observes that Pildo has upgraded his militarized zone skill and tells him that he has decided to give up on squatting. Pildo asks him if he is after his property. There is a notification that Pildo's mini-turrets are being loaded with enhanced magic bullets, and he is about to attack them. And Dokja observes that a long blade has wounded him. The man tells him something about Ji-hee. Dokja commands Hong, saying it's time for him to act, and asks him to give them hell. Hong's attributes begin to blossom, and Dokja's operation, planned to trigger the blossoming of his attributes, unfolds. This was one of his favorite scenes from TWSA. Seeing it happen before his eyes overwhelms him. It reinforces why Hong was one of the strongest supporting characters in TWSA. A new stigma is unlocked with the blossoming of his attributes. Dokja thinks no one can match Hong's power in TWSA when he uses this skill. Hong activates his stigma, Great Mountain Crush rush level 1 and punches the ground with his full might. Everyone is shocked and scared as the floor cracks open. The green zone is destroyed and Pildo's private property is demolished. Hong calls Dokja and asks if he still wants to hear his story when this is all over. Dokja responds that he also wants to hear his story and get to know him more. Dokja is shocked that a supporting character from a novel he read is interested in learning about him. He says he might end up boring him, but Hong insists he is still curious. Suddenly, they hear a voice from the side, where a man is calling for help. They go toward the place and find Pildo lying on the ground. Dokja says they have to end him first. Smiling, Dokja remarks that he will let Pildo take a trip back to a time when none of them owned any private property. Later, they go to Huyen and S and are shocked to see many dead bodies. Dokja asks Huyen if she destroyed them all, and she replies that she has killed everyone. Dokja is shocked and remarks that he did not realize she could destroy rooms like this. Quinn tells him they bashed the floor, causing it to collapse. Dokja reflects that he had asked Sanga, Huyan, and Gikyung to eliminate the smaller green zones except for the ones belonging to Pildogong. Most of the eliminated zones had a maximum capacity of fewer than 3 people. The Dokaebi is shocked at Dokja's actions and asks what he plans to do next. Dokja responds that all the Dobus in Chungmuro are up in arms because of what he did. He covers his ears and asks the Dokaebi to pipe down, saying he's had enough of a headache from all the messages from the constellations. At the same time, the constellations are impressed by the chaos he has created and are excited to see what he will do next. They also gift him 300 coins for his actions. The Dokaebi warns him not to forget that he is not the only Dokaebi in Chungmuro and that many other Dokaebis are there. He asks Dokja which channel Pildo belongs to, and Dokja replies that it was Oberyu, the Dokaebi who took over Pildo's channel. Pildo's audience consists mostly of thrill seekers. Meanwhile, Jihe comes to Dokja and asks if he destroyed them all. Dokja recalls that he had asked Jihe's help for green zones with a capacity of 5 to 8 men, areas where it would have been difficult for Huyen to handle alone. Jihe, being Joonghyuk's disciple, destroyed the green zones with ease. Currently, everyone is furious with them, and a mob rushes toward them to attack. They surround Dokja and his group. Meanwhile, a bounty hunter scenario begins, and their attribute windows appear before them. The conditions reveal that the constellation of channel birth, Ready 642, has placed a hit on the incarnation of Dokja Kim of Chungmuro Station. Jihe leaves, saying she will not help him this time. Dokja responds that he doesn't need her help. Heewon smiles and asks if they'll get 2,000 coins if they kill him now. Dokja asks her if she plans to go through with it. Hong steps forward and tells Dokja to get behind him, and Dokja checks his character profile and asks how many times he can use his kill from before. He replies that he can use it 2 times at most and urges Gilyung to relax, reminding him that they are not the only ones who will be fighting. Dokja recalls reading in TWSA, though he doesn't remember the chapter, that Joonghyuk, who had gone mad due to repeated regression, destroyed all the green zones when he arrived in Chungmuro. At this moment, the conditions are identical. Everyone is notified that all the green zones in the station have been destroyed. The central scenario system is overloaded, and the difficulty of the current scenario adjusts according to the remaining scenario duration. It is revealed that the scenario has been renewed. The conditions have changed, and now they must spawn the remaining monsters at once and survive the onslaught for the remaining duration. Monsters rush toward them, and the emergency defense begins. People panic and run to save their lives as the situation worsens. Dokja also starts running and instructs Hong to head for the stairs. They all reach the stairs, and he strikes the ground with his sword. He declares that they won't survive even if they manage to get upstairs. Suddenly, an immense light emits from the ground. Dokja realizes there are no more rooms left in Chungmuro and only one way to survive. He destroys the stairs, ensuring no one can ascend, and the people ask him what he expects them to do. Dokja tells them to fight for their lives. They curse him for destroying their rooms and plan to use another staircase, but Hyun-sung uses his skill and destroys those stairs too. Heewon protests, saying this wasn't what Dokja said would happen, and at this rate, everyone will die. Dokja admits he already knows and activates his personal skill, Bookmark. He starts skill bookmark number 3, which has a 5-minute activation time. He then calls out to Pildo, asking if he plans to stand there like an idiot and whether he actually wants to live. As Pildo stares furiously, people rush toward him, begging him to save them. Dokja remarks that the third scenario isn't that hard to clear, and that if they give up the room, the scenario will spawn a manageable number of monsters. He reflects that if everyone in Chungmuro had banded together to fight, more people could have survived. However, the real trap of this scenario was the green zone itself. The people plead with Pildo to help, promising they can all survive if they fight together. Pildo, though reluctant, eventually asks everyone to gather around him. He calms them, explaining that the militarized zone takes some time to set up, and urges them to hold the monsters back for a little while. The people try to fend off the monsters so Pildo can rebuild the zone. Meanwhile, Dokja calls Sanga and asks her to use her light thread to bring people upstairs. She saves a man man who thanks her, but then glares at Dokja angrily. At that moment, they are notified that the bounty hunter scenario has timed out, and the bounty on Dokja's head has been removed. Smiling, Dokja remarks that it's too late now. The boy feels sorry for him. Suddenly, Pildo activates his skill, Private Property Level 3, and a large number of monsters charge at them. He then activates his stigma, Militarized Zone Level 4, and begins attacking. Hong is impressed by his stigma. Dokja observes that while Pildo seems to be using up a lot of mana, his stigma is quite mana efficient, meaning he should manage fine on his own for now. Dokja suggests the others sit back and enjoy the show, casually mentioning that he's thinking of taking a nap. Hong, surprised, asks if it's okay for Dokja to sleep in such a situation. Dokja reassures him, saying they should feel lucky to be with him. However, he adds that Pildo and his gang are not so fortunate today. Soon, Pildo grows tired and shouts loudly that they should die, leveling up his private property skill. He also levels up his militarized zone skill to activate his fire guns and acquires the skill barrier. Dokja and his team watch quietly from a distance as the battle unfolds. It has been an hour since the fight began, and Pildo has leveled up considerably. Dokja thinks this has put Pildo's supporting constellation in a tough spot and wonders how long the constellation will continue sponsoring him like this. Jihee laughs at Pildo's situation, commenting that he seems to have aged already. Dokja remembers that Jihee had asked him to help earlier and is now laughing at their predicament. Meanwhile, Heewon has actually fallen asleep. Dokja asks Jihee about Joonghyuk. She says she doesn't know much about him because he is always busy. He asked her when Joonghyuk entered the dungeon, and she tells him it was around 9 in the morning. Suddenly, she realizes something and asks how he knows about this. Dokja notes that it is 8 in the evening now, meaning it has been about 11 hours since Joonghyuk entered the dungeon. Since Joonghyuk has not emerged, Dokja concludes he must act. Dokja calls the Dokkaebi and asks if he can open the shop for a moment, but the Dokkaebi refuses, explaining that his subscriber count is skyrocketing. Dokja warns the Dokkaebi to open the shop or risk losing all his subscribers. Reluctantly, the Dokkaebi opens the shop. Dokja spends 5,000 coins to upgrade his membership to gold, becoming a gold member of the Dokkaebi shop. He purchases some items and, saying a surprised, asks about them. The first item is the support contract, and the second is a medium mana recovery potion. Dokja spends 15,000 coins on his purchases. The Dokkaebi asks why he bought the contract and reminds him of their agreement, that Dokja had promised not to sign with a supporting constellation. Ignoring him, Dokja writes something on the contract in the employer's name. The support contract is unique. It turns the employer into an employee. After some time, the third scenario reappears before them, stating they must survive the monsters. An hour and a half have passed since the scenario began, leaving Pildo with 6 hours and 30 minutes to go. Hong and Gil-young return with supplies after a trip to the restroom. Dokja thinks about how most of the constellations on Pildo's channel are thrill seekers, and assumes most of them have either left the channel or stopped gifting coins because the scenario has become too boring to watch. He notes that Pildo's supporting constellation likely has limits on how much it can sponsor and wouldn't want its incarnation to die this way. Dokja sees a notification. Pildo's supporting constellation is asking others for help. He smiles at the message as other constellations snort at the request. Dokja calls Pildo and asks if he's just going to die like this. He offers him a deal, sign a contract with him. Dokja shows Pildo the contract, explaining that while he cannot be a supporting constellation since he is not one, he can still sponsor him. He asks Pildo to answer and promises to give him everything if he signs the contract. The constellation defense master is shocked by the suggestion. The Dokkaebi is equally surprised, stating he has never seen anyone offer to sponsor a constellation before. He asks Dokja if he is sure that Pildo's constellation would make a deal with a mere human. Dokja knows that Pildo and his constellation are out of coins and reflects on how the constellation's homeworld had already perished during a previous scenario. The defense master's stories have long been erased from people's memories. In the world of the Star Stream, stories are the accounts of incidents or events and serve as a source of power. Constellations without stories cannot earn coins, and without coins, they cannot support new incarnations. When a constellation fails to spread its stories through its incarnation, it is forgotten and eventually perishes. Dokja notes that, in reality, constellations do not genuinely care about their incarnations. As is the case with Pildo and Now, seeing Pildo dying, Dokja concludes that it means he is out of coins. Sangha is shocked by Pildo's situation and remarks that he will die at this rate. Dokja also thinks Pildo will die if they don't intervene. He wonders if the defense master really wants to see his incarnation perish before his eyes. Suddenly, Dokja is notified that the constellation defense master wants to know the terms of the contract. The Dokkaebi is shocked to see that the defense master has begun reviewing the agreement. Dokja smiles at the notification that the defense master is asking for some time to consider the contract. Pildo, confused and alarmed, alarmed, asks what is happening, while Dokja quietly assumes he's been sold off. After some time, the Constellation Defense Master adds new clauses to the contract and agrees to it, provided Dokja concurs with the new provisions. The first clause is that the employer must respect the employee's property rights and guarantee Pildo's right to live. The second clause states that the employer must assist Pildo in his betterment. Dokja, already planning to put Pildo under training, finds these clauses acceptable. However, what matters most to him is Clause 3, which grants the employer authority over the employee's property, Pildo Gong, effective from the moment the contract is signed. Dokja agrees to the conditions and is notified that the contract has been finalized. He throws a recovery potion toward Pildo and tells him to stop the monsters. Asking Pildo to take the potion and fight, Sanga supports him by throwing her light thread. Pildo, reluctantly taking the potion, says he will never forgive Dokja for this. As the potion restores his mana, Pildo shouts that he will kill Dokja once this is over. However, Dokja, now holding authority as per the contract, commands him to shut up. Everyone is impressed by Dokja's skill, and Dokja asks Pildo to return to fighting and stop troubling anyone. Dokabi contacts Dokja, questioning if this had been his intention all along. Dokja is then notified that the Constellation's secretive plotter is intrigued by his idea. Leaving abruptly, Dokja mentions he must be elsewhere for a while. Ji-hee asks where he's going, and Dokja replies that someone is off finding a rare item while others are dying. Dokja reflects on Joonghyuk, who had succumbed to excruciating pain during his regressions. He recalls that Joonghyuk had given up, marking the end of his 8th regression. Shocked, Dokja realizes Joonghyuk might soon give up again and refuses to believe it could happen. Heewon appears, noticing Dokja's distraction, and asks what he's looking at. Dokja wonders why Joonghyuk didn't play it safe, considering this was only his 3rd regression. When Heewon questions him further, asking who he's talking about or if he's worse than Pildo, Dokja brushes it off, claiming he was just checking his calendar. He tells Heewon and Gilyung to join the others, while leaving Heewon and Sanga to keep an eye on Pildo. Dokja assures them that Pildo will hold off the monsters, making it safer for the others. He also instructs them to throw Pildo a potion every 40 minutes and to watch him closely. Despite this, Dokja remains more worried about Joonghyuk than Pildo. Suddenly, Ji-hee calls him from behind, asking where he's heading. He invites her to join him, explaining that Joonghyuk is in danger and they must help him. Dokja reflects that in TWSA, Joonghyuk challenged Chungmaro's hidden dungeon 8 times, failing twice and succeeding 6 times. He recalls that Joonghyuk died in the dungeon during his 8th and 11th regressions. However, right now, Joonghyuk is only in his 3rd regression. Dokja asks Ji-hee if Joonghyuk entered the hidden dungeon at exit number 1, and points out that he has been there for 11 hours. If Dokja's hunch is correct, the regressor is headed for his demise and might die today. After some time, they discover a hidden dungeon beneath Dean's cinema. However, it has already been found, so they cannot obtain the discovery achievement. Instead, a new hidden scenario emerges. A scenario appears before them, stating they must defeat the master of the cinema dungeon, and the reward for the scenario is 4,000 coins. They enter the cinema dungeon, and Ji-hee asks Dokja if he's sure her master is really in danger. She questions how he knows this and why he's trying to save him. A notification appears stating that the Constellation's secretive plotter is curious about Dokja's motives. Dokja replies, that's what companions are for, and explains that he's trying to save him because he's useful. He thinks it's no wonder Ji-hee and the Constellations are puzzled to see him rushing to save someone who tries to kill him at every opportunity. Dokja is surprised when the Constellation demonic judge of fire is impressed that he's attempting to guide his fallen friend back to the righteous path. He thinks the Constellation has misread his intentions. He recalls something Joonghyuk once said when his regression count reached double digits. Joonghyuk had asked what happened to the world he regressed from. Joonghyuk didn't know and said he simply picked the world where the most people could be saved. Dokja thinks it sounds noble at first glance, but realizes Joonghyuk doesn't care about the worlds he's abandoned. There was no mention in TWSA of the worlds Joonghyuk had left behind. Whether it was a world of science, math, or magic, Dokja wonders what happens to a world where the regressor has died. Does everything reset along with the regressor, or does the world continue to exist as a parallel universe? He thinks he'd feel relieved if it were the former, but if it's the latter, he must stop Joonghyuk from regressing to his death. Meanwhile, Gilyung calls him and asks him to show the ripped posters. Dokja tells the others to head upstairs. Heewon asks Ji-hee if she's good with swords, and Ji-hee replies that she is experienced because she loves swords. Heewon agrees, saying cutting something is exhilarating. She admires Ji Ji-hee's sword, and Ji-hee tells her it was a gift from her master. Hee-won asks to see it, but Ji-hee hides her sword and says her own sword is also pretty good. Dokja suddenly feels sorry and asks Ja-hee why she can't talk to him the way she talks to Hee-won. Ji-hee replies that she admires cool older women. Gil-young senses someone's presence and grabs Dokja's shirt to inform him. Dokja tells everyone to stay quiet and wonders if he can feel Joonghyuk's presence nearby. They hear some men talking about ripping the cinema posters and mentioning the 1,000 coins they paid to the prophets. Dokja whispers that these men must have entered through the ground floor entrance. Ji-hee is surprised and says she's never seen them in Chungmuro. She's even more shocked to hear about the ground floor, wondering about the poison gas. Dokja explains that each station has a different scenario with varying durations, and those men must have completed their scenario before they did. He thinks the poison gas can be neutralized using the meat of a subterranean monster. However, he notes that these men were never mentioned in any of Joonghyuk's regressions. At this point in time, only Joonghyuk and Dokja should know about the hidden dungeon. He wonders what could be triggering this unexpected change. The group decides to head deeper into the dungeon. A light suddenly falls on them, and Dokja and others are shocked to see them, and the boys disappear before their eyes. He is surprised to see all the torn posters, only one untouched. He reads a line that says, "A time forgotten, mankind recreated," and thinks Joonghyuk left all the posters behind. Suddenly, the same light falls on them, and they are shocked at what is happening. Dokja asks Hee-won if she likes movies. If she does, she might begin to hate them. They are notified that the projection beam has shot them and that the screening will now begin for their floor. They also disappear and reach another site. The place looks like a forest, and Jae asks him, shocked, where they are. Dokja replies that they are inside a movie and thinks this world has been created by the cinema master, who will be on the 8th floor of this dungeon. The cinema dungeon's main attractions are the stages hidden within the posters. He thinks Joonghyuk had planned to clear all the stages and keep the rewards for himself. Hee-won is worried because things keep getting increasingly complicated, and they wonder what movie this should be. Suddenly, they see Gil-young going to a side, and Ji-hee tries to stop him from going anywhere. A giant bug is about to attack him, and Ji-hee attacks the bug, trying to save Gil-young. This is a Titanoptera, an insect from the Triassic period, and they are shocked to see Gil-young grab the bug and kiss it. He starts playing with the insect, and Ji-hee surprisingly asks Dokja about the problem with him. He knows that Gil-young has an issue named John Henry Faber, and thinks they might be able to get through this without much of an issue. Joonghyuk must have skipped this stage based on its theme, because most rewards correlate to the theme of the movie the cinema dungeon is based on. He thinks Joonghyuk probably didn't know that this stage could give them a very important reward. Suddenly, Gil-young calls him because he feels someone's presence there. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and they see some people running from the side, calling for help. Ji-hee recognizes them as the men from earlier, and they think they now know which movie they have stepped into. Seeing a monster, Dokja knows that it's a Tier S beast monster, and thinks the harder a hidden dungeon is, the better the rewards. The monster runs toward them, while they all run to save their lives. The monster chases them and attacks one of them, killing him. After that, they are notified that the Tier 7 dragon species, Tyrannosaurus rex, has become aware of their presence. Dokja grabs a stick for self-defense, and Jae asks him if he wants to fight with that thing. He replies that they have to fight it if they want to open the exit. He thinks the building should be the central research lab and asks them to remember that they are in a movie. They have to give it a fantastic finale. The monster activates its skill, Carnivorous Fear, but Dokja's personal skill blocks its effect. He asks Gil-young to get behind him, and Hee-won and Jae to spread out. In the meantime, Gil-young activates his skill, Dinosaur Encyclopedia, and says tyrannosaurs are more agile than they look. Still, they have narrow vision and are vulnerable to side attacks. He read about it in an encyclopedia when he was young, which means much younger than now. In the meantime, the dinosaur rushes toward them, and Jae asks them to run behind her as she dodges it. Dokja is relieved to see them fighting and thinks they know what they are doing. He is the only person who's fit to be a tank at the moment, and he is notified that the Tier 7 land dragon species, Tyrannosaurus rex, has chosen him as its target. He thinks Jae and Hee-won should be able to kill that thing while he is distracting it. Gil-young calls out to him, saying he will distract it and that he can do it. Dokja is shocked because Gil-young is supposed to get behind him. Gil-young faces the monster and throws his insect toward it, which attacks its eyes. The dinosaur cries in pain, while Dokja is surprised to see this trick and thinks it's no wonder that Joonghyuk wanted to take him away. He then commands Ji-hee and Hee-won to attack at that moment, and they both hit the dragon with their swords. In the meantime, Dokja activates his Unbreakable Faith's special property, and the Ether AIX transforms into fire as he leaps onto the monster, driving his sword into its body. With a fierce motion, he slashes through the creature and drags his sword along its form. The others are stunned to witness this unexpected display of skill. He attacks the dinosaur with unrelenting fury, incinerating it completely. As the monster falls to the ground, it is confirmed that the beast has been defeated. He is notified that he is the first to successfully hunt a Tier 7 land dragon species, Tyrannus rex, and is awarded 1,000 coins for his achievement. The group then moves toward an injured boy. Dokja offers him some water and instructs him to take slow, deep breaths. The boy attempts to drink, but his injuries are too severe and survival is impossible. Before succumbing to his wounds, the boy reveals that the prophets had directed him to this place. He explains that prophets serve as the guardians of the revelation. With these final words, the boy dies, leaving Dokja shocked by the mention of the revelation. He contemplates its absurdity and intrigue, recognizing that in TWSA, only Anna Croft possesses the future vision skill. He suspects there are others like her out there, and after instructing the group to take a quick break, considers the implications. Dokja is soon surprised by a variety of available options, including stamina amplification, mana, agility, and strength amplification ampules. While the others savor the dinosaur meat, finding it so delicious that Dokja is nearly moved to tears, Hee-won remarks on the incredible recreation of movie-like scenarios. Jhyuk notices Dokja doing something suspicious and accuses him of hiding potions. She calls Hee-won over, claiming she deserves the strength ampules as a helpless little girl. Dokja, however, doubts her ploy, and Hee-won declares that since Dokja found the potions, it's his responsibility to distribute them. Dokja is reluctant to share with Jahai because of her association with Joonghyuk. A few constellations who favor fairness grow displeased, including the demonic judge of fire, who demands an equitable resolution. Dokja proposes they play rock, paper, scissors to decide the ampules allocation. In the first round, Jhyuk faces Dokja. Activating his personal skill, Omniscient Reader Level 1, Dokja is informed that Jhyuk will play scissors. She loses every round, and the group resumes their journey. Hee-won remarks on the absurdity of the situation, noting that no one hunted a Tyrannosaurus rex in the movie. Dokja justifies the altered events, explaining that this version is more entertaining and fits the action-adventure fantasy genre. The cinema master, satisfied with the film's outcome, notifies Dokja that he can proceed to the next floor. Dokja concludes that the dungeon's key is not recreating the movie's actual endings, but producing ones that please the cinema master. Meanwhile, Gil-young bids farewell to his insect companion, as dungeon rules prohibit taking monsters to the next level. However, they are allowed to bring items, including the stat amplification ampules. Hee-won and Gil-young each hold 2 potions, while Dokja has 16. Jhyuk is left without any. Dokja also receives a unique reward for defeating the T-Rex, a special item called the Angry T-Rex DNA Ampule, which increases all stats by 10 for 30 minutes. He realizes that while this item is usable only within the cinema dungeon, it will be critical for clearing the final floor. The group travels via helicopter and soon reaches the first ending credits. The movie's cast includes Dokja, Kim Hong, Ji-hee, and Gil-young. Each member receives 500 coins for their performance. However, a hidden scenario then emerges, revealing their next task, defeating the master of the cinema dungeon, and the reward for the next challenge is revealed to be 4,000 coins. They enter a building and Jhyuk asks Dokja how many more floors they have to clear. He replies that Joonghyuk should have already cleared some floors, so it shouldn't take too long. She then asks Hee-won if they can only enter the movies where the posters haven't been ripped. Hee-won explains that the posters seem to tear after a movie is cleared. Dokja urges the group to hurry, as they don't know how many movies remain. It is revealed that the cinema dungeon is a movie theater located outside exit number 1 of Chungmuro Station. The dungeon consists of 9 floors in total, including a basement floor. Luckily, the posters on floors 2 and 3 were already torn. Dokja feels relieved, noting that Inception was clever, and wonders how Joonghyuk managed to clear Fighting Destination alone. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they enter their second movie. Jhyuk starts feeling unwell from seasickness, and Dokja questions why the naval warfare setting chose her. He recalls a point in the film where the ship sinks and how Huin's attire matches that of the female lead. Jhyuk turns into the male lead's counterpart, barfing, just as a man appears, addressing Gil-young as Jeb Dawson. The group is shocked to discover that Gil-young is the film's male lead. Jihai remarks that all the lead characters have reached their positions and tied up the man from Earth earlier, believing he was the villain. She insists they should kill him, but when Dokja tries to stop her, she argues that the cinema master values action. She claims it would be better to eliminate him now. Hee-won protests, saying the man appears to be more than just a movie character. He looks like a real person. Jhyuk dismisses this, declaring there's no time for sentimentality. It's either them or him. She rationalizes her decision, stating that he's just a character and a villain, then stabs him in the chest. A notification appears indicating that the cinema master is somewhat pleased with their ending. The door to the next floor opens at the stern. Ji Chai-wai is triumphant, insisting her decision was correct, and urges the group to move quickly, as the master's life is at stake. They reach the second ending credit, which is noted as their nice and trick action. Dokja is stunned by their actions and finds himself torn between viewing the man as a character or a real person. After some time, they reach the 5th floor and enter the reward room. Dokja notes that this room likely does not have any movies. They are limited to selecting 2 reward items each. The room contains props and costumes from films, once used by actors in various roles. While these items are no longer mere props, Dokja considers them to be well-crafted replicas. Although they aren't as valuable as constellation artifacts, they are still high-quality items. The rewards are the reason he chose to enter the cinema dungeon. Among the items is a grade A sword crafted by an artisan blacksmith from the high-end period. Heewon admires the sword, calling it magnificent, sharp, and light. Dokja encourages her to take it, saying she finally has a proper sword. Heewon is disheartened, thinking about the 2-item limit. Dokja reassures her, suggesting she pick another item for herself while he selects one for someone else. Dokja picks up the Shield of Hercules replica, once used by the demigod Hercules. Suddenly, the group notices Ji Chai-wai struggling to lift Thor's hammer, a grade A blunt weapon known as the Thunder God's Hammer. Dokja approaches her and explains that it is reserved for special individuals, but Ji Chai-wai insists that she is special too. Meanwhile, Joonghyuk quietly approaches and effortlessly lifts the hammer, shocking everyone. Ji Chai-wai tries to stop him, claiming it belongs to her, but the group is amazed as Joonghyuk wields it with ease. He asks Dokja if it's okay to keep the hammer, and Dokja permits it. Ji Chai-wai, still in disbelief, considers the situation unfair. Heewon asks Dokja what he plans to take. He selects an armor suit that looks bulky but should provide some protection. A notification appears, stating that he has gained an additional 10% damage reduction and his enemy detection skill has been enhanced, and his armor suit, named the Reinforced Armor Suit Replica, offers protection for both the upper and lower body and is crafted from solid materials. The group decides to move forward to see what their regressor, Joonghyuk, is up to. Unfortunately, Joonghyuk is nowhere to be found on floor 6. Dokja speculates that there may still be people who haven't seen the movie. After some time, they manage to clear the last remaining movie on floor 6. It is a thriller with a twist ending, earning them a unique reward, the skills of book and sharp observation. Dokja notes that while the skill is not for combat, it will still be useful. He believes they should catch up to Joonghyuk anytime now. The skill enables the user to approximate a character's overall stats, which could be invaluable against characters like S or Gil-young, who are resistant to standard character profiles. They notice all the posters on the floor have been torn, signaling that Joonghyuk is already in the boss room. Dokja hopes they won't encounter any more intact posters. When they arrive at the next poster, a light falls on them, and a notification declares that the screening will now begin on their floor. They soon find themselves at sea again, and Dokja suddenly tells everyone to get down. Many people are already present and start firing at them. Bullets rain down from all sides, forcing the group to hide behind the shield. Dokja recognizes the movie immediately, thinking it would be impossible for any Korean not to know it. He realizes that Joonghyuk has left them one of the hardest movies to clear. Heewon directs their attention to the army of enemies and asks how they are supposed to defeat them. Ships rush toward them, overwhelming in number. Dokja feels the pressure but knows he must stay calm. He believes that despite being outnumbered, they can fight back since the movie is based on a historical battle. Suddenly, he senses someone's presence and recalls they were supposed to have 12 more ships. He approaches a man and asks about the general, only to discover that the cinema master has altered the plot. Now they must win the Battle of Myeongyang without General Sunsun. Dokja feels anxious seeing Heewon and Gil-young in danger and calls out for Ji Hee-wai, but she is nowhere to be found. Earlier, he had asked her why Admiral Sunsun had chosen her, especially since she suffered from seasickness. She had replied that she had heard she was a descendant of an admiral. Dokja realizes that Ji Hee-wai is, in fact, the descendant of General Sunsun, who is key to saving them in this situation. He recalls that in episode 40 of TWSA, when Ji Chai-wai's connection to Admiral Sunsun was revealed, the few remaining readers had been outraged that a national hero chose his incarnation based on a familial connection. He finds Ji Chai-wai hiding and approaches her, asking if she is all right. She is crying and muttering to herself, saying she will never do it. Dokja observes that she is not speaking to him and urges her to stand up, but she tells him to handle the situation because she isn't feeling well. Dokja realizes her behavior isn't due to seasickness, but because this was her late friend's favorite movie, her friend who had taken her own life. Ji Hee-wai is stunned when he reveals this, asking how he knows. Dokja reflects that he knows practically everything about her, including the real reason Admiral Sunsun chose her. Despite hating the sea and having little care for the greater good, Admiral Sunsun had chosen her because she is the descendant of his comrade in in arms, Iaki. Alongside Sunsin, Iaki had led the Yoseon army to victory in the battles of Dangpo and Hansando, and was one of the few who defended Admiral Sunsin when he was falsely accused of treason. However, Iaki did not leave behind enough stories to become a major constellation. It was an honorable decision for Admiral Sunsin to choose his old friend's descendant as his incarnation. Dokja reflects that he could not bear to see his comrade's descendant turn into a demon after killing her friends. Suddenly, they are notified of a bounty scenario. Those who seek death shall live, and those who seek life shall die. The clear condition states that the naval warfare god has called for their assistance. They must encourage Admiral Sunsin's incarnation, Jaichaiwai, and lead the Battle of Myeongyang to victory. As a reward, Dokja will receive one of the great admiral's stigmas, and Dokja is surprised to find that he can use his stigma without a support contract. Soon, the enemy army ships surround them, and he tries to wake Jaichaiwai, telling her there's no time to explain. He asks if she's really going to give up after surviving by killing her friends. He questions if she will let herself remain unforgiven, whether she lives or dies. Urging her to stand up, he insists she can still save a few lives if she acts now. In the meantime, enemy soldiers set fire to their position. Dokja uses his shield to block the bullets while continuing to call out to Jaichaiwai, trying to wake her. She remembers the good times she shared with her friends, tears streaming as she declares she doesn't deserve to live. Dokja begins to wonder if he is taking advantage of her grief. He reflects on how he uses his knowledge of these characters to his advantage solely to survive, making him no different from Jaichaiwai, who killed her friends to stay alive. He tells her that the right to live isn't something anyone is given, it's something she must earn. He emphasizes that as long as she is alive, it doesn't matter whether she atones for her past or continues living a despicable life. What matters is that she has survived. He asks her if she truly wants to die there. A notification appears, indicating that he has an excellent understanding of Ji. His omniscient reader's viewpoint activates at level 2, allowing him to read her mind. He hears her thoughts. She doesn't want to die. With newfound determination, she rises to her feet. Dokja reflects on how constellations act as they please. They rarely assist their incarnations when help is needed, and many don't even flinch when their incarnations perish. However, no constellation misses the opportunity to support their incarnation when their story is unfolding. Jihiwai stands up and a notification announces that she has acquired a new stigma. She activates her Ghost Fleet skill at level 1. Dokja thinks to himself that, in the end, he has only succeeded in helping Joonghyuk again. Jihiwai, believing she still has 12 ships to fight with, suddenly witnesses a tornado form over the sea. Massive waves crash around them. She declares she would happily die there if it meant she could have her vengeance. Out of nowhere, ships emerge from beneath the water to assist in the battle. The group is both shocked and elated to see that GHY has summoned the Ghost Fleet. At the same time, her ancestor appears behind her. With determination, she swings her sword in the air, prepared to lead them into battle. The girl who once cried now commands the battlefield with authority. The group launches a powerful assault on the enemy ships under her direction. Using her newly acquired stigma, Ghost Fleet, Jaichaiwai assumes the role of a naval commander. Within an hour, all enemy ships are destroyed, their crew either killed or sent plunging into the sea. Only one enemy ship remains, but it too is sunk. Heewon and Dokja are left in awe at the immense power Jaichaiwai has displayed. After the battle, the Cinema Master is content with the new ending. The group reaches the 4th ending credit and receives 500 coins for their performance. The helping ships vanish, and Heewon offers her hand to Jihiwai, telling her she did well. Gilyong also expresses his admiration. Dokja reflects on how overpowered Jihee's stigma of the Great Admiral is, and he feels she is too skilled to remain with Joonghyuk. A notification announces that the bounty scenario has been cleared. Dokja learns he will receive one of the naval warfare god's stigmas and considers that he may also gain the Ghost Fleet skill. He is notified that he has received the naval warfare god's stigma as a reward for completing the bounty scenario. The stigma he receives is called Sword Song. Dokja is shocked because, in the original story, Jaichaiwai wasn't supposed to obtain this stigma until much later. He recognizes its immense value and believes it is even more useful to him than Ghost Fleet. Relieved to have acquired such a powerful stigma, Dokja feels more confident about facing the challenges of Floor 8. Heewon tells Dokja that they are returning to the theater, the constellation naval warfare. God expresses his gratitude and they head back to the theater. According to Dokja, it was an excellent ending to the movie. When they return, he asks Jihye to rest there for a while, saying they will rescue Joonghyuk soon. She tries to resist, but he insists, asking her to do as he says. Jihye thinks there's no time to celebrate just because he obtained a new stigma. Dokja, however, believes the Cinema Master isn't someone he can face without proper preparation. Looking after Jihye after all he has done to save her and earn a new stigma would be meaningless if this world ended due to Joonghyuk's regression. Dokja has used the ampules and coins he saved to increase his stats sufficiently, and now he just hopes Joonghyuk is fine. Soon they enter the 8th floor sky garden, where they see Joonghyuk from a distance. Heewon recognizes him and asks if that's Joonghyuk. They wonder why he looks so fine. Dokja gets annoyed at seeing him unscathed and steps toward him. He then hits Joonghyuk from behind and thinks he would love to hit him more, considering the trouble he went through, thinking Joonghyuk was in danger. But soon he feels something odd about Joonghyuk and calls out to him, but there's no response. Heewon says Joonghyuk might be angry because of the sudden hit, but Dokja observes him closely and realizes something is wrong. Dokja recalls that Joonghyuk died in the cinema dungeon on his 8th regression, not because he was weak, but because he was unlucky. In the meantime, the cinema master reveals himself, and Dokja realizes that he is the final boss of the cinema dungeon. He is shocked to find that the boss is the polar opposite of Joonghyuk, who is now an empty shell in the cinema master's puppet. Dokja is notified that the cinema master has control over Joonghyuk, who is now ready to attack him. Dokja tries to wake Joonghyuk up and asks him to talk, but he thinks this is the worst-case scenario, and no character can stop him. Joonghyuk attacks Dokja and pushes him away, activating his Skill Force Plan Level 4. The attack is so harsh that Dokja's armor suit is damaged and his defense stat is partially decreased. Heewon tries to protect him, activating her skill Demon Slaying Level 2. She jumps on Joonghyuk from behind to attack, but he senses her presence and prepares to counter. When she attacks, Joonghyuk grabs her hand and strikes from the side. She reacts in time and dodges, but he attacks again, this time hitting her leg and hand. She swings in the air, lands back on the ground, and thinks the fight isn't going to be easy. In the meantime, Joonghyuk activates his skill 100 Step Fist Level 2 and strikes her face again. At that moment, Jihye also arrives and is shocked to see them fighting. There's an explosion nearby, and she sees that Yuno has defeated Heewon. Dokja and Gil-young shout from their positions, warning her to watch out. However, Joonghyuk reaches Jihye and is about to punch her face. She is stunned that her master is attacking her. Suddenly, there's another explosion. Dokja recalls sunfish, a bony fish found in tropical oceans that is highly sensitive to shock and dies easily. As Joonghyuk tries to attack Jihye again, she reacts in time and dodges. Dokja tells her that Joonghyuk is under the control of the cinema master and urges her to target the cinema master instead. The cinema master watches them with amusement. Jihye rushes toward him to attack, but before she can reach him, Joonghyuk intercepts and punches her face. She starts bleeding and falls to the ground. In the meantime, Heewon comes to her aid, and they both attempt to attack Joonghyuk together. However, Joonghyuk leaps from the ground, leaving them watching in shock. Heewon activates her skill, Time of Judgment, and Gil-young activates the skill, Thunder of Mjolnir. He uses his hammer to attack Joonghyuk, but Joonghyuk creates a barrier, neutralizing the effect of the thunder. The attack is rendered ineffective due to Joonghyuk's immunity against electricity. The constellation of pure good alignment remains silent against Heewon's request, leaving her shocked at the rejection of her plea. She wonders why her skill was cancelled. Dokja thinks the rejection was expected. While Joonghyuk may be ruthless, he has always acted for the greater good. However, Dokja is taken aback by how far Joonghyuk is willing to go, even to the extent of attempting to kill his team members. Dokja activates his personal skill, Character Profile, which fails to load fully due to the overwhelming amount of information. It converts into a character summary. As the summary appears, Dokja discovers that Joonghyuk's transmission stigma is already activated, a powerful stigma that reactivates the skills Joonghyuk had mastered in his past regressions. Counting on Gil-young, Dokja asks him if he knows what to do. Meanwhile, Dokja consumes the enraged T-Rex DNA ampoule despite his reluctance. His stats amplify for 30 minutes, filling his body with vitality and unleashing a mysterious power within his heart. Dokja activates his personal skill, White Star Weapon Aura, Level 1, thinking about how he can compensate for his lack of skill with his boosted stats. He is notified that the skill level has increased. Confident it will work, Dokja presses forward. Meanwhile, Joonghyuk activates his own skill, Blue Star Weapon Aura, Level 2. The two rush toward each other, their swords colliding with immense force, sending both of them flying back. Dokja calls him Sunfish and taunts him to attack again. Their swords clash once more, but Dokja struggles to keep up with Joonghyuk's sharp and sudden moves. Even with his stat boosts, Dokja realizes he's barely holding on and needs to find a solution soon. Activating Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Level 2, Dokja reads Joonghyuk's mind. He senses Joonghyuk's pain and hears his thoughts. wondering how many more times he has to endure this endless cycle. Dokja observes that Joonghyuk has already given up and urges him to get a hold of himself, calling him an idiot. Joonghyuk, lost in his thoughts, believes everything will reset if he regresses again. His companions will lose their memories, and the history they shared will be erased. Dokja realizes that the cinema master is exploiting Joonghyuk's unstable state of mind to control him. Though Joonghyuk's mental barrier skill was once at least level 8, his current vulnerability makes him susceptible to advanced mental attacks. Joonghyuk questions what he is fighting for, and Dokja mocks him, asking how he can call himself the main character when he is only on his 3rd regression. Joonghyuk believes he is the only one left in the world. Dokja counters, reminding him of his vow to live for the greater good. Joonghyuk, struggling with his inner turmoil, wonders if he should simply regress again to end his suffering. As Joonghyuk's body begins to burn up and his eyes tear, Dokja activates his personal skill, the 4th wall. Joonghyuk feels utterly alone, but Dokja denies it, shouting that Joonghyuk is not alone and reminding him of all they've endured together. He attacks Joonghyuk again, but Joonghyuk blocks it. Dokja asks him how he can think he's alone when Dokja is there to help him. Dokja recalls the times they shared, when Joonghyuk died in the cinema dungeon like an idiot, when he cried over his dead sister, and when she was killed after the prophet's betrayal. Dokja urges him to remember the first time he loved someone, the heartbreak of losing her, and the times he fought the Demon King, opposed the rulers, and even helped the outer gods and fought against the reincarnated, and remembers reading all of this in the TWSA novel. He tells Joonghyuk to remember when he finally stood before the constellations and says he has watched his struggle to survive. Joonghyuk tries to attack him again, but Dokja blocks the attack and thinks to himself that he keeps reading so that he can stay. However, he believes he may have gone a bit overboard since he was only supposed to stall for time. Joonghyuk leaps toward him again, their swords clashing and causing widespread destruction. Dokja observes Joonghyuk's eyes and notices a flicker of consciousness. Joonghyuk then asks him who he is, leaving Dokja shocked. A notification appears, warning Dokja that the 4th wall is being shaken due to excessive immersion. Dokja pushes Joonghyuk back and wonders if his words brought him back to his senses, though he knows it couldn't have been that easy. Meanwhile, the cinema master is visibly flustered by what Dokja just said. To regain control, he strengthens his hold over Joonghyuk, who grabs his head and collapses, unconscious once again. Dokja had expected this outcome. There was no way it would have been that easy. This time, Joonghyuk's blue star weapon aura grows even stronger, and Dokja laments the unfairness of fighting against the protagonist, amazed at how much stronger Joonghyuk has become in such a short time. Dokja calls out to Joonghyuk, asking if he remembers what he had asked him before. He reminds him that he had asked for permission to punch him just once. Dokja thinks Joonghyuk will undoubtedly become much stronger than him in the future. Meanwhile, Gil-young observes something strange and starts covering his nose and mouth. Dokja activates Unbreakable Faith's special property, transforming the ether AIX into fire. Believing he might overpower Joonghyuk just this once, Dokja activates his stigma, Sword Song, to launch an attack. In reality, Sword Song is the naval warfare god stigma, known as one of the most powerful combat buffs in existence. Its effects are randomized, leaving Dokja uncertain of the exact boost he will receive. Despite this, he decides to make the most of his situation. A notification appears, revealing a phrase left by the naval warfare god. Amidst the raining arrows and the barrage of gunfire, Dokja feels as though a thundering storm has engulfed the battlefield. He launches his attack, and this time, Joonghyuk is affected. Joonghyuk begins bleeding from multiple wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Dokja rushes toward the cinema master. Before Dokja can attack, however, Joonghyuk activates his skill, Resuscitation Level 2. Joonghyuk steps in front of the cinema master, fully recovered, and Dokja is stunned by how quickly he healed. Dokja calls out to Gil-young, who is in poor condition but has summoned a grade 6 monarch-level insect, Titan Uptera. The cinema master is shocked to see the massive insect, while Gil-young greets it cheerfully. The enormous insect attacks, and Joonghyuk attempts to fight it off. The cinema master smiles, knowing Joonghyuk is protecting him. However, Dokja suddenly appears from behind and demands to know why the cinema master is smiling. Dokja launches an attack, but the cinema master counters by using a mind control skill, attempting to take over Dokja's mind. The cinema master believes he has gained control, but is shocked to find an empty void where Dokja's mind should be. At that moment, Dokja activates his personal skill, the 4th wall, and successfully lands a hit on the cinema master. A notification appears, informing Dokja that he is the first to defeat the simulation of the Cinema Master and awarding him 9,000 coins for his achievement. Additionally, the hidden scenario's clear condition has been met, earning him another 4,000 coins. Dokja reflects on the Cinema Master's failed mind control attempt and wonders if he was protected by the fourth wall. He rushes toward Gil-young, who has fallen unconscious. The massive insect, Titanoptera, has also defeated Joonghyuk. A notification appears, announcing that the barrier surrounding the cinema dungeon is disappearing. After some time, the insect departs. Dokja stares at Joonghyuk, who lies unconscious on the ground. Heewon approaches Dokja and asks about his condition. He inquires about Jihi, and Heewon assures him that she is fine. With this, the third main scenario draws to an end, and when they come outside, they are shocked to see that Seoul has been destroyed. Gil-young points out a shooting star, which looks breathtakingly beautiful. Dokja observes the star and thinks shooting stars are often omens of an upcoming main scenario. It is said that a catastrophic nightmare, unparalleled by what they have experienced, awaits them at the landing sites of these shooting stars around the world. Gil-young prays as he watches the shooting star and asks Dokja if he will make a wish. Dokja replies that he has already made one and won't share it because wishes are said not to come true if revealed. Dokja reflects that his wish is to survive and witness the epilogue of a certain novel. However, he knows a brand new hell awaits them after the sun rises. The hidden scenario has been completed, and at the same time, the main scenario emergency defense has also concluded. They receive 1,000 coins for their achievements. Dokja is surprised to see the completion notification and learns that the fourth main scenario will begin shortly. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since the third scenario ended. Dokja asks Jihi to stay with Joonghyuk, telling her she wouldn't be of much help down there right now. He also mentions that Joonghyuk could cause problems if he wakes up, and Dokja jokingly adds that he wants to smack him on the head again when he gets back. The Dokkaebi, annoyed, says Dokja might be the cause of his death since he nearly gave him a heart attack earlier. Dokja asks if the Dokkaebi has filtered the chat because he might have said too much. The Dokkaebi replies that he has no intention of ruining his channel and that such information gets filtered automatically. Dokja reflects that while constellations possess immense wealth and power, they are not omniscient. If his guess is correct, what he said earlier would have been filtered similarly for the constellations. He recalls discussing all of Joonghyuk's past incidents and realizes it wouldn't have been any less severe than this, as this was how the novel hid the fact that Joonghyuk was a regressor in the early chapters. The Dokkaebi assures Dokja not to worry because the constellations don't hear as much information as he fears. Dokja wonders if this filtering is a restriction in place for feasibility. The Dokkaebi explains that there were too many messages, so he blocks some out at his discretion. Dokja asks him to show messages from the highest-paying constellations. He is then notified that a few constellations seeking the truth have taken an interest in him, and the constellation's secretive plotter is intrigued by his presence, gifting him 2,000 coins. Suddenly they pause for a moment, and Heewon offers to carry Gil-young because he looks tired. Dokja hands Gil-young over to her and asks Heewon if she overheard what he said earlier. She surprises him by replying that she heard the entire conversation. Dokja becomes worried, thinking she was too far away to hear anything. Heewon seems uneasy and asks who he really is and how he knows so much. Dokja replies that he knows the future partially. Heewon is stunned and asks if Hayoung and Sangha know about this. She nervously questions if Dokja will kill her for knowing too much. Shocked, Dokja asks why he would do such a thing. She replies that people often act that way in moments like these, saying things like "you know too much" before killing someone. Dokja reassures her, saying if that were the case, he would have killed everyone much earlier. He clarifies that he didn't mean it like that. He tells her that the upcoming scenarios will be even more dangerous, putting their lives at risk and threatening to take something dear from them. Dokja asks Heewon to remain by his side as his companion. Later, when they reach the platform, they are surprised to see Pildo Gong confronting Hyunsung, who looks distressed. Pildo asks Hyunsung to get a hold of himself, but he seems furious. Meanwhile, Sangha and Hayoung rush toward them, and Dokja observes Pildo, who appears to have grown significantly stronger. Suddenly, notifications appear before them, announcing that the fourth main scenario will begin in 5 minutes. Dokja glances at Pildo carelessly, knowing there's nothing he can do right now. The Dokkaebi appears and greets everyone, remarking on their evident resilience. He explains that he is there to discuss the fourth main scenario, which will require them to join forces with other stations. Dokja sighs inwardly, thinking he already has his hands full with just his current group, and involving other stations will only complicate matters. The Dokkaebi explains that to proceed with the scenario, they must first complete a prerequisite mission. He warns that things things could get chaotic with too many people involved, which is why they need someone to lead them. In other words, they must elect a station leader. At that moment, a sub-scenario arrives, and the Dokaibi explains it as a prelude to the main event. The rules appear in the status window. The sub-scenario, leader election, has a clear condition. They must take the white flag installed at the center of the platform. As the white flag appears, everyone immediately rushes toward it. Dokja contemplates his options, thinking that if he becomes the leader, he won't have to take orders from anyone else. Pildo sprints toward the flag, nearly reaching it when Dokja uses his contract authority skill to command Pildo to get down. Pildo collapses to the ground, and Dokja grabs the flag, stepping on Pildo's back. A notification confirms that Dokja has taken the white flag from the pole and has become the leader of Chungmuro Station. He has been granted the right to walk the king's path. If the flag's ownership doesn't change within the next 5 minutes, Chungmuro Station will remain under his command. Dokja reflects that the flag originally belonged to Joonghyuk in his third regression, but he guesses Joonghyuk is strong enough without it. Enraged, Pildo calls his people and orders them to take the flag for him within the remaining time. Hong and Sanga rush to protect Dokja. Dokja tosses a new shield to Hyunsung, telling him to discard his old one. Hyunsung happily accepts it and activates his special skill, area defense, to block the path of Pildo's group. Despite this, Pildo commands his men to clear the way and uses his skill, Militarized Zone, level 6, to break through the barrier. Dokja counters by using contract authority again, ordering Pildo to stay down and remain there until Dokja permits him to rise. He also commands Pildo to dismiss his men, as they're becoming a nuisance. Pildo's Militarized Zone is deactivated, and though Pildo hurls insults at him, Dokja silences him using his authority. He orders Pildo to keep quiet for the next 30 minutes, declaring that the housekeeping is done and it's time to talk. Dokja surveys the group and learns that 29 people remain at Chungmuro Station, 20 members of the Landlord Coalition and 9 others, including his team. He thinks the number is manageable and decides it's time to make more allies. He tells the group they have 2 choices: leave Chungmuro and head to another station, or stay with him. He resolves to keep only those he can trust close from now on. Dokja recalls asking Hewan to be his companion earlier. She questions whether he never considered her a companion until now. Dokja clarifies, saying it's the opposite. He may have seen her as a companion, but that doesn't mean she saw him the same way. He tells her to think of their relationship as a deal. He needs her power, and his information will benefit her. To survive, they must maintain this partnership. Hewan then asks what she's doing in the future he knows of, but Dokja admits he doesn't know. He reveals that she wasn't in the future he knows of, making her a variable in the original story he created, and there will be another chance to pick a supporting constellation after this scenario. Hewan will be able to play a key role in shaping future scenarios if she finds a good supporting constellation. She replies that it's all too sudden and says she will think about it. Currently, Dokja asks the people to make a choice. They complain that it's way too sudden, but Dokja insists they give him an answer. He tells them they either stay or leave. He won't stop them if they decide to leave, but if they choose to stay, they must do as he says. Some people get angry, but Dokja remains firm, saying he won't beat around the bush, nor will he charge them survival fees or anything like that. They ask if he can guarantee their safety if they join his group. Dokja replies that he can ensure their protection from external threats, but won't interfere with what happens internally. A man calls out to Pildo, urging him to leave, and saying there's no need to listen to Dokja. However, Dokja says that everyone else can go without Pildo because Pildo now belongs to him. After some time, the sub-scenario is completed, and Dokja receives 1,000 coins for his achievements. He addresses the people who chose to stay, telling them he looks forward to working with them. A notification informs him that he has now become the true leader of Chungmuro Station, thanks to the power of the white flag. The group now has 24 members. Many people have joined the group and asked Dokja for forgiveness, but he tells them he is not the one they should be begging for forgiveness. Another notification states that Dokja has been granted authority over the Chungmuro group, allowing him to punish any members who disgrace them. However, their insufficient fame prevents them from being named a kingdom. Meanwhile, the Dokaibi reappears and instructs them to begin the main game. The 4th main scenario is activated. Its name is Capture the Flag, and it has 5 clear conditions. The scenario's time duration is 2,000 coins. Their objective is to defend their flag while also planting their flag at the target station's flagpole. Their next target is Changsan Station, which is 2 stations away from Chungmuro. Sanga asks if they will have to fight other people again. Hong reads the conditions and explains that once they plant their flag on the target station's flagpole, the other group will fall under their control. He notes that it doesn't explicitly state that the losers will die. Sanga agrees, saying they might be able to complete the scenario without killing anyone if they assimilate the opposing group into their own. Dokja, however, thinks grimly that there's no such thing as a deathless scenario. He believes this 4th scenario will result in more casualties than any scenario before it. He asks about the route to Changsin Station, emphasizing the need to know the layout first. Hong confirms it's Line 6, and if they move through the tunnels, they can pass through Hua Station, one of the transfer stations. The group decides to split, leaving some behind to guard Chungmuro while others scout ahead. Once the safety barrier around Chungmuro is deactivated due to the scenario, they can now move freely between stations. Dokja notices Pildo lying on the ground and tells him he can speak now. Dokja acknowledges Pildo's dislike for him, but advises him to adapt to the situation if he wants to survive. He puts Pildo in charge of guarding the station, telling him he won't force him to follow orders, but will reward him for doing so. Dokja also asks Pildo to think of his family, which has been separated from him, leaving Pildo wondering how Dokja knows about them. Suddenly, the group hears the sound of motorcycles. A swarm of bikes rushes toward them, signaling the start of an invasion. Shocked that the scenario has already begun, Dokja instructs everyone to lower their weapons and approach the bikers slowly. Their leader calls out, asking them to calm down, saying they are not there to fight. He introduces himself as Il-jun-K, the vice leader of the Dongdaemun group. Dokja wonders if he knows him, and then it clicks. Il-jun-K is one of those variables he was concerned about. His skills work on him, which confirms he is one of the characters in the novel. Dokja tells Il-jun-K his name, and Il-jun-K is surprised, indicating he already knows who Dokja is. After greeting Dokja, Il-jun-K notices the white flag in his hand and realizes that Dokja must be the leader of Chungmuro Station. Dokja observes that Il-jun-K seemed off for a moment and tells him to get to the point if he's done looking around. Il-jun-K says he wanted to ensure they would also be safe and claims they came just to make an offer. Dokja asks why they should believe him, and Il-jun-K responds that the rules make it clear. If they intended to fight, their leader would be there, since only leaders can plant flags. Dokja asks what the offer is, and Il-jun-K explains they want to propose an alliance. The people in Dokja's group murmur among themselves about the offer, and Heewon opposes it, saying she doesn't trust them, and something feels off about them. Dokja processes their conversation, and Il-jun-K explains further. He insists Chungmuro Station isn't their target. If it were, they would have come with their entire group. Dokja deduces their target is Dongdaemun Station, but Il-jun-K insists they still want to collaborate since their targets differ. Il-jun-K offers to share valuable information and claims they have a surefire tactic for the fourth scenario. He assures Dokja they won't regret forming an alliance with them. Dokja responds that they'll decide after meeting Il-jun-K's leader in Dongdaemun. Il-jun-K offers to lead the way, and the group prepares to follow. Sangha, however, questions the timing of their visit to Chungmuro. Dokja replies that if they came from Dongdaemun, they could have allied with other nearby stations, but chose Chungmuro instead because it's new and hasn't formed any alliances yet. Il-jun-K promises to explain more once they agree to the alliance. The group leaves Gilyung behind, and Dokja asks Pildo to take good care of him. As they travel, Dokja calls Il-jun-K and asks if people haven't said anything about Chungmuro Station. Il-jun-K seems confused by the question. Dokja then asks if he knows about a scary man named Joonghyuk at their station. At that moment, everyone feels something off and jumps from their bikes. Using Sanga's thread, she ensnares the tires, making the bikers crash to the ground. Il-jun-K demands to know what they're doing, but moments earlier, Dokja had instructed his group to act interested, follow them, and escape if they seem suspicious. Dokja smirks and says they should have worked on their hiding skills if they intended to ambush them. He tells his group to show them the true meaning of an ambush. Meanwhile, Pildo reflects on how he ended up taking orders from a young boy like Dokja. Suddenly, his men inform him about a fight happening nearby. Dokja and his team are in the middle of battle, and the constellation of pure good alignment approves of their skill use. Heewon remarks that their opponents are nothing compared to the cinema dungeon enemies. Hong and Dokja swiftly overpower the bikers. Abruptly, Dokja receives a message from Pildo that Chungmuro is under attack. Dokja immediately breaks away, instructing Sangha to tie the captured bikers up. He rushes back toward Chungmuro to handle the unfolding situation, and seeing the direction the attackers came from, Dokja deduces they must be the Myeongdong group and suspects they've teamed up with Dongdaemun. Their goal is to plant the flag, and they claim they'll be done once they accomplish that. Dokja notices the flag in one of their hands and realizes that the person holding it must be the leader. Their leader, Hui Kim, activates the effect of the red flag, boosting the Myeongdong group's attack and defense by 5%. Dokja confirms that the red flag in Hui Kim's hands signifies his status as the leader of Myeongdong Station. The flag's color determines its strength in this battle of flags. Starting with white, the colors red, navy, brown, purple, and black grant progressively stronger buffs to the leader in their group. Since they have a red flag, it means they've either taken over another station or killed its leader to seize the flag. While observing, Dokja notes that the Myeongdong group isn't bad on the battlefield, but their skills aren't sufficient to take over Chungmuro Station. In the meantime, Pildo activates his militarized zone level 6 and starts private private property, launching a series of attacks. He strikes multiple opponents simultaneously, forcing the Myeongdong group to regroup. One of their members yells that this wasn't part of the intel they gathered, and Hui Kim orders them to retreat. Before they can escape, Dokja appears from the other side, blocking their path. He activates Unbreakable Faith's unique property, transforming the ether into fire, and begins burning the fleeing attackers. Their flag falls to the ground, and many are injured. Pildo rushes toward the fallen flag, but Dokja calls out to him, warning him to return to the station. Unless he's itching for a beating, Pildo reluctantly retreats, and Dokja picks up the flag himself. With the red flag now in his possession, Dokja's white flag evolves into a red flag. The white flag absorbs the contribution points accumulated in the red flag, bringing him one step closer to the king's path. It is revealed that as the flag's color upgrades, it boosts not only the stats of the leader, but also all the members of their group. This mechanic explains why stations attack others to upgrade their flags, leading to continuous wars between stations and their leaders. Dokja tells Pildo to go a little easier on the attackers, but Pildo counters, asking how he's supposed to go easy when they're attacking so aggressively. A notification informs Dokja that the remaining members of the Myeongdong group are awaiting his orders. He realizes there's little useful information he can gather from them now. He speculates they likely knew who was at Chungmuro before attacking, as Joonghyuk seemed puzzled when he learned Dokja was the leader. Dokja wonders if the prophets told them about Chungmuro beforehand. Later, Dokja approaches Joonghyuk and asks what he plans to do now. Joonghyuk replies it depends on how useful he can prove himself. Dokja remarks that the constellations have deemed the group evil and suggests trying torture to make them talk. If they refuse, they'll be killed. Dokja begins counting to 3, moving his sword closer with each count. By the time he reaches 2, with the blade near Joonghyuk's mouth, the latter blurts out Dongyo. He reveals information about Dongyo Station and its inhabitants, calling them the prophets. Dokja orders Sangha to use her light thread to silence Joonghyuk. He observes that the prophets are using hypnosis to prevent information about them from leaking. However, Dokja believes this could work in their favor, as hypnosis only works on individuals they've met face to face. As long as they keep Joonghyuk hostage, he could lead them to one of the prophets. Dokja then goes to check on Jihee, where Joonghyuk is still unconscious. She asks about the situation downstairs, but Dokja reassures her not to worry. She inquires about her master's condition, and Dokja explains that Joonghyuk isn't as mentally prepared as she might think, but will recover after a good rest. Jihee notices that Dokja seems to know a lot about her master, and he replies that he knows him better than anyone else in the world. He gives her a letter and asks her not to read it, instructing her to give it to Joonghyuk when he wakes up. He knows that she will probably read it, and it's filled with words that only Joonghyuk would understand, so she won't get it. He wonders if what he wrote in the novel is censored for the constellations. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband expresses his distaste for censorship. She calls him, asks for permission to ask a question, and mentions their conversation earlier in the morning. Dokja is worried that she heard the conversation and thinks he might have spoken too carelessly, not considering who might have been nearby. He plans to play dumb for now and asks her what he said. Suddenly, she starts shouting at him, saying he promised himself not to think that way. Dokja is surprised by what she said and believes there's no need to mimic what he said. Ji asks him about his resolution. Jihee calls Joonghyuk and says he promised her to always be on her side and that he should never lose hope. Dokja wonders why she is twisting his words. She thinks he wrote a love letter to her master and says she will make sure that he reads his love letter. Many constellations are shocked by what was censored. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband respects his orientation, while the constellation demonic judge of fire is delighted by his comradeship. The constellation's secretive plotter is flabbergasted and gifts him 600 coins. She asks him about a weird CD and whether they too have adopted one. Dokja leaves and tells her to ask Yun when he wakes up. He then thinks about how he never came across the name of the prophets, which could mean one of two things. He thinks a particular variable has caused another prophet other than Anna Croft to appear, and he suspects there must be another reader like himself. However, it's most likely the latter, as prophets are a rare breed. After some time, he accompanies Han and Sangha. Sangha asks him if he is sure they don't need to bring more people. Dokja says they are going to decide what to do with them, not to fight them. He explains that the people of Myeongdong Station will die if they leave them like this. Unless they are incredibly unlucky, the people who have become drifters will soon fall prey to other groups, just like the Landlord Coalition members who left Chungmuro. He then observes that Sangha looks sad and asks her if she's upset that they didn't get to make them their allies. He says she shouldn't trust people too easily. S knows this but still wants to believe in people, and this is why he has been able to make it this far. Suddenly, Hong calls and informs him that the station is already under attack and a large number of people have been killed. 3 people were responsible for the killing, siblings. Hong asks Dokja who they are, but he doesn't know. He can't believe they ran off as if they knew he was coming. When they arrive, they are notified that Mongdong Station is currently unoccupied. They ask him if they will take over the station. He places his flag there, claiming the station. It is reported that Mongdong Station has been taken over, and that a station he has taken over cannot be lost unless he loses his flag or his HQ. The contribution points of the red flag increase, and he expands his territory by taking over another station. In the meantime, a new hidden scenario arrives, and the king's path opens up for them. The precise condition is that they must take care of 10 or more stations within the given period. The time limit is 10 days, and the leader, along with everyone in his group, will die if they fail to take over at least one station per day. Sanga asks him if he will be okay. Wee Hong is glad that he is the leader. Dokja wonders if they are good people or naive, as most would be green with envy that he got the hidden scenario. They ask him if they should call him His Majesty from now on, and Dokja just says they must be joking because he doesn't want anything like that. Heewon says if the hidden scenario is actual, they should try to take over a new station right now. The hidden scenario again appears, stating they must take over 10 or more stations within the given period. Dokja says they should first learn about the people who attacked them and head for Donggo right away. He asks Heewon and Hong to come with him and asks Sanga to stay there. She gets sad at this. Dokja calls her and says not everyone is good at the same thing, thinking she is probably reflecting on her role in the group. She is neither a great fighter like Heewon nor an excellent tank like Hong, and she doesn't have a great hidden ability like Gilyung. He asks her to remember what he said in the subway, that she has her own life and he has his own. She gets happy about this, and Dokja says she is needed there. They can't leave Gilyung alone, and they also need someone to watch over Pildo. Moreover, they need someone to lead the anxious group members and defend themselves against Hong, as enemies might come for their station while they're away. Depending on the situation, they have Pildo for that, but they may also need Sanga's skills. He says he wants to cheer her up a little. Hong suggests Misu, and they are notified that he uses his authority as the leader. Chungmuro's leader, Dokja, has shared his authority with Sanga. They shake hands, and S is unsure if she is worthy of this. She becomes the vice representative of Chungmuro Station. She promises to do her best, and they head to their next destination. Dokja observes that she had been a bit down lately, and he didn't do this just to make Sanga feel better. It was because he believed she would be perfect for the job. He thinks she wasn't just a pretty female employee of HR that everyone looked up to. He gave her the job because everyone had their field of expertise. On their way, Heewon asks him about Joonghyuk and if it's okay to leave him there. He replies that he should be fine. Dokja asks her if she has a brother, and she replies that he's started 7th grade this year. She says having a brother is annoying because he never listens, picks fights with her, and even causes trouble at school, so she has to go in place of her mother. However, she worries about him because he is her family. Dokja has the same feeling for Joonghyuk and guesses that he doesn't hate him all that much. Dokja says he hates him because he got into so many fights because of him. In the earlier years of TWSA, he wasn't the only person reading it. It had many readers during its first 10 episodes and even 12 readers until its 50th episode. He thinks he may be one of them he will face soon. In the meantime, Hong calls him, and they seem to have gotten quite close. Hwan asks him if he is getting jealous of them, and Dokja thinks he went to an all-boys school, majored in engineering, went to the army, and never faced a woman in their lives. After some time, they arrive at Dongdaemun History and Culture Park Station, but find it strange that no one is around. They are notified that the station is under the control of Donggo Station, and if they want to take control of the station, they must steal the Donggo Station flag or plant his flag at the station's flagpole. They come forward, but someone tries to stop and say something, but Prophet forbids him to do anything. There is a notification that Alun has become a wanderer. Dokja says it looks as if Dongdaemun Station was taken over. It must have been a trap. Dokja thinks whoever had Mongdong and Dongdaemun attack Chungmuro must have known they would fail to take over Chungmuro. They probably wanted to take over Mongdong and Dongdaemun while they were out. Those people they saw in Mongdong probably belonged to their group. They are the people who knew that they would win and who knew about Chungmuro's original leader. He now knows about those so-called prophets. Suddenly, Hong felt someone's presence, and a man called Ilun says he has brought unwelcome guests. They ask Dokja to introduce himself. He achieves the skill of checking the man's character profile, but it shows that his profile cannot be browsed using the character profile because he doesn't have a registered character profile. Dokja tells him they have come from Chungmuro and uses his skill, search attribute, on him. However, Dokja's personal skill, the fourth wall, blocks the search attribute skill, and he feels pain in his head. Dokja asks for his his name and realizes this is the man who knows about Joonghyuk, the original leader of Chungmuro Station. Dokja lies and tells him his name is Joonghyuk, shocking everyone. He thinks TWSA describes Joonghyuk's appearance often, with the adjective most used being handsome, and with his own looks, he guesses he could pull it off. The leader now seems scared of him and calls him Sir, and Dokja is sure this person has read TWSA. The man again tries to use his skill, search attribute, but it doesn't work. Dokja thinks he must know who Han is now. He warns him to watch what he is doing and assumes he must believe he has the Eye of the Sage skill. Dokja exclaims that he already knows the man is using his skills to look them up. The man's subordinate gets offensive and asks how Dokja dares to talk to his leader like that, but then the subordinate attacks from behind and is killed with just one blow. Dokja and the others are shocked at the action. The leader apologizes on behalf of his subordinate and introduces himself as GCK Lee, the vice representative of Donggo Station. After some time, he escorts them toward Dongmo Station. Heewon tries to say Dokja's real name, but Heewon punches him and forbids him to reveal it. Guk Lee asks if they know what is happening, and Dokja continues to act as Joonghyuk. When they reach the station, Dokja orders the group there to leave, claiming the station belongs to him. He tells them to pack up and leave. Sanga is shocked by his statement and argues that he cannot do that because the station hasn't been taken over yet. Dokja replies that he isn't stupid and says Sanga, as the vice representative, has the authority to hand the station over to their group. Dokja threatens to kill them all if they don't hand over the station, counting to 3. He begins counting, and when he reaches 3, he takes out his sword angrily. Sanga gets scared and agrees to leave the station. However, Dokja says it's too late and demands they give him Dongdaemun as well. He believes he has been transferred the rights to Dongdan Culture and History Park and came to Donggo to secure the rights to Dongdaemun as well. Sanga begs him, offering Dongdaemun Culture and History Park, but requesting that he meet their leader first. On his king's honor, Sanga promises not to harm him. A notification confirms that Dongmyo's vice representative, Sok, has made a promise on the king's honor. Sanga will be punished severely if he breaks it. Dokja recalls that the leader there is likely a loser. Sanga shows Dokja the way to his leader. At this moment, Dokja wants to know 2 things: whether Sanga Lei has a file on him and how many prophets like him exist. Dokja activates his personal skill, the 4th wall and character profile, simultaneously. He concludes that it's unlikely they have information on him since they use search attribute instead of character profile, meaning it should be safe to assume they know nothing. Still, Dokja wonders what he would do if someone among them is reading TWSA. He spends 500 coins on agility, reaches Sanga in no time, and asks what he is reading on his mobile phone. Sanga is scared to see him and hides his phone, claiming it's nothing. However, Dokja is shocked to discover that Sanga was reading a group chat. Dokja wonders how they have an internet connection now, and he thinks this is Donggo Station, where that loser is, which means they must have the internet. Sanga shows him the way and says their leader is waiting for him. A man asks others to hurry and move on, and Heewon is surprised to see that they are slaughtering an animal. It looks like they are running their own little kingdom there. Dokja asks her to stay put and stand guard while waiting for him. He also asks her to make sure that Along doesn't say anything stupid. Heewon bows before him and says his wish is her command. Dokja thinks she is really enjoying this. They are currently in Dongmo, and Dokja knows that the king of Dongmo is one of the 7 kings of TWSA. He is the boy who will soon become the basement-dwelling king of the shadows. He is the boy who has already completed over half of the king's path. Dokja sees his character profile and finds his name is Dun Han, age 17, and his supporting constellation is a shadow behind the curtain. He learns that they could use the internet because of Dun Han. Since the beginning of the scenarios, internet access over the entire area of Seoul has been blocked due to the streaming channel setup. The Dokkaebi people outside of Seoul don't know of this. Dokja is notified that Dun Han has activated the skill Comment Manipulation Level 3. They are using group chatting, and Sanga calls him and says they have brought a guest with them today. The boy hesitates to say hello to Dokja, and Dokja observes that he has social anxiety. He asks him to make some negotiations. Dokja asks if he is joking and how he can be their leader if he is going to make him talk business with a puppet. He calls Sanga the leader, at which Sanga smiles and says he sees right through him. Dokja asks why he brought him there if he isn't the leader, and Sanga replies that he wants to talk to him in private. He informs him that the tent is under the influence of the block soundwave skill. Sanga exclaims that what he is about to tell him is of great importance to them all and reveals that he is a prophet. Dokja thinks this is good because he is finally getting the information he wants. Sanga also knows about his special power, the miracle of regression, a power that he alone possesses in this world. Dokja hopes the conversation is being filtered. Sanga reveals that he has regressed through many lives, fought against horrible enemies, and fought to save humanity from otherworldly forces. He has been putting up a lonely fight all on his own, and they have nothing but respect for his noble cause. Dokja thinks Joonghyuk might have cried if he heard this. Sanga says he might have realized this through his many regressions. regression. But despite his miraculous abilities, he cannot manage alone against the oncoming adversity. Sanga exclaims that things will be different this time. They, the prophets, were blessed to assist him through his current regression. Moreover, he reveals that he has been receiving revelations about this day for 10 years. There is a book of revelation that is handed down among the prophets. He exclaims that they have a record of Joonghyuk's legendary exploits in this world and a book that tells of his past, present, and future. Dokja is shocked and wonders if he is talking about TWSA. Thanks to this book of revelations, they know he would have Steelblade Hong under his command. Moreover, while they may not be present, he probably has delusional demon Naman Kim and Jihye Lei with him. Dokja asks about the book of revelations, and Sanga replies that the book has been damaged, so the original copy is lost. The prophets have memorized fragments of the book and are making preparations so that Joonghyuk can walk the righteous path with them. He will be able to lead a new life that is different from his past regressions. Dokja listens to all of Sanga's speech and appreciates him while thinking he has made up a story. He agrees that he has been given this revelation, and Dokja asks Sanga what he plans to do with it. Outside, a man approaches Hong and Heewon, asking about their identity and saying he hasn't seen them around. At the same time, Sanga says he wants Dokja and his group as allies and intends for them to work under his command. Dokja thinks Sanga wants to take a free ride and tells him he's got him all wrong. He asks how he's supposed to ally with people he knows nothing about. Meanwhile, the man outside questions Han Young, asking who gave him permission to loiter there. Dokja says that if Sanga wants to be his ally, he should first explain who they really are. Outside, Heewon asks the man who he is to tell them what they should do. Sanga apologizes to Dokja for misunderstanding him and exclaims that he has already introduced himself. Dokja demands that Sanga kneel before him and recite his attributes. Sanga is shocked because Joonghyuk supposedly has the Eye of the Sage skill, and he wonders why he is asking him to recite his attributes. He suspects it might be a test, but he kneels anyway and reveals that his attribute is that he is a hypnotist. Dokja now confirms that Sanga is the one who used hypnosis on Il-jun Kang. Dokja asks him something about the ninth, and Sanga reveals that he is the ninth renouncer. Dokja wonders how many of them there are. He notes that this is an attribute he hasn't heard of, likely because this is the first time the prophets have appeared. However, something feels strange because Sanga refers to himself as a renouncer rather than a revelator. Dokja asks what he means by calling himself a renouncer, and Sanga explains that it relates to the Book of Revelation, the order in which they stopped reading the revelations. Sanga excuses this by saying the revelations were too difficult to decipher and too profound. Dokja presses him, asking if he is the ninth person to stop reading the revelations, implying that he might not be very helpful. Sanga cries and assures Dokja that he can be of help. Dokja asks why Sanga keeps playing with his phone, to which Sanga exclaims that he is addicted to smartphones. Meanwhile, outside, the man asks Heewon if she's trying to pick a fight with them, pointing out that she isn't even part of the supporting cast. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. After a moment, they hear noise from outside. Dokja wonders if a sub-scenario has appeared. When they step outside to investigate, they are shocked to see that Heewon has started a fight with the boy and has attacked him. After some time, Sanga apologizes on his friend's behalf, saying he doesn't know any better. The fight is broken up in time thanks to their intervention. If they had been a little later, the boy might have been killed. Heewon and the boy both apologize. Dokja tries to check the boy's character profile, but finds it cannot be browsed because the boy isn't a registered character. Dokja then calls Heewon, reminding her that he asked her to stay aside. She angrily replies that the boy was the one who picked a fight with her. She calls him Mr. Yu and apologizes. The boy, overhearing, asks Dokja if he just called himself Joonghyuk and realizes who he is. He then calls Sanga and says he wants to talk to him in private. They ask Dokja to wait outside. Dokkabi appears and Dokja spends 2,000 coins to enhance his hearing, acquiring the skill Enhanced Hearing. He activates Enhanced Hearing level 1 and listens. The boy tells Sanga that something isn't right. He says the author described Joonghyuk as good-looking, but this man isn't as good-looking as he expected. Sanga denies the boy's claims, arguing that people have different standards but that this man is definitely Joonghyuk. The boy exclaims that he remembers details because of his memory enhancement skill. He also expresses concern about Heewon, saying she shouldn't be there during Joonghyuk's third regression. He suggests they test him to see if he is truly Joonghyuk, claiming this could be their chance to prove something to those who read over 50 episodes. Dokja now realizes these are the same people who wrote all the bad comments comments about Joonghyuk being lame. After some time, they return to Dokja, and the boy apologizes for his earlier transgression, and he says he will not introduce himself. His name is Minong. Dokja asks him what number he is. Shocked, Minong asks Sangha if he told Dokja about this, and Sangha replies that he had no choice. Minong then states that he is the first 8th renouncer. Dokja wonders how many renouncers there are. Minong exclaims that there are around 48 that they know of. Dokja recalls that the first episode of TWSA was viewed by around 1,200 people, but dropped to 129 by episode 10, so he assumed there would be at least 100 of them. Sangha guesses that there were many more prophets, but they might have died during the first scenario. Dokja asked why they died even when they knew the future. Sangha replies that it was because most of them only recently realized that the prophecy was real. Minong says he is honored to have met him and asked permission to ask some questions for himself. Dokja remarks that Minong must be doubtful about whether he really is Joonghyuk or not. From what Minong remembers, Joonghyuk had the delusional demon, Naman Kim, with him during his third regression, but now he has that woman with him instead. He thought she was Ji-hee Lei, but she seemed older and had a different name. Dokja replies that the delusional demon doesn't exist in the current regression because he was killed. He explains that the man who killed him knew the future just as they did. Not only did he kill the delusional demon, but he also completed all the hidden scenarios, ruining all their plans. Dokja is talking about himself and adds that the man has even taken to impersonating him recently. He beat him to a pulp the last time they met, but it's likely that he's still in the vicinity of Chungmuro. They are shocked, and the constellations' secretive plotter is impressed by his shameless lies. They think this explains the changes in the third regression. Sangha says he may know the man who killed the delusional demon. However, he first mentions that not all prophets are on the same side. After some time, they are given individual rooms. Hewan asks how they managed to grow this big. Before they can say anything, Dokja stops them and spends 3,500 coins to activate the Navy flag's special ability, allowing him to use group chat with his group members. After talking to Sangha and Minong, he is given Dong Demon and Chulalongkorn, turning his flag Navy. Currently, he owns a total of 5 stations. However, it's too bad that he didn't get Chulalongkorn Station. Being right in front of Dongo, he thought they had control over Chulalongkorn, but realizes he was wrong. Sangha says there is a group calling themselves the 12 Disciples, claiming to have read the real prophecy and possessing the power to change the world. They have read more of the prophecy than Sungkai and his group. Dokja thinks 12 is the number of views the 50th episode of TWSA had. Sangha says there are 11 known disciples currently, and their guess is that the prophet Dokja crossed paths with is the last disciple, whose identity is unknown. Unlike them, these disciples aim to take control of the world using the revelation instead of helping save it from ruin. They are a selfish bunch who only look out for themselves. Dokja thinks it's most likely that he is the 12th person who has read episode 50. Sangha begs Dokja to take them under his wing and stop these heretics. Dokja sighs and agrees to help them, but in return, he wants the rights to Chulalongkorn Station. Minong apologizes and says they can't give him Chulalongkorn Station because it doesn't belong to the Dongo group. It is currently ruled by the Tyrant King, one of the 7 kings of Seoul. He is as powerful as Joonghyuk at this point in the story. Dokja notes that it's too early in the plot for the Tyrant King to be crowned, but Sangha explains that some prophets help the Tyrant King's power grow by mistake. Dokja thinks they don't even remember what happened in the novel, and there is no way they would be dokkabing a good job. Hewan is shocked that they know what will happen in the future. In their group chat, Hong asks him if this is the reason he pretended to be Joonghyuk. Hewan says they should stay there a bit longer since they need more information. Sangok then asks him not to worry too much because they have been preparing a secret weapon to get rid of the Tyrant King. The weapon is not just for the Tyrant King, but also for the TW disciples, and they tell Dokja that they have arrived just in time and will be able to witness the weapon in action soon. Moreover, the Night of the Prophets, a meeting that doesn't include the 12 disciples, will be held tomorrow night, and they want him to come with them to that meeting. Dokja thinks he can't let them run rampant like this, and after what happened with the Tyrant King, they will mess up the story. He then tells Hong and Hewan that he will take care of them today because he needs to end things here and now. That same night, when everyone is sleeping peacefully, he appears wearing an invisible cloak and reaches the guy quietly. He grabs his face from behind and forces him to drink a potion. Afterward, the boy frees himself and recognizes him. Dokja Dokja asks him not to worry because he is not there to take his flag. He says the boy is smart and kind, and if he wanted to hurt him, why would he free him from his hypnosis? He asks the boy to be friends with him. The main scenario appears again with 5 conditions and a time duration of 12 days. Dokja has bought the hermit cloak for 3,000 coins and a potion named mental stimulant for 3,000 coins. He admits he would be lying if he said he doesn't regret spending 6,000 coins, but if he can have the Hermit King of the Shadows, it will be worth it. He reassures the boy not to worry and repeats that he is not there to take his flag, asking him to be his friend. Dokja then says it's difficult to talk in person and asks him to use group chat because, even without the hypnosis, the boy has severe social anxiety. Dokja thinks the others are like a propaganda machine that covers the truth with lies to control the future. This CD was under the control of the prophets until recently, and Dangun has used an internet level 5 on his smartphone. He can access the internet from anywhere within the Soul Dome as long as Dangun is conscious. Dokja then messages him, asking who he is, and Dangun replies that he has been looking for him. At the same time, Sangok and Mansib are relieved that they will be done tomorrow and think about drinking alcohol. Sangok says Joonghyuk was glaring at him with his eye of the sage, and he almost had a heart attack. Mabe says he has only read the prologue and wouldn't know if he was using the eye of the sage or not. As they talk to each other, Dokja tells Dangun that he knows. Dangun seems scared and confused. Sangok says the others don't seem to believe them and wonders what they will do about that. Their other team members keep insisting they want to go to Chungo to check. Mabe grabs his phone and says he will talk to them himself. Meanwhile, Dokja asks Dangun for help and says Sangok and the others shouldn't exist because they will ruin the epilogue he wants to create. He asks Dangun if he wants his power. Dokja tells him to stop dokabing anything from now on and also asks him to turn off the internet. Simultaneously, Mabe discovers that the internet is not working, and Sangok asks him to check on Dangun to see if he fell asleep again. In the meantime, Dokja reaches them and removes his cloak. They are shocked to see him. Heewon tells him she has taken care of a few of them, but there are too many, and they can't hold them for long. Sangok is shocked to see Dokja and asks what is going on, saying he can't do this to them, even if he is the great Joonghyuk. Dokja thinks he can do anything, and that all he needs to do is take out the leader. He discovers that Mabe is the true leader of Dongo. Dokja reflects that no one would be stupid enough to have their flag on display out in the open and concludes from their previous conversation that they are the ones who know the future, and there is no way they would make a character from the novel their leader. They just kept Dangun under hypnosis and exploited him, but seeing how Sangok wasn't the leader, there was only one answer. Dokja grabs the flag from him, and his navy flag absorbs the contribution points accumulated in the flag. His navy flag has now evolved into a brown flag, and he is protected by the power of the flag. Sangok tries to stop him and asks what will happen if the other prophets find out about this, but Dokja says they don't have the internet, and they can't find out about this. They ask him why he is dokabing this to them, and Dokja replies he doesn't see the point in giving them an answer at this point. He also exclaims that if he were the real Joonghyuk, he would have never teamed up with the likes of them, and says that they should have read to the end. They are shocked to know that he is not the real Joonghyuk. Dokja is notified that the remaining members of the Dongo group are awaiting his order, and he can restrict the activities of his group members using an oath. The next morning, he wakes up from a night of SP, and after dealing with Sangok and Mob last night, he goes around the neighboring stations near Dongo and plants his flag. He currently owns 9 stations, and with one more station, the King's Path scenario will be over. He has almost completed one of the core goals of the scenario, and his spirit has recovered fully due to a good night's SP. It's 4 in the evening, and he is notified that his personal skills have been partially updated. He then comes out of the tent where Heewon and Hong are waiting for him, and they are ready to leave. Meanwhile, Sangok and Mob come to him and apologize to him. He thinks he should have killed them both, but has let them join the Chungmuro group because they are still useful. He warns them not to tell anyone about who he really is, and uses his authority as the leader to put restrictions on the group members with an oath. He also asks them to obey his every word and not act individually, and they both accept his oath. He is notified that this oath is an oath of death, and they will die if they break the oath. Dokja exclaims that there is no telling when he will change his mind, but he might let them stick around longer if they do well. He also asks them to call him Joonghyuk in front of the other prophets and to give him his fugitive's mask. That mask can change someone's appearance, and this makes him handsome. They think that must be how the real Joonghyuk looks. He thinks it's good that he has such a useful item since he has to keep acting like Joonghyuk to attend the Nights of the Prophets. He then thinks he should learn more about these two just in case and asks Meeb about his abilities. Suddenly, they are notified that the following characters have been updated, and he checks for Mob's character information. He is shocked that Mob was missing from the attribute window just yesterday, but now he is one of the characters. He also asks him to pass his phone, takes them offline, and is notified that Dangun has used Internet Level 5, and they now have an internet connection on their device. device. He then receives a message from him that he is going to trust him just this once, and Dokja thanks him with a smiling face. Many notifications appear, saying Dangun's supporting constellation has revealed his nickname, and the shadow behind the curtains expresses his gratitude, and Dokja is gifted 500 coins, and finds out that there are 36 people in the Prophet's group chat. Sangok tells him that all the prophets in the group chat are early renouncers, and none of them are disciples. He then asks Dokja the meaning of what he said last night, that they should have read to the end. They ask him if he knows about the revelation, and Dokja smiles, thinking he knows about it. He thinks they will be glad to have met him instead of Yunu. In the group chat, other prophets are asking about Yunu, and one replies that he will surely come because Ninth and Mabe said so last night. One exclaims that Nin is an idiot, but they may believe it if it was Mabe who said this. They think they will all die if things don't work this time, and some exclaim they want to regress like Joonghyuk and regret that they read the novel until the 50th episode. They ask each other if they are sure that no one pirated the novel yet, and the others are sure that no one pirated the novel. They want a copy of the novel badly and want to read it. Dokja, reading the chat, says they have to pay for it if they want to read it. After some time, Sangok tells him that they have arrived at Ongguk Station. The Night of the Prophets has begun. Dokja says nobody must have taken this place over yet, and Sangok says it was a pact made between the prophets, and it could be dangerous to gather at a station that is controlled. One of them recognizes Mino and greets him, and they ask each other about their condition. The other says it has been hell because of the Tyrant King. Mino said he told them not to go towards Joonghyuk, and he should have listened to them. He sees Dokja and asks if he is Joonghyuk. He bows before him and says it's an honor to meet him. The others say he is much more handsome than they imagined. They all surround him and introduce themselves at once, saying it was impressive how he fought against Iz in his second regression. In the meantime, another one appears from behind and says it's too bad that it was only told to them as a flashback in the Revel, and he has always wanted to hear about that from him personally. He introduces himself as 168, and Dokja thinks he must have read almost 50 episodes. Then he might be the one who has read the most among the people there. He asks him if he is currently in his third regression. Dokja thinks he doesn't need to be sad because he was pretty good in his early regressions too. Some of them ask Hyunsung if he is the Steel Blade. He doesn't know what they are talking about. One asks Heewon if she is the naval commander Ji-hee, but she rudely denies it. Dokja is surprised to see the Night of the Prophets, but it's more like a farmer's market. He asks them where the weapon is, the secret weapon he told them about. They show him a large red stone. Dokja remembers it as the shooting star they saw at the cinema earlier. He asks them if this is a meteorite, and they say the meteorite contains a powerful weapon. They assume it contains an artifact of immense value, but Dokja thought meteorites needed time to hatch. They have been taking turns supplying it with mana, and they should be able to hatch it sometime tonight. They have been at it for days. Dokja thinks it doesn't make sense because only someone who has read up to the fourth regression would know about this. He asks the man who told him about the meteorite and angrily asks him who brought that thing there. He thinks there's no way someone who gave up that early could know about this. The man replies that it was 1.24 who told them about this. Dokja tells the others that it is a trap and they have to get out of there. He wonders who could have come up with such a crazy idea to use the thing as a weapon. Suddenly, the rock starts vibrating and they wonder if it is finally hatching. Dokja is worried because he came there to wipe out the prophets, not to get himself killed. He asks everyone to run from there. He tries to run away, but there is a barrier that blocks him, which means he is too late. The constellations who were protesting the excessive dialogue censorship have stopped. Moreover, many constellations are interested to see the sign, and the constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is very intrigued by what is happening, while the constellation Secretive Plotter is looking forward to his ingenious planning. He then asks them if 1124 asked them to gather there tonight, and Mabe isn't sure, but says they had all agreed on this. He then uses the group chat and asks Heewon and Hong to get behind him, saying they can't run because a barrier has been put up. He is shocked that the fourth scenario isn't over yet, and that they have come across the catastrophe of the fifth scenario. He remembers that the meteorite is the main event of the fifth main scenario, and depending on its size and color, it can contain either a precious treasure or something dangerous. The meteorite that he sees before him is the kind that should never be hatched. They are notified that the signs of the fifth scenario begin to appear. One of them comes forward and tries to say something, but the light falls on him and kills him right away. Dokja thinks they were mistaken because the meteorite that Joonghyuk found in his third regression was bright red colored. The meteorite starts melting and the people wonder about the artifact. Heewon asks Dokja about what the thing is that is getting out of it. A tier 5 dragon, lesser dragon Ignar, has appeared, and Dokja tells others that it's a catastrophe. They ask Dokja about what this is and how they can survive it. Dokja tells them that a hidden scenario will appear soon and asks everyone to move to a corner. He says this thing shouldn't have appeared during the fourth scenario, and there should be an intervention since it's much too difficult for them. He is notified that some constellations are protesting the sudden spike in difficulty, and a Doi appears there, saying this isn't good. He asks how they ended up entering this route and comments that they did seem to be getting ahead of themselves lately. He asks them how they awakened the catastrophe when he hadn't even completed the fourth scenario yet. Some of them have to support constellations who care about them, so he can't let them die. Dokja recognizes him and thinks he is a mid-level Dokabi. He wonders if he has stopped the lesser dragon from moving. A man shouts among them, saying this isn't fair because they haven't even finished the fourth scenario yet. A man asks Dokabi to be quiet, and he says it has been decided that there will be no adjustment to the difficulty. He says it would be no fun if they all died, so he will change the scenario a bit to the best of his abilities. With a click of his finger, an impromptu sub-scenario has been added to the hidden scenario, which states, united they fall, divided they fall. Its clear condition is that they have to defeat the minor catastrophe, lesser dragon Ignar, within the time limit or survive its attack. Their time limit is 20 minutes, and the penalty for failure is death. Hong asks if they have to kill that thing. Dokja says they can't even dream about it. Although it's a minor catastrophe, it's still dangerous, and even if Joonghyuk was there, they wouldn't stand a chance against a Tier 5 fire dragon. Dokkaebi asks them to enjoy the scenario and tells everyone to run clockwise. Suddenly, the catastrophe throws its fire toward them, and they dodge it badly. They somehow manage to dodge the attack, but this is only the beginning. They are notified that the Tier 5 dragon, lesser dragon Ignar, is preparing to use Flame of Destruction. He then asks everyone to look for a plate, and they have to make a total of 5. A man steps on number 5, and a notification appears saying a hidden piece has been activated. After that, number plates are activated, and it is stated that the absolute shield will be activated for 10 seconds when the number of people standing on the plate is equal to the number written on it. He thinks this has to be a trap set up by someone, and the disciples are the most likely culprit. It is notified that when the number of people exceeds or is less than the number written on the plate, the absolute shield will not take effect. He thinks they probably wanted to wipe out the early renouncers this way, since no matter how minor it is, it's good to have fewer people who know the future. Minnan texts him and says he can't find a plate, and Heewon also says there are none there as well. In the meantime, Sangek finds one plate, but only 4 people can enter. The Tier 5 fire dragon, lesser dragon Ignar, has used Flame of Destruction, and Dokja wonders if he should sacrifice someone to save others. Suddenly, a man calls him toward his shield, and he runs toward him, asking others to activate the shield. The absolute shield has been activated, and the dragon throws his fire toward everyone, but their shields protect them. He then asks the boy who he is and why he just saved him. The boy replies that he is W68, but Dokja just says this is not what he's asking. He remembers when Joonghyuk fought the Demon King Asmib. It was during a flashback scene where he was beaten to a pulp, to be exact. He remembers it clearly because it was one of his favorite scenes, but that scene doesn't appear before episode 50, and the story of Asmib is told in episode 57, to be exact. He grabs his sword and asks if the boy doesn't know that he has the Eye of the Sage. He is notified that his memory of certain scenes has been elaborated due to his attributes. He asks the boy if he is a disciple, and he agrees with a smile, confirming that he is correct. He introduces himself again, saying he is the 1195th renouncer and the 5th disciple among the disciples. Their target position is Angak, and Dokja thinks the position of the plates will be renowned in 1 minute. He asks him if it is a trio because of the butterfly effect. The boy smiles and exclaims that too many butterflies are bound to cause a storm. They have to find the hidden plates 10 times and survive the attack to end the hidden scenario. 9 attacks are remaining. He then asks Guk to know the attack pattern and dodge them. He won't be able to look after them from now on. He asks the boy about the reason he has revealed himself to him, and Dokja asks if he needs his help. The boy replies that it is, so he can save him. Dokja replies that it's not entirely a lie, and they don't want him to die there, because if he dies, that will mess with the prophecy. He asks the boy how he knew he would be there, since he had only found out a few hours ago, so he had to change his plan. In the meantime, the dragon attacks them, but they jump away and dodge its attack. With this, the position of the plates has been renewed. The boy tells him that they weren't planning on participating today if they weren't there. After this, the Tier 5 fire dragon again uses its Flame of Destruction. Dokja says they are going to hunt the lesser dragon. Suddenly, they are notified about a penalty applied to the hidden piece, and the number of plates that spawn will be reduced in the next turn. Dokja asks the boy how he can hunt the dragon with their power, thinking there are only about a quarter of the prophets left, and all they can do is barely survive. The boy exclaims that they have survived because they have made preparations. Dokja notices his face and realizes he hasn't been sweating at all. He wonders if he has used blue ice pills, a rare medicine that can be obtained by hunting Tier 7 elementals that appear in the western area. Consuming the pills lets the user exclude ice energy for the next 30 minutes. Dokja says he won't be able to hunt the dragon on his own and shows him 5 people who are currently excluding ice energies. He concludes that they've brought almost half of the people they have for this, but that won't make a difference at all. The boy says that's why he's asking Dokja to help them, and he will give him blue ice pills if he agrees to help. Dokja asks what will happen if he refuses the offer, and the boy claims that he and his friends will die there. Dokja exclaims he doesn't care about his friends, and the boy replies that it is just as the prophecy foretold, but he should think again. He also shocks Dokja by saying that his HQ should have fallen under their control by now. He knows about Naval Commander Jahai, the kid with the weird powers, and one of the 10 evil Pildo, which is different from the prophecy, but he has a good team. The boy asks if it won't be a trouble for Dokja to regress again if they all die there, and he asks him what he will do if he loses Chungo. Dokja thinks they must have a plan to take Chungo the moment they heard he would be there. He also exclaims that their group has already taken over 10 stations and completed the scenario, and he should know very well the difference between a group with a king and one without a king. He says it should be all over now, and their group should be waiting for them to make a decision right in front of the Chung flagpole. Dokja is shocked and thinks there aren't people nearly as smart as this in TWSA. He asks him about his king and the number of renouncers he is. The boy replies that their king doesn't like being called a renouncer, and that he is the only prophet to have read all the prophecy and knows all about his past and future. Dokja stops there, and the boy asks him what he is dokabing and tells him to enter the hidden piece, but he asks Heewon and the others not to get out of there, no matter what happens. Dokja smiles and says he must have forgotten what his stigma is, wondering if there is another person who read the novel to the end. He turns back, and the boy asks him to turn back, but Dokja says he is not afraid of dying because he can just start over again. He then wonders if it will be the same for them and says they are just an anomaly in his current regression, but he asks them if they will perish with the world or not. He smiles and says they should know the answer if they have read the prophecy, and he knows that something like that can never happen. He rushes toward the dragon, and with this, he is notified that the lesser dragon Ignar has used Flame of Destruction. He then finds the flagpole for Angok Station behind the dragon and tries to put the flag there. He finally puts the flag on and is notified that he has taken over Angok Station. He has currently occupied Chongo, Mongdong, Dongdan, History and Culture Park, Dongan, Dongmo, Sindang, Chunggu, Hyukkal, and Angok, taking control of 10 stations in total. The contribution points of the brown flag have increased. He has completed the hidden scenario, the King's Path, and a new King's Path has become available to him. 3 options appear in front of him, and he chooses King of No Killing. He then asks the dragon to be more careful since he has only lived once. After all, the dragon throws his fire toward him. Heewon and the others ask him to get away from there, but he stays still. Hang and Hwin shout for him and ask him to get away from there. In the meantime, the durability of the reinforced armor suit has decreased drastically. The fire hits him, which breaks his reinforced armor suit. The dragon throws his fire toward Dokja completely. There is a notification that he has died. After some time, the skill, King of No Killing, has taken effect. Suddenly, he gets up and thinks they say that burning to death is one of the most painful ways to die, and it really does feel like hell. He is then notified that his personal skill, the fourth wall, has partially nullified the pain. He then thinks TWSA has become a reality and he is living within its world. But he feels that there is a wall around this world. However, this isn't the time to be thinking of such things, and he should get a move on now that he has the King of No Killing attribute. This is a special attribute that he can only obtain when he hasn't killed anyone, and he will return to his body soon if the attribute functions correctly. But he is shocked to see the notification that the effect of the King of No Killing has been delayed due to a conflicting personal skill, and his consciousness has been freed from the confinement of his body due to death. He is worried because something doesn't seem right, and his level 3 on the Int Reader Viewpoint is automatically activated. On the other side at Chungo Station, Pildo is present there and wonders why he has to do as Dokja said. He remembers when his teammates asked him to accompany them, but he couldn't. Sangak comes to him and says it's not so bad being friends with everyone. He asks her to get Gilang off him right now. Sangak says she heard he was a major landowner in Chungo, and she asks him how much land he had anyway. He replies he had as much as anyone. She says he was the only one with the landlord attribute, and there were many other landowners in the coalition. She says the quality of the land matters and asks him if he has lands like that. In the meantime, Dokja is shocked because he can see what is happening in Chungmuro and wonders if this is level 3 of Omniscient Reader Viewpoint. Suddenly, everyone is shocked to see that the light thread has been broken, and Pildo gets up hurriedly, asking everyone to gather around. Many monsters appear, and Sangus asks everyone to gather around Pildo and do just as they practiced this morning. In the meantime, Pildo activates his Stigma, Military Zone Level 8, and Sangak asks Group A to gather around the turrets and Group B to be on the turrets. He then asks Group C to protect Pildo. The monsters are coming toward them at full speed, and she instructs them to stop them from coming up the platform. After some time, they have defeated all the monsters, and Sangak is happy that they did it. It was possible because they all worked together. In the meantime, some people appear and say the Flute of Hlin wasn't enough to do the job. One of them exclaims that it's one of Joonghyuk's stations, so Tier N subordinates wouldn't have been enough. Pildo thinks these people are different from the ones they have been up against, and he asks others to go and get the samurai. Ji-hee calls him and says she is already there, and asks him not to call her a samurai. Otherwise, he will be punished dearly for it. The man exclaims that it's really true that the armed lord and the naval commander have joined hands. Pildo asks him who they are and where they came from. Their leader asks them about the men who went dragon hunting right now, and he replies that the 5th, 6th, the IES, and the 9th, plus one guy who isn't a disciple, but is still quite useful. However, excluding the ones that aren't in Seoul, there are 5 of them remaining. He asks him to fight and wipe them out. The fat boy says he will take Jai-hee since she has nothing on land, which makes her angry. Pildo tries to attack them and asks them to get out of there. Meanwhile, Dokja is watching them all fight and thinks they are really planning to take over Chungo to get Joonghyuk on their side to take over the world. They are so well prepared and also have the Flute of Hlin as well as mana nullifying shields to defend against giants. Pildo's turrets, however, things won't be as easy as they think. They are really shocked to see that Ji-hee is this strong at this point in time and thinks something's not right. They are also worried to see that Pildo's turrets are too difficult to take down because Ji-hee and Pildo have become much stronger than they are supposed to be in the 3rd regression at this point. Sangak and Gilyung can also hold their own, and they won't be able to take Chungo that easily. But Dokja is shocked to see that one of them has mono bullets of mass destruction and throws them toward them. They are fighting and Ji-hee is badly injured. The attack hits, and Gilyung is also affected. Dokja finds out that this man must be the king of the disciples. Ji-hee falls to the ground, and the fat man laughs at her and says she should know her place as a supporting character, and he will be taking his time with her. The king calls him 7th and says they don't have time. He replies that it's a waste to kill her now because he hasn't read to the end. He exclaims she is like a throwaway, a fake heroine or something, and she calls someone for help. Dokja is shocked that she communicated with him and wonders if she can see him. She asks him for help, and he is notified that his personal skill, the 4th wall, is resonating faintly. He wants to save her because she is just a girl. Another notification appears saying certain effects of the 4th wall have been restricted due to increased immersion. 7th hits Jai-hee to the ground, and Dokja is notified that his proficiency in the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint skill has drastically increased due to the increased immersion. He starts getting dizzy and eventually becomes unconscious. After some time, a notification appears saying, Viewpoint changing to first person. Suddenly, Joonghyuk appears and asks what is going on. He can also feel his feet touching the ground. He draws his sword, reaches them, and cuts the neck of the 7th in just one blow. The 7th dies in front of them, and everyone is shocked to see his power level. They ask him who he is, and he replies that he is Joonghyuk, and today all of them will die by his hands. Suddenly, level 3 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is unlocked. The conflicting skills have been resolved. The effects of the King of No Killing have resumed, and his body is revived from death. Body regeneration is regressing, and his body parts are gathering to become UD Dokja Kim. His current position is at Anguk Station, where the dragon is still present and attacking the people. He is notified that the 4th wall skill has nullified the shock of dying, and he feels the air in his lungs feel hot. It seems that he was revived without any problems. While Joonghyuk is taking care of Chungo, Dokja wonders about the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, level 3. A moment ago, he was in Chungo and Yong's perspective, and he felt himself in light, efficient footsteps. His long fingers grasped the tip of the blade, and that cleanly beautiful cut decapitated the man. He never wanted to experience that again if possible. He wonders how he became Joonghyuk. Suddenly, a notification appears, saying it is preparing the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, level 3 reward. Yoon Sung and Hui Wen are shocked to see him and wonder if he used the resuscitation skill. He remembers the new attribute he obtained, the King of No Killing, grants him immortality, and its special ability is resurrection. He can't resurrect whenever, but they need to use karma points to do that. They give him 100 points to start with and a bonus resurrection to boot. He then finds a plate with the number 1 and has spent 100 karma points, which excretes his bodily waste. His physique has been enhanced. His stamina and mana have each increased by 1. Heewon calls Hong and says they will move to the next plate. He calls Dokja and puts him on the number plate. As soon as he steps on it, the dragon uses the flame of destruction. They are protected from the attack, and Hang is happy to see him alive. He asks if Dokja is all right, and then asks if he has anything to wear because his clothes have burnt away. At that moment, he realizes that Dokja hasn't worn anything. He is embarrassed to see him naked, and even more so, Dokja needs his items, breakable faith and his flag. However, he is worried to see that they are at the dragon's feet. In the meantime, Heewon and others rush toward him, but he is so embarrassed by his nakedness that he can't help it. His clothes burn away, leaving only the scenario items and artifacts. Heewon gives him her coat, and he thanks her for the favor. Meanwhile, the constellation Bald Army General is a little disappointed because he was enjoying the situation. The dragon again rushes toward them, and he asks others to run. Dokja realizes that all the disciples have burned to death, leaving behind the blue ice pills. The dragon attacks a girl, and Dokja takes advantage of the situation, grabbing his flag. He is notified that he can now use the power of the flag again. Number plates have been activated, and he asks others to look for the plates. They find a plate, and the dragon once again uses his flame of destruction. Dokabi says it looks like they are still hanging in there, but their luck won't last too long. Heewon asks Dokja what they should do now, and he replies that they will have to fight. He deactivates his absolute shield and remembers that there were 5 blue ice pills, and now there are 5 of them. If they all take the pill, they might be able to damage the lesser dragon, but the problem is whether they can kill it before its next AI attack. However, he asks others to run and pick up the blue ice pills, thinking they might be able to win if they have them. He thinks about the skills of his teammates. Hong has mountain crush skills, but lacks agility. Heewon is agile but doesn't have enough strength. He then spends his 4,100 coins on mana, and his main level reaches 25 from 16. His soul resonates with the world, and he takes the ice pill, which results in him exuding ice energy. He now thinks of a strategy and wonders if they should attack it together. He is notified that his attacks gain an additional 40% ice property damage. He thinks he can use the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint to find its weakness and remembers there being some kind of reward before. 3 notifications appear, saying he can now claim the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint level 3 reward and has experienced the first-person main character path. He can now obtain the skill of a character he was immersed in, and he finds out that he was immersed in Joonghyuk, which means he can learn one of his skills. Suddenly, Heewon appears from the side and saves him from the dragon's attack. She asks him what he is, Dokabi, or if he wants to die again. He then displays the available skills and sees there are 3 skills available. He smiles, thinking there is no way they would let him have Tiger God Aya of Skybreaker. He wants to choose the LIE detection skill out of the 3, but can't help but pick fire resistance. At the moment, he then wonders what he should do now. He thinks he is a reader, and his answer lies in what he has read. His memory of the novel has been elaborated due to his attributes. Heewon asks him to hurry. He thinks and chooses the skills of cold resistance. He asks Heewon to give him the blue ice pills and also asks Manab and Joonghyuk to give them the pills. He has taken 4 blue ice pills, and the property damage of the blue ice pills has increased due to the stacked effects. His attack hacks an additional 200% property damage, and a heart-stopping chill overcomes his entire body. He is being protected by the skill Ice Resistance level 5 and asks everyone to get behind him. He then activates the Blade of Faith. An Unbreakable Faith special property has been activated. The Ether AIX is changed to dark. He then activates the Stigma Sword Dance, and a random phrase left behind by the naval warfare god engulfs his sword. The phrase states that someone will win if they do this, but they will win if they do that. In the meantime, the dragon again rushes to attack. He can see that the dragon's skin has been highlighted in parts, and the constellation naval warfare god is rooting for him. He then swings in the air and stabs it in the dragon's body. The dragon cries in pain. He needs to end it before it uses its breath attack again. The dragon is about to attack them again, but they are the only survivors. It is said that only a single plate spawned in the previous attack, and they were lucky that he had the number 5. But if the next plate to appear has 3, 4, or even 6, they will all die. He again tries to jump from there and wonders if he can mimic Joonghyuk's sword swings just this once. He attacks the dragon again and stabs it in its body. He attacks it multiple times using his unbreakable sword and tries to freeze its body parts using the cold resistance skill. Heewon and Hong are watching him fight. Dokja wonders if the dragon is dead since it is not moving, but he is still alive. This makes him fall at a distance using its tail and badly injures him. Dokja wonders if he is going to die this time and thinks this is because he is not the main character. This time, the Tier 5 Lesser Dragon Ignar uses his Flame of Destruction. Dokja thinks if he were Joonghyuk, then he would be the main character and could have finished this off with one blow. However, he refuses to give up as a reader, and he throws his sword toward the dragon with all the power left in his body. He targets its weak point, which is its heart, and this time the sword hits its heart. He thinks he is the only one who continued to read the novel over the past 10 years. With this, his heart is freezing because of his skill. The dragon cries in pain but is freezing gradually, and after a while it freezes completely. He is notified that he has first blood on the minor catastrophe, Lesser Dragon Ignar. At the same time, the chief of the soul, Bradaki Baram, frowned as he read the scenario in his hand with the title of the request to review the plausibility of regressor Joonghyuk. He thinks that these days everyone is so quick to notice whether they are a dokabi or a constellation and asks the dokabi about who put in the complaint. One of them replies that it's from Alon in Japan, which makes Baram angry. He says he should keep his eyes on his own country. Another informs him that the competition between the low-ranking dokabi is fierce these days. According to this data, he definitely has a point in questioning the plausibility of the character Yoke. Not only did he have high-level skills from the beginning, but he also had classified information that is censored automatically because of Joonghyuk's eye for the Sage skill. There was even information that they had to receive help from the higher-ups to access, and Baram asked them to leave Joonghyuk alone because the higher-ups have given him the green light. He also exclaims that Joonghyuk probably has a constellation that can handle such a backlash, and the 5th scenario will be starting soon, so they should just keep their eyes on that for now. The advantage he has will be cancelled out later in the scenario. On the other side, Dokja is notified that his memory of certain scenes has been elaborated due to his attribute, and there is a line from Joonghyuk's 6th regression that he remembers. A notification says he has contributed to completing the 5th scenario for the first time ever and has achieved the impossible. Due to his achievement, the calculation of his reward will be delayed. Dokja thinks he is soon to be in a similar situation. Now he gets the Tier 5 Dragon Nucleus, and because of this, some low-level dokabi have requested a plausibility review. Suddenly, Heewon appears from behind and hits him badly, causing him to fall to the ground. He cries in pain and says he might die if she hits him like that because his stamina has hit rock bottom. But she is worried about him and says he will not come back to life all the time. Meanwhile, he receives notifications from many constellations that they are interested in his tactic. Some applaud his fighting spirit, and many more are impressed by his exploits. Heewon asks if he knew all about this earlier. He replies that he didn't know anything, and with this, he is notified that he has been gifted 20,000 coins from the constellations. Heewon is furious at him for putting his life in danger, but she is relieved that he has come back to life. He tells them about the new skill he obtained, and because of this, he revived again. His skill is that he will get 1 resurrection for every 100 lives he saves. Heewon says they should work hard to save lives from now on. However, he thinks about the critical flaw of the King of No-Killing skill, that he can't kill anything that is the same species as he is. Heewon promises to save lives for him, and Dokja knows that if he kills someone, then he will be removed from the position of king. Hong was also surprised to see this and said there really are all sorts of abilities. It's like they are in some kind of fantasy novel. Dokja is surprised to see Sungkook and Miss alive because he didn't expect them to survive as well. Sungkook asks him why he is suddenly so nice to them, and he replies that he is done pretending to be Joonghyuk. He asks them to give their phones to him and asks for permission to keep them from now on. Seaga cries because of his phone and says he thought he was done pretending to be Joonghyuk. He has lost most of the items he had during the scenario, but the biggest loss of all is that he has lost his phone. He tries to open his mail on the new phone, and he wonders what he will do if the mail he received from the author is also deleted. He opens his account, gets the novel in no time, and thinks there is no way a document that even the Dokjabi and the constellations don't have access to can be deleted so easily. He wonders if the renouncers can read this and thinks he should be careful just in case. Suddenly, Dokabi teleports with him and tells him that the management keeps calling him over because of him. They have flipped out completely, and He asks him about the weird skill he has. He also asks him why the higher-ups can't access the information about it. Dokja asks him what they have decided and if they are telling him to penalize him. Dokkaebi says they have decided to let him be thanks to his defense. They have also decided that he wasn't powerful enough to have an unfair advantage in the scenarios. Dokja just says this happened just as he thought, and he purposely didn't level his passive skills in case this happened. Dokkaebi says others argue otherwise, but the orders came from higher-ups. The Dokkaebi gave the order himself, and he can ask the mid-level Dokkaebi, but he is not supposed to be there, and there are a lot of eyes watching. He also asks him to watch himself because the mid-level Dokkaebi in charge of this area is out for his neck. Plausibility reviews are kind of like a tax investigation. However, Dokkaebi Baram appears there and says there was a problem and his rewards were delayed. He exclaims that they are late, but they will be issuing his rewards now. Multiple notifications appear saying he has obtained 3 coins for completing the hidden scenario. He also obtained 15,000 coins for the first blood of a Tier 5 fire dragon. He has also received the protection symbol of the Amun for defeating a minor catastrophe for the first time. He will also gain the favor of the Amun in the future. Dokja just thinks this isn't a bad start to the 5th scenario. He observes that everyone else seems to have gotten good rewards, but this is all he gets for defeating a minor catastrophe. Dokkaebi says there has been a hitch in the scenario because of his hard work. He states that the management has discussed this and concludes that the skill level of the incarnations in the area surpasses the scenario's difficulty. Therefore, he has decided to adjust the scenario difficulty in his area. He adjusts the difficulty level, and they are notified that the time limit for the 4th scenario has been reduced greatly. They have 48 hours remaining until the end of the scenario, and all the members of the group that fail to take over their target station within the next 48 hours will die. The main scenario again appears in front of them with 5 conditions. The time limit is 48 hours, and the target station for his group will be Changsan Station. After some time, they reach Changgaro Station and are shocked to see everyone in a bad condition. Hyun Sung is shocked to see the heads of the disciples lying on the track in a line. Dokja asks Sanga about Joonghyuk when suddenly one more head flies in the air and falls in front of them. Dokja finds out that Joonghyuk Hyung chased after someone who was running and killed them. He is surely impressive, but now they don't have anyone they can question. One of them's head has been cut, but he is still alive and asks Dokja if he was the one who ruined his plan. After some time, he asks Manab about how they were able to group together so quickly. He replies that there was someone who got them together not long after the scenario had ended. He came to the station, introduced himself as a disciple, and said that he was someone who had read the entire revelation. At that time, he was looking for prophets that would follow in his footsteps. The strange thing is that the same thing happened simultaneously all over the place, and it was hard to believe that it was just one person who did that. He called himself the first disciple, and Dokja now thinks that he must be the first disciple and the king of the disciples. However, a skill that lets them live after decapitation is very rare in TWSA, and he is shocked that his neck isn't even bending. The first disciple is impressed by him because he not only impersonates Joonghyuk, but also wipes out the disciples, steals their dragon, and asks him about who he is. Dokja observes that he still doesn't know about his identity and thinks he appeared in stations all over Seoul as soon as the scenario started, also gathered all the renouncers, and can freely travel past the barriers. He also doesn't die when he has been decapitated and claims to have read the prophecy from beginning to end. He thinks he must have used the avatar skill, and there are only a few people who can use this skill in TWSA. They work in a field that requires creativity or in an occupation that is stressful enough to cause dissociative identity disorder. Dokja goes to him and asks if he is Chance, the author of the story. An author is one of the few job classes that can use the avatar skill, and if he is an author, then the many miracles he performed make sense. They are currently in Chungo Station, and Dokja is sure that what he is seeing there is not the real him, but just his avatar. He smiles and says he is right because he is the creator of the revelation, and he was the one who wrote the revelation. Dokja is shocked because that's not at all what he meant, and wonders what he meant by writing the revelation. He activates his Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint skill, while Joonghyuk is using the skill Lie Detection Level 6. At the same time, the disciple exclaims that he was the one who possessed the revelation, and Dokja now wants to hear what he has to say. But he is shocked by the notification that Joonghyuk has verified that the statement is true. This means that he has the real file of the novel and also the real author of TWSA. He thinks he should calm down and asks him what the revelation is that he speaks of. To be exact, he replies that an epic tale for telling is to come in the future, and Joonghyuk verifies his statement as partially true. The disciple asks Dokja how he found out about his plan. He asks him if he is also a prophet, and Dokja asks him if he doesn't know about him when he wrote the revelation himself. The disciple says it's no fun being an omnipotent creator, and Dokja concludes that he is not the author of TWSA. If he was indeed the author of TWSA, then he would be able to recognize him. He's only a reader. He exclaims that it is quite interesting because he thought that the woman in Seaman Penitentiary would be the last disciple, but he didn't know there was someone like him still around. Dokja doesn't understand what he's talking about, and the disciple asks him to make a deal with him. He has to tell him about who he is, and he will give him some useful information. Dokja just says he doesn't have any information that is useful to him and must be on a high horse because he outsmarted him this time. He exclaims that he knows about the future and much more than him. The disciple is shocked. Dokja thinks he should get to work since Joonghyuk is watching his every move. Joonghyuk has confirmed that he is telling the truth, and the disciple is shocked and says there is no way that he knows more than him. According to Dokja's knowledge, there are no text copies of TWSA because it's not popular enough. He knows about a person and thinks if the person in front of him is the one he is thinking about, then it makes perfect sense that he has the files and also that he knows a lot about TWSA. He smiles and says he didn't know he would still be to copy this. Dokja thinks he seems agitated, which means he is definitely him. He asks him why he kept to copy this, and it still eats him up inside, thinking about the things the real creator had to go through because of him. Others are surprised and don't understand what they are talking about. Dokja just says he has done enough ching off the success of others, and the world has turned to ruins. But he is still Dokja this. The disciple gets shocked and calls Joonghyuk and asks him to join forces with him. He also exclaims that he already knows the entire revelation and that he can lead him to the end of the road he walks. He asks him to think about it because he can't beat the 46th scenario on his own, and if he wants to go up against the likes of Anna Croft, then he will have to join him. Joonghyuk says he has never heard of this thing he calls the revelation. The disciple replies that it is like a prophecy and he would know because he can see his attributes, and he is the last one left among all. Joonghyuk activates his skill, Eye of the Sage, and Dokja activates level 2 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint to read his mind, but he can't use the skill due to fatigue. So the disciple asks Joonghyuk to kill Dokja because he is dangerous. He blames him for not only impersonating him, but also botching the future events. Dokja just says the same thing goes for him. He again asks Joonghyuk to join him, and he will sign a contract if he wants him to, and will never betray him. Joonghyuk comes toward them and says one calls himself a prophet, and the other calls himself a revelator. He puts his foot on his head and asks if he really knows the future. He then puts his sword on Dokja's neck. Heewon shouts from behind and asks him what he is. Joonghyuk asks the disciple to tell him if he will end up killing him there or not. He says if he knows the future, then he should know what he will do next. The disciple replies that of course he will kill him because that's what he meant to do. Joonghyuk smashes his head and says he was all talk after all. Dokja is shocked that he chose to spare him. He then turns back and starts walking. Dokja asks him where he is going, but he doesn't reply. He again asks him if he is going to leave Ji-hee there, and he replies that he will change his plan because the future has changed. Dokja offers to work together because he can help him, but he turns and says he has paid back his debt. He is not taking his flag as his last favor to him. Dokja says he can't leave the station anyway unless he removes him from the group because he is the leader of the group, and he can use the punishment skill on their group members. Joonghyuk angrily takes out his sword, and Dokja just says he knows what he is planning to do, and says he is going to go toward Joonghyuk and compete in the scenario. He also knows about his goal, that he wants to get the black flag, completing the king's path. He offers his help to him. Joonghyuk says he will be faster if he just takes his flag now, and Dokja asks him to let him try. He is notified and asks if he wants to use the skill punish on the group member Joonghyuk. He then asks him to go north, not toward Joonghyuk, and he will help him take the Tyrant King's territory and his flag. He also tells him about the time shortage, and that there are only 48 hours left until the scenario comes to an end. He asks him if he can take over 20 stations and obtain a black flag during that time, and also exclaims that he has good reason to be heading up north. He makes him shocked, asking if he is going to abandon his family this time. He angrily tries to attack him. Dokja asks him to calm down and says he is trying to help him. He asks him about the man he just crushed and asks him about his attributes. One of them must have been the last renouncer. After some time, he sits in front of Manab and Sungkook and wonders if he should tell them about the disciple. He then asks them if they know a novel called Sungkook Grade Infinite Regressor. Junghyuk says he has read it before, and it was even ranked #1 once. Mob says it was a mishmash of many different novels, and it was still a good read though. Dokja thinks if they read TWSA, then they must know quite a lot about web novels. Back then, when TWSA was still being serialized, he came across the novel on the list of popular works. The people called Joonghyuk a psychopath regressor who is stuck in an infinite regression and also a game of survival against the odds. He tells them that the first disciple is the author of the novel SSSS grade, Infinite Regressor. Dokja knows those elements were rather cliché, but from the finer details and how they were put together at that time, he left a comment right away that the novel was going to be a hit. After that, he had his inbox flooded with hate messages. The first disciple should have the original files for the novel he wrote, copying TWSA, and it was because he copied TWSA that he partially knew what events would unfold. Manab says it doesn't mean that it would be impossible for them to beat him, even if he plagiarized TWSA to the end, but he didn't. He only plagiarized the beginning so that he could deny it later when someone accused him of Dakabi. So they ask him how he knows all of this, and Dokja thinks this is because he was the only reader after episode 100. He tells them that there is something he needs them to do for him, and they tell him earlier that the Revelators were defeated by the Tyrant King when they tried to take over Chang'an Station. A few of them should still be there, giving him information as a prisoner. Dokja thinks there are 48 hours left until the scenario, and he wouldn't be able to defeat the Tyrant King in that time if he took him head-on. For that purpose, they are going to spread false intel to confuse them, and they will give them a part of the revelation. Junghyuk and Manab are shocked and ask him how they will do this. Dokja just says starting now, they will make text copies of the SSS Great Infinite Regressor and spread it. They will also make it look as if it's part of the revelation that the prophets had. They ask him how they will make the text copies when they don't remember what happens in the novel. He then goes to Pildo and asks him for his laptop. Dokja asks them why they need to remember a plagiarized novel when they know the story of the original. The plan is simple. The people who plan their movies according to the earlier chapters of TWSA are the fake authors who plagiarize TWSA. Moreover, the person who is exploiting the prophets for their revelation is the Tyrant King, the one who wants to monopolize the intel and the one who wants to learn more. He will put those two against each other, and he will give them all the information they need. He will elaborate on the novel's earlier plot and add some information about some items. These items can lure the fake author and the Tyrant King. At present, their current location is Chunggo Station, and their target station is Chang'an. Minab is writing the novel according to his instructions, and after some time, he gets tired and says he never knew writing could be that hard. He has nothing but respect for authors now. Dokja just says they don't need to try too hard, and it's not like they are actually writing a novel. All they need is to add the information that can lure them out. They will also change the characters around a bit, but there is something that concerns him. It would be more than enough to shock people like Yun Sung or Ji Hee. They will find out sooner or later that this world is a part of a novel, but it doesn't have to be now. Meanwhile, Misal breathes his mind and says he doesn't need to worry about it because Seongguk has been testing the waters, telling different people that this world is a part of a novel. However, they don't seem to be able to understand what they mean, as if they are NPCs in some video game. They just think they are joking no matter how serious they are, and that's how the first disciple was able to see if someone was a prophet or not. That's also probably why they call it revelation. Dokja asks them what the difference is between the characters and them. Junghyuk says they are real people, and they are just fictional characters from a novel. He asks them when the real world will end and when the world of the novel will begin. He wonders if they both are real people or characters. He checked their character profile, and since the recent update, he was able to browse their character information. If all the people turn into characters with time and try to check Gil-young, it doesn't show anything. Again, Gil-young asks him what he is looking at, and he replies that it's nothing. Minab calls him and informs him that he has completed the novel and asks him to take a look and see how he likes it. He appreciates his efforts and says it wouldn't last long if it was serialized. And now he asks them to spread the rumor that the revelation has been leaked, but they don't have time for this, so he will ask Dun for help. It won't take too long if they use his basement dweller attribute, but they will have to think about the stations that don't have an internet connection. Ilun comes forward and asks him to leave this to him because he is the man perfect for the job when it comes to rumors. He is notified that Ilun is subservient to his will, and his understanding of the character has increased. Now there are 44 hours left until the scenario, And Dokja says that their mission won't be easy. If they don't take over Changsan Station within the next 40 hours, their group will perish. However, nothing has ever been easy for them, and they are up against someone called the Tyrant King, who is one of the 7 kings of Seoul and has the largest territory in the northern Seoul area. They say that he takes beautiful men and women as his concubines while killing or making slaves of all the ugly people. Heewon says he might end up a slave, and he replies that the same could be said about her. She exclaims that she doesn't want to be a concubine, but killing him will be hard because he has a powerful supporting constellation. They have 2 options, either take his flag or take over Dong Station, his headquarters. However, they head toward Gwangan first. Heewon thought they were fighting them, but they will come to them, and he has leaked some intel that might be of interest to them. They will leave later since it will take some time for them to arrive. After a while, he is notified that the items he has listed in the auction have been sold, and it looks like things are happening much faster than he expected. In the meantime, Dong-hun has spread that the revelation can be bought through the auction house, and he is also notified that Dune is beginning to trust him. However, he will not spread the text file for free, and Dokja asks him if he has the con man attribute. The constellation is really excited, and the chat filters have been partially lifted as well. He thinks if he had spread the files indiscriminately, they might have fallen into the wrong hands, and people might not have believed it to be the real revelation if it was available for free. That is why he chose to sell the revelation through the auction house. Dokja says there are even incarnations who gifted their constellations the file. He asks him if it wouldn't make things difficult for him if he spreads the intel that only he knows about. Dokja knows that everyone who needed this would willingly buy it, and since everyone who needs this information would already have a supporting constellation, he has sold 16 copies of the Revelation SSS Great Infinite Regressor through the auction house. He received 16,000 coins for selling the text copies, and it sold better than he expected. He then tells others that he is going to get some shut-eye, and she asks him if he isn't a bit too laid back. He lays down and says, a good SP is more important than they think. After this, he activates level 3 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. So far, he has figured out that the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is divided into 3 levels. In level 1, he can read the character's basic feelings and desires. In level 2, he can read the character's thoughts. And in level 3, he can enter the character's body and experience exactly what they are experiencing. On the other side at the Dokjang Station, everyone is bowing before the Tyrant King. At the same time, Ilun informs him that he has spread the rumors to the Tyrant King. Dokja is thinking about his condition from the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, and one of them is that his consciousness has to be faint and unstable. Another is that both the character and he have to be thinking about each other. Tyrant King's followers have reached them with the revelation, and he asked them about the person who made the copies available. He asked them about the reliability of the revelation, and they reveal that they have checked the hidden pieces mentioned in the revelation, and they all seem to check out. He then orders them to go to Gwanghwamun, and they will take over the station before anyone else. Dokja gets the news that the Tyrant King is on the move for the fake author, Minab. After some time, Minab informs them that they have arrived, and seeing how he is wearing that black hoodie, it means he is surely him. He got there first as expected, and he is the fake author. Dokja thinks that the most important hidden piece for the 3rd regression is in Gwanghwamun, and he has cornered himself, so he can't help but get there in a hurry. There are more people there, and the kings from Yongduno and even Yongdongo seem to be there. Dokja smiles and thinks they might have their hands full this time, but suddenly he is shocked by the notification that level 3 of the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint has been deactivated. Level 3 is too tiring, and he can't use it for that long, and there were no bonus skill gains this time. He thinks this may happen only when he enters the first-person main character path. Heewon stands in front of him and says he was talking in his SP, and he asks her what he said. She tells him that he is talking about his mother, and he admits that he is worried about her. He then asks her for a favor and tells her that he doesn't want her fighting in the battle at Gwanghwamun. After that, they get out of the station, and everyone says goodbye to us. Dokja thinks she is already very popular, even though she assumed the role just a few days ago. She asks him if he really thinks she will be of any help, since he hasn't taken anyone with him except her before. Before they left for Gwanghwamun, they divided themselves into teams, excluding Joonghyuk and Jihai, who were beyond his control. Hong and Pildo are left in charge of the defense, and he instructs them that they will need his help once they finish this scenario. He also sent Heewon on a mission on her own. At the same time, Sonya, Gil-young, Sungkook, and he are headed for Gwanghwamun. He tells Sangha that she can do something that those two can't, and he needs her with his mission. He asks her about the certificate in Korean history, and if she remembers the items he got from the statue of the great monk Samon. There will be similar items on the way to Gwangwon, since there are more monuments and even the National Museum in that direction. There must be other relics and ruins that have the power of the constellations, and Sanga's mission is to find such items. She promises him to do her best to jog her memory. Dokja states that they are considerably outnumbered, so they must gather as many as possible on the way there. He thinks the tyrant king should have his incarnations, and the fake author should also have many men with him. The latter half of the fourth scenario is pretty much a proxy war between the high constellations. At that time, S, with her knowledge of history, should be useful there. After some time, Sanga says she remembers a place, and she isn't sure if she remembers correctly, but there should be a shrine nearby they should stop at, since there may still be some powerful spirits there. Although he isn't Korean, they are heading from their base station toward Gwanghwamun. Soon they are shocked to see that there is a shrine to one of China's greatest generals in the middle of the city. Sanga asks him what they should do now, and he thinks he doesn't think what he did with the great monk Samyong will work there. They try to show their respects, and he is being notified that the shrine has been abandoned for a while now. A constellation who wields a crescent blade is delighted by his visit, and a constellation who wields a crescent blade has revealed his nickname. The constellation Lord of the Beautiful Beard has given them his blessing, and the blessing increases his stamina and strength by 5 for the next 24 hours. Dokja thinks about Lord of the Beautiful Beard. Even though he's a Chinese general, all Koreans know of him. This shrine is to honor Guan a deified general of the Three Kingdoms period, and it's a little off that a shrine to Guan Yu is in the middle of Seoul, but Dokja guesses it's because he's such a big historical figure. Dokja says this is a good start, but he doesn't think they will be able to get any items there. In the meantime, an insect sits in Gilyung's hand, and he calls Dokja's name loudly. He informs him about a group of people standing at a distance. Joonghyuk is trying to recognize the costume of their leader. He is the tyrant king, and he yells at them how they dare to block his path. Dokja asks him about who he is. A woman recognizes the green flag in Dokja's hands and asks him if he is also a king. Dokja calls her by her name, Ji-won Min, and she exclaims that he already knows who she is. Joonghyuk seems happy to see her and says he is a big fan of hers. Dokja thinks if Joonghyuk knows who she is, then that means she isn't just a character. Dokja remembers the King of Beauty, one of the 7 kings of Seoul in TWSA, who was also named Ji-won Min. He checks her character profile, which easily appears in front of him, and he finds out that she is a character from TWSA. But he wonders how Joonghyuk recognizes her when he is not a character. He greets her warmly. She asks him if he is also her fan, and he also asks her how he doesn't know about the King of Sangdong. He exclaims that it seems she is highly in touch with her supporting constellation, and he tells her that it's an honor to be in the presence of the last Queen of Silla. He is notified that Ji-won Min's constellation has started, and she is the Lady of the Spring Brigade, also known as Queen Jinong, the last ruler of unified Silla. Dokja says there is no need to be flustered, and that she is there to fulfill the wish of Silla. The incarnation and the supporting constellation can be so in tune that the supporting constellations can force their unfulfilled desires upon their incarnations. However, it is stated that if things follow the novel, then the 3 districts of Seoul, Sangdong, Yangangsanggu, and Yeongdongu, are at war with one another, just like the later Three Kingdoms period of ancient Korea. In the meantime, a bounty hunter scenario has arrived, and Ji-won Min says her supporting constellation wants to see how sincere he is. The clear condition of the scenario is that the Lady of the Spring Brigade and other constellations of Silla want to crown the incarnation Ji-won Min as the true king of the 3 areas, and he has to assist Ji-won Min to defeat the other kings supported by Late Beach and Tong's constellations. She gets straight to the point and asks him to join her side. She doesn't know who his supporting constellation is, but the smaller groups in the area will be taken out. Dokja refuses her offer and says he doesn't want to assist her. He turns back and asks his team members to get going, because they have a lot of things to do. Ji-won Min calls him and says she can give him more coins and asks him if he knows how much 2,000 coins are worth. She calls herself the Queen of Silla and says she will soon untie the 3 kingdoms and reign supreme. She exclaims that he should be the one to pay her 2,000 coins to join her. Sanga interrupts her and says Silla is the least powerful of the 3 kingdoms, to her knowledge, and historically speaking, she is at a disadvantage at the moment. Ji-won Min gets angry about this and asks what she knows about history, to which Sanga replies that she has the first grade certificate in Korean history. She shouts and says that there is nothing to boast about, and Dokja asks her to go, saying Ji-won doesn't seem to know history very well. He is then notified that Prisoner of the Golden Headband despises Ji-won Min's supporting constellation, She offers him 3,000 coins, but he again refuses her. The constellation's secretive plotter scoffs at the high constellation's offer and gifts him 3,000 coins. She then offers him 3,500 coins, and Dokja wishes she would see the messages he is receiving right now. He is then notified that he has sold 5 copies of SS-grade Infinite Regressor through the auction house and has earned 5,000 coins. She increases her offer by 100 coins, and Dokja just stops at hearing 3,700 coins. She seems happy, thinking he is intrigued by her offer, but he demands 10,000 coins. She is surprised, and Dokja increases his demand to 20,000 coins. She asks him if he is pulling her leg and wonders if he is even worth 20,000 coins. Dokja clarifies and says he is offering to buy her 20,000 coins, and after that, she and her men will belong to him. He just tickles the air, and Ji-won-min is shocked to see this much money. Dokja says just because she doesn't have that much, it doesn't mean everyone is like her. He shows her 20,000 coins and a notification asking him to make contact with the person she wants to trade with. He also shows her many more coins and says that not everything in the world can be solved with money. They are all still in a state of shock, and they think he might be the incarnation of Guanchang. Her man gets angry and asks how he dares to treat her like that. Dokja thinks about Guanchang, who was a tenacious Hwarang who died in the Battle of Hwenol. His stigma may be average, but his loyalty to his kingdom is unmatched. Sanga asks him if that woman is a celebrity, since he and Joonghyuk both recognize her, but she has never seen her before. Gil-young says he doesn't know her either, and he thinks if Ji-won-min is a character from the novel, it makes sense that Gil-young and Sanga don't know her. However, for some strange reason, Joonghyuk seems to recognize her. He asks him to stop eyeing them and come over. He asks if he is a fan of Ji-won-min, and Joonghyuk is surprised that he doesn't know her, since she is a famous actress. Suddenly, he feels something and wonders how he knows about her. He checks his character profile, and he is shocked to see that Sang's 9th renouncer attribute has disappeared. He is shocked at how he has become a character in the story. A system message appeared, stating that their main goal was to capture the flag, and there were 35 hours left until the end of the scenario. In the void, there hung a phone with a screen displaying the text, 3 ways to survive in a destroyed world. The main character thought that all those who had descended and read the ways of survival knew the future of this world, but the prophet only knew the prologue from the very beginning. Dokja opened his mouth in surprise, looked carefully at the blue screen with a description of the character G, who stood behind the screen with a thoughtful look, and said in his head that he was sure that he hadn't even read to the 3rd script. Was it possible that when the information from the novel known to those who descend ended, the main character sharply turned his gaze toward the new notification and looked to the side in surprise? He thought they were becoming characters. Then one day he too, Dokja, carefully looked at the notification that appeared on the side and read that Ji-won's character was interested in him. The main character slightly turned his head away and looked at the notification. A moment later, he sharply leaned to the side and stared at him in surprise. Looking straight at him in surprise, he thought about what plan he was interested in. Dokja looked carefully at the beauty queen and wondered what else was of interest. She was swearing there with all her might. How could he forget a moment that appeared in the protagonist's head when the main character of the novel roughly grabbed the beauty queen by the collar, and then she watched him from the back? Dokja thought that when June first met Gon, he roughly grabbed her by the collar. The main character turned sharply to S after she called him, and saying that he was coming, thought that he had a bad feeling because he had not done anything like that. Gon stood surrounded by warriors and looked carefully at the floor. A moment later, the beauty queen sharply turned her gaze toward the protagonist, and he thought that at least he was mistaken. The main character looked carefully at the map of the metro lines and noted some with his gaze. The building of the National Palace Museum of Korea appeared, and the story told that the moment he approached the National Museum, his heart began to beat faster. Most of the objects resting here were useless garbage, but one of them was a real treasure. The sword was brightly illuminated by the lamp from above and digested in its light. The plot added that the SSS rank item was hidden in this place, the strongest in Gwanghwamun, the sword of 4 tigers that beheads demons. The main character looked carefully at the phone and said with a smile that it sounded damn cool, even though he wrote it. This is not praise, and Gook on the side yawned widely in response. Gil turned sharply to the protagonist, raising his hand slightly and asked, "Don't they need to get such an item first?" To which Dokja replied that they had nowhere to rush. He then thought that, of course, the rank of the sword wasn't so high, but it was still good enough. Even June had used it in one of the regressions. A man in a red kimono sat on a chair, slightly moved his hand, and spoke to a man in a suit. The protagonist noticed that those who read the revelation would definitely be interested in such an important relic. Dokja abruptly knelt down with the squad, added in his head that they would use the time they had gained and find other treasures, and said that they would soon begin to act. They should not lag behind. Gil slightly adjusted his glasses, covered with lightning, and loudly asked, "What have they got?" The head of the soul branch hung in the air in a ball of lightning and shouted that he was still here. Obedient children deserved a reward. The main character looked at him in horror and opened his eyes wide. A moment later, the ground began to tremble and crack. Dokja and Gil began to stagger and looked around in horror. The guy in the black jacket, next to the guy in the brown jacket, began to tremble and looked around in fear. The man in the red kimono looked nervously to the side and smiled in horror. A moment later, a golden throne began to slowly appear in front of them, and a notification informed them that the main scenario had been updated. Dean hung over, and a fully appeared golden throne that was emitting electricity. Then a notice appeared that added that the throne was emitting electricity, and then a notice appeared that added that the main scenario number 4, the right to the throne, begins. The reward and difficulty are in the middle of the intersection. On the street, there was a pyramid, in the center of which there was a throne. Above it, the head of the soul branch was hanging. Hook scratched the back of his head slightly, stared attentively at the notification in front of him, and said that there was a new scenario. Again, the main character turned his dissatisfied gaze slightly and thought that the situation was not in their favor. They hadn't even captured the target station, and Baek Hun, laughing, noticed that they seemed to be at a loss. The head of the soul branch hung his tongue slightly, putting his hands behind his back, and said that they don't have to worry. They have enough time to go through. As he probably already guessed, the 4th scenario is aimed at determining which of them deserves to sit on the throne. Ji-won stared in surprise at the blue notice in front of her, and Bean added that, of course, not every king will be able to do this. Only the one who has confirmed his right will take the throne of the king. The man in the black jacket stared at the notice carefully and heard that Burr would now reveal the first condition to them. The main character and Gil stared in surprise at the notice and read that the right to the throne, the true king, must be braver than all the others. The throne will not accept a weak king. In order to be able to rise, they must at least have a black flag. Dokja gritted his teeth nervously, looked at the first condition, and thought that this was not good at all. For the black flag, you need to capture 20 stations. S opened her mouth wide and, sadly looking at the notification, said that they need to get 10 more stations, but there are no empty ones nearby. The main character opened his mouth slightly and noticed that this condition appeared precisely because there are no empty stations nearby. Then he thought that, as far as he knew, there was not a single king with a black flag. Now the main character looked carefully at the girl next to him and slightly opened his mouth, noticing that there are several ways to change the color of the flag. The whole squad stared at him in surprise, and Dokja noticed in his head that it seemed that all that was left was to take the flags from representatives of other groups. A moment later, the guy opened his mouth wide and shouted to attack. The armed warriors began to run forward furiously with their weapons. The guy in the red jacket opened his mouth and, holding out his hand, shouted that they should not pay attention to them. They should run to the museum. All the units clashed with each other and battle cries filled the air. The main character, carefully watching this, said that it had begun. They would go to the west, and Gook asked if this was definitely Korea. He was scared. The main character hid behind the car, looked carefully at his comrade, and answered that it used to be Korea and still remains, but with some changes. Gook, with his eyes wide open in horror, asked if he was not afraid at all. Dokja, attentively watching the battle, answered without turning his head that he was a little afraid. A moment appeared in the protagonist's head as he stood on the roof with a mug of coffee in his hands and carefully looked ahead. Then a moment appeared in his head as he, armed with his squad, confidently walked forward and thought that, however, Dokja, who worked in the sales department, and Dokja, who found himself in the world of survival methods, still could not avoid death. The main character turned to his squad, thought, sticking out his finger, that therefore it is important how one lives one's life. One needs to fill it with meaning, and said that they should run at the signal. The main character in the squad quickly rushed forward, and Dokja, noticing in his head that at the moment it seemed to him that she was on the right path, saw the red building of the Seoul Historical Museum. The main character, with a tired squad nearby, looked carefully at the sign. S opened her mouth wide and, wiping sweat from her face, asked what they should find here. Dokja, without taking his eyes off the museum, answered that they should find Kang Pong Yui. The main character remembered how in museums, there was a gold-colored disc hanging behind glass, and added that it was an object similar to a disc from the Joseon era, but he didn't know what floor it was on. He needed to find it as soon as possible, so they needed to split up. Gil would go with Sam. The main character turned his head sharply and was just about to say something when he saw a red beam flying straight at them. A moment later, he jumped on his squad and shouted for everyone to get down on the floor. Dokja began to quickly draw his sword, carefully stared at the red arrows flying at him, and shouted for everyone to go inside quickly. The main character quickly deflected the arrows, gritted his teeth furiously, and thought that these were magic arrows, and the skill was excellent. Who was it? A moment later, the stranger opened his mouth wide. The main character added in his head that there really was someone who knew about their movements, and shouted, "Where is the king?" Sucker Ran Van spread his arms wide. A huge number of archers stood behind him, and he shouted that the main character needed to give the flag if he wanted to live. He would even spare his allies. The main character saw a screen below him with a description of the character. Dokja began to quickly dodge the arrows and, slightly gritting his teeth, thought that who would have thought that here he would meet Master H. Wangenball. But from this idiotic manner of speech, it was clear why he was only hired for minor roles and why General Kabik chose him. Van spread his arms wide, stretched out his shoulders, and looked at him with a wide smile on the protagonist's face. The main character added in his head that, even though he is a Su incarnation, Sigma is at a high level. If you don't add skill points, it will be problematic to cope with him alone. However, he needs the coins for the last phase of the scenario. One of the arrows hit the protagonist in the shoulder, and Dokja, looking carefully at the wound, clenched his teeth in pain. The main character began to quickly chop down all the arrows flying at him, and looking carefully at his balance of almost 70,000, wondered what if he spent 20,000. Guan sharply pulled her hand back and shouted that he was hiding behind the name of the 3 states and would attack the weak. Isn't he ashamed? Van clenched his teeth and looked at the beauty queen carefully. Dokja opened his eyes in surprise and stared at the queen. Wang froze in front of Guan, who had a large army behind her. Guan relaxedly looked at the master of H. Wangenball and noticed what else could be expected from the commander of a collapsed state. Wang, smiling broadly, asked what the queen forgot here. G1 and the army began to approach the side of the protagonist, and Dokja, carefully staring at the opponents, wondered where the beauty queen had come from again. Was she really following him? This couldn't be happening. The main character turned his head sharply at her and saw a notice in front of him that G1 was interested in him. Dokja gritted his teeth slightly and looked at the beauty queen frozen. G1 stood next to the protagonist, glanced toward the enemy, and said that he was right. You can't buy a person. She came to make amends, that's all. So let her not pay attention. Dokja, sweating, stared attentively at the queen. Then he looked at the queen with a slight smile and noticed that she had fallen for some loser and that nothing else was interesting. One of the beauty queen's soldiers came forward and shouted that it was rude. How dare he talk to the queen like that? The H. Wangenball master put his hand to his chin, smiled sarcastically, and said that someone had really entered into a contract with this constellation of sludge. Guan opened her eyes wide and heard that she also wanted to come with her head cut off, like her constellation sponsor. Kek opened his mouth wide and shouted at him to shut up. The main character looked straight, attentively lowered his eyelids slightly, and thought that, of course, he was grateful that she came to the rescue. But why exactly did they have to collide? Dokja carefully looked at how the beauty queen's warrior stood and looked at Master H. Wangenball and added in his head that this is a well-known story in the Battle of H. Wangenball. Chong was beheaded by General Kevi. The hierarchy of constellations is based on their past life. The main character gritted his teeth, looking furiously, and said that they just needed to retreat with the army. They could not be defeated. He added in his head that the commander cannot be higher than the ruler, and the relationships of longtime enemies are formed on the basis of historical records. The closer the relationship of the sponsor with the incarnation, the more it manifests itself. A moment later, the protagonist and the beauty queen slowly turned around as the protagonist's name was called. San and Gil began to run out of the museum, and the protagonist's colleague raised her hand with the disc and shouted that she had found it. The main character looked carefully at the disc in the girl's hand and thought that it was just in time. Dokja bent down slightly, looked straight ahead, and thrusting his sword forward, shouted that now they had a chance to win. They needed to repeat the Battle of H. Wangenball. Wang sharply straightened his arm forward after activating the stigma of controlling the special forces and shouted, "Into battle!" The army of the beauty queen froze for defense, and Dokja noticed in his head that this is a well-known story. Silla won the Battle of Hwanghanbal. The main character again imagined a diagram of metro stations in his head. The main character remembered a picture of the Battle of Hwanghanbal in which two armies clashed with each other and said that in the year 660, a battle between the combined forces of Silla and the Tang dynasty under the command of a general named Kim Dokja and the Beek army under the command of General Beck took place. The warrior beauty queen curled up slightly, and Dokja noticed in his head that young Warren Kwan sacrificed himself for the sake of Silla's victory. General Job also lost his life in that battle. The beauty queen's warrior opened her mouth wide, put out a spear in front of her, and shouted that they need to move forward. Their army is sincerely loyal to the queen. After his words, a notification appeared that said that all wearing Silla received the bonus effect of the 5 commandments. Wang put his hand with the sword in front of him, opened his mouth wide, and shouted that it looks like they want to say goodbye to life. We need to destroy these cockroaches from Silla. After his words, a notification appeared that said that Wang's character had activated the stigma of Kondo Beach. Both squads of warriors flew at each other. The main character turned sharply to the beauty queen and shouted that it was necessary to retreat now. It was impossible for Kwan to clash with General Quebec. Ji-won opened her mouth wide and, slightly sweating, shouted for the warriors to go back. After her words, the notification reported that the character, the beauty queen, activated the skill to control military forces. The beauty queen looked carefully at her squad, and seeing that no one heard her order, repeated that she ordered to retreat. The notification reported that using the skill was impossible. The soldiers lost their minds. Van struck the warrior girl in the stomach with a sharp and powerful blow, and she looked at him in horror and unsuccessfully dodged. The main character gritted his teeth, looked straight ahead fiercely, and noted in his head that one guy named Kwang Chang was not enough. However, the scene was about to appear, and the beauty queen opened her mouth wide in horror and looked gloomily at the notice that said that the constellation, lady on silk sheets, nervous. A moment later, the world around began to crack into blue squares. Duck turned sharply, looked in horror at how the world was cracking, and shouted, "What was happening? What was happening to the environment?" The main character turned to this, opened his mouth slightly, and wondered what had begun. A staging. Wang spread his arms wide. The warrior girl fell to her knees and grabbed her stomach, and opening her mouth shouted that he missed Hwanghanbal. A notification that appeared said that the constellation, the last hero of Hwanghanbal, was delighted. The main character noticed in his head that for the staging, they needed incarnations that have a strong connection with their sponsor and constellations that were at war in the past. When the conditions are met, the battle is transferred to the place where the battle originally took place. The main character turned his head sharply, thought that in fact this is an ordinary scenery, but for those participating in the scene, everything is different, and slightly opened his mouth and noticed that perhaps this is because Kek, the main character in this scene, and Hook, with his mouth wide open, turned to the protagonist with a nervous smile and said that he was not even a king, but had more than enough strength. After these words, the beauty queen became gloomy and trembled all over. Ji-won put a finger to her mouth, sweated slightly, and nervously said that now they have 2 options. The beauty queen's soldier knelt down and lowered her head and began coughing up blood. Ji-won added that they could leave the incarnation of a guy named Kwang Chang to die, and the notification that appeared said that the H-wearing constellation standing until the last was worried. The warrior girl clenched her teeth tightly, looked straight ahead fiercely, and Dokja shouted, "What is she talking about?" During the reenactment, the events that happened at the Battle of Hwanghanbal would be repeated. The main character slightly raised his head and added that the death of the guy in Kwangchang would raise the morale of the Silla army, as it was then, or they can change history. The beauty queen looked confidently at the protagonist and asked, "What if we failed?" To which the protagonist replied, "Silla would lose." Ji-won opened her mouth wide and began to walk towards the protagonist, and shouted furiously that then of course he was the first. And Kim, taking the disc in his hands, said that it didn't matter what she thought. Dokja looked at the beauty queen carefully, clenched his teeth slightly, and noticed that he had already chosen the second method. Ji-won shouted why there was even a need to ask. The disc in the hands of the protagonist began to glow brightly, and Dokja replied that he simply gave it a chance. Now it was of little use. The entire squad thoughtfully stared at the protagonist, and a new notification reported that the unique effect of the item Kangpyeong Yui had been activated. The disc in the hands of the protagonist glowed brightly, and constellations and notifications appeared in front of him that said he could request help from the great constellation. If he agreed, the number of requests would be reduced by 1, and the constellation had the right to refuse him. Dokja thought that Kang Pyong-yi was an observation device behind the celestial bodies created in the 17th century. Everyone is busy searching for the Sword of the Four Tigers, but the truly important item is here. Van turned in surprise and looked carefully at the protagonist after he said that he was calling on the constellation, and the notification said that the great constellations were listening to his voice. Van suddenly stood up straight, looked at the protagonist, and shouted, "What is he doing?" GCK, holding his sword in front of him and furiously looking at the enemy, shouted that he would protect the protagonist and let the beauty queen also stand behind him. The main character put a luminous disc in front of him and said that he was calling on the king of H-War, the great Joonghyuk. A moment later, the whole sky was covered with bright stars, and everyone looked up in surprise. Dokja looked carefully at several bright stars, and notifications reported that the stars had begun to move. One of the stars glowed brightly and made a loud sound. The main character made a confident face, clutched the disc in his hands after notifying that the constellation Great General Joonghyuk was looking at him. A statue of a warrior on a horse appeared in the protagonist's head, and he shouted in his thoughts, "The king of H-War, Kimin!" Dokja opened his mouth slightly and looked at the sky in horror after being notified that the constellation Great General Joonghyuk did not want to interfere with current events. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted for the general to wait, and the notice added that the constellation Great General Joonghyuk was preparing to refuse him. S opened her mouth wide, looked carefully at the star, and shouted that the legends about the general were simply incredible. She had read many books about his life, and the main character looked at her in surprise. The girl opened her mouth even wider, and looking at the sky, added that he was right, that he respects history that has already happened. But history doesn't end the moment it is written down. Doesn't he have regrets? Wang dealt a powerful blow to the protagonist's comrade, and S added that he had already forgotten about the sacrifice of young H. Waring and the battlefield strewn with the bodies of Sela soldiers. The star in the sky lit up brighter after the girl's words. That, of course, the past cannot be rewritten, but his help today can change the course of the battle and save many lives. And then a notification appeared that the constellation Great General Joonghyuk was listening to the words of the incarnation of Sam. The star looked carefully at the girl and the main character, and Joonghyuk noticed that the Battle of H. Wanganbal was over for them, but for them, it was just beginning. Dokja turned his surprised gaze to the girl, opened his mouth slightly, and noticed in his head that if you think about it like that, during the internship, Sun had the nickname Presentation Queen. How good it was that he took her. A new notification reported that the constellation Great General Joonghyuk was silently closing his eyes. A moment later, a bright ray of light fell from the sky on the protagonist. Dokja carefully looked up and sees a notification that says that the constellation Great General Joonghyuk is responding to his request. The main character sharply raises his head upward, opens his mouth wide in pain, and notices in his head that it seems that his heart is about to explode. The notification said that the Great General Joonghyuk had granted him his blessing. A moment later, in the darkness of the mind, a voice was heard that noticed that this was just the repentance of an old man who could not forget the past. Powerful currents of air appeared around the protagonist, and General Joonghyuk asked the protagonist to lend his voice. The entire protagonist squad stared at him in surprise. All the warriors looked away from the battle and looked at the protagonist in horror. Sun looked carefully at the sparkling protagonist and called out to him in horror. Van opened his mouth wide and stared at the protagonist, frozen in horror. The main character suddenly raised his eyes and looked straight ahead furiously. Yen, in the body of the protagonist, began to slowly draw his sword from its sheath, and looking carefully directly, noticed that he had not seen Kek for a long time. Wang, without closing his mouth, looked at him in surprise. The warrior girl opened her mouth wide and screamed loudly, leaning on her comrade. And Usin noticed that H. Waring Quan didn't show him respect. The main character looked carefully at the sky and noticed that, what an irony, the story is already hidden in the centuries, and why they all gathered again in this place. Van suddenly fell to his knees, putting his hand to his chest, laughed loudly, and then asked what he really didn't know. A moment later, the guy's eyes lit up with a red light. He put his sword in front of him and, with his mouth wide open, shouted that everything was in order to meet him again on this battlefield. A blue ghost appeared behind the protagonist and introduced himself as the commander of the 15th H. Waring Detachment, Kim Yusin. Ewan sharply put the burning sword in front of him, looked straight ahead fiercely and said that he would calm the soul of the poor constellation and correct history. The notice said that the power of the blue dragon's sacred sword temporarily envelops the indestructible faith. The main character stood firmly on his feet, slammed it on the ground, and shouted to the young Hua Hyang-du squad. A moment later, Yen stabbed the glowing sword into the ground. An electric charge went through the ground, and Yusin added that they should return to the battlefield. Then skeletal arms began to burst out of the ground. Several skeletons crawled out of the ground and confidently stood up straight. A huge legion of skeletons appeared in front of the main characters, and a notification noted that the stigma of summoning the great H-Waring had been activated. The beauty queen put her hand to her mouth in horror and began to look around. The protagonist's opponents gritted their teeth in horror and looked straight ahead furiously. Yen slightly opened his mouth in the protagonist's body and ordered his warriors to move forward. A moment later, a huge armada of skeletons began to quickly cope with ordinary people. It was a dark night outside, and only a few people were walking near the huge building. A guy with dark hair suddenly came out from around the corner, wearing an invisibility cloak. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead in horror. He saw how skeletons confidently chopped people into pieces. Van opened his mouth slightly and spat out blood. Yusin looked carefully at how two skeletons pierced the enemy with spears and asked why Quebec penetrated into his incarnation. Forgot about the rule of probability. The body of the main character looked carefully at the half-dead enemy and added that now, if his incarnation dies, he will die with him. And Dokja noticed in his head that he was right. Even to him, who had read the entire novel, this seemed strange. The main character opened his mouth slightly and heard Van notice that Yusin did not know about this world, and Dokja wondered what it meant about this world. Van raised his head wide, opened his bloody mouth, and noticed that he was offended. Could he really not be able to reach him, even on this fake stage? He just wanted to fight him. Sam looked carefully at the skeletons and said that the textbook said that General Kick's special detachment had never lost to the detachment of a general named Gin until the day of the Battle of H-Wangan. The girl looked carefully at the man's corpse in her pool of blood and added that as far as she remembers, that day General Kex was never able to fight a general named Yen one-on-one. Now it is clear why he is so offended. Yen sharply extended the sword in his hand directly at his opponent, and the main character noticed in his head that someone could call a general named Usun a coward, but he remained persistent. Even in the face of the fear of defeat, he did not succumb to emotions and was able to win at the very end. The spirit of the protagonist next to him opened his mouth wide and noticed that you can't kill him with your hands. He has a limitation. Yen, looking carefully, directly noticed that he understands and promises in the name of the stars. The general abruptly called the skeleton to him and added that if he insists, the skeleton raised his sword behind his head, and Yusin, looking carefully at the enemy, noticed that he believed they would meet again. A moment later, Wang lost his head from a blow from a skeleton, and the notices said that the reenactment was over. He was able to experience the Battle of H-Wangan. A reward of 1,000 coins was received. He refrained from killing. The king's privilege without death was deserved. Yusin took his sword to the side and, looking carefully straight at the corpses of the warriors, saw a notice that said that the blessing would disappear in 3 minutes. Duck S and Gil began to quickly run towards the protagonist and shouted, and Dokja turned at them, opened his mouth slightly, and noticed that they had little time, so they were moving straight north. He had already sent a soldier from the detachment of a general named Yusin there. A moment later, a crowd of skeletons began to cut down all living people on the way. Then a notification appeared that provided information about that. The main scenario again appears in front of everyone. The king's qualification is that the one worthy of the throne shall be braver than the rest. Yusin's skeleton soldiers have killed everyone. Joonghyuk says they can go around just picking up the flags. After that, his brown flag absorbed the contribution points accumulated in the brown flag, and it has now turned into a purple flag. He can now use the skill of the purple flag. The constellation Yusin calls him and says there is something strange about him, that he has maintained his sanity even after hearing his voice. He remembers that the incarnations usually faint when they hear the voice of a constellation. Yusin asks him to remember that he owes him one, and he has to break the law of plausibility to help him. Dokja says he is grateful for that, and he will not forget his kindness. He calls him impatient and says he doesn't even seem to have an heir to succeed him yet. Dokja says he is sure Yusin will someday, and that he will make sure to tell them what happened today if he ever does. Yusin then calls him about his supporting constellations, and Dokja now gets the point of why he kept bugging him. Yusin has grown quite fond of him and says he would like to be his supporting constellation to roam this world with him. Dokja refuses his offer, and Yusin asks him about the reason, saying he has seen the might of his power and his stigma will make him the most powerful incarnation of this world. Dokja admits that he has a great stigma, but he is not powerful. Even though he is not a fabled constellation, he laughs and asks him to get some rest, considering his age. Dokja is notified that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is snickering at the great king Joonghyuk and has been gifted 300 coins. Dokja wonders if he has provoked him so much, and he asks him if he knows that he is still under the effect of his blessing. He makes his head pain and suggests he think of him again. Yusin says he mentioned that he was forbidden from killing and wonders what will happen if he does. Issei sees him in pain and asks him about it, but he asks her to get away from him. Yusin asks him to test his oath, killing Sangha. Dokja says it won't affect anything because he is controlling him, but Yusin asks him to test this out for some time and says he will give him back control of his body the moment the blade pierces her. Dokja asks him to stop and thinks there will be another chance to pick a supporting constellation after the fourth scenario ends. What he wants is for him to swear he will sign a contract with him. He then asks him to make a promise that he will choose Yusin Kim the next time he gets to choose a supporting constellation. Dokja again refuses him and thinks if he was going to pick one, then he would have already chosen the great sage Heaven's equal. He thinks the body belongs to him, and he doesn't care if he is a constellation. He then activates his personal skill, the fourth wall, and asks the constellation to get out of his body. The constellation is shocked and leaves his body, and he receives the notification that the constellation connected to him via the echo of the stars has been removed. The constellation, the Great King, is puzzled by his power and will now keep a close eye on him from now on. When he is left, Sangha asks him if he is all right now, and he is surprised to see her light thread around his body. She replies that she couldn't just leave him behind, and she was afraid that she might be attacked if she stayed close to him. He laughs and says it was a great improvisation. She unties him, and Dokja observes that Queen Ji-won is staring at him. He asks her why she is still there. She replies that she was just about to leave and that they just happened to be heading the same way. She came to help him, but it seemed that she was the one who received it. Dokja says they will meet as enemies the next time they meet. She offers him her friendship and says it grows out of trust, and this is a saying that the Hwarang lives. Dokja thinks she will be a benevolent king this time around. After some time, they reach a place, and Dokja tries to call Misab, who appears from an invisible cloak. He asks him how many people entered so far, and he tells him about 9 kings, including the tyrant and the first disciple. They had 7 purple flags and 2 brown flags, and 2 of the purple flags seem much darker than the others. Dokja thinks that must be the tyrant king and the first disciple, and he then asks them to wait outside, with only he and Gil-young entering. He only needs 3 people now, and they reach in front of the National Palace Museum of Korea. He receives notifications about a new hidden scenario, and he has to clear a relic dungeon of his choosing. He has 4 options for the dungeons, and Dokja chooses the 3-man dungeon, the Room of the Copper Acupuncture Men. Soon they entered the 3-man dungeon, and there were a lot of level 7 clones, the Copper Acupuncture Men. As soon as they reach there, all the clones rush toward them to attack. Sangha dodges one and attacks it back, but she is shocked to see that it stays unharmed. She asks Dokja what they should do since they won't take any damage. Dokja asks her to look closely at their bodies and asks if she can see the inscriptions. She will see that the acupuncture points have different colors. Some will paralyze them, some will silence them, and some will even kill them. Puncturing these points will yield varying effects, and he instructs her to target those points. Suddenly, he puts his sword on one of its points, and with this, its head breaks and falls to a distance. He is notified that the first copper acupuncture man has been slain, and he asks Sangha if she understands how it works now. He asks her to get this over and done with because there are still 99 acupuncture men remaining. After some time, they have cleared the 3-man dungeon, and they have each been awarded 4 ancient coins for clearing the dungeon. He has also obtained the skill Pressure Point as a special reward and thinks he got the skill that he came for. He then says they will enter the hidden dungeon where they can obtain the 4-yin demon decapitator. Sangha asks her to remember that he said they didn't need that, and Dokja replies that they are not going there for the item, but they are going to hunt the kings who are after it. Gil-young says they will have to kill them all. Sangha is shocked at what he just said. He asks Dokja not to worry because he will finish them off for him, and he thinks that he must have noticed that he hasn't killed anyone until now. He calls Gil-young and says he has to be careful since this isn't a game. He thinks about Sanga, who seems not happy with his decision. But once they walk past that, Dokja knows she will realize that the world they once knew is no more. However, he is notified that they must spend 10 ancient coins to enter the hidden dungeon, so he asks them to give him 3 coins each. He will use 4 of his, so they will have 10 in total. The 4 young demon decapitator is in a hidden dungeon within this hidden dungeon, and those who have made it this far have already proved themselves worthy. He puts the coins in the 10 blank spots, and the Dokja opens up with a flash of great lightning. They are shocked to see the inside situations where there is fire and blood. They are notified that they have entered the room of the North Star. There are dead bodies everywhere around, and the people sitting there welcome the newcomers. One of them asks them about the king among them and asks if it is a woman or a man. 3 people also rush toward them, and the constellations are annoyed by the small fry in their way. 2 men come toward him, but he uses his sword and slashes them in just 1 blow. The others shout and order others to get him immediately. They rush toward him, but he uses his sword and gets out of their trap in the blink of an eye. They are shocked to see his speed, and he has taken down 3 men in just a few seconds. Joonghyuk moves behind and smashes the heads of the injured person for him. Sanga asks him to stop and says she will do it. He says he doesn't mind Dokja doing it himself. However, she insists on killing the others and says to Dokja that she will do Joonghyuk's job from now on. She smiles and says she can do it better. Dokja thinks something like this will keep happening. Suddenly, a man appears from behind and asks him to calm down, saying he is not there to fight them. He appreciates Dokja's skills and says he has wiped out the entire Chungo group without any passive skills. Dokja thinks they were a pretty competent bunch for someone who has lost their king. Dokja thinks they have lost their king, and this is why they are so rowdy. The man says he has arrived a bit late because most of the kings have already entered the dungeon, and they will be fighting one another right about now. It's obvious who will come out on top since the last king who passed through was the one who made this mess. Dokja asks him about the last king, and he asks him if he has heard of the Tyrant King, saying he is the most powerful king in the Northern Seoul area. Moreover, people are already saying that he will be the one to sit on the ruler's throne. The boy says, although he is strong, the Tyrant King will never be able to occupy the ruler's throne. He may be strong, but he is no leader, since a true king should attend to the needs of his people above all else. He exclaims that the king he follows is someone who can do exactly that, and this is why so many incarnations follow him. He is certain that he will be the one to take over the ruler's throne. Dokja thinks his king must have entered one of those Dokjas too, and the reason he is still there is he wants him to join them. He exclaims that he is just there to make a suggestion. He asks him if he would like to form an alliance with them, and Dokja asks him why they would do this. The boy asks him to think about it and asks what will happen if a madman ends up with the legendary sword and in control of soul of the ruler's throne. Dokja thinks an alliance against the Tyrant King was also formed in TWSA, but it is happening in the 3rd regression, meaning the future has been changed. The boy says their group will fight against the Tyrant King soon, and they have already talked to a few other kings about this. He asks Dokja to decide after meeting their king, and with this, one of the Dok jars opens, and their king gets out of it. They are shocked to see their king, and his followers bow before him, saying they have been waiting for his return. Sanga and Dokja seem to recognize him. Dokja checks his character summary. His name is Sangong, and they both introduce each other. Dokja thinks Heewon should be there, and he asks Dokja if he wants him to read his fortune because he is a skilled face reader. Sangong has activated his skill, mind reading, and Dokja already knows about his stigma. It doesn't allow the user to see the target's attributes, but provides a rough summary. He can tell if the person is kind-hearted or if they will betray him in the future. He finds out from Dokja's profile that he is a devil who should not be messed with, and he seems scared of this. He thinks he must be mistaken. Dokja thinks he should listen to his constellation and guesses Goonie doesn't want to fight him. He tells the man that they will proceed as planned in an hour. They are running a bit late, but he is looking forward to Dokja's contribution. Dokja feels that he is slightly disappointed that he wasn't labeled a devil. He then asks the boy about his introduction, and he says his name is Shong. Dokja wonders if his constellation is Wangan, since he is with Goonie. He checks his character profile, but the character doesn't have a registered character profile. Dokja is surprised at first, but smiles and thinks he thought he had seen a devil for a moment. They both smile awkwardly and look at each other. A man calls them from behind and says their king has arrived, and they run toward their king. DIA asks Shong if they are on their side as well, and he replies that they all have agreed to join forces with them. From left to right, the Coward King, the Brawl King Bok Kim, and lastly the Earth King, Dragon King Tianggu, have all decided to make each other allies. Tiang calls Xiong and says he has already made it out, which was quick. Sangha thinks his constellation might be Jiquan because she once read that the later-day king was birthed an earth dragon. The other kings of that period called him the son of an earth dragon. They mock him, and Dokja is surprised that she found out who his constellation is based on her knowledge of history. As Sangha said, he is Tianggu, the earth dragon king, one of the 7 kings of Seoul. He is one of the few noteworthy people in this group. There are quite a few people who have royalty as their constellation, starting with Queen Jinon. The situation will be similar in other countries as well, and he is notified that the constellation naval warfare god is looking forward to the appearance of a new fabled constellation. He thinks in Japan, Nabaga Oda and the other heroes of the Soku period should be at war, using their incarnations. In England, Richard the Lionheart, Henry VIII and others should be clashing as well. Just like he has said, the 4th scenario was created for the historical constellations. After some time, Taesung asks everyone to listen to him and says their target is the Tyrant King, who entered the 3rd Dokja. 2 innocent kings have died at the hands of the Tyrant King, who was after their star jewels. Many of them have already lost their king to him, and Dokja finds out that was the reason the lob was full of dead bodies. The Tyrant King must have killed 2 other kings there and taken their star jewels, which means that if he dealt with the 3rd Dokja, he would be able to obtain all the severed star jewels and get his hands on the Star of Greed, the reward item for the Room of the North Star. These 4 kings have 4 jewels at the moment, while the Tyrant King has 3 jewels. The kings exclaim that this will be a fight to claim what is rightfully theirs, and each one of them will be remembered as a warrior who fights to write a new chapter in history. Dokja thinks that just a few months ago, they used to live in a democratic country, and Xiong seems excited and says it feels like he is a character in a wuxia novel. In that type of novel, there is always a mysterious treasure map that guides them to a remote location, and it says that a powerful sword lies hidden in a stone chamber. Dokja says this is a common cliché of the genre. Xiong says he must have read a few wuxia novels. Dokja smiles and says he has read quite a lot, but there is always a twist to that cliché. However, it turns out that the treasure map was fake all along. The warriors who came after the treasure fall into a trap, and the one who planned it quietly gets his way. The situation they are in right now could very well be just that, and Dokja says it's just a possibility, but he would be disappointed if it was. Xiong smiles, thinking about his point of view, and exclaims that a cliché like a fake treasure map is trite. Tiang says that it just goes to show how true they are. Dokja thinks he is making a lame excuse. He exclaims that if an author uses such clichés just because they are trite, they should be ashamed to call themselves an author. However, this isn't a novel they are talking about, and he knows they are not characters in a novel, but what if he told him there really was an author who wrote everything that is happening right now? Tiang asks him what he would do if he were the author, and he replies that he hasn't really thought of that, since his name is Daa. Song says he will be no different, and he will end up resorting to the same cliché to provide their readers with such cheap thrills. Dokja asks him what has gotten into him, and he is surely talking like an author. He is not saying that clichés are bad, he is only saying he should never plagiarize. Xiong exclaims all stories are the same, with only minor differences in details, and asks him if he really calls it plagiarizing. Dokja replies that he will do things differently, and with this he takes out his sword and beheads him in just one blow. He says there is no point in hiding anymore, and Xiong smiles as he is beheaded and says things are getting interesting. Everyone has surrounded them and says he has murdered a man. Dokja grabs Xiong's head. Dokja asks him if his real name is Xiong Han and finds out that he is an avatar too, and as he expected, he is the first disciple. Xiong says he was right because he was the one who spread the prophecy, and Dokja says he has spread his plagiarized novel to be exact. He replies that his prophecy is not plagiarized and asks him not to dare to compare his masterpiece to trash like that. Dokja asks him to admit that he has read the original novel, but he asks his men to attack and kill Dokja. They are still shocked to see a talking head. Dokja smiles and says the cliché he spoke of will begin soon. Suddenly, a red aura appears speedily from nowhere and surrounds everyone. It belongs to the Tyrant King, who orders his men to raise the palanquin, and they appear from the side. Dokja asks Sangha and Gilyung to get back immediately. He orders his men to charge, and they start attacking everyone there. The situation seems so panicked, and the other kings also seem scared and try to hide themselves. The Tyrant King gets out of his chair, and Dokja tries to check his character profile. Dokja observes his power and thinks no wonder he is so strong and is using so many packages. Unlike the original novel, he even has the hidden item, the three-wheeled ring. It must be true that he has the prophets working for him. He is way too in tune with his constellation, and the Dokkaebi will question his plausibility the moment he steps out of line. He exclaims that he was a tyrant, but that side of him is no more. He shouts and says he will write a new chapter in this land's history starting today, and he is not afraid of the past. He is the Yonin Yi. He attacks the people with his aura and kills many of them in just one blow. The other kings ask their men not to run away. Everyone is trying to do their best, and Dokja asks Seong if he is not going to fight. His smile tells him he must have something under his sleeves, and he asks him if he really thinks that things are going as they have planned. He challenges him, saying he will not be able to have the 4-yin demon decapitator to himself since all the kings have started fighting. He tells Dokja that he won't have his way, and kudos to him for having spread the prophecy, but he has been preparing for this day for much longer than he has. Dokja asks him what he is on about, and he replies with a smile that it will be his cliché that wins in the end. Meanwhile, Dokkaebi appears there and says they are all busy fighting, and even the historical constellations are giving it their all. He smiles and exclaims that he has come with great news, and the second qualification will now be unveiled. The second qualification is that the one who dreams of sitting on the throne must desire it, and only a limited number of kings can challenge their claim to the throne. Dokkaebi reveals that the number of kings that can participate in the challenge will be 5. There are 14 kings currently, and they think that there must be some kings outside, and the number of kings in the hidden dungeon is 12. The Tyrant King laughs and asks which one is the king among them. The other kings advise each other to fight him together. Meanwhile, Seong shouts from his place and tells the Tyrant King about Dokja, that he is the king, and he saw it with his own eyes that he has the flag. Everyone stares at him, and Dokja releases his face and makes him fall. Everyone wants to kill him now, and they are just watching them quietly. Suddenly, a man attacks another king and kills him, and with this, the number of kings has been reduced. Another man has killed another king, and with this, the current number of kings is reduced to 12. The other kings are now scared of each other, while the Tyrant King also rushes toward one of them. Meanwhile, a man appears from nowhere, steals everyone's jewels, and laughingly exclaims that he knows his cliché will win. The fake King Seong-han has acquired all 7-star jewels, and Dokja is surprised to see a woman in the form of a real plagiarist. He wonders why she is called the fake king, and she has used her avatars to infiltrate their ranks and waited for the best time to strike. After a while, they are notified that the 7-star jewels have been sacrificed to summon a new item, and the fake King Seong has summoned the 4-yin demon decapitator. She grabs the sword and asks everyone to see that it now belongs to her. Now she will kill every last one of them. Tanha asks Dokja what they should do, and he asks her to calm down because they will be all right. Seong starts killing everyone, and SRAA asks him if he is sure that they will be safe. Gilyong also asks if the sword is really that powerful, and he replies that it is indeed powerful. In the meantime, Seong attacks a man, but he stays alive after her attack, and Dokja thinks he wishes he could tell her the reason she gets worried and wonders if the sword is useless. All the people rush toward her and ask each other to kill her and take the sword. Dokja thinks the 4-yin demon decapitator is famous, not because it's a great sword, but because its owner was a great warrior. Seong is now worried because of the people, and Dokja appreciates her way to get the stones and says she should have done that in her writing. She turns back and tries to attack him, but he stays unharmed. Meanwhile, the Tyrant King also rushes toward them angrily and says he will end them all, and they seem frustrated to see all this mess. Dokja seems to be waiting for someone and says he should be there now, wondering if that man is lost and thinking that the north is a little ways away, but it shouldn't take him this long. Soon another king was killed, and now the current number of kings is 11. Dokja smiles and thinks his desired man has come, and with this, the number of kings is reducing gradually. Everyone is shocked to see that the number of kings is reducing rapidly, and they observe that someone must be there and is killing them one by one. However, the Tyrant King doesn't seem to be worried about this and is killing the people rapidly. Suddenly, there is a crack in the roof, and everyone starts watching toward it. A large number of big rocks fall from the roof and take the Tyrant King under them. Now, the current number of kings is 7, and they are shocked to see the situation happening right now. The tyrant is strong, but he isn't definitely the strongest, because the most powerful of the 7 kings of Seoul is Joonghyuk. Dokja waves his hand toward him. He is watching him furiously and says he will kill him this time. Out of the 7 kings, he has met the following so far: the Hermit King of the Shadows, Dumhun Han, the King of Beauty Ji-won Men, the Maitreya King Song Cha, the Earth Dragon King Tong, and the Tyrant King Yanggang Hujung. There is one neutral king who hasn't appeared yet. There is still one king left and had met this king before he met all the others. He is among the most powerful of the 7 kings of Seoul, Joonghyuk. He calls Dokja and furiously says he will kill him this time. He is coming toward him. Dokja thinks he sure is worthy enough to be the main character because he sent him all the way up north, but he already has a black flag. Seeing as how he's angry means Ji-hee and Huiwen must have done their jobs right. He then asks Seong to give him the sword, but when she refuses, he asks her if she wants to die there. He then calls Gil-young, who is summoning an insect, and suddenly a grade 6 Monarch AR level insect, Titan Terra, has appeared there. In the meantime, he grabs Seong's flag, and his purple flag has absorbed the contribution points accumulated in the black flag. He is notified that his purple flag has evolved into a black flag, and he can now use the skill of the black flag. He receives a congratulatory notification that he had accomplished the first king's qualification. Now the current number of kings is 6. He has also obtained the item 3-wheeled ring and the dragon jar from the Tyrant King. Suddenly, Joonghyuk rushes toward him to attack, but he puts one of the guards in front of him and dodges his attack. Joonghyuk attacks the guard and beheads him. Dokja asks him to hold on and talk to him for a bit. He talks about Memo, his sister, and asks where he has hidden her. Dokja wonders what he is talking about. He uses the skill of lie detection to check if he is lying. He has then confirmed that Dokja is telling a lie, and Joonghyuk says he will kill him if he doesn't tell him about his sister. Dokja agrees to tell him, but asks him to put his sword down first. Joonghyuk asks him if he plans to hold his family as a hostage, and angrily says he should have killed him. Meanwhile, Dokkaebi appears there and asks them to calm down and says they can't be fighting. He then reveals that all the qualifications have been met because the current number of kings is 5. Now the qualified kings will be transported to the last stage. Joonghyuk shouts at him, while Dokja seems calm, and with this, all the kings have been transported from the place. Dokja reaches a place and is notified that he has been disqualified from participating in the final king's qualification. Dokkaebi appears and says he has missed an important detail because he was too focused on the big picture. He is notified that he has failed to occupy his target station because the condition says he must occupy his target station in order to participate in the final king's qualification. He forgot that the target station was Chang'an Station, and Dokkaebi said he couldn't participate in the final phase if he didn't complete the previous phases. Dokja thinks he forgot about the target station because he was so focused on taking out the other kings. He wonders if he should head over there, but the scenario would be over by the time he got back. The kings have already started fighting. Suddenly, Sanga appears from the side and calls him. Heewon also appears there with a little girl. She asks her about her brother, and Dokja asks her why she is there since he asked her to wait at Chang'an Station. She replies that she couldn't stand there and wait for him, and the girl hasn't had anything to eat since this morning. She asks Dokja if she is his sister, but she replies that Dokja is not her brother because he is uglier than her brother. Dokja knows that she is Joonghyuk's sister and thinks he had planned for Joonghyuk to go north after seeing the note he sent with Ji. He then had Heewon save his sister so he could manipulate her. He then turns back and goes somewhere. And on being inquired, Heewon replies that he is going to take over Chang'an Station. She then calls the girl and asks her to give him that thing she gave her, and Dokja is shocked to see that she takes out Mia Yu's skill inventory from her mouth. Heewon asks her if he knows about the thing, and he is shocked to see this because this is the flagpole of Chang'an Station. She exclaims that he only needs the flagpole to take over the station, and he is still shocked that she brought the flagpole from Chang'an Station. The constellation, the adventurer who makes eggs stand up, is moved by Huiwen's idea. She then asks him what he is waiting for and asks him to plant the flag and get going. He plants the flag and is notified that his group has taken control of Chang'an Station, and he has received 2,000 coins as his reward. Now his body will be transformed to the stage of the final king's qualification, and he reaches inside the place with a notification. All kings can no longer receive the support of their constellations, and the items that affect their attack and defense stats will be restricted. Moreover, the overall stats of all kings will be reduced to 10 by 10. The final king's qualification will continue until there is only one man left standing. There are already present the King of Beauty Ji, Won Min, the Maitreya King S, the Supreme King Joonghyuk, and another middle-aged man. Soon, the neutral king ILO John forfeits, and this fight should have ended in less than a minute because of Joonghyuk. But they are still fighting bravely. Guan calls him and says they meet again when she doesn't want to fight him. Dokja doesn't expect her to have survived this long. Dokja says he will attack her if she doesn't forfeit, and she asks him to go ahead. Meanwhile, the king Sangyong seems tired and injured. His body has multiple injuries, and Joonghyuk jumps to attack him again. Dokja remembers that Joonghyuk finds a loophole in the last phase because this is a fight with no skills, no stigmas, and an average stat of 10. Everything seems to be completely restricted, but there is only one thing that is not restricted, which is coins. A notification appears in which the Lady of the Spring Brigade is questioning the fairness of this scenario. There is a problem with their right to spend the coins they have. We all increased stats will be reset after the scenario ends. Dokja asks them to think about spending their coins because they are pretty much throwing them down the drain. After a while, Joonghyuk attacks the Maitreya King Sean, and with this he can no longer fight. G1 is watching the scene and thinks they probably don't have any coins left, and there is no way they saved their coins during their battles to get there. However, Joonghyuk has always had some to spare, and Balkabin knows that he should have about 40,000 coins. In the meantime, Guan also forfeits, and now there are only 2 contestants. Dokja thought that he would come straight for him, but he is taking his time, or he is trying to see how high his stats are. He thinks Joonghyuk probably wants to win using the minimum amount of coins possible, and he could get his sister back if he sat on the ruler's throne. Dokja uses 4,000 coins on his strength and uses a large number of coins. His strength and his coins in possession are decreasing rapidly. He then exclaims that he will go easy on him and asks him not to die on him. He has spent a total of 72,000 coins, and his strength increases from level 10 to 100. He thinks it's time to reap the fruits of his investments. His strength has now surpassed that of humans, and he is the first to have strength in 3 digits. He has received 10,000 coins as a reward. Joonghyuk is also shocked to see his power level, so he jumps upon him and punches him. He spends 10,000 coins on his agility, but they have no effect in front of Dokja. Soon, Dokja reaches his neck and attacks him with his full might. After some time, Dokja appears there and says it looks like the underdog has won. Joonghyuk is unconscious. Dokja wonders if he hit him too hard. He then gets him up and says he startled him, but he is surprised that he is still conscious after being hit with 100 strength. He calls him again and says he should have been nicer to him and asks how he can threaten to kill him every time he sees him. Dokja receives a congratulatory notification that he has passed all the qualifications for the ruler's throne. His temporary stats have been reset, and all the restrictions that were put in place have been lifted. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is satisfied with the ending, and the constellation Secretive Plotter applauds his will. He is also notified that the constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is impressed by his tenacity, and he has been gifted 4,500 coins. In the meantime, the constellation Lady of the Spring Brigade is mortified, and the constellation One-Eye Matter throws his eye patch to the ground. The constellation Lord of Ham blames Dokja for this. Dokja appears there and says it was a fair fight, announcing to all the incarnations of the soul that they now have a new owner of the ruler's throne. Dokja is about to announce his name when Dokja stops him and asks if he isn't being a little too hasty. She makes the announcement when he hasn't even sat on the throne yet. Dokja asks Dokja what he can do with this thing, and Dokja tells him to make other humans do his bidding. It's just as the name implies. As long as he is seated on the throne, he will be the absolute ruler. Dokja asks if this is the only benefit he will get, claiming it sounds too good to be true. He will have absolute power over the ground in which he rules. Dokja says he is only getting what he deserves, and that he has risked his life to get where he is now. Dokja asks if this throne gives him powers that override the rule of plausibility. He calls Dokja a good liar and asks if the management has rules against lying like that. Dokja says they should not argue over this and that they have to end the scenario. If Dokja keeps acting out, he will just destroy the ruler's throne. Dokja asks him to go ahead and destroy it because he doesn't care. He turns back and says he refuses to sit on the throne, and everyone is shocked by his decision. It starts raining, and everyone is staring at him quietly. Dokja breaks the silence and asks him what he just said, seeming so angry. Dokja replies that he is not going to sit on the throne. Dokja doesn't understand why he is so stubborn and asks him to sit on the throne because Soul Dokja won't be able to make it through the 5th scenario. The people shout at him, asking him to sit on the throne. Dokja says it can give him everything he wants and more. Just sitting on the throne, he will become a fable, and the constellation promised to rise in its ranks. He also warns him, saying he is not like the low-grade Dokubi, and his trickery won't work on him. Dokja thinks what he said is true because the fifth scenario will be difficult to clear without the ruler's throne. But he knows there are some things Dokube isn't telling him. He knows that if he uses the power of the ruler's throne even once, he won't ever be able to reach the end of the scenario. Joonghyuk realizes this only on his 41st regression, and a man calls him from behind, asking why he is refusing this, being a king. He asks them why they want him as their king, and what would happen if he just killed them after sitting on that throne. He also asks the other people if they have forgotten already that they used to live in a democratic country, but why are they all acting like subjects of a kingdom? More importantly, he doesn't want to rule over the likes of them, and this is why he refuses to sit on the ruler's throne. He also states that he doesn't want to sign with any of them lousy constellations. He puts his hand on his sword and says he will stop anyone else from sitting on that throne. Dokubi calls him from behind and says he is testing his patience. Dokja asks the people how long they will let the dew push them around with their scenarios. This goes for all the constellations of Korea as well. He knows that all constellations are not the same, and that some are higher in rank than others. Dokja asks everyone how long this land must suffer at the expense of their bickering. He says they make history and become historical constellations, building up fabled acts to become fabled constellations. He asks them what they will do when they become the brightest shining star in the sky. He then talks with the constellations and asks how much longer their descendants will suffer just so that they can fulfill their desires. Some constellations are in deep thought over this, and some fall silent. Dokubi snaps his fingers and says he can't let him go on, and with this, a new sub-scenario has arrived with the clear condition that they have to subdue incarnation Dokja Kim, who refuses to sit on the throne, and usurp the throne for themselves. Dokja smiles and thinks he knows that it would come to this, and all the people are staring at him for the greed of the throne. Hewan runs from a side, stands in front of him, and challenges the people to come at her if they dare. Dokja is also surprised to see her anger, and Manab comes to him and says it looks like he is the main character of the world instead of Yuk. Sungkook also stands for his help and says he would never do anything so absurd. S states there are values they must uphold, no matter how the world changes. Sangha says she believes in this statement sincerely, and all of his team members put their lives on the line to save him. However, he is shocked to see that the King of Beauty and the Maitreya King also come and stand in front of him for his help. She says to Dokja that she is going to help him just this once, and Maitreya King says he could tell, reading his mind, that he has a point. Dokja is still shocked at their help, and Dokubi calls other people and asks what they are waiting for, asking them to get him. The people rush toward them and start fighting, and Hewan asks him if he has a plan and what he wants them to do. He asks her to buy them some time so that he can destroy the throne. The people observe that he is using the 4-yin demon decapitator, and he activates the Gong's special ability, Echo of the Stars. He will call upon a constellation, and after some time, the Echo of the Stars allows him to seek the help of a high constellation. He then calls the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Dokubi gets angry about this and is staring at him with murderous intentions. He is notified that the stars have set sail, and a line of star constellations appears in the sky. He calls upon the first star of the Big Dipper, Tamang, the second star of the Big Dipper, Gammon, and the third star of the Big Dipper, Nok John, the fourth star of the Big Dipper, Mok, the fifth star of the Big Dipper, Yong, and the sixth star of the Big Dipper, Mugak. Currently, the 6 constellations are looking at him, and one of them asks him what he is thinking. They warn him that if he calls all of them, his mind will be destroyed, and some ask him why he called them and why he is walking on a thorny path. Suddenly, he starts coughing and bleeding, and Dokja thinks to be able to use the 4-yin demon decapitator, he needs to call one more constellation. He is notified that the Pongu cannot be used any further. He thinks about the reward item the Tyrant King received from the 7-man dungeon, the Dragon Jar. Moreover, sacrificing the S-grade item, the 3-wheeled ring, he will recharge the usage count for the S-grade item, Pong. He is notified that the Dragon Yi exudes its mysterious power, and with this, the SR item, 3-wheeled ring, has been sacrificed. The usage count for the S-grade item, Gampong, has been recharged. He then calls the 7th star of the Big Dipper, and all the stars gather. There is a line, and the constellations ask him what he wants from them. He replies that he wants to cut off the tie the throne has with its owner, and requests them to lend him their sword. They ask him if he knows what that entails and think about the ruler's throne, the reward item for the fourth scenario. This throne allows the user to borrow the powers of one of the rulers of the dark dimensions. He thinks it will be handy to have such powers for now, and he will be able to control Joonghyuk and neutralize his enemies there. However, their world will end as a result, which is the price he must pay for borrowing such great power. Even the constellations don't want anything to do with him, and they ask him how he dares to challenge the owner of the throne. Dokja replies that he is not trying to fight them, and he only wants to cut off the tie between him and the throne. The constellation says he cannot handle the plausibility and will die because of it, but Dokja says that is his decision. They agree and ask him to start the process, putting their powers into the sword. He is notified that the S+ grade item for Yin Demon Decapitator has been upgraded to a constellation artifact. The constellations say they respect his decision, although he may die there, and they will remember him always. It is revealed that the 4 Yin Demon Decapitator is a sword made to be used in rituals, and it is one of the few items that can cut the tie a constellation artifact has with the constellation that owns it. Dokja observes the true power of the 4 Yin Demon Decapitator. One may think that becoming king using the ruler's throne would make it easier to complete the remaining scenarios. The people wonder if he is going to destroy the stone, and they want to stop him from doing so. He shouts at him and asks him to hurry, and he stabs the sword into the throne with all the power he has received from the constellations. There is a crack in the stone, and with this, it has been destroyed successfully. The protection cast on the constellation artifact, the ruler's throne, has been removed. The sub-scenario has ended, and a notification appears saying a mysterious ruler has noticed the sudden change in this world. Dokja shouts at him and calls him an insignificant worm, and the constellations ask Dokja to prepare himself for the burden of plausibility. He thinks he will be fine because things have to seem probable for something to be plausible, and he has done everything he could to make things look plausible. Suddenly, he feels so much pain in his body. Dokja laughs and asks if he really thinks he would get out of this unscathed. It feels as if his body is going to shred apart, and his every body part starts bleeding. Quinn and S are shocked to see his condition, and after a while he is notified that the constellation Naval Warfare God is looking at him. The constellation Bald Army General is looking at him, and the constellation the Last Hero of Hewon is looking at him. As Dokja feels his pain subsiding, he can feel that the constellations are sharing his burden of plausibility. He receives multiple notifications that the constellations are looking at him. Dokja is not happy with this, and a constellation asks him if this is the story they wanted him to tell, and they will be watching him, the king of the world without a king. The fourth scenario ended abruptly, and he achieved a non-existent achievement after a while. A new fable was created, and the fable, the king of the world without a king, was created due to an unexpected event. The reward calculations will be delayed, and Dokja thinks there is no next regression for him, so he will end the story in this world. After a while, Dokja comes to him and says he shouldn't have done that, and he will personally make sure that he regrets what he did today for the rest of his life. Dokja says he must be mad since he won the round, and with this, he has managed a fable during the fourth scenario as planned. The people don't seem happy with his decision to destroy the throne, so they ask Dokja to give them another ruler's throne, and they will take part in the scenario again. Dokja replies that the scenario has ended and no one can change that. Whatever happens to all of them from now on is all because of this man. He snaps his fingers and says he would love to see him try a world without a king. He transports the people from there and says he will see how long they can survive without a leader. Dokja is also shocked by the situation and wonders where everyone has gone because this wasn't supposed to happen. Hewon, Sanga, Minab, and everyone disappear in front of him. Dokja asks if this world ends, it's all because of him. Dokja is shocked by the situation, and soon after, he is the only one who stays there. He shouts at Dokja, who is watching him, smiling, and Dokja disappears from there. Dokja laughs and says he will be sure to keep an eye out to see how long he will last. However, a notification appears that he has obtained 10,000 coins as a reward for completing the fourth scenario. Dokja is unconscious and dreams about a time when some boys at school bullied him. One of them grabs him by the neck and asks him to dare to attack him. He tells him to go and make front-page news like his mother. At that time, Dokja thought he could kill them if they were Joonghyuk. Now he's watching his past life and wonders if this is a dream. He reflects that he was really into TWSA because he used to have pathetic daydreams like that. Of all the dreams he could have, he thought about Minab's song and wondered what he was up to these days. He heard Minab went to a good university and got a great job. despite being bullied. He activates his personal skill, the fourth wall, and wonders if Manab is still alive. He also activates level 3 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. When he comes into consciousness, he hears Hong's voice calling him and asks if he can hear her. He is also confused as to why she is at the school. He finds himself in his military office and observes that everyone seems to have been teleported to a place with personal ties. Mid-level Dokabi must have created solo scenarios for each individual. Even if this was independent of the main scenario, he would have been held responsible for pulling something like this. He tries to talk to Heewon, asking her to keep herself safe, saying that he will come to find her soon. With this, he deactivates level 3 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. He wakes up on a rooftop and finds himself on a rooftop. He thinks he should have been teleported to a place he knows. He then recognizes the place and hopes he would have ended up anywhere but here. A few constellations are excited to hear what he said. This is the rooftop of Microsoft, the company he used to work for. He wonders why he ended up there of all places and remembers that every time he would get an earful from his managers, he would come up there with Mr. Young to pass the time. He wonders if his manager is still alive. A notification appears that 10 days remain until the 5th scenario begins. A sub-scenario has been started as a filler, and its clear condition is that they have to survive in the ruined city for 10 days. They must eat 3 meals a day, sleep for 6 hours every night, and pay a survival fee of 500 coins before going to sleep. If they fail to perform any of the 3 conditions, they will be met with a penalty. Dokja thinks it is the perfect time to stock up on coins. Suddenly, he feels there is no king in the Chaogu area, as far as he knows, and observes that they must be wanderers. The area belongs to the wanderers, and he decides to do some research. He finds his battery dead and realizes he needs to find a portable power bank. He comes downstairs and thinks about his team, missing them. He opens a drawer to find a power bank when someone appears from the side and asks him who he is. He is shocked and excited to see Mr. Yun there and happy to see he survived and is alive. Mr. Yun then tells him the whole story of how everyone who was working overtime was put in the first scenario. Mr. Yun reveals that he killed Mr. Kim himself and abuses him, saying he always used to give them an earful. He stabbed his neck with a pen, and the blood seemed to excite him. He says he feels like he is in a game. Dokja asks him if he is alone there, and he replies that he has a group with him. Mr. Yun asks where Dokja has been all this time, mentioning that he doesn't think he's seen him in the building. He asks Dokja where he has been all this time. Dokja replies that he was in the Gwangan area, but something happened there, and he calls him an unlucky guy. Mr. Yun says he doesn't need to clear the scenarios himself, and if he stays hidden, the others will clear the scenario for him. He says there's no point in risking his life and that there is no need to worry about anything, because wanderers like them have gathered to form a group. He shows him his group, which has a large number of people. A man observes his presence and asks Mr. Yun about the guy with him, and he replies that he is a work colleague of his and that he bumped into him. The boy asks him if he is a wanderer and mentions that they are not accepting people from other groups. Dokja asks him about the boy, and he replies that he is the manager of the coin farm. Dokja asks him what the coin farm is, and Mr. Yu takes him to a place where Dokja is shocked to see the situation. A man is beating another one brutally, and others are cheering for him, asking him to beat him more. They ask him to kill him, saying it's the best he can do for now. The constellation that loves the Colosseum is overjoyed. Dokja is shocked to see the situation, and Mr. Yu tells him that the players are the kings of the video game industry, and the CEO is the king of Microsoft. He asks Dokja who he thinks is the king in the new world. Dokja asks him if they are using the coins paid by the constellations. He replies that many constellations love stuff like this and pay them coins, which they are gifted in return for food. Dokja thinks this thing appears in TWSA 2, but he didn't expect to see it this early. However, many constellations are bored with the fights taking place in the cages. Dokja thinks they are not making much sense since they are in their early stages. Mr. Yu says he arrived on time, and they see something very interesting. They have put a man in the cage, and Dokja asks him if he isn't from Microsoft. The man is screaming for help and asking them to open the cage. Mr. Yu says he once said that games these days weren't desperate enough and tells him that players don't open up their wallets to a game with a generic plot. He thought about it, and he was right. A man throws a dagger toward them, and some constellations wonder what is happening. Mr. Yu calls one of them and asks him to get the picture. He then asks Dokja if he remembers these people. They are the head of the department, deputy manager, and director. With this, a few constellations announce the start of the Colosseum. Suddenly, the boy suits up an armorer with a notification to enact his revenge. Mr. Yu asks him what he is waiting for and asks him if he has forgotten what they did to him. He tries to persuade him, saying they took his presentation and pretended as if he did it himself, and the deputy manager worked with him like a slave. A few constellations sympathize with the newbie, and a constellation that loves vengeance wants the newbie to take revenge. Some constellations are interested in the new plot unfolding. He forces him to take the dagger and attack them, and with this, a few constellations prepare themselves to gift their coins. Some constellations want to see the revenge take place, and constellations who love the Colosseum are preparing their coins. Dokja indicates that they are even creating plots for the constellations. Meanwhile, a man calls others from behind, saying they have some fresh meat and asks them to lock them up. Dokja seems to recognize the girl. They discuss putting on a new show with her, and Dokja recognizes her as the plagiarist Sangha-han. She is unconscious, and a man is discussing all the constellations that have their eyes on this place. Dokja recognizes her as the plagiarist Sangha-han. Everyone watches the fighting between the employees and cheers them on for killing each other. Dokja thinks she will definitely die if he leaves her like this, but if he keeps her alive, she will get in his way. Aside from him, she knows the most about this world. The scenario has changed a lot, so a lot of what she knows is useless now, but still, he should keep her alive. Suddenly, he realizes what he is saying and wonders if it is right for him to decide who to keep alive and who to let die based on how useful they will be. Meanwhile, Mr. Yu comes to him and says he can give her to him if he promises him one thing. Dokja asks him what he means by this, and Mr. Yu asks him to introduce him to his group because they are preparing to expand their forces. He observes his swords and says he seems fairly well equipped. Dokja replies that he can do this for him, but in return he wants him to stop this fighting, and in the meantime the fighting is happening, and the people are enjoying the show. Mr. Yun asks him what he means by this. He is shocked when Dokja asks him to let these people go. He replies that he should know better than this, that they've known each other for a long time, and it's not like them to say something like that. Dokja is shocked when he tells him about reading that web novel and talks about the past when he was always wearing those dark clothes. His only friends were him and a couple of his colleagues. Only people like Sangha tried talking to him sometimes. Dokja asks him what that has to do with anything. Mr. Yun asks him if he is secretly enjoying this and says he is just like him. He reminds Dokja that they were in the seed department together and asks him to remember what the others called them at work. Lab rats. Good-for-nothing game testers with nothing better to offer. He asks him to look toward those people now, and they are the people who used to look down on them. He proudly tells him that they rack in 5,000 coins daily and earn them without having to clear any scenarios. He tells Dokja that is exactly what their company did for the game monetization models. Suddenly, the earlier boy calls them, drops his dagger, and says he can't do it anymore. Mr. Yun calls him angrily and says he has ruined his plan. Some constellations are disappointed by the turn of events, and Dokja calls him over, saying there is a better way to get the coins if he is after them. He asks Mr. Yun about the way, and asks if there's a way to spice things up there. Dokja says they can use the constellations that are exciting things. They ask him about the method, and they are all ears to hear about him. Dokja activates his blade of faith, says what constellations really love, and strikes a cell forcefully, breaking it. Mr. Yun asks him what he is doing, and why he broke the cage. Dokja strikes another cage, freeing people, and then breaks multiple cages at once, freeing Sangha too. Some rush toward him to stop him, but he attacks them with his sword, cutting their legs and injuring 2 people. Mr. Yun angrily asks him what he is doing. Dokja smiles and says he is thanking him for creating a situation that the constellations would really love. He receives multiple notifications that the constellations are happy with his decision, and they have gifted him 8,000 coins. He asks Mr. Yun why he needs to make a farm when it's this easy to earn coins. Mr. Yun asks his men to get and kill him. After some time, he lifts Sangha, and she asks him what he is doing. Dokja replies that she was pretending to be passed out so she could kill them all at once when their guards were down. He says he will leave her to them, but she asks him to wait. She says she is out of health and mana, and if he saves her, all the constellations in his channel will leave. She asks him if he doesn't know that they hate seeing things drag on. Dokja asks her if she wants him to save her, and a constellation looking forward to a hero clasps his hands in anticipation. She tells him it's a cliché because the hero saved a beauty in distress, and she thought he didn't like clichés. Dokja kicks a man and says she is wrong about 2 things. 1, he is not a hero, and the second, she is not a beauty. Meanwhile, the wanderers are gathering from other places, and he is notified that he has saved the life of someone of his own species, and his karma points have increased. It is revealed that karma points are required to use the effects of the King of No Killing, and he gains a point whenever the system decides that he has saved someone. This means that Sangha would have died if he had left her there. She gets angry when he calls her ugly and asks him to let her down. He throws her to the ground. She shouts at him, saying she didn't mean it like that. Dokja asks her to fight with him if she loves cliches. He has set the stage for her, where all the wanderers are ready to attack them. Sangha says that she may like cliches, but holding hands with a former enemy of hers is much too passé, even for her. She gets up and says they will quickly finish this and move on to the next stage. Dokja says it's too late for her to try and look cool now. The sub-scenario of survival activities appears again in front of them, lasting for 10 days. Soon they start fighting and stab swords into one's body. They have killed many people, including Mr. Yoon. After that, they check for their rewards and receive around 18,000 coins. Dokja doesn't want to split the coins with her, but he realizes he wouldn't have made it without her. Mr. Yoon is still alive and exclaims that he knew this was who Dokja truly was. He says he should have realized when he first heard those rumors. But before he could say anything, Sangha comes forward and beheads him. Dokja asks her what he was about to say, but she replies that he sure talks a lot for a bit part actor. He stares at her, and she asks him if he said that he is dead. Dokja wonders why he looks upset. He remembers the time he spent with him, and Sangha says he just let him ramble on just now and asks why he did that. She shouts at him, saying constellations don't like frustrating situations like that, and he has to get straight to the action. Dokja thinks there's no way she would be worried about him. She says she doesn't know what she's talking about and can earn more coins if she lets them have their say before she kills them. He exclaims that there's no artistry without a little frustration. She says that constellations prefer to have him kill anyone right away. She asks him what he knows when he's not even an author. He replies that he knows even better because he is a reader. He then takes out an old gentleman's suit, which looks old but still clean. He wears the suit and thinks its defense stat isn't too high, but it will be better than the robe of the great monk Samuel. He is then notified that he has saved the lives of people of his own species, and his current karma points have increased from 14 to 25. There are people already there whom he saved earlier, and he says he won't be able to help them from now on, and they are on their own from there. They seem worried, and Dokja thinks it may seem heartless, but he can't afford to look after them right now. He tells them there are still plenty of items, so they have to help themselves, and asks them to head toward Chango if they can, as there may be people there who can help them. They start looking for the items, but Dokja is shocked to see that they are fighting over things. They hit each other and are about to start a fight again. Dokja wonders if this is what Dokubae wants to show him. This is a world without a king that has spiraled out of control. The laws and principles they loved and their trust in humanity were all futile. They start fighting each other, and Sangha asks them if they are all animals. She asks them to get a hold of themselves and use their heads if they want to survive. She says no one knows if they will encounter people like them again, so they must stick together, not kill each other. She tells them that they have enough weapons and essentials now, and picking up a few extra items isn't going to make them stronger than Dokja. They all look toward her, and Sangha says they can't be strong until they are undefeatable. She asks them to find trustworthy allies, which is common sense. Dokja asks her how she knows about that line, and saying this, she starts running in the opposite direction. Dokja looks for her and starts running behind her. She shouts at him and asks why he is following her. He asks her if she is plagiarizing her own lines now. Dokja remembers these lines. Until they are sure they are undefeatable, they must find trustworthy allies. He recalls that Joonghyuk said this in TWSA to the survivors who came to him asking for advice. She replies that she didn't copy anything, and that these lines are from her novel. Dokja runs behind her and asks why she is running, thinking she will never admit that she plagiarized the novel. He grabs her and says he helped her, so she still owes him. He asks her to lend him a power bank if she has one. He is sure she has plenty of power banks, but she shows him that she doesn't have any more and that she lost them all in Gwangan. Dokja asks her to let him have a look at the novel, and she asks him to pay for it if he wants to read it. He grabs her phone and asks how he is supposed to do that when all the servers are down. He wants to see if she has a file like him and can only read her, but he is surprised to see that he can read her novel. He reads about Joonghyuk, who quietly turned on his status window and wanted to check out the Eye of the Enlightened, a skill he had just obtained. Joonghyuk smiles while reading his status window, and he then tells Sangha that she really must not have a conscience. The character profile is an exact copy of the one in TWSA, and she should have at least changed things around. She replies that TWSA refers to them as supporting constellations, but she calls them sponsors. She tries to say that her novel is completely different, and he asks her about the main character's name. She changes the name of Joonghyuk to Joonghyuk Hun, and Dokja thinks if the author of TWSA sees this, he would have killed her. He asks her how many episodes she has read of the original novel, and she replies that she has read 99. She again tries to grab her phone, and Dokja finds out she has read up to episode 99. He wonders what the author of TWSA would say if he found out that the person who read his novel the most besides him was the plagiarist. He asks her if she knows where the meteorite will appear, and she replies that no meteorites will appear in her novel. She asks him about a thing called the sealing stone, and Dokja knows that Sangha was the one who found the meteorite that had the fire dragon he slayed in Cheonguk Station. He leaves them saying he will look for the sealing stones and asks her if she knows about them. He remembers putting those fire dragon carcasses up for auction and wonders if they have been sold. He guesses that the Dokja of Seoul must be in a meeting. Their scenario has been ruined, so they must think about selling coins. He then opens the Dokja Bay shop, thinking Beong is always too busy to message him, but is still trying to sell his stuff. Many constellations are frustrated by the sudden ad, and Dokja is surprised to see that all the items he put up for auction have been sold. All the items have been sold at high prices, and they even took the bone he put up because he didn't have anywhere to store it. He thinks about the incarnations with this much money and wonders if Croft supported a Nebula-ran VKH Khan of India and Fu from China. Sangha asks him why he wants her to go with him, saying that he can make it alone, and thinks taking her with him is a gamble. He remembers he almost died because of her, and if he looks at everything she has done so far, it means she is a horrible person. However, her avatar skill is useful, and she knows the most about the novel besides him, so she will be useful to him. He then tells her he follows her instruction to find trustworthy allies, which is the key to survival. He uses an item named Temporary Pledge and asks her to sign it. A notification appears with certain conditions that they will be under a contract until the end of the current scenario and won't harm each other until the end. Dokja thinks it's not as binding as a support contract, but this will be perfect for now, and Sangha angrily asks him if he thinks she will sign something like this. Dokja replies that he is not forcing her, and Sangha asks why she should follow his orders, which she has never done. Dokja respects her decision and is about to leave when she calls him. She says she will sign it under one condition: they have to share their intel because she has a lot she wants to ask him. She also reveals that she has the LIE detection skill, so he can't lie to her. Dokja worries about her new skill. First, she asks him about his attributes and activates her lie detection skill. Level 1. Dokja is surprised that she actually has the skill, although he doesn't yet have it. He replies that he doesn't know about his attributes, and she shockingly confirms that he is telling the truth. Dokja says he will answer 3 questions, and she has already used one. She asks him how he doesn't even know about his attributes, and he replies that he doesn't know. And with this, her second chance finishes. She then asks him why he gave up the throne and says he ruined her plan. Dokja asks her if she knows how hard she worked to stop the world from ending with those idiots. They would already be in the next scenario if she had the throne. Dokja replies Seoul would be in ruins if he were on the throne. She is notified that Dokja is telling the truth, and she assumes that her skill must be broken. Dokja says it's working just fine, and it's not just her. They would have been Dokja Med, no matter who sat on the throne. She asks him how he knows what number renounce he is, and how he may know something that she doesn't. Dokja replies that he is not a renouncer, and her lie detection skill has confirmed that he is telling the truth. She then asks him how much TWSA she has read, and he replies that she has used up all 3 questions. She asks him to answer the last question and tries to follow him. Suddenly, Dokja observes footsteps approaching them and asks her to hide immediately. He activates his personal skill, character profile, but it can't be processed because the character doesn't have a registered profile. The species that appear there are called humanoid demons, and they look for them everywhere. A man brought them and said they should be around there somewhere, and they destroyed the coin forms. The demon attacks the man and kills him too. Dokja thinks the wanderers all have their way of survival, and some choose to remain as humans and run coin farms. Others give up their humanity and live on as a new species, and they must have used the meteorite. Sangha reveals that she knows him and that he is a renouncer. She can tell this because of her power as the last renouncer, and she can see the other renouncers' stats and attributes. He remembers Manab, the first disciple, came to see him as soon as the scenario began, and it was because she could spot other renouncers with her skill. She reveals that is why she was suspicious of him, and her skill didn't work on him when he was obviously a renouncer. She informs him that a few people refused to join him, and that demon is one of them. She didn't give it much thought because most died right in the beginning, but he seems so powerful now. She tells him about his name, Manab's song, and Dokja thinks he has definitely heard of that name before. Suddenly he remembers his classmate who used to bully him, and he once thought about him. Sangha tells him something is different about him, and he is unlike the other renouncers. Manab says he thinks he remembers about him. He is notified that his will to fight has reduced due to the effect of the carnivorous threat, and Manab exclaims that he would never guess that a loser like him would survive this long. Dokja thinks Tier 6 humanoids may be strong, but he has even managed to beat a Tier 5 dragon, so he can't lose to someone like him. He tells Dokja that he is Manab's song, his high school buddy, and he wonders if Manab is still alive. Dokja's personal skill, the fourth wall, is shaking, and he is shocked at the destruction of his most powerful skill. He now understands that it's not that he is strong, but the problem is with him. The skill didn't work properly when he entered Joonghyuk's body in the first-person perspective. He now understands what the fourth wall does, and Manab asks him about the things he used to read. He asks him about the rest of the novel and where he can read about it. Dokja is notified that his personal skill, the fourth wall, is shaking from the beginning. He thinks about the fourth wall and has this personal skill, but he still doesn't know everything it can do. However, he knows this. Manab uses his skill and throws him behind, causing Dokja to get seriously injured. He thinks his skill makes it so that he perceives this world as fictitious, and he can observe that the omen of the Great Hall looks like a regular old rain cloud. He senses that some things feel different at times, and unlike the real world, he can make quick decisions as if he is looking at himself from an outsider's perspective. It was all possible because he had the fourth wall skill. Sangha tries to call him and asks what he was, Dakabe, and why he was not fighting against Manab. She asks him to remember that she could trust him and why he lies there. In the meantime, other incarnations are fighting with Manab, but they are all nothing against him. Sangha tries to wake him up, saying he told her she could count on him and why he was lying there. Dokja still thinks about his fourth wall skill, which refers to an invisible wall between the audience and the actors on the stage in a play. It divides the two groups so they cannot interact with each other. He tries to get up, thinking the fourth wall skill makes him perceive reality as a novel. But if it is shaking, that must be because he recognizes Manab as reality. Manab brutally kills everyone there and walks up to Sangha, saying it is a special power-up event. He asks her where the fun is in winning so easily all the time, and that there's got to be some adversity to make things interesting. She asks him why he passed out, and he replies that he had some things to mull over. She asks him if he knows this man, and says she didn't mean to eavesdrop, but she overheard what he said. Dokja replies that Manab traumatized her a little when they were young, and she says this doesn't make sense at all. She makes fun of him and says she will help him. She says people suddenly power up with a few words of encouragement in TWSA. Dokja says he is not Hang Lei. Dokja feels more pain than usual when he is hit because he forgets that the fourth wall also works to alleviate pain. She asks him to look at Manab, and there is no way that thing is human. The Manab song who used to bully him is no longer there. What he sees in front of him is just a humanoid monster. He is 20 years old now and also thinks he is no longer the 17-year-old whose biggest problem is his school bully. A constellation who likes revenge plots has revealed his nickname, and the constellations, the one who overcame the trials a little too late, are rooting for him. He thinks he can't have the fourth wall shake every time he comes across someone who has traumatized him. Suddenly, he receives a notification that a bounty scenario, Overcome Trauma, has arrived, and a constellation has requested him to undertake the bounty scenario. He asks Dokja to wipe that blood off his nose and stand back since she has done enough. He then spends 6,000 coins on agility. His entire body feels as agile as the wind. He spends 15,000 coins on strength, and his muscles bulge like a monster. He then activates his Unbreakable Faith's special property, and the Ether of Fix has converted to Holy. Sangha tries to call him and asks if he will be all right. Meanwhile, Manab is tearing people apart when he feels Dokja's appearance. He laughs, thinking he will be fine since he has finished powering up. He then runs toward Dokja and hits him with just one blow of his sword. Manab is shocked at how fast Dokja moves. Dokja punches him, and he makes him fall at a distance, then spends 7,000 coins on agility. A flurry of swiftness overcomes his entire body. After that, He moves swiftly and cuts one of his arms, causing Manab to cry out in pain. Dokja is shocked to see that Manab has a physical regeneration skill exclusive to werewolves. However, his regeneration is too fast, and he wonders if he is receiving protection from a constellation. He thinks this is even better for him because the goal of the bounty scenario isn't to kill him, but to overcome his trauma. The constellation who overcame the trials a little too late is focused on his next move. Dokja thinks the constellations won't be happy if it were that easy, so he spends 8,000 coins on strength. He has garnered the giant's interest with his strength, and his overall stats have neared the limit set for the scenario. He calls Manab and says he didn't get to greet him properly earlier and jumps toward him to punch him. He jumps from his place, punches Manab's face with all his might, and throws him to the ground. Manab has been badly injured, and Dokja says he should have apologized when he asked if he had any conscience. He punches him again and says he is glad to see him, but he is shocked to see Manab transforming back into human form. As soon as Dokja looks into his eyes, his personal skill, the fourth wall, starts shaking again. He thinks Sanga was right. There is no such thing as a bit of trauma. He is definitely stronger than Manab now, but his fists are shaking, and he tries to attack again, though this time he is not as powerful. Manab calls him and says he used to be a loser who read fantasy novels all day long, and Dokja just says that loser is all grown up. However, he doesn't seem to have matured since then. Dokja thinks he was helpless and weak back then. All he did before was read. If he can't defeat Manab at the moment, he will continue to have the same nightmares, and the 17-year-old Dokja will forever be stuck in that moment. He beats Manab repeatedly and thinks this is not enough to make up for what he did. Manab asks him to stop, apologizing and saying he didn't know better. Dokja tells him he doesn't understand. He is not beating him to get an apology out of him, and Manab is not the one he should be apologizing to. His past version of Dokja calls him and asks what he is, Dokabi, and says Manab was just young and immature. It was just something stupid he did in his youth, and as an adult, Dokja should stop this senseless violence. He thinks about Joonghyuk and wonders what he would have done then. He remembers when he read the novel, Joonghyuk killed everyone who betrayed him and found everyone to take his revenge. Dokja is now relieved, thinking that this was what Joonghyuk would have done. He says to Manab that he still has some growing up to do. He is notified that his personal skill, the fourth wall, is beginning to shake less, and he punches Manab, saying he still reads fantasy novels. He hits him forcefully, making Manab fall to the ground at a great distance. Manab is badly injured. The bounty scenario has been cleared, and the apparent condition for the bounty scenario has been met. Sean comes to him and asks if he is mad, wondering how he can beat up a werewolf with his bare hands. Dokja tells her he is not dead yet, and his fourth wall is no longer shaking at the sight of him. He may not have fully overcome his trauma, but he guesses he has gained a little tolerance against it. The constellations are cheering for him. One has offered him his stigma. Dokja is surprised that the constellation is offering his stigma to him and has obtained the stigma of self-justification. After that, the constellation, the one who overcame the trials a little too late, is smiling at him in satisfaction. Now he has a defense system that makes him impervious to trauma. He wonders about the advantage of the stigma when another constellation, the prisoner of the golden headband, is rolling on the floor laughing. Meanwhile, Sanga calls him and asks him to kill Manab. He wonders if he should kill him. It won't break any rules since Manab isn't even human, and the constellation in Dokabi's channel will love it if he does this. He is notified that many constellations want to see him take revenge. He changes his mind and asks Sanga to leave. Many constellations are disappointed by his hypocrisy. Fawn asks him if he will not kill Manab since he probably has a lot of coins, and she asks him for permission to kill him herself. He allows her and says she will regret it though. She is confused by what he says, but then decides to kill him for the coins and stabs the sword in his body severely. Suddenly, she receives many notifications and wonders what is happening to her. She is notified that the Demon King, the Discord Architect, has noted his presence because he killed the Tier 6 humanoid, Demon Werewolf Minabon. The Demon King, the Architect of Discord, will remember the incarnation who delivered the final blow. The Demon King, the Architect of Discord, will send its subjects out to search for the incarnation who had the final blow. Sanga is shocked to see the final blow, and Dokja laughs, saying he already told her she would regret it. After some time, she is angry at him and abuses him, asking how he could do this to her. Dokja thinks the constellations aren't the only powerful beings on the Starstream, but there are powerful beings who have refused to become constellations and wander the scenarios. These powerful beings are called demon kings, and just as the constellations have their incarnations, demon kings seek subjects, usually those who have become humanoid demons or devil-type monsters. It is revealed that Andras, the architect of discord, is a demon king in the lower ranks of the 72 demon kings, and wolves represent him. Dokja asks her not to worry and says he knew someone who was cursed by a demon king like her, but he didn't die right away. He remembers Mr. Han, who was cursed by the demon king, the god of wrath and lust, and he consoles her, saying the architect of discord isn't even ranked that high. Being cursed by a demon king will get her a lot of donations, gaining favors of absolute good alignment. She states that the constellation she is after isn't on good terms with them, and he asks her if she is trying to become the subject of a demon king. Dokja notices something and asks her what constellation she is after, which means she doesn't have a supporting constellation yet. It is revealed that it's better to hold off choosing a supporting constellation for as long as possible. There are plenty of great constellations, and it's possible they could come across even better ones depending on their activity. However, Dokja doesn't expect someone as strong as Sanga not to have one, and she replies that she just hasn't chosen yet. She exclaims that she has only gotten one shot at it and asks him why she should be so hasty to decide on her first regression. Dokja asks her who she is going to choose, or if she has anyone specific in mind, and she replies that he will be shocked if he knows, and they have even shown interest in him. He wonders if she is after the great sage, but she asks him if he knows about a constellation named the Assal Black Flame Dragon. Dokja is shocked to hear this and is notified that the constellation is watching him. He wishes her good luck and says it would make a great supporting constellation, and is informed that the constellation is disappointed in him. She then asks him about the constellation that makes him so high and mighty. However, they reach a place that seems to be the werewolf's headquarters. It looks like someone has already been through there. He is notified that the fourth wall skill has nullified his emotional shock, and he thinks there are a few ways for humans to transform into humanoid demons, and one way is cannibalism. These types of beasts feed on other humans, and most humanoid demons accidentally become one when scavenging for food. Once they transform, they no longer hesitate to kill other humans. He observes that this kind of thing makes Sanga angry too, and she is surprised that he can't feel anything after seeing all this. Dokja tells her about other prophets who told him about her objective to take over the world with the information she had, but she doesn't confess this, and he says this is absurd. When people called her out as a plagiarist, her first goal was to stop the world from ending, and she gathered all the disciples because they were greedy. Suddenly, they hear a noise from the side, a gunshot. They run toward the sound, and Dokja thinks the military has already died out, but someone is still left. When they reach the place, they are shocked to see many werewolf carcasses burnt to a crisp. Dokja sees many elemental bullets infused with holy properties, and there is a group of people holding the bullets in their hands. Sanga tells him they are a group like his and have a female leader who acts like a renouncer, but nothing comes up on the profile when she checks. She tells him that they are also wanderers and have become the most substantial group. Dokja wonders why he didn't see them at the battle for the throne. They immediately take out their weapons, and one of them, ready to attack them, shoots his gun. However, his target is one of the wolves beside them, and there is also the meteorite the werewolves had. Dokja is shocked to see it lying there, and remembers that it is the yellow meteorite that wards off catastrophe. The boy asks him if he is Dokja, and Dokja is shocked at how they know his name. He replies that they must be mistaken and says his name is Joonghyuk H. Kim. Fong is shocked at his lie. Dokja lies again, saying that Dokja Kim is someone he hates. He asks Sangha to tell that renouncer not to mess with him and to just say, from now on, that he is not Dokja. The boy says lying is pointless because they already know he is Dokja Kim. Sayan confirms that the person is telling the truth, and the boy reveals that their king has said they will entrust him with the meteorite. Dokja is shocked that they know him and now want him to give them the meteorite. He asks them about their identity, and the boy replies that they are the subjects of the king of the wanderers. Dokja asks if the girl with the flag is their king, but she doesn't seem to have a flag. He replies that their king doesn't care for such trivial things and gives him his king's message that they will deal with the catastrophe in the north, and he has to deal with the remaining 4 catastrophes. They are about to leave when Dokja asks them to wait. Sanga asks where they are going and asks them to explain themselves, but they don't listen to them. She asks Dokja if he knows their king, but he doesn't. He tries to check her character profile, but she doesn't seem to have a registered account. He thinks to update his attribute window. After the update, new characters have been added, and he checks the character profile of the boy, Yongren. Dokja finds out that he is Jian's top spiritualist. He didn't know there was an incarnation who had Jai as their supporting constellation, and he is notified that Jian's top spiritualist is watching him warily. He thinks he may not be as powerful as a judge, but she even has the enforcer class, which is almost as good. He wonders how powerful the king is if her subject is at this level. He tries to check her character profile, but the girl stops and stares at him. He receives a notification that this character's information cannot be viewed using a character profile. He is shocked that she doesn't have a registered character profile and that he can't find any information about her. Dokja seems shocked, thinking about something, and Sanga asks him what he is thinking about. He replies that there is nothing, but he believes this is more shocking than when he saw Manu Song. There is only one person who has traumatized him more than her, and he feels his body shaking, even with the fourth wall skill. He seems to know the girl, but he didn't realize she was in Seoul. Meanwhile, some people come out of a building, and they seem to be survivors. Dokja guesses that they helped the people who were captured by the werewolves. He remembers her from earlier, and thinks he almost forgot for a moment that she didn't need the flag or to be on a throne to be a king. After some time, he touches the moonstone. That's what the meteorite is called, and it was once an asteroid that used to orbit the stars of other dimensions. He observes a surge of mana on his hands just from touching it and the glimmering light coming from within. It's just the same as he read in the novel. This yellow meteorite holds the power to counter the oncoming catastrophe. He is notified that the moonstone offers him the chance to evolve to the next level, but he refuses. He knows that he will grow into a werewolf if he accepts its power, but there is more to the meteorite than this. He is again notified that the moonstone feels a mysterious Joonghyuk to him. Sanga comes to him and asks if he found something, and he guesses that she is trying to work the angles for their donations now that a demon king has hunted her. He appreciates her avatar skill, and she asks him when he will tell her about the thing from earlier. She exclaims that she knows nothing about these two renouncers, and that they are connected somehow. Dokja replies that she is probably someone he knows. She is surprised that he knows the King of Wanderers, and says she is not a renouncer, and probably hasn't even read the novel. Sanga asks how she knows what happens there, and Dokja replies that he told her himself. She is surprised and asks how he told someone this boring story, and he replies that he needed something to talk about when he was with her. He couldn't think of any other topic of conversation then. Sanga asks if they should do something about them, since others besides them knew the future. Dokja replies that he is going to awaken the moonstone first, and she asks him why he will awaken a catastrophe. He tells her that he will infuse the meteorite with his mana, which should be done in 10 hours according to his calculation. 4 hours for him and 6 hours for her. She asks him why she has to do it for 6 hours, and Dokja says her mana level is higher than hers. He asks about her current mana, as he needs to know this to clear the scenarios. She replies that she is at level 55. Dokja is shocked because he suspected it would be at least 40 from the number of avatars she had, but he didn't expect it to be that high. He thinks she must have spent all her coins on mana instead of stamina or strength, and he makes a new plan. He will go for 2 hours and she will go for 8 hours. She tries to resist, saying she is almost out of mana right now, and he gives her some potions to drink. She takes the potion and says his supporting constellation must be quite a big spender. Dokja replies that he paid for it himself, and she asks him if it is okay for them to do this when the main scenario hasn't even begun yet. But this doesn't matter to him. He tells her it is not a catastrophe and says she must have slacked off with plagiarizing. He asks her to remember what comes out of this meteorite after the scenario begins. She starts reading the novel and is shocked to see something. Dokja starts using his mana to break the moonstone. 10 hours later, they have completed the task, and she asks him to get up, saying it starts hurting. The stone starts moving and vibrating, and a bulk of light emits from it. They are notified that he has encountered a being from another world for the first time in the scenario. Their affinity toward otherworld species has increased, and he has received 2,000 coins for his achievement. He has gained a new skill that helps him communicate with otherworld species. He has also obtained the skill of another world interpreter, level 1. A vast beast appears from it. Dokja's comprehension has increased due to the item's effect, the protection symbol of the Amun. He starts auto-translating to understand the beast's language and asks if it is time to wake him up. Dokja is shocked to see a colossal stature of over 3 meters. The ruling species of Kronos is a world where one transforms at night, drawing the power of the moonstone. The wolf exclaims that he is one of Kronos' 5 ruling species and the excellent first wolf. They are warriors of the wind who possess monstrous strength, and in Kronos, they are called the first wolf Amun. Dokja checks its character profile. Its name is Lon, and he is around 371 years old. It is revealed that the 5th scenario features 5 catastrophes and 5 scenario guides that lend the strength to stop the disaster. One of those guides is Lon. He asks them if they have awakened him and congratulates them on completing the tutorial scenario, calling them the warriors of the other world. Dokja thinks everyone knows that every scenario counts as much as the other. Lon apologizes to him, saying his world has come to an end with a catastrophe. He asks them not to be scared because he is the guide who will help them stop the world from ending, train them for the coming catastrophe, and teach them all they need to know. He asks if they are the only ones who have awakened him, finding it strange and asking if they haven't cleared the 4th scenario. He states that if they completed it correctly, all the guides, including himself, should have hatched at the exact location of the ruler's throne's owner. Dokja thinks Lon and the other guides were meant to gather at the ruler's throne once someone claimed it and tells him they don't have a king. Lon asks if their king has died, but there shouldn't be anyone powerful enough to kill the one on the ruler's throne. Dokja tells him that no one has claimed the throne, and they completed the 4th scenario without obtaining the ruler's throne. Lon gets angry about this and says he is lying to him. Dokja tells him there is also a way to destroy the throne. He then notices something in Dokja and asks if he has summoned all the constellations before getting angry, asking how they can do such a thing. With his voice, the ground starts vibrating. Sanga doesn't understand their conversation and asks if he said something to make him so mad. Lon asks her if the great god protects no one there. He shouts loudly and asks how the constellations of the star stream have forsaken Kronos, saying that the world is over now. He says the human must be no more intelligent than a mere Kobal and asks him if he knows what he has done. Dokja thinks this is their true nature, and these guides act as if they were sent over to help them, but they have an ulterior motive. Dokja calls him Lon Isang, the prince of the Amun, and says it's too early to give up. He calls him a foolish human and asks him to show his respect for the great species of Amun. He doesn't seem to know the weight of his actions. Dokja asks him if he has lost his senses when his home is destroyed. He tells him that the Amun were the ruling species of Kronos, not Earth. The catastrophes destroyed his world, and the dragon destroyed the southern part of Kronos where he is from. He tells him about fire dragon Ignor and talks about the catastrophe from the flaming depths of hell. He says it is the creature that destroyed his world. Lon seems angry and says he seems to be taking this too lightly and that he will regret his words and his body will soon be burning in the flames of hell. Dokja says he doesn't need to worry because Ignor won't be coming to their world. He shocks him by saying that he has already killed it, so there will be no fires of hell in this world. Lon remembers the time when his world was destroyed and he cried for his people. Sanga says the fire dragon he killed is one of the 5 catastrophes, even though it was a minor one. Now they only have to stop 4 catastrophes in the 5th scenario. She doesn't understand because he killed a lesser dragon, so how does it count as one of the catastrophes if it's not even real? Dokja tells her that anything hatched from the meteorites counts as a catastrophe. If that thing came out instead of Ignor, it won't appear in this scenario. Ignor wasn't in the original novel either. He exclaims that they are only at the 5th scenario and that they are supposed to beat it. If something like that suddenly appears, she then asks him about the protection symbol that he got after killing the fire dragon. She shows this item to Lon, who is shocked to see it, and he asked where he got it. Dokja received the protection symbol of Amun for defeating the fire dragon at Joonghyuk Station. He almost died then, but things turned out for the better. He calls him Lycon the Amun and asks him to pay his respect before the symbol of protection. Lycon bows before him angrily, but Dokja asks him to pay his respect properly. He then bows before him properly, calls Dokja the Great Dragon Hunter, and asks him if he may have the honor of knowing his name. Dokja tells him his name and thinks it's so lame. Sanga guesses catastrophes aren't a big deal, and she was a little scared of how horrifying it sounded in TWSA, but the rest shouldn't be a problem if even he can kill them. Dokja says he got lucky with the fire dragon, and the others will be just as they are depicted in the novel. Sanga asks him what they should do now, and he replies that they will use Lycon to destroy other catastrophes. Sanga says he looks strong and asks if he will fight for them. He says the guides can't fight against the catastrophes of the worlds they don't belong in, and he's quite cowardly. Lycon calls him Master and says he is ready. Dokja asks him if he can call him something other than master. He refuses, saying he can't dare call the names of those who hold the symbol of protection. He then says he will teach him the skill passed down in their family, the way of the wind. It is revealed that 5 catastrophes are spawning in the north, east, south, west, and center of Seoul. But since the fire dragon, the catastrophe of the south, has perished, the catastrophe that will spawn in the 5th scenario will be the catastrophe of the east. The reason Dokja had Lycan was so that he could obtain the skill required to stop the catastrophe of the east. The skill, the way of the wind, has been passed down through generations of the Amun. Lycan teaches him the skill and asks him to tempest in the left hand and storm in the right. After that, the way of the wind will open up where the straight and the curve meet. He follows the same rules as Joonghyuk did in TWSA. Lon apologizes to inform him that he hasn't got what it takes to learn the skill, the way of the wind. In short, he humiliates him, saying he doesn't have the talent to learn any skill. And Dokja knows that it is a skill that is essential in stopping the 5th catastrophe. He asks him why he can't do this. Sanga laughs at him loudly and makes fun of him. She calls him hopeless and says he has been at this for 2 days and it's about time he should give up. Dokja is shocked and thinks Joonghyuk mastered this skill in 5 minutes, but he is not the main character. She asks him if he has been fooling himself into thinking he is Joonghyuk since he has done well lately. He tries to do this again and follows Lycan's instructions with tempest in the left hand and storm in the right. He then calls these lines a metaphor, and Lycan says he has to do as he has said. Dokabi is getting angry and thinks all the instructions in TWSA are written in gibberish like this, and he asks Lycan to try another skill, saying one wind meets the other to form TJ-juk, and again the wind meets the other to form yin and yang. Lycan surprisingly asks him how he made such profound interpretations, and he shows him the trick. He joins one wind meets the other to form tuk, and again the wind meets the other to form yin and yang. Dokja is shocked that he follows his instructions and shows him a new skill. Sanga still laughs at him. He changes its phrases and says the 4 winds meet to form a fortification and meet again in the shape of a trigram. He asks him to make it so that the wind is everywhere and nowhere. He thinks Lycan can't do this, so he calls and bows before him, saying he thanks him from the bottom of his heart. He is notified that the Tier 5 humanoid demon, Lycan, Prince of the Amun, has had an epiphany, and he is grateful to him for this. He has been gifted 2,000 coins for this, and the constellations are amazed to see his pathetic behavior. Suddenly, Dokabe appears behind him and asks why he destroyed the throne and calls him an idiot. They have met after a long time, and he asks him how he has been all the time, and Dokja asks him about the mid-level Dokabe. He observes that Sanga can't see him, which means he is only visible to him. Dokabe tells him that he won't see the mid-level Dokabe for a while since he was disciplined, and won't be able to come back until the 5th scenario starts for real. Dokja knew that it would happen with him wreaking havoc like that. Dokabe thanks him for leveling up his channel again, and he will probably promote it to a mid-level Dokabe next month. He observes that Dokja seems upset and asks him about the reason, because what's good for him is also good for him. He can care about other incarnations, but there's no way he would leave him hanging. Meanwhile, Sanga comes to him and asks if she can learn the skill instead of him, since they just need someone who knows the way of the wind skill. She asks him if it matters who learns it, and Dokja replies that only those with the protection symbol can learn the way of the wind. She asks him to give her the protection symbol, but Dokja says the ownership of the symbol can't be transferred. She confirms from her skill that she is telling the truth, and Dokja says she is even more skeptical than Joonghyuk. She also knows that he was supposed to learn that skill in the novel. She asks him why he is trying to learn the skill, and asks him to leave it to her, saying that they should go and look for him for a while. Dokja says Joonghyuk doesn't listen to others, and she is sure that she can seduce him. Dokja is shocked at her thinking and says she can't do this. Besides, it's also a problem if they find him. He knows that Joonghyuk won't be able to learn the skill without the protection symbol, which means he will have to take it from him, and he needs to be dead to unbind the symbol from his possession. He knows that Joonghyuk will try to kill him if he sees him, and even if he wants to find him, he doesn't. Suddenly they hear some noises from a distance. Someone calling for help, and the constellations are pushing him for some reason to help the wounded person. They go toward the place where they see a wounded person. He looks toward Dokabe, but he doesn't know anything. The wounded person is Joonghyuk, who seems unconscious. He asks Dokabe if it was his Dokabe, and Dokabe asks him if he has any proof. Dokja knows that he activated a sub-scenario to bring him there, and the timing is too perfect to call this a mere coincidence. Sanga says they have found him, and now what they should do. The constellation demonic judge of fire is anxious to hear his decision. He has been gifted 500 coins, and Sanga says they have to save him since he is the main character. But if they help him, then he will kill them both. She asks him if they have anything to restrain him, but Dokja just says it won't work on him. She suggests that they should lock him up somewhere, and Dokja just says he will just kill himself. She then asks what happens to them if he regresses, and Dokja just says they should stop him, and no one knows what could happen. By the looks of it, it appears he got taken down with one huge blow, and he remembers the time when he punched him and wondered if it was him. She observes his expression and asks what happens to him all of a sudden, and Dokja wonders if he has been like this ever since he punched him with 100 strength 2 days ago. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and they jump backward, getting scared of him. Joonghyuk is staring at him furiously, and Dokja thinks he is done for. He asks him if he can't just let it go already. He exclaims that they had a fair fight, and he tried to kill him too. He wonders why the main character of TWSA has to be someone like him, and thinks it should be Hoi Wi or Honan. Joonghyuk tries to say something, but doesn't understand what he is trying to say. He activates his level 2 Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, and he is shocked that he just called his name, Dokja Kim. Joonghyuk says he knows he can hear him and is reflecting on everything he has done. He tries to say that this world will end if he doesn't act now. Then he faints, and Dokja tried to call him again, but he didn't respond. He finds it strange and says his resuscitation skills should have kicked in with this much damage. He uses his personal skills to check his character profile, and a notification says there is too much information about this character, which converts the character profile to a character summary. He is shocked to see a status element, which means he must have been poisoned, and it was his only weakness in his early rounds. The woman calls him and asks if he is Dokja Kim, and reveals that Yoon kept telling her to take him to her. Sanga calls him and asks what is going on there, and Dokkabi asks if he can see now that he didn't have anything to do with this. He asks him if he can open up the Dokkabi shop, and he purchases many items from the Dokkabi shop to buy many things. He thinks if he has really been poisoned with the 1,000 Spirits Elaine Forest essence, it alone won't be enough to cure him. Sanga asks him what he is making, and he replies that he is making an antidote. Dokja just says he came to him on purpose and may have wanted to ask for help. He doesn't think he came all this way in that state to kill him. He knows what kind of person he is. Sanga brings him a spoon, and after some time, he finishes making the antidote. He then tries to give him the antidote, and Sanga says they will make a great couple. The constellation demonic judge of fire is moved by his kindness, and many constellations have gifted him 500 coins. He didn't know feeding him would pay him so well. After some time, he opens his eyes and uses midday rendezvous to cure him. It's an item that can be used to have a private conversation with a chosen target for a given time. He is using this item because the poison has paralyzed Joonghyuk's tongue to prevent Sanga Han from stealing this intel. Lastly, he doesn't want Joonghyuk to know he can read his mind. He thinks if he had more coins, he would have learned the telepathy skill. He is notified that his target has accepted his request. Joonghyuk enters his midday rendezvous, and Dokja asks him if he can hear him. Joonghyuk asks him to go east immediately. Dokja is angry to hear that he is ordering him around when he has just saved his life, and Joonghyuk tells him that the catastrophe of questions is about to wake up. Joonghyuk reveals that someone is waking up all the catastrophes, and Dokja remembers the girl from earlier, and that she is the reason behind this all. He then takes Joonghyuk on his shoulders and runs toward the east. Sanga asks him if it is okay to leave that wolf there. Dokja says the Amun can sense where symbol owners are, and he will come to find them when he wakes up. He then asks Sanga if she can carry him instead, because she can use her avatar. She refuses and asks if he is her, then if he would be able to carry someone who has decapitated him. Joonghyuk asks him to leave him there and says he doesn't need his help. Dokja asks him when he can move independently, and Joonghyuk replies he will move in 2 days. Dokja asks if he will kill him then, but he doesn't answer to him, which makes him anxious. He then says he can't help him if he is going to be like that, and asks how he is supposed to help someone who is out to kill him. He asks him to make an oath of existence with him that he won't kill him until the end of this regression, but Joonghyuk refuses to do this. He then asks him to swear he won't kill him until the end of the 5th scenario, and if he can't do that, then he can't help him. Joonghyuk agrees to swear and uses the oath of existence, which he takes on himself. If he breaks the oath, he will be killed by the blue flame that engulfs his heart. He can't believe he made him do this, and Joonghyuk says he won't kill him, but he will get him back for hitting him. He asks permission for just one punch, and Dokja says he must go easy on him. After some time, they reach the east where monsters occupy all the buildings, and the Tier 7 plant monster Yansa is wary of his presence. Dokja asks Sanga not to make sudden moves, saying they will be okay if they don't attack first. It looks like Kronos has started terraforming, and it is revealed that the fifth scenario is a battle between different worlds, and humans must fight off an invasion from another world. Just as Seoul is being terraformed into Kronos, the third Waya world is invading China, and the White Demon world will invade Japan. Everywhere is infested with monsters, and Dokja says the terraforming should have sped up since the catastrophe is waking. Sanga asks who could be behind such a thing, and he replies there must be someone like him because she is the one who woke the fire dragon. He handled the dragon because the mid-level Dakabi penalized the fire dragon. She asks him if there shouldn't be some kind of penalty this time too, and he replies that penalties won't work on the catastrophe of questions, and he doubts the Dokabi will help them anymore. The monsters in their path have already been slain, and he thinks Joonghyuk must have fought them on his way to find him. Dokja calls Joonghyuk and says he wants to ask him something. He asked why he came to him in that state. Joonghyuk doesn't answer his question and just calls him pathetic. He says that if he were to give up that easily, then he wouldn't have even begun his journey. Dokja thinks he is right because Joonghyuk of TWSA was someone who never gave up or hesitated to kill, but that was because his mental state had been worn down due to experiencing so many tragedies. He was originally a very humane character who had hopes and dreams. He thought he knew everything about Joonghyuk, but may not know his third regression very well. His understanding of the character Joonghyuk has increased, and he replies that he was the first person who came to mind, and he was brave enough to destroy the ruler's throne, so he thought he would be of help. Dokja thought Joonghyuk would give him an earful about destroying the throne, and Joonghyuk says he also considered the throne a nuisance. He already knows that Dokja did this to back off the otherworld god, and he thinks this is his first time having a serious conversation with him. But aside from being cool, he is very smart too. Joonghyuk says it wasn't a bad idea, but what comes next is a different story because after he destroyed the throne, the guides had been scattered all over the place, and there had been a setback in collecting the meteorites. Joonghyuk exclaims that this is why the terraforming sped up in Gwangjenu and Guangdong, and the Wanderers used the meteorites' power. Dokja just says using its power doesn't speed up the terraforming, and Joonghyuk reveals that one of the 10 evils got its hands on a meteorite. He asks Joonghyuk if she is the poison beauty Cieli, and he replies that she is the only person who can use 1,000 poisons. He asks Joonghyuk how she infected him, and he wouldn't have fought her head-on if he knew who he was up against. Joonghyuk says he tried talking to her and thought he could make her an ally. Dokja remembers in the TWSA that she was also one of his allies, and he remembers now that the poison beauty Cieli was not only his second regression companion, but also his lover. However, he says it's not like his nature to do this, and he also feels embarrassed. He says she wasn't the Cieli he knew, but he wanted to believe, even for a moment, that she was still the same woman of his memories. Dokja says he knows how he is feeling, and Joonghyuk says it looks like he has regressed before. Dokja thinks no one has ever understood him, nor will he in the future, and he is notified that Yumo has been deeply shaken. He has received a little consolation from him, and he finds it strange because Dokja is not a regressor. He asks him if this is one of his abilities as a prophet, but he angrily says he won't let his guard down because he is a scoundrel who kidnapped his sister. Dokja clarifies to him that he didn't kidnap her but was just protecting her, and he should know that he is telling the truth since he has the lie detection skill. Suddenly, they see a huge monster overhead with so many eyes and faces. Sanga says they are too late since the catastrophe seems already awake. Dokja doubts this because the scenario just started, and they have arrived at Poison Beauty's territory, and he thinks she is moving faster than expected. Looking at their defenses, he can tell that this isn't easy. Sanga asks him if he has a plan, and he replies that they only need to steal the meteorite, and he will hold them at bay while she goes and grabs it. Dokja says there is no need to hurry even if the catastrophe begins, since the catastrophe of questions can be suppressed right away. Dokja asks him how they will suppress it and who he suggests to do that because he is injured. Joonghyuk asks him to do this and says he was going to do that anyway. He angrily says he probably already woke the guide and learned the path of the wind. Dokja thinks he must be upset that he stole his chance to learn the path of the wind. He tells Joonghyuk that he didn't learn the skill, and Joonghyuk is surprised because he had plenty of time, but he is happy when Dokja tells him that he doesn't have the talent to learn the skill. Then he furiously says he could have just let him do that. Dokja thinks he can't see his face, but he can feel his glare on the back of his head. Suddenly, Sion calls them and informs them about some people approaching them. They hear a voice where someone calls them to run toward Shinhadio, and they see some people running toward them, calling for help. However, they get stabbed from behind, and the color of their wounds catches Dokja's attention. He observes that those are poison arrows. A few men attack them and throw their arrows toward Dokja and Sangha. Dokja suddenly creates a light web, and the poison arrows guard it. A man shouts at them and asks his team members to get them, but a light thread appears from the side, getting stuck in their feet and making them fall. Sangha asks Dokja to look at a woman who helped them, and he tries to check her character profile, but her account needs to be registered in TWSA. He is shocked to see the girl and wonders if she is really Santa he knows from earlier. She makes her light path and jumps upon it swiftly. After that, she takes out her swords and attacks them. She soon ties everyone with the help of her thread, and then tightens the thread and beheads everyone in just one blow. Dokja is shocked to see her new avatar, and he wonders if she is really the Sana he knew. He wonders how she got so strong, and if this is because of her talent. A few people rush toward her to attack, and Joonghyuk says she has quickly improved in his absence. Dokja says she has gotten to where she is now, because of how much he initially helped her. He doesn't seem happy to see her powerful and calls her from behind while she is fighting with the people. She asks him what he is, Dokabe, there, and he asks her to talk after they leave. Joonghyuk asks him to get to the high-rise back over there, and they need to secure a view of the surroundings from higher ground. He also instructs him to watch that woman better. Dokja wonders which woman he is talking about because there are Sangha and Seon. After some time, they reach a safe place, and he asks her if she is fine. After that, there is an awkward silence, and he wonders if they have only been apart for a few days. But things are awkward between them. He observes that she is pretty well equipped, and she says he has been through a lot too. She tells him that when she opened her eyes after being transported, she was in Gangdong with Pildo. He helped her out a lot, and he observes they seem to have gotten close, seeing how she was calling him by name now. He asks her about him, and she reveals that they separated when fighting against the Gandong-go group. He was trying to save her and asked her to run away at the last minute. He lured them toward the Han River, and Dokja is shocked that he died saving someone because he was one of the 10 evils. But he should still be alive after seeing how nothing has happened to him despite the contract with the defense master. He asks Sangha not to worry because Pildo should be okay. He then asks her where she got those clothes and knives, and she replies that after they got separated, he came across a green meteorite. He thinks the green meteorite holds rare items, and she was lucky to have come across it so early. Sangha doubts her and says those items alone couldn't have made her that strong. She asks her about her supporting constellation and how she leveled up her agile movement and reinforced knife-fighting skills so quickly. Sangha is surprised by her questions and asks her about her identity. She tells her that she is the first disciple. Sangha remembers the time when they attacked their group and also beat Jihe badly, and now she gets that she was the reason behind all this. She angrily takes out her knife and is ready to attack her, but Dokja stops her and says she is not an enemy. She asks them if they are friends already, and he says it's nothing like that, but she killed all those in the Chungo group. Dokja remembers she was the second in command of the Chungo group in his absence, and Sangha seems to recognize her. She calls Dokja and says she seems to be hiding something. She says she wasn't that strong when she saw her then, but now she seems suspicious. She cannot improve herself that fast, even with a fabled constellation supporting her, unless she has an SSS grade growth skill. Dokja wants to say she's wrong, but he can't help but agree with her. Seeing her use the magic thread, he thought her supporting constellation was Aradni, lover of the abandoned labyrinth. However, a constellation at that level can't help her grow that quickly. Her movements look like Hermes' stroll, but if her supporting constellation were Aradni, she wouldn't be able to use Hermes' stigma. He is about to ask her something when a Dokabe appears there and says it looks like the participants seem to be hot-headed this time. They still have a week to go until the start of the scenario, but many of them are waking the catastrophe. He would take it easy for a while since the Dokabe in charge was away. He smiles and says they are begging for it, and he can give them a scenario and still call himself a Dokabe. Dokja thinks it is not good because the scenario at a time like this can only mean their death. Their attribute windows appear before them, and their name is Stop the Catastrophe, and they must get rid of them and stop the catastrophe from waking. The catastrophe is about to hatch soon, and since they were given a scenario to stop it, then the Poison Beauties group should have been given a scenario to protect the catastrophe. He then asks them to calm down and says this isn't the time to fight amongst themselves. The time limit for the scenario is 2 hours, which means that the catastrophe will be hatched in 2 hours. They have to take care of this matter first. It is revealed that the Poison Beauty group is based in the Chinhodong area within Gangdong-go, which is full of churches and cathedrals. The least terraformed area is north-northeast from their base near Qingro 16G. If they can make it through there, they will be able to get to their base in no time, but it will be heavily guarded. Dokja says they can move from building to building where possible, and he asks Sanga and Sion to take the front and try to get along. They follow his instructions and reach the front area where there are many wanderers already. Dokja runs toward a window to reach the Poison Beauty. The wanderers run behind Sanga, who uses her avatars to distract them. In the meantime, Sanga appeared from behind and used her light thread to tie them up. They get stuck in her thread and fall to the ground. She uses her thread and tears one's head off using it. Sanga calls her ruthless, and Sana says that's rich coming from her. Dokja observes them and thinks they will make a good pair. He reaches the Poison Beauty in no time. She calls him and asks about his identity, but Dokja doesn't recognize her right away. Seeing her white hair and lips as red as a poppy blooming atop a snowy mountain, she is one of the 10 evils called the Poison Beauty Siali. It is revealed that there are 3 ways of hatching the meteorite. The first is to wait until it hatches at the start of the scenario. And the second method is to borrow the meteorite's power. The third and fastest method is to fill the meteorite with mana deliberately. During the hatching ceremony, the Prayer of the Lost releases a slight mana, and Siala sets up camp in an area with many churches so she can hatch the meteorite with the people's mana. He asks her to stop all this unless she wants to die, but she asks him again about his identity. He thinks that in TWWA's third regression, she borrowed the meteorite's power, but she wasn't foolish enough to try to hatch it earlier like this. He asks her to stop hatching the meteorite immediately, and she asks him what he will do if she refuses. She informs him that they will die there, but asks him to look to the side, where she has created many monsters. They are all called Tib, humanoid, demon, insect men, and he is being notified that they are all hostile toward him. He finds it strange and wonders why the meteorites shouldn't give her the power to mutate people. She orders them to kill Dokja. He activates his skill, Blade of Faith, and changes his ether, AIX, into fire. He puts fire everywhere to burn those insects away, and the fire pressure is so much that Ciela covers her eyes from it. She is then shocked to see a sword coming toward her, and Dokja tries to hit her with the sword, but she grabs the sword in time and dodges his attack. She uses her poison nails and tries to attack him back, but he pushes behind and saves himself. He again asks her to give up and says the catastrophe won't be good for her either, and there isn't even a penalty for failure in this scenario. He observes the glare in her eyes, and it looks like she is more determined to wake the catastrophe than to harness its power. Even those who don't know the original story can see that her soul will be ruined if it wakes, and he wonders why she is trying to wake it up. He activates his personal skill to check her character profile and finds out that a parasite has infected her, and it is controlling her mind. Dokja is notified that his memory of certain scenes has been elaborated due to his attribute, and he remembers that the 5th scenario was created with a catastrophe of Kronos as its motive. The day Kronos was destroyed, the 5 ruling species of Kronos each elected a hero. They were to carry on each of their world's legacies, surviving the end of their worlds, and they were sent to other worlds through a Starstream contract. The hero's survival was guaranteed, but in return, they had to help the species of the other worlds in protecting their own from the oncoming catastrophe. They called those heroes as guides. Siho calls him the human of Earth and asks how he knows such things. He calls her Parasite Queen Antonis. He knows that she is not Siali and asks her why she is waking the catastrophe when she is supposed to be a guide. He is notified that the Tier 5 Monarch-level insect parasite Antonis is glaring at him, and she mutates all those people. He asks her what she will gain by waking up the catastrophe early, when the guides are supposed to stop the catastrophe alongside humans and build a new world with them. She doesn't answer his questions and rushes to attack him badly, but he grabs her from his hand and says it must have taken quite an effort to terraform this world. She throws her away and asks why she is trying to destroy it. The parasite queen starts biting and asks, "How can a lowly human have such power?" Dokja asks her again what she is, Dokabe, after going against her mission, and asks her to leave that body before it's too late. He also asks her to accomplish the mission she was given as a guide. He remembers in TWSA, the poison beauty becomes one of the 10 evils after being infected by the parasite, and if she can escape the infection, then he won't have to kill her. Suddenly, Joonghyuk calls her from behind and asks her to kill her, because the survival of the world is more important than her life. He asks Dokja to think wisely, and he again asks him if he is sure, but he replies that he doesn't care about her. He knows that if Seali dies there, then Joonghyuk will collapse someday. The death of his acquaintances will eat away his memories and wear down his mind. Unfortunately, he takes too much time to think, and Seala gets up and tries to attack him again. She scratches his hand with her nail, which contains poison in it, and Joonghyuk asks him if he has a way to fight against her thousand-spirit poison. Dokja asks her if she knows who he is, that she has infected, and if she knew that, she wouldn't have entered her body like that. He shows her a book, and he is notified that his body has temporarily gained resistance to poison, and the constellation Divine Dr. Guam is looking at him in amazement. The book is called Blocks Poison Damage, and the constellation Divine Dr. Guam is looking at him in amazement. Dokja thinks about the king's qualifications, which were underway, and that all the kings were after the 4-yin demon decapitator. He collected many other items, including a book called Dagam. Dagam was a constellation artifact that could only be completed after collecting its 25th chapter. He could only find 8, but it was enough to activate the effect of the SR item, Detox Bead. Sela is shocked to see her 1,000-spirit poison being destroyed. Dokja tells her that it can't be removed using the Detox Bead. However, she can do this with Dagam. He is notified that the item's effect, Dongo Bagam Incomplete, is currently activated because the constellation that created the 1,000-spirit poison is Divine Dr. Guam. John Hyo, the constellation Divine Dr. Guam, laughs faintly at his story. It is revealed that a poison created studying 1,000 spirits is the 1,000-spirit poison that Seali is exuding right now. Dongo Bagam essentially recorded John Hai's failed attempt to perfect the 1,000-spirit poison. This parasite infection had nothing to do with his original intentions, which means Seala wasn't attacking him out of her own will. He is notified that the constellation Divine Doctor Guam is looking at him apologetically and asking for his forgiveness. He asks Seala to get out of there. He is giving her a chance. He advises her to return to a guide since it's not too late to teach people her skills and get along with them. He says she might be a constellation one day, but she despises him. Dokja wonders if it is her hatred for humans that caused this. He apologizes to her for destroying her world, but that doesn't mean she has to destroy other worlds as well. But she doesn't listen to him and jumps upon him to attack, saying all of them will die. Dokja grabs her hand and thinks he doesn't want to do this, since Sala would be in a lot of pain. He is notified that the special effect of Dagam Incomplete has been activated, and it has taught them the essence of Oriental medicine. Dokja thinks his book is incomplete, so he can't use it to concoct powerful poisons or save someone from dying. However, he can give basic treatment to someone who is sick. He uses the personal skill Pressure Point Level 2 and hits her head to remove the insect from her body. She cries in pain, sits on the ground, and shouts loudly. However, he is notified that the essence of Oriental medicine takes its effect, and a stream of fluid comes out of her mouth. The constellation Divine Dr. Guam looks down on him proudly, and he has been gifted 500 coins. She then comes into consciousness and asks him about who he is, and he replies that Joonghyuk has sent him. She asks him about Joonghyuk, but he asks her not to do anything stupid there. He thinks with the medicine, Seala will be able to join Joonghyuk's group. Meanwhile, Sangha and Sangha come to them and inform them they are done with the people on the other side. Suddenly, he forbids them from coming any closer, and a huge parasite emerges from Seho's body. The parasite queen Antanas looks like this, and he asks everyone to get away before they get infected. The queen tries to attack him, but he grabs her leg. She is fast, and he can't dodge it even with her agility over 50. Although her world is gone, she has been a hero there, and is probably as strong as Lacan. Suddenly, the queen attacks him and throws him away, and he thinks he just needs to hold her off a bit more. A guide can't go rampaging like that before the scenario ends, and she is violating the rules of plausibility. There is no way she will be able to handle what comes after. He then remembers his gadget with him and asks the queen if he is not the one she should be fighting. Suddenly, Leon interrupts them and asks Dokja if he has called for him. Antonis calls him from behind, and he furiously asks her what she is, Dokabo. He asks her if she needs to remember her mission and why she is fighting against the humans of this world. Antonis asks if she didn't know they had such things, and he tells her that it's their duty as guides to lead them in their fight against the oncoming catastrophe. He asks her if she has forgotten how the warriors of Kronos sacrificed themselves, and they must stop the disaster there. Everyone is watching them having a conversation, and Leon says they must work with the people there to protect the terraformed planet and rebuild their civilization there. He tells her that this is their divine calling, and Dokja thinks rebuilding Kronos may call themselves guides and look like their allies, but their end goal is to weaken their world and rebuild their destroyed world, Kronos. They are only helping them to achieve their goal. The parasite queen shouts at him and asks him why he has come there to stop the catastrophe. He asks her if he wants to help them and why he didn't object when Earth was chosen as a target for the disasters. She asks Dokja what they are talking about, and she tells Leon that they came to this planet for vengeance and are there to make those who destroyed their world shed tears of blood. Leon warns her, saying she will die if she does that, and Starstream's rule of plausibility won't let her run amok like that. She exclaims that Antonis, whom she once knew, has died in their home world with the other parasites, and Leon is disappointed that she doesn't understand him. She turns back and asks him if he has forgotten the history of Kronos, and that the wolves have never won against them insects. Leon replies he is not the same immuter she used to know, and she laughs and says she will see for herself how much his way has improved. She uses her skill, accelerating wings level 8, and jumps to attack Leon at full speed. At the same time, she uses another skill, Manbrake level 8, and jumps toward him, but he reacts on time and dodges her attack. She attacks him multiple times, but he dodges her every time. Everyone is shocked to see that instant acceleration, and Dokja tells them he is using the way of the wind. He thinks about the skills that can be used for mobilizing, dodging, and attacking, and if he can master them, he can use them instead of all other skills. Soon the parasite queen is exhausted by his skill and the pressure of the wind, and Leon asks her to kneel before the might of the wind. He again attacks her with his full might, and this time, the wind pressure pierces through her body. Leon is angrily looking down on her, and she is having a hard time fighting Leon. Dokja thinks that it will not be easy even for a hero of Kronos like Antonis to simultaneously fight Leon and face the consequences for breaking the rules of plausibility. Antonis starts flying and says that she is not going down like this. Joonghyuk messages Kim to kill her as she is flying towards the meteorite. Leon shouts that she is trying to inject the meteorite with her remaining mana. Kim grabs his sword and moves towards Antonis. She is creating an energy ball and says that her world, her species, and her children were all killed. She starts crying and says now she will make them pay for destroying her home and her world. The system notifies Kim that the Blade of Faith has been activated, and Kim and Leon attack Antonis simultaneously. Kim cuts her head using his sword and wonders if he stopped her. Leon clenches his teeth and tells Master Kim that he is sorry. The meteorite starts breaking, and light comes out from it. Suddenly, there is a huge blast, and the debris of the meteorite starts flying everywhere. One hits Kim's head, and he starts bleeding. The system notifies Kim that he has failed to clear the scenario. Sango looks at Kim, who was lying on the ground after the blast. Sango looks at the meteorite and sees that it is gone. There is a person coming out of the smoke, and he is wearing nothing but underwear and has long hair. The system notifies them that the catastrophe of questions has appeared in their world. The catastrophe starts remembering his past when he asks the ball of energy if he indeed became the hero. Shong starts running towards Kim and asks him what that catastrophe is. The system notifies K. Kim is angry and says that they are the ones being penalized and not the catastrophe. He thinks that they need to kill him right away. The catastrophe looks at a person lying under a piece of meteorite and asks if she is all right. He asks her where he is right now and what year it is, and the person replies that they are in Seoul. The system notifies that the first question has been answered and the first seal on the Ruri Ilang Mong has been broken. Mong starts laughing and asks if they know just how much he has been through. He asks if they have ever lived for an entire century in a world where they are the only human. Yong asks if they know that there are other dimensions besides this one. They are full of disgusting insects, birds, and werewolves. He asks the person to tell him which one is the best out of insects, birds, and werewolves. The person asks best at what? Mong starts laughing and asks again which one she thinks is the most delicious. She pleads with Mong not to kill her, but he smashes her skull with his foot, and blood is spilled everywhere. He starts smiling and says that it is obvious what he has to do now. He says that he will beat up some of his great incarnations and break apart cocky coalitions. Mong looks at Sa and instantly comes close to her and tells her that she is very pretty. The system notifies her that the penalty for hatching prematurely has ended and the force that has been restraining them has been removed. Kim starts getting back up and says, "Get away from him." Sona asks Mong who he is. He grabs her chin and asks if she wants him to tell her. Meanwhile, Kim thinks that he is one of the 5 catastrophes of the 5th scenario, and he is the one who destroyed Kronos. The catastrophe of questions. He is the reason why Antonis wanted to destroy Earth. He is the boy who was summoned to Kronos as a hero, the Ruri from Earth, Ilang Mong. Mong asks S if she wants to know who he is. Grabbing her face, he asks if she isn't supposed to blush and avoid his gaze in situations like these. He tells S that she must be a feisty one. Kim looks at Sa from a distance and says that she mustn't answer his questions. Yong asks her where she is looking and tells her to keep her eyes on him. He asks S if that is her boyfriend, and Sang removes his hand from her face and tells him not to touch her. The system notifies that the second question has been answered, and the second seal on Mong has been broken. S brings out her knife and takes a fighting stance. Mong gets angry and says that he is her boyfriend. He tells Sa that she has been having the time of her life in a peaceful world when he was stuck in that hellish dimension for 100 years and attacks her, firing a cannon from his finger. Funga jumps to the side to avoid the attack. The system notifies that Mong has used a small red fire cannon, and the attack hits Kim. Kim thinks that's the flame that engulfed the monarch-level insects of Kronos. He says that it hurts, but not as much as he thought it would. Kim is unharmed by the fire and wonders if this is the red fire cannon that the insects trembled before. Funga jumps towards Mong to attack him using a knife. He dodges the blade and asks how she is so strong. He says that he must have gotten weaker. Kim thinks this is weird because Mong should be much stronger with 2 seals broken. Even if Sa is stronger now, there is no way that she is on the same level as a catastrophe. Kim activates Mong's character profile as he dodges another slash from Sa. The system displays all the information about Mong. He looks 17 years old, but he is 127 years old. His supporting constellation is a mass production maker, and his personal attributes are an SSS grade hero and the legendary catastrophe of questions. Personal skills include SSS grade, growth acceleration level 10, current level 1, SSS grade swordsmanship level 10, current level 1, red fire cannon level 9, current level 1, SSS grade footwork level 10, current level 1. His stigma is currently at level 2. His stamina, agility, strength, and mana are at level 99, but currently his level is at 55. The system notifies that the catastrophe of questions that destroyed Kronos, his staff, are currently sealed as a penalty in this scenario, but will rise as each seal is broken, and his true power will awaken when all the seals are broken. Don't answer his questions if one wants to live. Kim says that Mong is weaker than he was in the novel and wonders if Byung is helping him. He thinks that it is finally their chance to kill him and shouts at Sangha and Xiong to attack Mong with their full force because they need to kill him before he gets stronger. They start attacking Mong. Kim thinks that they might be able to kill him without way of the wind, and he shouts, "Remember not to answer his questions no matter what." Kim raises his mana to level 50 and stamina and agility to level 60, spending 39,500 coins. Kim activates the Stigma Sword Song level 1 and attacks Mong. Mong says that skill looks super strong and kicks Kim in the stomach. Kim remembers that this is how TWSA describes them when they first appeared. Some travel back in time, some travel to another dimension, and some are born again. People have different ways of surviving the apocalypse. There are 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. Number 2 of those 3 ways to survive the apocalypse is when people return after destroying other dimensions for their survival. They are called Ruri. Mong asks Kim, "What was that for?" and says that he gave him a fright. Kim is on the ground and bleeding from the mouth. He grabs his stomach and says, "A wartime diary doesn't necessarily mean that it is only full of battles." At the same time, Xiong attacks using different clones, but he easily deflects her attacks and tells her that she is pretty too. He asks her how old she is and if she is in middle school. She tells him to shut up and die. Mong asks if he did something wrong because he thought she would welcome such a handsome Ruri like himself with open arms. Seong gets angry and asks, "What the hell is going on?" and calls him a nut job. Mong keeps dodging her attacks and says that hurt his feelings. He says that she must be from the Hunters Association, which is the one that usually picks fights with Ruris. Seong is annoyed and asks what he is saying. She calls him a lousy brat and says there is no such thing. Suddenly, the system notifies that the third, fourth, and fifth questions have been answered. Mong starts laughing, and the system notifies that the fifth seal on the Ruri has been broken. Everyone is scared. Kim thinks that this is bad, and Mong starts laughing hysterically and says that it is time to play. He asks everyone who wants to die first. Seong jumps back and asks Kim what his desk is. Kim says that he told her not to feed him answering his questions, but she says that she didn't answer him. She was just cussing at him. Kim tells her that she shouldn't say anything because he takes any response as an answer. S starts attacking Yong. She jumps in the air and attacks him using her web. Kim is surprised to see that and says that it is Hermes' stroll, Theseus's resolution, and Aaron's web. Those things are undoubtedly stigmas of the Olympian constellations, but without having undergone a special event, there's no way she can have all those stigmas from different constellations. Kim thinks that S didn't even read TWSA and wonders how she obtained all those stigmas. Mong attacks back using his cannon, but it gets cut, the web. S tells Kim to do it now as Mong has been captured in the web, and swings his sword. The sword cuts the web and slices Mong's shoulder, and blood starts coming out. The system notifies that Mong has used blink number 1, and he suddenly disappears. Seong is angry that he got away. The system notifies that the constellation Secretive Plotter lets out a sympathetic sigh. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is annoyed at how the story has come to a halt, and the constellation Asshole Black Flame Dragon nags at them, saying that they should pick up the slack. The excitement level of some constellations has risen to dangerous levels. Kim wipes blood from his mouth and tells everyone that it is okay. They have done some damage, so they will be able to catch him. He tells S that she did great, and S suddenly starts fainting. After some time, Seong is carrying Sa on her back and asks Kim if she is a nanny. She asks Kim why he always makes her carry whoever is passed out. Kim thinks that S used multiple stigmas at full power. It must have taken a toll on her body. There are incarnations with stigmas of multiple constellations in TWSA. Seong says the catastrophe of questions gets stronger every time they answer his questions. She asks Kim how many seals there are. Kim replies that since they are much stronger, regressors are penalized when they return to their world. There are probably a dozen seals, and they are done if all of them are broken. Kim says that one thing they can count on is that there hasn't been an additional scenario yet. If everyone flocks to fight him, and those idiots answer all his questions to break the seal, suddenly a Dokkaebi appears in front of everyone and says that he is quite impressed. Despite the penalty, Mong is still a catastrophe, and yet they are able to corner him. But they are too greedy. He asks how the saying goes, that sharing is caring. A monster is descending from the sky. The Dokkaebi starts addressing the incarnations of Soul. He says that he is sorry to tell them this, but he has got bad news. Due to the actions of a certain group of people, one of the catastrophes was hatched in Gangdong. He can hear their lamentations all the way from there, and he sees a few of them even trying to escape from the Gangdong area. But they will regret it if they do because this catastrophe is an opportunity. He asks everyone if they don't have a hard time earning coins. Their livelihoods collapsed overnight. Then some strange beings started taking their coins, and the friends they had are now their enemies. At least they no longer have to go to work. But now the stars in the sky are saying that they will give them 100 coins if they dance like monkeys. The system notifies that a few constellations are cackling. Kim thinks that he can tell from the way he speaks that he shouldn't take him lightly. He's not some low-level Dokkaebi. He knows that he is speaking to people and not just a crowd. The Dokkaebi says that he understands the helplessness they all must have felt. They have managed to muster up the courage and start a new life in this world. But even here, it's already been decided who will succeed and who will fail. The defeat they must have felt when they realized that those who were better than them already had better supporting constellations, while they worked so hard to find one themselves. He says that he has prepared this opportunity for people like them, and the unlucky and the downtrodden will now get the chance to turn their lives around. Kim looks at the Dokkaebi in the air and wonders if he is Dokgach. He says that he didn't expect to see a Dokkaebi from a major channel like him. Suddenly, a screen appears in the air. The Dokabi B says that the boy they are seeing right now is a walking SSS grade item, and his name is Mong. He was fortunate enough to be chosen by the star stream to travel to another dimension. They all must have imagined this at least once. When they are summoned to a different world with immeasurable powers, they spend the night with their hot elf girlfriend, save the world, and become the hero of that world. He says that this damn brat on the screen is the catastrophe they must hunt. He says that if they are wondering how to defeat an SSS-grade catastrophe, then don't worry. His powers have been sealed away. He may be strong, but he is a treasure chest waiting to be opened. If they all join forces, Kim says that no one will come if one calls a catastrophe, but if one calls it a treasure chest, then everyone will lose their minds. The system notifies that the sub-scenario has been updated. The sub-scenario is to hunt down the SSS-grade hero, Mong, and there is no time limit. The reward is 5,000 coins and a random SSS-grade item. The penalty for failure is the destruction of the Soul Dome. Mong is running away and wonders if the building stops. A man looks at him and says that he has found the boy who has been to another dimension. Mong excitedly says that he is right. That is him. The people call him a selfish jerk and say that he must have had some fun when he was there. Mong says that he sure did, and if they are that jealous, then he can send them there. Yong asks if they want to go there. A man asks if they can really go. Yong asks if he's sure that he wants to go. The man replies that he wouldn't mind going if he could. The system notifies that the 8th and 9th seals on the Ruri have been broken. Kim and Xiong arrive there, but it is already too late because Mong has broken the 14th seal. He tells everyone that he doubts things are any better there because he destroyed that place. Mong starts laughing as he attacks everyone in front using a middle red fire cannon. Kim and Xiong take cover in an alley. The attack is so strong that it burns the entire street, and Xiong asks Kim how they are supposed to defeat him now. Mong asks if anyone else wants to go there too. Then, show their hands and he will gladly send them there. Kim tells Xiong that they can take him down, and the rewards will be better now that more seals have been broken. Xiong says that he must be joking and tells him that they should run away because they can't beat him. Fong says that it looked like Kim was going to give up earlier. She asks Kim why he is so confident all of a sudden. Mong appears behind her and says that he found her. She is still here. Kim and Xiong are startled to see him there. Mong says that they are those people from the Hunters Association, and that's good because he was looking for them. He asks if they know that they have ruined his plans for a glorious return. Mong says that he was going to turn over a new leaf, teach some ESR incarnations a lesson, break apart cocky coalitions, and make love to pretty women. But look at him now, he's a villain. There is a huge blast in the alley. Kim and Xiong are running away, and Mong asks them what they are going to do about this. Fong says while running that they can never beat him. He's gotten so much stronger than before. Mong catches up to them in no time and punches them both from behind. They both crash on the ground. The system notifies Kim that he doesn't stand a chance of fighting Mong. Yu says that he knows, but he still has to try. Yu asks how he could let things get so out of hand. Yu tells Kim that he had many chances. If he had killed Setwa, or if he had worked with Lion to kill Antinos, then he could have stopped the catastrophe. Kim replies to Yu that he is not a regressor like him. He has to be cautious because he will die if he fails. And he has to think things over and over. Yu asks if he thinks that he is a constellation or something. Yu tells Kim that he can't be in control of everything just because he knows the future. Kim is shocked to read that on the screen. He thinks that he was arrogant because he had read the novel and believed that he could find a way no matter how the original story is twisted. Maybe that is why the situation has worsened. Kim says that Yu may be right. He is not omniscient just because he has read the original novel. The system notifies Kim that the personal skill, the fourth wall, has been activated. Kim starts running and replies that Yu should step up and fight. He asks Yu why he is counting on him. Yu tells Kim that he may not need the way of the wind to beat him. Kim asks what he means by that and says that skill is a must. Yu says that his attribute is that of a pro gamer, and he asks Kim what he is. Kim stops running and wonders what he is good at. Mong approaches from behind and asks why he isn't running away. He asks Kim if he is going to fight him and if he forgot how he beat him up just now. Kim closes his eyes and thinks that he seems to be missing something important. Let's calm down and think. Kim remembers that he is good at reading. The system notifies Kim that level 1 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is activated. Yong leaps toward Kim to kill him with his punch, but Kim dodges. The system notifies that a phrase left behind by the naval warfare god engulfs his sword, and the Stigma sword song has been activated. His combat abilities have been enhanced due to the determination for victory, and Blade of Faith has been activated. Kim dodges Mong's punch and swings his sword at him, but Mong jumps in the air and kicks Kim's head. The system notifies that Mong is impressed by his fortitude, and Kim's understanding of Mong has increased. Kim thinks that he can't beat him with just the information he has on him from TWSA, and he can't take into account every move he makes when fighting. He wonders if he should use Gonggu. He could beat him if he gets help from a constellation, but he doesn't want to be indebted any further. He wishes that he had a talent, if he could steal someone's talent. Kim suddenly realizes that he can steal and calls himself an idiot for not realizing it sooner. Xiong asks if he is going to keep fighting. Yong suddenly sees a book appear in the air, and the system notifies that the personal skill bookmark has been activated. The number of bookmarks available is 4, and the 4th place is empty. There is a list of characters that can be added to the bookmark. Kim starts searching for a suitable character and starts grinning after finding it. The system notifies that the duration of the bookmark skill will be determined based on his skill level, and the current duration is 30 minutes. Kim can choose to make one of their skills his own. Xiong is shocked to see Kim using the Way of the Wind and asks how that is possible. Mong is busy fighting Xiong's clones. Kim moves towards Mong at an insane speed and punches him in the face. Mong starts bleeding from the nose and says that Kim has gotten faster. He says that is the skill the wolves use. Kim says that he is a reader, and this is how he fights. As the Way of the Wind level 8 has been activated, Kim wonders why he tried to learn the skill like a regressor when he's not a regressor or a Ruri. Kim has Tempest in the left hand and Storm in the right. The Way of the Wind will open up where the straight and the curved meet. Mong says that Kim acts like he has had an epiphany with that lousy skill of his. He says that he was the one who killed their king. Mong uses Blink again and disappears. Kim wonders if he has gone to look for someone to answer his questions. Mong appears behind a person and asks what his name is. At the same time, Kim attacks from behind with a kick, but Mong stops the kick without looking and says that it tickles. The system notifies that the 24 seal on Mong has been broken. Kim jumps back and says that he was too late. Kim thinks that he can't kill him just using the Way of the Wind as a support skill. He has to use that skill, but the problem is that someone needs to buy him some time. Mong is laughing, and someone appears behind him in the sky and attacks him. Kim is shocked to see that the road is destroyed from the impact. The dust settles down, and Kim sees Yu standing on Mong. He tells Kim to get started while he stops Mong. Mong looks at Yu and says that he sure is the main character. Mong says that it is getting a bit annoying. They are making him look like a villain. He gets up and starts attacking. Yu defends against a punch using his sword and thinks that he hasn't fully recovered yet. He starts exchanging blows with Mong. Meanwhile, Kim is busy preparing for the attack. Yu attacks Mong using his sword, but Mong grabs his arm and starts punching him. Yu gets blown away by his attack. Mong looks around. A strong wind is blowing around him. Mong is shocked to see that it feels like a tornado, and Mong is stuck in a vacuum prison. Kim is controlling the wind and says that this is why he wanted to learn the Way of the Wind. This is the best way to beat the catastrophe of questions. Mong starts to speak, but he can't utter a single word. He wonders why he can't speak and why he can't even breathe properly. Kim thinks that this skill costs too much mana, and blood starts dripping from his nose. Kim thinks that if Mong doesn't ask questions for a while, then it is just as easy to weaken him. Mong is trying to break free from the vacuum prison when the system notifies that the 21st seal on the returning Mong has been regenerated. His power decreases as he starts punching the vacuum. Kim thinks that he has to hold him until all the seals are regenerated. If he can reduce the size of the vacuum prison to surround just his body, he would use less mana. Mong clenches his teeth, furious, as the system notifies that the 9th seal has been regenerated. Yu comes near Kim and tells him not to try to control the wind with his strength. He has to guide it gently and not think of it as building a wall around Mong, but rather simply removing the matter surrounding him. Suddenly, the wind vacuum starts contracting around Mong. He says that he can't breathe. Yu tells Kim that he does have a little talent in him, after all. Suddenly, the system notifies that Mong has used large red fire cannon on level 3. Kim sees that the attack is about to hit some people. Yu puts his hand on Kim's shoulder and tells him not to do anything foolish. Their lives aren't worth saving. Kim says that he might be right about some of them, but not all of them are alike. Kim starts running, thinking that he can do this. Mong is not that strong right now. Kim says that it feels like he can control the wind more easily now, as if he has become one with the wind. Kim rushes toward the fire cannon. He stops the attack using the Way of the Wind and diverts its direction. Kim is bleeding from his face and panting hard. He is about to fall back, but Yu stops him from behind and says that he is going to be the one to kill him. Kim wonders if Yu transferred his mana to him. The system notifies that all the seals on the returning Mong have been regenerated and the Way of the Wind has been deactivated. Mong falls to his knees and starts coughing. Kim grabs his sword and tells him that he will kill him if he asks any more questions and tells him to keep his mouth shut. Mong starts crawling on the ground and says that he is supposed to be the main character. Yu stabs Mong from behind and kills him. The system notifies that he is the first in the scenario to fight and defeat the Ruri. The main contributors are Do Kim and Joonghyuk. They have received 40,000 coins for their achievement and revived a new fable, the one who fought against a miracle. They have also obtained the possibility of a new stigma. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is somewhat satisfied. The secretive plotter nods despite his dissatisfaction. The demonic judge of fire is happy with his feat, and he has been gifted 25,000 points. The catastrophe is lying dead on the ground in a pool of his blood. Kim thinks that he can still feel the wind flowing freely in his hands. He looks at the injured people and says that scenes like these weren't in the novel. You must have seen it happen over and over again. Kim always thought he had read TWSA to the end, but it was different from how he understood it. Perhaps he doesn't know this world as well as he thinks he does. Yu glares at Kim. Kim wonders what he is looking at, and a screen appears. It says that Dokja has invited him to his channel. Kim looks up and sees some Dokja in the sky. He asks what is going on and where his reward is. Kim thinks that Dokja is a storyteller who owns multiple major channels, including the Tokyo Dome, Joonghyuk, and many other mid-level Dokja are all talk. But Dokja is different. He shouldn't be taken lightly. Dokja says yes to the reward. He apologizes and snaps his fingers, and the system notifies Kim that he has received 50,000 coins as a reward. Kim thinks that it was Dokja who started this scenario, so most of this reward must have come out of his pocket. He asks Dokja about the additional reward and says there was more if he remembers correctly. Dokja says of course he will give it to him now. After all, he is the one who made this scenario entertaining. So he orders B.I. Byung is surprised to hear that and asks what. Dokja snaps at him and tells him to prepare Kim's reward. Joonghyuk replies that Dokja is in charge of the current scenario. Dokja says that he has heard that the Byung channel has grown considerably as of late. Byung replies, no sir, it hasn't. Dokja says that both Japan and Korea will be competing in the 6th scenario together. He asks if Joonghyuk forgot. Joonghyuk apologizes and says that he will get it ready right away. Kim thinks that power dynamics exist even between Dokja. They have had their ups and downs, but seeing Young treated like that is a little infuriating. The system notifies Kim that he has received the protection symbol of a parasite as a reward, and additional rewards of his choosing are available. He was the biggest contributor in completing the scenario, so he is given the first chance to select the additional item of his choice. The choices are 1. Infinite Dimension Space Coat, 2. Black Flame Finger Gloves, 3. Sed's Jump Boots. Kim thinks that they are going to give him something useful for defeating the catastrophe, and they are all SSS grade items. Joonghyuk tells Kim to choose his reward, but Kim thinks that he looks down after hearing an earful from Dokja. Joonghyuk tells Kim that he personally recommends the Infinite Dimension Space Coat. It has a hidden skill, and he can upgrade it easily. Dokja asks Joonghyuk if he forgot that he has to explain to the constellation what each item does. Joonghyuk replies, yes sir. Kim asks Yu what he is going to pick, but he sees that Yu is using Recovery Hibernation Level 3. Kim goes near him and wonders if Yu passed out again while standing still, because he did push himself a little too much. Shong asks Kim if she can pick the item instead of him. Kim tells her to go ahead if she wants to get beaten up by Yu later, and tells Dokja B that he will choose the Infinite Dimension Space Coat. Dokja says that is a great choice. They will move to the reward area then, as the additional rewards can't be issued here. Kim asks where he is going to take him, and Dokja says that he will escort him to his Dokja Gamu. Kim remembers that in traditional fairy tales, Gamu is a hat worn by government officials, but in TWSA, Gamu is a room where the Dokja hide their true selves. Dokja tells the Dokja that he doesn't want to go, just give it to him here. Dokja thinks that there's no telling what might happen if he goes to his personal space, and there are no rules that say he has to go to a Dokja to receive scenario rewards. Dokja starts smiling and says if he keeps making a fuss, then he can choose to cancel his reward. Dokja says fine, he will go. Dokja says that is interesting, Dokja thinks that the star stream is particularly thorough when it comes to rewards. There's no way he could take back a reward, even if it is for a sub-scenario. Dokja says that he has heard stories about him. He tells Dokja that he is so famous that even the constellations abroad know about him. He tells Dokja that he will get straight to the point and tells Dokja to join his channel through Dokkabi Communication. He is planning to expand his channel in Korea, and he is willing to meet any terms he wants. Dokja is shocked to hear that and thinks that it is interesting. He didn't expect him to make such an offer. This is like a player in the Asian Soccer League receiving an offer to play for the top team in La Liga. Dokja says whatever. He just wants Dokkabi to give him his reward, and Dokkabi says that he guesses the rumors are true, and that he isn't afraid of the Dokkabi at all. He adds that it can't be helped, though, as he was waiting to announce this after giving out the rewards, but now, since he's been left with no choice, he tells Dokja that he is arrogant. However, he will now tell all the constellations who have been eagerly watching the scenario. He's afraid he has some bad news. One of the channels operating in the Seoul Dokjam has been illegally manipulating the scenarios. The system notifies that many constellations are paying attention to Dokkabi's announcement. Dokkabi says that the channel is run by Dokkabi, and Joonghyuk is shocked to hear that. Dokkabi explains that investigations have found that the plausibility of the scenario was violated due to Joonghyuk's excessive manipulations. Therefore, on behalf of the other low-leveled Ubi of the Seoul Dome, he requests that the Starstream management conduct a review of plausibility against Joonghyuk's channel. As Dokkabi starts smirking, Fong asks why he is bringing up plausibility all of a sudden. Dokja replies that Dokkabi is just nitpicking and thinks that he is resorting to this because he refused the offer. Baeong glances at Dokja, freaking out, and asks him what he is supposed to do now. Dokja asks if they found out about the contract they had, and Baeong replies with, "No way." Dokja asks if it could be that they found out he opened up the Dokkabi shop earlier for him. Baeong says it couldn't be that. Dokja replies that there's nothing to be scared of, and even if they knew all of that, it has nothing to do with plausibility, so they aren't breaking any rules here. Dokja thinks that it's just that it hasn't been done before. They haven't violated any rules. The system notifies that the details of channel number 7623 manipulation have been reported, and the management is currently discussing the matter. Dokja thinks that his request for the review will probably be rejected unless he has solid evidence proving that they have violated the rules of plausibility. Dokja shouts at Dokkabi, telling him to stop stealing and give him his reward because the constellations are getting bored. Dokkabi says he can't do that. This is much more important than issuing rewards. He says that this also involves Dokja. Dokkabi snaps his fingers and asks if Dokja sees the screen. On the screen, there is footage of Dokja fighting with Seowa, Anonis, and Mong. Dokja realizes that this is footage of his battle against Lion, Antonis, and Mill. Dokkabi says that these three battles have one thing in common. Dokja could have killed the Poison Beauty and prevented the catastrophe. He could have also prevented the catastrophe by killing Antonis and stopping the catastrophe of the question from hatching, but he didn't do that on purpose. Dokkabi says, "Dear Constellations, the Incarnation, Dokja has been colluding with the channel storyteller Joonghyuk and manipulated the scenario, hiding his true powers." Dokja thinks that Dokkabi wasn't attacking them using the rule of plausibility. Dokkabi says that they played them for fools and made the scenario look harder on purpose to forcefully produce a cathartic ending to the scenario and cheat them out of their coins. Dokja thinks that Dokkabi's true goal is to destroy the Baeong channel. The system notifies Baeong that some constellations have left the channel out of disappointment, some began to question the authenticity of the channel, and some are demanding a refund. Joonghyuk tells constellations to wait, tears in his eyes, and the system notifies him that the channel has decreased in size. The other Dokkabi start laughing at Joonghyuk, saying that this channel is done for. Dokja tells Dokkabi that he gets it, just give him his reward if he's done, and he'll accept his offer. Dokkabi tells Dokja that he hasn't abandoned all of his sensibility after all. Baeong is angry at Dokja, and Dokja tells him not to look at him like that. He can't do anything. Dokja tells Dokkabi, "Let's go." Dokkabi snaps his fingers and they both disappear. Dokja is teleported into a room and wonders if this is his Gamtu. He turns around and is amazed to see the Starstream. Dokkabi says that he often stares into the Starstream too. It's a beautiful sight, and Dokja is surprised to see Dokkabi. Dokkabi tells Dokja that he must have startled him and says that this is his real voice. Dokja thinks that this is the Dokkabi's real voice, which he has only heard through broadcasts. Then that means the Dokkabi in front of him is his real self. Dokkaebi asks Dokja if he's thinking anything foolish about Dokkaebi. Dokja asks if he's afraid that he might kill him. Dokkaebi says that he knows that's impossible. Dokja says he knows better than to go against a Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi snaps his fingers and says that he likes it. Let's write up that contract then, he says, as he summons Beong there. He says he brought Beong as the notary. After all, Dokja can't sign their contract until he annuls his contract with Beong. He adds that Beong will compensate him for his breach of contract. Dokja thinks that this jerk knew he had a deal with Beong all along. Dokja tells Dokkaebi to do as he likes. He doesn't care. Dokkaebi says that he is glad that Dokja is quick to agree and asks if he would like to have a look at the contract first. Dokkaebi says that it's his first time signing a contract like this. The contract appears in front of Dokja, and he looks annoyed after reading it. He says that Dokkaebi will take half of all donations received and that there are even clauses that restrict his freedom, and he is the employee, not the employer. Dokkaebi asks Dokja what he thinks about the contract. That's how things are done in this kind of line of work, but I can make some adjustments if you want, he says. Dokja thinks that he is lying. Even though Joonghyuk didn't offer a contract as unfair as this, Dokja says that it is not a bad contract, but he would like to make a request before signing it. Dokkaebi asks what that request is. Dokja tells him that he doesn't want to be the only one moving to a different channel. Beong's channel has some powerful constellations. Dokkaebi looks at Joonghyuk and asks who. Dokja replies, the prisoner of the golden headband, Assel, Black Flame Dragon, demonic judge of fire. Dokkaebi tells Joonghyuk that he's impressed because he didn't know that he had such powerful constellations. Joonghyuk is angry at Dokja and asks how he could do this to him. Dokja is smiling and replies to Joonghyuk that he should trust him, once things can't get any worse right now anyway. Dokja starts speaking again and says that he was hoping he could help these constellations move channels with him. He tells Dokkaebi to link him up to his channel. Dokkaebi says that he would be linked to 2 channels simultaneously. Dokja says that it doesn't matter. That way the constellations will be able to move to his channel through him. Dokkaebi says that he is right. Dokja tells him that he's a little curious and wants a sneak peek at the constellations in his soon-to-be channel. Dokja says that he's only ever been in this small channel, and now he wants to see what it's like in the big leagues. He asks Dokkaebi if he can give him a sneak peek. Dokkaebi tells Beong that he found himself an amazing incarnation. Too bad he will be with him now. Beong starts crying. Dokkaebi says, fine, I'll give Dokja a little preview of how the big boys play, and snaps his fingers. Numerous screens appear around Dokja. Dokja is surprised to see that he even has constellations from other continents and even other worlds. He wonders about all the coins he could get if he was on a channel as big as this one. Dokkaebi asks what he thinks about his new home. Dokja says that he is impressed. It's huge. Dokkaebi says that they should sign the contract now. Dokja tells him, before Dokkaebi, that he wants to say hello to everyone. Dokkaebi allows him to do that. Dokja closes his eyes and asks the constellations of Tokyo Dome if they can hear him. The system notifies him that some constellations of Tokyo Dome are looking his way. Dokja says that he is sure some of them may have already heard of him. I am Dokja, the one who destroyed the ruler's throne and became the king of the world without a king, he says. I don't have a supporting constellation, and that's about it. I look forward to our time together. Dokkaebi thinks that he is high maintenance. The system notifies that the constellations of Tokyo Dome are listening to what he has to say. Dokja tells everyone that he would like to host an event to commemorate his joining the channel, and Dokja tells everyone to call it a collaboration between Korea and Japan. If they want to know more, they should come to channel number 7623, where there will be a coin draw for those who come early. The connection is lost. Dokkaebi asks Dokja what he thinks he is. Dokja tells him that he is hosting an event. Dokkaebi is furious and asks Dokja if he has a death wish, and if he thinks that the constellations in his channel would fall for something like that. A screen appears in front of Dokkaebi. Dokja says that he thinks they are interested because he cut him off just when it was getting good. Dokkaebi starts shouting at the constellations to wait. The system notifies that a considerable number of constellations have joined the Bay channel, and the channel has leveled up. Dokja thanks everyone for coming. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is annoyed at the sudden influx of constellations. Naval warfare. God is wary of the new constellations. A constellation that wields the Muramasa is begging him to announce the winner of the coin draw, and a few constellations are asking when the coin draw will start. Dokja tells them to calm down. It's going to be soon. But think about it for a second. If the coins are even important when one doesn't have an incarnation to spend them on. Dokja puts his hands in the air and says that some of them may have missed it, so let him tell them again. He is Dokja, and he doesn't have a supporting constellation yet. He had won the War of Kings and stopped 2 catastrophes before the scenario even began. They probably won't find any other incarnation like him in the entire world, and definitely not one who doesn't have a supporting constellation yet. But things have been getting a little hard lately. And the 5th scenario is about to start for Soldom. Seeing as how they are all very smart, he trusts that they all know what that means. That's right, the moment they have all been waiting for. The 2nd support selection event will be held soon. And to commemorate the occasion, he wants to hold a special event of his own. Dokja tells everyone that if this channel gets more than 10,000 subscribers before the day of the support selection, then he is going to choose one of the constellations for this channel. Dokkabi is sweating as he yells at Dokja to wait. The constellations are watching Dokja on the screen. The prisoner of the golden headband gulps loudly, and the secretive plotter is watching him with great interest. Dokja tells everyone that he will be waiting for them here and that they shouldn't forget that there are 10,000 subscribers. Dokkabi grabs his head and lets out a loud scream. He tells Dokja that he is going to have to die now. Dokja tells him that so many constellations are watching them right now. He asks if Dokkabi isn't afraid of what might happen if he does that. Dokkabi tells Dokja that he is the master of the Tokyo Dome. He asks if Dokja thinks that he would be afraid of breaking the rule of plausibility to let an insect like him get away. Dokkabi attacks Dokja with lightning, but he is unharmed. Dokja thinks that he can take this, and Dokkabi wonders what is happening right now. A voice calls him from behind and asks if he had fun. Dokkabi turns around and sees that Joonghyuk is staring at him, and he is quite large in size. Dokkabi asks how he broke free from the letters of imprisonment. Joonghyuk says that he just broke free after some wriggling around. Dokkabi asks Baeong what he thinks he is. Dokkabi. He calls him a low-level Dokkabe. Joonghyuk tells Dokkabi that he may have a lot of subscribers, but he is a low-level Dokkabi too. Dokkabi says that he chose not to move up the rank and asks if he dares to pick a fight against the master of a major dome. Baeong says that he saw that Dokkabi had many great constellations, but they are all in his channel now. He tells Dokkabi that he was running his mouth about him earlier, and he manipulated some scenarios, which is rich coming from an incarnation thief. He asks Gak why no one taught him any manners. Gak is scared and tells Baeong that he won't get away with it if he attacks him. Baeong, furious, punches him in the face and says that he doesn't care. Gak crashes through the room and disappears into the starstream. Dokja is scared to see that and looks at Baeong, who says that he's gotten too worked up and must have punched him all the way to the Andromeda scenario. Baeong looks angry. Dokja thinks that he is at the Dakugamu, just like Gak, and this is Joonghyuk's real self. Dokja is scared, so he casually asks if there is such a scenario. Dokja thinks that he can feel that Joonghyuk has become much stronger with the growth of his channel, and he doesn't have his consent about what he did. Dokja is afraid that he might be holding a grudge against him. Baeong replies that it is a scenario that makes one see reason again, but more importantly, he asks Dokja if he knows what he is seeing right now. There are multiple screens in front of them. Dokja says that he imagines it is not different from what he is seeing right now. Joonghyuk starts smiling and has tears in his eyes. After some time, Dokja looks at a pile of books. There is one called Singularity. Joonghyuk looks at Dokja and asks what he is. Ashtor Dokkabi. Dokja says that he is not Dokkabi anything. Dokja looks around the place and thinks that it is not bad what Gak has done with the place and thinks that he can't let his guard down around Baeong. Dokja asks Joonghyuk if he thinks that they will be okay. Joonghyuk asks if he is regretting it. Joonghyuk asks Dokja what he was thinking about lying like that and what if they actually get over 10,000 subscribers. They have already reached 5,000. He tells Dokja that one of the conditions of their contract was that he wouldn't choose a supporting constellation. Dokja tells him that it will all work out. He has a plan, and more than that, give him his item already. Dokja brings his hand forward and asks Baeong if he isn't in charge now that Gak is gone. Meanwhile, back in the city, Yu and Seong wait for Dokja to return, and he suddenly appears out of thin air. Seong asks where he is, and Dokja replies that he was just taking care of some things. She says that whatever it was, it looks like it went well, seeing how he has gotten himself a new coat. She asks Dokja if he has decided to wear matching outfits while pointing at him. Dokja says that it is a coincidence. The system notifies that the constellation Demonic Judge of Fire is happy for some reason, and a constellation who likes to change genders is intrigued. Dokja thinks that he actually wanted a black one. He looks at Seong and thinks that he is still pissed. Dokja remembers that Joonghyuk told him that some other colors are out of stock. Dokja asked if there were more than one coat. He thought this was an SSS grade item. Baeong tells him that this is a mass-produced item, and it is graded like that because of the item's creator. He is very powerful. Dokja thinks that he picked the infinite dimension space coat for its storage capacity, but he doesn't think it is worthy of being SSS grade. The system displays all the information about the infinite dimension space coat, and it is made by a mass producer, a cost-tailored item for Ruris. Despite being a mass-produced item, it was given SSS grade for mysterious reasons. It is designed in consideration of the special roars who can't activate their attribute window. The substage storage feature is in effect in the coat's inner pocket, but of course, be mindful in using it as there is limited storage space. Dokja remembers that Mass Producer is a constellation that is popular with roars. If they made it, then it made perfect sense why it is being graded like that. Dokja looks at Seong and wonders if he is okay. He seems to be recovering just fine. Dokja looks at Seong and tells her that they should get out of there before Yu wakes up. While traveling, Seong asks Dokja if these plant monsters are edible and how he can even cook something like that. Dokja replies that they don't have any food, so there's no other choice. The system notifies them that the Tier 7 plant monster, Yanisa, is looking at them. Dokja cuts down the plant monster and starts sprinkling some seasoning on it before cooking it on a stove. Seong says that it looks delicious. Dokja tells her to wait until it is done and drink this before she eats. He has boiled the sap from the root. He tells her that they have to drink this before eating the stem of the Yanisa. Seong takes a large bite of the meat and tells Dokja that it is amazing. She tells him that he could start his own restaurant, and Dokja tells her to slow down. The system notifies that the constellation Lazy Wednesday's Eye is curious about how his cooking tastes. A royal nurse who has lost her sense of taste is jotting down his recipe, and a few constellations who love cooking are interested in his cooking. Seong asks Dokja if it is okay to leave Yu with that woman. She's the Poison Beauty, and she asks Dokja if they can trust her. Dokja remembers that he told Poison Beauty to take Yu to Gabang. She would find the military base of the 56,003 Division there, and there would be a sad-looking soldier waiting for her. Dokja remembers that in other regressions, where she wasn't infected, SE was known as the Sage of Medicine instead of the Poison Beauty. Dokja tells Seong that Poison Beauty isn't a bad person at heart. It is because of the parasite that she's like that. Seong is lying on the ground near them. Dokja thinks that perhaps Yu will again be known as the Sage of Medicine in this round. Dokja looks at Seong and tells her that he knows she is awake, so come over and have some food, but there is no response from her. He says she must be asleep. He says that there won't be any left for her then, and says that this part tastes like short ribs. S quickly sits up and tells him to wait. She is embarrassed that her stomach is growling. Dokja looks at S and tells her if she's done eating, she should get up. She gets up and tells him that her stomach is annoying. She tells him that she is going for a walk and leaves some of the meats for him to eat later. S quickly starts eating. Dokja is smiling as he tells her to slow down. She says that it is very delicious. Dokja thinks that she's definitely the S that he used to know. A month has passed since the apocalypse began, and so many things have happened and changed that S, who used to hate harming others, is now wielding a pair of daggers. S tells Dokja that they can't go back to how things used to be back then. She starts crying while eating the food, and Dokja tells her that it is not her fault. She stops eating and starts crying a lot. Dokja is looking at the sky and thinks that there's a week left until the beginning of the 5th scenario. So far, he has managed to defeat both the catastrophe from the foaming depths of hell, the fire dragon, and the catastrophe of questions. Yang will wake up soon and take care of the west with Hong, and the king of wanderers will take care of the north. All that is left is the catastrophe at the center. But before that, he looks at S, who is passed out, crying, and asks why they don't show themselves now. Dokja says they are going to keep feigning ignorance. He says that he doesn't know why they are watching him, but if they have kept a close eye on him this time, then they should know now. If one consumes the stem of the Anisa without drinking the sap first, it puts one to sleep. Dokja points his sword at S and says that he is willing to do anything to achieve his goal, so they better start taking it soon unless they don't want to see their precious incarnation die. Suddenly, the wind starts blowing, and S opens her eyes. They are yellow in color, and a yellow flash strikes her body. The system notifies her that the fourth wall has nullified his emotional shock, and blood starts coming out of Dokja's mouth. S gets up and speaks in a strange voice. She calls Dokja an insignificant human, and Dokja says that they have finally shown themselves. The damn constellations of Olympus are controlling S. Dokja thinks that there are two kinds of constellations in the world of TWSA. Free constellations that don't belong to any group, and constellations that belong to a specific nebula. Some of the famous nebulas on Earth are based on mythology, such as Asgard from Nordic mythology, Eden of Revelations, and Olympus. to which the S constellation belongs. S's constellation asks Dokja, how dare an insignificant human, such as him, mock the great constellations? Dokja says that they must be joking and says that they are not even a real god. The plausibility rule for the early scenarios doesn't permit the gods of Olympus to descend upon this world. With the current role of plausibility, it seems the only one allowed through is the lover of the abandoned labyrinth. S is shocked to hear that. Dokja says that she is the historical constellation of Olympus AR and me. He says that the constellations of Olympus must be rather stingy, seeing as how they sent her because of her low plausibility cost. S is furious as she tells Dokja to shut up. There's lightning in the sky, and Dokja thinks that they won't be able to attack him here and now. Taking over an incarnation to descend here must have used up a lot of plausibility already, and they will have a lot to lose if they use their power now. Dokja tells her that he knows that she must not have a lot of time, so he will get straight to the point. The gods of the other dimensions seem to have noticed her presence. Ariadne asks how a human can know such things. Dokja replies that it is not important right now. He tells her that he is not here to banter with her, so he's going to ask her 3 questions. If she answers all 3, then he will also answer her questions. Ariadne says that he is asking for a 3-question exchange. It is a method used by the constellations to trade information with the minimum possible plausibility loss. She is angry that a human is using the method of constellations. Dokja asks if she is in or not. She closes her eyes and after thinking for a while, she says that she accepts his request. The system notifies that a constellation that doesn't want the excitement to stop shows interest in his offer. The divine 3-question exchange has begun. Both parties can exchange the questions for 3 answers, and all the questions must be answered truthfully. Both parties can refuse to answer 1 question each. The exchange doesn't end until all the questions have been answered truthfully according to the rules. Dokja says that he will go first. There are 3 magic lamps on his head. Dokja asks Ariadne why she took over S's body when her home is on the other side of the world and asks if she doesn't have her hands full of scenarios there. She replies that it is to monitor the singularity of this world. The first question has been answered, so 1 lamp on Dokja's head is turned off. Dokja asks about singularity. She asks if that is his 2nd question. Dokja says no, it is her turn now, and Dokja thinks that she is smarter than he thought. Ariadne asks Dokja who he is, and Dokja replies that he is one of the singularities she is monitoring. 1 lamp on her head is also turned off as the system notifies her that the constellation lover of the abandoned labyrinth has received her first answer. Ariadne is surprised to hear that and asks how he knew. Dokja starts smiling and says that he guessed he was that singularity. After all, he was just guessing. Ariadne is angry at Dokja. He tells her not to get upset now and asks if this is how one usually plays the game. The system notifies that a constellation who doesn't want the excitement to stop is pleased with his witty answer. Dokja thinks that this is how one gets the most out of the 3-question exchange. One has to ask the most useful question during his turn and make the opponent answer their questions. Dokja asks what this singularity is, and she replies that it refers to beings like him. Dokja tells her to give him a proper answer, or they can keep beating around the bush. She says that, in principle, they are beings who appear in the oracle. At first, they didn't intend to monitor him. It was a coincidence that they crossed paths. They were going to monitor something else, beings who destroy plausibility, carrying the burden of destiny on their backs. That is what they refer to as a singularity. Dokja thinks that he gets what a singularity is now. She tells Dokja that if he is satisfied, then it is her turn to ask the question. She asks who he would choose in the upcoming support selection. Dokja is shocked by her question. The system notifies her that a constellation that doesn't want the excitement to stop is awaiting his answer with great interest. Dokja thinks that this is unexpected. The system notifies that the constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is changing his nickname. And a few constellations who love the Korean peninsula are nervous. Dokja says that he is not going to answer that. He says that it will be no fun if he tells her now who he is going to pick. The system notifies Dokja that he has used his right to refuse, and he can no longer refuse to answer any more questions. Ariadne says that here is her last question. Then she asks Dokja how he knew that they were watching him. Dokja is nervous and thinks that this must have been what they were after all along, because he could have just given them an irrelevant answer had they asked about his identity. Dokja says that he has read a lot of books. He knows all of this because he likes reading a lot of books. Dokja thinks that, seeing as there's no announcement that the question has been answered, he guesses his answer wasn't convincing enough, but he can't tell them about TWSA either. Dokja tells her that in general, Koreans know a lot about their mythology. Ariadne asks what he means, and Dokja replies that they are so famous here that they publish comics for children based on their mythology. He says that he guessed she didn't know that they're very famous here. Ariadne is surprised to hear that and thinks that can't be possible. Dokja tells her that the Kraton Labyrinth, the monster who is half human and half beast, her lover who has forgotten about her, is imprisoned on Nao's island. He asks her if he should go on and tell her more, and she tells him to stop. There's an announcement that the constellation, lover of the abandoned labyrinth, has received her third answer, and all 3 lamps on her head are turned off. Ariadne wonders how a human from this tiny country knows about her fable. Dokja asks the oracle she received what it was about, and she says that she can't tell him that. All 3 lamps on Dokja's head are turned off. Dokja thinks that he knew this would happen, and he says that the last question is the most important. The system notifies that Ariadne has used her right to refuse, and all answers and questions have been exchanged. The Divine 3 question exchange has ended. Ariadne tells Dokja that she has entertained his insolence because her husband was curious about him, but this is where it ends. There is only one reason why she descended to this world. She says that this is a stern warning from Olympus. Do not meddle in their affairs. They are working to prevent this world from ending, and this woman will become the wall to stop the oncoming tide of destruction. Dokja asks why SGA, and she replies that it is pointless to ask why. Even the 3 sisters who spin the thread of fate don't know. Dokja clenches his teeth and says that Olympus does blame everything on fate. She tells Dokja that he is in the scenarios. The direction of fate is being turned. All the flow of stars will gather into one place, and the story that decides the fate of the constellations will begin. Dokja asks what she means by that, and asks if she's talking about the Gigant Tamaki. Ariadne says he even knows about that. She tells Dokja that he never ceases to surprise her, but he will never fully understand, as he is a mere puppet. At the moment, lightning strikes in the sky, and she starts to fall to the ground. Dokja rushes to catch her, takes her in his arms, and says that he must not look up right now. Dokja musters the courage and looks up. The system notifies them that the 4th wall has nullified his emotional shock, and Dokja sees a large monster emerging from the sky. Dokja sees that they are the monsters he is going to be fighting against. He thinks that the final scenario had many different names: Ragnarok, Giganta, and Armageddon. He doesn't know what Ariadne meant when she said the end, but one thing is for sure: something different from what he knows is about to start. All the monsters start roaring, looking at the sky. Dokja is sweating as he thinks that it is exactly what he wanted. If things carried on as they did in the novel, he would never be able to get the ending that he wants. Dokja says that he is going to create a story that will stand face to face with any mythology. The system notifies that the power of a fable stirs in the depth of his soul, and his first stigma is about to blossom. Strong winds start blowing. Lion is severely injured and bleeding a lot, and he is running away. It is Antinous controlling the body of Lion. She says that she can't believe that she has ended up taking over the body of the Wolf of Amun, but she should be thankful that she was lucky enough to survive. She starts coughing blood and says that this body won't last much longer. She needs to find a new host, and she'll drive the Earthlings who have ruined her home to extinction. Antinous looks up in the sky and says that energy is familiar. It is similar to what she felt from the monarch-level insects of Kronos. She thinks if she could take over the beings who emanate such energy, then she would be able to take her revenge. Running, she looks at a boy in the woods. The boy is amazed to see her, and he says that he has never seen an insect like her. There are dark clouds in the sky. Dokja wakes up in a room. Xiong looks at him and asks if he had a bad dream. Dokja says, "Something like that." Dokja tells her that what he saw just now was the vision from the omniscient reader's viewpoint that was activated subconsciously. Dokja wonders if Galang is okay. Dokja gets up and starts wearing his jacket. He asks Xiong where S is. Xiong tells him that she went out to surveil the area and asks Dokja what they should do now. Dokja tells her that they will wait until the scenario's over. Xiong is annoyed and asks if he thinks that she asked to hear an answer like that. She tells him that he must have a plan. Dokja says there are 5 days until the scenario begins, so if you take care of the West and the King of the Wanderers takes care of the North. Xiong asks, "What about the center?" Dokja says that they will deal with it together. Xiong says that she is sure there is an easier way. Dokja is surprised to hear that. He looks at Xiong in anger and asks if she plagiarized that too. She replies that she didn't, and says there is an easy way to prevent the catastrophe at the center from what she knows. Xiong asks Dokja if he is going to do it, and he thinks that she did plagiarize it. At the same time, S arrives there and waves at Dokja. Xiong tells Dokja that he seems much happier since that woman came back. Dokja starts smiling and waves back. He says it is because he can trust her. He says that they will come up with a plan when they keep moving. There are dark clouds in the sky. Dokja, S, and Xiong are fighting a monster. After some time, Dokja tells S to come to his right and tells Xiong to cover the back. He says that they will follow the Han River to the west and head toward the center. They have two goals: to find Pildo, who is missing from the Han River, defeat the monsters in the area, and collect coins. S and Xiong attack the monster and cut it. The monster starts screaming as a lot of blood starts coming out. Dokja delivers the final blow and cuts the monster in half. Dokja thinks that he didn't expect the three of them to be able to hunt level 7 and even level 6 monsters so easily. He tells S to try not to use all the stigma at once. She says that she is sorry she caused a mess back then. Dokja says that it is not because of that. He tells her that using multiple stigmas simultaneously will put a strain on her body. Dokja thinks that those idiots at Olympus probably didn't even tell her this. S starts smiling and thanks him for his concern. Dokja asks if she already knows about this. She tells Dokja that he must still think that she is the same old helpless S. She says that she is not like him and can't do anything in this new world. All the certificates and licenses she has earned are useless here. Dokja asks if she thought that she could change things by becoming powerful, and she says a little. Dokja looks at her hands and says that she didn't have such scars on them before. She tells Dokja that she just decided to work on the things that matter in this world. S starts smiling and says that is all. Dokja receives a message. He looks at the mobile, and Dokja is shocked to see a message from Dunhunan. Han asks if he is all right. He tells Dokja that he couldn't contact him earlier because it has been difficult to get an internet connection lately. He tells Dokja that he is in the Yonghyuk area, and Gilang is here too. Dokja asks if Gilang is with him. He replies, yes. Dokja thinks that is a relief because he was worried. Now that he has found out where Hong and Heewon are through the Omniscient reader's viewpoint, he can stop worrying. Dokja happily tells Xiong that he received a message from Dun, and he is with Gilang. The only thing left to do is to get together. Dokja says that it is time they cross the river. Xiong asks if he means that river. There are plenty of sea beasts in the river. They are looking for a bridge to cross the river, but all the bridges are destroyed. Xiong tells Dokja that she told him there is no bridge that is intact. Dokja thinks that Osaurus is a level 7 monster. He can hunt it down if he wants, but there are just too many of them. Or he could swim. It will be even riskier to encounter them while swimming. He thought there would be at least one bridge that was left untouched. Suddenly, they notice some people approaching them. Dokja thinks that they are wanderers. Xiong brings out her sword and S opens her bag. Xiong asks her what she is doing. S tells her that they are starving. Xiong says, don't tell me that you're going to share your food with them. She asks S if she's out of her mind and tells her that she should know that people are the most dangerous in the apocalypse. Songa tells Xiong that she can kill them all if she wants to, but on the contrary, she could save them all as well. Dokja and Xiong are shocked to see that S is sharing her food with the people. Dokja says that they have enough. It doesn't matter. He brings out some of his food from his pocket. Xiong is shocked to see that a man is crying as he receives the food and thanks Dokja. The system notifies Dokja that a few people have become fond of him. Xiong tells Dokja that he is two-faced, and Dokja says that he does good deeds sometimes too. Dokja thinks that it is just a calculated move. The system notifies that his understanding of characters Shin and Ganguma has increased and that characters have been added to the bookmarks. Xiong says she thought women like her only existed in fiction. Dokja thinks that even before the apocalypse, S was like a female protagonist of some novel. A girl comes right toward Dokja and thanks him, bowing down. Dokja thinks that this girl has good manners. He asks her where her parents are, and she says that they are not here anymore. Dokja thinks that this little girl has survived until the 5th scenario without her guardians, unless she has been dropped off in the middle of nowhere, which is nearly impossible in TWSA. The girl bows down and thanks Dokja. He tells her to wait, and Dokja wonders if she just came here to thank him. He looks back and sees that Xiong is angry. He tells the girl never mind and says goodbye. Xiong says that they are just wasting their time and food here. After some time they are sitting in a room. Xiong says, just wait and see. They will be back for more soon. She asks if they see them looking at their weapons. They will soon end up biting the hand that feeds them. Dokja and S are eating meat. Dokja says that not everyone is bad just because it's the apocalypse. And Xiong says, yes, almost all of them. 1 hour later, Xiong is still mad. She is cooking her meat on the stove and says that they will be back soon, drooling for more. 2 hours later, Xiong is still waiting for the people to attack them. Dokja and S are busy in their conversation. Hours later, Xiong is still mad. She says they should be coming any minute now. Dokja tells her that she is going to scare them away. 4 hours later, there's a noise, and Xiong excitedly says that they are here. Dokja asks why she is so happy. Xiong says that she told them they would come for their food. There is a girl outside holding a blanket. She asks if she may have a moment, and Dokja, Xiong, and S are shocked to see her. The system notifies that the constellation Demonic Judge of Fire smiles benevolently, and they have been gifted 2,000 points. S takes the blanket from the girl and thanks her. She asks if she is alone, and says that it is dangerous for her to be out so late at night. The girl says it is just as dangerous wherever she goes. S asks her if she wants to stay with them, but the girl bows her head and says no thanks. She will only end up being a burden. She turns around and is about to leave when Xiong throws a knife near her feet and tells her that she is not going anywhere. The girl falls on the ground. S is angry at Xiong and asks what she thinks she is. Dokkabi. Xiong looks at Dokja and asks him if he knows what to do. Xiong asks Dokja if he is going to act like a hypocrite again, just because she's a little girl. Dokja is nervous and thinks that he was hoping that she wouldn't notice. Xiong asks Dokja if he is going to be the good guy again, and then she guesses she will have to be the villain again. S puts her hand in front of her and tells her to stop. Xiong tells S to move and asks if she is going to kill her. S says that she is just a regular child. Xiong is furious and asks Dokja to tell her before she blows her lid off and kills them both. Dokja says that in 5 days that girl will end up destroying Seoul. The system notifies that the constellation Aso Black Flame Dragon smiles, and Dokja says that she is the final catastrophe of the 5th scenario. The system notifies that many constellations are intrigued by how the scenario is unfolding. Dokja thinks that night the girl didn't die because S didn't want them to kill her, and he agreed with her. Xiong is furious at them and leaves the room, telling them to do what they want. Dokja tells S that the catastrophe of floods, the final catastrophe of the 5th scenario, is the most dangerous and the most tragic catastrophe. S puts the blanket on the girl and puts her to sleep. She says, "So she is a catastrophe, like the catastrophe of questions?" Dokja says that they are similar but different. Xiong says that she doesn't look like a catastrophe, no matter how much she looks at her. She asks Dokja how she is going to become a catastrophe in just 5 days. Dokja is looking at her character profile. Her name is Yusing Shin, and she is 11 years old. She doesn't have a supporting constellation, but 2 constellations are showing interest. Her personal attributes are Beast Tamer and Introspective Killer. Personal skills include Taming Level 5, Interspecies Communication Level S, Agile Feat Level 6, and Interspecies Friendship Level 4. She doesn't have a stigma. Her stamina and strength are at level 12, dexterity at 16, and mana at 24. She has decent potential as a magic user, but her stats are lacking overall. Despite her great potential and being gifted with a rare attribute, she has not gained the favor of constellations due to her vulnerability and soft temperament. Sangha tells Dokja that she has heard that catastrophes hatch from meteorites, but she hasn't hatched from a meteorite. Dokja says that is right. She's just a human who was born on Earth, and she will still be human in 5 days. Sangha asks how, and Dokja replies that it is not the girl who becomes the catastrophe, but her future self. Dokja thinks that even you can't do anything to stop this catastrophe. Dokja remembers that he stared at the emptiness where his chest used to be. It was a wound that could not be healed without using the resuscitation skill. He asked Yusing Shin why she had changed her mind, and she said that she hadn't changed at all. She was not a regressor in this world. She was the same catastrophe that he met during his past regression. He asked why she said that it was his 3rd regression, so she must have given him a chance in the 2nd. Shin shouted at him that he failed again. She gave him so much information, but he failed again. She said that this world can't be changed because he will remain the same and nothing will change. That's what made her decide that this world should end here and now. Dokja is reading TWSA on his mobile. Xiong asks what he is up to. Dokja looks back and is startled to see her. Dokja says that he is still thinking. Xiong asks if he forgot that she almost killed him in his 3rd regression. Dokja says that he didn't die. Xiong says the important thing is that they don't stand a chance if they face her head on. If the delusional demon Known wasn't killed, then it is all over. Dokja thinks that Known isn't alive in this regression. Xiong tells Dokja to just remember she warned him. The best they can do is kill her and prevent her future from ever happening. And she's probably not the only one who thinks that. The system notifies that many constellations who want to find out what comes next are frustrated. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is bracing himself for the frustration that's about to strike him. and the demonic judge of fire is looking forward to his wise decision. Dokja thinks that their conversation must not have been filtered this time. Well, it is about time that they learn about the future. So tells Dokja that she doesn't think that it is right, it is the future, and it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they can prevent her from becoming a catastrophe if they took care of her better. Dokja says that the events that make her a catastrophe happen far in the future, and there's nothing they can do about it right now. Dokja thinks that he had made several similar attempts. He looked for Yusing Shin as soon as he could and tried to talk her out of it, but he failed. Shin is eating a piece of meat when Dokja approaches her and asks if it is good. She says yes. Dokja thinks that honestly, killing her now won't impact their journey in the end. On the contrary, if they don't kill her, then Seoul will be in ruins at the slightest mistake. Shin asks Dokja if he can see the future and if she will become a very bad person in the future. Dokja says that maybe. Shin asks how bad she will be. Dokja says she will probably be the worst person in Seoul, but she says that doesn't surprise her because she is already a bad person. She remembers that she killed someone and stole someone's food. She thinks that she doesn't deserve to go on living. Dokja thinks that he knows very well that a lot has happened for Yusing Shin to survive in this world. She has done things that anyone else would have done in a world like this, but no one can rationalize such actions. The system notifies that Dokja's understanding of the character Shin has increased. Shin tells Dokja that he can kill her already. Dokja thinks that if he was the main character in the story, then he would have killed her without a second thought. But he is a reader, and a reader should make choices a reader would make. S puts her hand on her mouth after hearing that. Dokja puts his hand on Shin's head and tells her not to worry. Her death isn't a part of the ending that he wants. The system notifies that the character Shin has grown to trust him a little. Dokja thinks that if he kills her, Yusing's regression will become meaningless. He is fighting to change the past. So wouldn't his fight be meaningless too? Shin tells Dokja that she has to die. Dokja starts smiling and says that there is a way to stop the catastrophe. It is possible only if she helps him. Shin asks what she can do. She's just a kid, and she doesn't even have a supporting constellation. A screen appears in front of Shin, and the system notifies that Dokja has gifted a growth package to the incarnation Shin. Numerous screens appear around Shin, and the system notifies that Dokja has gifted growth package 2 and a new scenario anniversary package to Shin. Shin asks what all this is. Dokja smiles and tells her that it is fine because he has a lot of money. Dokja thinks that he will prevent this CD from dying for Yusing's sake. Dokja thinks that Beast Lord Shin will grow up to become one of the 100 strongest people in this world. Shin gets up and asks Dokja who he is. Dokja says that he is Dokja. He thinks that this CD may become a catastrophe one day, so she will be his first incarnation in this round. Dokja tells her that within 5 days, she will become stronger than any of them. In the morning, Dokja is spinning when the system notifies him that the constellation, the demonic judge of fire, urges him to look after his incarnation. Dokja stretches and thinks that he must have dozed off. The system notifies that the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, laughs heartily at his decision. Some constellations consider his behavior cocky, and many constellations are intrigued by his decision. Dokja looks at the screen and thinks that some constellations won't leave him alone ever since he announced that he would be Shin's supporting constellation. Dokja thinks that he called it a supporting constellation, but there's no way he can be one since he doesn't even have his own fable yet. He asks how he can call himself a supporting constellation when he doesn't even have a stigma he can lend her. But he does have more coins than most historical constellations. Dokja gets up, and the system notifies him that the constellation, the secretive plotter, is watching him with great interest, and he has been gifted 1,000 coins. Dokja thought that the secretive plotter was a historical constellation when he first saw his nickname, but the amount of money he spends and his laid-back manner tell him that he is a fabled constellation, at the very least. He can't find anything about him in TWSA. Dokja wonders if he is from another world. He looks up from the screen and sees that Shin is practicing with a little monster. Dokja asks her if she has slept, and she replies that she has not yet. Dokja tells her that she will be penalized if she doesn't get any SP, so she should get some SP first. Shin tells him to let her practice a little more. The system notifies that the character Shin has activated the skill interspecies, communication level 8 and taming level 7. She is trying to control the monster as a hand emerges from her aura. The monster starts growling at her, and the system notifies them that the taming has failed and the monster has begun rampaging. At the same time, a knife strikes the monster and kills it. Shong says that it is so loud as she throws the knife after waking up from her SP Dokja thinks that since last night, Shin has been practicing to advance her skill level. He tells the system to activate the character profile, which is just the summary. The system displays her information on the screen. Her full name is Yusing Shin, and her personal attributes are Beast Tamer and Introspective Killer. Personal skills include Taming level 7, Interspecies Communication level 8, Agile Feat level 8, and Interspecies Friendship level 6. Overall stats include Stamina at level 19, Strength at level 14, Dexterity at level 44, and Mana at level 45. The character is currently using Growth Package 1 and Growth Package 2, and the character is currently using a new scenario package. Dokja thinks that her skills have increased drastically with the 2 growth packages. He is sure she is the only incarnation in Korea receiving this much support. He thinks that she has an innate talent, so her interspecies communication skills will soon reach level 10 and evolve into advanced interspecies communication. But the problem is that she can't even take a grade 8 monster with stats like that. Shin tells Dokja that she doesn't think she has any talent. Dokja pats her on the head and says that is not true, she has more than enough talent. Dokja thinks that she probably can't use her power because of the trauma she suffered. Dokja asks her if there is something on her mind, and Shin replies that she is scared. Dokja tells her that the monsters are not the same as pets, and Shin says that she knows. Dokja tells her that she can make a wish come true when she clears all the scenarios. Shin tells Dokja that his nostrils get bigger when he lies. Dokja thinks that Joonghyuk said the same thing to him. Shin asks Dokja if she will be okay. Dokja says that he chose her over Soul, and he doesn't regret it at all. Shin stares at Dokja's face and says that if she ever becomes strong, she quickly turns around and says that it is nothing. She's going to try practicing again. Dokja wonders what it is and says that he has a bad feeling about it. Dokja suddenly realizes that now that he comes to think of it, in TWSA, Shin is obsessed with Yusing. She is her biggest fan. Dokja thinks that being too young, she wants to be the heroine of the story. She is more like a little sister who tagged along. Dokja is worried and wonders if she would leave him for Yusing after everything he has done to help her. Dokja rushes to Xiong. She is yawning and tells Dokja not to talk to her. Dokja asks her how long she's going to keep this up and says that he wants to ask her something. Dokja asks Xiong how good-looking she thinks he is compared to Yusing. Xiong asks Dokja why he would even ask such a thing, and Dokja says that he is genuinely curious. Dokja thinks that since graduating high school, he has never had any interest in the way he looked. But from the reactions of people he has met recently, it seems that they don't think he is all that good-looking. The few times that he has taken bathroom selfies, he doesn't think he looked that bad. The system notifies Dokja that a constellation who loves to flirt looks at him pitifully. Xiong gets up and tells Dokja to just accept it. All she can do for him is to give him her sympathy. Dokja says that he wasn't looking to be consoled. He was just curious. Dokja looks at Shin and thinks that no matter what happens, he can't have her meet Yusing. She's the incarnation that he has raised. After some time, everyone finished eating their food, and S started praying. Dokja asked her if she was religious, and S told him that she didn't have a religion. Dokja asked why she was praying. S started smiling and said that she was paying the gods of Olympus. Dokja said that makes sense as Shin started yawning. Dokja looked at her and said that Xiong and he will stand guard tonight. He told Shin and S to get some SP. Dokja thought that he had hunted the monsters in the vicinity throughout the day to earn coins, and he had invested the coins he had earned in increasing Shin's agility and mana. Thanks to that, she was able to obtain advanced interspecies communication, but she still hadn't successfully managed to use timing. Dokja looked at her while spinning and thought that in order to seal away that power of hers, she needs to advance as quickly as possible. Xiong is using her mobile while sitting in a corner. She tells Dokja that he should SP too. Dokja wonders why she is so distant. He thinks that they used to be enemies, and Xiong and S's stances on many things are the exact opposite of each other. The system notifies Dokja that someone has defeated the catastrophe of ice that has awakened in the west. Dokja thinks that Yusing must have managed to fight it off. He thinks that Yusing should have teamed up with Hong too. Dokja thinks that everything is going according to the plan. Xiong tells Dokja that there is something she wants to ask him, and Dokja tells her that she is ugly. Xiong is annoyed and says that is not what she wants to ask him. Dokja asks her what it is as he sits on the ground. Xiong asks Dokja what it is that he's trying to do and what his goal is. She just doesn't get it. She tells him that he destroyed the throne and even let Shin lie. She asks Dokja to tell her what it is that he's trying to do. Dokja remains silent for a while and then says that there's an ending he wants to see. Xiong says that she also had an ending she wanted to write. Dokja asks if it's in her novel, and she replies yes. Dokja tells Xiong to let him ask her something too. He asks why she plagiarized when she's not a bad writer. Xiong is annoyed at Dokja and says that she told him she didn't plagiarize anything. She says that Dokja holds TWSA in high regard, but many elements of TWSA were taken from other novels too. She asks, "Isn't it harder to find a novel these days that doesn't have stuff like that?" Dokja tells her that hers is a problem because it is the most similar to TWSA. Xiong says there's a reason for that and asks if Dokja wants to hear a story. Xiong says, "Once upon a time, there was this poor little girl." Dokja interrupts her and says that if this is a story about a poor girl who used to love to write but gave up on her dreams and resorted to plagiarism to make ends meet, then no thanks. Xiong asks Dokja if he can read minds. Dokja starts laughing and says that he is not a god or anything. If he could do something like that, then he wouldn't be in this mess right now. The system notifies Dokja that the character Xiong is using the skill Lie Detection Level 3, and she has confirmed that he is telling the truth. Xiong tells Dokja that if he can read minds, then try reading her mind right now. Dokja looks away and says that he can't. Xiong tells him that she hasn't plagiarized anything, and the system notifies Dokja that she is telling the truth. Xiong says that she read TWSA, but it was a coincidence that her novel turned out so similar. She says that she was only transcribing her dreams, and Dokja is shocked to hear that. The system notifies Dokja that she is telling the truth. Dokja wonders if she is using her subconsciousness to defend herself from the accusation of plagiarism. Dokja is annoyed at her and says that she read TWSA, which is how she dreamed about it. Xiong says that may be true, but lately she has been thinking that this reality is based on a novel, and if she is only a recreation of that novel, then maybe her existence itself is plagiarized. Dokja says that she must be trying to gloss over this issue with that nonsense. Xiong says that it is just a thought she had. Dokja thinks that he has actually thought of the same thing himself. He thinks it has crossed his mind ever since TWSA became a reality. He wonders if the novel overlaps with their reality or if reality is turning into the novel. Dokja puts his hand on his head and tells Xiong that they should swap shifts. Dokja tells her to SP first. He tells her that if she keeps spewing confusing stuff like that, they will lose constellations on their channel. Xiong tells Dokja that she has been getting fewer coins from them since she joined him. Xiong shows Dokja her tongue. Dokja thinks that it is comforting to have her around, and he is relieved to know that he's not the only one who knows that this world is a work of fiction. It is stately comforting. Dokja gets SP all of a sudden, and he dozes off. After some time, Dokja opens his eyes and suddenly gets up. He wonders when she fell asleep, and he tells Xiong that he will stand guard now so she can SP. Dokja is shocked to see that Xiong is lying dead on the floor. Dokja checks her pulse. Sangha wakes up and sees that Dokja is checking Xiong's pulse. Sangha runs towards him and asks what happened. Dokja says that she is not breathing. Dokja wonders if he is in shock right now because Xiong is dead. Sangha starts checking her dead body and says that she doesn't see any wounds. Dokja wonders if she has been poisoned. He asks how everyone else is okay when the poison is used. Sangha says that she is sorry. She must have slept too much. Dokja asks if she has been asleep this whole time, and she replies yes. Dokja looks at Shin and thinks that it would mean that none of them did guard last night. He thinks that everyone else fell asleep too when he did, and wonders why he suddenly fell asleep. Dokja looks at the bones and picks up the plate. Dokja thinks that this dust is the stem of Yansa. Dokja asks SGA who cooked their meal last night, and she says that it was Xiong. Dokja stands up and she says that she fooled them. This is one of her avatars. Dokja wonders why she would pull a prank like this. Dokja looks at their contract and thinks that she shouldn't be able to leave due to her temporary pledge. Dokja sees something appearing from the avatar's chest. He brings out his sword and stabs the avatar. Dokja thinks that avatar ARS don't perish unless their heads are destroyed. The system notifies Dokja that the avatar of the character Xiong is suffering for violating the pledge, and Xiong has nullified most of the penalties that come from the temporary pledge by sacrificing her avatar. Dokja thinks that he didn't know that her avatars could be used like this. Shin asks if she is gone, and Dokja says that he guesses so. Dokja thinks that it doesn't matter how many times he asks. The truth is that Xiong has nothing to gain from being with him. The avatar disappears, leaving a note for Dokja that says, "For your troubles." Dokja looks at the note and thinks that if she could sacrifice her avatar to leave him, he wonders why she has stayed with him all this time. Dokja crumples the paper and says that he just can't figure it out. Dokja tells everyone that they should get going too. In the morning, Xiong is using her mobile on top of a building and says that Dokja is an idiot. She asks if she shouldn't at least pretend to look for her. Xiong looks at Dokja walking on the footpath and says that she is sure they will cross paths again. She writes that there's no telling whether they will meet again as friends or enemies. After some time, Shin sits down and there is a yellow screen in front of her. Dokja kneels down and tells her that he doesn't have a stigma and can't lend her any powers like the constellations can, but he does have a lot of coins. Dokja tells her that she doesn't have to sign the support contract if she doesn't want to, but if she does, then she will not regret it. Shin asks if she signs this, would she not be able to sign with any other constellations? Dokja nods his head and tells her not to worry. He won't meddle in her affairs like the other constellations. Shin says that she will do it because she has decided to trust him anyway. Dokja is surprised to hear that. The system notifies Dokja that the support contract has been agreed upon and that he has become the supporter of the incarnation Shin. The system notifies Dokja that he is not a constellation, so he can't use most of the powers that are available to other supporting constellations. Dokja puts his hand on Shin's head and says that he expected that much. This must be it for now. The system displays that the available powers are support incarnation and encourage incarnation. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband smirked, and the secretive plotter congratulated Dokja on his first support contract. Many constellations wanted to become his supporting constellations, and Dokja was gifted 5,000 coins. Dokja looks at the screen, and he thinks that he is an incarnation that has another incarnation, even though he is not a constellation yet. He thinks that if he signs a contract with a constellation, then that constellation will also have Shin under their influence. Dokja thinks that the more incarnations he brings under his support, the more constellations that want to support him will rise. Joonghyuk looks at the screen, and he's excited that his channel is bursting with viewers. Dokja comes out of the building and says that it is time to cross the river. Han asks if that would be okay because they haven't found a bridge yet. Dokja says that they will swim across the river. There are numerous monsters in the river. Dokja jumps into the river with Shin and Han. Shin is holding a boulder, and Dokja is holding the rope tied to a boulder in his hand. Han wonders if he is sure that they are going to be all right. Dokja says that they will get out as soon as it becomes dangerous. Dokja tells Han to act as if they are in danger before the real danger strikes. Fanga is surprised to hear that Dokja thinks that way. Shin will be able to unleash her innate powers much faster, so he tells Han to make it look like they are in a dangerous situation. Dokja thinks that there's no way a regular girl can survive until the 5th scenario. She may look like a naive girl, but her character isn't that simple. From the moment they first met, she probably already scrutinized all of her options. Dokja tells Shin not to run because if she runs now, she'll never be able to go back. He tells her to do whatever she can. Shin says okay and closes her eyes. The system notifies that Shin has activated Advanced Interspecies Communications Level 3. Han shouts at Dokja because a monster is about to bite him. Dokja grabs his sword and the system notifies him that the Blade of Faith has been activated. Dokja cuts the monster and jumps on it. Shin is about to fall into the river, but Han catches her using her rope. Dokja thinks that this wouldn't be a problem if he used the Way of the Wind, but that won't make things dramatic enough. Dokja calls the monsters towards him, and they start attacking. Dokja and Shin shout at him. Dokja says that is good. She should be more anxious, more eager, and more desperate. A monster bites Dokja's leg, and Dokja is hurt. Shin starts remembering the moments she spent with Dokja and shouts no. The system notifies that Shin's attribute is nearing evolution, and she has entered a trance. Shin's eyes are shining bright as she starts hovering in the air. She is releasing a large amount of energy, and the system notifies that Shin has activated the skill Taming Level 7. All the monsters in the river start looking at Shin. There's a large hand behind her. Dokja thinks that she is the ruler of all monsters, the Beast Lord. Shin looks angry as she starts bleeding from her nose. After some time, Han and Dokja ride on a monster. Dokja thinks that he knew that she had potential, but not like this. Shin sits on the monster's head with her eyes closed. Dokja thinks that they are riding the Osaurus that Shin tamed, and it is so easy to cross the river like this. Dokja remembers that when he was fighting the monsters, a Tier 5 sea monster, Queen Merbud, appeared. Dokja thought he didn't expect to see the queen, and it was even bigger than the sea commander he had hunted. Shin starts walking towards Queen Merbud and taps its face with her hand. Shin wipes the blood from her nose and says that it is going to give them a ride. They are traveling on the other side of the river. Han told Dokja that if Shin became stronger now, then wouldn't Shin be even stronger in the future? Dokja said that they don't need to worry about that. Dokja thinks that he told Han that the catastrophe is Shin from the future, but if things go according to the novel, the next catastrophe is Shin from a future of a different round. Han asks if the catastrophe from the future would still be alive if Shin dies now. Dokja asks Han if she has heard about the disconnected film theory, and she says no. Dokja tells her that let's call Shin's life in their world a roll of film. If the Shin of their world is film number 1, there would be numerous other films in other realities. There could be films 2 or 41. Han says then there would be as many films as there are worlds. Dokja asks what if one of those films becomes disconnected and attached to the end of film number 1? And what if the latter half of film number 41 is spliced to the end of film number 1? Dokja asks what will happen when that film is played. Han says that the content of the film will change midway. She says that would mean that the two films can't affect one another. Dokja says yes, that is right. Han says let's say the current Shin is from film number 1, and Shin from film number 41 is the catastrophe. Since the two films exist independently of each other, nothing that happens to the Shin of their world can affect the catastrophe in any way. Dokja thinks that Han is very smart. Han tells Dokja that it still doesn't answer her question, and she asks Dokja if the catastrophe would still be present even if Shin died. Dokja asks, what if film number 1 is burned to ashes? The tape that's been spliced would burn too, and the Shin of the future will die if the Shin of the present dies, since the two worlds have been forcibly linked. But the future Shin won't be affected even if the Shin of the present changes. This is the paradox that is the core of the upcoming catastrophe. Han starts smiling and tells Dokja that he knows so much. She says that she has heard about parallel universes, but she hasn't heard anything about that before. Dokja starts smiling and thinks, of course she hasn't. It is a theory created by the author of TWSA. Dokja sees a signboard that says Youngin and says that it looks like they have arrived. They have crossed the river and Shin is waving goodbye to Queen Merbad. Dokja pats her on the head and says that she did great. He thinks that she is at an age where compliments can go a long way. Han starts smiling and thanks Shin for saving them. Dokja is startled to hear a noise and wonders if it is a monster. He sees that there is a giant mantis. They are shocked to see that, and Dokja grabs his sword. Someone is riding on the mantis. They look down and say that it is Dokja. Dokja, at night, Joonghyuk is hugging Dokja. Dokja asks how long it has been, and Dokja receives a text message from Dongwon Han, who says nice to see him again. Dokja says that it has been a while since they last saw each other and asks Han if it would hurt him to just speak to him. Han texts him again that he doesn't want to. Shin sees the kid hugging Dokja, and she also starts hugging Dokja and glares at the boy. The boy asks her what she wants. Shin tells Dokja that the boy is staring at her, and Joonghyuk asks Dokja who she is. Dokja thinks that, recognizes and he thinks that the Beast Lord and the Insect Master are so alike that he wonders if they will get along. Dokja asks the Insect Master if he hasn't run into Heewon yet. He replies no, but he thinks that he knows where she might be, and he has sent his bugs to look for her. Dokja thinks Heewon is in the north right now, and the north is where the King of the Wanderers is. Dokja thinks Heewon may have made contact with them. Dokja tells everyone that they should stay here for a while to maximize their skill level and get coins in their spare time. He tells everyone to get their stats as high as they can. Dokja asks S if she managed to get in contact with her family. S is surprised to hear that, and the system notifies that Han has used AA Internet Level 7. Fonga puts her hand on her mouth, and her hand is shaking as she holds the mobile. Dokja tells S to tell her family about their situation here. He tells her that once this scenario ends, the outer suburbs of Seoul won't be safe anymore. S asks what is going to happen. Dokja says that he doesn't know what will happen, so he tells them to get ready. This is the best she can do for them for now. Fonga asks what about his family. Dokja says that he is fine, his family's in Seoul, and she will be fine. The system notifies Dokja that someone has defeated the catastrophe of water in the north. Dokja thinks that 4 of the 5 catastrophes have been taken care of. The catastrophe from the flaming depths of hell in the south, the catastrophe of questions in the east, the catastrophe of ice in the west, and the catastrophe of water in the north. Now only the catastrophe of floods remains. There is a red meteorite near the river. Meanwhile, Heewon is training her sword skills with someone. She says that Jeon's techniques are amazing, and she says that this is enough for training. Ganuchi tells Heewon that her swordsmanship is just as impressive. He says that since she'll soon be getting a supporting constellation, he will be no match for her anymore. Heewon starts laughing and tells him to stop it. Ganuchi asks if she is sure that she doesn't want to join them at the Null Vague. He says that their king would be overjoyed if she did. Heewon says that she is sorry, but she has some friends waiting for her. Ganuchi says that he hopes they know how frantically she's looking for them. Heewon is sweating and says that they will. Heewon says that she has a feeling that they might be watching her right now. Dokja's shadow is startled to hear that and says that it is almost as if she's the omniscient reader between the two. He thinks that Heewon seems to be progressing without a hitch. Dokja sees that he is spinning. We, the Insect Master and Beast Lord, are preparing to step beside him. The Insect Master tells Shin to get away from Dokja. He is being nice. She tells him to make her, and he calls her a lousy mutt. Shin tells him, "Don't talk to her, bug boy." They both angrily stare at each other. The Insect Master tells Shin that Dokja doesn't like little kids like her. He knows who Dokja likes. Shin asks him who it is, and he says, "There's this girl." After some time, Dokja opened his eyes and wondered if it was a dream. Time flew and the sub-scenario, which seemed to go on forever, had finally come to an end. Shin asked the bug boy if he was hugging Dokja, and he asked, "So what?" Shin asks him if he is a Bia. Dokja says that he guessed that it wasn't a dream. The system displays that the sub-scenario survival activities difficulty is C+. Clear conditions are to survive in the ruined city for 10 days. He must eat 3 meals a day, sleep for 6 hours every night, pay a survival fee of 500 coins before going to sleep. If he fails to perform any of the 3 conditions, he will be met with a penalty. Duration is 10 days. There is no reward, and the penalty upon failure is death. This is a scenario where the coin event is applied. All monsters that appear during the scenario have a chance to drop coins when defeated. The system notifies that the sub-scenario survival activities have been completed. Suddenly, a Yu appears in the city. He is wearing a black suit and glasses. He says that he must have kept them all waiting and asks if they enjoyed their survival activities. At long last, the 5th scenario, which they have all been waiting for, will begin. He says that there was a little mix-up in the schedule, but he assures them that this scenario will be well worth their wait. Dokja is on the move. Dokja looks at the Yubei and thinks that he must have gotten an earful from his superiors. He looks like he has lost some weight. The Dokubi says that he sees that they have already defeated the catastrophes. Hats off to their efforts. But compared to the last catastrophe that they will go up against, the rest were mere CDs. Everyone is scared to hear that. The Dokubi says that depending on how they perform in this scenario, all that they have accomplished up to this point may turn out to be futile, and everything may even come to an end. But luckily for them, there are beings out there who pity the situation they are in. Numerous other Dokubi also appear in the sky. Dokja thinks that before the 5th scenario, one last event will occur. The Dokubi announces that they'll begin the 2nd support selection now. As he snaps his fingers, a screen appears in the sky, and it says Support Selection. It has 2 options. First, choose their supporting constellation, and then the chosen constellation will be their reliable support. Numerous stars are shining, and screens appear in front of everyone in the city. A person excitedly says that he is signing a contract too. Wei-Wan says to look over there. Shin tells Dokja that he looks like a Christmas tree, as numerous stars are shining bright above his head. The system notifies Dokja that the constellations who love the Korean peninsula demand that he keeps his end of the bargain. Dokja thinks that the number of stars that appear around one's head is equivalent to the number of constellations that want to become one's supporting constellations in the 2nd support selection. Dokja thinks that all these constellations are there because of the promise he made in Gakgamu in return for 10,000 subscribers. Dokja asks Dokubi if he did what he asked him to do. Dokubi is looking at a screen in front of him and replies to Dokja that he did. But why would he make such a promise? Current subscribers on the Bays channel are 9,781. The system notifies that the constellations who love the Korean peninsula are nervous about the number of subscribers. Dokja is also looking at the screen and thinks that the constellations which have been here since the last support selection are a prisoner of the Golden Headband, Asal, Black Flame Dragon, Secretive Plotter, Ko-Ae Ill Pill, and Bald Leader of the Peasants. Dokja thinks that he keeps rejecting them, but it can't be helped. Dokja thinks that Ko-Ae Ill Pill must be Sangong Ryu, and there is the great monk Saman. Dokja wonders why there is an Asal Black Flame Dragon here, and asks why he doesn't go after Xiong instead. There's also the Swords Master of Goro and Dionysus on the list. Dokja thinks that he doesn't remember all their nicknames, so there are a few that he doesn't recognize. Suddenly, Dokja is excited to see a name on the list and asks if this is for real. At the 49th place, there is a Scribe of Heaven. Dokja thinks that he is one of the most powerful constellations of the pure good alignment and even outranks all the other angels, including Uriel, and he is heaven's right-hand man, Archangel Metatron. Dokja looks at the screen and asks if he is there too. Dokja asks what sort of constellations are watching him right now, and the system notifies him that many constellations are wondering if Dokja will keep his promise. Dokja asks Dokkaebi how many are there now, and he replies that there are 9,812. The time limit remaining on the screen is 3 minutes until the support selection ends. The system notifies that Constellation Bald Leader of the Peasant Army is looking at Dokja anxiously, and he has gifted Dokja 200 points. Constellation SEO has gifted Dokja 300 coins, and the Great King Hu has gifted Dokja 400 coins. Dokja thinks that it is good that they have begun competing with the donations. Dokja thinks that he didn't ask for 10,000 subscribers just to get out of the situation. The system notifies Dokja that the Prisoner of the Golden Headband has gifted him 5,000 coins, and the Scribe of Heaven has gifted Dokja 30,000 coins. The Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband glares at the Constellation Scribe of Heaven. Dokja starts smiling and says that there is no reason for him not to make use of this situation to take in the coins. There's an announcement that 2 minutes are remaining until the support selection ends. Dokja asks Dokkaebi how many, and Dokkaebi replies that it is 9,984. Dokkaebi announces that 1 minute is remaining until the support selection ends. Dokja looks up and sees that the number of subscribers has reached 9,999 and only 5 seconds remain. The system notifies that many constellations are watching nervously. The time is finished, and the system notifies that the support selection has ended, and the number of subscribers on Dokkaebi's channel is 9,999. Dokja starts laughing and says that it is a bummer and that he was going to pick one of them as soon as it hit 10,000. The system notifies that many constellations are shouting in protest, and many constellations are wondering who Dokja was going to pick. Dokkaebi tells everyone that, to protect the privacy of the said incarnation, he can't disclose that information. Dokja says, "Good job, Beong." The system notifies them that a considerable number of constellations are in uproar. Bae tells them to calm down and says that it was a close one, but they didn't meet the 10,000 subscribers goal. In return for their show of support, he will hold a new event as a reward. The system notifies that many constellations are listening to what the Dokkaebi has to say. Dokkaebi says that this is what most of them are probably thinking right now. What is the point of letting an incarnation that he can't control run rampant? So here's his plan. This incarnation has refused yet again to pick a supporting constellation, so they should punish him. Dokja starts mocking everyone on the screen and pretends that he is scared. The system notifies that many constellations strongly agree with the Dokkaebi. Shin asks Dokja why he didn't pick a supporting constellation. Dokja replies that he didn't feel like it. He thinks that he almost went for it when he saw Metatron. Dokja tells Sa to take the children and hide. Sangha asks if he has a plan, and Dokja says, "Of course," and he tells Sa not to come out until he gives her the signal. The system notifies that a new bounty scenario has arrived. The name of the bounty scenario is Divine Punishment, and the category is Bounty. The difficulty is C. Clear conditions are to deliver brutal and ruthless death to the incarnation of Dr. Dokja. The more brutally he dies, the more coins they can earn. The time limit is 20 minutes, and the reward is 40,000 coins. A red skull appears above Dokja's head, and the system notifies him that he has become the target of a bounty scenario. Everyone is shocked to hear the reward of 40,000 coins. Everyone jumps to attack Dokja from all sides. A person shouts, "Don't let him get away. He's worth 40,000 coins." The system notifies that many constellations are pleased with the way the scenario is going, and Dokja starts running. Dokkaebi tells the constellations to please note that in this divine punishment event, they can apply various penalties to the incarnation of Chim by gifting him coins. The system notifies that a greedy constellation has applied the speed penalty on Dokja. Dokja slows down, and the system notifies that he has been gifted 500 coins. A person is about to attack Dokja and says that he got him, but Dokja swings his sword, cuts the person, and starts running again. The system notifies Dokja that a constellation that wants him to suffer has applied the attack penalty on him. Everyone is running after Dokja, and Dokja thinks that it is good and says this is for the better. The system notifies them that he has been gifted 500 coins. Dokkaebi asks Beong what he thinks he is. Dokkaebi Beong says that they are just having a little fun before the main event. All the other Cubists are jealous of Dokkaebi. Dokja thinks that Dokkaebi's subscribers count didn't reach 10,000 because the whole thing was rigged from the beginning. From the start, The maximum subscriber count of the Dokkaebi channel was 9,999. Byung messages Dokja if he thinks that they are going to be all right. He tells Dokja that if they get caught again, they will be charged for breaking the rules of plausibility. Dokja, avoiding the arrows, replies that is why they are holding this event as a distraction. Byung says that he didn't know that this would actually work. Dokja says he did because they used to do it all the time at the game company he used to work for. The system notifies Dokja that a constellation who wishes for his death has applied the defense penalty on him and that he has been gifted 500 coins. Dokja's arm is cut by a flying knife. The system notifies that a few constellations are saddened to see him in peril. A person says that he is headed towards the Han River, so there's nowhere to run. Dokja jumps into the river, and everyone wonders if he has lost his mind. The monsters are looking at Dokja, and the system notifies Dokja that many constellations have become ecstatic. The monsters are about to attack Dokja when the system notifies them that the personal skill bookmark has been activated. The first one is Delusional Demon and Dokja. The second one is Steel Blade Honen. The third one is Insider and Hoin. The fourth one is Lion, Inspiring. Dokja says that he will remove the slot number 3 character and replace him with Beast Tamer Yinshin. The system notifies that bookmark number 3 has been activated and Advanced Interspecies Communications Level 3 is activated. The duration of the bookmark skill will be based on his skill level, and the duration is 30 minutes. The system notifies Dokja that his understanding of the character has reached a significant level, so Dokja can choose to use a few of their skills on his own. The system notifies that Timing Level 9 has been activated. Dokja's eyes turn white as he undergoes the change. After a while, he looks at the monsters and says that he can feel the scent of the monsters and their emotions. He can also feel the circuitry of his brain synchronizing with theirs. Dokja starts bending from his nose and his eyes are shining bright. He summons Queen Murbad. It responds to his call, and after some time, Dokja is riding on the queen. Dokja asks if she can't go a bit slower. The queen submerges in the river, and Dokja is barely holding on. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is crackling at Dokja. Queen Murbad throws Dokja on the other side of the river, and Dokja starts coughing water. Outside, the system notifies that the personal skill bookmark has been deactivated. Dokja thinks that he can use the same skills but not as proficiently. Dokja thinks that she did let him off at his destination, which is the southwestern area of Yongsangu. The last catastrophe meteorite should be here at Knoll Island. Dokja looks back, and he is surprised to see that some people are following him. They also land on the island, and a person asks where he is. He is sure that he saw Dokja going this way. Dokja is hiding behind a tree, and he is concerned that they have followed him here already. He doesn't realize there are so many people who have learned to fly. Someone arrives there and tells everyone to get off the island, and she is still asking nicely. She is holding a sword in her hand. A person asks who the hell that young brat is, and she cuts off his arm. There's blood everywhere as he starts screaming. Another man says that she is the naval warfare god and asks what she is. Dokkaebi here tells everyone to run for it. After everyone is gone, she asks Dokja why he hasn't come out yet. She asks Dokja what the use of hiding is when he has the target mark on him. She can't tell if Dokja is dumb or smart. Dokja comes out with his hands in the air and asks if she's going to kill him too. She starts smiling and says that she wants to, but she can't because that might make her master sad. Dokja thinks that he would be sad if he didn't get to kill himself. She asks Dokja how he has been. Dokja says that he thought she went back to Tonggirls High, and he asks her what she is. Dokkaebi here replies that Master came to get her a while back, and she has no idea how he found her. Dokja looks at her and thinks that it looks like her stats have already neared the maximum value allowed for the scenario, and her Demon Slayer and Blade proficiency skills seem to have improved. Dokja wonders how everyone seems to power up when he's not with them. Dokja asks her if she is here with you, and she replies, "Didn't he come here knowing that?" She asks Dokja why he brought those dead weights with him, and he replies that he is hunting down the catastrophe. She tells Dokja that he doesn't have to fight the catastrophe, that's what Master said. Dokja is surprised to hear that. She said that her master told her that the final catastrophe wouldn't be dangerous at all if he is around, but he told her to stop whoever tried to come to the island. Dokja is shocked to hear that. Dokja starts running after hearing that and thinks that it can't be happening. While running, he sees some people trying to enter the island, and someone is trying to stop them from entering. He says that he is a lieutenant of Unit 652. The person who is trying to enter tries to punch the lieutenant, but he easily stops the punch and says that it is dangerous to rebel against the government. He picks up the person and throws him into the river. Everyone is scared to see that. The lieutenant asks if anyone else needs a lift. Everyone gets scared and decides to leave the island, thinking that he is a monster. The lieutenant thinks that he is tired and it feels like he is about to die, and he wonders where Dokja is. Some call his name from behind, and Hong turns around and sees that it is Dokja. He is excited to see Dokja and starts crying. Dokja tells him to keep his distance from him. Some people spot Dokja and say that the target is over there. Hong punches the ground and destroys it into pieces, saying he told them that this area is dangerous. The system notifies Dokja that the character Hong has used Stigma, Great Mountain Crush, level 5. Dokja looks at him and wonders what you did to him, that he became so strong in such a short time. Dokja thinks that you turned the army lieutenant into captain. Korea looks at Dokja with tears in his eyes. Dokja asks him where you is, and he replies that he is the first on the island. Dokja starts running again and tells him that he will be back soon, and then they will talk. Dokja thinks that he feels bad for him, but he doesn't have time to catch up with him. He has to hurry up and check up on you before it gets too late. After some time, Dokja reaches the meteorite and sees Poison Beauty standing there. She asks who he is. Dokja is trying to catch his breath when you appears from behind the meteorite and asks Dokja what he thinks he is. Dokkaby right now. You tells Dokja that he has a lot he doesn't know about someone who has a vision for the future. Dokja asks you if he feeds the scenario guide meteorite to the catastrophe. Dokja thinks that you is going to make the meteorite hatch prematurely, just as he expected. Dokja is angry. He asks you why he is trying to awaken the catastrophe so early. Dokja asks you if he has lost his mind, and you says that this catastrophe was an ally of his in his past life, so this catastrophe is safe. Dokja thinks that you is right. No wonder everything seemed to be going so smoothly for him this round. Dokja grabs his head and says that he had forgotten, since he helped him out a few times. Dokja thinks that you is an idiot who has to die hundreds of times to just barely reach the end. The system notifies that the catastrophe of floods is going to hatch. Dokja shouts at C to take you with her and get off this island, he tells her, adding that the catastrophe of floods is nothing like the previous scenarios. He says they need to band together and fight it. Suddenly, Yu appears from behind and strikes Dokja's neck with his fingers. He tells Dokja not to get in his way unless he wants to die. Dokja falls to his knees, thinking that Yu has struck his pressure points. Dokja tells Yu to listen to him and adds that the Shin he's awakening now isn't the Shin he knows. If he meets her, Dokja starts coughing, thinking that his voice isn't coming out. The Dokkaby says that the incarnations sure have a short temper. They are so eager to awaken the catastrophe when all the other planets have tried to avoid it. He tells them to get ready to greet the catastrophe. The meteorite starts cracking, and the system notifies that the catastrophe of floods is awakening, along with a new main scenario. Everyone is shocked as they look at their screens. The screen displays main scenario number 5, the catastrophe of floods. The difficulty is SS, and the clear conditions are to defeat the catastrophe of floods, Ying Shin. There is no time limit, and the reward is 100,000 coins. The penalty for failure is the destruction of the soul. Dokja is lying on the ground, and the system notifies him that the fourth wall has nullified his emotional shock. Dokja looks at the catastrophe as she emerges from the meteorite, covered in feathers. Some people reach the site and ask if that woman is the catastrophe. The catastrophe looks up and sees Yu standing in front of her. He says he has been waiting for her. She replies that the captain waiting for her means this must not be the first time they have met. Dokja thinks that Yu made it to the 46th scenario in his second round because he received valuable information from the flood catastrophe. Yu tells her that he needs her help. Shin asks the captain which round he is in right now. Yu asks why she is asking him that, and she replies that it is because she needs to know. Dokja thinks that he shouldn't say another word to her. He thinks she was cooperative and used the second round, but she's different this time around. Yu tells her it is his third round. Shin gets up and says that although she had given him information in the previous rounds, he failed. Yu tells her that is why he needs more information from her. Dokja remembers that Shin from the second round gave the information she had to Yu and ended her own life. That was her last act of kindness toward him. Shin is in shock, saying that it took thousands of years. She was sent to the past in his 41st round, according to his plan. She wandered through the labyrinth of worlds for thousands of years and returned to Earth in the past as a catastrophe. Shin asks Yu if he knows how excruciating it was and what hardships she faced just so that she could do his bidding. She says she endured 200 years for the sake of humanity and another 200 because she promised to protect their world. After that, she endured thinking of him and the others. She asks what the point of all that was. Yu tells her to quit her blabbering and just give him the information about the 41st round. Dokja, lying on the ground behind Yu, thinks that he shouldn't talk to her like that. Shin asks the captain what they were to him. She says that she has fulfilled her duty and even given him a chance, but he is still the same and always will be. Dokja gets up, holding his throat, trying his best to speak, but words aren't coming out of his mouth. Shin tells Yu that he will keep using people like tools and put her in the labyrinth of worlds again because of that petty sense of righteousness and that goal of his. She tells him that she missed him a lot, creating an energy ball in her hand. She says she despises him for living only for himself. She says there is only one thing she can tell him now. Shin tells the captain that he can't save anyone. This is where his third round ends and she attacks Yu with the blast. Dokja is running toward Yu and tells him to move. Dokja pushes Yu away, and the attack hits Dokja in the stomach, creating a large hole. Yu is shocked to see this as Dokja starts coughing blood. Yu grabs Dokja as he falls to his knees. Dokja thinks that this world has always been like this, a world where one can die for taking one wrong step. Now he realizes how lucky he has been. Dokja asks Yu if he can finish him off because he always wanted to kill him. He says he will give him 1 minute to do it, so please kill him. The system notifies them that the fourth wall has partially nullified his physical pain. Yu tells Dokja that it is not too late, and Dokja says that it is Yu, shouts at him and says that no, it isn't. Dokja thinks that he is missing the lower half of his intestines. He starts closing his eyes and thinks even Sewa wouldn't be able to fix him now. The system notifies Dokja that he has died, and his current karma points are 100 out of 100. The system notifies Dokja that he has enough karma points to use his special ability and skill, and the King of No Killing takes effect. The system notifies that the effect of the Immortal King has been delayed due to a conflicting skill, and the system notifies that his consciousness has been freed from the confines of his body due to death. The system notifies that level 3 of the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint has been activated automatically. Dokja's soul opens his eyes and he sees that he has died again. He thinks that this feeling is so disgusting. No matter how many times he experiences it, he thinks that it is a given since he died. Dokja decides to use a third-person observer viewpoint. Dokja thinks that he would prefer not to, but if he could get used to skills using the first-person main character's point of view, that would make it easier for them to fight the catastrophe. Dokja is shocked to see that Shin has started using her power and says, "Flood." A large portal opens up in the sky, and numerous monsters start appearing through the portal. Shin orders them to rip, tear, and destroy, and says now is the time of catastrophe. Dokja sees that there are even level 5, 6, and 7 monsters, and after considering small catastrophes, he thinks that this is the specialty of the legendary attribute Beast Lord. Everyone is running for their lives, and they wonder where these monsters came from. Dokja starts searching for Yu, and wonders if he managed to escape. Dokja sees that Yu is in the air, and he tells Shin that he will kill her, and attacks her using his sword. Dokja thinks that Yu has lost his mind and wonders why he didn't run away. There's a large blast due to Yu's attack, and there's dust everywhere. Dokja sees that Shin has her foot on Yu's sword, and asks if Yu can use the breaker already. She says that it is a high level too. She tells Yu that he should know more than anyone else, and that this won't be enough. Yu tells her that she will die in this round, and she says that perhaps in 10 years. Yu swings his sword and says that he will make sure of it. He looks furious. Shin says that it isn't like him to be so worked up. Something is off. She asks if he is indeed the captain that she knows, and she asks who that incarnation that died was. Dokja sees his corpse. Yu furiously starts attacking Shin. Shin kicks him, but Yu defends using his arm and attacks Shin. She dodges the blade, moving her head, and kicks Yu in his face. Shin lands on the ground and starts moving at a rapid pace towards Yu. She is about to attack Yu when he says that the incarnation she killed was his companion. Shin is shocked to hear that, and Dokja is surprised. Dokja thinks that Yu had never referred to Shin in the 41st round as his companion until the very end. Shin stops in her tracks and asks the captain what he just said, and asks if that man is his companion. Yu says that is right. Dokja thinks that Yu will kill him if he sees him resurrect. He thinks that Yu must have said that because of the coins he will earn. The system notifies that the constellation Naval Warfare God is touched by their camaraderie, and the constellation Bald Army General is tearing at the sight of their comradeship. He has been gifted 500 coins. Dokja thinks that Yu knew he would be paid if he said lines like that, bleeding profusely. Shin is still in shock and asks the captain how he could say such things. She rushes to punch Yu and asks how dare he say that to her face. Yu blocks the punch using his sword. Shin furiously starts throwing punches at him and asks why he is calling him his companion. Is it because he sacrificed himself for Yu? Dokja is shocked to see that the SSS grade sword, Skyshaker, is struggling. That sword is famous for its durability. Shin throws a kick at Yu and asks what about her Jihang and SWA. She asks Yu what about the people who fought for him, and what they were to him. Yu grabs his ribs and says that he doesn't know what she is talking about. He says that all he knows is this: she has killed his companion in this round, so she will die too. Dokja looks at Yu in disbelief, and Dokja thinks that he was touched by what Yu just said. He realizes that he was just a reader, and now he has become Yu's companion. The system notifies Dokja that certain effects of the fourth wall have been restricted due to increased immersion, and his proficiency in the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill has increased drastically because of this immersion. Shin starts shaking with anger and says that this is why he's hopeless. She says that it's too late for him to change like that, and she won't let him ever. Dokja thinks that he would love to watch Yu get beaten up more, but he needs to switch to the first-person main character's point of view soon. Dokja closes his eyes and switches to the first-person main character's point of view from the third-person observer's viewpoint. The system notifies that the viewpoint is changing to the first person. After some time, Dokja opens his eyes and the system notifies that the attempt to switch to the first-person main character's point of view has failed. Dokja asks why the system notified him that he had not met the requirements for switching perspectives. Dokja thinks that there are two conditions for using the first-person main character point of view. 1, he needs to be dead and in an out-of-body state, and 2, both the target and he need to be thinking about each other. Dokja thinks that the first condition has been met, so the second must be the problem. He thinks that there's no way Yu isn't thinking about him. He just said that he's going to avenge his death. Yu is furious as he tells Shin that he will kill her and make sure of it. Dokja thinks that it is possible that Yu's mind is blanking out right now due to his increased rage. Shin says that it is not acceptable. She was going to make it quick, but she has changed her mind. She says that she will kill everyone Yu knows in the most painful way possible and make sure that Yu sees everything. She orders her monsters to grab Yu and tie him up. Yu is trapped, and Dokja thinks that he needs to possess someone other than Yu, or someone who is thinking about him. Anyone will do. He needs to find someone who is thinking about him. Shin looks at Yu and wonders how he could, of all people, call someone his companion. But if he's being sincere, then maybe this round could be different. Some people are running towards Shin to kill her, and she cuts them in half in an instant. At the same time, Ji-hee comes from the woods and asks how dare she do that to Master. Shin starts smiling to see her. After some time, Ji-hee is kneeling on the ground as she is bleeding. Shin says that she almost forgot they were on a river and that naval warfare was her specialty. The river around the island and the ships are frozen. Shin tells Ji-hee that she still has to learn that a captain's place is on the ship. She asks Ji-hee, "What are you Dakabi in a place like this?" A Tier 5 SE King Beast King, M. Wood, appears in the river and starts freezing the river. Everyone starts swimming backward after seeing it. Back at the island, Yi asks Shin how she knows her name. She doesn't even know her, and Shin says that she has no idea how Yu's going to take advantage of her and then abandon her as she grabs her face. Ji-hee swings her sword, but Shin quickly moves back. Ji-hee asks how she is so fast. Shin tells her that she wants Yu to accept her more than anything, but she died during a naval battle. She asks if she knows what Yu said about her. Then Yu said that their naval warfare would be more difficult from now on. Shin tells Ji-hee not to worry, because that won't happen in this round. She will make sure to give her a painless death. Shin jumps towards her and smashes her head on the ground. Meanwhile, she smashes the ice in the river and destroys it into pieces. Numerous people come out of the river and say that it was close. They nearly froze to death. Shin arrives there and tells them that she knows he will be here, their trustworthy shield, who has saved her life many times. She asks if they know him. The tier monster, Heavy Metal King, is also standing behind Shin. Shin calls him a loyal dog and tells him that he hasn't changed a bit. The monster attacks, and he defends using his shield. Shin says that after saving so many lives, he defended Yu until his last moment and turned to ashes from the breath of the Ironblood dragon. He makes a strong punch, attacks the monster, and throws it far away. He is sweating. Shin asks if he knows what Yu said when he died. He said that he had lost a handy shield. He is surprised to hear that. Shin thinks that all of them need to experience the same pain as her and the things she has seen. She tells him that he doesn't understand what she is saying and tells him that he's not a follower of Yu. Shin is shocked to hear that and tells her that he is Jae Dokja's companion. Shin is speechless and thinks that something is not right. She rushes toward him, punches him in the stomach, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. She realizes that something is different about this round and wonders who Dokja is. Shin notices that everyone is attacking her and thinks that all these people should either be dead or following him by now. She questions whose orders they are following and asks where the ruler's throne is. As everyone closes in to kill her, she defends herself using a shield to block the arrows. The monsters start attacking the people to protect Shin. She notices the ground below her feet is frozen by ice breath, and she looks up to see Queen Merbad. Shin thinks that she knows it's on Earth, but wonders why it is attacking her. A voice comes from above, asking if she is the future. Her younger self is riding the queen, and she shouts at the catastrophe to bring Dokja back to life. The catastrophe Shin is shocked to see her younger self there. The catastrophe starts laughing, saying that she knew it. Other monsters begin attacking the queen, and Shin says, "This is more like it. Of course, you found Shin of this world." Shin falls from the queen, and the catastrophe claims she was trying to kill her, killing the young Shin. The catastrophe looks at the younger Shin and greets her with, "Hello," past her. Suddenly, Sa grabs her hand using her rope and tells Shin to run. The catastrophe looks at Sa and thinks that Olympus is here, and a Tier 6 monarch-level insect is attacking her from the sky. The insect master is riding on the mantis, ordering Titano to get her and asking what she did to Dokja. The catastrophe is surprised by this and wonders who Jim is. Titano is about to attack the catastrophe, but she uses her blast attack and kills it. The insect master falls to the ground and attacks the catastrophe using Antinous. The catastrophe is surprised, thinking that Antinous is the queen of the insects of Kronos that she has destroyed, and that this CD is controlling the queen as his minion. The catastrophe grabs Antinous by the throat and says she is impressed, telling the kid that he has some skill. She throws Antinous away and comments that he must have the potential of a lord. She grabs him by the throat, lifting him into the air and asks, "Who is Dokja?" She demands he tells her or prepare to die. Just then, cannon fire erupts, but she jumps into the air to avoid the attack. She thinks it's the cannon fire from the Ghost of Steed. At the same time, Ji and arrive, and the catastrophe thinks she's done enough damage to kill them both, wondering why they are still alive. She says it's so annoying and starts squeezing the boys' throats, threatening to ask them about Dokja. She says, "Good to Gilyoung." Suddenly her hand starts acting strangely, and the veins begin twitching. Her hand lets go of the boy, and Gilyoung falls to the ground. She wonders if she's been infected by a parasite. She thinks it's impossible. Guides can't fight against catastrophes, and it's only a Tier 5 parasite. She says she can't control her body. A voice calls to her, and Dokja's spirit is seen standing behind her. She puts her hand to her ear, wondering where the voice is coming from, asking, "Who are you?" The catastrophe puts her hands on her ears and shouts to get out of her head. She starts crying and asks why it feels like she misses him. She screams again, demanding, "Get out of my head!" Dokja is trying to possess the catastrophe. Shin looks at the catastrophe and wonders if it's Dokja. The system notifies Dokja that level 3 of the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint is activated. Dokja thinks that he wasn't planning to do this from the beginning. The system notifies Dokja that the person supporting the actor's point of view has been activated. Dokja wonders if he is seeing things from Shin's perspective. He had no idea that he could actually possess a catastrophe. Dokja can now see Shin tied up and wonders if this is because of his conversation with her. He thinks that it might be for the best, as it could be better for him to see what Shin is up to rather than you, since he's tied up. Dokja can hear Shin's thoughts. She says she can't accept this, asking what about her suffering and the years she lived. She asks what she will get in return for this round. She says that she will kill them all, every last one of them. Dokja thinks that, in the flood of her thoughts, he looked at the world through Shin's eyes, breathed through her nose, and killed people with her hands. He was Yusin Shin. The system notifies that the fourth wall is shaking violently. Ji asks the catastrophe where she thinks she's going and rushes to attack her. Dokja thinks that if the catastrophe attacks her directly, then Ji-hee will die. He says he needs to stop them. The catastrophe was about to attack Ji-hee, when Kei thinks that if he can control her body, he can stop her from attacking. The catastrophe attacks Ji-hee and smashes her skull on the ground. The system notifies Dokja that he has interfered in the character's actions through the first-person supporting actor's point of view. Dokja thinks that he's done it, so he grabs his head and she starts screaming. The system notifies Dokja that the fourth wall is shaking violently. Dokja says that it feels like his entire body is burning up. But even if it was a tiny change, he was able to make her lose a bit of power in attacking Ji-hee, and Ji-hee managed to survive because of that. The catastrophe screams, asking who he is. The system notifies Dokja that he has a high understanding of the character Shin. She grabs her hand and tells Dokja to get the hell out of her head. Shin runs towards the catastrophe and asks if Dokja is in there. She is about to grab the catastrophe's hand when suddenly lightning starts coming out of their contact. The catastrophe starts seeing the memories and thinks that this memory is of a young Shin. Dokja is holding both of their hands and says that their memories are being linked because of him. There's a lot of lightning. Dokja thinks that, according to the disconnected film theory, the two of them should be able to coexist but not share their history. But the theory only applies to the characters. Dokja wonders what if the two films that weren't supposed to be linked had been linked because of him, an outsider who isn't a character in the novel. The catastrophe rips her arm off and tells Dokja to get the hell out of her head. Dokja yells at her to stop, saying that he is beginning to feel what Shin is feeling right now. The catastrophe starts crying, and Dokja wonders what he should do. He thinks that if he can hold on a little longer, the catastrophe can collapse on its own. Dokja says that he may be acting out of character. The system notifies Dokja that conflicting skills have been resolved. The effects of the immortal king have resumed, his body is revived from death, and body regeneration is commencing. Dokja thinks that it feels as if he is going to regret it if he doesn't do this. The system notifies Dokja that a constellation that likes to change genders is disappointed in his decision. Dokja is revived from the dead, and the system notifies that his personal skill, the fourth wall, has nullified the shock of dying. Now preparing the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Level 3 reward. Dokja thinks that this time he revived where there were no people around. The system notifies that the Immortal King attribute has taken effect and that he has spent 100 karma points. His bodily wastes have been excreted and his physique has been enhanced. Dokja is naked. He sees that his clothes and items are still there. The system notifies Dokja that his stamina and mana have each increased to level 2 and his stats have exceeded the limit set for the scenario. Dokja is wearing his clothes when you calls him from behind. He is looking at Dokja in disbelief. Dokja thinks that he forgot that you was right there. He tells you not to say that he is going to kill him again because if he dies again, he will die for good. You start screaming at Dokja. Dokja brings out his sword and says that he will explain later. He kills the monsters and tells you to come with him because they haven't got much time. Dokja and you arrive where the catastrophe is. Everyone starts running towards them. Dokja sees that the catastrophe is on her knees, having lost a lot of blood. Dokja starts walking towards her and tells him that she's dangerous. Dokja tells him that he will be fine. The catastrophe looks up and sees Dokja standing there. She asks, "Who the hell are you?" Dokja thinks that they might be able to defeat the catastrophe of floods if all of them were to attack her now. The catastrophe says that because of him, everything is ruined. This never happened in the round she knew of. Dokja says, "Welcome. I've been waiting for you for a long time." She asks, "Just who are you?" And Dokja replies, "Someone who wants to build the same world as her." Sanga puts her hand on Dokja's shoulder. Dokja turns around and tells everyone that he won't kill the catastrophe, and she's shocked to hear that. Dokja says that he won't allow any objections, so he asks them all to go along with his decision. Jihee asks what he is saying and tells her that Dokja must have something in mind and tells Dokja that he will support his decision. The insect master says that he is fine with it if that's what Dokja wants. Ji says fine and says Dokja always does what he wants anyway. Shin starts crying. Dokja pats her on the head. The catastrophe asks Dokja if he is not going to kill her. She says, "Don't make me laugh," and asks who he thinks she is. The catastrophe says that the world of the 41st round, which she's from, is no more in the entire universe in all the timelines. The people she knew don't exist anymore. During all those years, she has suffered. She asks Dokja how she could forget all of that. She looks at you and is suddenly silent. Dokja thinks that to lose the world one lives in, and to lose the people one loves and having to live again in that world despite that, the only person in the world who understands her pain is the regressor, you. You gets up and says, "All regressors live out their lives in contempt of things that haven't happened yet. One kills someone because they will end up being a villain and kills someone because they will end up killing his friend. And sometimes one saves someone because they will be an ally." You says he knows none of that has happened yet. He also knows that they don't remember him and that they haven't done anything wrong, but he takes action believing that they will. He believes that they won't stray from the life they were destined to live, because to him, these are the things that are definitely going to happen. And if he denies that, he can't go on living. The catastrophe starts shouting at you, saying that it is all because of how he lived with her friends. Yu interrupts her and says that she should live as he does. Yu tells her that if she wants, he will be the object of her contempt. He tells her to carry on living with the goal of killing him in this round. The catastrophe is shocked to hear that. Yu turns around and starts walking. She tells him to wait. Dokja comes near her, gives her his hand, and tells her that now, this is her new round. The Dokkaebi appears in the sky and says that he is sorry, but he can't allow that. Dokja looks at the sky and starts smiling. He thinks that he knew it was about time he showed up. That damn mid-grade Dokkaebi. Dokja tells the Dokkaebi that they didn't break any rules of the scenario. He tells Dokja that they've got it all wrong and asks how they can keep a catastrophe alive because that's against the rules. He adjusts his glasses and says that their goal for the scenario is to defeat the catastrophe, and if they do not stay true to the scenario, then… Dokja interrupts the Dokkaebi and tells him not to worry, they will kill the catastrophe. The Dokkaebi is shocked to hear that. Ji-hee asks Dokja what he is saying because earlier he said that he wouldn't kill the catastrophe. Dokja says they'll kill her, but not right now. Dokja says that he clearly remembers that this scenario didn't have a time limit, so it is up to them to decide when they will kill the catastrophe. The Dokkaebi is shocked to hear that. Dokja thinks that there aren't many instances where the characters go against the scenario in TWSA, especially when the line between good and evil is blurred like right now. The constellations of the purely good and pure evil alignments are bound to subscribe. They like to decide who is good and who is evil based on their wins. And this scenario is not a sub-scenario, but a main scenario. Even a mid-level Ubai won't be able to make changes to its conditions. Dokja tells the Ubai to quit pushing them. He thinks the constellations love it when something like this happens, and the system notifies that the constellation scribe of heaven is watching him with interest. The Ubai adjusts his glasses and says that he can't let that happen. Dokja asks him if he is going to meddle in the scenario again, and if he forgot what happened when he did that last time. Dokja thinks that he has been disciplined once already for Dokkaebi just by being. Dokja asks, "What do you think you're doing, Dokkaebi?" Dokja replies, "You should get ready," and tells Beong that he is counting on him if things go out of hand. Beong asks why him. Dokja replies that if he dies, then he will take Beong with him, so don't forget that. Beong is anxious as he is sweating. The Dokkaebi is angry and says that it is interesting, but it won't go according to his plan. Not all incarnations in the Soul Dome would want the same thing as him. A screen appears and the system notifies that a new sub-scenario has arrived. It says Sub-Scenario, Catastrophe of Floods. The category is Sub, the difficulty is SS. Clear conditions are to defeat the catastrophe of floods using Shin. There is no time limit and no penalty for failure, and the reward is 2 times the reward of the main scenario. The Dokkaebi says that starting now, the bounty on the catastrophe of floods will be doubled. Everyone is shocked to see their screens. Dokja thinks that he's going to get his way using a sub-scenario that he can create as he wants. Now the reward is 200,000 coins, which is twice the original amount. Dokja is sure that there will be people willing to risk their lives to get that reward. Dokja is alert for an incoming attack when a voice says, "Don't dare move if you value your lives, or you will die like a moth to a flame." Dokja looks in that direction and sees that there is the King of Beauty, Jianmin, and the Maitreya King, and the Neutral King, Eloan. Everyone freezes after that warning. The system notifies that Naval Warfare God is proud of the incarnations of the Korean Peninsula. The Dokkaebi says, "How disappointing. He didn't know that the incarnations of the Soul Dome would be a bunch of cowards. Everyone is protecting the catastrophe, and she is shocked to see that." Dokja asks the Dokkaebi why he hasn't given it up already. He asks if he thinks that they have done enough to satisfy them. The Dokkaebi starts laughing and asks if Dokja has been thinking that far ahead already. He says that Dokja is an amazing showman, just like Gok told him. He says that Dokja is right. Violence isn't all there is to entertainment. Dokja thinks that he has been trying to win the favor of the constellations, saving the catastrophe. He used words that would avoid stream censorship and tried his best to make them sympathetic towards the catastrophe. He has made them root for his rebellion and made them pity the situation they are in. All of this was so that he could change the direction in which this scenario was headed. Dokja thinks that in the world of Starstream, the only miraculous time the goal of the scenario changes is when the majority of the constellations who are watching the scenario want it to change. Dokja asks the Dokkaebi why he doesn't hurry up and decide. Either give them the reward or carry on with the 5th scenario. He says there aren't any problems in starting the 6th scenario, even if the fifth one hasn't ended yet. The Dokkaebi says that the incarnation of Dokja is the most intelligent and dangerous incarnation he knows, but this time his intelligence will be his downfall. Dokja is surprised to hear that and asks what he means. The Dokkaebi says, "All right then, constellations." The system notifies that a mid-grade Dokkaebi has intervened in the scenario. The Dokkaebi starts smirking, and the system notifies that control over the catastrophe of floods, Ying Xin, has been transferred to the mid-grade Ubai according to the scenario contract. Dokja looks at her and sees that she is screaming as she is being chained. Dokja shouts at the Dokkaebi to hold on and asks what he is. The Dokkaebi says to fulfill the contract, the cogwheel of scenarios. The system notifies that the character's personality has been forced to change, and a tornado appears out of nowhere. Everyone is trying to brace themselves. Dokja thinks that the scenario enforcement is the power to control the fate of all the parts that make up the scenario, but it is hardly used since it violates the rule of plausibility too much. It being in place means that the majority of the constellations have agreed to the plausibility of this change in direction. The system notifies that many constellations are ecstatic with the way the scenario is going. Many constellations dislike the drama that Dokja created, and the character Yusun Shin's alignment has been fixed to evil. Dokja looks at the Dokkaebi and wonders why the constellations have turned their backs on him. The Dokkaebi is worried and tells Dokja that he is sorry. He tried to persuade them, but it doesn't go as well because Dokja's reputation is way worse than he expected. Dokja looks at the screen and thinks that all the messages he has been seeing seem favorable. Baki calls Dokja an arrogant incarnation and asks if he thinks he can control the constellations that easily. He tells Dokja that humans have the tendency to only believe what they want to believe. Dokja is shocked to look at the negative comments on the screen. It says some constellations are laughing at his decision, a few have retracted their support for him, and most constellations are dubious of his intent. Dokja thinks that he made a mistake. Not all constellations send messages in the chat. Dokja wonders how he could forget that. He thinks that he tricked the constellations using a cheap trick and canceled the special event. The smarter constellations would have already noticed that Dokkaebi's channel had a maximum capacity of 9,999. They just played along to see where he was going with the scenario. They won't fall for his tricks anymore. Dokja thinks that he has underestimated the constellations. The Dokkaebi says that it seems like this is the end of his luck, the incarnation of Dokja. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is watching him with sympathetic eyes, and the constellations of the Korean peninsula are looking at Dokja with pity. The monster gate opens again. Dokja thinks that this is how it is going to be, and the catastrophe starts screaming. Yu pulls out his sword and starts moving towards Shin. Dokja tells him to wait. Yu says that Dokja has failed and rushes to kill Shin, but Dokja jumps in between them. He tells Yu not to harm the kid, and if he harms her, then he will never forgive him. Yu tells Dokja that there is no other way, and Dokja replies that there is. They will give the constellations the scenario that they want to see. Yu asks what he means, and Dokja replies that they can defeat the catastrophe. The catastrophe starts attacking Yehi. She asks why she is coming after her first. The catastrophe thinks that she thought there was hope, if only for a brief moment, but of course, this place was hopeless as well. She attacks Yehi, and there's a huge blast. The catastrophe is surprised to see that Dokja stopped her attack. The system notifies Dokja that he has experienced a personal supporting actor's point of view, so he can now obtain the skill of the supporting actor he was immersed in. Dokja protects Yehi, and the system notifies Dokja that he has obtained the personal skill, Sentiment of the Beast King. Dokja's eyes are yellow in color, and he starts coughing blood. The system notifies Dokja that the personal skill Sentiment of the Beast King level 3 has been activated. Dokja looks like Shin. Yu looks at Dokja and tells him that he stole her skill, but that won't be enough. Dokja says that he knows and tells Yu to cover him. The system notifies that most constellations are excited by what Dokja just said, and most constellations want to see an action-packed fight. Dokja thinks that if this is what they want, then he will act it out for them as much as they like. He starts rushing toward the catastrophe and says that he will stop her. Dokja activates the personal skill bookmark, and the character bookmark has also been activated. The system displays the list of available bookmarks. Dokja is about to attack the catastrophe when she tells him to go ahead and kill her. Dokja says it's the price he will pay for failing to change the scenario. He says that he will remove delusional demon Andan Dokja from slot number 1 and add Judge of Evil Hui Wang. Dokja attacks the catastrophe. The system notifies Dokja that the duration of the bookmark skill will be determined based on his skill level, and the skill duration is 30 minutes. The system notifies Dokja that his understanding of the character has reached a significant level, so he can choose to make one of their skills his own. There's a scale above Dokja's head, and the system notifies that the skill judgment level 5 has been activated. The constellation scribe of heaven is flustered. Shin looks at the scale and steps backward. The system notifies Dokja that the constellations of the pure good alignment are stirred up by the skill he used. Dokja thinks that he is sure that they're surprised he used this skill, even though he wasn't chosen as a judge, but he will have no choice but to allow him to use the skill, because the thing in front of him is clearly evil. The system notifies that the constellations of the pure good alignment agree with the use of the skill. A voice comes out of nowhere, and it says to punish EV repeatedly. He is shook to hear that voice, and Dokjak's sword starts burning. Dokja wonders if this is what Heewon felt during those times she fought for him. Dokja swings his sword and cuts Shin. Dokja thinks that the time of judgment was a skill used by the Valkyries during the Holy War. Therefore, the user of this skill receives the protection of the archangels and never loses as long as the target is evil. Dokja cuts her shoulder, and a lot of blood starts pouring out. Dokja's eyes are red as they start exchanging blows. Dokja swings his sword again at her, but she jumps in the air to avoid the slash. Shin calls her monster squad for help, and numerous monsters start running toward Dokja. Dokja is frustrated and thinks that the more evil she becomes, the stronger Shin gets. He thinks that even if the time of judgment is overpowered, he won't be able to do this alone. He shouts at everyone to attack the monsters that are coming through the monster gate while he deals with the catastrophe. Everyone launches their attack, so starts running toward Dokja and says that she will keep the catastrophe at bay, and Ji-hee says that she will handle the covering fire. Yu tells Dokja that she must have made a deal with the devil to cross over to their world. Dokja looks at Yu and wonders if he has used resuscitation. Dokja thinks that, just as Yu had guessed, Shin's soul had been pawned to a demon, and that demon had given her soul away to the Dowie. Dokja asks Yu how many more minutes, and he replies 30. He asks, what about him? Dokja says, same here. Let's go. Dokja and Yu start rushing toward the catastrophe, and the Dokka-bi starts laughing and says that it is getting interesting now. This is what they call a scenario. There's an intense battle going on, and the system notifies that many constellations are going wild over the action-packed battle, with many constellations unable to take their eyes off the fight. The catastrophe inhales a deep breath and attacks them using the breath of the Beast King. Dokja defends himself using his coat, and Yu jumps in the air and attacks the catastrophe. They both start exchanging blows. The catastrophe uses her blast, and Yu uses his sword. Their attacks collide with each other, and there is a huge blast. The catastrophe uses her blast again, and this time Dokja stops the attack using his coat again. He tells the catastrophe to go wild and attack him. The catastrophe tells him to protect his round and stop her. The system notifies Dokja that a few constellations who dislike him have now taken an interest in him. Dokja thinks that they can run their mouths all they want until the day he comes to pluck out their tongues. The system notifies that the constellations, the scribe of heaven and the prisoner of the golden headband, are watching him, and the constellations of war are paying attention to his bravery. Everyone is busy fighting the monsters, and Yu slashes the catastrophe. She kicks him in the head, and Dokja appears from behind Yu and cuts off her arm. The system notifies Dokja that the constellations of war are praising his willpower. Dokja is shocked to see that she furiously attacks them, using a huge blast. The system notifies Dokja that 30 seconds remain until the effects of the bookmark wear off. Everyone is shocked to see the impact of the blast. When the dust settles down, Dokja and Yu are fallen on the ground. They are both tired and in pain. The catastrophe tells them that they are no match for her and asks how they will ever stop her. Dokja tells her not to worry, that the person who will stop her will be here soon. At the same time, there's a blast, and someone is standing on a monster. She tells Dokja that she is sorry for being late. She says that basically, she knows what is going on. Her supporting constellations kept chatting away on her way here, and she tells Dokja to leave everything to her and take a little rest. Heewon arrives there with her group and says that she will end this damn scenario for them. Dokja looks at Heewon and thinks that she managed to get here in time, and says that she's the last card he has left to play. Heewon asks Dokja what he is so worried about. She runs her hand on the sword and it starts burning. Dokja is surprised to see that and thinks that it is Heewon's supporting constellation. He knows that stigma too well. It is the blistering white flame that punishes the evil Dokjas, and it is known to be on par with the prisoner of the golden headband stigma. It is one of the most powerful stigmas in the world of TWSA. The system notifies that Heewon has activated the stigma in Flames of Hell Level 1. The catastrophe thinks that this is what Dokja has been waiting for. The system notifies that the constellation SC Tribe of Heaven remains silent, and the constellation Asselblack, Flame Dragon, is displaying hostility towards Heewon. The catastrophe thinks that Archangel Uriel will be a worthy opponent. The system notifies that the constellation Demonic Judge of Fire is watching the battle with sad eyes. The battle begins and the catastrophe attacks using her last breath. Heewon swings her sword and attacks using burning white flames. Both attacks collide, and the buildings are destroyed by the impact. The system notifies that most constellations are excited by the plot he has woven, and he has been gifted 15,000 coins. An intense battle is going on between Heewon and Shin. Shin jumps in the air and attacks using a kick. The system notifies that the constellation of the Korean Peninsula looks at him with pity, and the constellation's secretive plotter is taking note of the decision he made. Dokja is carrying Yu on his shoulder when there is a huge blast, and they see that Heewon stabs the catastrophe in the stomach, and she falls to her knees. Heewon is standing tall after the battle. The catastrophe wonders if she is going to die now. The system notifies that the personal skill, the fourth wall, is shaking. Dokja thinks that a beast lord usually doesn't die from a wound like that, but she was up against flames of hell that eradicate all evil. The system notifies that level 2 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is now in continuous effect due to increased immersion. Dokja starts walking toward the catastrophe. She tells him that she is glad to come to this round and that she's glad that she did what the captain told her to do. She thinks that it pains her that she has to die like this. Dokja tells her that now she will be able to die without worries, and some things might even change this time around. The catastrophe tells Dokja that she doesn't want to die. The catastrophe asks the Dokkaebi if it is okay that she went on a little dramatic rant since she is about to die now and said that they have put on an excellent scenario. The Dokkaebi is speechless. The system notifies that a few constellations are in agreement and some constellations are voicing their dissatisfaction. Yu comes near her and asks if she is leaving. The catastrophe starts smiling and says she guesses so. Yu tells her that she doesn't hate him enough. Dokja wonders why Yu is acting like a total prick up to the end. The catastrophe is thinking that there's something she desperately wants to hear from Yu. Yu says that he wants to ask her something, and she asks what it is. She wishes that she could hear it, even if it is just once. Yu asks her who is the demon that helped her cross between worlds. She is surprised to hear his question and starts smiling. She says that to the end, Captain is so predictable and thinks that Yu has not changed at all. Yu asks her to tell him his name. She thinks that is the reason why she looks up to him. Shin asks if he has heard of the Demon of the Horizon. Yu replies that he knows that name. She tells him that he will see him too if he is lucky. Shin tells Yu that he shouldn't try to fight the demon because he will never be able to defeat it, no matter how hard he tries. Shin and Yu look at each other and talk to each other without saying a single thing. She says, "Goodbye, Captain." Yu says that she did well, and she says that she will leave the rest to him. Yu tells her to rest now and promises that he will avenge her. Dokja thinks that they don't need to speak the words out loud. They already know each other so well. The catastrophe looks at young Shin and says that she is pretty. She thinks that she's jealous. The system notifies that the demonic judge of fire closes her eyes, and the constellation prisoner of the golden headband lets out a sigh. Dokja starts walking towards the catastrophe and sits down in front of her. He places his hand on her shoulder, and suddenly his eyes turn yellow. The catastrophe is surprised to see that and asks if he is sure and says, "But why?" The catastrophe turns to dust in front of everyone's eyes. Shin clenches his fist and looks up in the sky. Shin has tears in her eyes as she asks Dokja if she is indeed dead and if there isn't a way to change this. Everyone has tears in their eyes. Jihee looks at them and asks why they are all crying. She says that they are going to make her cry too. Yu is staring at the Dokkaebi in the air. Dokkaebi tells the mid-grade Dokkaebi to end the scenario. He looks furious, and Byung tells him that if he doesn't do it, then Byung will do it himself. The system notifies that the 5th main scenario has come to an end, and the rewards are being calculated. The sun starts rising, and everyone takes a deep breath and starts to rest. Shin looks at the mid-grade Dokkaebi and says that she will kill him with her own hands, and Dokja tells her to wait. Suddenly, there's lightning in the air. Dokja looks at the sky and sees some unknown creatures appear. He thinks that they are the Dokkaebi enforcers. The Dokkaebi Paul is speechless to see them. He gets trapped in a spell and asks, "What is the meaning of this?" The enforcer tells mid-grade Dokkaebi Paul that he is under arrest for violating the rules of the Starstream. Dokkaebi Paul is furious to hear that. The enforcers tell the Dokkaebi that he can choose to remain silent on the scenario he was in charge of, and he will lose all rights to handle the main scenario. He will also be demoted to a low-grade Dokkaebi, and all the achievements he has earned so far will be annulled. That will be his punishment. The Dokkaebi is angry. He tells them to hold on a second, asks what they mean by demotion, and asks them to tell him what he did wrong first. Dokja and Shin are listening to their conversation. The Dokkaebi Paul tells the enforcers that he believes he ended the scenario perfectly and tells them to look at the constellations. They are all having fun, and he says that he has not broken any rules of plausibility. He enforced the scenario under the agreement of the constellations. The enforcer interrupts Paul and says that this is the problem with streamers. All they think about is constellations. Paul is shocked to hear that not all Dokkaebi respect the constellations. Enforcers are ex-constellations who have fallen out of grace for unavoidable reasons and were transformed into Dokkaebi. The enforcers tell Paul that scenario enforcement can only be used when the constellations are willing to share the responsibility of breaking the rule of plausibility. Paul shouts that he knows that it's because of the dangers of the aftermath that come from breaking plausibility. But as long as the constellations are satisfied, the enforcer interrupts Paul again and tells him to look at himself. Paul sees that he is tied and asks why he is under the effect of the aftermath of breaking plausibility. The enforcer tells Paul that he had the chance to end the scenario without resorting to scenario enforcement, and it was a refreshing turn of events. He asks Paul why did he put a stop to it. Because of his meddling, the Soldu's administration is under emergency. Paul is furious. He says that he used scenario enforcement under the agreement of the constellations. He asks the constellations if they did not agree that he should use the enforcement. Paul is shocked to look at the screen. The enforcer tells Paul that he is such a fool and asks if he realizes that the constellations have left already. Dokkaebi looks at the screen and thinks that many constellations who incited Paul to kill Dokja. Dokja left the channel as soon as the plot started to turn into a tearjerker, and 1/3 of them left his channel too. The constellations which are in support of Dokja remain in the channel. The system notifies that the constellation Demonic Judge of Fire is glaring at Paul. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is smirking at Paul, and the constellation Secretive Plotter is mocking Dokkaebi Paul. Paul says that he has been set up and screams that this can't be happening. He points at Dokkaebi and tells the enforcers to arrest him too. Paul says that he has proof that his channel broke the rules of the Starstream. The enforcer tells Paul that of course he will go with him and says that Byung had called them here after all. Paul is surprised to hear that and asks Dokkaebi what he is. Dokkaebi waves at Paul. The enforcer tells Paul that he has already been punished twice, and this is his 3rd time, so he should be well aware of the punishment that awaits him. Paul starts screaming and says that this doesn't make any sense. He asks if they think his superior will allow this. Paul says that they are making a mistake if they take him now. Dokja tells them to wait, and the enforcers turn around and ask Dokja if he is talking to them just now. Dokja messages Byung to give him 100,000 coins and upgrade him to a platinum member of the Dokkaebi shop. Dokkaebi asks what. Dokja tells him to just do it. Dokkaebi is busy on the screen. The enforcer asks Dokja why he calls them. Dokja tells them that he wants to use a private meeting with Dokkaebi. They are surprised to hear that, and Dokja is told that it is reserved for platinum members or above. Suddenly, a platinum screen appears in front of Dokja. The enforcers ask how an incarnation could be a platinum member, and Dokja asks them if he qualifies for that now. The enforcer asks which Dokkaebi he would like a private meeting with at the platinum level. He can choose any mid to high-grade Dokkaebi. Dokja interrupts them and says that there's no need for that. Dokja tells them that they have the one he wants to speak with. Paul is surprised to hear that. Dokja tells the enforcers that he would like a private meeting with the mid-grade Dokkaebi Paul. The enforcers are surprised to hear that. They start smirking and tell Dokja that they will permit the private meeting with prisoner Paul. The system notifies Dokja that his private meeting with Dokkaebi Paul will begin now. They are both teleported in a circle. The enforcer tells Dokja that he has 20 minutes. Paul asks Dokja what scheme he is trying to pull now and asks if he is trying to mock him. Dokja tells Paul that he knows he is defenseless right now. Paul starts smiling and says that he knows what Dokja wants from him. He tells Dokja that he wants to avenge the death of the catastrophe. Paul tells Dokja to go on and kill him. He says that he doesn't know how Dokja learned about private meetings, but they can't kill each other while they are here, no matter how hard he tries. Suddenly, Dokja punches Paul. He hits the circle and starts bending from his face. Paul is furious and asks Dokja how dare he. Dokja tells Paul that he can't kill him, but he can still beat him up. Dokja tells Paul that he is sure he has never been beaten like this before as a Dokkaebi, and he has never felt pain like this before. Paul tells Dokja that he is making a big mistake. There are special rules set in place for people like him who exploit private meetings. The system notifies Dokja that he has harmed a Dokkaebi in the private meeting space, so 500 coins have been deducted as a penalty. Paul tells Dokja to go on, foolish human, and take his best shot with the little coins he has as an incarnation. Dokja asks Paul just how many coins he thinks he has right now and how a regular incarnation could become a platinum member. Paul is scared to hear that. Dokja starts smiling and tells Paul that he has a lot of coins he earned. Thanks to him, the system notifies him that the coins in his possession are 205,902. Dokja thinks that this is the first of the promises he has to keep. Dokja remembers that he promised the catastrophe Shin that he was going to beat that damn Dokkaebi to a pulp. Dokja starts kicking the Kai Paul, and the system notifies them that 500 coins have been deducted as a penalty. Paul tells him to stop and says that this is utterly pointless, Dokkaebi. This won't bring back his dead friend. Paul tells Dokja that he exists outside of the scenarios and says that he can't earn any coins, Dokkaebi. There's nothing to gain from this. Dokja says there he goes, going on about that damn coin again. Dokja says that he is Dokkaebi because he has nothing to gain from this. Dokja tells Paul that he only thinks about gains and losses, but humans find the purpose of life in pointless things like this. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is excited by the plot twist that has never been seen before, and he has been gifted 500 coins. Dokja looks at the screen and says that he is not putting on a show this time. The system notifies that Dokja has returned the 500 coins he was gifted. The system notifies that the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is flustered, and secretive plotter is intrigued by his actions. Dokja grabs Paul by the collar and lifts him into the air. Paul starts begging for his life and says, "Please spare him." The system notifies that the constellation, demonic judge of fire, is touched by his actions. Dokja tells Paul that he better answer his questions if he wants to live, and he asks where Shin's soul is right now. After some time, the circle starts disappearing, and the system notifies that the private meeting with Dokkaebi Paul has ended. Paul is beaten to a pulp. Dokja, the enforcer, starts laughing and says that it looks as though he has already been through a lot even before his punishment begins. Dokja comes back to the ground and puts his hand on Shin's head. He messages Dokkaebi and asks if he bribed the enforcers. Dokkaebi replies, "Of course," but tells Dokja that he has spent too many coins just now. Dokja replies that he still had a lot left. Dokja looks up and thinks that just as he expected, the demons handed the Dokkaebi Beast Lord Shin, and the contract fell into the hands of the demons during that transaction. Dokja remembers his private conversation with Paul in the circle. Paul tells Dokja that he doesn't know where her soul is. He tells Dokja that because he borrowed the power of the archangels, their contract with the demons was nullified. Paul starts laughing and tells Dokja that he will never be able to find her because her poor soul has now entered the labyrinth of the world. The enforcers are taking Paul back through a portal. The system notifies Dokja that the calculation of the additional rewards has been delayed due to a scenario error. Dokkaebi looks back and messages Dokja that he won't be able to contact him while visiting the administration, passing through the portal. He glares at Dokja and says that he will leave the channel open, so try not to cause any trouble while he's gone. Dokja thinks that is good news. Now there isn't anyone who will object to what he's about to do next. The portal disappears into the sky. Dokja looks at S and asks her if she could summon the lover of the abandoned labyrinth. Dokja thinks that before Shin died, he promised her a few things. Using the skill, Sentiment of the Beast King, he told her not to worry and that she wouldn't die. She asked what he meant, and Dokja told her that he would help her so that she could be revived. He has done it twice already, and it's not as bad as she thinks. He doesn't know how long it will take, but as long as she doesn't give up, he promised that he will bring her back to life. Shin started crying. Dokja wonders if Shin's soul has entered the labyrinth of worlds, then it will be impossible to bring her back to life. He thinks that there's still a chance he could retrieve her soul. No matter what world a soul comes from, all souls pass through the afterlife when leaving this world. And the constellation involved with the afterlife, with whom he can strike a deal, is Olympus. Sangha is currently summoning Olympus. Dokja looks at her and says he wants to make a deal with Olympus, so he wants a meeting with the king of the underworld. Dokja thinks that it is time for him to keep his second promise. S opens her eyes after some time, and she looks sad. Dokja asks her if she could tell him what her supporting constellation told her. Dokja wonders what harsh things they have said for her to look this sad. Sangha replies that she told her that the father of the rich knight isn't someone she can call upon, and Dokja thinks that is the nickname for one of the big three of Olympus, Hades, the king of the underworld. Dokja thinks that Aradni is only a historical constellation, so Hades must be too high of a rank for her to call upon. Asks Dokja if that is even possible. Dokja thinks that she must have realized that he is trying to revive Shin. Dokja thinks that it is impossible to revive someone who died in principle. If one could do that without any penalties, then you wouldn't have needed to regress every time you died. Dokja tells S that he is sorry, but he can't tell her anything else for now. He thinks that he can't reveal his plans while the constellations are watching, and many constellations hate him in this scenario. Dokja thinks that he has already made his move. He just needs to wait for them to take the bait. A Dakabi appears in the sky. He looks nervous as he is sweating and shaking. He says that his name is Yongi, and he will be taking over the reward calculation. Dakabi Yongi says that he will now calculate the additional rewards for the fifth scenario. He tells everyone that he just gave them the most common healing potion used in the star stream. The system notifies them that they have received Elaine Forest Essence. Yi tells everyone that even if they are seriously wounded, they will be able to heal themselves by drinking this and going to SP, so they must use it where they can be sure that it is safe. Everyone is holding the potion in their hands. Dokja thinks that he has never seen such a polite Dokabi. It is almost unnerving. Yongi says that the additional rewards given to major contributors will be handled later tonight. Good job and good luck in the next scenario, he adds. At night, the system notifies that the additional rewards given to major contributors of the fifth scenario will be a B-grade skill, and the major contributors are Dokja, Heewon, and Yu. Dokja is looking at the screen, and the screen displays that Dokja can choose to accept the B-grade skill, My Detection, as his reward. Dokja thinks that he had a hard time until now because he didn't have a lie detection skill. He clicks on yes, and the system notifies him that a lie detection skill has been added to his skill list. Heewon is also looking at her screen, wondering what she should pick. Dokja asks Jihee if she knows where you went, and Jihee says that he went somewhere with Sewa. Jihee starts smiling and tells Dokja that she doesn't think they're in the kind of relationship he presumes them to be in. Dokja looks at his screen and thinks that Yu was never a romantic protagonist. He knows that they were a couple in the second scenario, but can't remember if they were in the third round or not. The system notifies that the sixth scenario will begin in 4 days. Dokja is surprised to see that and says that you must have gone to collect new skills and items. Jihee tells Dokja that she remembers her master told her to deliver a message to him earlier. Jihee grabs her sword and tells Dokja that their contract period is over. Dokja is scared to hear that. Dokja remembers that he told you to swear that he wouldn't kill him until the end of the fifth scenario, and he won't help him if he can't guarantee that you promised that he wouldn't kill Dokja, but he would get him back for hitting him. Dokja is so scared that the color drains from his face. Dokja says that they did agree in the contract that you wouldn't kill him, and he wonders if you let him live all this time because of that. Jihee asks what this contract is about anyway. Dokja is depressed. Heewon waves at Dokja and calls him to her side. Dokja is surprised to see the drinks and asks where she found them. Heewon is proud of herself and says that she found them over there, so she helped herself. She tells Dokja that they should have a drink to celebrate the occasion. After some time, they start a bonfire and are drinking the drinks Hong found. Dokja tells everyone a good job. They really did an amazing job. Jihee starts drinking from the can and tells Dokja that he was so cool today when he beat up Dokabi earlier that he looked a little cooler than Master. Heewon says that Jihee is right. He was amazing. Heewon says that she felt good watching Dokja, and Sa starts smiling and tells Dokja that he did well too. Dokja starts smiling and thinks that everything didn't go as planned, but they managed to protect Seoul, and Seoul won't be in any more danger at least until a few more scenarios have been completed. Everyone is drinking and telling each other their stories. Sa is lying on the ground and says that she can't drink anymore. Jihee is drinking and talking in her SP. Dokja looks at everyone spinning and thinks that he didn't know they were such lightweights. He thinks that Gi didn't have much to drink. Dokja looks at Sa and sees that she looks sad. He is shocked to see that she drank 4 bottles. Sa tells Dokja that she is a heavy drinker. Dokja remembers that he has never seen her drunk at company gatherings. Sei says that is because she can't afford to get a drink like that. Dokja thinks that she did have a lot of men at work who tried to take advantage of her getting her drunk. Sa starts smiling, and she looks at Dokja and asks that she should be fine today. right? Dokja clears his throat and thinks that this is kind of awkward. Lightning strikes the cups and their drinks spill on the ground. Dokja looks at the spilled drink and thinks that he knows it. It's a good thing that he didn't drink tonight. Certain symbols start forming on the alcohol on the ground. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation, god of alcohol and ecstasy, wants to speak to him. Dokja thinks that Olympus has taken the bait. Dokja and Se are looking at the symbols on the ground. The system notifies them that the constellation god of alcohol and ecstasy is humming a tune. Dokja thinks that the god of alcohol and ecstasy, the only god to use that nickname in Olympus, is Deus, one of the 12 Greek pantheons. Dokja and Sa are shocked to see that the alcohol is pointing toward the bottles. Sa thinks that he is telling them to drink some more. Dokja grabs the bottle and says that they should start drinking. Then he tells Sa that she shouldn't drink too much because one of them has to be sober. They strike their cups and start drinking. After some time, Sa looks at the bottles and the sign is still there. The alcohol is pointing at the bottles. Sa says that it looks like he wants them to drink some more, so they start drinking again. Sa tells Dokja that it is good to have someone to drink with. She is starting to get a little lonely. Sa moves a little closer to Dokja. He realizes that their shoulders are touching. Dokja realizes that she is sitting closer to him than before. Sa calls him, and Dokja says yes, and she starts leaning towards Dokja to kiss him. Dokja thinks that something is not right. There's no way something this beautiful would happen to him. At the same time, the system notifies Dokja that the personal skill, fourth wall, has made him a little sober. Dokja sees that he is indeed about to kiss Sa. Dokja grabs Sa by the shoulders and starts shaking her. He tells her to get a hold of herself. He thinks that he is right. Something like this would never happen to him, and there's no way someone as thorough as Sa would do something like that. Sa comes to her senses and starts blushing. She asks what she was doing just now. Dokja asks her, why don't they stop playing and start discussing things? The alcohol starts flowing again, and something is written on the ground. The system notifies that the personal skill, Otherworld Interpreter Level 2, has been activated. Dokja can now easily read the writing of alcohol on the ground. It says that he spoiled all the fun. Suddenly, there are clouds in the sky, and lightning appears. Dokja thinks that the Great Hall has started reacting. The god of the Otherworld must have sensed Taoist's presence. It may just be letters, but he addressed them directly. His guess is that it is because he's one of the 12 gods of Olympus. Only the top constellations can directly communicate with this world without using an incarnation or the Dakabi as a medium. It is quite taxing on plausibility too. That's why most constellations deliver their message through indirect means. Dokja starts speaking and asks if he is that confident, then why doesn't he appear before them? The alcohol symbols change on the ground, and it says that he hates those damn tentacles. Dokja thinks that he won't admit that he is not powerful enough to fight them, so starts reading the writing too. It says he can't be bothered to fight them, and they will all be dead if he comes there. Dokja thinks that it is true that Seoul will be in ruins when someone on his level makes an appearance. The writing changes shape again. Now it says that is how his father killed his mother. Sangha asks what he means, and Dokja replies that he must be referring to the legend behind his birth. From what he knows, Dionysus was born between Zeus and Princess Semele of Thebes. Hera was jealous of Zeus and Semele, so she disguised herself as Semele's nanny and told her the following. Zeus might be an imposter, so she should ask him to show her what he looks like in Olympus. Having fallen for Hera's trick, Semele asks Zeus to show his true self and gets burned to death by the rays of light emitted by Zeus's true form. Sa says that is a little different from what she knows. She tells Dokja that his mother isn't the princess of Thebes. From what she has heard, Dokja thinks that he knew Sa was smart, but she is so well read too. As she said, there are two legends behind Dionysus's birth. One is where his mother is the princess Semele of Thebes, and the other is the version in which his mother is Pani, wife of Hades. The symbols change their shape again, and it says that they know quite a lot about him. Dokja says that he is curious about which one of the two is the true story. Dee asks if it is that important to him. Dokja says that it is, and he needs the story to be the latter version. Dokja thinks that the reason he went along with Hewan and started a party was so he could lure out Dionysus. He thinks that if Dionysus is indeed the son of Pani, then it is highly possible that he is able to communicate with Pani, wife of Hades. The alcohol changes shape again. Dionysus calls Dokja an insolent human and says that he likes rude humans. Dokja thinks that he knows of someone who is as reckless as him, and he was very good with the lyre, but things didn't end well for him either. Dokja says that it will be different for him. Dionysus tells Dokja that he can open the gates of the underworld for him. The father of the rich knight doesn't like him, but the goddess of the underworld will grant his request. He tells Dokja that it is very dangerous there, and he can't guarantee that he will make it back alive. Dokja says that it is fine. The alcohol changes shape again, and Dionysus says that it is good and that he also likes desperate humans. He tells Dokja to remember that he will only have 12 hours. If he doesn't return, he will never be able to go to the scenario he resides in. Suddenly, Dokja starts feeling dizzy. He realizes this is why Dionysus wanted to get them drunk. As he starts to fall to the ground, he tells S to wake up the others. Dokja passes out as S starts running toward him. The system notifies that a new hidden scenario has arrived, and the constellation, god of alcohol and ecstasy, is guiding Dokja's soul. Dionysus says that he hopes the father of the rich knight takes a liking to him. The system notifies Dokja that his consciousness has been freed from his body due to death. A voice asks who that is, and another voice says that it's interesting that a spirit of an incarnation has entered the realm of the constellations. Another voice adds that he will regret it. Dokja thinks that they are too loud and wonders if they could be from Olympus. The system notifies Dokja that the personal skill fourth wall has been activated in full force. Dokja is unconscious and wearing different clothes. The system notifies that he has entered the underworld as the spirit of a living man. Dokja wakes up and thinks that his head hurts. The system notifies him that the judge of the underworld has noticed his presence. Dokja struggles to get up, thinking that his body feels too heavy. He wonders if he has ended up in the river of the underworld that Hades rules over, Acheron. He speculates that Charon, the boatman of the underworld, must be waiting for him. At that moment, someone throws mud at Dokja's face and tells him to get up. Another person asks if he is new here, as they have never seen him around before. A muscular person grabs Dokja by the collar and says that he doesn't seem to be injured or anything. He tells the others to search him, thinking that he might have brought something with him. The muscular person tells the other man to be careful. Seeing how Dokja ended up here, he could be pretty dangerous. He asks if the other person heard about the lunatic who passed through a few days ago. The person replies that the lunatic was just one in a million. Dokja realizes that this place is full of souls and concludes that it must be the underworld. He asks the others what they are, but one of the people asks if he is ignoring him. Dokja grabs his hand and throws him to the ground. The person is lying on the ground, holding his hand, and asks how Dokja is so strong. Dokja checks his scenario window, which says, Hidden Scenario, a stroll through the underworld. The category is hidden, the difficulty is a plus, and the clear condition is to find a way back to the realm of the living and avoid being caught by the judges. The time limit is 12 hours, and the reward is 10,000 coins. The penalty for failure is that Dokja will be forced to become a citizen of the underworld. Dokja wonders why he is here and thinks he should have ended up at the banks of Acheron. The person on the ground asks Dokja how he dared to do this to him. He says that he was once the hyena of the final night. Dokja thinks that the man is a nobody because he has never heard of him. Someone approaches and asks if something fun is happening, calling the others stray dogs. He says that he will join the fun since he is tired of building that robot all day. Everyone runs away, calling him the lunatic. The person with white hair asks Dokja what he is doing here, as a dokabi. Dokja wonders who he is and why he is acting as if he knows him. The person lifts his hair and asks Dokja if he really forgot him. Dokja is shocked to see him and thinks that it is Neiman. Neiman tells Dokja not to be like that, as they are both dead now. He asks Dokja who it was that killed him. Some time passes, and Dokja is working with everyone when he sees a monster. He realizes that it is Hell Nun, and that he is in Tartarus, the hell of the underworld. Hell Nun tells him that he can relax a little, and that he will be fine if he stays away from the monster. Dokja thinks he must have ended up in Tartarus, but Nun says that it is only a tier 4 monster. There are much greater ones in the levels below. Nun laughs and asks how it feels to have ended up in hell. Dokja wonders if there is anyone else down here besides him. Nun replies that he is the only one from the subway who ended up here. Dokja continues searching for a familiar face, but doesn't see anyone like Mong, the catastrophe of questions, or Minab's song, the humanoid demon. Nun says he doesn't know of anyone else. Dokja thinks that Hades' underworld is just one of many afterlives, and they must be in a different one. Dokja asks Nun if he has seen a young woman who passed recently. He describes her as having white hair, a ponytail, and being quite pretty. Nun says he understands now, and asks if Dokja died trying to save a girl. Dokja gets angry and asks again if Nun has seen her. Nun says that he hasn't seen her, and that it's too bad he didn't get to see his girlfriend. Dokja guesses that Shin's spirit hasn't come here yet. She may not have crossed Acheron, just as her spirit is from a different world. She will be exiled from this world in due time, and he must find her spirit before that happens. Dokja asks Nun what he is doing as a Dokkaebi, and he replies that he's building a thing. Nun points in the direction of a large robot and asks if Dokja sees it. Dokja thinks it is a Titan soldier and wonders if Hades is preparing for a Gigantomachia. He also thinks that Hades must be different from other Olympian gods, who just sit around. Nun grabs Dokja's hand and tells him to follow him quickly because the overseers are coming. Dokja looks toward two monsters with sharp teeth and sees that Nun is serious. Nun tells Dokja that he has been working at a certain place and asks him to pretend to be hammering something. Dokja must work extra hard as he is new here. After some time, the overseers begin their rounds, checking the progress of work. Nun tells Dokja that the overseers are there, so he should pick up the hammer and start pretending to work. Dokja looks at Nun and asks why he is looking at him like that. Dokja didn't think about anything when he saw Nun. Nun asks if Dokja is scared of him and worried that he might try to get revenge. Dokja is nervous and thinks that Nun is even more of a psychopath than in the novel. He is definitely scared. Nun tells Dokja there's no need for that. Since they're both dead, he has changed a lot since he got here and has done a lot of self-reflection. He even thanks Dokja for killing him. Dokja asks why, and Nun explains that they are fed on time, given a roof over their heads, and their parents are not here to nag at them. Though it's a little hot, this place is the best, and they get to build miniature robots when they're bored. Dokja thinks that the Titan soldiers are robots, but he doesn't realize that Nun is playing with the metal ore of the underworld. Nun tells Dokja that it's all thanks to him, and he is grateful. Dokja thinks that Nun has a few screws loose. The system notifies Dokja that Nun has taken a liking to him. Suddenly, an announcement comes for all the slaves on the first floor. The overseers stand on a stage and inform everyone that they will conduct a random inspection. Nun tells Dokja that they inspect them all the time because the overseers have nothing better to do. The overseers announce that an intruder has entered the underworld. It was reported that a living spirit had crossed Acheron. If the Great Death finds out about this, terrible things will happen to everyone. The inspection is a formality, so the slaves should not be anxious and remain where they are. Dokja is worried and thinks that things are progressing faster than he expected. Nun says that the overseers are a bunch of idiots. Even if a living person came here, they would never come to Tartarus because there's no escaping from here. He looks at Dokja, who is lost in his thoughts, and asks if the overseers were talking about him. Dokja replies that they were. Nun tells Dokja that he is indeed the master of manipulation, asking how he could pretend to be dead all this time. Dokja asks if there's any place he can hide. Nun asks where he could hide in a damn prison. He tells Dokja to go hide in the robot if he's that desperate. Dokja asks if the robot is finished, and he replies that it has not yet been completed. Dokja thinks that if it had been completed, he would have ridden that thing to defeat Cerberus and head straight for Hayes' place. Naman asks if he is going to hide in that robot. Dokja replies no and thinks that thing is nearly a living organism, so he might end up being digested if he goes inside. Nun says that is good because he will die right away if he goes inside the robot. Dokja says he thought Nun turned over a new leaf, but he replies only for people who are dead, like him. Nun starts grinning and says it was nice seeing him, but it's too bad that he will die soon, so he will be nice to him then. Dokja is worried and thinks that he also visited the underworld near the end of the novel. He closes his eyes and wonders what he did then. The system notifies Dokja that his memory of the novel has been elaborated due to his attributes. Dokja remembers that he defeated the overseers and told them to go tell the king of the underworld that he would be taking Pluto, the Titan soldier. He told everyone to get lost unless they wanted to die. Dokja opens his eyes, grabs his hair, and thinks that Psychopath Yu challenged the judges of Hades head-on. He thinks that is only possible because Yu is a regret. He doesn't have that much power, and he is not even a regressor. Suddenly, Dokja realizes something and says, "Hold on." He asks why he can't do what Yu did and why he shouldn't get caught. The judges might obliterate him for Hei's sake. Dokja stands up. The observers look at him and ask who he is. Dokja says that he is the person they are looking for. One of them instantly grabs Dokja's neck from behind and starts freezing him. Dokja says that it looks like they are about to obliterate him into non-existence, but he suggests they think again. If they kill him now, they will end up losing in Gigant Maki for sure. The observers start looking at each other while Dokja's neck is frozen. Dokja tells them to go and tell the father of the rich knight that he knows of a way to complete that Titan soldier. Dokja thinks that he can feel the cold seeping through his bones, and it feels like his heart is about to freeze. After some time, the overseers take Dokja to Hades. As they walk past Cerberus, they look at Dokja and start growling. Dokja looks back at Noon and tells him to have fun in hell. He is shocked to see Dokja leave. After some time, they climb some stairs and Dokja looks around. The overseers tell Dokja that he will get lost if he's not careful. Dokja messages Beong and asks if he is there. Adokabi replies that he is. Dokja recognizes the voice and says that it is not Beong and asks if he is a new Ubai. He replies, "Hello, sir. I am Yongi, a low-grade Dokabi." Yongi tells him that Dokabi is tending to business at the administration, so he is here to fill in. Dokja asks if he is not going to do his job, and he says sorry. Dokja tells him that the scenario has been updated and asks why he isn't keeping him updated. Yongi asks Dokja how one updates a scenario. Dokja is disappointed to hear that and asks what kind of a you asks an incarnation that question. Yongi tells him that Beong told him to ask him if he comes across anything he doesn't know. Dokja grabs his head and wonders what Beong has gotten him into. Yongi tells Dokja to hold on and he will go and ask another Dokabi. Yongi says that he is sorry to ask Dokja about this, but could he display his message backlog? He tells Dokja that this is his first time working as a dispatcher. Suddenly, Dokja starts receiving a lot of messages. He looks at the screen and sees that Dionysus is overjoyed. His suffering, the constellation prisoner of the golden headband, is excited. His adventure, the demonic judge of fire, is praying that he may come back to his comrades safely. And the secretive plotter is curious to find how he'll escape. The system notifies Dokja that he has been gifted 12,000 coins. Dokja wonders if he got 12,000 coins just for showing them Hayes Palace. He says, well, if one thinks about it, he is basically broadcasting private property where cameras aren't allowed. The overseers tell Dokja that they have arrived. There's a large dokari open in front of Dokja. He steps inside and feels a burst of lightning. Dokja is surprised to hear a voice. It's interesting. It has been a while since someone set foot in here alive, and he has brought some unwanted guests with him. Dokja sees a dining table there and wonders if it is a banquet hall. He can't see clearly because it is too dark, but since they are in Hades' palace and a woman is speaking to him from where the lady of the house is supposed to be seated, suddenly the dokari is closed behind Dokja and he is startled. The voice says that today is going to be a special day and the candles start burning. Dokja says that it is an honor to be in the presence of the queen of the darkest spring. Dokja remembers that she is the wife of Hades and the queen of the underworld, Pani. Pani tells him that he knows her name and he has great manners for an incarnation. Dokja says that he is flattered. Pani says what is more interesting is that he doesn't seem to be shaken despite hearing her true voice. Dokja thinks that is true. He doesn't feel anything. He thinks that Pani is a constellation that is at least above the rank of a fable, and to think that just a few days ago, he had trouble hearing his own voice. The system notifies Dokja that the personal skill, fourth wall, has been activated in full force. Dokja thinks that he has never seen that before. Maybe it is because he is meeting a being on a whole other level that his subconscious is perceiving this experience as unreal. Pani tells Dokja to sit. Dokja sits on a chair across the table from her and asks her a question if she doesn't mind. She tells him to go on. Dokja asks if that is her true form, and she replies, "Of course not. This is her symbolic form. A mere human such as yourself would not be able to withstand her true form." Dokja is looking at her, and she says, "Perhaps Dokja is not into older women." Dokja says that is not the problem and thinks that she has assumed the form of the old lady he couldn't save in the first scenario. Pani is smiling and says that if she is making him uncomfortable, then she can assume a different form. Suddenly, Dokja is surprised to see that she changed her form, and now she looks like a beautiful young lady wearing a black dress. Dokja is shocked to see her as Pani is smiling. Dokja turns his head and looks away. He tells her that the old lady is fine. He wonders if she has to turn into someone wearing that dress. She tells Dokja that since they don't have much time, let's get straight to business. Dokja asks, what about the king of the underworld? She says that the king is displeased with his sudden visit today, so she thinks that it is best if he talks to her today. Dokja thinks that there's no way one of the three major gods of Olympus would talk to some incarnation. She tells Dokja that Darius has told her everything, but it wouldn't hurt to hear what he wants in his own words. Dokja tells Pani that he wants to revive someone's soul, and he is ready to make any deal. She picks up a knife and a fork and says that they remind her of her past. She starts slicing the meat and tells him that souls don't exist in this world. Dokja says that would make Plato and Aristotle turn in their graves. She is about to take a bite of the meat and tells Dokja that those two wouldn't be in their graves because they became constellations. Dokja tells her that he is not here to exchange jokes. Pani says neither is she. She tells him that there's no such thing as a soul. She says that it is just an illusion created by man who so desperately wants to believe in their continued existence. Dokja asks, then what about the people of the underworld? She shows Dokja a piece of meat on the fork and says that they are like this. Panya eats the piece of meat and tells him that it is premium beef. She tells him to try some of it, but Dokja replies no. Panya asks Dokja if he is going to decline her offer. Dokja says that he is sorry, but he must. Dokja thinks that he is sure that it is delicious. TWSA describes how delicious it is over 12 pages. And at the very end, until his current round ends, Yu regrets having eaten the food, because whoever eats the food of the underworld can never go back to the world of the living. Panya smirks and tells Dokja that life in the underworld isn't as bad as he thinks. He can visit the living realm freely as long as he has the permission of the king. It would be like being in a private military. Dokja tells her that's great, but the time he served in the military was the worst he could ever think about. Panay is surprised and says that men in his country always say they should have just stayed in the army, so she thought it was a big deal. She must have been mistaken. Dokja wonders how a goddess of a foreign country knows so much about Korean men. She tells him that he will be treated better than he could ever imagine. Dokja says that the executive officer who wanted him to become a sergeant said something like that too. Panya says that she bet he didn't offer him a steak. For example, the steak he has before him will immediately make him a sword master. Dokja looks at the steak and thinks that one could only become a sword master after years and years of arduous training in other dimensions, Pani adds, and tells Dokja that the past over there will make him an archmage who can reign over countries. The soup will make him an SSS grade hunter. She asks Dokja if he is still not going to eat them. Dokja picks up the fork and knife and thinks that if he takes a bite of this steak, he will become even more powerful than you in an instant. Dokja starts seeing someone's memories and quickly drops the fork and knife on the table. Pani tells him that this little piece of meat is what humans believe to be their souls. Dokja says that it must be the memories of someone who used to be a swordmaster. She starts smiling and tells Dokja that it is their story, and that it is the dish that constellations love the most, those who devour stories and are story fanatics. Dokja is angry and thinks that this is the true nature of the beings they call constellations. Pani tells Dokja that death is like an ending to a story. Just as a slaughtered cow can't be revived, dead people can't come back to life because their story is ended. Dokja says that he knows that there are exceptions. Pani says that it is all lies. There are no exceptions. Dokja asks if she can swear on the sticks, and she is surprised to hear that. Dokja thinks that the Greek gods swear on the sticks when they make a vow. Even Zeus is not exempt from this rule. Pani tells him that the soul he is referring to is just a miserable pile of stories, and he replies yes, and that pile of stories is what he wants. Pani tells him that whoever looks back in the underworld is bound to regret it. She tells him that he needs to learn to cope with something that has already passed. Dokja says, "My queen, time doesn't just move forward." He thinks that she would know that, so she puts down her fork and glares at Dokja. Dokja thinks that he can feel the chill running all the way through his soul. He asks how she can deny the existence of the soul when he can feel it. Pani starts laughing and says, "This is fun." She tells Dokja that he is indeed a singularity, as the children of Olympus told her, and she looks at Dokja with her yellow eyes. Dokja thinks that her smile has changed, and he could end up dying if he makes the slightest mistake. He tells her that he has seen the Titan soldiers that are being built in Tartarus. If she agrees to make a deal with him, then he could have them built much quicker. Pani says that she is not interested. It is true that Gigant Maki is important, but they'll have no problem completing the Titan soldiers in time. Dokja is disappointed to hear that, and thinks that he thought this trick would definitely work. Pani tells Dokja that there's one thing she wants, and if he tells her how he knows all of that, then she might be able to help him. Dokja says that he can't do that, to be honest, and he doesn't even think that he can explain it properly. Pani looks at Dokja and says, "Just as I thought." At the same time, notifications start appearing. The system notifies that the constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband can't believe what they are hearing. The demonic judge is surprised. The scribe of heaven criticizes the queen's indiscretion, and the constellation Secretive Plotter begins to ponder. Pani tells them all to be quiet since they're all guests here. Dokja asks what she just said. Pani is looking at a screen and says that it is nothing. Dokja is in shock. He thinks that, although he can't pronounce it, what she just said was filtered to him. He thinks that all information that is pertinent to an unknown scenario is filtered, but that doesn't apply to those who already have that information. Dokja wonders what is going on. There's still some information he doesn't know about when he read TWSA in its eternity. Pani looks at the screen and tells Dokja that she is sorry to say that her hospitality ends here. The underworld has no reason to make a deal with him. They have other means of obtaining his information. She puts her finger on Dokja's face and says that she has been holding herself back, but he looks rather appetizing. She pushes Dokja onto the chair and grabs his face. Dokja asks what the consequences will be for her harming an incarnation who is partaking in a scenario. Pani is frustrated and says he really doesn't know what he is up against. She asks if he thinks that she wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath of breaking something like the rule of plausibility. Dokja says that the constellations who are watching him won't let her do that. She asks, "What makes you think that the king of the underworld would fear such insignificant beings?" Suddenly the system notifies that the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, firmly grabs his staff in a taunting motion. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, unleashes their mighty sword with a cold gaze, and the secretive plotter is egging everyone on excitedly. Pani becomes furious and asks if they want to taste the might of the underworld. She's releasing a dangerous dark energy, and there's a loud roar and lightning in the sky. Dokja thinks that he is about to get caught in the middle of their fight if he doesn't do anything. Dokja tells Pani that she told him she likes stories, and he tells her to make a new deal. The system notifies that the constellation, secretive plotter, is listening carefully to what he is about to say. Dokja tells Pani that if she helps him, then he will show her the most entertaining story in the world, a story to make that steak she had look like junk food in comparison. If Pani tells him that his labor will be to bring her the severed head of a serpent, Dokja asks if she means the serpent with many heads, the Tier 2 monster Hydra. She replies that she is not talking about Hydra. People would think that he is imitating Hercules if he does that. She tells Dokja that the serpent he must kill is elsewhere. Dokja tells her that he can't go too far since he is in the middle of the scenario. Pani tells him not to worry. He will find the serpent at his destination. She snaps her fingers, and a screen appears in front of Dokja. He thinks this is how she keeps tabs on them. Dokja looks at the screen and wonders if that is the state of the sixth scenario. Dokja notices someone on the screen and thinks they are Xiong and Pildo. Xiong tells the old man to chop down some trees and make a shelter for them. Pildo replies that he is in real estate, not property development. Dokja wonders what is going on because the sixth scenario couldn't have started just yet. Pani says that it may be difficult, but anything less wouldn't deserve to be called labor. Dokja tells her that he will do it and leaves. Pani is sitting at the dining table and tells her servant to clear the table. These dishes taste so bad. At the same time, a voice asks her why she did that. Pani looks up and asks if it isn't her introverted darling husband. Hades says that he asked her a question. She replies that this is what he wanted. Hades says that he never asked for this. Pani tells Hades that he rarely shows any interest in incarnations, but she thought he took a liking to Dokja. Hades asks what made her think that, and she replies that he didn't kill him the moment he set foot in the underworld. Hades is silent. Pani tells Hades that he always envied Zeus, who has Hercules, so she took the initiative to get him what he wants. She looks at her hand and says that she was rather surprised there were constellations out there with powers that surpassed hers, and think that they are all chasing after a mere incarnation. Hades says that the omen of the later days is imminent. Pani asks if the later days will come soon, and Hades says probably. Pani asks if he will remain by her side when they do. Hades hugs her from behind, and Pani looks at the screen and says that she can't wait to see what story that incarnation could show her. Dokja and the overseers arrive at the location. They tell Dokja to follow that path, and it's probably best that he keeps looking for what is ahead. Dokja turns around and asks what that means, but they are already gone. Dokja thinks that, in the legend of Horus, he was told not to look behind him on his way back to the living realm. He starts climbing the stairs and sees that there is no light ahead. Dokja thinks that it is so dark he just needs to keep walking forward. He wonders what will happen if he looks behind. Suddenly there's a spark, and writing appears in front of him. It says that he is afraid of what may be behind him. That poor CD felt the same but never forgot that he must know what lies behind in order to know what lies ahead. It looks like he needs a little motivation. Dokja thinks that the judge told him something similar, but he has no idea what that means. The writing appears again and says, "Fine. She can't bring her to him since he is still near the entrance of the labyrinth that connects the different worlds." Sim is surprised to see that a spark appears in front of him. A voice comes from the spark and says, "Mr. Kim?" Dokja is politely trying to hold the spark and thinks that time flows differently here, where different worlds connect. Many years might have already passed for Shin. Shin asks if she can call him master too. Dokja tells her that she is older than him. Dokja thinks that her memories must be affected. The young Shin, the spark starts hovering around Dokja. Dokja says that he is sorry that he can't save her right now. She tells Dokja not to worry, her story is now. Dokja interrupts her and says that it hasn't ended yet. Dokja says that she can't end her story here, not when she has suffered for all those years. He won't let it. She tells him that she only got to know him through the memories she had in this world. She asks why he is being so nice to her when he doesn't know anything about her. Dokja looks sad, and Shin says that it feels strange. She definitely doesn't know him, but he makes her feel understood when she's with him, almost as if she's in the presence of a god. Shin tells Dokja to save her, and Dokja says that he will. Dokja thinks that he knows and understands what Pani means. He touches the spark and says that this is what's behind him and also what he should be heading towards. But the spark disappears in the air. Dokja looks up and wonders if this is how you feel. You must continually travel back to the past because that's the only way you can move forward. Pania's voice tells Dokja that she managed to bring her here temporarily with her powers, but he must hurry. There isn't much time left if he wishes to save her. She tells Dokja to remember that people are the sum of their stories. Dokja sees a Dokjar ahead, and light is coming through that Dokjar. Pani tells him that when he finds Shin again, there's no telling how much a story she'll have left in her. Dokja walks through the Dokjar. After some time, Dokja wakes up and sees Shin calling his name. He sits up and sees that it is morning, and he is back. The system notifies Dokja that the hidden scenario of Queen of the Underworld has been completed, and he has received 15,000 coins as a reward for completing the hidden scenario. Dokja looks at the screen and thinks that the new Ube seems to have done his job right. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation, the god of alcohol and ecstasy, congratulates him on his safe return. And he offers to make up with Dokja, and the system notifies Dokja that he has been gifted 7,942 coins. Dokja thinks that he is quite annoying. If only Dionysus hadn't put him inside Tartarus, he wouldn't have gone through all that. The system notifies Dokja that he has one new hidden scenario, serpent hunting. The category is hidden, the difficulty is S, and the clear condition is to hunt down the target in the area where the 6th main scenario is held. The time limit is until the end of the main scenario. The reward will be 880,000 coins and the trust of the Queen of the Underworld. The penalty for failure is that he will be banned from entering the Underworld. Dokja thinks that it is the labor given to him, and as expected, it is in the form of a sub-scenario. He thinks he has a hunch about what the serpent in the next scenario is going to be. The system notifies Dokja that he will be notified via a status window when his target approaches. Shin asks Dokja if he is okay, and says that S told her to keep an eye on him. Dokja stands up and asks where S is. He looks down and sees that she is sleeping peacefully. Shin tells Dokja that she is awake but has just fallen asleep. She also told her to tell the others if he doesn't wake up soon. Dokja remembers that he asked her to look after things before he passed out. It must have been difficult for her too since she was hungover. Dokja sits down and thinks that he is so lousy. He asks why he keeps thinking about Pran's rendition of S. Heewon, and Heewon arrived there, both sweating. Heewon asks Dokja if he is awake. Dokja tells them that they must have been training, and she replies that they should be prepared for what's next, and they need to get going soon. Anyway, Dokja asks where they are, and she replies that everyone has already gone off. Dokja asks if something happened overnight. Heewon tells him that the notification for the 6th main scenario came in, and Dokja is surprised to hear that. The system notifies all survivors that they should gather at Gen Station. After some time, Dokja and his team arrive at the station. Dokja is carrying S on his back, and Heewon says there are still so many people left in Seoul. There's a large status window displaying a live stream, numerous monsters walking in the forest, and someone cutting off the head of a monster and starting to smile. Someone asks if that is a Japanese person. Dokja thinks that man is probably the famous Japanese incarnation of Isumi, since the Tokyo Dome has progressed further than they have, and they would have started the 6th scenario before them. Dokja thinks that Korea is starting off under unfavorable conditions, and the system notifies that a new main scenario has arrived. Everyone starts looking at the screens. There is no name for the scenario. The category is main, and there's no difficulty, clear conditions, time limit, reward, or penalty mentioned. Everyone is asking questions because there is no information about the scenario on the screen. Someone arrives there and says that, apparently, Only a select few can take part in the upcoming scenario. Dokja is surprised to see that person. He says, "Mr. Dokja, this is the first time we officially meet." Dokja thinks that he is Ilo Jian, the neutral king. They both introduce each other and shake hands. Jian tells Dokja that his exploits have never ceased to amaze him, both now and during the battle for the throne. He tells Dokja that he has no idea how much his supporting constellation talks about him. They keep nagging him to do as well as him. Dokja remembers who his supporting constellations were. Dokja activates the personal skill and character profile, and the system notifies that the character summary settings have been changed. The character summary appears in front of Jian. His full name is Ilo Gian, and his supporting constellation is an expert fence-sitter. His attributes are half-ass intellectual and neutral king. Dokja thinks that the name expert fence-sitter makes it sound as if he's some nobody, but it is actually the nickname for King Guang of Joseon, who was famous for his neutral diplomacy. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation expert fence-sitter is expressing his fondness towards him. Dokja tells Gian that he wants to know more about what he just said. He asks what he means by only a few will be participating. Gian says Dokja doesn't know. According to the information disclosed the low-grade key this morning, they will be accepting volunteers to take part in this scenario. Not everyone needs to participate, and there aren't any penalties for not participating. It's unbelievable when they think about all the scenarios they have had until now. Dokja thinks that nothing has changed from what he knows. Thankfully, Dokja looks at the screen and says that is where the volunteers will be headed. Some people near Dokja are asking if they don't have to go. Dokja thinks that incarnations react in one of the following three ways during a scenario like this. The first group of people are those who tactfully back out of the situation. These are the type of people who don't belong to a group and are relieved to learn that they have a free pass through the scenario. A person says that he is relieved. He was kind of freaked out by the size of that thing on the screen. The first group will eventually meet a horrible end at the price of not participating in the scenario. The second group is the type of people who have gotten somewhat used to the scenarios. These people will watch the live video feed and prepare themselves for what's to come, and they will be able to survive for now. The third and last group of people, suddenly someone shouts and calls for Mr. Jian. Jian says that he is getting late. Dokja tells him that he should go. Jian says that he can't go alone and that it would be pointless. Dokja asks what he means. Jian says that he is actually here to take Dokja with him, and Dokja is surprised to hear that. Jian says that the world is without a king. The kings who remain in the world he created are waiting for him to visit them. Dokja thinks that the third group of people are those who exploit others for their survival. At the Yongsan station, there's a tent. Dokja is walking towards it when a person stops him and tells him that he is sorry, but only kings are allowed beyond this point. Dokja looks at Heewon, and she nods in approval. Dokja and Gian go inside, and Heewon tells Dokja to just scream if anything happens. The system notifies Dokja that the area is under the influence of a sound wave blocking skill. A person is speaking inside the tent. He says that Korea is already a step late, and he asks if they think that they will be able to handle them when they have the advantage. Suddenly, everyone notices that the last king is here. There are many kings sitting there. The king of beauty, Ji-won Men, the Matriarch king, Sangong Cha, the neutral king, Iloan, the king of the wanderers. The person wearing a suit asks Dokja who he is, and Dokja replies that he is Dokja. Dokja thinks that it is strange. He doesn't know this guy. The person clears his throat and shakes Dokja's hand. He tells Dokja that he is the president of UOHHOU. Dokja thinks that the president is dead already. Guan tells Dokja that HHO isn't a king, but he is here for now since he leads a faction of his own. He says that king nonsense again and asks if they think that they are in the Joseon era or something. He tells everyone that they are living in a liberal democratic society, so please come to their senses. Dokja opens his character summary. The screen notifies Dokja that his full name is Han Ho Yu. His supporting constellation is the master manipulator of intelligence, and his personal attribute is corrupt politicians. Personal skills include collecting bribes level 5, military command level 5, corrupt power level 6, and control of the masses level 7. Dokja remembers that he is the politician who cleared the first scenario at the National Assembly and survived. The system notifies him that the constellation Naval God of Warfare dislikes Han Hoyu. Dokja thinks that what usually happens is that the entire Uo area gets wiped out once monsters appear, but he guesses that Hano was lucky this time. The system notifies that the constellation Naval God of Warfare is upset with the corrupt Joseon politician. Ji-won points at the King of Wanderers and says Miss Song has joined them for similar reasons. Dokja looks at her and sits down in the chair. Dokja says that enough with the introductions. He would like to know why they wanted him here. Jian says that they are thinking about voting on which among them will participate in the sixth scenario. Hono says that everyone here has an MTH as a sizable following within the Soul Dome. He tells Dokja that he should consider it his honor that they invited him here, despite his faction size, because of how much he has contributed to completing the past scenarios. Dokja starts smiling and asks if that is so. Ponyo says that let him tell them again. It's about time they stop with this barbarism. They may have temporarily resorted to acting like uncultured cavemen and fought amongst themselves, but they are principled, law-abiding citizens who adhere to the rules of society. So it is only right that they choose who will participate in the next scenario through democratic means. Dokja thinks that most of what he says is nonsense, but he makes himself sound rather credible with his choice of words. Ji-won asks what exactly he is referring to by democratic means. Hano says that, as he proposed earlier, the number of people sent in each group should be proportional to how big their group is. Jian says that the group in Uo has the largest amount of people, and he doesn't see how that is fair at all. Hono tells Jian that he disappointed him and asks if they aren't all Koreans. He says that the number of people they get to send in isn't important. He says that they will be up against foreign forces in this scenario, so it won't matter which group they are from. He asks if they are going to bicker among themselves when the enemy is right in front of them. Jian starts smiling and says, just as he said, if it's not that important, then he doesn't see why he would want to send more people in. Hono says that he just meant that they should do things democratically. Dokja raises his hand and asks if that is all they are here to talk about. He says that he doesn't know what the big fuss is, and he asks why not just send whoever is willing to go. Ji-won says that they were going to do that, but things have changed. Dokja asks what she means, and she replies that there is a limit on how many people can participate. She tells Dokja that the other kings have all received the news from their ubai, and she guesses Dokja hasn't gotten it yet. Suddenly, the system notifies Dokja that the number of participants allocated for the Soul Dome is 10, and additional participants will be allowed depending on each of the incarnations' progress in the scenario. Dokja thinks, so that is what they were fighting about. Unlike the other incarnations, which were afraid of the scenario, the kings understood the importance of getting a head start. They believed that the more of their own people they could get to participate early on, the better chance they have to control the scenario. In other words, this is a meeting of kings held to fight over the ruling. Ji-won says that she will go. They have heard that there were many Japanese people in this scenario, so it's only right for her, as the descendant of the Silla, to lead the way. Sang-Young-cha says that is nonsense. It should be he who leads the way, as they have had many cultural exchanges with Japan. Hono says that it should be him who leads the way, and says that their supporting constellations are like fossils. Jian tells everyone to calm down. Dokja looks at the King of Wanderers and wonders why she is looking at him like that. He wonders if she's testing him to see if he can resolve the situation. Dokja picks a snack from the table and asks why they are arguing among themselves when the last king hasn't arrived yet. At the same time, there's a blast outside. After the blast, everyone is shocked to see Yu standing there with his one foot on HHO. Ji-won says that the Supreme King is here, and Yu looks at Dokja, who is comfortably eating his snack. Yu tells everyone that he will now announce the people who will be participating in the upcoming scenario. If they have any objections, then let's hear them. Everyone is afraid of Yu. Kono tells Yu to take his foot off him. Yu forces his foot on him even harder. Hi-ho starts coughing and calls for his security, but Yu has already defeated them outside. Hano passes out and foam comes out of his mouth. Yu says he guessed the security isn't coming. He says now, he will then. Who will be in the scenario? Ji-won glances at Dokja and wonders why he is so calm. Dokja thinks that he is sorry, but he is not in the same boat as them because Yu has acknowledged him as his ally, although he keeps threatening him, saying that the contract period is over, but he pretty much admitted that he needs him. Yu says that the first member will be, of course, him. Dokja is puzzled and wonders why he wouldn't be on the list that he made himself. Yu says a second person will be Ji-hee, and Ji starts grinning. Dokja is annoyed and thinks that it is a little surprising that he thought it would be him. Dokja thinks that he wasn't a member of his original group after all, and the others might be upset if he gets called before they do. Yu says that the third person will be Siwa. John thinks that there are still 7 spots left, so there's still a chance for them. Ji-won thinks that they are the strongest of all the remaining, so it is their turn next. Sang-young-cha thinks that those three are the only ones in the Supreme King's group. Now he will have to choose people from outside his group for the remaining spots. Yu says that the fourth person will be, and everyone is shocked to hear that Yu says the fifth person is Hui Wenjiang and the sixth is Gilang Lei. Yu glares at Shin, and Gilang puts his hand in front of her and glares back at Yu. Yu looks at Dokja, and Dokja thinks that it is finally his turn and thinks that Yu saved the best option for last. No wonder he's the main character. He knows how to run a show. Dokja takes another bite of the snack. Yu looks at him angrily and tells them that they can all decide on the rest. Dokja starts chewing on the snack he is eating. Yu leaves the tent while Dokja is sitting in his chair. He is shocked and wonders, what about him? Hee-won asks Dokja if they aren't friends. Dokja says that is what he thinks too. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire is laughing contently. Ji-hee asks Dokja why he didn't talk to Master last night. She thought he would definitely be on the list. Dokja asks Ji-hee what she means, and she tells Dokja that Master said he was going to see him last night. Dokja asks about the time, and she replies that it was around 1 or 2. Dokja thinks that must have been right before he visited the underworld. He was awake then, but you didn't come. Suddenly, Dokja realizes that before he went to the underworld, he was drinking with S, and that must be the reason you didn't meet him last night. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation god of alcohol smiles mischievously. Dokja is in shock and thinks, no way, you saw all of that. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation demonic judge of fire is smiling contently, and he has been gifted 500 coins. Dokja tells them everything that happened. Hee-won asks if he kissed S. Dokja says that is not what he said and asks if she was even listening to him. Hee-won asks if he is sure that it was because of Dionysus. Maybe he pretended to be drunk to kiss S. Dokja says no, it was because of Dionysus and nothing happened between him and S. Hui-win looks closely into Dokja's eyes and Dokja thinks that she doesn't believe him at all. She says maybe that's what you saw and left him out as a courtesy. Dokja says that he is not the type of person to do that. Hee-won says that even if Yu had seen Dokja kiss S, she wouldn't have seen why he would be offended. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire says that it is camaraderie. Hee-won asks, because of camaraderie? Ji-hee starts laughing and asks if that is what her supporting constellation said. Hee-won asks what that means. Ji-hee says if that's the case, then he thinks that he understands. He says that if he came to think of it, he would be offended too if Dokja did something like that. Everyone is confused when they hear that, and they look at him. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire is excited to hear such an unexpected statement. Ji-hee asks why he would be upset. He replies that he puts his life on the line in every scenario he takes part in. Both he and Mr. Yu are training each morning in order to survive in the upcoming scenario. They repeatedly and rigorously train themselves day after day so that they may be able to protect their comrades in battle. And if a comrade of his, who should have his back, was Dokabi something like that because he was overcome with lust, then how could he not be upset? He clenches his teeth and says, if someone who went to an all-boy high school saw that, then anyone would feel betrayed. He says that from what he has seen so far, Mr. Yu was a man of self-restraint and has always been very militaristic in every sense of the word. Despite not being in the military, it would be natural for someone like him to react strongly to something that could disrupt his line of command. He must have felt his camaraderie falling apart. Hui-win says that makes sense. Dokja wonders if he could be right. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire nods in agreement. Dokja remembers that in the novel, Yu told someone he is pathetic for chasing tail all this time. Anyone who has such lustful desires will be removed from his team as they are prone to cause trouble. Dokja thinks that he wouldn't feel so bad about it if he had actually kissed S. He thinks that it is too late to tell them that it is all a misunderstanding. Dokja is looking at his mobile when Jian tells him that they are thinking of choosing the remaining participants. Jian says that they have 4 remaining since the Supreme King decided to take 6 people with him. John says that they'll have to pick 4 from the people here. Sang-young says since there are only 4 of them left, they should battle it out between them. After some time, the kings fight with each other. S.Y. Cha is unconscious and Jian is panting. Jian says that he will just stay back because someone needs to be here to rule over the people. Ji-won says no way. She thought it was just the Supreme King they had to look out for. She asked Dokja how he got so strong. Dokja tells her that the men who have just been selected are only the starting members, so be on stand. The second batch should be sent soon. Dokja thinks that they should have done this from the beginning. Ji-won stands up and says, it is what it is. She asks Dokja who he is sending in now that he has earned 4 spots. Dokja says that including himself, he will take Shin. He tells Heewon to go on ahead as he has some business to take care of, and everyone leaves the tent. Only Dokja and the King of Wanderers remain. She says that Dokja has made many friends, and Dokja tells her that she has been a long-time mother. She takes off her mask and says that they saw each other last time. Dokja says he just passed her then and thinks that she's still the same. She only looks as if she's in her late 30s. People used to ask him if she was his cousin when he was younger. Dokja thinks that he thought of just ignoring her, but he needs her help to complete the upcoming scenario. Dokja asks when she got out of prison. She says a week ago. Dokja asked if she was in Seoul, and she said that she had just been visiting to see someone. Dokja asks if that is how she got trapped in the Seoul Dome, and she says that's right. Dokja asks her if she was released, and then why she is wearing a prisoner's uniform. She says it was because she wanted to make up for what she did. She tells Dokja that all human beings are prisoners, and that they all live in cells of their own. Dokja thinks that she's just as arrogant as ever. She really hasn't changed at all. She tells Dokja that he should thank her. Things would have been difficult without her. Dokja thinks that she is right about that. She led her people and defeated the catastrophe of the North. Even though it was weak, it was still a catastrophe. She tells Dokja that he doesn't seem pleased to see her when it has been so long. Dokja asks if she really wants something like that, and she replies, a little. The system notifies Dokja that personal skill lie detection level 1 has been activated. It says that the statement just now was a lie. Dokja starts smiling and thinks that he knows she is lying, but he has to check. Dokja tells his mother that he is impressed that she managed to survive all that has happened so far, and she replies that it is thanks to the stories he told her. Dokja says it is just as he thought. She tells Dokja that he is probably the only kid in the world who told his imprisoned mother about some book he has read, because there was nothing else to talk about. Dokja tells her that the book was his everything. Dokja thinks that if it wasn't for TWSA, and if the author hadn't serialized that story, he wouldn't be standing here right now. She tells Dokja that it is just third-grade garbage. Dokja is surprised to hear that and tells her that it is all thanks to that garbage novel that she was able to survive. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is watching him with great interest. The constellation secretive plotter is watching him with mysterious eyes, and the constellation demonic judge of fire is watching him with pity. Dokja starts walking towards her and asks which attribute she has. He puts his hands on the table and says that he is guessing it might have to do something with the stories he told her, and she asks why she should tell him that. Dokja says that if she still thinks of him as her son, she doubts that he even thinks of her as his mother. Dokja says, a little. The system notifies that the character Song has used lie detection and has confirmed that Dokja is telling a lie. Dokja is surprised to see that she also has that skill. He thinks that she must be his mom. She asks Dokja if he still blames her. Dokja turns his head and says that he is not here to talk about that. He thinks that he can't tell if she's acting or if she's sincere. She tells Dokja that his father is a bad man. Dokja says that he knows, but still, that doesn't mean she could do what she did to him. She tells Dokja that sometimes one has to make some sacrifices for a better life. Dokja says that is just nonsense. When one murders someone, they have to pay the price for their actions. She tells Dokja that she sees all that reading has made him quite an eloquent speaker. Dokja shouts at her that to him his life seemed even more unreal than that novel, all because of her. He asks if she knows why he came to see her, and she tells Dokja that they can both detect the lies, so let's just cut the act. Dokja asks if she knows the old lady with inmate number 406 and lends her to him. She tells Dokja that he might be better off taking that incarnation who has Jianchi as their supporting constellation. Dokja tells her that Ganuchi is one of her closest allies and that the old lady will be of more help to him. She tells Dokja that she can see why, seeing what they're up against. She asks Dokja how he knows what supporting constellation inmate number 406 has. Dokja says that he can't reveal that information, but she tells Dokja that he must have a skill that lets him find out someone's supporting constellation. Dokja asks if she is going to lend her to him or not, and he thinks that he better watch out for what he should say in front of her. She starts smiling and says that she will, but he should introduce her to his friends next time. Dokja is surprised to hear that, and Song starts wearing her mask. Dokja thinks that bringing out the worst in people is what she does best, so tells Dokja that it is about time he faced reality. She says that even if all of this fiction becomes a reality, he should never believe them to be real. Dokja is in shock. The system notifies Dokja that the fourth wall is shaking violently. Dokja thinks that just a few words from her, and his whole world is shaking violently. She's the person who reminds him of the reality that he hates so much. She asks Dokja if he understands, and the system notifies that stigma and self-justification level 1 is activated. Dokja thinks that he hates her. He hates seeing that she's trying to be a mom all of a sudden when too much time has passed to turn things back to the way they were. The system notifies Dokja that the fourth wall is beginning to shake less. Dokja tells her that she is right. He takes fiction to be reality, because that's just the way he has lived all these years. It might seem pathetic to her, but know this. At least he doesn't sell off reality to be fiction like she did. Dokja is furious as he quickly leaves the tent and is about to collide with Sona. He is startled to see her. She says that she is sorry. It is just that Dokja was taking so long, and she got worried. There's an awkward silence between the two. After some time, Dokja and Sa are walking. He asks how her hangover is, and she tells him that she is fine. Sa tells Dokja that she heard that he carried her back here, and she's sorry that she has been nothing but a nuisance again. Dokja tells her that it is fine. She was only trying to look after him. He asks Sa if she heard anything, and she nods her head in approval. Dokja thinks that there was a sound wave blocking skill, and he wonders if she broke it on his way in. Dokja tells her that she must have found it rather strange why a mother and son would talk like that to each other. Sanger replies that she did not think so. Dokja asks if she wants to know why, and she replies only if it is okay with him. Dokja starts smiling and tells her that his mother killed his father and served time in prison. S is shocked to hear that. Dokja says that it might sound a little harsh, but his father was someone who deserved that. Domestic violence, gambling violence, and debt. He used to beat them every day while he was alive, and one day his mom mustered up the courage and ended up dokabi something about it. Dokja tells her that he thought rumors had gotten around at work already, but he guessed she didn't hear that. She must be even more confused now as to why he hated his mother when she did what she did to end the suffering. Dokja asks S if it puzzles her, and she says not at all. She may not be able to understand him completely. Dokja interrupts her and asks if she thinks that he should forgive her for what she did. Dokja asks S if she knows about a book called A Murderer's Notes from the Underground. S is excited to think that it is a change in topic. She tells Dokja that she has heard about it and it is a bestseller. Dokja says that it was an essay a woman wrote while she was in prison for killing her husband, who had abused her, and it was critically acclaimed. Dokja says that the critics called it Korea's very own Notes from the Underground, and it is very overrated, of course. S is in shock to hear that. Dokja says that it is right. His mother wrote it. Dokja tells Sa that he can still remember how his house was flooded with reporters, and everyone kept asking him if his essay was based on a true story. He even remembers everything his classmates said about how his mother sold off her past as a murderer to make money. Even his relatives asked him how his mom could allow herself to be seen in the papers like that when she is a murderer. S is worried about Dokja. He tells her that he can stand being the son of a murderer, but having that story sold off for money is a different story. To think that his life was being exchanged for money, someone else's, is a completely different story. Dokja thinks that the constellations didn't gift him any coins then, but more than ever before, he can feel that the constellations are looking at him right now. This too must be just a story to them. Dokja asks S if she still thinks that he should forgive his mother. Dokja thought that this was the best form of violence he could use against S, who was raised in a happy home. Dokja started laughing and said that he was sorry. He was just joking. S is surprised and asks what. Dokja tells her that it was a lie and asks her how something so dramatic could happen in real life. His mom and he are just like all other regular families, and his dad died in an accident when he was little. Suddenly, Sanga grabs his hand, and the system notifies Dokja that the fourth wall is shaking lightly. At the same time, someone calls Dokja from behind, and they quickly let go of each other's hands. Heewon and the rest arrive there, and she asks Dokja if they kissed again. S starts blushing. Heewon, looking at S blushing, says they must have kissed again. Dokja tells her to quit it, but nothing happens between the two of them. Hong tells Dokja that some strange old lady came looking for him. The old lady asks Dokja what he would want from a useless old hag like her. She looks at Dokja and says that he must be Dokja. She has heard a lot about him, and she says that it is nice to meet him. Dokja looks at the old lady. She is wearing a prison uniform and walking with a stick. Everyone is gathered at the station, looking at the sky. A lamp is floating in the air, and Yu is looking at the lamp. Dokja arrives there. Yu says he has come. Dokja says that he is not happy to see him. Yu tells him that he doesn't have to participate in this one. It seems that he has a woman he loves. Dokja is surprised to hear that. Yu is looking at the lamp and tells Dokja that things will only get harder from this point forward. Dokja wonders if you left him out because he was looking after him, and you tells him that this could be his last scenario. Dokja thinks that he is the same you who lost Seowa in the previous round. Dokja tells you that it isn't like that, and that this isn't the time for love. You ask him if he would mind dying then. Dokja asks him why he is being so harsh, and he tells you that he is hurting his feelings. You glares at Dokja and tells him not to forget that he hasn't paid him back for the beating he took. Dokja is confused and wonders if he wants him dead or alive. Dokja says that he had almost forgotten about it, and he says thanks for reminding him, jerk. Dokja tells everyone through a message that now he will go over some things they should be aware of for this scenario. He tells everyone that they can only enter the wrapped crystal in pairs, and for that reason, they will move in pairs in this scenario. Dokja and Shin will be in group 1, Hee-won and will be in group number 2. Sanga and the old prisoner last will be in group number 3, and since Gilang is the odd one out, Ji-hee from Yu's group will be partnering up with him, and for Yu he must have already figured something out. Dokja tells everyone that they might feel a little anxious after entering the crystal, so don't be flustered. The scenario screen will pop up as soon as they arrive on the other side. Dokja says that when the scenario screen pops up, he gets interrupted. Ekayongi appears near the crystal and tells everyone to hold on. He says that he is sorry, but there's an emergency announcement. He starts sweating and says that he almost forgot to tell them, but the initial number of people allowed in from Seoul Dokjami will be 8 and not 10. Everyone is shocked to hear that. Yongi tells everyone that there was a dimensional rift during the 5th scenario, which caused some contestants to enter the 6th scenario prematurely, and 2 people from the Seoul Dokjam are already in the scenario. Dokja suddenly realizes that he saw Pildo and Seong on the screen when he was visiting the underworld, and they were already in the scenario on the screen that Prani showed him. B says that although they were let in due to an error in the scenario, they can't help but reduce the number of participants to keep things fair. A person shouts that it is nonsense, and Hee-won asks Dokja what they should do now. Dokja has an angry look on his face. After some time, everyone is standing near the crystal. Dokja is holding the protection symbols of a moon, parasites, and embargo. The system notifies Dokja to insert the 5 protection symbols in the crystal. Dokja starts inserting the 3 symbols, and he sees that his mother is inserting the protection symbol she obtained after defeating the catastrophe of water, and Yu is inserting the protection symbol of the catastrophe of ice. The system notifies that they have proven their worth and the wrap crystal has been activated. The crystal starts hovering in the air, and a portal opens up. The system notifies that the main scenario has been updated and the main scenario abandoned world has begun. Sangha tells everyone that she will sit this one out. Dokja is surprised to hear that. She raises her hand and says that she will sit this one out too because there's a second part anyway. She tells Dokja that he seems a little out of it, but she is sure that he will be okay because that scary man also seems to be on their side this time. Dokja thinks that he won't have anything to worry about leaving S and Hee-won behind. Even if they hold a contest again to see who will enter the scenario, those 2 will have no problem making it in. Dokja thinks about who he needs to take now, this old lady. Dokja comes near S and whispers in her ear that he forgot to tell her before, but please tell the King of the Wanderers to watch out for Eloan. S tells Dokja not to die. Dokja nods his head in approval. Hee-won starts teasing them and says that they are driving her crazy over here. After some time, Dokja tells everyone to let go. He holds Shin's hand and jumps towards the portal. Dokja and Shin arrive in a forest. They are both unconscious, and the system notifies them that the main scenario, Abandoned World, has begun. Shin starts vomiting after waking up. Dokja looks around and sees that they are surrounded by trees. He thinks that it looks like they got dropped off in the middle of the forest. Some monsters are lurking in the bushes. Dokja grabs his sword and goes near Shin, and the system notifies Dokja that the tier monsters, Steel Wolves, have appeared. Shin looks at the wolves and tells Dokja that they seem a little small. After some time, Shin and Dokja easily defeat the wolves. Shin says it looks like they won't give them any coins. Dokja tells her that the event is over now. Shin says not even any items. They don't even have a nucleus. Dokja tells her that it is because they outlevel them far. Dokja looks at the wolves and wonders if they are Tier S monsters because they feel like they are somewhere around Tier N. Shin says that they also feel a little too small. Dokja jumps in the air, takes a look at the area from above, and says that it is not all. First, they should head out that way. Dokja and Shin start walking in the forest. Dokja checks the scenario on the screen and sees that it still only has the title and that the rest of the details are still question marks. The system notifies Dokja that he has not yet fulfilled the prerequisite for activating the scenario. Dokja and Shin come out of the forest and look at the army of soldiers waiting there. A soldier orders everyone to get their skills ready and charged, and there are horse riders and archers in the army. As the army starts charging, Shin and Dokja are shocked to see that. Shin shouts at Dokja saying that the people here are so small. Dokja tells her that they must be the residents of this world. Shin says, "Don't tell me that we have to fight them." Shin looks down on the ground and says that they are so small. The system notifies them that they have encountered residents from other worlds and checks the content of the scenario. Suddenly, Dokja and Shin are surprised to see that someone has started crushing the soldiers under their feet. A soldier shouts that catastrophes have appeared on the other side too, and the soldiers start running in panic. A soldier shouts at everyone to retreat, and a person with red hair and another with an axe start crushing the soldiers. Dokja grabs Shin her mouth and hides behind a tree. The person holding the axe says that this scenario is a joke. Another person arrives from behind and says, Mano. Wait, he says that they shouldn't kill them. He asks if he forgot what Asumi told them. Amano asks Michio if he is still going on about Asumi, when it has been that long since they have lost contact with them. Michio is wearing glasses and is wielding a sword. Amano tells Michio that he knows what scenario this is, so this isn't the time to think about the morality of their actions and not forget what has become of them. Shin is worried and asks what this scenario is supposed to be. Dokja looks at her and thinks that he knows all this time why you didn't want to bring Shin. If one thinks about it, you is probably more human than him. Dokja tells Shin that the star stream doesn't host its scenarios on just Earth. This scenario involves the residents of the other world too. The system notifies that many constellations are starved for blood and violence, and many constellations are egging him on to make a decision. The system activates the main scenario. Number 6, the abandoned world. The category is main, and the difficulty is clear conditions are to drive the ruling species of planet Peaceland of the 19,781 planetary system to extinction. The time limit is 40 days, and the rewards are 200,000 coins and something unknown. There is no penalty for failure. Shin is shocked to see that the little soldiers are being brutally killed. Dokja thinks that in the 6th scenario, they are no longer tasked with stopping the catastrophe, but they must become the catastrophe that destroys this world. A soldier flies near Dokja. He is beating and says, "Please have mercy on them." Great catastrophe. The system notifies Dokja that he has become the catastrophe for the planet. Peaceland, the soldier grabs Dokja's finger with his hand. The system notifies Dokja to carry out his mission as a catastrophe. The countries currently participating in the scenario are Japan and Korea. Shin asks if they created this scenario too, right? The mid-grade Dakabi, she sees a Dakabi smiling in the air. Dakabi Ganel says that the 3rd team to arrive from Japan Dome is going all out from the start. Ganel tells them that he hopes they'll be able to earn many coins here in Peaceland. Amano says that it is too easy. It is just like the people ahead of them told them it would be. Amano asks Mariyama whose side he will take. He replies that of course he will go with the leader. Dokja remembers that the leader is a nickname that's given to a powerful person in TW. S.A. Dokja thinks that he has a good idea of what Japan's situation is like for this round. But it is strange, no matter how strong the leader is, the strongest person in Japan would be. Isumi Michio says that the king of Japan is Isumi, and he asks Amano and Marama if they have forgotten that Dokja thinks that Japan's most powerful incarnation, and the occupier of the ruler's throne is Isumi Hiroki Dokja, wonders if they will join a different group when Isumi is still alive. Amano tells Michio that he must have heard the rumors at the same time. The system notifies them that some constellations wish to see them. Crush 10 small men in one step, Amano excitedly starts running and says, "Leave it to him." Michio comes in front of him and tells him to stop right there. He asks if they haven't killed enough already, and he tells them that Isumi or Ren will be upset if they see them do something like that. Amano tells Michio to move side and says that he is annoying the constellations. Michio pulls out his sword, and Amano asks if he is insane and if he is going to fight them. Because of those little insects, Marama tells him not to get ahead of himself. Dokja is surprised to see that Michio is risking his life to save them. He wonders if he knows him and activates the skill character profile. The system notifies that Dokja doesn't have any significant information on the target character, and it is now converting to character summary. His full name is Mish Uji. He has no supporting constellation. One constellation is currently interested in this incarnation. Personal attributes are a righteous coward. Overall stats show that the stamina level is 25, strength level is 24, agility level is 30. and mana level is 23. Overall evaluation shows that this character's overall stats are way below average, and it is a wonder how he managed to survive up to this point. Dokja is surprised to see that, and Amano tells Michio that he can come at them if he wants, but he shouldn't forget that neither Isumi nor Ren is here to save him. Michio is trembling with fear. Suddenly, Michio stops trembling and lowers his sword. Shin asks why that man stopped all of a sudden and if he is scared. Amano and Marama start grinning, and Marama pats Michio on the shoulder saying, "Let's get started, Amano." Amano replies, "Sure," and they start obliterating the small soldiers. Shin is furious and about to attack them, but Dokja stops her, grabbing her shoulder and telling her to look. The small soldier is wearing armor and is holding a sword in his hand. Shin says that the little person seems different, and Dokja says that they are not all weak just because they are small. The little soldier jumps on Amano's axe and attacks his arm. Amano starts bleeding and punches the little soldier down. The rest of the little soldiers say that the catastrophe is bleeding and they can take them down. They start attacking again with all of their might. Some soldiers are climbing on Marama, and he says, "Get lost, you puny insects." Shin says the little soldiers might have a chance at winning after all. The system notifies that the little constellation of the little planet is cheering for the incarnation Galenium, and the little constellation of the little planet has gifted 10 coins to the incarnation Galenium. A soldier is helping Galenium stand up. At the same time, the Dokkaebi appears again and says that this is turning out quite interesting. It is the little hope they have that makes their story even more touching. That being said, he will now remove some penalties that the catastrophes had been under. He says those people who have chosen the way of the catastrophe can now use additional buffs, so please refer to their stat windows. The system notifies them that the contract of plausibility binding the catastrophes has been partly removed. Amano and Marama start grinning. Amano asks if this could get any better. They've just made things boring for them. The system notifies that the catastrophes can now be in tune with their supporting constellations to a greater level. The fines that may occur due to plausibility errors will be covered by the star stream. There are torn limbs and dead bodies of the little soldiers everywhere. The system notifies that a few constellations are happy with the massacre that's taking place. The system notifies that the little constellation of the little planet is in tremendous pain, and a minority of constellations want to see the limbs of the insolent incarnation Galenium torn apart from his body. Amano is holding Galenium in his hand. He starts laughing and says if that's what they want, then he will tear his limbs apart. He starts pulling his arm, and Galenium starts screaming. The system notifies that the constellation of the little planet is writhing in pain, begging for them to stop. Shin clenches her teeth and tells Dokja that she can't let them get away with this. Dokja tells her that if they end up fighting with them, then the scenario will become much harder. She says that they can still clear it, though. Dokja is surprised to hear that and says that is right. Shin says that she will do it. The system notifies that the penalties lifted from the catastrophes have now returned. Amano asks if the buff has ended just now. Suddenly, there's a blast behind them, and Galenium slips out of Amano's grasp. He asks, "What the hell was that just now, and who's there?" Dokja moves at incredible speed and grabs Galenium. The system notifies Dokja that the star stream has detected an anomaly in his actions, and there's a warning for Dokja to take caution and not to make enemies of fellow catastrophes. Dokja puts Galenium down as he looks in pain and starts coughing. The system notifies Dokja that the little constellation of the little planet has noticed his presence and is looking at him with a pitiful look. The system notifies Dokja that the little planet's constellation is expecting a show of compassion from him. The system notifies that the constellation of the little planet has become hopeful because of his appearance and has gifted him 10 coins. Dokja returns the 10 coins gifted to him and tells the constellation that if he indeed cares about his planet, then don't ever do that again. If they don't want their planet to fall prey to their stories, the little constellation of the little planet is flustered and blushes. The system warns Dokja again to take caution, not to make enemies of the catastrophes. Dokja brings out an invisibility cloak and starts wearing it. Shin pulls out a dagger and tells Dokja that she will do it this time. She says that she can take on both of them. Dokja thinks that if he kills them now, then he will be put under a penalty that might end up ruining his plans for the scenario. Dokja thinks that he has a lot of things to do in a peaceful land. He needs to clear the scenario and also hunt down the serpent as Pani requested. Dokja thinks that if Shin can deal with the two of them, and if he can just delay the penalty, then the chances of their survival will increase drastically. Dokja tells her not to drag this on for too long and to be as quick as she can. Shin nods her head and says, "Leave it to me." She starts running towards the catastrophes and cuts them both. Amano asks who that is. Shin is furious as she glares at them. Amano looks at Shin and says that it is just a kid he has never seen before. He asks if she is from the Korean Dome. Marama says that he has heard that people from Korea might be joining them, and he guesses it is true. Shin is silently looking at them. Dokja is standing near her, wearing the cloak of invisibility. He thinks that Shin doesn't have interpretation skills. She mustn't understand them since they are speaking in Japanese. Marama tells Shin to move aside, and Amano tells her that they don't need to fight each other. Shin isn't replying to them, and she's holding a dagger in her hand. Amano says this isn't good. They were in the middle of a bounty scenario, and his supporting constellation was telling him to just get rid of her. Amano and Marama look at each other and say, maybe it won't be too difficult since there are two of them, and Korea has only just joined the scenario. They ask Shin if she has forgotten who joined from their side in the first and second group. Dokja thinks that the early starters were the White Demon King, Isami Hiroki, and his men, and no matter what country it was, the top participants always arrive first. The little soldiers look up at Shin and wonder what is going on. The little constellation of the little planet is moved by the incarnation Shin, and she has gifted 10 coins to Shin. The system notifies that Shin has unlocked a new possibility in the scenario. A select few constellations have evaluated the incarnation Shin positively, and a select few constellations have started cheering for the incarnation Shin. The Dakabi says that the incarnations from Japan seem to believe that they might be at a disadvantage. But do they really think that's the case? Amano says that, come to think of it, she was the one who attacked them first. Marama says that she doesn't seem to be aware of the penalties in place right now. He says whether it's Japan or Korea, all the people who entered first must be idiots. A fire starts burning on his hands, and Amano is wielding his axe. He tells Shin that they're not going to go easy on her, just because she's a little kid. Amano attacks Shin using his axe. She jumps to avoid the attack, and Marama attacks her in the air using his fire, saying that she can't keep running. Shin pulls herself to the forest using a rope, leaving everyone surprised. Dokja thinks that it is a spider web, and that the dagger and rope mean that S must have trained her a little. Amano and Marama start looking for her. Dokja activates the skill character profile, and the system notifies them that it is activating the character summary instead. Dokja says that the one with red hair is Marama Kishi. His supporting constellation is a fox with 2 tails, and his personal attribute is an attention seeker. The other one with an axe is Amano Goro. His supporting constellation is a 100-year-old turtle, and his personal attributes are strong and bald. Dokja thinks that the sum of their overall stats seems to be above average, but they are still no match for Shin. What worries him is their supporting constellations. Dokja thinks that if they are part of Japan's third wave of participants, then they are probably not a force to be reckoned with. But most of Japan's powerful incarnations have either a samurai or a swordsman as their supporting constellation. But both of them have monsters of fable as supporting constellations. Amano and Marama are looking for Shin in the forest. The system notifies them that the constellation Fox with 2 Tails is displeased with the current display of hypocrisy, and the constellation who used to be monsters is expressing their hostility against the incarnation Shin. Suddenly, Shin starts slashing them from all sides. Amano is angry and asks where she is. Marama tells him not to lose his cool and that he will take care of her. He grabs a web and sets it on fire. Shin is trapped in a circle of fire, and Amano moves towards her to kill her. But at the same time, wolves appear from behind and pounce upon him. The system notifies that the incarnation Shin has activated the skill. Advanced Interspecies Communications Level 3. Marama is shocked to see that she's a tamer. The system notifies that a few constellations are impressed how composed the incarnation Shin was. Dokja is also surprised and thinks that he didn't see this coming at all. She sure is a beast lord in the making. Dokja thinks that she managed to tame all those wolves in that short amount of time. Suddenly, Shin feels some stage lightning. The system notifies that the star stream detected an irregularity in the actions of the incarnation Shin, and the star stream has sensed hostility being aimed at a fellow catastrophe. The wolves stop eating Mano and start leaving. Marama starts laughing and says he knew this would happen. The system notifies that incarnation Shin will now be under a level 1 scenario penalty, and Dokja thinks that she dragged this out for too long. The system notifies that the incarnation Shin's total body mass has decreased and her overall stats have decreased. Mara attacks Shin using his fire, and Dokja jumps in front and takes the attack. He thinks that he should jump in and finish this. Shin shouts at Dokja to let her be the one to finish this. Dokja wonders what is driving this CDD to do such a thing. The system notifies that Shin will now be under a level 2 scenario penalty. Dokja thinks that one thing he knows for sure is that this is her battle and she needs to fight it alone. Shin picks up her dagger and starts charging towards Mariyama. She jumps in the air, launches herself at Marama, and cuts his back. Marama starts being and says that she'll regret this. The system notifies that the incarnation Shin has defeated the catastrophe that is yet to be named, and Marama falls to the ground. The system notifies that the main contributor is Shin. She has lost all powers of a catastrophe. The Dokubi of the Starstream has deemed Shin's actions as a hostile action against the scenario, and that incarnation Shin has received a level 3 scenario penalty. Shin panted sitting on the ground, and the system noted that Shin had begun to grow smaller. Dokja takes off the invisibility cloak and starts walking towards Shin. She is trying to wriggle her way out from under her clothes. After some time, Dokja is carrying Shin in his hand. She asks how many of those people are remaining, and Dokja says quite a lot. Shin asks Dokja if he knows what will happen. Dokja nods his head in approval. Dokja starts walking towards Michio. He is unconscious and lying on the ground. Shin asks Dokja if he is going to kill him too. Dokja says no, they have a use for him. Dokja thinks that he is the only one who tried to protect the small men. If he is correct, then he needs him for the plan he has for the scenario. The system notifies Dokja that he should take caution not to make enemies of fellow catastrophes, because a catastrophe that has opposed another catastrophe will end up losing all the powers that come from being a catastrophe. Dokja looks up and sees that the Dokubi is laughing in the air. The system notifies that the Starstream has deemed that he did not take enough action in his role as a catastrophe. The system warns Dokja that if he does not murder a member of the ruling species of Peaceland within the next hour, his status as a catastrophe will be forfeited on the basis that he has no intention of acting as a catastrophe. Dokja thinks that he now has 1 hour left. He must hunt down the king of the catastrophe within this hour. After some time, Michio wakes up and thinks that he is very lucky. He looks at Dokja and thinks that Korea is a scary place. I remembered that Mariyama and Amano were defeated in an instant. She was very strong even though she was just a kid, and he saw everything we pretending to be. Aesop Michio thinks that if a kid like her is that strong, then he wonders how strong Dokja is going to be. Dokja activates level 2 of the Omniscient Reader Viewpoint Michio. Thanks Dokja for helping him, and says if it wasn't for him, then he would have died at the hands of some beast. Dokja says that it is nothing. Michio says that he didn't expect a Korean to help him of all people. Dokja tells him that they should all look out for each other. Michio thinks that he is so humble, and above all else, he likes that Dokja speaks fluent Japanese. He knows that it is just a translation skill, but seeing that he has the skill to translate Japanese, it must mean that he thinks positively of them. Michio says that he forgot to introduce himself and tells Dokja that he is Michio Shoji. Dokja also tells him his name. Michio asks Dokja if he has seen that CD who killed Marama and Amano. Dokja tells him that, unfortunately, he was the only one alive when he got there. Dokja says that he must be devastated to find out that his allies died. Michio is angry and says no. Michio thinks that they deserve to die, but as for him, he can't even stand up to them. Dokja is looking at him as the system notifies that the constellation fox with 2 tails fails to hide the anger they are feeling, and the constellation turtle glares at the being that killed its incarnation. Dokja says that he guessed the people of Japan have contracts mostly with monsters of fable. Michio says, not really. They only increased in number recently, and none of this would have happened if Isumi was still here. Michio thinks that just a week ago, monsters of fable-type constellations didn't have much influence over them when Isumi was still in Tokyo. Dokja is surprised to hear that and asks who Isumi is. Michio replies that Isumi claimed the absolute throne in Tokyo, and he is Japan's most powerful incarnation who entered into a contract with a powerful supporting constellation, and Isumi was also the one who led them when their first group entered the scenario. Dokja asks if something happened to him. Michio says that since he is the one who saved him, he must have seen that CD grow smaller. Dokja says, of course, I saw her grow small all of a sudden. Michio says that the Japanese groups that entered the scenario later already knew of that penalty. Dokja says that means some men in the first group must have sided with the small men already. Michio says yes, Dokja asks if Isumi is one of them, and he replies that he does not know because they stopped getting dimensional carrier pigeons a week ago, and the last carrier pigeon had this message for them. It said that they couldn't kill small men, kill the small men. Dokja says that two messages tell them to do the opposite. He asks why they received two different messages, and Michio says that he doesn't know. He came here hoping to find that out himself. Michio tells him that he intends to go to the place where their last carrier pigeon was sent out. He might be able to learn something. Michio suddenly realizes that no matter how well-intended Dokja looks, maybe he shouldn't have told a Korean participant too much. He could actually be a Korean villain that he doesn't know of. Michio asks Dokja if he thinks that they should kill the small men for the sake of their own survival. Dokja replies that if they resort to something like that, then they would be no different from the catastrophes that attack the Earth. Michio is surprised to hear that and thinks that his eyes are as deep as Asumi's. Shin calls Dokja. He gets startled, and the system notifies Dokja that Level 2 of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has ended. The system notifies Dokja that his understanding of the character Michio has increased drastically. Dokja replies to Shin and says that he is sorry, he was practicing his skill. Dokja thinks that he is so focused on using his skill that he forgets about Shin for a moment. Shin hides inside his pocket and messages Dokja that she is a little surprised, to be honest. She doesn't understand how someone as average as Michio has survived all this time. Dokja is listening to Michio as he is rambling on about his past. Dokja thinks that he sees why she would think that. In TWSA, Michio only plays a passing role, a very average person whose life can be summarized in just a few pages. Dokja replies to Shin that she has seen how regular people killed others to survive. She says that was because the scenario forced them to. Dokja asks her if she could say the same thing for the small men who were murdered earlier. He tells Shin that no one who has survived this long is ever average, because this average-looking young man could become a catastrophe for some. Shin looks sad while sitting in the pocket. She asks Dokja if she could have stopped them from becoming catastrophes if she had stopped them a little earlier. Dokja replies no, it wouldn't have made a difference either way, because a man can be a catastrophe to one another. She asks if that is why she will become a catastrophe in the future. Dokja replies that he will make sure that doesn't happen. A fly is buzzing around Dokja. Michio says that insects seem to remain the same size here. They must feel like catastrophes to small people. Dokja thinks that there's no way insects are the same size in a world where everything else is smaller. He asks Shin if she can understand what they're saying. Shin activates the Advanced Interspecies Communications Level 3. She listens carefully and says that they seem to be telling Dokja that they have rejoined with the second group. Dokja replies that it is good and tells Shin to send him a message as well. Michio looks at Dokja and asks if he is listening. Dokja says that he is, and asks if they weren't just talking about the isekai genre. Michio is excited to hear that, and Dokja thinks to himself that he can't believe they are talking about anime at a time like this. This further proves that everyone who has survived this long is far from ordinary. Dokja tells him that he is aware it is a very popular genre in Japan, and that he has seen a few works like it. Michio says that he has seen his share of anime, and that isekai is his favorite genre, the ones where the protagonist ends up in another world with information about that world readily available to them. Dokja says that maybe the world they are in is already an isekai for some of them, and someone out there might be this world's protagonist. Michio says that this is an interesting theory. He knew someone who had said the same thing as Dokja just did. Dokja says they must have been a fan of anime. Michio says she was a comic book artist, to be exact, and was the first to enter the scenario from Tokyo. Her name is Isuka Ren. Dokja is surprised to hear that this world could also be part of a comic someone drew. Dokja asks Michio if he can tell him where she is right now. Michio looks at something and tells Dokja that he thinks they have found it. There's a sign carved in a tree. Michio says that this is the sign that participants from the first batch left behind. He says it should be near. They are certain that Asumi's group was near this area. They start looking for any signs nearby. They step into the circle drawn on the ground, and the system notifies them that they have entered the demon formation, and their overall stats have decreased due to its effects. Dokja thinks that demon formation is a stigma unique to Japanese constellations. It is the skill that helped the White Demon King, Isumi Hiroki, become one of the top 100 people in TWSA. Michio starts calling for Isumi and asks if he can hear him. Dokja thinks, no, if it was Isumi who cast this demon formation, then it would be much harder to remain standing right now. Only a select few Japanese incarnations other than Isumi can cast demon formations. Dokja thinks there's no doubt about it. The serpent incarnate is near. Suddenly, some people wearing masks arrive. One of them tells Michio that he has brought a Korean. Michio tells them to wait. He isn't their enemy because he actually saved him. The man wearing a mask says that he must have come with the third group and asks Michio whose team he is on. Michio says he is with Isumi. Everyone starts laughing. The masked man tells him that such a team doesn't exist anymore. Michio asks if Isumi has been killed. One of them starts checking his stats and says that his name is Michio Shoji, his overall stats are below average, and he has no supporting constellation. He tells the man in the mask that he is a nobody. The masked one says that Michio doesn't deserve to know what happened to Isumi. They will spare his life, so he should get lost. Dokja steps in front and asks what about him. They start checking Dokja's stats. The system notifies Dokja that someone has used a battle counter on him, and the system notifies that the personal skill fourth wall has been activated. The battle counter starts beeping and is destroyed. The system notifies that the battle counter has ceased to function due to the fourth wall effect. Michio excitedly says that this is a scene he has only seen in comic books. Dokja grabs his sword and asks where the serpent is. The man in the mask says he doesn't know how much Dokja knows about them, but now they can't let him leave. The masked man asks Dokja who he is. Dokja is about to answer, but the masked man tells him to wait and says that he is the rude idiot in the coat who uses swords, the one the Dokebi warned them about. He tells Dokja that he must be the leader of the Soul Dome, though he looks a little different from what they heard. Dokja is angry and thinks that they have mistaken him for you. The masked man tells everyone to surround Korea's Supreme King. Michio tells them that there's a misunderstanding and that he isn't the Supreme King. Dokja taps him on the shoulder and tells him to be quiet. Dokja warns them that they will regret it if they attack him. The masked man replies that they won't attack him, but Dokja will be the one to attack them. Dokja asks why he would do that, and one of them says that if Dokja doesn't act, his friends will die. Dokja sees that they are holding his friends captive, and they have turned small. They apologize to Dokja. Shin asks Dokja what they should do now. Dokja starts grinning and says, just as expected, all of them have already turned smaller. The system warns Dokja that if he doesn't hunt the small people within the next 16 minutes, the star stream will consider him to have no intention of acting as a catastrophe, and his status as a catastrophe will be forfeited. Dokja thinks that he has to make a decision soon. He wonders if he should hunt the serpent here or give up. Dokja looks at Michio, and the system notifies him that Michio is feeling guilty for the situation he is in. He has made a life-altering decision and has reached a state of evolution. Michio brings out his sword and says that he will take care of these men. Dokja is surprised to see that Michio says he is an honorable man who will not let his savior fall into trouble. Dokja tells him to wait, and Michio replies that he should run away and that he will buy him some time. Michio starts running toward the masked men, screaming. The system notifies that Michio has given up all the powers of being a catastrophe as he gets kicked in the stomach. Dokja thinks that Michio bought him some time. He looks at Michio, and they both nod at each other. Dokja asks the masked man why they are being hostile toward them. They may be from different countries, but this scenario isn't between Korea and Japan. It's between the small people and the catastrophe. The masked man asks if he doesn't know that they were the ones who showed hostility toward them first. The participants from Korea attacked them first. Dokja asks if this is true, and the masked man says that it isn't, but they did fight to protect the small people. The masked man tells Dokja that if he's going to pretend like he doesn't know anything, he should just stop right there. It was a man and a woman who attacked them first. Dokja wonders if he is talking about Pildo and Sion. Dokja asks what they look like, and the masked man tells him that if he doesn't stop asking, they will start attacking them soon. Suddenly, Dokja activates the personal skill bookmark number 4. The system notifies him that the Way of the Wind, level 8, has been activated. Dokja swings his sword and a strong gust of wind starts flowing. Dokja catches his friends and tells them to hold tight. He puts Galang in his pocket and picks up Michio from the ground. He starts running at wind speed. The system notifies that Starstream has sensed hostility being aimed at a fellow catastrophe. Dokja will now be under level 1 scenario penalty, and his overall stats have been decreased. The system also notifies that his total body mass has decreased slightly. The system notifies that constellations of other continents want to see the incarnations of Japan and Korea fight each other, and Dokja has been gifted 2,000 coins. Dokja thinks that they want him to put on a show for them. Dokja asks Jihee how they managed to get her so quickly, and she says there aren't any water bodies near. Dokja looks at her and thinks that he is sure he was penalized because he wanted to protect the small people. The masked men follow him, and one of them says that Dokja is headed toward where their leader is. Dokja thinks that their boss is the leader. He remembers that the leader wasn't Japan's boys in the original third round, but it seems like this leader has taken control of Japan in place of Asumi, who was supposed to be Japan's king. The old lady apologizes to Dokja for being penalized too quickly. Dokja tells her that she did well and asks if their leader is the serpent he has been looking for. Dokja says that it seems like it. He thinks that there were many cases where the leader's supporting constellation was a serpent during Yu's early rounds. So unless something drastic changes, the leader in this round will also be the serpent incarnate. The old lady asks Dokja if she isn't too heavy for him to carry. Dokja tells her that she is. He thinks that it's because the body mass of this old lady hasn't decreased despite her size, and that is why she is vital in his plans for the scenario. Dokja sees someone sitting in the forest. He says that the forest is definitely noisy today and asks his men what all this commotion is. The man is eating something, with a cage on his lap and a scar on his eye. Dokja thinks that he must be the leader. Michio starts shouting after seeing the person and says that Asuka is alive. Asuka Ren is sitting in the cage on a pile of bones. Asuka asks Michio what he is doing here. Dokja thinks that it's good. It will be even better if he can save Asuka Ren while hunting the serpent. Dokja activates the personal skill character profile, and Dokja looks at the leader. His name is Yamamoto Haim, age 64. His supporting constellation is a million-year-old creature with 100 legs, and his personal attributes include Heartless Tactician and Corpse Devourer. His personal skills include Close Combat Level S, Advanced Weapon Proficiency Level 4, Kendo Level 8, Mental Fortitude Level 3, and Crowd Command Level 4. His stigmas are Demon Formation Level 7 and Shout of Concentration Level 5. His stamina, strength, agility, and mana are all at level 60. Character evaluation shows that one of Japan's largest groups possesses the stigma Demon Formation, which applies heavy penalties against human targets. It is recommended that they not fight him unless they want all monster-type constellations to turn their backs on them. Dokja is shocked to see that Yamamoto's supporting constellation is not a serpent. He wonders what is going on and if something went wrong during this round. Yamamoto tells Dokja that he withstood the effects of the demon formation, even as a mere human, so Dokja shouldn't take him too lightly. Dokja asks where the serpent is, and Yamamoto tells him that he is a centipede. Dokja looks at Yamamoto and remembers that million-year-old creatures with 100 legs, like turtles who live for 18,800 years, can go on to become constellations. A million-year-old centipede can also become one. It is a sacred being that transcended its species through numerous fables and molting to become a constellation. It's not strange for a sacred being such as this to have a high-level skill like demon formation. Dokja realizes that this place is also affected by the demon formation. He thinks that no matter how strong Yamamoto is, there's no way that the White Demon King, Isumi Hiroki, would lose to someone like him. The system notifies Dokja that his movement has been slowed due to the demon formation effect, and his mental fortitude has also decreased. Dokja wonders what is going on in Japan during this round. Dokja tells Yamamoto that there is no way someone like him would be able to lead a Japanese group. Yamamoto replies that he is the current king of Japan and glares at Dokja. The system notifies Dokja that the catastrophe's plausibility has increased due to the scenario buff and that the constellation is beginning to wield a portion of its true power. Dokja feels a threatening aura from Yamamoto, and there's a warning on the screen that he shouldn't show hostility against his current target. The related main scenario has been activated. The system displays the main scenario. Number 6, title, Little Savior. Category Main Difficulty, S-Clear Conditions. Fight alongside the small people to defeat the catastrophes who are attacking the planet of Peaceland. Time limit, 40 days rewards, 300,000 coins and something unknown. Penalty for failure, destruction of Peaceland. The system notifies that the catastrophes currently encountered are the second catastrophe, which dreams of usurping the first catastrophe, who is the king of catastrophes. The system notifies that the catastrophe that dreams of usurping reveals itself as Yamamoto Haim. A warning appears again for Dokja. If he wants to turn down this scenario, he should hunt down a small person within the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, the star stream will consider him to have no intention of acting as a catastrophe. A timer appears above Dokja's head. Dokja thinks that the king of catastrophes, whom he still hasn't encountered, must be the serpent incarnate. Dokja tells Yamamoto that they shouldn't fight because he is not his actual target. Yamamoto tells him to just die. The ground starts breaking under Dokja's feet, and a huge centipede appears. The system warns Dokja that the catastrophe Yamamoto is not under any penalties because he can attack a fellow catastrophe. Dokja thinks that this means Yamamoto can attack him without worrying about growing smaller. The centipede attacks Dokja, but he jumps backward to avoid the strike. The system notifies Dokja that the constellations have increased their synchronization with their incarnation, and a few constellations are not happy with Yamamoto's actions. Dokja starts running away from the centipede, and the system notifies that the constellation, which has given away its life to seal away demons, is looking at Dokja. Yamamoto orders his men to attack Dokja. Dokja thinks that Yamamoto must know he will grow smaller once he kills someone. He considers that if he takes someone's life here, he could lose the effects of the King of No Killing. He can't waste his precious extra life on killing Japan's leader. Masked men block Dokja's path from the front, and the centipede attacks from behind. Dokja activates Ganong's special ability, the Echo of Stars. It allows Dokja to seek the help of a high constellation, though the constellation can refuse his request, and the number of times Ganong can be used will be reduced. When the constellation responds to his request, the system notifies that the high constellations hear his voice flowing through the stars. Dokja shouts that he calls upon the Onoi of contradictions, and light strikes at Dokja from the skies. The system notifies that the stigma, 5 elements of yin and yang level 1, has nullified the effects of the demon's formation. Dokja makes a hand sign, and Onoi appears behind him. There's a gust of wind and leaves start flying toward the masked men. The system notifies that the stigma, Shikami level 1, has immobilized all occultists and monsters of fable near him. Someone yells to watch out. They are no ordinary leaves. Dokja thinks that Shikami, also known as Paper Doll, is a stigma that's fatally effective against monsters of fable. The masked men are unable to move. Yamamoto says that Dokja has chosen a supporting constellation with the origins of a monster fable. Dokja thinks that the constellation he called upon is Japan's #1 exorcist, the Onoi of contradictions. Yamamoto tells Dokja that he used his head quite well, but he has also been immobilized. Once his mana runs out, he will be dead. The system notifies that the constellation, Centipede, is glaring at the Onmoji of contradictions and warning him not to get in his way. Dokja thinks that Yamamoto is right. He will only be able to hold for the next 1 or 2 minutes, but about him dying, Dokja starts laughing and says they will see about that. Dokja says, "Now, old lady," and she jumps down from Dokja's shoulder, becoming big again. Everyone is surprised to see this. Yamamoto tells his men not to be startled. She is just an old lady. Dokja thinks that she never grew smaller in size because she entered the scenario as a small person in the first place, thanks to the spell that Ganuchi, who worked under his mom, put on her. The system notifies that the incarnation Box-un used the skill to respect the elderly at level 7. She starts walking toward the masked men, and everyone begins bowing down. The system notifies that all incarnations younger than her have been overcome with respect for her. She smiles, thanks them for bowing down, and says that there's no need to make way for the little old lady. She stomps her foot on the ground, and the system notifies that Box-sunly is preparing to cast the stigma, Invocation Rite level 2. The system notifies that the constellation, the Shaman King, is looking at their incarnation with third eyes. She says, "Come on now, just help her out." Dokja thinks that her supporting constellation is the Shaman King. He was the second king of Silla and also a shaman known as Cha-Chang. Despite being a high-tier constellation, he is known to rarely take part in combat himself. Instead, he passed down one of his mightiest abilities to his incarnation, called Invocation Rite. It is a powerful stigma that allows one to borrow a single ability belonging to any constellation. So in other words, that old lady is pretty much a living Ganpangui. Boxan asks whose powers she should borrow this time. Yamamoto calls her a fool and says that it doesn't matter whose power she borrows unless it is from a constellation that is fabled or higher. She says, "Hey Centipede, let me tell you a story. A long time ago there was a village, and in that village lived a fair maiden. She was so kind-hearted that she would generously provide for any creature that walked into her kitchen, even little creatures like toads. But one day, that fair maiden was chosen to be sacrificed to a monster that hunted the village, and that village was under the rule of a giant centipede. Soon the poor maiden arrived at the habitat of the centipede, but a creature had come to save that maiden from the centipede. Yamamoto is shocked to hear that story. He orders his men to stop her, and he looks scared, and she says that her supporting constellation is a toad. Boxen is smiling and says that the toad that saved the maiden was the same toad she had fed earlier. She looks stronger and bigger than before. Dokja thinks that the constellation she called upon is the Toad of Ogun. Boxan starts walking towards Yamamoto. She has a giant toad behind her. The system notifies that the constellation Toad of Ganon enlarges its body with a satisfactory smile. Yamamoto is scared of her constellation. Dokja thinks that dramatization is what happens when two constellations that are related end up facing each other, and the constellations that have famous fables about them are powerful, and they grow even stronger when they are in similar situations as those in the fables about them. Boxen grabs Yamamoto by his arms and lifts him into the air. He starts screaming in pain, and she asks him what he thinks happens next. The system notifies that the blue flame of the toad has regained its original power due to dramatization. Boxen opens her mouth wide, and the system notifies her that the attack power of the blue flame of the toad has increased by 300% due to the stigma of Shinigami. Yamamoto starts sweating, and Boxan attacks him with a fire blast from her mouth. She says the moral of the story was not to play with fire. Boxen drops him on the ground, and Yamamoto's face is burned. The system notifies them that a catastrophe of renown has fallen, and she has received 5,000 coins. The system notifies Dokja that the effects of the stigma Shinigami have come undone due to the excessive use of mana, and all the leaves also start disappearing. Boxen has returned back to her old self. Dokja comes near her as she is wiping sweat from her face. The system notifies that the main contributors are Boxan and J. Dokja, and that the character Boxan has forfeited all of her hours as a catastrophe. The Dokabi has decided that Boxan has taken up a hostile stance against the scenario. The system notifies them that Boxan has begun to grow smaller. She asks Dokja if he could carry her, and Dokja tells her that she should put something on first. The masked men shout that they killed their leader and start running toward Dokja. Dokja activates the Way of the Wind, level 8, and attacks the masked men. The system notifies that Dokja received a level 2 scenario penalty. Dokja thinks that he has 10 minutes left with the ability from the bookmark skill and 5 minutes until the penalty kicks in, and he has to escape this forest within that time limit. Dokja starts running when he hears a voice. Ren shouts at him from the cage to take her with him. Dokja grabs everyone and starts running. A masked man says to kill him. He's going to grow smaller soon. They start throwing knives at Dokja. Dokja thinks that this is too dangerous. Suddenly, Dokja stops running and notices that the forest is changing shape. Ren shouts at Dokja to be careful because it is nighttime. Dokja looks up at the sky and says that he remembers now that no one enters the forest of Peaceland after sundown because the forest turns into a labyrinth at night and assumes a shape that's much like the intestine of a monster. The masked men see that their path is blocked by the forest, and the system notifies Dokja to hunt down a small person within the next minute. Dokja thinks that TWSA doesn't have any records on how to escape from the forest. Ren tells Dokja to run to the right of that tree over there. Dokja starts running. Boxen asks Ren if she knows the way out. Ren replies that she knows the forest inside out. Boxen says that she must have a skill that helps her with that, and Ren says that she does. Some of the masked men spot Dokja again and start attacking. Only 30 seconds remain, and Ren says that they are almost out of the woods. The countdown ends, and the system notifies Dokja that he failed to hunt down a small person within the time limit. The Sky of Starstream has determined that he has no intention of acting as a catastrophe, so he will now be under level 3 penalty, and now he will begin to grow smaller. Dokja tells everyone to get off of him, and everyone jumps to the ground. Lightning strikes, and Dokja transforms into a small size. Shen asks if he is all right. Dokja thinks that he is lucky that his coat shrunk with him. Dokja looks at Asuar Ren and calls her name. She says that she doesn't recall ever telling him who she is. Dokja tells her that Mishio told him about her and asks her to please lead the way for his friends. Dokja asks Ren if she could take them to Veronica's castle. She asks how he knows about the locations of Peaceland. Dokja says that there's no time to explain because he needs to stop the masked men. Ren says okay and tells Dokja that he can't leave her behind, and Dokja tells him that he must. It is the only way for everyone to survive. Dokja says that he can make the escape if he is alone. The masked man arrives there and says that Dokja has grown small, so he will stomp him into the ground like a bug. Dokja thinks that, now that he is smaller, even a small fry like him looks scarier. So he tells Joonghyuk to call for help. Joonghyuk nods his head and calls some insects. Everyone gets on top of the insects, and Dokja says that he will see them all later. The masked man starts attacking Dokja with a knife, but he dodges the blade and thinks that even air grazes are enough to kill him. The masked man says that he will kill Dokja and everyone else should go after the others. Dokja says that he won't let them and activates the stigma of Shikigami, level 1. The leaves start sticking to the masked men again, and they are unable to move. Blood starts dripping from Dokja's nose. The system notifies him that the constellation Onmyoji of contradictions has given him his blessings. A voice says that he is moved by how Dokja put the safety of his allies before himself. Dokja thinks that it is a constellation's voice. He says that it is nothing, but he would like it if he kept on helping him. The voice says that he has a favor to ask from him. Dokja thinks that he has a bad feeling about this, and the constellation says that he wants Dokja to kill the serpent for the incarnation of Japan. Dokja is surprised to hear that. He thinks that it is not a bad deal because he needs to kill the serpent anyway. Dokja tells the constellation that it doesn't sound fair, but he will consider it if he recovers his mana a little more. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation Onmyoji of contradictions has used magic to recover his mana, a minuscule amount. Dokja starts smiling and thinks that he shouldn't expect more from the Onmyoji of contradictions. Dokja says that he doesn't get it. He asks what happened to Japan when they had a great king like Isumi. The constellation says that Isumi was a fine incarnation. Dokja asks why they let the serpent become the king of catastrophes and run amok, and isn't Isumi's supporting constellation the one who kills the serpent? The constellation replies that he has got it all wrong, that it is not Isumi's supporting constellation. Dokja is surprised to hear that. The constellation's voice disappears. Dokja thinks that the rule of plausibility doesn't allow any more information to be known. The system notifies Dokja that 30 seconds are remaining to use the power of the Ganpangwei. Dokja sees that the Shikigami has started to vanish, and he wonders if he will be able to make it if he were to run toward the forest. He thinks that he might end up getting himself killed. Time is running out, and the system notifies Dokja that the Constellation Defense Master is sighing at how pathetic he is. The system notifies that Pildo has activated the stigma of the militarized fortress, and a lot of machine guns appear around Dokja. Pildo warns them that they have trespassed onto private property. Dokja starts smiling and thinks that he can't believe he's actually glad to see this message. The machine guns start firing at the masked men. They say that it hurts. The machine guns start turning into a fortress. Dokja thinks that it is not a militarized zone, but a militarized fortress. He can't believe that Pildo's stigma level exceeds level 10. A small person orders everyone to charge, and an army of small men starts attacking the masked men, and Pildo also starts shooting at them. Pildo appears from behind and says that it is his property. Stop trespassing and get lost. The masked men say that they will retreat for now, and the small people start rejoicing that they have won and defeated the catastrophe. They start praising the goddess. Someone jumps down from the fortress. Dokja looks at her and says that she has made a name for herself. Pong starts walking towards Dokja and says, "Long time no see, Dokja." She puts her finger on his neck and tells him that he is as ugly as ever. After some time, Xiong explains that she got run over by a bus full of survivors while she was walking on the road. Dokja looks at her with disbelief and says that it doesn't make any sense. Dokja asks what about Pildo. Xiong says that the same thing happened to him, but he drowned in the Han River. Dokja asks if this is some kind of fantasy novel, and Xiong replies impassively that he must have forgotten where they are right now. Dokja asks what this is about a goddess, and if she makes them call her that. Xiong says that he always keeps babbling on, and maybe she shouldn't have saved him. Pildo says that they both are quite the pair. Dokja is looking at Pildo. Pildo asks what he is staring at, and Dokja tells him that he is sorry for not taking better care of him. Pildo says that he makes it sound like he begged him to take care of him. He asks if Dokja's brain has grown smaller too. Dokja says that he is just saying that because he is indeed sorry and thanks for saving his life. Pildo is surprised to hear that. Dokja thinks that he feels bad because he cannot keep his promise to the defense master when he tells him that he will take care of Pildo. The system notifies Dokja that the Constellation Defense Master scoffs at what he just said. Pildo tells Dokja that he should start taking better care of him now. The system notifies that Dokja gifted 5,000 coins to the defense master, and the Constellation Defense Master nods his head reluctantly. Dokja looks at Xiong and thinks that it is good that they're alive, although they have grown smaller. He suddenly wonders why these two forfeited being a catastrophe and chose to grow small. It is just not like them to be so selfless. Michio comes out from the woods and starts waving at Dokja. He thanks them for saving his life and tells Dokja that if it weren't for Pildo and Xiong, they would have all died. Xiong says that she is just Dokubi, her job, and Dokja thinks she is brazen. She looks at Dokja and asks what it is, and he replies that it is nothing. Ji-hee asks Seong which group she is from, and she tells her that her combat skills are on par with that of a king. Ji-hee says that she has never seen her before. Dokja and Seong are alarmed. Dokja thinks that they don't know that Seong was the first disciple, and Ji was hurt the most in Chungo. She won't just stand by if she finds out who Seong used to be. Dokja tells Ji-hee that she's a friend of mine, and she has quite a temper, so she likes to travel alone. Seong is surprised to hear that and asks if she is his friend. Dokja says yes, they go way back. They have been friends since before the scenario began. Ren raises her hand and says, sorry to interrupt, but could she ask something? Ji-hee whispers to Dokja that he seems good with women and asks if that pretty lady is his friend too. Dokja tells her no, she's a Japanese incarnation he saved from captivity. Ji-hee says they are our enemies. Dokja tells her that this scenario isn't a competition between Japan and Korea, it's a battle between the small people and the catastrophes. Seong asks Dokja who she is, and was she a character in TWSA 2? Dokja asks if she doesn't know her. Seong says that she has temper issues, so she doesn't read crappy novels to the end. Dokja thinks that if she has read up to episode 100, then she should know what happened. Ren asks Seong how she has conquered the northern area of Peaceland already. Seong asks Dokja what she is saying. Dokja tells her that she is asking how she ended up becoming a goddess. Dokja thinks that he is curious about that too. Dokja thinks that one day on Earth is 3 days in Peaceland, and it has been a little over a week since they got separated, which means Seong has spent 3 weeks in Peaceland already. She did manage to become the king of the prophets in just a week when she was back on Earth, so it's not strange that she became a goddess in 3 weeks. Fong says that she told them earlier that they found themselves in the northern region. She and Pildo fell in the middle of Veronica Castle. It was under siege. The first batch of participants from Japan had been attacking Veronica. She was just going to loot the dead and run for it, but then they started talking to them. Dokja asks if she killed them, and she says, of course, but she wouldn't have done that if she had known that she would grow smaller. Dokja thinks that the kingdom of Veronica is on the verge of ruin due to the onslaught of catastrophes, and 2 people fell into the castle in the middle of the siege and killed the catastrophes. Now he gets how they could have looked like deities, and that also explains why the small people attacked them with such fierce hatred the moment they saw them. After some time, everyone returns to the castle, and the small people are happy to see that the goddess is back. Dokja thinks that the people of this world look like earthlings of the past. There aren't any sword masters or ninth circle mages here, and on top of that, their abilities are restricted by the system that's in place. No matter how hard they fight, there will always be the weak civilians of a typical fantasy who suffer at the hands of invaders from another world. Dokja thinks that he knows whose work this world is. Dokja turns around and tells Alka Ren that he wants her to join the Korean group. Ren is shocked to hear that. In the morning, everyone is looking at their screens inside the castle. Ji-hee asks if they need to protect Veronica's castle until the scenario ends. Dokja says yes, that is their mission, and he tells them that he wants all of them to help Pildo protect the castle. If anyone from Japan's first team or the Serpent appears, don't fight them head-on. They must run, even if it means abandoning Veronica. Dokja tells them to promise him that. She says that she promises and asks Dokja if he is thinking of going alone. Dokja replies that he will go with Seong and Ren. Seong asks which way they are going. Dokja says east, where the strangely shaped rocks are. Ren tells Dokja that Japan has already taken over that area. Dokja says that he knows, and that's the reason why he brought her along. Ren asks if he trusts her that much, and Dokja says that he doesn't, but he is hoping that she can pay him back for saving his life. Dokja thinks that they will get there in 2 days, and he needs her to tell him all the information before they get there. Seong asks Dokja if he is going to look for the king of the catastrophes. Dokja says that the scenario won't end unless they kill him. Ren asks Dokja if he is saying that he knows who the king of catastrophes is. Dokja tells her that he was hoping she would tell him that. Ren wonders if she could entrust these people with the information, and if she was to tell them, how much she should tell them. Dokja asks Ren how the White Demon King, Izumi Hiroki, became the king of catastrophes. Ren asks how he knew that. The system notifies Dokja that he managed to deduce who the king of catastrophes is, and a few constellations have gifted him 500 coins for his amazing deduction skill. Dokja remembers that Izumi was a supporter of you in the latter rounds, and he was very competent, but he decided to become a catastrophe this time around, and this was something that didn't happen in the earlier parts of TWSA. Dokja tells Ren that they don't have time to worry about that right now, and it isn't important how he knows. Ren says that she is to blame for what happened to Izumi. She remembers that Izumi was against the killing of small people, but Yamamoto said that they would clear the scenario with ease if they became catastrophes themselves and started killing small people. Ren and Asumi were shocked to see that. Dokja says that it was she who sent the dimensional carrier pigeon with the note that said not to kill small people. Ren says that the leader sent the other one, saying the opposite. Dokja thinks that if they were to become catastrophes, they would have cleared the scenario much easier than any prior scenarios they experienced on Earth. Xiong asks Ren if that's why she killed her teammates. Shouldn't the lives of her teammates come before the lives of small people? Dokja says that there wouldn't have been a problem if Asumi had used the ruler's throne. Dokja activates level 2 of the Omniscient reader's viewpoint. The system notifies them that he can read a fragment of the character's thoughts due to his lack of understanding. Ren tells Dokja that the power of the ruler's throne had little effect on those who had already become a catastrophe. Asumi used the ruler's throne and ordered Yamamoto to stop attacking, but that power had no effect on Yamamoto as he continued killing small men. The idea of nations, such as Korea and Japan, became meaningless. There were only two teams, small people and the catastrophes. For someone to control one team, they would have to become the king of that team. So Asumi said that he would become the king of catastrophes, then Asumi ended up killing small people. Dokja asked what happened after that. Seeing how she was still alive, the throne seemed to have taken effect. Ren replies that it did, but something strange happened to Asumi after that. Asumi told her to get away from him and run as far away as possible. Dokja is surprised to see that Ren is afraid even thinking about it. She tells Dokja that there's no way for them to kill him because of his supporting constellation. Dokja interrupts her and says Sovereign of 8 Heads, also known as the Serpent, and his true name is Yada no Orchi. There's lightning in the sky. Dokja thinks that originally Asumi's supporting constellation in the 3rd round was the one that cut down serpents, but now he has ended up with the serpent as his supporting constellation. Xiong asks, isn't Erachi a monster from Japanese folklore, and that's a very powerful constellation? Dokja says that the Sovereign of 8 Heads signs a spirit contract with its incarnation, and in return for lending them immense power, they slowly take away the incarnation's ability to control. Xiong says that it looks like they have their work cut out for them in this scenario. She tells Dokja to go after him right away. He has the ruler's throne with him, so it will be over once they get him. Dokja tells her that they can't do that just yet because the scenario has gotten a little more difficult than expected, so they will need some time to prepare. Dokja says that they are headed to the area with the strangely shaped rocks to see someone there. Xiong asks if it is you, and Dokja says someone is stronger than him. Xiong asks, if someone stronger than you actually exists? Dokja says that he is right, a powerful man who was born in a peaceful land. Xiong asks Dokja if he knows how weak the people here are. There isn't a single swordmaster here, let alone a decent swordsman, and as for magic, all they can do is start a small fire. Xiong says that they are like some villagers from an antiquated fantasy novel. It is as if someone gathered the weakest people in one place just to screw with them. Xiong is angry and asks Dokja why the Dokkaebi set this place as the stage for the scenario when they like stimulating situations. Dokja tells her to calm down and says that this world wasn't created by the Dokkaebi. He looks back at Ren, and she starts crying and says that she is sorry. Xiong is shocked. Ren tells them that Peaceland is a comic that she drew, and Dokja and Xiong look at her in silence. After a while, Xiong tells her that her novel has become a reality, so she guessed that could also happen. She asks Ren if that's why she was against the killing of small people, because they were characters in her comic. She looks at Ren and says that they got a real artist on their hands. She says that she killed them without any hesitation when they were in the comic, but now she can't do it because they became real. Xiong asks Ren why she didn't make them a little stronger to begin with. Ren shouts that one can't keep creating the same stories as if they are being stamped out from the factory. Xiong is startled to hear that because she's a Korean fantasy writer who plagiarizes others. She tells Ren as if her story is any better. She tells Dokja that counts in this world talk casually to dukes and not get her started on the knights. All of them are good-for-nothing pretty boys. Ren is embarrassed and she tells Xiong to wait. Xiong glares at her and tells her to shut up. She says that it is all because of Ren that they are going through all this. And she asks Ren if she begged the Dokkaebi to make her world a reality. Xiong tells Ren that her comic must have bombed, so she wanted to make everyone who badmouthed her comic come into this world to die. That's probably what she wished for, and the Dokkaebi probably said something like, her wish was his command, and made it happen. Ren says that is not true and asks how something like that could even happen. Dokja thinks that Xiong has quite an imagination, so it's no wonder she's a writer. Xiong shouts, then what? Dokja thinks that he is curious about that too, even though TWSA didn't say why Peaceland was selected to become one of its scenarios. If he finds out why, then he might be able to find out about the author too. Ren is about to say something, but Dokja and Xiong notice someone's presence and prepare for the attack. Dokja brings out his sword and says that he is dying to know, but he doesn't think that they have time right now. Someone attacks them with Shuren. Dokja tells them to run. Xiong asks, when did they catch up to them? Dokja says that they are very good at keeping themselves hidden. Ren says that they must be the Wind Shadow Squadron. It's a squad consisting of non-human species who worship Asumi. Xiong turns around and tells them that she will buy them some time. Dokja asks if she is going to be all right, and she brings out her clones and tells Dokja that he knows that she is a master at playing dead. Dokja grabs Ren's hand and says that he will give it to her. Then Xiong is fighting the Wind Shadow Squad. Dokja tells Ren that they don't have much time. They need to find him. Ren tells Dokja that she doesn't know what he means. Dokja asks Ren to tell him where Roar Kiryu is, and Ren says she doesn't know. Dokja remembers that TWSA only mentions in passing that Kyrios is in Peaceland during this time, but he doesn't actually appear in the novel. Ren tells Dokja that she has never created such a character and that all the characters in her comic are weak. Suddenly, someone attacks from behind. Dokja thinks that they must be the few whom Xiong failed to stop. He says that he didn't want to do this here, but here goes. Dokja tells Ren that Peaceland's publication is on its 11th episode, and she couldn't even have it published in book form due to troubles with her publisher. Ren asks how he knows that. Dokja says that he gets how badly she wanted to draw a comic in the classic fantasy genre, but her comic isn't a classic fantasy novel. Dokja exchanges blows with the Wind Squad and tells Ren that after she sees how the readers react to her comic, she introduces a new character out of spite. He is strong, unlike any other character in Peaceland. Ren is shocked and asks how Dokja knows all of that. Dokja says that although he only appeared once because her comic ended abruptly, that doesn't mean she can pretend that he never existed. Dokja thinks that she didn't like the comic she drew because that comic is what ruined her life. But when her comic became a reality, she couldn't bring herself to destroy the world she created with her own hands, because she was once the god who created this very world. Dokja tells Ren that whether she likes it or not, this is a world she created, and all the characters here are her creations, and she should take responsibility for them. No matter how little, there are still people out there who used to read her story. The system notifies Dokja that he has a high understanding of the character Ren, and she is touched by his sincerity. Dokja is trying to protect Ren from the attacks. She tells Dokja that he is right and that she needs to beg for their forgiveness. The system notifies that the character Asuka Ren's attribute, creator of the Peaceland, has been activated. Numerous tree branches start protecting them, both from the Wind Squad. Asuka grabs Dokja's arm and starts running. Dokja asks, "What is wrong with these trees?" Ren tells Dokja to run this way. Suddenly, a voice comes from somewhere and asks, "Who goes there?" The Wind Squad catches up to them and suddenly gets struck by lightning and dies. The voice asks again, "Who goes there?" Dokja thinks that it is the lightning and thunder of the White Storm, a voice that sounds like a constellation, a true voice despite not being one, a power so strong that it can turn catastrophes into dust despite being a small person, the most powerful entity of TWSA, born on Peaceland, Kiryu's rod grain. Dokja thinks that most incarnations consider constellations to be the most powerful beings in the star stream, but there are other beings who are powerful enough to go against constellations. There are demon kings who refuse their chance to become constellations, and even dragons who rule at the top of the food chain as monsters. If there is a question that humans could ever reach a level where they could oppose a constellation, then the answer to that question is standing right before him. Dokja tells Kiryu that it is an honor to be in his presence. He says that it is interesting. They have sacrificed their own existence for the survival of another planet. He will let them live this time, seeing how brave they are. He tells Dokja to take his friend and get out of his sight. Ren faints after hearing his voice. Dokja thinks that roars are beings who were born with special talents and transcended their mortal existence thanks to the blessings of the star stream. Asking such brings Cairo, blessed with enough powers not to be drawn into the magnetic force the Dokabi scenario exerts on men. Dokja tells him that he must have a word with him, and Kiryu asks if he considers himself worthy of his time when he is the White Storm of Paradox. He glares at Dokja. Dokja feels a lot of pressure and thinks that he is strong. Dokja wonders how a small mortal person could be this powerful. The system notifies Dokja that the personal skill Fourth Wall has been activated. Kiryu says that it is intriguing. He must be protecting himself using some unknown force. The system notifies Dokja that Kiryu has taken an interest in him. Dokja tells Kiryu that this world needs his help. He asks if that is why he sought him out, and Dokja says that it is right. Kiryu thinks that other small beings approached him for that as well. The system notifies that the small constellation of the little planet looks at Kairos with its eyes, and the small constellation has gifted 10 coins to Kiros's rod grain. Kiryu says that he doesn't need it. The small constellation of the little planet is in shock. Kiros says that all things are due to expire someday, just as all stories must come to an end, and for this planet, the end is now. Dokja asks them why he returned here when he had left peace a long time ago. Kiros looks at Ren and says that something has called for him. Dokja tells Kiros not to fool himself and asks if he has not come back to protect his home planet. Kiros says that he doesn't have any fond memories of this place. Dokja says that it is because this is where he was born weak. Kiros is shocked to hear that. Dokja says that it is the mother planet that brought him into existence in that cursed body of his. Kiros tells Dokja to watch his words and not make him repeat himself. Dokja asks if he is scared of those constellations who toy with his world and of that conniving serpent. The ground starts breaking under Dokja, and he coughs blood. Kiros glares at Dokja and says that if he wishes to die, then he shall grant him that wish. Dokja tells him not to lie about the real reason he came here. He tells Kiros that he came here to watch this planet die, and he knows that Kiros is not able to use his full powers to their true potential because of plausibility clauses. Dokja tells him that he wouldn't even have to lift a finger because he will defeat the catastrophe of Peaceland, wipes blood from his mouth, and requests Kiros to take him in as his apprentice. Kiros is surprised to hear his request. There's red lightning around Kiros. Dokja thinks that it is the plausibility storm. It must be because he killed those 2 Wind Shadow Squadron members earlier. And since he wasn't summoned because of the scenario, he will be under immense plausibility limitations, even if it isn't as much as what the constellations feel. Dokja says that the heavens must be asking him to take on a disciple about now, so take him in as his disciple, and he will defeat the catastrophe of Peaceland for him. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the Golden Headband is displeased with Kiros. The constellation demonic judge of fire is offended by Kiros's unjust ways, and the scribe of heaven is protesting his interference in the scenario. Kiros looks at the screen and tells Dokja that he seems to have some peculiar fans following him around. He never thought that the proud Monkey King and Archangel would ever support anyone. He tells Dokja that he is right that he can't save this planet alone, because if he were to interfere in the scenario, all other constellations would also be granted the plausibility to do so. But that doesn't mean that he can just take anyone in as his disciple. Kiros looks furious and says that he doesn't accept outsiders as disciples, and besides, Dokja is not qualified enough to carry on the legacy of his strength. Dokja thinks that Kiros left his home planet and returned after so many trials and tribulations, only to find himself too powerful to save his planet from perishing. Dokja starts getting up and asks if this would be enough to prove his worth to him. Dokja remembers that there is a hidden skill he purchased, and as soon as the second scenario is over, he picks up the stick from the ground and starts generating electricity. Kiros is shocked to see the white pure star energy. Dokja remembers that white pure star energy is Kiros's famous technique. Dokja takes a knee, holding the stick in his hand, and says, "Let me introduce myself. I am the outside J. Dokja, and I am pleased to meet the master of the White Storm School." After some time, Dokja reads information about Kiros. It says that Kiros was a Ruri from a Miram world, and despite being a small person, he managed to pursue martial arts through hard work and became the most powerful being in the world. He was sent to tales of his exploits that are just as numerous as they are legendary. One example would be how he took the lives of all the worshippers of the evil cult who were taller than him. The most legendary tale would be when he befriended the Breaking Sky Sword. Shong looks at Dokja and tells him that his cell phone has grown smaller with him. Dokja puts the cell phone in his pocket and says that it grew smaller because he had it stored in the infinite dimension space coat. Shong says that he hogs anything that's good for himself. Shong says that she would have never imagined that the strongest man in the first Miram would be from a peaceful land. Dokja tells her that it is not decided who the strongest is, but Kiros is very close. Shong says that it is good that Kiros accepted him as his disciple. Ren is looking at Kiros sitting on a rock. Dokja thinks that it took Kiros 2 whole hours before he accepted him as his disciple. Dokja remembers his conversation with Kiros. Kiros stepped on the ground and said that the White Storm School would have perished after he left. He didn't know that he had any surviving disciples, and he told Dokja that he would accept him as his disciple. Dokja thinks that he had them waiting for 2 hours just to tell them that. Shong asks Dokja if it is his goal to return to Veronica's castle within 2 weeks, and if it would be enough time for him to master his secret technique. On the first day of the training, Kiros throws bands on the ground and tells Dokja to put these on. Dokja thinks that these are wrist and ankle bands made using Peaceland's special ore. Dokja thinks that today must be his lucky day and puts on the bands. The system notifies Dokja that metallic training bands restrict his body. Dokja's hands drop to the ground due to the weight of the bands. Kiros tells him that those are the lightest ones he has, and while wearing them, he should repeat this stab 1,000,000 times. Dokja thinks that it is just a basic stab. Kiros tells him that the most important thing in mastering martial arts of the clan of the White Storm School is that they seek to expand the smallest point since the universe stems from one extremely condensed and tempered point. Dokja thinks that he has no idea what that means. On the second day of the training, Kiros tells Dokja that those who were born big like him don't know what it truly means to be small. Dokja is practicing the basic stab and says that humans aren't that big themselves. Kiros says that he is right. From the perspective of the universe itself, all beings are smaller than a speck of dust, so it is wrong to call small people small. Even humans are but a speck of dust. Dokja thinks that it sounds like he is overcompensating for his small stature with this theory. Kiros tells him that the smaller he is, the closer he is to the true nature of the universe, and it makes it easier for one to understand the essence. Dokja asks what that had to do with this exercise. Kiros says, and that's why he doesn't normally associate with the likes of him. On the fourth day, Kiros is angry at Dokja and tells him to focus. He tells Dokja that if he was born weak, then he should make up for it by trying even harder. On the fifth day, Kiros yells at Dokja and tells him that it would have served him better if he had been born an insect, and even a cockroach would have done a better job learning than him. Dokja replies if there were such a cockroach, then he would like to have him as his master instead. After 2 weeks of training, Kiros looks at Dokja's training and says that it is puzzling how he even managed to master the white pure star energy. Dokja replies that he read a book of secrets and it just came to him. Kiros tells him to watch that mouth of his. With a weak body like his, he will end up as minced meat in the blink of an eye. Dokja tells him that he has a peculiar way of showing concern for his disciple. Kiros tells Dokja he is afraid that he might sully the name of the White Storm School. The system notifies Dokja that his understanding of the character Kiros has increased. Dokja says that many men have died on this little speck of dust so far. He asks if their lives are also nothing but a speck of dust in the perspective of the universe, and Kiros remains silent. After a while, Kiros tells Dokja that he has not accepted any disciples for a long time. Dokja says even if he did, he is sure that they would have all run away sooner or later. Kiros says that is true. Almost everyone who came to him was weak. Dokja remembers that everyone in the White Storm School died in the bloodbath of the first Miram, except for the most powerful small person in this world, Kiros. Kiros is standing on a rock, and he says that all big beings are weak, so it is only right that they should work even harder because the scenarios he will be up against later on will be incomparable to anything that he has faced before. Dokja tells him that people died even before scenarios began to appear, maybe over things that mattered even less than they do today. To tell him the truth, life was harder for him then because that world was even more absurd. It was like shackles that tied one down no matter how hard they tried to escape. So what he wants to tell him is that don't worry, he is not going to die. Kyo looks at Dokja and says that he is a strange one, and Dokja says that he gets that a lot. At night, Dokja tells Ren and Xiong to make a run for it. They are both surprised to hear that. Xiong gets up and asks Dokja if he has mastered it already. It looked like he was nowhere near learning it earlier. Dokja says that he managed to steal it and transform it into pure white star energy. The system notifies Dokja that Kiros has been added to the 5th bookmark. Meanwhile, at the Veronica Castle, a soldier shouts that they are coming. He tells everyone to retreat across the Doggy Bridge. A lot of monster catastrophes are coming to attack the castle. Pildo is angry to see that they have started killing small people, so he starts shooting at them and says that this land is his. Jahi puts her hand on PW's shoulder and tells him to save his mana. She asks if they think that they can just breeze through signals of the scenario. She asks if he heard something from S or Hewan. He tells her that he thinks they are participating in a scenario that's being hosted on Earth right now. Dokja said that there would be a scenario being held there too. G says that means they are going to have to stop them. She asks how much longer until they are done with the trenches. He says that he thinks they are halfway done and that it will be filled with water soon too. The catastrophes started jumping over the trench. Jihi saw that some insects were flying toward them, and Galang and Shin were flying on the insects. Galang signals everyone to prepare for battle. Jihi starts running, and Pildo orders everyone to fight and defend Castle Veronica. At the rocks, Kiros is shocked to see that everyone has left, and he is furious. Dokja feels his energy and says that Kiros must have noticed that they are going. Ren says that they should hurry. Xiong asks if she is sad to leave him behind, and Ren says no. Xiong tells her that she gets it. This is the first time she has seen a character she created come to life, and he was quite a looker too. Ren tells her that she has got it all wrong. While they are running, Dokja remembers that in TWSA, the phrase "as handsome as you" is used whenever the author needs to describe someone who is good-looking, and Kuros is the perfect example of that. Suddenly, Ren starts feeling pain in her chest. Seong asks if she is all right. Ren tells them that the sovereign of the 8 heads has started moving, and he's commanding all the catastrophes to gather at the absolute throne. But she can resist his command because she chose to become a small person. Seong says that she will go and see what's going on in the front lines. Ren tells Dokja that she couldn't tell Kiros anything. She couldn't apologize to him for creating such a world, that she made him suffer through such a tragedy. Dokja tells her that she can't feel responsible for the lives that have already left her hands, and says that it is someone else's problem. Ren asks Dokja if he is also a writer, and Dokja says no, he is a reader. At the same time, Seong returns and tells Dokja to hurry up. Dokja is surprised to see that the castle is under attack. Jihee has blood all over her face, and she is in shock. She wonders what is going on. They were doing just fine until a moment ago. She thought they would be able to defend Veronica's castle. There are dead bodies everywhere on the ground. The catastrophes are trying to break into the castle. A soldier shouts that they are attacking the front gate. A catastrophe grabs a soldier, and the system notifies that incarnation, Mishio, used the skill Flying Squirrel Walk, level 6. Mish jumps in the air and slashes the arm of the catastrophe. The catastrophe is furious and is about to punch Mishio, but Pildo starts shooting at the catastrophe from behind. The catastrophe turns and is about to attack Pildo when Jihee says, "Reload," and numerous battle warships appear in the water flowing in the trenches. The warships start shooting at the catastrophes. Mishio jumps and stabs the catastrophe in its eye multiple times. The system notifies that someone has defeated the catastrophe that is yet to be named, and the main contributors are Pildo and Mishio and Jihee. The system notifies that a constellation that has yet to reveal its nickname shows interest in the incarnation, Mishio. Everyone starts shouting in joy that they can do this. If they keep this up, they can defend Veronica's castle. Jihee shouts at everyone to take the catastrophes down one by one. Ji is shocked to see someone approaching the castle, and she says that there's no way they can stop something like that. The system notifies that the King of Catastrophes has received a scenario buff effect, and the penalties have partially been lifted from the constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads. The serpent arrives at the castle, and suddenly a dead body flies past Jihee. She is shocked to see that and starts calling for help. Dokja arrives at the castle with Seong and Ren. Dokja is shocked to see the serpent and asks what it is, that thing. The system notifies Dokja that he has encountered a renowned catastrophe. Ren is shocked to see Ismi, and the system notifies that the King of Catastrophes reveals himself. Dokja is worried about his friends. He looks around and sees that his friends are fine, but they have lost their will to fight. Dokja thinks that everyone here is now just prey for that fabled constellation to hunt down. The system notifies that the shadow of the constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads has manifested itself in the scenario. Ren starts shaking and says that they should not fight him. Seong says that there's no way they can fight that thing. She grabs Dokja by his collar and tells him that it's not too late. They should run away. Seong tells Dokja that they still have time to save their friends and that they should go get them. Dokja tells her to wait a little. Seong tells Dokja that they are all going to die if they don't do something. Instantly, the serpent arrives at the castle and looks at Jihee. Dokja thinks that he can never kill the serpent if he tries to fight him now. Ji is too afraid to move, and the serpent is about to eat her. Dokja brings out his sword and rushes toward Jihee to save her. But at the same time, someone jumps in and starts attacking the catastrophe. There's a huge blast. Dokja is surprised to see that Jihee is still alive. Yu is standing on the severed head of the serpent. Dokja starts grinning and tells Yu that he is late. The serpent is furious, and Yu jumps back and takes position alongside Dokja. Dokja looks at Yu and thinks that he brought that sword with him, just as expected. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads has expressed hostility towards them. Yu tells Dokja to move, and he tells Dokja that he is going to bring the catastrophe down himself. Dokja says that he can't let him do that this time. Yu tells him that he is no match for the serpent. The system notifies that the constellations who hate humans are expressing their hatred towards them. The constellations who love carnage and violence are running rampant, and the constellations who hate humans are wishing for their deaths. Dokja thinks that he knows a few of the constellations that are sending those messages right now. They are the constellations that joined the Dokabi's channel in the 5th scenario and drove Shin to death. Dokja says that he made a promise, so he has to take that thing down himself. The system notifies Dokja that the personal skill bookmark has been activated. Yu asks what promise, and Dokja replies that he promised he would have his revenge on the constellations who drove her to death. Dokja remembers that he made 3 promises to Shin for the 41st round. The first was that he would beat up the Kai Bipal to a pulp. The second was to bring her back to life. And the third and last promise was to avenge her death against all the constellations who voted to have her killed. Yu is surprised to hear that and says that is not a good enough reason for him to let him have the serpent. Dokja thinks that he definitely knows what he means, but he is pretending not to know. The system notifies that the constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads has been angered. It starts shooting blasts from one of its heads. Both Yu and Dokja jump to avoid the attack. Dokja remembers that Yamada no Orochi is an evil creature that repeatedly appears in ancient Japanese mythology. At this point in time, there's only one way for him to fight against it. Dokja thinks that it is just the shadow of the constellation, and it is still powerful. Dokja looks at Yu and says that he managed to bring the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Yu asks Dokja if he knows about this sword. Dokja says, of course, it is a famous sword. It was the sword that the ancient Japanese deity Susanoo used to cut down Yamada no Orochi. Dokja thinks that it means Yamada no Orochi has been defeated before, according to the fable, just as it did for General Jike and a million-year-old creature with 100 legs. It is their defeat that ends up being the greatest weakness of a fable. A voice calls them insolent insects. Dokja is surprised to hear that, and everyone starts coughing blood after hearing that voice. Dokja thinks that he's even using his true voice, and the system notifies him that the personal skill fourth wall has been activated. Dokja says that it looks like he can barely talk, so he should just keep quiet. The serpent starts shooting fire from its mouth. Yu jumps on the wall and starts running. The system notifies them that Yu has used Giant Body Transformation Level 2. Yu jumps towards the catastrophe and starts cutting its head. The system notifies that the constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads is crying out. Yu starts shouting at Dokja and asks if he is just going to watch. Doesn't he say he is going to hunt down the catastrophe? Dokja tells Yu that he meant he was going to get the last hit on him. Yu is annoyed and thinks that the giant body transformation lasts for only about 5 minutes. Dokja thinks that he knows Yu is tired and wants to end this quickly. But it is not yet time. Yu starts fighting the catastrophe again and severs one of the heads. Another head is about to bite Yu, but he grows smaller. Yu starts running, but he gets hit by the catastrophe. Yu activates the skill Tiger God Aura level 5. Yu gets blown away, and the sword lands near Dokja. Dokja looks at Yu, who is bleeding from his head, and Yu shouts at him to help him. Dokja says that it is finally time, and he will do it. Dokja starts taking off his metallic training bands and tells Yu to just watch. The serpent is about to attack. Dokja pulls out Yu's sword from the ground and activates the bookmark skill. The system notifies Dokja that the duration is 3 minutes, and he has a great understanding of the character. But only a fraction of the skill power will take effect, as the character's skill level surpasses his. Dokja thinks that is fine. Even a fraction of Kyo's power works for him. The system notifies Dokja that this skill can only be used by small people. Dokja thinks that there's only one skill he needs. Dokja activates the personal skill Electrification level 10 and jumps towards the catastrophe. He remembers that Kyo told him that the size of one's consciousness determines one's worth. This allows one to see into the depths of the universe, even in the smallest things. And the origin of everything is all but a small speck. Hence, there's greatness in small things. Dokja starts emitting electricity and moves at lightning speed to cut the heads of the catastrophe. The constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads is shocked, his swordsmanship. The system notifies that the constellation is questioning the fairness of the scenario. Dokja asks if he shouldn't be the one to question the fairness of it all. Dokja starts trembling and says that he doesn't think that he can take more than 3 steps in his current state. Dokja starts drinking a power potion and thinks that he only has 3 steps left to kill that thing. A Dokabi bee appears in the sky and says that it is unfortunate to see a great constellation such as him crying for help. The constellation starts crying out loud in anger. The Dokabi tells him that throwing a fit won't get him anywhere this time. He understands how he feels, but he has used up all the probability that he has been allowed for this scenario, and they won't lend him their power anymore. Yu is glaring at the catastrophe. Everyone else is unconscious. A few other monsters arrive there, and one of them tells the others to protect the king. Dokja is surprised to see them, and Pildo starts getting up to fight the monsters. Something strange starts happening. The Dokabi asks the constellation if he has lost his mind, and tells the management center that they have a problem. There are dark clouds and lightning in the sky. Dokja thinks that the constellation is going to gain ownership of Ismi's body through an unfair contract and expand his fable, reviving the White Demon world. The system notifies that someone has interfered in the scenario system, and Yu is shocked to see that. The serpent says a mere human dares to defy the great star using a measuring sword. Everyone starts coughing blood after hearing that voice. Dokja thinks that he can never beat that thing, even after using electrification at his current power level. However, the constellation just made the biggest mistake of his life. Dokja thinks that the star stream is governed by balance. If someone breaks their probability, then another person ends up getting it. There's blue lightning in the sky. Kiros asks, since when was another world god allowed to interfere in this scenario? He says, don't meddle in the affairs of his planet unless he wants to face him. On this planet where his fable was birthed, Kiros attacks the monster in the sky and tells him to die. The serpent is furious to see that. Dokja jumps in the air and is about to cut the last head of the serpent when the system notifies him that the constellation Sovereign of 8 Heads has furrowed his eyes. Dokja is surprised to see Ismi. He tells Dokja to please end it and put all the stars to the test. Dokja cuts the last head and kills the serpent. The system notifies Dokja that he has killed his own species and has lost the title of the King of No Killing. The system notifies that Dokja has accomplished an astonishing achievement, and the blue blood of the serpent is everywhere. The system notifies that Dokja is the first in this scenario to have hunted the King of Catastrophes, and the system can't grade the King of Catastrophes that appeared in the current scenario. The system notifies that Dokja has achieved a non-existent fable and successfully fulfilled the clear conditions of the main scenario. The Kai is looking at numerous screens, and the system notifies that all the Kai of the Seoul Dome and the Tokyo Dome will now enter into a meeting as Dokja has completed an impossible scenario. Dokja thinks that none of them will ever understand what it feels like for someone to give it their all, only to end up at the starting line. Dokja thinks that the sixth scenario has ended, and he has finally arrived at the starting line for the track that heads for the ending he wants. The system notifies Dokja that the star stream has acknowledged his accomplishments and that he has achieved a total of 4 fables. He must now achieve one last fable to become a constellation. The system notifies Dokja that he received 200,000 coins for his achievement and that the discussion for the main contributor award is underway. Most of the castle is destroyed, and people are carrying the dead bodies. A person wearing a hat arrives there and tells Dokja that he must be the one who Michio mentioned. Dokja is holding the recovery potion in his hand. Dokja recognizes the person and says that he is Kazuki Takashi. Dokja thinks that his supporting constellation has something to do with the Yamada no Orochi myth. Dokja tells Kazuki that he had the hidden scenario for Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Kazuki says that you must have told him that. Kazuki says that he never thought he would actually manage to kill the Sovereign of 8 Heads. He tells Dokja that he solved a lot of problems for them, and he will make sure to repay that debt somehow. Dokja is about to put the potion in his pocket when Michio comes there with his injured arm. Dokja tells Michio that he is sorry for what happened to Ismi. Michio says it was not his fault. Dokja thinks that he is the one who killed his hero, so he must be feeling confused. Michio tells Dokja that he would like to fight alongside him in battle someday once again. Dokja is surprised to hear that. Michio starts crying and tells Dokja that when they meet again, he will be much stronger than him. Michio turns around and runs away. The system notifies them that the constellation Snake Cutter has taken an interest in Michio. Dokja remembers that Snake Cutter is the original owner of the SSS grade item Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Isam's supporting constellation, Susanoo. Dokja wonders if he is thinking about supporting Michio in this round. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation Snake Cutter has taken a liking to him. Everyone is drinking the potion. Jihee says that she thought they were going to die this time and says that he wasn't this scared even when his superiors came to inspect their platoon in the army. Yu arrives behind and asks why he didn't come with his group when he told him to. Starts trembling and is crying as he looks toward Dokja to save him. Yu is glaring at Shin, hugs Dokja, pats her on the head, and tells her that she did a great job. Gillian arrives there and tells Dokja that he didn't think it was difficult at all. He starts hugging Dokja as well and tells Shin that he likes him more. Shin says that he doesn't. Galenium tells Dokja that he is very popular with children. He is covered in bandages and bows to Dokja. Dokja remembers that he was one of the first people on this planet to fight against catastrophes. Galenium tells him that they will be holding a celebratory banquet at the castle later. The castle is in ruins, but he would still like to invite them all. After some time, everyone is drinking, eating, and enjoying the party. The system notifies Dokja that the catastrophes have forfeited the scenario. Jillian tells Dokja that he has brought all the alcohol that he had in the storage as he asked. He tells Dokja that he must love to drink. Dokja replies that they have been hard to come by as of late. Dokja remembers that the alcoholic beverages of Peaceland have low alcohol content, so he needs as much of it as he can get. Dokja jumps on the railing and starts pouring the alcohol bottles into a large container. Dokja puts the 8th head of the Sovereign of 8 Heads in the container and its 7th tail. You ask Dokja if he knows of that hidden piece. Dokja says that he doesn't call himself a prophet for nothing, and he tells you to give him his sword. Dokja puts the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in the container. Shihye asks why he would dunk a sword into that precious liquor. The system notifies that the fables of the constellations, the Sovereign of 8 Heads, and the Snake Cutter have been fused. The alcohol starts floating out of the container, and the system notifies that the constellation artifact, the Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds, has appeared. Dokja pulls the sword out and thinks that it is the legendary sword of Manomorakumo no Tsurugi. Yu grabs the sword from Dokja and says that it is his. Dokja says that they beat him together, and Yu replies that he did most of the work. Dokja thinks that he wasn't after the sword, but he can't lose a precious sword like that. Suddenly, another sword appears out of the alcohol. The system notifies that the constellation artifact grass cutting sword has appeared, and Dokja is surprised to see that. Dokja thinks that names give birth to fables, and fables give birth to reality. Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi has 5 different names in the world of Starstream. In other words, there is more than one Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi. Dokja grabs the sword and thinks that this must be one of the other 4 swords that are only mentioned in the name but don't appear in TWSA. Dokja tells Yu that this belongs to him, and Yu tells him to do what he wants. Dokja looks at the sword and thinks that as long as he has this sword that can also slay dragons, there is no need for him to be scared of any dragon species that he might come across later. Jihye asks Dokja if he is done and if they can have a sip of that. Dokja tells her that she is a minor and tells them to have a taste. Everyone starts drinking alcohol from the container, and they say that it is just divine. After some time, Dokja asks Yu if he is not eating anything. Yu replies that he has never consumed anything someone else made. Dokja asks if he is afraid of being poisoned. Yu says that they are not delicious. Dokja takes a bite of his food and says to let him see how good Yu's cooking is. Yu starts smiling and asks Dokja if it is good. Dokja says yes, it might be the best thing he ever tasted. Kuyo starts playing the violin. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Dokja goes outside the castle and sees Kiros playing violin on top of the castle. Ren also comes outside. Dokja asks her how she feels, and she replies that it is difficult to explain. She feels like she should never have given up. She wonders if some of her readers imagined an ending like this. Dokja asks her where Shang is, and she says that she told her a little about this world, and she told her that she had somewhere to be. Dokja wonders if she left to find the hidden piece already. Ren tells Dokja that maybe she's also a part of the world someone else created. Dokja tells her that things like that aren't important in this world they live in now. Even if someone like that exists, they won't let them know of such a thing. Ren tells Dokja that she is jealous of the writer who has him as their reader. Dokja thinks that he still hasn't found out about that writer himself. Dokja tells her that, come to think of it, she once said that she created Peaceland, but she wasn't the one who called all these people here. Ren tells Dokja that she received an email after the series came to an end, saying that they wanted to borrow the world she created in her story. Dokja thinks that this wasn't mentioned anywhere in TWSA. Ren says that she didn't think much of it then, and told them to do as they wanted. But now that she thinks about it, all of this happened soon after she received the email. Dokja asked if she remembered the details of the sender email address. Ren says that all related emails were deleted after she replied, but she thinks it started with T. Dokja is shocked to hear that. He remembers that email address and asks Ren if it was TLS 1223. Ren says that she doesn't remember correctly. Ren tells Dokja something, but he can't hear it. Dokja is surprised, so he asks her what she just said, and she asks what he means. Dokja activates her character profile. Her name is Isuku Ren, her age is 31, her supporting constellation is Master of the Nanyai Ryu, and her personal attributes are Creator of Peaceland and Comic Artist. Her personal skills include Kendo Level S, Pen as the Sword Level 4, Plausible Footwork Level 5, and Imaginative Stimulation Level 4. Her strength and stamina are at Level 55, Agility at 49, and Mana at Level 54. Her overall evaluation is being revised. Dokja is shocked to see that. Ren asks Dokja what they are talking about. Dokja tells her that they were talking about her comic. Dokja feels a jolt of lightning and wonders what it is. Dokja thinks that this is the moment when this world called Peaceland comes to an end. The final moment in which a story becomes fully independent of its writer. Dokja wonders where these stories go once they are done. The system notifies Dokja that he has come to know the planet Peaceland. All beings that belong to Peaceland can now sense his existence, and the beings of Peaceland begin to write a legend about him, and the constellation of Small Planet is delighted by his existence. Dokja asked Ren a few more questions after that, but she did not remember anything. Dokja thinks that unfortunately it is still unclear who wrote TWSA and what it is they want. But now he is sure of one thing. The author of TWSA wasn't happy with how his story ended, just like him. And that is the reason why he probably sent the file of his novel before the world ended. Dokja brings out a tube from his pocket which contains the ancient serpent's celestial blood. Dokja thinks that he should help fulfill that wish. Dokja brings Yu outside and tells him to guard him. Yu says just leave it to him. Dokja pours the blood into a drink and it turns red. Dokja starts drinking it. Dokja thinks that it is the hidden piece even Yu didn't know about, a ritual that can only be performed when the alcohol made from achi is mixed with celestial blood. The system notifies that the snake has determined that he has indeed slain a dragon, and a new attribute of 8 lives is about to finish. Dokja thinks that if this had not existed, then he would have never given up a great attribute like the king of no killing. Dokja puts the glass down and starts shaking. Dokja starts writing on the ground, and using his finger, he writes, God of Alcohol and Ecstasy. Dokja wonders why he is not getting any response from Dionysus or Pan. Then Dokja writes, Father of the Rich Knight, and suddenly he is unconscious. Dokja wakes up in the underworld, and a judge tells him that he can't enter the underworld right now. Dokja thinks that he was lucky enough not to end up in Tartarus. Dokja tells the judge that he came to report to the queen that he had completed his labor. The judge says that he knows, but he can't enter the palace. Dokja asks why that is, and the judge says that he can't tell him that. He summoned him here using the power of the father, but he can't allow him to enter. Dokja says that he has a promise to keep with the queen, so he must go in. The judge tells Dokja that he can't do that. Now go back. Dokja thinks that no matter how strong the judges are, they are nothing compared to Persephone. But seeing how they are so adamant, Dokja asks if they are both away from the palace. The judge says that this is correct. Dokja thinks that if Hades and Persephone both left the palace, then something big must have happened somewhere. Dokja asks if they left any messages for him, and the judge asks why he would tell him that. Dokja brings out a bottle of alcohol and tells him that if he agrees to help him, then he will let him have a sip of it. The judge starts thinking about it. Dokja says he will just leave if he is not interested, and the judge tells him to wait. The judge drinks the alcohol and says that it tastes so good. He hands Dokja a ball of energy and says that here is his reward. The queen has left this for him. Dokja thinks that it is Shin's soul. Dokja tells her that he is sorry for being late, and he tells Shin that there's something she must do in this world. Dokja thinks that he is not here because he has sympathy for her. He just needs her help. Shin asks what he wants her to do. Shin tells Dokja that he is so cruel, even worse than the captain in some ways. Dokja says that he is sorry. Shin says fine, she'll do it, because she wants to see the ending of this world this time around. Dokja asks if she can endure losing more of her memories. She tells Dokja that she is not scared, because she trusts he will tell her the memories she is missing. She grabs Dokja's face and disappears. The judge tells Dokja that just because a soul leaves the underworld doesn't mean its body is resurrected, and it is also impossible for that soul to live inside a new body. If led by fate, they could incarnate, but this soul has sinned too many times and will not be able to reincarnate. Dokja says that he knows and summons Dokkabi. He tells Dokkabi that he needs his help. Dokkabi is shocked to see Shin's soul in Dokja's hand and starts sweating. Dokja thinks that she has dominated the story so far, but now she will be reincarnated as a being that rules over the story. Dokkabi asks if Dokja is going to make him do that. After some time, Dokja and Dokkabi stare at a ball of energy. Dokkabi tells him to think carefully. It won't be as easy as he thinks. He tells Dokja just to let her soul perish. Dokja asks if he wants his channel to go down, and Dokkabi is nervous. Their ball of energy is converted into an egg, and Dokja inserts Shin's soul into the egg. Dokkabi says that he can't believe this. He grabs the egg and says that he never thought he would conceive a child this way. After a while, Dokja arrives near Noon. Noon asks what he is, and if Dokkabi is here. Dokja tells him to listen carefully, and that the thing he's building right now is not a robot. Dokja returns from Tartarus and sees that the judge is drunk. Dokja wonders if he finished the bottle of alcohol. Dokja thinks that he was actually lucky that Hades and Prani were not here. All he did was give Noon a tip, but since Noon is clever, he's sure that he can bring about a great change. Dokja thinks that now he's finally looking forward to Gigantomachy. While climbing the stairs, the judge tells Dokja that there is a message that the queen left him. Dokja starts walking towards the door. Prani says in her message that many constellations of the star stream have their eyes on Dokja, and not all of them look at him favorably, so he should prepare himself. Dokja wonders if they have been summoned because of him. He has been getting fewer reactions from the bigger constellations lately. The system notifies Dokja that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is disappointed in Dokja, and the constellation secretive plotter is consoling the prisoner of the golden headband. Dokja thinks that there is no use worrying about that now. As he is walking towards the gate, Dokja wakes up and sees a group of people gathered nearby. Dokja asks what is going on. Someone tells him that someone has entered this world through the portal in Korea. Dokja is surprised to hear that. Joonghyuk calls Dokja, and Dokja goes there and sees that someone has been badly injured. Dokja recognizes that he is Minab Dokkabi. Dokja asks him what happened, and Dokkabi tells Dokja that he must not come back. After some time, Dokkabi dies. Joonghyuk asks what on earth happened. She asks if the people who are left behind are fighting amongst themselves. Ren says that they told her Korea doesn't have an absolute throne, and says that is right. Ren says if a country is without something like the absolute throne that grants someone absolute power, there is often a shift of power between competing groups. Dokja thinks that it is still early in the scenario, and there are people like Sanga, Hewon, and his mother in Seoul right now, so something like that could never happen. But Yu says that nothing is certain until they see it for themselves. The system notifies that the additional rewards for the main contributors have arrived, and the main contributors are Dokja and Yu. Additional rewards are a Moonwave folded fan, Blue Dragon Sword, Magic King Bracelet, and one A-grade skill of their choice. A portal opens up and the people of Peaceland are waving goodbye. Dokja picked the last option and obtained the skill of miniaturization. The Y appears in the sky and says, "Now it is time to head home." Small people are cheering for Dokja and saying their goodbyes. Dokja looks back and sees Kyo. Ren says that she thinks Kos is thanking him. She smiles and tells Dokja that she hopes to see him again. Misho tells Dokja that they will meet again. As they go into the portal, Dokja tells everyone that they should go too. Dokja passes through the portal and thinks that it must be Seoul. Yu also appears from the portal and tells Dokja to move. Some bombs are flying toward them, and there is a huge blast. Dokja and Yu jump back. Someone says from the top of the building that it is the Supreme King. Don't panic and open fire. Attack the King of No Killing and leave the Supreme King alone. Some people start attacking Dokja, and Dokja wonders when they got their hands on such information. Someone tells Dokja to sheath his weapon slowly and come with them. Dokja grabs his sword and says that they must have the wrong intel about him, so let him correct them. Dokja activates the Blade of Faith and attacks. Using his sword, he cuts off the heads of some people. A person says that he thought Dokja was the King of No Killing. This isn't what they were told was going to happen. A person rushes toward Dokja, and Dokja cuts him to pieces. A man says that he didn't think he would be this strong. Everyone starts running. Yu tells Dokja that he is too slow. While wiping blood from his sword, Dokja sees that Yu has killed many people. A person says that he was told that the Supreme King would stay out of it. Dokja asks who put them up to this. The boy starts attacking Dokja and says that it is for humanity's liberation from the scenarios, and Dokja is shocked to hear that. Yu cuts the boy's head and asks Dokja why he is staring at him like an idiot. Dokja asks Yu if he finds it strange. Yu says that he is quite loyal, which is strange. Yu looks at someone running and tells Dokja that one person ran off while he was taking his sweet time dealing with them. At night, Dokja and Yu are running together. Dokja asks him if he is going to keep following him around like this, and asks if Yu is looking for a chance to hit him. Yu says that reminds him. He did say something like that. Dokja says that it is strange that a hunting scenario should be in progress right now. It seems like it might be different from the hunting they were thinking about. Dokja looks at some dead bodies and says that these wounds weren't made by beasts but were caused by firearms and explosives. Yu says that people did this. Yu spots someone running and he's about to kill him when an arrow hits him and he falls to the ground. Guan tells one of her followers to finish him, and Dokja starts running toward her and tells her to wait. Guan is surprised to see Dokja. Dokja is surprised to hear from her that the king's faction has been disbanded. She tells him that the one-eyed matriarch was the first one to go, and then the king of wanderers. Dokja asks if she is dead. Guan says that they don't know whether she's dead or alive, but she's missing in action. And as for Iloan, the neutral king, he switched over to their side. Dokja thinks that if Mother was defeated, then the fates of Sangha and Heewon would be unknown. Dokja asks about the people they saw earlier. Guan says that it is a new group called the Salvation Church. Dokja and Yu are surprised to hear that. Dokja thinks that earlier the Salvation Church appears in the 11th scenario. Guan tells him that the Salvation Church appeared the very day they left. They said that they would save humanity from scenarios, and they are killing all the groups who are against them. Yu asks where such a powerful group was hiding. He was sure that all the major groups of Seoul had gathered together when the 6th scenario started. Guan says they weren't in Seoul to begin with. Everyone is surprised to see the stars in the sky, and the system notifies them that they have entered a new scenario zone. The 7th main scenario is currently in progress in Seoul. Dokja and Yu say it looked like it was already time for new players to enter the scenario. Many new people appeared out of nowhere in Seoul. Yu asks if the Salvation Church members also appeared like that. Guan says that is right. Yu says that it is hard to believe. People who were just summoned have no chance in a fight against seasoned incarnations. Guan says that the leader of the Salvation Church was quite strong. She tells Yu that he is very powerful, but he shouldn't fight against them either, because they have surpassed human boundaries both in terms of strength and intelligence. G1 says that it was as if they weren't human. The Ube appears in the sky and tells everyone not to be alarmed and to listen carefully. Those who have been summoned here are just like sheep without a shepherd. So they have to find a group who is willing to protect them, a group that can keep them safe until they become an upstanding incarnation. The people tell the Dokabi to get lost if he's done talking, because they already know. Dokja thinks that there are prophets outside the Soul Dome, and a lot of information must have been released due to incarnations who have internet skills. A person says that they need to join the Supreme King group. Yu is annoyed to hear that. Dokja thinks that they are on their way to an early grave. Another one says that the King of Beauty is the most generous. She's weak, but they say she's smoking hot. G1 is embarrassed to hear that. A person calls them idiots and says that it is neither the King of Beauty nor the Supreme King that they should be after. He heard that a guy called the King of No Killing was the best. There was also a rumor that the King of Beauty and the Supreme King were working for him. He says that he doesn't know his name, but heard that they just had to look for the ugliest king out there. Dokja is disappointed to hear that and thinks that this is what he gets for destroying the absolute throne for them. Suddenly, someone blows a horn, and G1 says that they have to run. Someone says that everyone here has been made puppets of the scenario of higher beings, and a lot of elephants start marching in the streets. G1 says that it is the Salvation Church. Yu says that he didn't expect that they would follow him to this round too. Dokja asks if he knows them, and Yu says he knows one of them. Dokja thinks that it is too early for them to share the story. Someone is sitting on the elephant, and he speaks from behind a curtain. He tells the young incarnations to join the Salvation Church. He says that they will liberate them from scenarios. Dokja thinks that this must mean someone is interfering in the story to create a future that's different from the one he knows, and that someone must be powerful. A person asks if he will be able to become stronger joining the Salvation Church, and the one sitting on the elephant asks what he thinks it means to be strong. The person replies that it means being able to use a powerful skill. A large hand appears from the top of the elephant. The system notifies that the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is expressing animosity towards the palm. The voice comes from the top of the elephant. He says that they seek such vain things. How strong or weak they are is all but an illusion. He comes out from behind the curtain. He has golden hair and is wearing green and golden clothes. He says that the scenarios have pulled the wool over their eyes. He asks who it was that urged them to become stronger and why it is that they want to become stronger in the first place. The man replies that they need to become stronger in order to survive. The one with the golden hair asks if they keep striving to become stronger at every moment and what meaning life has. The person starts crying, and the one on the elephant jumps down and wipes the tear from his face and says, "Don't let yourself be consumed by the scenario, and don't be fooled by the promise of salvation that awaits them in the next life. Their salvation is here, and this is where they are meant to be." Yu says that he hasn't changed at all, and he still recruits his suicide squad with his ridiculous lectures. Yu tells him to stop what he is, Dokabi, and get lost. The person with yellow hair is surprised to see Yu, and he starts floating in the air. He excitedly asks Yu if he has any idea how hard he looked for him. Dokja thinks that they are too dangerous and that he doesn't have anything planned for an encounter like this. Dokja activates the personal skill character profile, but the system notifies that there is too much information about this character. Dokja activates the character summary, and the system notifies Dokja that there's too much information about the character. Dokja is shocked to see that. He tells the system to just show him his first attribute. A screen appears in front of him and says that his name is Nirvana Mobius. Dokja thinks that this person is the personification of the third way to survive the apocalypse. Nirvana, the reincarnation. A human who is not a human. They don't think like regular human beings. Dokja thinks that he can't take advantage of them like he did with others. Nirvana starts laughing and tells Yu to become one with him. Yu is annoyed to hear that. Nirvana remembers the first time he opened his eyes in this world. He was a diving beetle and was eaten by a frog the moment he opened his eyes. Next, he was born a frog and was eaten by a rattlesnake. In his next life, he became a rattlesnake so that he could eat a frog, and in that life, he was eaten by an anaconda, and he was born as an anaconda in his next life to eat all the snakes. Eventually, he evolved into a powerful monster, and then came the day when he was almost hunted. The incarnation Yu tended to his wounds and released him back into the forest. In his next life, he was born a human. Since then, he learned of the existence of powerful beings called constellations, lived numerous lives, and died countless deaths. He was the only one to reincarnate with the memories of his past life intact, but it was dreadfully lonely being this special. He was caught in the wheel of time. Then one day he met Yu, the only one who could understand him in this vast universe. He failed in his past life, but this time it will be different. Nirvana tells Yu to become one with him. Yu tells him to shut his trap and get out of his way before he kills him. Nirvana starts smiling and thinks that Yu is pretending to be rude to him, but he wants him more than anyone else. He tells Yu that he will help him. Nirvana asks Yu if he forgets how he failed in his previous lives and tells Yu that he is the only person who can understand him in this eternal cycle of life. Yu tells him that he doesn't need him. He looks at Dokja and tells Nirvana that he has a companion. Dokja is surprised to hear that. Nirvana is shocked and asks what he just said. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire is looking around after hurriedly making an entrance, and the constellation's secretive plotter is giggling and explaining what just happened. Dokja asks Yu what the hell he is saying. Yu says that he wasn't talking about him, to be exact. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire is excited by this love triangle, and the demonic judge of fire has gifted them 2,000 coins. Dokja grabs his head and thinks that something is terribly wrong. Nirvana is furious and asks Dokja, why not him? He asks Dokja how he could become one with someone other than himself. Dokja whispers in Yu's ear to hurry up and tell Nirvana that he likes him too, but Dokja says no. Nirvana says don't dare whisper in front of him. Yu shouts that he is not interested in men. The system notifies that the constellation demonic judge of fire is coughing blood, and he has been gifted 2,000 coins. Nirvana says that he is not a man, but he is not a woman either. Dokja thinks that it is such a mess. Dokja tells you that they like him and that they could end up being useful later down the line, and that one is very dangerous. Dokja thinks that if his guess is right, then Nirvana should be as powerful as you right now. But with the members of the church on their side, there's no telling if they would be able to beat them. Nirvana lost their sense of reason. Dokja puts his hand up and tells Nirvana that there's a misunderstanding. They have no intention of going up against the Salvation Church. He says that Yu is just not great with words. Dokja tells Nirvana that they were thinking about joining their cause. Nirvana asks Yu if it's true, and Yu replies that it is a load of crap. Dokja is startled to hear that and tells Nirvana to wait. Nirvana is furious and says that they can both burn in hell. He rushes to attack them. Dokja grabs his sword and activates the skill bookmark. The system notifies Dokja that his bookmark skill is currently being updated. Old bookmarks are being replaced with new bookmarks. The system notifies Dokja that there are 5 minutes remaining until the bookmark replacement is complete. Dokja wonders why now of all times. They are already right in front of him and are so fast, as if they have used the Way of the Wind skill. Soon he realizes they are really using the Way of the Wind, and he is about to attack when Dokkaebi appears and asks him to move away. He uses his sword and breaks the Way of the Wind's pattern. The barrier slashes in just one blow, but Nirvana appears from behind, saying they both have a wonderful friendship and putting his ally before himself. Dokkaebi worriedly asks Dokja to step back, but Nirvana appears from behind and says his friend will die. A notification there says Nirvana Mobius has used the Stigma Eternal Nightmare level 8. He grabs Dokkaebi by the head, and Dokja is worried about the skill and thinks it's like the skill that the boss of the theater dungeon simulation used, but this is now happening at an even higher level. When Dokkaebi tries to ask him to run away, Dokja knows that the target of this skill ends up living eternally in a prison made up of their most traumatic memory. Dokkaebi will have an eternal nightmare. When Nirvana comes to Dokja and says he will see him off to the netherworld himself, Dokja thinks even reincarnations must be under the effects of probability, but their power level is much too high. He observes that Nirvana seems physically weak and thinks he has invested everything into speed and psychic skills instead of physical skills. However, he wonders how he sets his skill level just right unless someone tips him off. Nirvana is about to rush and attack him when Yu appears and throws an attack on him. She tells Dokja there is no hope for Soul if they get him. Nirvana calls her the King of Beauty and says she got away so quickly last time, which means she must have seen the error of her ways. However, seeing how she is fighting back and knowing well that she could end up dead must mean she's been somewhat enlightened. She asks Dokja to run away from there, but Nirvana reaches her in no time and uses his skill Thought Infection level 9. He makes her fall away and says he loves beautiful creatures, so he won't kill her. Her people rush toward him to attack. Nirvana exclaims that the world is hell and the only place for them to live in is the present. He uses a skill that violently amplifies the target's desires to make them obsess about the present. He asks her if she wants to visit a luxury spa when her companions are dying and asks her to accept her desires. In the meantime, Dokja's bookmark update has been completed, and its efficiency has increased 20% due to the update. He activates his personal skill, the Way of the Wind, and a large wave of wind appears there and attacks them, but Nirvana stays unharmed by the skill. When Dokja reaches him with his blade and tries to attack him, he reacts on time and dodges his attack, but Dokja tries to attack him again. Suddenly, he uses his wind barrier and there is a huge explosion. Everyone is shocked at the pressure. Nirvana asks how he knows how to use the skill The Way of the Wind and says he must be the person Neutral mentioned. Dokja smiles and says he is very famous, but his smile angers Nirvana and he rushes toward him at full speed to attack. He touches Dokja's head and uses his skill Thought Infection level 9. He laughs and asks him to live in the present and come to terms with his desires, but he is shocked that Dokja just stays unaffected by his skill and says people are not prisoners of their desires, but they actually fight against them. He then emits a huge amount of pressure, and a notification appears that the effect of the fourth wall skill has completely nullified the effects of the infection. Nirvana then shockingly asks him what trick he has used, and he replies that it's just the power of the story. He asks him to remember his lines and how strong or how weak the story decides someone. Dokja says it's his fault that he didn't invest any points into mental skills this time, and it serves him right for only going after Dokkaebi's weakness. Nirvana is surprised and says he knows his name, Doja Dokja. He asks him if they are introducing themselves. He says he finally feels like talking. He gets up from the ground and says a few things Nebula warned him to watch out for Dokja, and he didn't expect that he would run into him now. Dokja thinks he regained his calm quickly, which he expected from a reincarnator. He thinks about Nebula and is sure they must have caught their attention. Nirvana asks him how he obtained such a powerful barrier, and Anna Croft is the only person impervious to his thought infection. Dokja is shocked after hearing her name and thinks she must have gotten to the reincarnation already. He thinks she would even go as far as to sell her soul to save the world. Nirvana asks him if he knows the prophet, and the constellation demonic judge of fire shows interest in his conversation. He asks him multiple questions simultaneously and asks if he is also a regressor. Dokja thinks the filter on the spoilers should be lifted now, and constellations should find information on regressors and reincarnations. Nirvana is intrigued by him and says this is not easy since he has lived for hundreds of years. Dokja replies that he talks too much and will never get Dokkaebi to join him. Nirvana laughs and says he will gladly accept him into his church instead, and Dokja says he would have accepted that offer even a moment ago. But he is afraid he has to refuse now. He is notified that a constellation has recited Buddhist scriptures in penance and is curious about what he means. Dokja just says it's because one of his supporters hates his supporting constellation's guts, and the constellation prisoner of the golden headband is expressing hostility towards Nirvana Mobius's supporting constellation. Nirvana asks him why the Monkey King is following him around, and he has made him even more curious to join him and Dokkaebi. Dokja again refuses, and he asks him if he isn't curious to know the world's secrets and if he can even help him survive after this world has ended, regardless of whether he has failed the scenario. Dokja thinks it's quite an attractive offer, and Nirvana says he will allow him to become one with him. Dokja thinks he would definitely accept his offer if he weren't a reader. In the meantime, Nirvana has called many souls, and Dokja finds out that those are the faces of the people who have become one with Nirvana. He asks him to shut up and come to him, and Nirvana says if he refuses, then he will just have to take him by force. Dokja is against reincarnation since they have lived many lives repeatedly and should have a far superior sense of combat than he does. He will quickly catch on to his moves if he drags this fight out and ends up severely disadvantaged. He activates his personal skill miniaturization level 1, and his body has decreased in size due to the miniaturization effect. He is also notified that his equipped items have been reduced in size to fit his miniaturized body, and the skill duration has been reduced due to the low skill level. He runs toward him, and the maximum duration of miniaturization is 2 minutes. Nirvana makes fun of him, saying he even knows petty tricks like this. He has chosen the 5th bookmark, Kuro's Rudder, and his physical traits have been confirmed to be similar to the selected character. With this, he activates his personal skill electrification level 10. Nirvana is coming toward him, but suddenly his body is blown away from the side. He is shocked at this sudden attack, and Dokja says he should start praying that he will be born as a human again, but he is shocked that Nirvana is still alive after the attack. He is bleeding badly. No matter how powerful he is, there's no way that they are stronger than Kuro at this point in time. In the meantime, Nirvana uses a large amount of stigma, and Dokja thinks he shouldn't be able to use it because of the probability restriction. He shouts at him and says he has made him use his memories at a time like this. He uses the skill story payment and borrows the power of a constellation using the story he created as payment. He rushes toward him, saying he will be punished for daring to fight against the present in the most grueling way possible. Dokja jumps upon him and tries to attack him, breaking his wind barrier. Nirvana is just smiling at him. He is notified that the character Nirvana Mobius has used the stigma No Ownership level 7. Dokja is shocked because this is a stigma that lets the user forget a part of their memory to escape from danger. He has been notified of the constellation prisoner of the golden headband and is overjoyed by his victory. He has been gifted 10,000 coins. Suddenly, the people surrounding him look for their king and are surprised to see Dokja. They don't like his face and say he would be the ugliest king ever. Meanwhile, Dokkaebi gets into consciousness and asks if he is all right, and he replies that it feels as if his muscles have been torn apart. He asks him about Nirvana, and he replies that he ran away. Dokkaebi is angry at him since he let him get away. He says he should have helped him at least. He asks him to hurry after them because their goal isn't to clear the scenario. He asks him why he let them go, and if they don't get them before the 10th scenario ends, Seoul will be ruined. Meanwhile, he receives a notification from the demonic judge of fire that they have come to their senses and want to explain why they are there. He remembers that Uriel is Hong's supporting constellation, but they are there instead of being with Heewon, and they also have lost contact with her. He is notified that the demonic judge of fire needs his help and wonders what that means. He then goes to Ji-won, who seems to be a little anxious, and asks her if she knows where Heewon is, but she can't respond. He urges Dokkaebi to protect him. He then focuses his consciousness and sinks slowly into SP. He has gotten used to Dokkaebi this now and needs to look for the voice calling out for him. He told them to think of him if something went amiss, and soon he heard Heewon's voice calling for him. He acts in the third-person observing viewpoint and finds a place on fire. There is no doubt about it that it's Hong's Hellflame's ignition, and he is relieved that she is still alive. But he finds out that it isn't Heewon's perspective he is seeing through. After a while, he finds Heewon, who is under Nirvana's skill effect, and finds out that he must have gotten to her already. but he wonders about the person who called his name. After a while, he gets his answer when he sees Hong there. The whole place is on fire, and Hong reaches there looking for Heewon. Dokja looks around and thinks they are not in a location where he can help them, but if he doesn't do anything, Hong will be killed. Heewon, who controls through infection, is ready to attack him. Dokja wonders what he should do now to save Hong. He comes into consciousness through Yok's punch, and he asks him what he is. Dokkabi falling asleep like this. He coughs badly and wonders if he just punched him to wake him up. He asks him if he can hit him again, and this time harder than before. Joonghyuk is surprised at what he says. Dokja asks him to kill him. He thinks a few sayings end up sticking with him, and there was such a saying for Hong as well. For example, he heard his professors say during his freshman year in college that they must become creative and think outside the box. They need to become someone who can get up at this moment and barge out of this auditorium. He asked them to go and look for something they really wanted to do, and Hyun-sung wondered at the time how he was supposed to do that. The professor instructed them that they were born to be soldiers, and Dokja wondered how his life would have turned out if he hadn't heard the executive officer say that to him. For someone who found fitting into society and mingling with others difficult, the army was like a second home to him. When Hong returned to the army, he was accepted as an officer, and the executive officer advised him to go by the book. No one would hold him accountable if he didn't know what to do. However, Joe wonders what he is supposed to do at a time like this, and he doesn't have a book to guide him in a situation like this. Heewon is forwarding toward Hong, and he wonders what he should do or if he should fight with her. The people are burning there and calling them for help. Heewon asks her to snap out of it, and he calls Dokja into his mind and asks what he is supposed to do at a time like this. The constellation Master of Steel is silently watching him, and Hong badly wants an answer from Dokja. Suddenly he is shocked when he hears a voice from Dokja and wonders if he is hearing things. Dokja again calls him and asks if he can hear him, and he asks him to run away from there first. Heewon is coming towards him, and Hyun-sung starts running away. Dokja tells him they have two options: to kill Heewon, who furiously tries to attack him, but he somehow dodges her attack. Hong asks him if the second option is to keep running like this. He exclaims that he will go with a third option as always, but Dokja calls him and says there is no third option this time, and he is just looking at him, shocked. He thinks there is a third way, but it requires some time, and he activates the Omniscient reader's viewpoint and finds out that the first person supporting the actor is currently unstable. He can't believe the person who is using Hellflame's ignition is Heewon, and even if Hong doesn't kill her now, her mana will end up overflowing and killing her. This is exactly what Nirvana has planned, and Hosung shouts at him and asks why he always has to be like that. He asks him how he can ask him to kill Heewon. Dokja thinks he didn't realize just how strong she was when she was an ally, but he can see for sure now that she is standing on the other side. Even if she doesn't use the time for judgment, she has demon slaying and can ruthlessly use Uriel's Hellflame ignition. In short, she is the most powerful one of the allies he has gathered, and he tries to attack Hyun-sung again. He starts running again but suddenly stops and refuses to accept such a solution. He uses his skill and tries to dodge her attack and just says if he runs, then at least one of them will be able to live. He tries to persuade him, saying no one will hold him accountable even if he runs away, but he refuses to run. Dokja thought he considered him as the standard he should strive for, and Dokja asked him to do as he said. His hands are melting with the fire, and he says he can't give up that easily, even if it means he will die there. And now Dokja is happy with his decision and says this was the third option he had in his mind. He thinks the third option wasn't something he could just order him to do, but it was something that Hong had to decide for himself. It's a way of Dokkabi things that they have figured out without going by the book, and he wasn't sure that this would work. He still chose to go through with it because he sensed a dainty bit of pity for Heewon that Hong had in his heart for her. Hong thanks him for everything he has done so far, but Dokja says there is no need to thank him because they are only just getting started. He calls the constellation Master of Steel the most indomitable being of the star stream. He is notified that the Master of Steel is heeding his call, and Dokja thinks it is time he should answer him. He asks the constellation to give his incarnation a chance, but the Master of Steel remains silent. Dokja says he fears taking on the aftermath of probability, but he asks how long he will walk on eggshells around the other nebulae. He asks him if he is going to just keep watching until the scenario reaches an apocalypse, and he receives a reply that it's not the time to react for him. The constellation believes that Hong Shong won't be able to handle his story, and Dokja thinks he will bear it with him. The constellation Master of Steel is looking at him. He nods, and Dokja is notified that Hong is preparing to evolve his attributes, and a story is required for an attribute evolution. Moreover, the constellation has granted putting his story to the test, and the story Proof of Steel has begun. Hyungsong activates his skill, the steel transformation, and is wearing steel armor on his body. Back then, everyone wondered why Hong was called the Steel Blade, since they had never seen him use any blade. Despite that, Hang's nickname was the Steel Blade. But he never needed a blade because he himself was a sword. Only armor's first level is activated, which is powerful enough for him. Hong is shocked that he is still alive, and Dokja says this is the real stigma he must master. He is notified that the chosen stigma can only be used by someone who has established a story. However, the problem is that the stigma's first level hasn't kicked in fully yet, and his steel transformation is incomplete. It is revealed that every supporting constellation provides its incarnation with a stigma. While some are simply bestowed upon them as gifts, others have difficult conditions that must be met before they can be used. Hong receives a notification that the first proof of steel begins, and Dokja thinks steel transformation is a difficult stigma to deal with. Its first condition is that true steel is born only after tens of thousands of quenches. Quenching is the process of cooling metal after heating it to a high temperature, and now he has to keep his head straight. He again throws fire on him, and with this the constellation shows interest in the story. Hosang is in real pain. The demonic judge of fire is clasping their hands anxiously. Dokja is still with him and asks him to bear a little more. Heewon attacks him with her full power. He is notified that the temperature has exceeded standard values, and with this the quenching has begun. It is revealed that quenching is the foundation of making great steel, and in this story he needs to withstand an excess amount of heat until his body becomes as hard as steel. Dokja asks him to hold it for a while, and Hank's attacks are becoming stronger than before. They hear her voice saying that she can't forgive humans and that they all must die like her. She is currently under the influence of thought infection, and she has lost the power to reason. Dokja thinks Nirvana had surely done a number on her mind, and they rattle up all of her past traumas, starting with what happened at Junho Station. Hosang can also hear her thinking. He asked Dokja if this is one of his powers. He didn't realize Hongzhong could also hear the messages he gets from the omniscient reader's viewpoint. He apologizes to him for keeping it a secret, but is a little embarrassed and asks if he read his thoughts as well. Dokja changes the topic and says they need to try to overpower her first, but Hong says it will end up hurting her. Dokja says it will hurt her only mentally, and just as expected of Hong, they have the shorter end of the stick, and he is worried about her. The best way to go about this would be to either kill Nirvana or resolve Hong's traumas. The former is impossible right now, so the most likely option would be to go with the latter. He calls Dokja and asks him to try to overpower her and says they will save her for sure. Heewon attacks him again when he tries to call her and is notified that Hong has reached his mental capacity. He falls to the ground, and the Constellation Master of Steel looks at his incarnation with pity. Dokja puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to let him take control for a little. When he enters his body, he is notified that his personal skill, the fourth wall, is shaking. First-person supporting actor. PAV is in full effect, and Dokja feels so much pain in his skin and wonders if this is the pain Hong had been enduring. He then calls Heewon and says they will all die if they carry on like this, and Hong will end up dying. She doesn't listen to him and attacks him again. Dokja feels so much pain because his skin feels like it's burning. He has 3 more steps to go, and after 3 seconds, Hong calls him and asks him to let him do this. He says he should be the one to do it, and he is notified that Steel will react to him. Heewon reaches him to attack when he calls her name and grabs her hand. He then hugs her with his armor suit and constellation. The sudden display of camaraderie disconcerts the demonic judge of fire. There is so much pressure, and Hong's armor suit is melting due to the high temperature. Suddenly, there is an explosion, and Heewon shouts and tries to free herself. Hong doesn't let her go. Soon they transform into a steel block. Dokja is shocked to see the story of the first proof of steel being completed. After some time, it cracks, and they both get out of it. Heewon is unable to breathe. He apologizes to her and says he will let her go now. She hugs him again and thanks him for saving her life. She asks him if there is anybody else with him there. Hyunsung says there is no one, and she asks him to hurry and get her out of this thing. Hong asks her if something is wrong, but she calls Dokja and asks if he is listening. She reveals that S is in danger right now. Conversely, Dokja's body awakes due to great shock and deactivates his omniscient reader's viewpoint level 3. He thinks something is wrong and wonders why his resurrection message is being displayed. He is notified that he can't receive the reward for omniscient reader's viewpoint level 3 since his connection to the first-person supporting actor, PAV, is unstable. Dokkabi is staring at him and asks if he is dead, and he thinks he was never dead to begin with. He was just hit so hard that he almost died. He is angry at him because he said he would kill him and wonders why he didn't do it. Dokkabi calls him again and wonders if he should have just killed him earlier. He thinks Dokja has ruined everything, and this round has deviated greatly from what he used to know. He can use so little information and can't save the world like this. the leader of the Salvation Church defeated him because he used time layer for too long in the last round, and it was a mistake to train there for 100 years. He thinks he lost because his mentality had been damaged permanently during that time. Or maybe it was because he failed to obtain the absolute throne. Or maybe it would be best if he started all over again. Suddenly, Dokja wakes up and shouts at him, saying his punch hurts like hell. Dokkaebi asks him to remember that he asked him to hit him as hard as he could and asks him if he managed to do what he was trying to do. He tells him the whole story, and Dokkaebi asks him what he will do now. And he replies that he hasn't thought about it yet, but things are looking up for them. Dokkaebi knows that a woman called S must be important to him, so he must find her as soon as possible. He asks him if the leader of the Salvation Church is holding her captive, and he replies that things are looking very hopeful. He asks him why he keeps saying that, and asks him to remember that they can save the world. Joonghyuk asks him what he is talking about, and Dokja gets embarrassed because he made it too obvious. He guesses that Nirvana wouldn't have laid a hand on S if they were the Nirvana he knows of, and Joonghyuk shockingly asks him how he knows about reincarnation. Meanwhile, Jiwon comes to them and says they both seem much closer now, and Dokja thinks she has appeared at a perfect time. He asks her about her, and she thanks him for saving her life. She just says he might need her help and asks if she can find all his friends who have been scattered before they become brainwashed into joining the Salvation Church. After some time, she takes him to a place where Pildo has built his private property. He tells him that he wants to stay there, and fortunately, Dokja is relieved that everyone is near. Suddenly, some people appear there and call Dokkaebi the name of Supreme King and request him to accept them. They say they have heard so much about him, but Dokja tells them that the Supreme King isn't feeling too good and asks them to get lost from there. Soon he is embarrassed to hear that they call him the Ugly King, but it looks like that Ugly King is stronger. Jihee makes fun calling him an Ugly King, while the kids try to console him, saying he is still handsome. Suddenly they hear a noise from the side, and a large beast appears from there. Yu says it's a Tier 6 giant monster, and Dokja never expected that there would be a scenario there. He thinks the 7th scenario, monster hunting, was a special scenario open for new and old incarnations who didn't get to go to Peaceland. He wonders if a Tier 6 monster existed in the 7th scenario, and Ji-won tells him the 7th scenario is already over. She tells them they must have come when the rewards were being calculated and it was all over. Then she tells them that the leader of the Salvation Church received the highest reward, and Jihai asks them where that thing came from. Dokja says the monster ERs don't go around in packs starting from Tier 6 and wonders what they actually are. They are large in number, and everyone including Yuhu, Jihee, and Dokja attacks and hits them. Pildo also uses his skill Private Property. Dokja asks others to run toward a side. He feels something is strange there, and something like this doesn't happen in the 3rd round of the novel. He is notified that the constellation's secretive plotter is testing his reasoning power in action. He seems to be missing something important and tries to think while fighting the monsters. He tries to remember when this scenario appeared in the novel. He is notified that his memory is enhanced due to his personal attributes. There is an announcement for all the incarnations of the Soul Dome, and the voice asks them if the monsters must have startled them. They inform everyone that the next scenario had begun, which was totally unexpected. A new Ubai appears there and says it will not run the old Ubai since it's an automated scenario. Everyone is notified that a new main scenario has arrived with the clear condition that they have to survive the onslaught of monsters. Cautious as the level of the monsters increases every 4 hours, Yu reveals that Tier 6 is just the beginning, and after 4 hours, Tier 5 monsters will come, and Tier 4 monsters will come after another 4 hours. A man shouts at him and says they can't run a scenario like that when it doesn't state the time limit. Yu replies that there isn't such a thing as a time limit, and it's because all of them have gotten so strong. Dokja thinks the sudden appearance of Nirvana, the leader of the Salvation Church, means Yu and his group had gotten much stronger than in the 3rd round of the novel. He remembers something like this happened in TWSA once, and Yu says the Korean incarnations have gotten so strong to break the balance. This scenario activates automatically when the incarnations of a certain dome become too strong. He reveals that there are only 2 ways to get through the scenario, and the first one is the death of half of the incarnations in Soul Dome, and the current number of incarnations is around 1 lakh. Yu says so many of them are still alive, and the good thing is that there are even more. The people shout at him since he is just asking them to die when he tells them about the second condition. The second condition is the death of the strongest incarnation in Soul Dome, and they wonder who must be the strongest incarnation. They ask a key about who is that person, but he refuses to tell them. He exclaims that telling them his name would make it no fun, and he is sure whoever is the strongest knows who they are. He says good and asks them to search happily. The people wonder about the most muscular man among them, so the Yu gives them a hint. He gives them a hint that the 10th strongest incarnation in Soul Dome is currently Naval Commander Jihai. She doesn't seem happy to hear that she is the 10th strongest, and Yu disappears, wishing them good luck. Joonghyuk also seems worried and thinks everything has gone wrong because it's finally come to the point where a scenario he doesn't know about has appeared. He can't think of a way to correct this and thinks of regressing again and starting a new life. Dokja is disappointed at thinking of his thoughts and feels that if he does this, then what will happen to him? After some time, they have killed the first wave of the beasts, and the second wave will appear after 4 hours. It was just the first wave, but it ended up killing 1/10 of the population there. Blood and corpses of beasts and people are everywhere. Yu is still trying to process the situation. Now there are 9,531 incarnations left. Dokja comes to Yu and asks him to talk for a moment. He again activates his personal skills to check his character profile, but he can't find his supporting constellation. He knows the reason and thinks that even TWSA never revealed who Yu's supporting constellation was until the end. He hoped it would be shown in the epilogue, but unfortunately, he didn't get to read TWSA's epilogue. He knows about his constellation, that he is more immune to the rules of probability than any other constellation he knows and has the power to spin the wheel of time to trick the different constellations. He has a constellation that never gave him any other stigma than regression until TWSA ended. Joonghyuk asks him if there is a way to kill Nirvana, but he asks him to take a little break first, saying this place has a great view. Yui asks him if he is playing any tricks with him, but Dokja replies he is just enjoying the view. He says it's all bound to perish someday, and he tells him that he still has to protect something. He thinks Yu's goal is to stop the end of the world, and he could always give up on his world to achieve his goal. Dokja says he thinks regress means that death is meaningless to him, but Yu says he doesn't know anything about life and death. However, he is shocked when Dokja asks him not to fool himself into thinking that things will improve if he keeps repeating everything. He says he can do better than now when he reaches his 4th round and asks him to remember the theater dungeon. If he hadn't shown up then, he would have regressed again. Yu interrupts him and says that with repeated regression, things do get better. There were many unexpected incidents this round, but the next round is sure to go much better. Dokja asks him if he has become more privy to what is to come in the future. He thinks this is a pathetic belief that things would get better with each regression, and the impulse to give up when something goes wrong, no matter how small it is, are the symptoms of regressor depression. Dokja understands his thinking and says things could improve if he regresses 10 or even 20 times. He will experience more scenarios and know more about the future. But the real problem is that when he has finally managed to save the world, he asks him if he can say that he saved the world. He asks him if he can say that when he has regressed hundreds of times. Yu suddenly realizes something and starts staring at Dokja. He asks him if he still has nightmares. He tells him that salvation won't come to him even if he manages to save the world, because the worlds he abandoned will return to him the moment he saves this world. In this chapter, he instructs him to do his best and says, Yesing was broken because she had to wander those countless years, and a worse fate awaits him. Joonghyuk is just staring at him shockingly, and Dokja asks him to ask himself how much he has changed from when he first started. He again adds that abandoning this round won't make the next round any better, and it might be the case that this world he is about to leave could be the only one where he can live to see it end as a human being. He is notified that Yu's mental state has recovered a little. Suddenly, they hear some noises from behind, and they see Ji and Pildo fighting each other when they turn behind. She is curious about what they are discussing and asks why he is the only one to hear them. He forbids her from stepping in on the conversation among men. They have caught them, and the constellation demonic judge of fire's eyes are flashing. Joonghyuk tells them they are coming up with a plan for this scenario. He explains that the most powerful incarnation must die in order for this scenario to end, and Dokja wonders why he is looking at him as he is saying that. Ji says they were also talking about that as well and asks them who the strongest incarnation is. Yun replies it's him, and Dokja thinks someone as proud as him would never consider to believe that he is the strongest. Suddenly, he remembers something. If the scenario ends when the strongest incarnation dies and he believes he is the strongest here, he will kill himself. Joonghyuk says the scenario can be stopped if he dies there, and Dokja thinks his regressor depression is actually starting to look kind of cool. He asks him how he can be so sure that he is the strongest and says he is also among the strongest. Ji laughs at him and asks if he is serious when he calls himself the strongest. He then says Nirvana can be stronger than Yu, and they had trouble fighting them earlier. Yu tells Ji that they look like opposites, and she is surprised to hear that someone is actually stronger than her master. Guan asks them what they think they base this ranking on, and says they may mean someone who would actually win in a fight. Ji says they have some way of rating an incarnation's overall combat power, but that could change once a fight occurs between parties. She recalls the Tao from earlier, saying that whoever was the strongest would know themselves. They ask each other if Yu did anything unusual happen, or if maybe a Bakabi told him something. Dokja says they don't know anything for certain, and no one there wants you to die. It would be wise for them to assume that Nirvana is the strongest there and join forces to fight them. Guan asks him what they will do if it is revealed that Yu is the strongest, and he replies that they will worry about that later. After some time, they locate the Church of the Savior in Gangbuk, but the security is tight there, so they won't be able to sneak in, and they have way more men than them. Dokja says they won't go to them, but they will be the ones coming to them. Giwon asks him how this will happen and if they will even fall for it, and he says there is no way they would do something that doesn't benefit them. Dokja thinks it will be the most logical thing to do, but Nirvana cannot be understood with logic. 4 hours have passed and the monsters are coming from outside of Seoul, so there must be a gate in that area. The monsters will get stronger at a 4-hour interval, so the time they have left is 8 hours at most, and he has to make Nirvana and H fight each other. He has purchased 10 main scenario number 8 special loot boxes and new scenarios special loot boxes. It's a loot box with a criminal low drop rate that contains SSS grade weapons and skills. This is the item that the Yu have created to cheat the foolish constellations out of their money. Gil-young asks him if it is just like the thing he finds in games, and they get a random item when they open it. He then calls everyone to gather around and gives them one to lighten the mood. Surprisingly, Ji-won asks him if he will just provide them for free. He says they can keep the main items from the boxes and give him the minor items like the consumables they get. Leong asks what will he do if he gets an SSS grade item. Pildo says the chance of that is almost 0. Yu picks an item and says if he is thinking of fighting Nirvana with an item he gets from this, he calls his idea pathetic. Dokja thinks he still takes a box. Yusing comes to him with a sad face, and Dokja gives her 2 boxes since he is his incarnation. He believes this is the first present that Yeshung has ever received and thinks he should have treated her better. He then asks everyone to open the box and think of it as taking a breather. He was notified that he had used the special main scenario number 8 loot box. Yu and Ciala have obtained Ella Forest Essence, Jihi obtained useful boots, and others also received some minor objects. Dokja knew that they would all get E-grade items and consumables. Soon everyone was shocked to see that Yusong had breached the 0 and 1% drop rate, and she had obtained an SSS grade item, Ancient Beast Fruit. They are shocked to see this. Yu says she has hit the jackpot, and Dokja thinks it's the rarest of items to drop with a less than 1% chance. He is still shocked that she got this item, which is the best item Yun could hope for since she can use it. If they feed this fruit to a beast that can't be tamed, they won't have any trouble taming it. If she could use it on a beast that can evolve beyond Tier 1, the Yusong of this round could grow even stronger than the Yusong of the 41st round. She asks him if she can only use this on beasts, and he surprisingly asks why she is asking such a question. Jihi asks him why he gave out all those boxes, and he asks them to give him all the consumables they got when opening those boxes. He has obtained 4 megaphones, dome channels, and 4 general channels. You may now know what he is about to do, but there is no way they would show themselves just because they taunt them. Dokja says it will depend on what they say to them. On the other hand, Nirvana is in the temple meditating, and it is said that his stigma and succession consume a large amount of probability. They can only use succession if they give their fables as a tribute to the constellations in return for their probability. Through his meditation, he has obtained a new skill, and after this, he realizes that he overworked himself and has given away too many fables. It's not that he doesn't miss the people that he has lost, but he can't cling himself to the past. The past is already gone, and the future is yet to come. He then turns toward a room where he has Sangha with another girl. He asks the girl if they should get started. He has used his technique on S, and he skillfully controls her. The girl asks him when he will release the skill he used on the CD, and he replies that it's not up to him to release it, and that she has to do it herself. He calls her foolish and says all she has to do is declare that she will live in the present, but she has resisted it with all her might. The girl says the value of the past differs for them since they live such short lives. Nirvana says it is exactly because they live such short lives that they must learn the importance of the present. The girl asks him not to judge her. Her present, she already has enough. She says to him that he is actually the one who is oblivious to the present since he has reincarnated countless times. They both stare at each other, and Nirvana asks her not to forget that he only lets her live until her stories have lost value. Moreover, he needs information from Hui, and she asks him what he wants to know. She asks him about the incarnation of Dokja, and she replies that she doesn't know him. Nirvana says there is no use in feigning ignorance, and he already knows he is her son. The neutral told him already, and she replied that they had lived apart since he was young. She has no idea what kind of life he has lived until now, and Nirvana uses his skill and says they will go through his life. He keeps his hand on her head and asks her to open up her memory. Otherwise, he will kill Sangha. He exclaims that she has been giving in to such cliché threats all this time, and this is how they humans are. The woman agrees to listen to him and asks him to do whatever he wants. He then uses his personal skill, activates being and causation level 6, and sees through her memories. He sees through Dokja and wonders how a mere human may have access to restricted information of the future, and thinks this must be Dokja's true nature. He calls her a pitiful mother and says she lied to her CD, and she dogmatically leads her son onto a path full of lies. The woman says he doesn't stand a chance against her son, and Nirvana says he will give her that. He is an exciting incarnation. Nirvana says he was just someone who could force him to use succession, but he is only a human. On the other hand, Dokja uses speakers and tests them out. They are trying to connect with the church where Nirvana stays, and Dokja says he is requesting a duel with the church leader of the Savior. He tells him the time and location, 2 in the evening at Gwangan. He joyfully tells him that his opponent will be the Supreme King, Yu, and they are 2 people who are most likely to be the strongest there and will fight to save Seoul's dome from certain doom. He also asks him not to return from this duel if he truly lives in the present. Nirvana thinks he is using the present as an excuse. Using the megaphone so everyone could hear, he must have wanted to set up a duel that he couldn't afford to refuse. The leader of the Salvation Church's mother smiled, saying he was strong and wise, and also knew what he needed and what he was good at. Meanwhile, Dokja announced again that accepting this duel wasn't part of his master plan, but if Nirvana showed up now, he would give him the chance to become one with the Yu. Nirvana was shocked that Dokja knew about his master plan, and his mother taunted him, saying he didn't stand a chance against her son. At the same time, G1 and G-High were shocked because they hadn't expected him to accept the duel so easily. Dokja felt a headache because of the announcement. Nirvana left as soon as he got the reply. Suddenly, the Yu rushed toward Dokja and punched him forcefully in the face. Dokja thought he was as strong as he was stupid. After some time, Dokja took a potion and asked everyone to leave. Gil-young commented that it looked like they could all fight together this time. Dokja thought Nirvana must have acquired a new skill through succession and wouldn't be as easy to beat as before. Yu also prepared accordingly, so there was no telling who would win. However, the real problem wasn't the fight, it was the message going off in his head. Dokja was notified that he was the strongest incarnation in Seoul, and he wondered what he should do now. They headed toward Gwangan, and on their way they met up with Heewon and Hong-young. She had also heard his declaration, which had made quite an impact. He asked them about their health, and she replied that she was fine, though Hang was a little injured. Dokja thought Ho-sang had begun taking his first steps toward succeeding the Master of Steel's story. He could tell Ho-sang had grown much more vital and wasn't bluffing. He was probably one of the top 5 strongest incarnations in Seoul. Dokja thought about how power in the star stream wasn't about raw strength or skill proficiency. It came from the story behind it. He remembered reading something along those lines in episode 51 of TWSA. He was ranked as the strongest incarnation because the stories he had obtained in this round were all near impossible. Quinn warned them that Tier 5 monsters would attack soon and asked if the other incarnations would be okay. Dokja said they would be fine as long as they were there. Everyone was excited to defeat the leader of the Salvation Church, thinking they needed to kill him to complete the scenario. Hong asked Dokja if he had already known this would happen. He replied that he would be lying if he said he didn't expect it. Even with many new incarnations who had recently joined, and even though the Salvation Church was causing chaos, most incarnations in Seoul had been there since the beginning. All they needed was a little momentum to bring down the Salvation Church. Pildo said Korea was done for now, and the people responsible for returning his land must be dead. Jie asked him if that was all he cared about, given everything going on. Pildo then asked Dokja if he wouldn't save Sangha, since he had heard she was being held captive by the leader of the Salvation Church. Dokja replied that they would get to it, but not right now. He was confident that even Nirvana wouldn't dare lay a finger on someone affiliated with the Olympus Nebula unless he wanted to start a war between nebulae. Suddenly, the attribute windows appeared before everyone, revealing the second hint. The 9th most potent incarnation in Seoul was currently Insect Boy Gil-young. He seemed happy to hear he ranked 9th, while Ji was shocked that a little boy was stronger than her. Dokja asked everyone to stop chatting and get ready for battle. The fact that the second hint was revealed meant the second wave of monsters would be arriving soon. He told them they needed to finish this within 4 hours. If they took any longer, Tier 4 monsters would begin appearing. He asked Hong and Pildo to stay back and form a defensive line with the other incarnations. Pildo said he would claim ownership of Gwangamun once the scenario ended. Dokja asked everyone to follow him. Soon they reached a dome built by the Salvation Church, where a man appeared and called the other incarnations their enemies, and the man asked why they should take up arms and fight among themselves. Guan recognizes him and tells Dokja that he is the neutral king, guessing he must be using a voice amplification skill. The neutral king exclaims that he understands why they had come all the way there, but whether they are with the Salvation Church or any other group, they are all still helpless humans. A man shouts that it was the Salvation Church who started the fight, but the neutral king warns that the monsters will soon attack. If they fight among themselves now, Seoul will be doomed. He also suggests sacrificing the most powerful incarnation among them. He announces that they will now bring out the two heroes who have willingly risked their lives for the Seoul Dome. They are the most likely candidates for the two most powerful incarnations, Nirvana and Yu. Dokja and the others are shocked to see that Nirvana and Yu have already started fighting. Dokja tries to intervene but realizes the character Ilohan has activated the stigma, fair duel, meaning no other incarnations are allowed to interfere. Dokja hadn't expected Ilohan to have used Gwanghun's stigma. He notices that everyone is staring at the fight and they seem satisfied. After all, if either the Supreme King or the leader of the Salvation Church dies, it's a win for them. Dokja thinks that their feelings are obvious. Humans are cowards. Nirvana knows exactly when humans reach the peak of their cowardice, when they hope for a future that never comes. Dokja orders Jihye and Heewon to kill Ilohan. Meanwhile, Dokkabi appears, sensing that something interesting is happening. He says he has prepared something special since the fight greatly interests everyone. In the meantime, Nirvana and Yu are ready to attack each other. Jihye and Heewon surround the neutral king, prepared to attack him, while Pildo and Hunong try to stop the monsters from breaking in. Yu stands with Gilyong and Yusong. Everyone cheers for Nirvana and Yu, hoping the strongest among them dies as soon as possible. Dokja and Yusong silently watch the scene. Yu slashes his sword, attacking with powerful wind pressure. Nirvana uses a strange technique to create countless barriers in the air, throwing them all toward Yu. Yu tries to dodge, but there are so many obstacles that his hands start bleeding from the effort. The neutral king announces that it looks like the fight will end soon. Both fighters take to the air, and Nirvana calls for Yu to come at him. Yu transforms using his giant body skill and attacks with massive power, causing a huge explosion. The scene amazes everyone. It really looks like a battle between two celestial beings. The 1,000 hands of Avalokitesvara is unleashed, and Nirvana falls to the ground after taking the brunt of the massive attack. Dokja enjoys the spectacle, but feels slightly disappointed. A notification informs him that he is actually one of the most powerful incarnations. A giant body is created there, stabbing through one of Nirvana's barriers and merging with the strongest there. Dokja jumps onto a rooftop and calls out to Xiong, asking her to show herself. A black hole opens, and she appears, asking how he knew she was there. He replies that there's no way she wouldn't come after hearing the megaphone. He also notices that the constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is supporting her. She asks why he called her when she was just having fun watching the chaos. Dokja asks if she is just going to watch or if she plans to help complete the scenario. She asks if he knows who the strongest among them is, Nirvana or Yu. They both know that if the wrong person dies, the world could reset. She thinks it must be the leader of the Salvation Church. Flipping her knife, she says she will just kill him. But Dokja tells her Nirvana is not the strongest either. She asks who she is supposed to kill then. Dokja stays silent. She understands what he's implying and is shocked to realize that Dokja is the strongest. Meanwhile, the battle between Joonghyuk and Nirvana continues, but Nirvana seems to be losing badly, injured and worn out. Eventually, Yu disappears from the battlefield, and they say it looks like everything is going to end sooner than expected, and wonder what the point was in giving hints if the battle would end too early. They decide to reveal to the people a little earlier the identities of the 8th, 7th, and 6th strongest incarnations among them, Sangha, Pildo, and Heewon, respectively. People are surprised to hear their names, and Heewon seems happy that she is ranked 6th, while Jahi doesn't seem happy at all. Jahi offers Heewon a spare after they deal with the neutral king, but Heewon refuses, saying her supporting constellation likes her a lot, so they can't spar. The neutral king asks Heewon how she broke free from the skill, thought infection, but she kicks him and says she's the one asking questions here. She warns him to undo his stigma or she'll kill him, but he replies that even if they kill him, his stigma won't be undone. Fuan tries to call Dokja to inform him about the situation, but Dokja isn't with Yusong and Gilyong. Meanwhile, monsters start entering the church, and it's revealed that the 5th strongest incarnation in the Soul Dome is Pure Steel, Hang Li. Pildo asks him why they call him Pure Steel, but Hang Li says he doesn't know. He then punches an insect monster away, wondering if everything is going according to Dokja's plan. Soon after, they are informed that the 4th strongest incarnation in the Soul Dome is the Black Flame Empress, Xiong Han. She isn't very impressed with being ranked 4th and asks Dokja, who has been stabbed, if he's really going to die like that. With Dokja stabbed, Xiong believes she has moved up to the 3rd strongest. She starts observing his body, thinking he's not that bad looking. She admits he asked her to stab him, so she did, but now she's wondering if she should have. Meanwhile, Dai's voice is heard announcing the top 3 strongest incarnations. The constellations are curious and eagerly waiting to know. Elsewhere, Yu and Nirvana are still fighting. However, Yu feels his body falling apart due to the effects of giant body transformation. He recalls his constellation warned him not to use the skill unless his stats reach 3 digits. His body can't keep up with the transformation anymore, even if he gives it his all. With the last of his strength, Yu lands a final attack on Nirvana, who falls heavily to the ground under the weight of 1,000 arms. Yu believes he can kill Nirvana and suspects Nirvana must have successfully inherited some skill because of Dokja. At the same time, Dokja is notified that his advanced mental barrier skill has reached its limit, and Nirvana's thought vaccine skill infects him. He feels overwhelmed, surrounded by countless figures, a skill meant to counter Nirvana's thought infection and eternal poison. But he has been affected again. He collapses to the ground before Nirvana. Nirvana uses the skill 108 Worries on Yu, beginning to gnaw away at his mind. Nirvana tells him that he's the only one who can understand him and urges him to let go and become one with him. Joonghyuk feels deep concern, thinking that abandoning this round wouldn't guarantee a better next one. He wonders if he's about to abandon this world too. But Dokja says in his mind that the only world worth living in is the one where he sees it through to the end as a human being. 1,000 hands surround Yu, who stares at Dokja, watching him with a smile. After some time, Yu breaks free from Nirvana's skill. Dokja tells him to rest for a minute. He activates his first-person main character, P skill, shocking Nirvana, who wonders how he broke through 108 worries. Clenching his fists, Yu feels the overwhelming power filling his entire body, feeling so confident that anything seems possible. The fact that he still possesses Yu's body must mean Xiong did as she was told. Dokja is still alive. He thinks to himself that if all goes according to plan, he has about 5 minutes left before his real death. Meanwhile, Nirvana begins activating 108 Worries Level 2, but Yu's fourth wall nullifies its effect. Nirvana is stunned by the immense aura coming from Yu and asks who he really is. Suddenly, Yu moves in a flash, reaching Nirvana in no time and punching him hard in the face, sending him flying back a great distance, and Yu is badly injured. He says it's ironic that Nirvana, despite having died so many times, still doesn't understand death, because true death only happens once. Yu says Nirvana can never live in the present, even though he keeps preaching about it. Nirvana asks Yu how he knows so much about him, but Yu punches him and asks why he wouldn't know. Meanwhile, Dokja, inside Yun's body, says he understands why Nirvana wants to become one with him, why he is leading the church, and what his ultimate goal is. He says Nirvana is Yu. Nirvana calls him a fool, claiming he doesn't know who he really is, but insists that none of this will change anything, that Yu will die even if he kills him, and that no one can change the inevitable fate the scenarios have set for them. He exclaims that tragedy will repeat itself over and over, that he will be reincarnated again, and that Yu will regress again. At the same time, a notification appears. The third strongest incarnation in the Soul Dome is revealed to be the Supreme King, Yuanina Yushu. Nirvana and everyone else are shocked. Dokja tells Nirvana that Yu will never reach the next round. He will live, but he will die there with him. Nirvana tries to free himself, proclaiming that he is the ultimate incarnation, Nirvana Mobius, and that a mere mortal like Yu can't beat him. Meanwhile, the second strongest incarnation is revealed, the leader of the Salvation Church, Nirvana Mobius. Everyone is stunned, wondering who the strongest person is now. Nirvana is shocked too, refusing to believe he is only second. Dokja reminds Nirvana that he said he wanted to live in the present, and tells him that he will now show him what death really is. Everyone anxiously wonders who the first strongest incarnation is and what will happen to them next. In the meantime, monsters enter the church area, and the current number of incarnations is reported as 89,000. Hosang tries to stop the monsters when Jaye and Heewon arrive and ask him about the situation. Heewon says that if Nirvana isn't the strongest, then maybe Dokja's predictions were wrong, and asks what they should do now. Hosang replies that he still believes in Dokja and his plan. Meanwhile, Dokja punches Nirvana again. Nirvana asks him if he's trying to show him some ridiculous death, insisting that he cannot die no matter what, and that he can never truly experience death. He shouts that if he could die so easily, he wouldn't have gone through all this suffering. Dokja asks Nirvana if he really wants to die. Nirvana admits he finds solace in seeing others die because he himself cannot, and that's why he spread the Salvation Church's teachings, to experience death vicariously through others, to watch them live their only lives, and to share their emotions. Dokja is notified that his understanding of the character has increased. Dokja asks Nirvana why he wants to become one with Joonghyuk. Nirvana explains that reincarnation is a stigma belonging to the highest constellations, and in order to undo its effect, he needed help from an even more powerful constellation. Nirvana admits he severely underestimated Dokja and asks him to kill him now, claiming he isn't afraid of death. However, he warns that he will come back again and again, and when he does, he will kill every one of Dokja's companions and make them suffer the greatest pain, just like he did to his mother. Dokja is shocked to hear about his mother and asks if Nirvana hurt her. His personal skill, the fourth wall, begins shaking. Nirvana replies that she was quite an admirable mother and that he took great joy in making her submit to him. He exclaims that he enjoys nothing more than corrupting the hearts of honorable people, and Dokja is astonished by what he hears. Nirvana laughs loudly, saying he has trapped Dokja now. He uses his skill, 108 worries, and taunts that he still remembers clearly how Dokja's mother squirmed and begged for her life. Dokja is overwhelmed, thinking his mother would never have done that, but his personal skill, the fourth wall, shakes violently. The skill surrounds him and Yu hears voices. Someone calling him, asking him to save the world. Meanwhile, Nirvana appears again, saying Dokja has finally accepted him, and he can see that Dokja is also there and is coming toward him to become one with him. Dokja is inside Yu's soul, and he must have snuck in there when the fourth wall was shaking. Nirvana says it was a mistake for him to come there, and Dokja thinks the rule of probability very loosely applies when he is inside someone's soul. This means that Nirvana can freely use the powers of the stories he has accumulated over the years. Nirvana then turns into a beast and surrounds Yu. He introduces himself as Nirvana Mobius, the one who guides lost souls to the state of nirvana. Dokja asks him if he knows how reincarnation works and says his soul cannot travel to the underworld when he dies because it is bound to Mandala's protector, the laws of the high constellations. His soul just repeatedly possesses an empty vessel that is birthed at the moment of his death. Dokja reveals that Nirvana is not immortal, and while he may have had many bodies until now, he only has one soul. Nirvana calls it nonsense and is about to attack him using his thousands of arms, but is shocked to see that they can't touch Dokja. He asks him what he has done. Dokja thinks that if they were out in the real world, his body would have been torn to pieces from that attack. But that's not how things work there. He controls Yu's body right now, which means they are currently inside Yu's soul as well as Dokja's. He then activates his personal skill, the fourth wall, and tears away Nirvana's stories. Nirvana is surprised to see that the fourth wall is inside his soul and that he cannot reach him. He asks him what he has done and begs him to let him out. Dokja reads some lines written on the fourth wall that if he keeps recanting because this world existed, he will just erase the world from existence. Nirvana is shocked to see the lines written there and shouts loudly that this can't happen. He asks Dokja how he knows all this. Dokja says there is no need to go to the end of this world and that Nirvana will die there. A notification appears that Nirvana the reincarnated has finally reached the end of their one life and will face true death for the first time. Nirvana laughs because he realizes this is the moment he had always been waiting for. His body then shreds into pieces. He shouts that he doesn't like this, but he can't say the words as his mouth has scattered to pieces, and his arms, reaching out in desperation, fade away effortlessly. He shouts and begs them not to kill him and tries to tell Dokja about his mother's secret. He asks Dokja to spare his life, but in the end, Nirvana ends up muttering the words he had despised the most in the world. After that, a light comes out of the fourth wall, and he is notified that the fourth wall has consumed the character Nirvana Mobius. Dokja thinks the wall is reacting differently from when he killed the boss of the theater dungeon. The fourth wall smiles contently and looks at him with a jealous gaze. He now realizes he doesn't know exactly what the fourth wall is. It's fine that it killed Nirvana, but he wonders what comes next. Some words appear on the wall, and a thought runs through Dokja's head. He wonders what would happen if he ends up being consumed by the wall someday as well. He is notified that the skill 108 Worries is deactivated. Yu comes back into consciousness violently and sees Nirvana's dead body in front of him. Yu announces that the scenario is near its end and that he will now announce the strongest incarnation. They are all watching him, but just when he is about to announce the name, Yu reaches his limit and becomes unconscious. On the other side, Dokja has died, and with this, the scenario has ended. 2 days later, Yusong and Gilyong are crying near his corpse, and two men are digging a grave for him. They hold a funeral for him, and Jihye asks if he is really dead, because something like this had happened a couple of times before, but he was alive. She looks for her master, sure he can bring Dokja back to life. They can't find Seola too. Jihye asks Dokja to wake up and says it was just a prank. Giwon tells her he was the strongest in Seoul Dome and that they must continue living without him. Dokja watches them crying over his corpse and thinks if this were TWSA, something like this would be on the pages. He is just glad he is able to watch them from a third-person observer's viewpoint, and he thinks it would have been better if he had used the first-person perspective, but it won't work because he was too immersed in Yu Hong. He believes it would be quite a sight if he broke out of his coffin about now, but his attribute has too long of a cooldown. He still needs to wait 72 hours until he can be resurrected, and this is the attribute he earned in return for giving up the King of No Killing in Peaceland. 8 lives is an attribute that can only be obtained by drinking the liquor brewed from Yamada no Orochi's flesh and blood, and it literally gives the user 8 lives. It is revealed that each of Yamada no Orochi's heads has a special ability, and he can earn one of the 8 abilities when he is resurrected. He is notified that the first head of the serpent has been put to sacrifice, and the head's special ability is popularity. The skill doesn't seem all that bad if he looks at it, but the problem is that it has a cooldown. Unlike the King of No Killing, he still has one whole day to go, and the next scenario is about to begin. They are burying his coffin, and the people call him Ugly King, which makes him angry. Hosang and Pildo are also sad and are sobbing over his death, and Dokja thinks he should change his perspective, because if he keeps watching any longer, then he will feel too sorry to come back to life. He then goes to Sanga and Yu, where she asks him about Dokja. She is shocked when Yu tells her that he is dead, but that he will come back to life. She asks him how he will return, and Yu also doesn't know about this, but says there is no way he would die like that. He clenches his fist and says Dokja has to come back to life. Dokja thinks it would have been a touching moment if it weren't for those veins on his fist. Yu asks Sanga about his mother, and Dokja thinks he is doing more than he asked him to, and all he asked him to do was save Sanga. Suddenly, he is notified that his mental energy has depleted completely, and the omniscient reader's viewpoint is ending. He doesn't want to go at the moment, but his mental energy is slow to recover. He discovers that the longer he is away from his body, the more his mind wears out. This is the same logic behind why ghosts end up going mad. He thinks about his mother and wonders if Nirvana has killed her. He then decides not to ask this type of question and thinks his mother will still be alive. He then remembers Nirvana was talking about a secret his mother kept from him, but he has no idea what he could have been trying to tell him. He thinks he may not want to know. He is notified that the constellation master of Abad is calling for his soul. He remembers that Abydos is the capital city of ancient Egypt. A notification appears saying Nebula Papyrus wants to grant him the story of resurrection. He wonders what is happening to him and why everyone is calling out for him, and many constellations are calling him simultaneously. He thinks all the constellations who called him just now have something to do with the act of resurrection. He smiles and thinks they want to reenact their myths through him. It is said that all the stories are reinforced by word of mouth. And what if someone named Dokja were to resurrect from his grave after 3 days and shout that he is Jim? People would be taken aback, and that constellation's mythos would be reenacted immediately. As a result, the constellation to which the myth belongs would acquire a large amount of probability, enough to let them interfere in the scenario. He can't believe they are thinking of getting the power to change the scenario with something as simple as resurrection. It may seem like he has the upper hand right now, but that isn't the case. The story of resurrection is a sensitive topic between constellations due to plagiarism accusations, and tensions between Eden and Ba will be exceptionally high. If he chooses one, he might end up making enemies of the others, but if he refuses, then they will start hating him. He has enough on his hands to explain his resurrection to his friends, but if he becomes the public enemy of the constellations, they would not leave him alone. He is notified that the constellations want him to decide immediately. Still, another constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, insists that the incarnation's decision matters the most. He wonders why Prani is taking his side all of a sudden. Suddenly, he is shocked that the Queen of the Darkest Spring constellation offers to invite him to a banquet. Meanwhile, Ayu recommends that he go to that banquet. And he gets ready right away since it's a momentous occasion. He hurriedly changes his clothes. With his remaining cooldown time being 23 hours and 54 minutes, he thinks there is more than enough time. It's a bit earlier than expected, but he would have to go there at least once after that. The constellation banquet is currently underway, and the Queen of the Dark Spring has invited him as her partner. The Dokkaebi tells him that a delegate of the constellation who invited him will soon arrive to pick him up. The Dokkaebi disappears, wishing him success on his debut. He is notified that he must return to the scenario within 24 hours and will be disposed of according to the scenario's rules if he doesn't return in time. The hidden scenario, Constellation Banquet, has started, and he must participate in the banquet and make a successful debut. In the meantime, a lavish horse-drawn carriage appears in front of him. It is called the Carriage of the Sun, and the person inside asks him to come inside. He wonders if this really is the Carriage of the Sun. Then the owner should be Helios, the sun god. But he is shocked to see that the person is invisible, and only a glass of wine is visible. He addresses the person as Dionysus, who replies that he shouldn't call them by their true names like that. When asked why he's like that, Dionysus says it's because of probability, and taking a symbolic form is a good way to save costs. Dokja thinks it might be better this way. Seeing a constellation's true form might overwhelm even him, despite the fourth wall. The figure introduces himself as the god of alcohol and ecstasy, joking that he even has an energy drink named after him in his country. Observing Dokja's calm demeanor, he notes that Dokja doesn't seem all that fazed. Dokja replies that this isn't his first time meeting a constellation. He remembers that this god sent him to the underworld back then and thanks him for the help. The god notes that he has never seen the queen be so nice to anyone. She even tried to protect a mere incarnation against powerful nebulae. He wonders aloud if something is going on between them. Dokja denies it, saying he has never even met her before. As he stares at the god says not to look at him like that. Stuff like this doesn't count as taboo in Olympus. Then Dokja receives a notification. The god of alcohol and ecstasy wants to have him as his lesser constellation. He invites Dokja to join him and promises to bestow upon him the story of Bacchus. Dokja doesn't seem thrilled. The god doesn't like his attitude, saying Dokja is comparing his stories to those of Eden and Veda. He warns Dokja that he doesn't understand what he's getting into. He asks what happens when one receives a story like the resurrected Messiah, where the condition is to live their entire life as a virgin. In contrast, the story of Bacchus is incomparably awesome. Dokja recognizes him as a Dokkaebi and asks about the envoy the queen sent for him, why he didn't come with him. The Dokkaebi asks again, is he really there all by himself, or is he just trying to get himself killed? He warns him that one wrong move can cost him his life here. Dokja knows that the banquet hall is filled with beings who could kill a human with just a glance. The Dokkaebi says he'll take him to the waiting room where he can rest. There's a video feed in the room, and he should keep his eyes glued to it. He then takes Dokja to the incarnation waiting room and tells him not to take his eyes off the screen. Dokja enters, wondering what this is all about, as he didn't even know such a room existed. The Dokkaebi tells him he's not the only incarnation to come to the banquet, though he is the only one who came alone. As he steps inside, Dokja is shocked to see another Dokkaebi there, and gets scared. He remembers that the constellation banquet was mentioned quite often in TWSA. This is where this Dokkaebi cheats the constellations using regression. Naturally, he would be on the guest list. Dokja doesn't know who invited him, but he knows constellations would line up for a chance to associate with him. Several countries are co-hosting the banquet: the Seoul Dome, the Washington Dome, the Moscow Dome, and the New Delhi Dome. It seems like a presentation is being given by the domes that have made a lot of progress recently. Dokja thinks this must be the Dokkaebi's 24th regression. The Dokkaebi asks what he's doing there. Dokja replies that he's there for the same reason. The Dokkaebi then asks when he'll be coming back to life, and Dokja answers, tomorrow. Dokkaebi Joonghyuk tells him the others are worried about him, and Dokja apologizes. Everyone in the room is watching the video, which shows the promotion of the mid-level Dokkaebi as the representative of the low-level Dokkaebis. Beong gives a speech thanking all the constellations who have followed his stories. Dokja observes this and realizes this is why he was told to watch the video. The Dokkaebi then announces that half of his achievements were only possible because of an incarnation who has been especially active on his channel. He wants to dedicate half the honor to that incarnation and the other half to a CD who will be born soon. Dokkaebi angrily gets up and confronts him about it, but the mid-level Dokkaebi replies calmly that this is the only way. He asks if he understands what he's done and how it will affect Young's life. Dokja says if she's incarnated as a Dokkaebi baby, at least she won't die a ridiculous death. He adds that the management is the safest place until the star stream collapses. Meanwhile, a woman appears and asks Dokja about his identity, saying she's heard a lot about him. Dokja didn't expect her to speak first. He shakes hands with her and calls her by name, Selena Dokja. She asks how he knows her already. Dokja replies that he has heard of her too, that she represents America. He uses his personal skills to check her character profile, but it only shows pre-selected information for user convenience. Dokja already knows who she is. Selena Dokja of the Washington Dome, a member of Anna Croft's faction and one of the 100 strongest. The King of No-Killing attribute that he once had was originally supposed to be hers. He asks if Anna Croft is with her. She says Anna wanted to come, and if she'd known Dokja would be there, she definitely would have. Dokja is honestly glad she isn't there. If she were, things would have gotten far more complicated. Suddenly, the Dokkaebi interrupts them, and Dokja asks Selena to tell Anna to watch out for herself. She replies that he's just like Anna described during the last round. Anna Croft had betrayed Dokkaebi and must have seen what she did to Dokkaebi Joonghyuk through her past sight ability. Just then, a girl calls out to him, referring to him as the weird-looking one from the Korean Dome. She asks Dokja if he's the representative of Korea. Selena immediately tells her to watch her mouth and not judge someone by their appearance. The girl replies that she was only stating he looked weird. Dokja asks who she is, though he already knows. She's the representative of Russia. He has a strong idea who she might be, but doesn't want to let her know that. She was one of the characters he despised most in TWSA. She seems shocked that he doesn't recognize her and introduces herself. Iris Vladimirova Rizova. Dokja responds that he still doesn't know her. Selena then steps in to formally introduce them. She explains that Iris is Russia's representative, known as the war god of the Red Square. She introduces Dokja to Iris, stating that he represents Korea and then asks him what his nickname is. Dokja interrupts, saying he doesn't have a nickname yet. He recalls being called the Ugly King but decides not to share that. Iris mocks him for showing up without even having a nickname. Dokja knows he does have one, but he doesn't want to reveal it in front of everyone. Iris then scoffs and tells him to watch himself. She accuses him of coming all this way just to beg a story from a high-ranking constellation or something like that. Just then, a Dokkaebi appears and informs them that the story succession will soon begin and they need to head to the banquet hall. Iris remarks that she's eager to see how he handles it. The Dokkaebi explains that temporary seating has been arranged in the banquet hall's first floor, but warns them that the first floor is only for historical constellations. The hall is adorned with legendary historical weapons, and as they enter, Selena is referred to as the King's Guardian. She hears the voices of constellations saying they've been watching her. Next, they turn toward Iris, calling her the Little Devil of the Red Square, noting that she looks just as adorable as she did on the video feed. Iris scoffs at Dokja, feeling proud of herself. When Dokja enters, the screens light up with scenes from his past exploits, but the constellations remain quiet at first. Dokja wonders if he's just that unpopular. Iris mocks him again. After a short pause, a constellation introduces him as Dokja, calling him the king of a world without kings, a man who does the unthinkable. They ask if he remembers them, the bald army general and the great King Hungu. They say they had a great time watching him in Peaceland. They cheerfully ask him to wave and offer 3,000 coins. Iris is visibly shocked that the constellations are so focused on him. One even remarks that he's not as ugly as they thought. Then, a Dokkaebi enters the hall, and the constellations refer to him as the best supreme king. They offer Dokja the chance to join their nebula. Dokja thinks to himself that he might be more popular than he realized. Meanwhile, Iris calls out to him again, clearly embarrassed this time. Dokja calmly tells her not to act rashly if she wants to stay alive. He is suddenly notified that several constellations have sponsored him with 5,000 coins for teaching her a lesson. Iris is humiliated, especially knowing it's all being streamed live. Dokja asks her if she thought the constellation stream would spare them just because they're in the world of the constellations now. He reflects that all of humanity's tragedies are turned into a spectacle here. Though they may be cheering for him, he knows they are the very forces he'll have to fight one day. He observes that the historical constellations reside on the first floor, while the fabled constellations are up on the second. He recalls what the god of the sun told him and realizes there must be a reason for that warning. From this point on, he must look for someone he can use. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from the aid, and he recognizes them as the bald army general and the lady of the spring brigade. Then he spots a statue with an eye patch and thinks it must be the one-eyed Maitreya, and the figure behind it must be the great King Hunu. Suddenly, 1,001 coins appear in front of him, and a figure speaks to him, asking if he doesn't recognize him. Dokja recalls that the figure is the historical person engraved on the coin. The figure remarks that Dokja seems to be making good use of the stigma he was once given. Dokja finally recognizes him. He's the great Admiral Sunsun. No matter how unpatriotic Dokja might be, there isn't a single Korean whose heart wouldn't pound with excitement at his presence. Dokja thanks him for his help back then, and asks why he's manifested in such a form. Admiral Sunsun replies that it wasn't by choice, it's simply how he manifested. It's revealed that he's the creator of Hul, and even has a statue of himself in Gwanghwamun. Symbolic forms of constellations usually resemble what they're most famous for. Dokja assumes they must be in similar situations. He even thinks Admiral Sunsun should be a turtle ship. He notices that the fabled constellations on the second floor appear in human form, while those who can't afford the high probability cost manifest in simplified representations. He asks Sunsun about a certain constellation sitting nearby. He doesn't look like a fabled constellation, yet he's in a humanoid form. Sunsun explains that no other constellation in Korea surpasses that man in fame. He's the most powerful historical constellation, having achieved his feats without relying on the fame of history. Sunsun asks Dokja if he's heard about Goryeo top swordsman, noting that stories about him have become quite popular lately. Suddenly, ghost constellations appear and demand everyone clear the way. The queen wants an audience with Dokja. Sunsun remarks that Dokja must be more popular than expected, especially if they're escorting him to the second floor. Just as he sees a Dokkaebi heading upstairs, he warns Dokja to be careful up there. Dokja follows the ghost guards, and on the way he hears Goryeo's swordsman speaking, calling him just as pathetic as the rest. He asks if Dokja really thinks he'd grovel at the feet of the constellations on the second floor. The ghost guards turn and ask what he meant by that. Dokja calmly replies that he's ready to lay down his life whenever required and is prepared to strike. One of the ghosts scoffs and warns him not to be arrogant just because he's reached the fabled constellation level. He calls him a parasite living off borrowed fame. Dokja thinks that while the underworld judges may stand on equal footing with the fabled constellations, they sustain their influence through crafted propaganda stories. Goryeu's swordsman angrily questions why the queen would bring them there, warning everyone not to act out of line since the creation gods of this zone have vacated the premises. He's about to attack when the queen appears and tells them to avoid unnecessary conflict. She scolds Goryeu's swordsman to mind his manners. Then she smiles at Dokja, saying it's been a while since they last met. Dokja realizes she's taken on Sana's form again. She escorts him into the hall and remarks that he did something pointless while in Tartarus. There he sees the great sage, heaven's equal, lounging on a sofa, and wonders if he's always been that relaxed. He finds it impressive that the sage has a spot on the second floor. The queen offers Dokja a seat beside her. To the east is Olympus, to the west is Veda, and to the north are smaller nebulae, like the one the great sage belongs to. To the south lies Eden, recognizable by their wings. However, Dokja is taken aback when he notices an angel dressed in black, strangely resembling a devil. He remembers something from a devil's tale and wonders if she might be one of them. He calls the queen over and politely asks for permission to ask a question. He asks if there's a constellation present who goes by the name Secretive Plotter. At that moment, the Dokubi announces the beginning of the story succession and calls all incarnations to enter the secret room. Everyone proceeds into their designated rooms. As Dokja reflects on his earlier conversation with the queen, she answers. She doesn't recall any constellation by that name. She then asks him if he's made his decision yet. The succession is about to begin. She adds that many constellations hope to force him into using his reincarnation ability, but she's confident he will refuse them all. Finally, she warns him that they'll strike him with a copyright violation, and he wonders how a story can even be copyrighted. Dokja asks the queen if she's trying to tell him he should join Olympus, but she immediately replies that she would never want that. She hates their guts. Dokja recalls that this person had a hostile relationship with Olympus and TWSA. In fact, there are Olympus constellations who hesitate to speak with him simply because he's associated with her. More precisely, they fear Hades. Dokja realizes that he's ended up unintentionally under the protection of the underworld. Or perhaps he was just lucky that the first fabled constellation he encountered was her. The process of story succession is relatively simple. Incarnations secretly meet with constellations in designated rooms, hear their offers, and later announce which story they've chosen to inherit on the central podium. Just before entering the room, Dokja nudges the Dokubi and shuts the door behind him. He is notified that he has become the room owner for the next hour. The secret room guarantees absolute secrecy, even from the starstream. Not even the cubist can observe what happens inside. The maximum time allowed is 1 hour. He remembers the queen's words, "Whoever you choose, you'll make enemies." But she had also asked him to reconsider. Was this really about making enemies? Now he understands. It's not. He is advised to meet as many constellations as possible within the limited time. He sits at a table where an old man is already waiting. The man declares he chose the blessing of resurrection. Dokja receives a notification. The constellation founder of mankind is glaring at you. Dokja thinks, so India is first? According to the Indian epic, Manu was the sole survivor of a great flood. In exchange for saving a small fish, he prepared a boat and sailed to the peak of the Himalayas to survive. The Veda camp has sent Manu, known as the founder of mankind, to negotiate. Manu is also known to frequently clash with the master of the Ark of Eden over copyright claims to this very story. In other words, he's an expert on such legal matters in the Veda camp. Dokja asks him why the master of December 25th didn't come instead. Manu replies that the master has more important things to do, and that all Dokja needs to do is answer his question. Will he accept the blessing of resurrection or not? It's clear to Dokja that Manu has chosen to take this arrogant stance with him. What's more, the protagonist of the story, Mitra, isn't even present. Dokja asks what Veda can offer him in exchange for accepting the blessing. Manu replies they can grant him the sun god's blessing. When Dokja asks for details, Manu scoffs and rudely asks if he really needs to explain everything to a lowly mortal like him. Angered, Dokja fires back, asking if he doesn't find that attitude a little too cliché. How long will they keep looking down on humans when it's the humans who cherish and carry forward the stories? He uses his authority in the secret room and receives a notification. The constellation, founder of mankind, will be expelled from the room. The old man is stunned and vanishes. Dokja thinks, I've got the upper hand here. He calls in the next constellation. A man enters and invites him to join Olympus. Dokja receives another notification. The constellation, the one who poked out his own eyes, smiles at you. The man says Dokja must already know who he is. Dokja nods, of course. Every Korean university student hears about him in their liberal arts classes. He is King Oedipus. Dokja tells him that he's already received a proposal from the god of alcohol and ecstasy, Dionysus, and asks if Oedipus is here to make him the leader of the Bacchus sect. Oedipus seems surprised Dokja caught on so quickly. Still, Dokja doesn't feel great about this. He knows Persephone is hostile toward Olympus. Dionysus had warned him not to trust anyone, and neither of them had ever directly asked him to join Olympus. The queen also said she wasn't there to recruit him on behalf of the Bacchus faction, nor was she there to claim the copyright over the resurrection story. That leaves Dokja wondering, maybe the person standing in front of him is the true representative of Olympus. The king says the story they are offering him is Lightning Carnival. The king says he is also familiar with the story, but Lightning Carnival is a story that belongs to Zeus, one of the big three. The king says the story they are there to offer him is on a different level from the reincarnation stories that other nebulae are offering him. Dokja asks him why he is making him such an offer. He replies that he and the three goddesses of fate have seen a fragment of his fate. He is sure that Dokja will soon gain the qualification to succeed Lightning Carnival, and he could just succeed in his story of the blind prophet. But he won't do that since he is already rumored to be a prophet. He leaves the room, asking Dokja to choose for himself, but says he will need Olympus soon. He leaves the room. Dokja doesn't understand what fate Edius is talking about, but if the three goddesses of fate are involved, what they saw will surely happen to him. He wonders why Edius is talking about a story of Olympus. Of all nebulae, he is thinking about the situation when a lady enters the room. Dokja says he thought the master of the ark would come, but she came herself. The constellations who have been with him since the beginning of the scenario are the demonic judge of fire, Uriel. She asks him if he is disappointed to see her, and he realizes that Uriel is this cute. She exclaims that she has always wanted to see him and hugs him tightly. Dokja smiles and says he also wants to meet her. He asks her if she has come there to ask him to choose the Messiah's path. She praises him, saying she wanted him to do this because he was very good looking. She asks him if he will accept Eden's story, and he replies that he will have to think about that. She exclaims that their story is best and the other stories don't even compare. He thinks the Messiah's path is definitely one of the top reincarnation stories, but he tells her that he will lose something important if he chooses that story. She knows that he will end up a eunuch if they choose their story, and Dokja doesn't think this would be enough to convince her. He wonders if his becoming a eunuch is a big problem for Uriel. She tells him that Metatron will ban her from using the internet for a month if she doesn't manage to bring Dokja to their side. She asks him if he can find a different arrangement he can explore. She then asks him not to worry about becoming a eunuch and that they will find a way for him too. Dokja refuses her, saying he doesn't want to be a eunuch, and she says she will make it so that, even if he is a eunuch, Dokja uses his authority and calls the next constellation. Many other nebulae visited him after that, and the historical constellations of Korea gave him words of encouragement. They told him that he was their last hope for their world and asked him not to bend his will, but they didn't want him to join any particular nebula. After that, the Dokkaebi announced the result of the succession. First was America's Selena Kim. She decided to succeed Indomitable Aegis, given by the constellation Last Conscience. Dokja already knew she would choose Olympus, and he remembers what the queen asked him earlier. If this was a matter of making enemies, he thinks she must have meant that he should make a choice that encompasses all reincarnation stories, that he has more than one life, and that there will be others who want him to succeed in their reincarnation stories the next time around. He thinks he will never give up on their story of being the first reincarnation, and if he directly succeeds in their stories, he will become their subordinate. After all, the relationship between constellations and incarnations isn't fair. Meanwhile, the Dokkaebi announces the next successor, the Supreme King of Soul. Dokja thinks he doesn't trust anyone, but that only applies to constellations, and there is actually one person whom he can trust. Then before Joonghyuk is about to say something, Dokja interrupts him, grabs his hand and announces that he has something to say to them all. He thinks about the succession, which is never fair because it takes the form of sponsorship. All the constellations pay attention to his outburst. Dokja thinks the constellations and incarnations are not on equal footing to begin with. He announces that they have decided not to succeed in their stories, and they will buy their stories. It is revealed that the fabled constellations look down on historical constellations because they are of a higher rank. Nebulae look down on independent constellations because they don't belong to a group. He asks them if they want to sell their stories to Joonghyuk and him, then they have to make a deal with their nebula. Joonghyuk talks to him through Midday Rendezvous and asks what he is Dokkaebiing, and he is surprised because he didn't realize they still had time left on Midday Rendezvous when they got it so long ago. He replies that this isn't the first time something like this happened, and he should be used to it by now. He also exclaims that it's not a bad offer for him, and he knows that he can't succeed in any of the constellation stories. Joonghyuk is shocked and says there is just no telling how much he knows, and Dokja knows that he doesn't succeed in any stories in the original novel. The regression constraints can turn back time through death. In return for that ability, he is not able to succeed in any constellation story. Meanwhile, the Dokkaebi comes to them and asks if they really decided to start a new nebula, and Joonghyuk agrees with him. The queen laughs at his decision and says this is why she likes him. Meanwhile, other constellations are disappointed in him. Uriel also supports him and says this is a good thing, but the question is, they haven't even reached the state of constellation, so how can they start their own nebula? They ask the Dokkaebi if it makes sense, and he replies that the star stream has acknowledged incarnation Kim Dokja to be worthy enough, and that he is a king of the world without a king. He also broke the throne which held the other world's divine powers, and he fought against a miracle. He was called a fable created from his attributes a long time ago. Now, some constellations are favorable toward him, but they are surprised to see a notification that he is the one who scorned a storyteller. He grabs the Dokkaebi by the collar and asks what he is showing to the constellations, and the Dokkaebi replies that there must be something wrong with the video. Other constellations laugh at him and call him a crazed incarnation. He has also achieved a non-existent story. He has established a total of 4 stories, and the star stream has acknowledged his accomplishments. Everyone is shocked that the shadow of a fabled constellation has already accumulated 4 legendary stories. They are sure that he is going to become a constellation even before the end of the 10th scenario and will be a new constellation like them. The Dokkaebi announces that he will become a constellation if Dokja gains his 5th story. Now, the old man refuses to acknowledge that he is able to form a nebula because there are 2 problems. The first problem is that they don't know whether he has adequate financial capacity. He needs a certain amount of money to form his own nebula. Dokja replies that he has enough coins. The second problem is whether he will be able to find someone to support his nebula. Dokja thinks this is the real challenge because to form one's nebula, one must gain the support of at least 5 constellations. The old man asks everyone which constellations support him in forming his own nebula. He also asks Dokja if he has a name for the nebula, and he replies that their nebula will be called the Dokja Kim Company. But Joonghyuk interrupts him and says they don't have a name yet, and as for the supporters, they will find them now. He announces and asks if any constellation is willing to support the forming of their nebula, but no one replies. The old man says it was a waste of time and asks the Dokkaebi to continue the succession. But he is shocked to see the underworld of Olympus, and the queen raises her hand and declares her support for them. The old man tries to stop her, but she says she is free to do what she wants. After that, the prisoner of the golden headband also declares his support, and Uriel also declares her support for them. Joonghyuk and Dokja are also shocked at their support. He tells him that is as far as they go, but Dokja says they have what they want. He tells him that he didn't expect to be able to form their own nebula, and all he wanted to do was stall for time. And if all goes according to the novel, the finale of this banquet is already decided. But he is shocked to hear the declaration of Goryeu's top swordsman's support. They receive a congratulatory notification that the star stream has acknowledged their accomplishment. Dokja and Joonghyuk are both shocked that Goryeu's top swordsman has decided to support them. After that, the god of naval warfare and the bald army general also step forward for their support. The Dokkaebi asks them to stop and says they can't suddenly voice their support like that. Dokja is notified that the constellation's secretive plotter supports his nebula, and he starts to look for him but doesn't find him anywhere. He then acquires the ability to form a nebula temporarily, and suddenly everything starts shaking. They feel an immense amount of energy, which seems to be from another world, and a weird thing appears from the sky. The old man comes forward and shouts at them, asking why they have come there. They then hear a voice from above asking why they have not been invited. The queen and Uriel approach Joonghyuk and Dokja and cover their ears. The queen apologizes to them and says the party's over, and it's time for all of them to head back. After some time, they open his coffin and decide to take his coat first. But soon one gets scared to see Dokja put his hand on his shoulder and get up. He is notified that someone has acquired 5 stories, and a new constellation is born in the night skies of Seoul. Everyone is surprised by the notification. Meanwhile, Jihye is running to the side of Gilyong and Shin and says this is not important to them right now. They are running from monsters and seem to be in a terrible state. They are currently in the Dark Castle and are hiding from some monsters. They are notified that an ancient magic barrier has formed on the first floor of Dark Castle, and a special barrier will be active for the next 30 minutes. A Tier 5 demon, Dark Tracker, is chasing them, and Jihye thinks this thing spells big trouble for them. But the real problem is Demon Viscount and Locke. Shin asks her what they should do now, because they don't have any more monsters they can call to their aid, and Jihye asks them to think since they still have 30 minutes. She thinks she should have been more careful and goes to the window, where she can see many people running to save their lives. Many of them have turned into zombies and are killing others. She reflects that she was able to survive all this time not because she was strong, but because she was lucky. She wonders what happened to the others and thinks they might have already died. She thinks about her masters and how, if they had been here, they might have survived too. Gilyong says, if only Dokja was here, but she tells him to stop daydreaming and be brave. Shin has a feeling that her master is still alive, but Jihye tells them to remember that he is dead. They buried him with their own eyes. Shin asks her why people call him ugly when she thinks he's the most handsome person. Jihye now wonders why everyone has been saying Dokja is ugly. She never thought about what makes him ugly. Maybe it's that his eyes and nose look blurry, or maybe it's the combination of features. But she can't remember his face and wonders what it is that makes him ugly. She tells them that he wasn't her type, and Shin says she still cried a lot during his funeral. Ji-hye replies that she was just acting at the time and that the constellations gave them so many coins. She thinks she wants to pay him back and asks whether he ever thought she was helpful to him. Suddenly, she is notified that the ancient magic barrier will be deactivated in 1 minute. She tells Shin to carry Gil-young and run when she gives the signal. She unsheathes her sword, asks her to do as she says, and tells her to run and get some help for them. Shin follows her instructions as monsters approach to attack. Shin is running with all her strength, but a monster grabs Joonghyuk. She wonders if this is really her end. She fought pretty hard, but she was still defeated. She doesn't want to die and wishes to live a little longer. She's gone through something like this before and wonders who saved her back then. Now, as the monster is about to kill her, they see a light coming from the sun. It tears through the monster's arm. Dokja appears from the side and kicks the monster in the face. Ji-hye is thrown far away. She is shocked to see him alive but can't understand what he is saying. She can't hear or see him clearly either, but she desperately wants to. Dokja steps toward her and calls her name. She thinks she never imagined he looked like that. After that, she loses consciousness, and Dokja tries to catch her. Sometime later when she wakes up, she asks if the message they got earlier was about him and whether he'll become more powerful when he becomes a constellation. Dokja tells her that he borrowed power from another story, defeated many demonic nobles, and acquired 10,000 coins. It's revealed that when someone kills a demon, they become the enemy of the demon king the demons worship. But things are different in this scenario. All the demons in the Dark Castle scenario are waiting for a new master, so no demon king is angry. He has obtained the item Advanced Demons Proof, and the lower-ranked demons now fear him. His power goes beyond what is allowed in the current scenario, and the effects of the story, the Path of Messiah, are partially active. The effect of this story is absolute divinity, and he borrowed it from Eden since it's especially effective against demon species. However, he receives a notification that Nebula Eden has requested he pay the price for quoting their story. He's thinking about this when Ji-hye calls out and asks if he's religious now. He's notified that the constellations are pleased he quoted their story. Ji-hye, badly injured, apologizes for being the 10th strongest in soul. Dokja tells her not to worry, it'll get better soon. He tries to set her bones and tells her to stay still, thinking he must use Elaine Rest Essence. He remembers leaving all his memories with Soo-young before he died. He opens the Dokkaebi shop, buys medicine for Ji-hye, and tells her to sleep. She thanks him for the medicine, and he thanks her for crying at his funeral. But Ji-hye tells him not to talk to her. Meanwhile, Gil-young and Shin approach, and Dokja is notified that his incarnation is looking at him. She runs and hugs him, and he apologizes for being so late. He thinks that, if it weren't for this feeling, he wouldn't have come running the moment he returned. Shin tells him he's a week late, and he realizes he ended up reviving later than intended. Elsewhere, Soo-young is lying injured on the ground. She wonders why Dokja hasn't returned in a week and thinks Joonghyuk is insanely strong. She wonders how Dokja plans to use someone like him. She then gets up and thinks the demons aren't the real problem. The real problem is Joonghyuk, who has attacked her again. She says the things belong to Dokja and asks if he really wants to take them from her. Joonghyuk asks why Dokja entrusted her with his stuff, and she replies that he probably finds her the most trustworthy. Joonghyuk says it would be fine if he just killed her and kept them himself. She replies that he'd be taking a loss by killing her, and this is what Dokja would think. He then puts his sword back and tells her that if she ever brings Dokja up again in front of him, he'll kill her. After he leaves, she shouts at her constellation and asks why he didn't help her kill Joonghyuk. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon protests that it wasn't his fault. She then thinks it's not good that Joonghyuk took his sister with him upstairs and thinks Dokja won't like how things are going to turn out. However, since Joonghyuk took all the proof, she might have to start from scratch again. The 9th scenario appears in front of them with a clear condition. They must hunt down the demons and collect 9 demon proofs to sacrifice at the altar, which will lead them to the 2nd floor. She thinks all the major groups have already reached the 2nd floor by working together, and she might end up losing her rank to her competitors if this keeps up. Suddenly, Hyunsung calls her from behind and asks what happened to her. She tells him that she just got a little injured while fighting demons. Seeing that Hyunsung is there, she assumes Dokja's other friends must be with him as well. Now she is sure she can't take the proof that belongs to the main cast while they are present, but she is shocked to see 4 girls surrounding Hyunsung, and they tell her not to get any closer, saying it might be a trap. Soo-young smiles and says it looks like Hyunsung has made some new friends and is quite the ladies' man. He tells her that he lost his friends in the labyrinth. The girls interrupt and ask Hyunsung why he isn't listening to them. They claim Soo-young is suspicious and tell him not to trust her because she looks weird. Suddenly, she observes something and activates her personal skill, Search Attribute. She then calls out to Hyunsung and says she didn't know he played for the other team. She reveals that these girls are actually tricking him and that he should know this already. The girls get angry and say she's lying. Soo-young asks them if they're enjoying tricking a naive young man. She tells Hyun-sung that if he keeps hanging around them, he'll lose all his energy to those men. She reveals that they call themselves Pinkies. They sound like some idol group, but they are actually all men in their 40s. They use disguise and forbidden charm to exploit highly ranked incarnations or kill whoever is weaker than them. She thinks people lying about themselves to take advantage of others is common in the world of TWSA. Plenty of people do much worse, so it's possible that these men are not irredeemable. But she emits her aura and says she can't stand to see trash like them walk free. She is about to attack the girl. Hyun-sung tries to stop her, saying they aren't bad people, but she creates her avatars and asks if he wants to see something good. She removes clothes from her avatars and tells him to look. Hyun-sung sits on the ground and closes his eyes. She then runs behind the girls and obtains their information. Ak-yeon, 41 years old, runs a coin farm. Taco Bang, 49 years old, consumed human meat and committed infanticide in the third round. Minju H1, 43 years old, raped a minor. She swiftly kills the three of them, but she is unable to find any information on the fourth and is about to kill her, assuming she is one of them. Meanwhile, Dokja appears and asks her to keep the fourth one alive because they need her to clear the scenario. She smiles at him and asks what took him so long. He takes her to Jihye and the others. She asks him if he has become a constellation and is surprised that he can become one so easily. He tells her that it wasn't easy at all. She then asks if he'll be watching them from outside now and donating coins. He replies that won't happen. He still needs to participate in the scenarios, and that he doesn't feel any different. She looks him over for changes, and Dokja thinks he can now borrow stories and strike deals with constellations and nebulae. Certain constellations seem to view him differently now, and some are jealous of his growth. He is lost in thought when he is notified that he has glared at other constellations and spent 200 coins to send an indirect message. Soo-young also receives the notification and asks if it was him who just sent that message. Some constellations look at him in astonishment. She asks if this was why he didn't find himself a supporting constellation until now, but it's too late for her. She glares at her constellation, while the abyssal black flame dragon cautiously looks back. She then asks Dokja why he doesn't have a name yet. He thinks it's because he hasn't created enough stories. Not having a name while being a constellation is like having citizenship, but no home. He tells her that his fifth story is still in progress, and that he'll probably get his name when it's complete. She praises him, saying he suddenly looks cool, and if he keeps it up, he might even end up beating Joonghyuk one day. He opens and closes his fists and is notified that he should be careful of the probability storm. The Starstream is currently evaluating his level. Since they don't yet know how much restriction to place on him, it will be fine as long as the evaluation is in progress. He then tells Soo-young that he can beat Joonghyuk if he fights him, but only now. He asks her about the things he left with her, and she fulfills the contract with him. She exclaims that she felt rich while holding on to those items. He gives her 20,000 coins for her trouble. She tells him she has more than 600,000 coins and can't be satisfied with just 20,000. He then turns toward Hyun-sung and asks when she's going to let him go. She doesn't care and says those aren't even her real naked body. After that, she lets him go, and Hyun-sung seems to be in terrible condition. Dokja calls him, and he is shocked to see him alive and asks if he is also dead. He knows that Hyun-sung's weakness is women, and he might end up walking the eunuch's path this round if he is not careful. Meanwhile, the girl calls them and asks if it's okay if she leaves, and Dokja asks her about her name. She tells him her name is Inaseo, and he asks her to tell her real name, Yul Kim. She is Yul from the Pinkies and thinks it looks like he has found the right one. After that, Soo-young asks him why he decided to spare him, since she thought the Pinkies were bad people. Dokja says they are not bad people yet, but they are going to be later on, and if she has read the novel, she should know that the Pinkies are a trio. The fourth one died before they became notorious villains. Yul is a good-natured person by default, so he is the first to die among the Pinkies. Yul hasn't killed anyone to survive until now, not even during the first scenario. He accidentally stepped on an ant and survived, and that's where he got the idea of killing insects. Soo-young asks him what he will do now, and he replies that they will beat the scenario. He knows that it's the last scenario before the liberation of Kodam. The scenario is called the Dark Castle, and Soo-young says the first floor is a piece of cake. The real test begins on the second floor. Dokja thinks there was more than enough despair looming over Seoul, but there still weren't enough stories. There are never enough stories. The Dokkaebi always longs for greater despair, and the constellations still want more sensational stories. Soo-young asks him how much more cliched he can get. Progressors, regressors, and reincarnations, and now they're getting demons. He asks her to imagine that she is the writer of TWSA and why she thinks she would create a world like this. She asks him how she is supposed to know, and that a top-class author like herself would never know what a third-rate author is thinking. Dokja thinks he is an idiot for asking her. Soo-young says she has a question for him. She stares at him, and Dokja thinks he can't use the omniscient reader's viewpoint right now, but he knows what she is asking. She wants to ask him if he already knows how this world ends. He counters by asking her why these scenarios exist, according to her. Soo-young observes that he is changing the subject. Dokja asks what purpose this world has. This is the question that numerous beings of the star stream have asked at least once in the countless years they have existed, but they all had different answers. For example, the returner Kiro Roder said this universe would be lonely without it. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring answered with another question. Are people asking me why food exists? The Demon King Asmodeus answered that a small destruction exists to prevent a bigger one. Their answers sound romantic and even philosophical to a certain point. However, romance and philosophy are luxuries that only the well-off can afford. This is what a scenario meant to the demon Earl Tasio, who sat in the abyss plains on the scenario floor of Dark Castle. The demon seems annoyed by something and furiously clenches 2 stones in his hand. He says he is sick and tired of this. He thinks he wouldn't be there if it weren't for the Dokubi's suggestion. The Dokubi asked him if he wanted to become the 73rd king, and all demons' ultimate dream was to become a demon king. He thinks he could never fill the gap no matter how many lower-tier demons he consumed. The Dokubi told him that he didn't lack strength, he lacked stories, and he would understand this once he entered the scenario. Since then, he has been stuck there in Dark Castle, killing anyone who dared to enter. For 149 years, he has become one of the 10 strongest demons on the 2nd floor, but this isn't enough to move him up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is a place where the essence of the Demon King lies, and just earning coins and gaining strength is not enough. He needs to climb to the top in these planes, and the most powerful beings on the 2nd floor don't get there because of their strength. Some constellations want him to keep going, and some are curious to know about his backstory. He gets angry and asks if they think he is a character in a video game or a story. But seeing how a constellation has started taking interest in him, there must be some insects who have managed to get past the 1st floor of Dark Castle. Ji-woon, with her group members, reaches the 2nd floor, and they face the demon. She asks him if he is a guide, and he replies that he will tell her about this place. He exclaims that the 2nd floor of Dark Castle is where only the fittest survive, and only those who prove their power and worth can move on to the next floor. He asks them to raise their hands if they need further explanations. One of them raises his hand and asks what he means by proving their strength, but in an instant, he attacks and beheads everyone, saying they were as strong as Tier 5 demons. He now turns toward Ji-woon and says it looks like she is as powerful as a Tier 4. She also seems to have a supporting constellation, and he is about to kill her, saying her story might be quite tasty. He says he has 2 questions for her and asks where she is from. Ji-woon asks him if he really thinks she would tell him. He then grabs one of her men by the head and smashes him in front of her. She asks him to stop and tells him that she is from Earth. He then asks his second question, who has accumulated the most stories among their kind? She doesn't understand what he meant by this, and he asked her who is the strongest incarnation among them. On the other side, Soo-young asks Dokja what a scenario is supposed to be, and he replies that he has explained it to her just now. She shouts at him and asks how she is supposed to understand when he makes it so figurative. They suddenly hear Yul's voice from behind, where a monster has attacked. He emits a little aura, and the monster is scared of him. Soo-young says it's good that they are breezing through the place with his power as a constellation. However, the constellations don't like it that much and want him to face more difficulties. Dokja thinks they complain when things are too easy, and they complain when things are too hard, which means they can't be happy. She asks him what he is planning to do with that man, and if he is going to take him with them. Meanwhile, the Dokubi appears and says he seems to be doing well for himself, and even opened the Dokubi shop on his own. Dokja blames him and says he is the one who suddenly disappeared and is full of himself since he has become a mid-level Dokubi. He congratulates him for becoming a constellation, and Dokja asks him how his channel's going. The Dokubi thought that becoming a constellation would make the incarnation seeker leave, but it's going even better now. The channel has been crowded because they want to see a constellation participating in the scenario, and he might have to expand his channel again soon. He then asks him to be careful because he has a lot of enemies now, and he also hears him saying that he is stronger than Joonghyuk. Dokja replies that he is stronger than him for now, and the Dokubi asks if there's a rivalry between them. Dokja proudly says he is a constellation and Joonghyuk is an incarnation, so it's obvious that he would win. He asks why he is there, and he replies that she will be born soon, and they need a story to feed her. He is her dad, so he should at least do his part of the job. Dokja says he will get her some soon, and the Dokubi says he likes how quick he is, and will leave it to them then. He then asks everyone if they have enough proof, but Shin still has a few more to go, and she needs to get Gil-young too. Soo-young comes forward to help when Hyun-sung approaches them and calls Dokja from behind. He asks him if it's okay to punch him on the arm, and Dokja permits him. Hyun-sung punches him and is now sure that he is really alive. He tells him that he once lost a bullet casing in the army and couldn't find it. A month later, that casing showed up where he least expected it, and since then he has always kept it in his pocket. Dokja asks him if this isn't a violation of military law, and he replies that it is. Dokja asks him why he suddenly talks about the casing, and he replies that it just popped into his head. He wonders why he is saying that while looking at his head, and he doesn't think he wants to chop his head off to keep it in his pocket. After some time, they find the altar that leads them to the second floor. Dokja asks Yul to lead the way, and Soo-young asks why he is asking him to do so, or if he is supposed to be their meat shield. Dokja asks her if she forgets the last mission before the second floor, that those who have collected all the proof on the first floor of the Dark Castle must sacrifice the proof they collected to summon a demon, which they must defeat before proceeding to the next floor. The demon is summoned on the second floor, and its strength will match the weakest member of the party. This is why he will have him take the lead, and Soo-young says he still has many dirty tricks up his sleeves. Dokja says it's not a dirty trick, he is being strategic. The prisoner of the golden headband is amazed at how calculating he is, and Dokja thinks it will be an easy task if nothing goes wrong. However, sometimes a demon that has nothing to do with their power level gets summoned. They sacrifice their demon proof, and a demon guardian appropriate to their level will be summoned. If his guess is right, then the demon that is summoned will be of the same level as Joonghyuk. Out of the demonic nobles on the second floor, it will probably be Demon Darren Villain, the weakest one. In that case, he doesn't need to use his power as a constellation. They are notified that there is a demon on the second floor who has asked for them. A demon unrelated to their level is being summoned on the pentagram, and they are shocked that the demon Earl Tantael has been summoned. He calls them insects and welcomes them to the second floor. He asks Dokja if he is the man named Joonghyuk. He then turns toward Hyunsung and asks if he is Joonghyuk Yu, and he replies that his name is Hyunsung Lee. He asks them where Joonghyuk is, and Dokja asks why he is looking for him and tells him to go away since he is not there. The demon laughs and says an insect is talking back to him and exclaims that he was told the most powerful incarnation in Seoul would be there. Dokja raises his hand and says he is the most powerful incarnation, and everyone stares at him for this. The demon says he is not Joonghyuk. Dokja says he isn't Joonghyuk, but he is the most powerful in Seoul and wonders why he is looking for the most powerful incarnation in Seoul. Suddenly, he is notified that the Lady of the Sleeping Brigade feels sorry for him, begging him to hunt down that demon for her. He glares at the constellation of Scylla, and the Lady of the Sleeping Brigade feels sorry for him. He thinks it would cost quite a lot of probability and coins for a constellation to share their memory with others directly. He sees the demon's memories, in which Jiwoon told him that the most powerful incarnation is Joonghyuk. He wonders why they sent the demon to him instead of Joonghyuk, and the Lady of the Sleeping Brigade says that Joonghyuk was too far away. He thinks they have sold him out so they could save their descendants. He then asks the constellation what she will do for him if he helps them, and the Lady of the Sleeping Brigade offers him coins in exchange. He asks her to give him something else, something useful, and the constellation of Scylla complains to the Lady of the Sleeping Brigade. She then offers to pay him with a story, and a new bounty scenario arrives in front of him. He has to defeat the demon Earl Tantael, and the constellation will give him one historical grade story. He finds the offer interesting, and the demon asks him what he is muttering to himself and asks whether he is Joonghyuk. Hyunsung says he can take care of him, but Dokja stops him and says he won't be able to do it alone. Hyunsung turns back and says he refuses to lose any more bullet casings. He faces the demon, who is impressed by his bravery and says he loves crushing bugs like him. He jumps from his place and is about to attack him when Hyunsung activates his steel avatar and punches him with his full might. The demon is impressed by his power and says he must have succeeded in a story, but says he wants to eat him up. Suddenly, he disappears from in front of him and appears from behind and grabs his shoulder. He breaks through Hyunsung's steel avatar. He tries to free himself, but all in vain. Soo-young is scared to see him and asks what that thing is and how he can bite Hyunsung easily after his steel formation. Dokja tells her that he is a Tier 3 demon, and as she already knows, demons of Tier 3 and above have their own stories. Soo-young creates her avatars and runs to save Hyunsung. He has injured him badly and also broken his hand. He then grabs him from his head and throws him at a distance. He falls to the ground, and then he punches Soo-young and makes her fall. Her avatar falls to the ground at a distance, and they all seem scared of him. The demon laughs and says it's time for genocide. His story, Insect Genocide, has begun. They all feel some poison in the air. It is hard for them to breathe, and the demon jumps from his place to attack Hyunsung, but before attacking him, Dokja interrupts and grabs his hand. He is furious at him since he dares to defy his story. He exclaims that Dokja must have quite some mental strength. Dokja asks Hyunsung to stand back, but he refuses by saying he wants to protect him and says he can't lose a bullet casing if he just keeps a close eye. He asks him to keep his eyes open and watch him. He then pushes him behind and says he is mentally strong and physically strong. All others are under his story's effect, and the demon asks them to kneel before him. He is shocked that Dokja is still able to move. He says he must have killed at least 100,000 people to have earned that story. He exclaims that his Insect Genocide is quite a useful story, but that is only when his opponent is weaker than him. He uses his powers to negate the effect of the Insect Genocide. The demon is shocked at his power and asks him if he is a Ruri, but there is no way a Ruri would be there. He stares at Demon Earl Tantael, shocked that he is a constellation. He then activates his Blade of Faith skill and the ether FX has converted to holy. Dokja reaches him in no time and slashes his sword in the air to hit him successfully. His overall stats have increased drastically, and he has spent a total of 116,000 coins. His physique has almost surpassed that of humans, and fearsome energy surges through his body. His stats have reached the limit set for the scenario, and he tries to kick his face. He reaches his limit and thinks this is his limit if he fights without using any skills. He activates his personal skill miniaturization level 3, and his body decreases in size due to the miniaturization effect. He then activates his bookmark skill and selects the 5th bookmark, Kuro's Rodre. His physical traits have been confirmed to be similar to those of the chosen character, and the target character's level is higher than his. The skill level being used has been adjusted accordingly, and his synchronization with the character has increased due to his increased level. He activates multiple skills and a vast amount of thunder is produced, injuring the demon. He is badly injured, and his body has been torn. It is revealed that the maximum level all skills can reach is level 10. Beyond that, they either learn a better skill or transcend, like the Rus. However, he can feel a power that goes beyond the system limit, and he thinks he is starting to understand how powerful Kirio is. The demon is injured and says he is on the level of a constellation and can use the skills of an attorney. He asks him what he is supposed to be. Dokja just says he called him Joonghyuk first, and he asks him if he knows what it means for an incarnation to become a constellation. Dokja just sits in front of him and asks what he is on about all of a sudden. The demon says he will regret telling him his name. After this, the demon Earl Tasio uses the skill Death Scream and spreads the name Joonghyuk Yu throughout the Dark Castle. His voice reaches all over the castle, and the rankers of the Dark Castle will now remember the name Joonghyuk Yu. The rankers of the Dark Castle are now hostile against the incarnation Joonghyuk Yu. Dokja praises him and says he didn't see this coming. He has hunted down Demon Earl Tasio and received 30,000 coins for being the 5th to defeat a Tier 3 demon. He thinks it is about time Joonghyuk learns what it's like to struggle. Joonghyuk has killed a demon, but is surprised he didn't have a story. To get to the 3rd floor, he must first save the 4 heavenly kings and have the top rankers on his side. If he continues to collect stories at this rate, he will reach the 3rd floor within 4 days. Suddenly, he is notified that someone has spread his name with the skill Death Scream. The rankers of the Dark Castle will now remember his name and are wary of his presence. He doesn't understand why his name has spread throughout the Dark Castle and thinks about the Death Scream, a curse used by demons. He doesn't recall killing a demon who uses such a skill. He thinks Dokja is going around making trouble for him again. His sister asks him whom he is talking about and if he is talking about that ugly guy. She observes his expressions and says he looks happy whenever he talks about him, but he refuses by saying she is mistaken. Suddenly, he feels someone's presence there and asks her to stop eavesdropping and just come out before he kills her. Sangha comes out and says she is not eavesdropping on him, but has to talk to him. Conversely, Dokja has obtained a historical grade story, Insect Genocide. Starting with the Dark Castle scenario, they can kill other participants and steal their stories. This is why Tasio was so eager to collect stories, and Dokja wonders if it's okay for him to own a story that used to belong to a demon. He is notified that he has completed a bounty scenario, and the constellation Lady of the Sleeping Brigade feels grateful toward him. He now has the support and protection of Sila's constellations. He has received a historical grade story, Silatang Allied Forces. He is surprised because they promised him a historical grade story, but didn't say it would be good. The constellation Lady of the Sleeping Brocade smiles contently, and others come to him. Yunsung asks him how strong he has become, and if the 2nd floor is full of monsters. Dokja replies there will be a few, but they won't be common. If he recalls correctly, his ranking was 10. He is then notified that he has obtained 50,000 coins to complete a main scenario, and the main scenario's objective has been updated. The demon he hunted down was Tasio, ranked 10th in the Dark Castle. His ranking is calculated based on his contribution, which means at least 9 more demons are stronger than him, and probably more around the same level. Hyunsung says Dokja has become strong enough to fight them, and he says he will be able to fight them once he finishes succeeding in his story. Also, there's no guarantee he will be able to defeat the demons who are stronger than him. He then calls Soo-young and says she could have beaten him too if she had given it her all, since she is in the middle of succeeding in the story of the abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Soo-young says she is not done yet since the story is too cringy. Suddenly she remembers something and shouts at him, saying he should have stopped her when she chose the constellation. Meanwhile, it is notified that his new ranking based on his contribution will be announced. Dokja's ranking in Dark Castle is 11th. Soo-young asks him if she will become the new 11th strongest if she kills him now. He asks her about her ranking, but she refuses to tell and says she is at least stronger than Joonghyuk. Incarnation Joonghyuk's ranking in Dark Castle is 101,123rd. Ji's ranking in Dark Castle is 9,876. Gil Young's ranking in Dark Castle is 87,541. Hyunsung's ranking in Dark Castle is 636. He exclaims he has received enough report cards in school, so he is fine with this, and it is giving him extra motivation. Dokja thinks he looks rather down, but he guesses that he doesn't have to worry about him. Shin seems disappointed by her ranking, and Dokja advises her that her rank isn't important and she will have plenty of chances to move further once she reaches the second floor. Dokja thinks he sounds like an old man, and Shin asks him if she will ever become as strong as he is if she tries. Dokja assures her that she can become even stronger than him. He is then notified that his stigma is about to blossom, and the story for his stigma is now being selected. Dokja thinks if she receives a stigma, then she will grow exponentially. He is going to need her on the second floor of Dark Castle. Hyunsung asks why they are being ranked suddenly, whether it is purely to have them compete with each other, or if they will be awarded if they reach the higher ranks. Suddenly, he is shocked by the notification that the demon god of wrath and lust is intrigued by his presence. The Demon King Duke of Dragons and Matter are interested in his group, and the Demon King the Red Man's Prince is hungry for his story. He thinks about the 72 demons who reign over all others, and the few demons whose power rivals that of fabled constellations. They must fight against them all, and it looks like it's time they moved up to the second floor. On the other side, Sanga tells Joonghyuk that if he doesn't do anything, Dokja will really die during this scenario. Sometimes earlier, she told Joonghyuk she needed his help. He asked her to stay away from him. He only saved her because he owed Dokja something. She says it has to do with Dokja, and he will die during this scenario. Joonghyuk smiles and says he has already told her this, but she must have not listened. He exclaims that Dokja has the power of resurrection, and he should be back by now. But it seems she just hasn't met him yet. She says if he doesn't do anything, then Dokja will really die this time. Joonghyuk asks her how she knows that, and she replies that she saw it. Joonghyuk is shocked to see the power behind her, and thinks that it isn't Ariadne's thread or Arak's web. He asks her if this is the symbol of Mori, the three goddesses of fate. He asks her if she secretly looks at the constellation prophecy, and if she even knows what she has done. Sanga replies she knows everything, so she is asking for his help. Fate foretold by Mori is more than just a prophecy. It is more like a conclusion yielded based on big fate and is the most plausible future. He thinks Olympus's prophecy was never wrong, and Sanga requests him to stop Dokja. She shows him his name written on the prophecy. On the other hand, Dokja and others have reached the second floor, and the place where they manifest is huge. Hyunsung asks him if they are still in Dark Castle, and Dokja says this is called the second floor. It is completely different from the first floor. Unlike the first floor where the new scenario occurs, the second floor of Dark Castle has an ongoing scenario that started long ago. Meanwhile, a Dokabi appears there and congratulates them for making it to the second floor. He exclaims that the Abyss Plains will be full of chances for them too, and the Dokabi calls this place the Graveyard of Scenarios. He can't believe that they made it this far. Soo-young says they will adjust the difficulty level every chance they get to work them like dogs. The Dokabi listens to their conversations and says they won't interfere in the scenario, and they won't interfere with the stories that unfold there. They are notified that the new main scenario has been updated, but they are shocked that it has an unknown clear condition with unknown reward and difficulty. They find out that they aren't going to show them anything, and a man shouts at the Dokabi and says they are going to screw them over with a terrible scenario again. The Dokabi asks them what they have been fighting for all this time and is sure they will all have a different answer. But the way he sees it, none of those answers are true, and they all are there to complete the scenario. However, this won't be enough for them to complete the upcoming scenario. The Star Stream doesn't want such incarnations. They can find clear conditions by themselves, and only those who want stories themselves will be able to progress further. He wonders how many of them will be able to make that decision, and he prays that they don't end up being put to rest in this graveyard. Dokja observes everyone and thinks they are all in high spirits, saying they will move up in rank. But a scenario without a clear condition appears out of the blue. He can understand why they feel so discouraged. Meanwhile, Ji-hye and Gil-young wake up and wonder where they are. Gil-young gets up and hugs him, and he is so happy that he is alive. He exclaims that he knew he would be alive and believed him until the end. Ji-hye makes fun and says he cried with snot all over his face. She asks him about the scenario without any clear condition and how they are supposed to complete it. Hyunsung is motivated and says there may be a hidden goal, and if they find the hidden condition, they will clear the scenario. Suddenly, Yongpal interrupts them and asks if they really have to clear the scenario. They all stare at her, and Gil-young asks Ji-hye who she is. She replies that he is a man they picked up on the way there. Yongpal suggests they shouldn't do anything because she doesn't think they need to complete it. Ji-hye asks him what she is talking about, or if she doesn't know what awaits them at the end of this scenario. Yongpal again says there is no way for them to tell if it would do them any good to keep completing these scenarios. Within these scenarios, they are only playthings of the constellations, and even if they were to complete the current scenario, there is still no way to tell what their next one will be like. He is sure that they can die at any time. But Ji-hye gets angry about this and grabs him by his collar. She asks him what he is trying to say, and if they should just stay there and wait for their death. They were arguing when they heard a demon's voice from behind. He is a Tier 4 demon, Devil Bear, and Jihye is happy and excited at the same time after seeing it. Dokja asks everyone to gather around because there are many in number rushing toward them. He observes that there are about 20 of them, and if he uses electrification and joins forces with the others, they can certainly beat them. However, they have many injuries in the group, and many have lost their spirits in the face of a scenario without clear conditions. He thinks this scenario might be the most dangerous they have faced yet. On the other side, Sangha shows Joonghyuk the prophecy that the incarnation Dokja Kim will suffer death at the hands of the one he loves the most. Joonghyuk is shocked to see this because this prophecy can be true and Dokja will really die. At the same time, Dokja and his group members are fighting the monsters with their full might. Hyun-sung grabbed one of them, and Jihye jumped from behind and cut his head with just one slash of her sword, but shocked to see that there are just many of them, and all of them are very powerful. Suddenly, they see a large fireball coming from a side, covering many monsters and killing them. The light has spread all over the sky, and all the monsters have been killed. Dokja is also shocked to see this, and thinks the power to decimate Tier 4 demons is a stigma that belongs to Hee-won. Jihye and Hyun-sung are happy to see her, but she is shocked to see Dokja. Suddenly her expressions change, and Dokja feels something isn't right. Her black unicorn is also strange. He wonders how she tamed that beast, and Jihye asks her if she was alive and if she got there ahead of them. She apologizes to Jihye and says they will talk about it later. She asks everyone to come with her, and she will guide them to safety. She ignores Dokja's presence there, and he doesn't have a good vibe from her. However, she takes them to a castle where a man is already present who welcomes everyone and says it was difficult getting there, but they are safe now. He exclaims that they no longer need to participate in the scenario. Dokja just seems to recognize this person and finds out that the castle belongs to them. They have created a whole city there, which also has a market. They assure people to teach them breathing and fighting techniques. They also saw beast legs and sancho berries growing on the farm. Everyone is welcome there. Hyun-sung asked Dokja what that place is. This place has restaurants, alcohol bars, and many more things of this kind. Soon a man calls everyone and asks the injured persons to come aside for first aid. Dokja never knew such a place existed, and the castle owner told them that he had a pretty good idea of all the horrible things. He said there is no longer any need for them to fight, and the Dakabi must have told them already, but the scenario at Dark Castle doesn't have a time limit or a penalty for failure. They should have caught on to what that means if they are smart and can continue to live in this scenario area. Their rights to live will be respected, and they can sleep and eat as much as they like. He asked them to live any way they wanted to without the pressure of having to complete the scenario. They can stay the rest of their lives there, just as they used to live before the destruction began. Suddenly, a demon appeared there, and two men put their swords on him, saying that the place wasn't safe, but the guards interrupt them and ask them to put their swords down. They reveal that the demon is also a citizen of paradise. The demon speaks himself and assures them that he won't hurt them, and it pains him to see that they still hold on to the prejudice. He is sad that some demons are bound to feed on human lives. Jihye and Soo-young are watching this shockingly. The owner assured them that no other place in the star stream is safer than the land they are standing on right now. The people asked him about his identity, and he introduces himself as Reinheit von Yerba, and he arrived there 800 years ago before they did. He is the master of paradise, of the castle of paradise. After some time, a lady thanks Hee-won for saving them earlier. She is glad that she seems to be doing well. She recognizes Dokja when he was at Yunho Station and is also grateful to him for saving them. Her daughter also thanks him, and after that, Hee-won congratulates him on his resurrection, saying it took a while. Dokja just says she doesn't seem happy about his arrival, but she asks him to talk to her privately for a moment. She then tells him that she arrived in paradise 4 days ago, and on her first day she distrusted everything. On her second day she suspected everything, but then she started wavering. On her third day, today is her 4th day when Dokja arrives there, and suddenly she starts thinking about whether it is meaningful for them to continue clearing the scenarios. Dokja asks her if it isn't too quick for her to waver like that, or maybe she has been feeling that way deep down inside all this time. Suddenly, they see 2 guards dragging a man who asks them to let him go and says he will pay for everything he stole. Hee-won tells him that the place is safer than Seoul and that the different species don't discriminate against each other. They are willing to help each other out when the need comes. There is also a house for everyone to live in, and there is also work for everyone. They don't have to worry about being betrayed by their friends or being attacked by monsters at night. They don't have to live being chased by the scenarios, and they don't have to keep nightmares that they killed someone. Moreover, they don't have to end up losing anyone anymore. Dokja thinks he brought Hee-won up himself after he entered this world, and she was someone who had to kill so that he could go on not killing. Dokja states she is free to stay if she likes it there, and he also thinks this place is very safe, and it could be that this is the safest place they can find out of all the scenarios. However, he refuses to stay there and will return soon. He reveals that this isn't the end and that he needs to keep participating in the scenarios. Heewon asks him what the end he is thinking of, and he replies he can't tell her about that. She asks him if the end will be a better place than this, and if everyone will be unhappy if they don't carry on with the scenarios. After that, Heewon says she will wait for him there, and that he can call her if anything happens. Dokja is surprised to see a white house on top of a land and thinks the lord of the castle usually stays in a luxurious residence within the castle. Suddenly, he uses the skill of perpetual motion and appears from nowhere and seems like watering the plants. He asks Dokja if he knows about these plants and replies that they bloom anew daily and are called paradise flowers. Their flowers bloom at dawn, bear fruit at night, and drop down, and the plant consumes the fruit to bloom its flower again. It keeps repeating this process forever, and the Lord is impressed by his knowledge and says he never gets sick of watching them, and their vitality is indeed awe-inspiring. Dokja says their name doesn't really ring true, and if this plant were really in perpetual motion, the flower would bloom even if he didn't water them. The Lord asks him to put such a little flaw aside when they have such beautiful flowers. Dokja asks him why he is looking for him, and he replies that he wants to say hello. He introduces himself again, but Dokja interrupts him and says he is the Lord of Paradise, Reinheit von Yerba. He is one of the notorious 10 evils that appear in TWSA, and Dokja checks his character profile and finds out that he has a demon attribute. His stats are outstanding. His overall stats have surpassed the scenario limit, and almost all his skill levels are at maximum proficiency. Dokja asks him why he wants to see him, and he replies that he is curious about the rumors he heard about him. When he entered the scenario, all sorts of beings talked about him. He couldn't help but feel threatened at that time. Dokja says he is quite humble for a demon marquis who is ranked second. Reinheit is surprised and says he has really done his research, and Dokja wonders if he should attack him. It's not that he doesn't stand a chance, but if he kills him, this paradise will be ruined. Reinheit reveals that in the world he comes from, Dark Castle was the 34th scenario, and he remembers the moment he fell into this place 800 years ago when these planes were completely empty. All he had was his rank, and even without any instructions, incarnations were hard at work killing one another. Therefore, he created this paradise, and the Dokubi call these places the graveyard of scenarios, but he begs to differ. Although he has become a blood-soaked demon over the years he spent there, he can confidently say that new life can blossom there where there are no more scenarios. Dokja thinks if he hadn't read the original novel, he might have been struck by his philosophy. Joonghyuk called him the purest evil in the novel. He calls him Constellation Dokja Kim and says he must consider moving on to the next scenario. He asks him to give up since such a thing doesn't exist. He exclaims that many powerful men have sought out the hidden scenario, but none of them have even managed to clear the Dark Castle. They just end up in despair at the vanity of the scenarios, and he doesn't want him to become like them. Dokja asks him what he wants from him, and he asks him to protect Paradise alongside him. He says he needs his help. Dokja hears some noises from a side where the man from earlier begs the guards to leave him. He says they don't need to do this just because he stole something. Dokja thinks just as perpetual motion can't exist on its own, and he knows very well that Paradise doesn't exist without any sacrifice. He is notified that a few constellations are chuckling unpleasantly. The guards take the man inside the prison. After a while, Dokja calls him and says there is no such thing as Paradise. Just like perpetual motion can't exist alone. He asks him to give him the next scenario. He already knows he found it 700 years ago. Reinheit is shocked and asks him how he knew about it. Dokja says he even challenged it himself with some powerful allies, but he failed and survived alone. After that, he created this paradise. Dokja says all the scenarios of the star stream exist to stimulate, but nothing is stimulating there. Everything is too peaceful, and he asks him not to expect their deal with the Dokubis to last forever. There is no way the star stream would allow a space like this for so long. Reinheit then calls him Constellation Dokja Kim and asks what else he knows. He replies he knows everything, and maybe even things he doesn't know about. He states that Reinheit will die and Paradise will fall after a while. Dokja returns and Heewon asks him if he's done talking to Reinheit. He observes that she still seems shaken, probably torn between her loyalty toward him and the comfort that Paradise gives her. He calls her and asks if she wants to go shopping. Reinheit watches him from a distance. He thinks that even if Dokja is a constellation, he's still only half of one. It's rare to see the 72 demon kings devouring newly made constellations in the star stream. Suddenly, he is notified that the constellation Black Flame Dragon is warning him not to take Dokja's words lightly. He is shocked that even the abyssal Black Flame Dragon, one of the most evil constellations, one that even the 72 demon kings prefer not to get involved with, is defending him. Reinheit believes paradise will not fall because he has defended this place alone for 700 years and will never lose as long as he fights there. Meanwhile in paradise, Dokja and Heewon are walking in the streets. She says it's been a while since they were able to take a relaxed walk like this. Heewon asks him if there's anything he wants to ask her. He counters by asking what he should ask. She says he could ask about her favorite colors or food, and he replies that he wouldn't even ask those questions on a blind date. She asks if he's ever been on one. She reflects that they've never talked about such things. They never shared what they used to do, which schools they went to, or even their cell phone numbers. She feels it's too late to start now. She seems sad and says the souls they remember won't be there, even if they return. She asks why they should carry on with the scenarios when everything they used to know is long gone. Dokja praises her. He says she's good with a sword, calm and unforgiving, more so than anyone else in the face of injustice. Especially when she sees someone abusing power against the weak, she always puts herself on the front lines and never once complains. She doesn't trust people easily, but is actually very affectionate. She's also the first to come running when a companion falls in danger. He says he knows enough about her. Heewon responds that she's not that type of person. Dokja says he only knows these things about her because they kept participating in the scenarios, but they don't have a home to return to. That's why he thinks they should keep working on the scenarios. Just then, he is notified that the item he commissioned has arrived. Heewon says all this is a bit difficult for her to understand. Dokja replies that he's not saying this to make her act a certain way. She just has to keep living the way she always has. He had an item made from a fire dragon's bone, the heart of a demon, and the nuclei of various monsters. These are things only Heewon can use in this world. He gives her the sword of judgment and says, as he promised, they're shopping. This is her present. After some time, they are about to leave paradise. Suk-young calls Dokja a fool for doing this. He says his part here is done, and paradise isn't his to save. Soo-young asks if he will let things flow according to the original novel. He replies that it would be too hard to defeat Reinheit right now. If he tried, all he'd get is a bad story since Reinheit has too many supporters. She asks why he's left all his companions behind. Dokja replies that they all need some time off. She's angry, saying he treated them so well all this time, but now they've fallen for some dubious scheme from a demon they only just met. She understands why Heewon made her choice. She had a difficult time until now. Soo-young knows Dokja is just making excuses. They both know paradise will fall soon, and Heewon is still roaming its streets, not knowing what's going to happen. She's happy over the sword he gave her, and Dokja says it was her own choice to stay, so she must take responsibility. She asks why he's taking her with him. He replies that he can use her help. Suddenly, she punches him and kicks him badly, saying she wouldn't mind taking some time off. She changes the face of her avatar into Dokja and hits him. Then she asks what's next. Dokja simply says they'll forget about the scenario for 3 to 4 days and collect stories by hunting hidden pieces. She's surprised, thinking he always focused on the scenarios. He says he'll leave it to the others for once. For now, they'll pretend to be regressors. The next morning, Heewon wakes from a nightmare about paradise falling into ruin. She's been dreaming about it for days, thinking it may be because she declined the offer to become the captain of the guards there. Whenever she wakes up, she finds the sword of judgment crying out. The sword only cries when evil is nearby, but she hasn't seen anything resembling evil. She walks to the door and looks outside, wondering what evil lies there. On the other side, Gil-young says Dokja has abandoned them. Ji-hye says he left them to relax there. He asks her if she knows why main characters abandon their allies. He exclaims that it's because their allies end up getting in the way, and that Dokja left them because they were deemed useless right now. Ji-hye gets angry, and Ji-hye asks how Gil-young thinks Dokja is the main character. He says Master Joonghyuk should be the main character, if anyone. She thinks the last 4 days have been far too peaceful, and all they've done during that time is train their skills in their free time and reflect on the advice Dokja left them. Dokja advised Gil-young to make his skills last longer. If he had any coins to spare, he recommended buying patience or indomitable persistence. He could also use the auction or ask his supporting constellation for help. He told Ji-hye that she had invested too many points into agility, and if she had any coins left, she should spend them to raise her strength and mana. Her fighting style would change drastically depending on the attributes she invested in. He advised Shin to focus on maxing out her taming and advanced interspecies communication. If she needed any other ring-related skills, he could always help her. Ji-hye goes to Shin and asks if she knows what Dokja used to do. She thinks Shin might know since she is his incarnation. Incarnations learn more about their supporting constellation as they grow more in sync with them. Shin replies that Dokja is a lonely man who loves to read. Ji-hye says they already know that about him. Shin says she gets images of numerous pages when she thinks of him, but she can't tell what they are or read what's written on them. She's sad that she doesn't know more and hasn't received a stigma yet. Ji-hye didn't mean to bring her spirits down. Suddenly they see Hyun-sung going somewhere. He goes to Heewon and asks if something is worrying her. She replies that she has been thinking too much since things have been peaceful lately. Hyun-sung feels the same. They are notified that the constellation, the demonic judge of fire, is dissatisfied with Hyun-sung's actions. Their constellations are arguing while they sit there quietly and look at each other. After a while, he starts the conversation and says he's sure this peace comes at a cost. Heewon says Dokja must have left them there for a reason, and now it's up to them to find out why. Suddenly, they see some people protesting and demanding the next scenario. They want to move on to the next floor, and Heewon is shocked to see protesters in paradise. She wonders why they want to return to the scenarios. She recognizes a woman with her daughter from Joonghyuk Station, who is trying to tell the guards that she is not part of the protest. Heewon interrupts and asks everyone to calm down and step back. The guards ask her not to interfere because they're on official duty. The woman insists she just happened to pass by and isn't part of the protest, but the guards aren't listening. Heewon also shouts that the woman isn't a protester. A guard asks the others what they should do with her. He orders them to leave her since they had orders from the Lord, but then tells Heewon that the woman is a protester and starts chasing her. Heewon says anyone would run if being chased, but the guard asks why she ran if she had done nothing wrong. He exclaims that her crime will soon be revealed and they don't have time to waste. Heewon asks them to wait, but the guard angrily says they'll arrest her if she interferes again, even though the Lord ordered them to leave them alone. An old man comes to her and says they won't listen. This is the law of paradise. She asks him where they'll take the woman, and he replies that it might be to an underground dungeon that only guards can enter, and no one ever returns from there. The woman's daughter cries for her mother. Heewon and Hyun-sung go to her and try to console her. She hugs Hyun-sung and cries loudly. Heewon wonders if this is really paradise. Ji-hye comes to them and says they know what they need to do. They all understand what she means. Hyun-sung says it's going to be a big deal, and they wonder if they'll be okay on their own. Ji-hye is sure Dokja left because he trusted them to take care of it. He has probably taken on something bigger himself. Gil-young says he must be fighting monsters, with a serious look on his face. Heewon also gets up and says they need to take care of this on their own, that they can't keep relying on Dokja for everything. On the other side, Dokja and Soo-young are riding in a sports car. She seems very happy and asks why he didn't do this earlier. He got this artifact by clearing a hidden scenario, an SSS-grade Fargini. He thinks this is what it's like being a special regressor, and imagines Joonghyuk enjoying the sweet life while they struggled with the scenarios. Soo-young is thrilled and says she refuses to live like a sucker anymore. She'll live selfishly for herself from now on. Dokja says that's what she's been doing all this time. She asks why he isn't saying anything. It's not every day they get to enjoy something like this. Dokja agrees in his thoughts. Back in real life, he would always work overtime and use public transportation because he couldn't afford a car. He suddenly shouts loudly that he is the main character, but he regrets it immediately when Soo-young stares at him in shock. Even the constellations are embarrassed by his outburst, and his clinginess even overtakes the abyssal black flame dragon. However, Dokja thinks things should be heating up in paradise by now. Given the original novel's plot, he knows they would be just fine on their own. He's surprised that everything is going so smoothly. At this rate, he'll clear the scenarios in no time. Suddenly, he receives a notification. An enormous fate is hoping for your death. Alarmed, he slams the brakes. The car jolts and stops after a heavy impact. Soo-young, enjoying the ride, asks what he's doing. He tells her to be quiet, shocked that he received a fate message. Not once, but 3 times in a row. He wonders what's going on. He tells Soo-young that someone has read his fate. He tries to recall if anything like this happened in the original novel. Soo-young asks if it's something like a future vision, and Dokja explains that it's similar, but not quite the same. Future vision shows a possible future. Fate, on the other hand, enforces that future upon its target. For example, if he presses down on the accelerator and uses future vision to look 1 second ahead, the car would be running. Knowing this, he could choose to avoid stepping on it. But with fate, if someone learns that Kim Dokja will step on the accelerator, that action becomes unavoidable, unless the fate is withdrawn or realized. Soo-young realizes that he will eventually step on the accelerator regardless, which creates a paradox. This proves that fate has the power to interfere with scenarios. She asks who can wield such a force, and Dokja answers that only beings called the Great Nebulae can read someone's fate. They step out of the car. Soo-young asks what exactly he saw in the fate notification. Dokja replies that it said, "You will die." Suddenly, a humanoid monster appears, unlike the weak ones they've faced before. Soo-young says he should have told her earlier. It was suspicious how smoothly everything had been going. Then a figure appears in humanoid form. Dokja smells ether from him and asks if he's an incarnation of Dionysus. The figure replies that he's here to deliver a message. Dokja asks if he's here to tell him he's going to die, and if he was the one who read his fate. The figure says that Olympus read his fate, but if Dokja thinks he's with them, he's wrong. Dokja realizes that Olympus must have split. But in the original novel, this split wasn't supposed to happen until after the 10th scenario. Things are moving faster than expected. The figure warns Dokja that it's not just Olympus. Many powerful constellations are after him. Dokja asks why. The man replies that the stronger constellations are more easily frightened. They fear the influence Dokja holds. The scenario that recently began on Earth is unique. Some constellations believe it's the scenario they've all been waiting for. Dokja's presence in it is a disruption. He's less affected by probability restrictions than other constellations. And on top of that, he's already strong and growing faster than other incarnations. Some nebulae believe he must either join them or be removed entirely. Dokja asks why he's telling him this. The man replies that he likes Dokja's story and wants him to live. He and a few constellations believe Dokja has the potential to reach the other side. Meanwhile, Heewon reaches the underground dungeon using an invisible cloak. Since they couldn't storm the dungeon outright, they're relying on Uriel's hermit's cloak to sneak in. For now, it seems Heewon is the only one who made it inside. She wonders how deep they're going. Even if they are criminals, it shouldn't be necessary to imprison them this deep. Eventually, they reach the outer edge of a prison. A guard commands others to throw the prisoners in and move out. They're tossed into a pitch-black cell, and the guards quickly leave. The prison is so dark that Heewon would have gotten lost without her night vision skill. There are no basic living facilities, not even toilets. People call for help, saying there's no food or supplies. A girl calls out for the older prisoners, but no one responds. Suddenly, Heewon shouts for everyone to run, but a demon appears and approaches the girl. Other demons follow and begin attacking and eating the people. Heewon starts fighting back, killing them one by one, but they're strong and numerous. Eventually, she slays them all, and the people thank her for saving them. Then she notices something horrifying. The monsters were actually the mutated forms of the old prisoners. She runs off to investigate and sees numerous eyes staring at her. Black holes are scattered throughout the area, emitting more monsters. She is horrified by what paradise has become. Some people call to her, asking what's going on. She shouts for them not to come any closer, but it's too late. The monsters attack and kill many of them. Heewon throws her sword of judgment, wiping out the enemies in a single strike. More enemies appear behind her, but then Reinhardt arrives. He calls her the Archangel's incarnation and asks what she's doing here. He asks if she's finally decided to become captain of the guards. Heewon furiously asks how he could say that after creating a place like this. She questions how this is supposed to be paradise, a place free from the scenarios. Reinhardt says if she wants to kill him, she should do it. Heewon charges at him, saying she was going to kill him regardless. She activates her personal skill, Time of Judgment. The constellations aligned with absolute good begin to contemplate her request. She is stunned. They're actually considering it. Reinhardt tells her if she kills him, then paradise will end, and she says she had suspected it to a certain extent. But she's sure he already knows. There is no such thing as a perfect paradise. She was notified that the constellation of absolute alignment had left the decision to Heewon. Reinhardt states the obvious truth of life. Shadows lurk wherever beauty exists. She thinks she had expected something like this, but it's still far beyond anything she imagined. She asks him what he is trying to achieve with the monsters he's breeding. Does he plan to conquer Dark Castle? He replies that he won't do anything. They are nothing more than nutrients for paradise. Heewon is shocked to see a massive tree growing in front of her. Reinhardt asks if she doesn't find it strange that the demons don't attack this place, while the rest of Dark Castle is infested with them. Suddenly, the tree's branches stretch out and grab the people. Reinhardt asks if she ever wondered how Dark Castle came to be filled with so many demons. The people scream for help, but one by one they're thrown inside the tree. It seals shut as if it was never there. Now only 2 people remain, and from their bodies, countless new flowers bloom outside the castle. An immense light covers the area. The buds swell with the blood of those just consumed, then bloom, birthing demons from the tree in a cycle of perpetual motion. This is paradise, the place where all demons are created. Reinhardt reveals that once every month, the demons born there are released, but there's a limit to how many they can hold inside. Heewon is horrified and demands how he can justify such a thing. He replies that someone had to do this. Life continues even for the losers of the scenario. Someone has to create a place for them. Heewon says that if he truly wanted to help, he should have helped them push forward in the scenarios. But Reinhardt says the enemy in the next scenario isn't someone they can defeat. She asks if he knows what's waiting for them upstairs, but he replies that it's not a matter of what is waiting. Even if they clear the next scenario, another will always follow. Heewon argues that they can keep fighting. Since it's a scenario, there must be an end. If they keep honing their skills and collecting stories, they'll eventually make it. But Reinhardt interrupts and asks if she really believes they can clear all the scenarios. Does she truly believe peace awaits at the end? He questions if anyone has ever made it to the end of the scenarios. Heewon tries to mention the constellations, but he explains they exist outside of the scenarios, suggesting there's a way to escape. He laughs bitterly. There was a time when he believed that too. He asks if she really thinks the constellations are beings who cleared every scenario. He reveals the truth. Constellations are powerful beings. Yes, but they're also still participating in scenarios, whether it's their 76th or 84th. They're not gods or almighty beings. No one has ever reached the true end. This world is an endless hell. That's why he created paradise. Without him, it would fall. He reveals the human population is shrinking while the demonic species continues to grow. Resources are dwindling, but Heewon, chosen by the Ark, could keep this place alive for the next 10 years. And someone like Kim Dokja, who became a constellation, could sustain it for at least 200 years. Heewon asks if he really thinks she would agree to something like that. Reinhardt says that with her help, they wouldn't need to punish people for minor crimes. She could help him save thousands, maybe millions. Heewon looks at the demons, knowing they were once human. The constellations aligned with absolute good are watching her. She wonders if her death could save millions. Wouldn't that be the just and righteous thing to do? She questions the purpose of her life and remembers what Dokja told her. She is good with a sword. She's the most unforgiving among them when it comes to injustice, especially toward those who abuse their power. She always places herself on the front lines and never once complains about hardship. Dokja had told her those things because she kept choosing to fight, kept choosing the scenarios. That's why he asked her to continue participating. She believes Dokja didn't give up, even when he understood the truth behind the scenarios. She thinks about the many people she's killed. Maybe she was waiting for a chance to atone. She made those choices because she wanted to keep living, and now she chooses to live again. Even if others die because of her choices, she will learn to bear that burden. She picks up her sword and says, "I can't die here." Reinhardt responds, "Then you really must die. You must become the nutrient that supports paradise." He commands the monsters to attack her, and Heewon draws her sword of judgment and attacks the monsters. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung rushes in to help, landing a powerful punch on one of the monsters about to attack her. Ji-hye and the others arrive as well. Ji-hye scolds her, asking why she went off on her own again. They all surround Heewon, ready to face the monsters together. Reinhardt, watching them, smiles and says it looks like he'll be able to harvest a great deal of nutrients from the other side. Elsewhere, Dokja is meeting with a constellation who tells him that he, and a few others, believe he might be able to reach the top. After the meeting, the constellation departs, and Soo-young asks Dokja what he meant by that. Dokja suspects it has something to do with the end of all scenarios, which explains why the message was censored. Soo-young asks him what he plans to do about his fate. Given that a constellation from Olympus came to personally warn him, it seems genuinely dangerous. She asks if the constellation gave him any details, or just said that he would die. Dokja recalls that the message stated he would be driven to death by the being he loves the most. Soo-young asks if he even has someone like that in his life, but Dokja says he doesn't love anyone. Soo-young points out that he might still develop feelings for someone. She asks if he's the type to fall in love easily, like at first sight. Dokja says it's never happened before, but admits it's not entirely impossible. The fate is so powerful that the message was repeated 3 times. Dokja wonders if he might really fall in love with someone. He tells Soo-young that fate isn't meant to be interpreted literally. Prophecies are never straightforward. They're full of symbols and metaphors, not meant to be understood immediately. Soo-young then presents 3 questions. First, she says, there must be a reason he's referred to as an incarnation, even though he's now a constellation. That means he can already be considered dead in some sense. Second, the phrase, the being he loves the most, could be metaphorical. It doesn't necessarily have to mean a person. Third, the word death might not refer to physical death. She asks Dokja when he believes a person is truly considered dead. Dokja replies, when their life ends, their heart stops, and they no longer breathe. Soo-young says that's just the literal definition. Now she understands why he keeps rereading TWSA. She asks if he's ever read comics, because there's a cliché line perfect for times like these. A person truly dies when they're erased from everyone's memory. Dokja responds that it's just a comic, but in the star stream it's the same. A constellation dies when all beings forget its existence. It might be something like that. He wonders aloud why people would forget him. Would they suffer mass amnesia? Soo-young says he might be forgotten in a different sense. After all, dead people don't remember anything either. Meanwhile, Heewon and the others continue battling the demons, but they're starting to tire. Soo-young asks if they should go back. One of the demons suddenly attacks her, but Hyun-sung saves her just in time. Dokja says it's too late. Even if they head back now, it would take them more than a day to return, possibly 3 days at best. Suddenly, he receives a notification. Someone in Dark Castle has achieved transcendence for the first time in this scenario. Dokja says that the strongest ally they should have called for is now with them. At that moment, a massive explosion erupts behind Reinhardt. He looks up, startled. Huge stones fall down upon him. Dokja, watching from afar, says, it's about time Joonghyuk started acting like the main character. Joonghyuk arrives to save them. He glares at Reinhardt and says he's been hidden very well. But Joonghyuk doesn't see Dokja and asks where he is. Ji-hye is overjoyed to see him. Joonghyuk asks again, where is Dokja? Ji-hye asks why he needs Dokja. Hyunsung replies that Dokja is in danger. He tells them that Dokja left 4 days ago. Ji-hye questions if he's mistaken because right now they're the ones surrounded by demons and in danger. Sangha says she'll explain everything once they escape. Joonghyuk uses his 100-step godly fist technique to blast open a path and declares that they'll escape through the roof. But a demon suddenly rushes him and punches through his fist, knocking him down momentarily. Despite this, Joonghyuk defeats many demons with just a few blows, stunning everyone. He fights barehanded and still overwhelms them. Heewon thinks they might have left already, but now they seem completely at ease. Joonghyuk continues to kill demons one after another. Then he turns to the group and orders them to climb up. Sangha hesitates, saying it's too steep for the children. Joonghyuk grabs a demon by the neck and throws it to the wall, using its body to form makeshift steps. He tells them to climb using that path. As they ascend, Joonghyuk hears a voice behind him. Reinheit is still alive. Reinheit asks if he is the incarnation of Joonghyuk. Ji-hye is shocked. Reinheit survived despite the falling stones. They continue climbing, using the bodies of the demons as steps. Joonghyuk realizes he shouldn't have expected the second strongest ranker in Dark Castle to die so easily. Shin begins to climb, but Joonghyuk stops her. With a single finger, he flicks her back down into the dungeon. Gil-young, stunned, asks why he did that. Joonghyuk throws him down too, and Joonghyuk tells Shin to join her friend, and both fall back into the dungeon. Joonghyuk stays behind, silently watching them. The castle begins to rumble with echoing voices, and the people inside grow uneasy, wondering what's happening. Some suspect it might be monsters, but others urge calm, trusting that the guards will handle the situation. Joonghyuk appears from the smoke. The people ask him what's going on. He reflects that even things not part of the scenarios are still stories. In the past, he once tried to protect this place, following Reinheit's beliefs. He tells the people, paradise will soon fall. Find something you can protect with your own strength, and protect it. Meanwhile, beasts begin to emerge from the dungeon and march toward the people. The guards, confused and scared, wonder why the monsters are attacking and search for their lord. Panic spreads as the demons begin slaughtering civilians. A young girl cries in a corner, and one of the demons moves to attack her. Joonghyuk arrives just in time, dodging the attack. He draws his sword and swiftly beheads the demon. Suddenly, a giant tree erupts from the ground, and Reinheit's voice echoes throughout the area. He tells the people there's no need to worry. At first, the guards are relieved to hear his voice, but their expressions turn to horror when they see Reinheit's body merged into the tree. In his past life, Reinheit had asked Joonghyuk to protect paradise with him, and Joonghyuk had once joined him. Now people scream and flee in terror as the monstrous Reinheit reveals himself. He grabs the guard captain in his tree-like limbs, saying he needs energy for recovery. Heewon attacks him, slicing through one of his branches. She demands that he stop and asks what he's doing. Wasn't he supposed to protect this place? Reinheit coldly replies, that was before you arrived. Paradise is already finished. Demons rampage through the area, killing helpless citizens. The people, seeing their former lord as a monstrous tree, are horrified. Reinheit declares, beings who depend on small stories to survive are hopeless. They take shelter under small trees, never understanding how those trees become a forest. That's why I have no choice but to start anew. His branches stretch across the entire space, stabbing through people's bodies. It's then revealed that the demon, Marquis Reinheit, is the embodiment of a story called The Paradise That Is Nurtured on Souls. The name of his story is Perpetual Motion. He sustains himself by absorbing the life force of others and finds it exhilarating. Heewon, shocked and horrified by what he has become, wonders if she's even capable of defeating him. If humans can fight something like that, and Joonghyuk has cut one of his significant parts, and he says he is truly unique and has become something beyond human. He says the man named Dokja Kim was impressive too, but he is a real monster, Joonghyuk calls him. He says he took him under his wing last round, but this time he will kill him. Joonghyuk thinks he will gain 2 extra levels of strength from Flame King's gloves, another from Gon's skin, and 4 from the Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds. Lastly, another 3 levels of strength with a buff skill. The first step of transcendence is to go beyond the limits of the flesh. The second is to train all his skills to the maximum level. The third step is to kick over the ladder he climbed. He remembers what his constellation told him, that he has to forget his skills, his levels, and the stories he collected. The important thing is that he finds his own story. He uses the skill Skybreaker and throws an attack toward Reinheit. Many monsters die in his attack, and it also strikes him. He calls the attack impressive, and the rumors he heard about transcendence weren't all lies. However, he is only a human who isn't even a fable yet. Even while using skills, no skill use notification appeared in his mind because his power wasn't coming from the system. It was all power that the regressor Joonghyuk had accumulated on his own. He has killed far more demons than before, and Sangha tells him that there are still people there, and asks him to be careful not to hurt them. Joonghyuk says he owns a legend-grade story and is not that easily defeatable. Inside Paradise, his power is equal to that of a Tier 2 monster. Reinhardt attacks him again, but Joonghyuk dodges. Sanga asks him why he has been harboring all these monsters, which are Paradise's main export. Meanwhile, a Dokkaebi arrives and says this isn't good. He guesses they will have to start looking for another farm. Reinhardt calls out and asks if they ever wonder where all the monsters that appeared in the scenarios are coming from. He assures them that Paradise can be rebuilt. Joonghyuk says Paradise is the provider of the Starstream's monsters. Heewon asks if there is a way for them to get rid of that thing. Reinhardt shouts, says the place will be restored in no time, and requests them not to cancel the contract. Joonghyuk thinks he can overpower him if he uses the power of transcendence and giant body transformation, but it won't be efficient. Joonghyuk says they need to remove Perpetual Motion's root to kill him. Heewon asks what they should do when they can't go underground. Joonghyuk says he has already sent someone to do that, referring to Gilyung and Shin. In the meantime, Hyunsung asks them if they have seen Shin and Gilyung by any chance, since he hasn't seen them for a while. Heewon remembers something and asks if he has sent them underground. They hide from the monsters, and Joonghyuk thinks Dokja wouldn't have left them behind without plans. On the other side, Dokja has activated the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Level 3 and arrives to see what they are Dokkaebiing at the moment. Joonghyuk is notified that a constellation that doesn't have a name yet lets out a sigh. At the same time, Gilyung and Shin are surrounded by monsters and wonder what they should do now. He doesn't think he can keep the monsters distracted with any insects any longer. Shin says it's not like he can tame all those monsters, and his brain might end up burning if he did that. She asks him if they are going to die like this. Suddenly, some branches rush toward them, and they get scared to see this, but they don't touch them and stay at a distance. They wonder how long this thing has been there. Shin feels an eye is watching them. She gets up saying he is not a monster. Gilyung tries to stop her and says she can't tame that thing, but she replies that they will die anyway if they don't do anything. She says this is the reason Dokja left them there. They both get up and go to tame that thing. She activates her personal skill, Advanced Interspecies Communication Level 5, and tries to tame a demon. She feels so much pressure that she starts bleeding. She shouts and says she doesn't want to eat them. Gilyung observes she is getting the monster's memories. He sees a large monster coming toward them. He also starts bleeding due to energy loss. The monster appears in front of them. Shin shouts and says it is too painful and she wants to stop. It's beyond her control. She thinks she would be at peace if she just gave up there. She is about to give up when she feels Dokja's presence behind her. She turns around, but he is nowhere to be seen. She is notified that the constellation, which has no name yet, is looking at her and nodding his head. She gets up again and uses her powers to tame the demon. She walks toward it, touches its face, and asks the demon to look at her. She calls to him and says they can't become monsters just because they were hurt. Then she takes the dragon fruit from her pocket and asks the demon to get out together. At the same time, Reinhardt is shocked because his roots are weakening and he starts crying in pain. The demon has wrapped its roots around his body and is dragging him forcefully. Reinhardt cries in pain and tries to stop the demon, but the demon cuts his roots with his teeth. There is destruction everywhere, and after some time, they are just staring at him and watching him weaken. They find a chimera dragon there, and Gilyung and Shin are under its protection. Reinhardt is shocked and tries to attack, but Joonghyuk appears behind him and lands multiple blows in a single strike. Reinhardt is cut all over from his branches and falls to the ground. The other demons are terrified at the sight of the dragon and begin to flee. As the dragon soars overhead, all the demons run for their lives. Reinhardt is badly injured and crying in pain. When Joonghyuk reaches him, Reinhardt exclaims that everything is just a means for entertaining the greater beings. The people ask Joonghyuk to kill him, calling him a hypocrite. Reinhardt says that although no one would believe him, he just wanted to save the people. Joonghyuk replies that he knows his intentions, feeling like this man truly understands him. Despite just meeting him today, the people keep insisting Joonghyuk kill him. Reinhardt then asks if they're planning to go up to the next floor. He warns them they won't find what they want up there, saying the castle is just a playground for the constellations and wishes them luck. Suddenly, there's an explosion. Joonghyuk thinks that spoilers are forbidden and they can't ruin someone else's fun. The Dokkaebis are enjoying this scenario, and Joonghyuk receives many notifications. Several constellations are impressed by what Incarnation Yun has accomplished. The constellations of the Pure Good Alignment approve of Joonghyuk's decision. He is gifted 150,000 coins. He has defeated the demon Marquis Reinhardt and obtained the legendary story Paradise of Despair. His rank in the Dark Castle has been adjusted, and he has unlocked a new main scenario. Main scenario number 10, 73rd Demon King has been temporarily opened. Joonghyuk thinks this wasn't part of the plan, but still he increased his rank, earned coins, and obtained a clue for the next scenario. However, something feels off. The people call him their savior and thank him for saving them, saying they would have all died without him. Dokja thinks to himself that he never intended to save these people. Just as Reinheit viewed them as sacrificial offerings for paradise, to him, they were simply sacrifices he made to clear the scenario. He had been willingly sacrificing others for the greater good. He wanted to clear the scenarios and save the world through the Dokubi broadcast. But now he suddenly finds it difficult to picture what the world would be like after the scenarios end. Suddenly, a man approaches him and asks his name. Dokja says his name is Kim Dokja. Dokja is shocked and happy to hear this. He wonders why the man took his name. They ask again if his name is really Kim Dokja, and then they all cheer and pray for him. Dokja wonders if this man is scheming something or trying to pin everything on him. He receives a notification. The demonic judge of fire is tearing up at his camaraderie. Dokja thinks there's no way that egotistical jerk would share his achievements with others. Meanwhile, Shin and Gilyong come to the surface. Shin asks why she was looking for Dokja earlier, and she tells them the whole story, that he is going to be killed by someone he loves. Dokja is shocked that she overheard Mori's prophecy. Jihi says he always comes back to life. However, Sona says they don't know how many times he can keep doing that, and Hyunsung adds that since it's a prophecy from Olympus, it won't be easily avoided. Heewon asks who the person is that Dokja loves most. They need to figure that out first. Jihi suddenly says that person could be her. Dokja is stunned that she just said her own name. Heewon asks if he ever told her anything, but Jihi says she was just using common sense. She claims she's young, pretty, cute, good with a blade, and charming to boot, so there's no reason he wouldn't love her. Heewon says maybe it's her instead. She's sure all the men had butterflies when they first saw her, and Dokja is also a man. She noticed that he was a little different around her. Sona suggests that it's because they used to be co-workers, and he helped her a lot. Sonia then says maybe it's Heewon after all. He gave her great equipment in the past, and she seems to smile more when talking to him. Dokja is annoyed by their discussion and says it feels like they're playing hot potato. Gilyong interrupts and says he doesn't think love necessarily means romantic love. Everyone stares at him. Gilyong adds that they also love their families. Heewon agrees that could be it. Gilyong says he thinks Dokja loves him a lot. Hyunsung then asks if this could refer to the camaraderie and fellowship between friends. He remembers the time they trained with swords. Suddenly, everyone starts staring at Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk turns toward them and asks what they're looking at. The constellation demonic judge of fire shakes her head violently. Jihye and Heewon think it can't possibly be Joonghyuk, whom Dokja loves most. Meanwhile, Shin interrupts them, and now everyone is staring at Dokja's incarnation. Gilyong calls her and asks if she knows anything about Dokja. She says they should just ask him. He tells them Dokja has been listening the entire time. They're shocked he heard all of it. Then they're notified that an unnamed constellation says he's sorry. They ask who he's apologizing to, and the notification says he's apologizing to them. They ask again who he loves the most, and Hyunsung says it may not be someone among them right now. Heewon remembers that Dokja was left alone with a woman named Suyung. Sangha asks if he is with her now, and he replies that he doesn't love anyone in particular. They're surprised, and Hwan says he's being very vague, which just means he doesn't love anyone. But if the prophecy is true, he will end up loving someone. They ask him what kind of woman he's into and whether any of them fit the bill. Dokja wonders why he should tell them something like that. They say he must be wondering why they're asking, but it's important, because if he ends up loving one of them, they could potentially stop the prophecy from coming true. Heewon asks him to just tell her that he's about to fall for her. Dokja thinks that fate is powerful, but it's not entirely inevitable. He replies that he doesn't know anything. Heewon says he's frustrating them. Jihi tells him to rate them one by one or something. Dokja refuses, saying he doesn't want to do that. He considers using all his coins to send them indirect messages. Then he tells them honestly, he doesn't even know how he feels himself. Suddenly, they receive multiple notifications from constellations, some supporting Sangha, some Shin, and some Heewon. Dokja thinks this is all a mess. Out of nowhere, the constellation demonic judge of fire comes up with an idea and throws a heart-shaped button toward Heewon. It's the affection reader, a device that reveals how much affection the target feels. Heewon is thrilled to get it. Dokja thinks this item can only be bought by platinum members of the Dokebi shop and costs 100,000 coins. The demonic judge of fire urges her to use it. They wonder whom they should start with. They try it on Heewon first, and she is notified that Dokja Kim has 54 points of affection for incarnation Heewon Wong. Jihi wants to go next and presses the button. She is shocked to see that Dokja only has 6 points of affection for her. Gilyong checks and sees 49 points. Then Shin tries it and sees 56 points. Jihye is furious with Dokja and wants to kill him. Suyung grabs the button and tells Joonghyuk to try it, but he refuses, saying he has no time for such children's games. Suddenly, Shin is notified that the Queen of the Darkest Spring has gifted her a beautiful dress. Heewon says the dress looks expensive, and wonders if the constellations are having some kind of special event. She asks Hyun-sung to try the device. When he does, it shows that Dokja has 481 points of affection for him. Ji-hye exclaims that this proves it. Dokja must love Shin. Hee-won tells her to wait and asks Shin to lend her the dress. She's about to put it on, but before that, she's notified that Dokja has 481 points of affection for her too. Ji-hye grabs the dress and tries it herself. The results are identical. Dokja feels embarrassed and thinks this wasn't the reason he wanted them to use the device. Sangha says it's not a person he loves, it's the dress. Meanwhile, Young calls Dokja and asks what's going on with him. Suddenly, Dokja feels darkness surrounding him. He's notified that he is dead. He falls back into his memories. He remembers the first time he read a book, the way the paper felt soft under his fingertips, and how the letters bloomed across the pages like flowers. He remembers flipping through the pages. His mother once told him that the letters themselves aren't essential, that what matters is the space between them. Those letters and blank spaces felt like a snowfield reserved just for him. Though it was too small for anyone to lie in, it was perfect for a young boy who loved to hide in that space. There he became a main character, fell in love, dreamed. After that, he kept reading. The story that seemed to go on forever eventually ended, and he closed the book for the first time. He remembered feeling like he'd been ripped out of his little world. He asked his mother if it was really the end. Cold but wise, she told him that just because he reached the end didn't mean he had seen everything the book offered. She told him to reread it. It would be a whole new story the second time. That's how he learned to read again. He wonders what life would have been like if his mother had told him something else. Maybe he would have had more friends if she'd said stories were fake and reading was a waste of time. Maybe he would have studied harder and faced life differently. Meanwhile, King Otis appears and says that Dokja seems to have a lot of time on his hands. Dokja thinks that a being who can so easily invade others' dreams must be a god or prophet. But Otis is a constellation, one who possesses the prophet Ophix. He is King Otis of Olympus. He asks Dokja how he's finding their fate. Dokja replies that fate has already come true. He died just as planned. The king says this isn't some fate that can be avoided with trivial stories. Dokja must soon decide whose side he's on and be certain of the choice. Dokja refuses to take anyone's side. The king tells him he'll end up joining Olympus anyway. None of the incarnations he's seen have stories that suit Olympus as much as Dokja's does. Suddenly, Dokja hears his mother's voice again, reminding him to reread everything and not forget any part. Dokja is shaken and afraid, and it feels like a nightmare to Dokja. He hears multiple voices of the incarnations, and one of them tells him to succeed in the lightning carnival. If he doesn't, he will face permanent death in the next scenario. In the meantime, he activates the attribute of 8 lives, and his body's revived. He is notified that he has become smarter due to the effect of a special ability. He wonders where he is and how he ended up dead. He remembers that he left Soo-young to protect his body and was using the third-person viewpoint to visit his friends in paradise. Someone must have killed him while he was asleep. He wonders if it was Soo-young who killed him. He is notified that a new achievement has been added to his fable story. People will remember him as the Messiah who knows shame. He wonders why he had to die at such an awkward moment and earn such a weird achievement. Soo-young arrives and sees that he is alive again. When he asks her what happened, she tells him they were attacked right after he fell asleep. She did her best to stop them, but he ended up critically wounded. She carried his body and escaped as quickly as she could, but then they were transported to this place. He activates his personal skill lie detection to check if she is telling the truth and confirms that her statement is true. She is surprised that he didn't believe her words. Dokja asks if she has any idea who attacked them. She says they were all masked, so she couldn't recognize them. She identified a few through attribute detection, but didn't recognize any of them. Dokja thinks that Soo-young should be ranked 20th in the Dark Castle right now, and whoever attacked them must be strong enough to get through her to kill him and trap them in here. Soo-young complains that he should show at least some gratitude before asking all those questions, since she's been struggling for the past 3 days because of him. Dokja is shocked to learn that 3 days have passed since he died. He thinks of his friends and hopes they haven't moved on to the next scenario. If they have, his entire plan would be ruined. Soo-young says she explored the place before he woke up, but there's nothing around except clouds. She had already given up and is just goofing around with her clones to pass the time. She says it's part of her training method. If she fuses with the clones after using them, her skills level up. Dokja thinks that's how she grows so strong so quickly. Avatar was a skill TWSA didn't cover in much detail. He asks if there are any restrictions on using the skill and whether she can make as many clones as she wants, as long as she has the mana for it. She tells him the skill has restrictions. She has to give away a part of her memory to every avatar she creates. If an avatar dies, she loses the memory it was given. But since she gives them useless memories, she doesn't care if they die. She reveals that sometimes clones go out of control. She made one during her first use of the skill, gave it too much memory, and couldn't get it to fuse back with her. Dokja asks what happened to the memory she gave that clone, but she doesn't know. It didn't seem important to her. Suddenly she mentions that some constellations came to visit Dokja while he was dead. They were members of certain nebulae and told her vague things about how he should make the right choice. She also mentions a weird Goryeo warrior who didn't say much and just stared at Dokja's corpse before leaving. Dokja is surprised that the constellations appeared in person instead of sending incarnations. Joonghyuk explains that they came in symbolic form. Dokja replies that even in symbolic form, a constellation appearing inside a scenario area consumes a huge amount of probability. He now realizes where they are and calls it the cosmic dimension. This skill is used by a constellation who has mastered the principles of yin and yang and the 5 universal elements. Dokja calls out to whoever is watching and asks them to show themselves. A girl appears quietly, saying she guessed she was reaching too far trying to trick a constellation. She says they've met before. Dokja simply replies that he's not happy to see her again. The constellation Yan's top spiritualist smiles at him and says the king is waiting on the other side. Meanwhile, Pildo is fighting somewhere else and thinks everyone has forgotten about him again. He's notified that the Constellation Defense Master is excited by the sight of a tower defense game. Pildo runs out of mana and thinks this is the end. Suddenly, a breath of fire breaks through his barrier. He's shocked to see Joonghyuk appear with the dragon. At the same time, Dokja and Joonghyuk follow the girl. She asks Dokja what he knows about the King of the Wanderers. Dokja replies that it's as complicated as it gets. Joonghyuk asks if the woman is his ex-girlfriend, but Dokja reveals she's his mother. The girl tells them to follow her footsteps. If they step anywhere else, they'll end up lost. Dokja asks why she's helping his mother. He doesn't understand why someone with such power would serve under a king. Since her supporting constellation is Jian's top spiritualist, she could be a king herself if she inherited the right stigma. She then asks him how he knows about her supporting constellation, and Dokja says it's obvious, since it's a Korean constellation that can wield the cosmic diamond Sukyeong. He asks the girl if his mother has something on her, and says he can help. She replies that his mother saved her daughter, and Dokja says that's enough to make anyone loyal to her. He believes his mother did it deliberately and asks the girl if she hadn't found her a little suspicious, like how she adapts so well to the world and knows information that no one should at certain points in the story. Dokja says his mother had known all along who she would get as a supporting constellation and probably saved the girl's daughter just to use her. He doesn't remember how much he told his mother, but she likely befriended Jian's incarnation because of the stories he shared. The girl says he's mistaken. His mother is not as bad a person as he thinks. Dokja says no one knows her better than he does, but she refuses that, saying children know nothing about their parents. Soon they reach a door. The girl asks Joonghyuk to stay outside. Only Dokja is to enter. Joonghyuk jokes that his mom doesn't like him having friends over and asks him to press the bell. Dokja presses it, thinking it sounds old-fashioned, but somehow familiar, like the bell at his house. He hears his mother's voice telling him to come inside. He enters and is shocked to see she has recreated the exact same room as his home. He thinks his mother is so twisted. She says it took so long. She's been waiting for him. Dokja asks how she's alive. He thought Nirvana killed her. He calls her by her real name, Sa-ong, and she jokes that only kids in cartoons call their parents their first names. She asks if he's still going through puberty at 28. Dokja demands an answer. She says it's not difficult to trick someone like them, and she knows more than enough about the future to do it. He asks why she didn't attend his funeral when she was alive. She replies that she didn't want to feel heartbroken. He asks if that's why she sent her men to kill him again. She changes the subject and says he has made a lot of great friends, and they all broke down in tears not knowing he would come back to life. He asks again why she killed him, and recalls the prophecy. He would be driven to death by the one he loves the most. She says Sangha told her about his fate and begged her to save him. Then she noticed he came there with some other woman. She likes Sangha more than anyone for him, and Dokja replies it's none of her business. He asks her again why she killed him when she was begged to save him. She replies that she fulfilled the prophecy, that Kim Dokja would be driven to death be the being he loves most. Dokja smiles and asks if she really thinks she can become the person he loves most by killing him. She's wrong. He's still getting notifications about his fate, which means she isn't the one he loves. His mother says he's right, but she still wanted to see if that would break the fate forced on him. Dokja tells her to stop pretending she did it for his sake. She expresses her love for him, saying she loves him more than anything, perhaps even more than herself. He remembers when she killed his father. She says he was so bad he deserved to die. It was self-defense. Dokja clenches his fist in anger, thinking she really believes what she just said. He has struggled in pain for more than 10 years because of her. He wonders if she really thinks saying that now will make him forgive her. He thinks about using lie detection, but stops. What if it says she's telling the truth? He says it's too late to say things like that now. She says she's only saying it because she's never told him before. She exclaims that some things aren't known unless they're said out loud. He asks why she never said it, not even when he visited her so many times. Why did she always give him the silent treatment? Why did she write such a book? He shouts at her, saying his life was hell, whether in school or on the streets. Everyone he met made him feel like the whole world was talking about him. Nothing changed, even when he moved or transferred schools. He was always the son of a murderer, because she wrote that book, Murderer's Notes from Underground. She never told him that Hyunsung was in there a little, or that he could get through it. He says even if she sold his story for money, it would have been okay. If only she told him she was with him. The fourth wall shakes violently. His mother says she always wanted to expose the truth. Dokja says he knows what she really meant, because he reread his memories repeatedly after she left. Hundreds, thousands of times, too many. Now he can't tell anyone whether they were true or not. He says he was glad his father died. The man was a habitual domestic abuser and a gambling addict. If he had kept going, the family would have been in greater danger. His mother would have asked why he was mad at her. He thinks he wanted to ask her countless times. Why didn't she run away from home with him? Why did she leave him alone when he was young? These questions kept building up inside him, and he ended up answering them himself. The fourth wall's shaking finally begins to subside, and he erases all the answers in the end. Many constellations have gifted him 5,000 coins after hearing about his upbringing. His mother asks him why he keeps changing the original story and if he has messed with the plot. He replies that it has to be changed, as she already knows he can never reach the end of the scenarios in his third round. So he went through all this trouble for himself. He exclaims that the ending of the story is important to him, and this world they are in was the very thing that protected him when she was gone. She tries to tell him that this is no longer a work of fiction, and that not everyone lived happily ever after, a kind of ending. She asks him to stop this because the world is out of control, and this isn't a story that he can change just because he knows a little about its future. Dokja changes the topic and asks why she wants to see him. He is shocked when she asks him to stay there. She doesn't want to lose her only son again and promises to do her best to get him through the next scenario. Dokja asks her to admit that he is getting in her way and that he doesn't know what she wants, and that she probably won't tell him even if he asks. Dokja observes that she is sad and wonders if she even has the right to be sad. She then gets up and says she didn't want to have to do this, but now has no choice. She asks him why he is so stubborn. Suddenly, Soo-young hears a noise from inside and opens the door to see Dokja. She is shocked to see that both of them have admitted their auras. Soo-young goes to Dokja's side, while the other girl goes to his mother's side. He thinks Jian's spells are difficult to deal with but manageable if he knows how. However, the real problem is his mother. He doesn't know who her supporting constellation is, and he needs to rush her down before she has the chance to use her abilities. He activates his personal skill bookmark and chooses bookmark number 4, like Joonghyuk. With this, he activates the Way of the Wind skill. Everything starts vibrating. The walls crack down, and soon everything is flying away with the pressure of his skill. Dokja asks his partner if she is ready. He wants to end this quickly. He chooses bookmark number 5, Chok Joonghyung's Rodra. When he looks at his side, an army of people is coming toward them with guns in their hands and in the air. They are all surrounded by the men with guns. His partner screams, not knowing who those people are. 2 ladies from those people speak and tell him he needs to stay here. His mother's partner tries to speak, but his mother stops him. The tab shows that the supporting constellation of incarnation SLE has revealed their modifier. The notification shows that the constellation, the founder's mother, feels profound sorrow watching him. He doesn't understand anything. He is stunned by what he heard about his mother being the founder's mother. The tab shows that, according to the founder's mother, his powers are a threat to the Korean Peninsula scenario, and she won't take his life if he doesn't fight back. He thinks he needs to hurry and use miniaturization and electrification. Just when he is about to use his powers, the tab shows that his powers are sealed, and the ancient energy of the land has sealed away his rank as well. They are now under a barrier, and he says he doesn't believe she would do this. He recalls that this is a stigma that can only be used within the Korean Peninsula, which steals away your target's power using stories. The owner of the stigma is one of the most exalted deities of Hyunsung-ik, the Imbala of the Korean Peninsula, and the star of the most famous story known on the land. She uses the Dangun myth to seal his powers. The nebula rattles in her hand, and she says she told him that she loves him. She tells him she will let him go when the time comes, so he needs to stay put for now. Dokja and his partner are in the cave, and his partner is freaking out about how to escape this place. He doesn't understand that her constellation aside, she got her hands on the 8-bead bell. The 8-bead bell is one of the 3 heavenly seals that appear in the Dangun myth. It's a sacred artifact that seals away one's target's power by harnessing the power of stories. He tells her that there is a way to get out of here. There's someone who can break them out of the cosmic dimension with their power. He grabs a gadget out and says he thought he would use it in an emergency, but he thinks it's time to use one. The tab tells that it is activating Ganung's special ability, an echo of the stars. This echo of stars will help them to seek the help of a historical constellation. The tab shows that the historical constellations are hearing their voice flow through stars. The tab asks that the constellation be ranked too high, and it demands 5 points of the sky. Dokja is angry that they are demanding all of his points as he has only 5 left. He then looks up and he feels some sparks happening, and sparks start going through his body. He doesn't understand how it is this bad when it is not even a fabled constellation. The tab shows that his skills are currently sealed. The tab shows that the remaining days are 100. The scene shows a tall building named Starstream. Inside the building, some creatures are taking a class. The teacher tells them that they are forbidden to interfere in the main scenarios, so they are supposed to use subordinates to intensify conflicts between characters or put them in danger. The teacher says that they are not supposed to create situations that might frustrate the constellations. It warns the others to keep the villains as villainous and the good guys as good. Another creature is standing beside a Dakabi. Someone from the side asks if it reminds him of the old times. He says that they criticize the constellations for obsessing over quick plot progression, but this is what they teach the Dokabis at school. The Dokabi says it's somewhat inappropriate for a high-ranking Dokabi to say. He reminds him that he was the one who created the rules. He says that they have no other option because scenarios like that still sell like hotcakes. He is a bearded creature of a high rank and called Aimi. The junior creature asks if there are some exceptions. He says that there are exceptions that can only exist because of the many other scenarios that go the book. In front of them on the screen is going on whatever is happening with Dokja and his partner. His partner looks up in the sky and garlic starts to fall from the sky. She asks if Dokja is done yet. The tab shows that they will have to survive on garlic and mugwort for 100 days. He is drenched in sweat and tells her he needs more time as the sparks are too powerful. He tells her she shouldn't have used him as a shield. She then agrees that she might have used him as his shield. The tab shows that the constellation Assel Black Flame Dragon interrupts with a cough. He tells them that Soo-young never used him as a shield and that he is responsible for her death. She screams and asks him to shut his mouth. With a ding, the Black Flame Dragon says that Soo-young failed to protect his heart when she was trying to protect his. Black Flame Dragon. Dokja is surprised to hear this. Dokja asks if the attack flew toward his private part, and she angrily agrees. She mumbles looking away, telling him that he would have been more pitiful, so she was trying to save him, but the attack ended elsewhere. Assel Black Flame Dragon was screaming at her that she had to protect his junk. He hesitatingly thanks her and asks her next time to stick only to his heart. Soo-young asks him the reason for him calling his thing a Black Flame Dragon. The Dokabi on the other side are viewing Dokja and his mother on their screen. His mother thinks that he used to be so tiny when he was a kid. A man on her side calls her king, and she refuses to call him that. She warns him not to speak like a cartoon character like her son. He calls her Miss Lee and tells her that there was no reason for the quarrel. She could have told him the exact reason for writing the book, as he is at an age where he can handle the truth. Lee closes her eyes and says he will always be a kid to her. Even if he turns 30 or 40, she will first muster up the courage and then tell him the truth. She then adds that the look in his eyes told her that she is making a mistake by entering his life again. And this late too, she adds that maybe he doesn't need the truth, but he needs it to remember how terrible of a mother she is. She thinks she gave 3 SS grade items and 20 years of her life to her supporting constellations. In return, she got a sneak peek at a certain fate that Olympus had kept hidden. Fate says that the incarnation Dokja may live as long as he doesn't move on to the next scenario. She says this is the reason she wants to handle things. She asks him the reason for gathering all the troops. He tells her everyone is here. She looks at the text and thinks she has 2 incarnations in the top 10 right now, and she needs 2 more. Just then, another group of people arrive. A girl looks at her, screaming that she is alive. She asks about Dokja, and Lee tells her she will tell her later. She looks at the whole group and recognizes them as Hyang Yin Hee and Gil-young Lee. She then looks at the King of Wanderers. His name is Joonghyuk Yu. He asks if she wants to see them. The girl asks if this is all about the time they wrapped up the scenario. He asks if she is gathering the 4 heavenly kings as well. Lee is stunned. He then adds that she needs 4 rankers in the top 10 to move on to the next scenario. He thinks she already knows this. She giggles, saying she is Dokabing, that she just didn't know. He calls them the 4 heavenly kings. Joonghyuk flinches, looking into her eyes. He then emits an energy out of him. Lee understands that he achieved transcendence. She should have expected this much, since he is the main character. She tells him she wants to join forces with him and wants to help in gathering all the rankers here. Joonghyuk is surprised to hear that. He asks if her goal was to save the world. She explains that if one wants to clear the next scenario, then one needs to form a team of the most powerful incarnations that they can find. She says she can help him as her supporting constellation is the founder's mother. He questions Dokja, and she asks if he wants something with him. She tells him that if he wants to make him one of his 4 heavenly kings, she doesn't have the answer to that. She tells him that he is just what Dokja told her about him. She asks him if he shared his achievement in paradise with Dokja, and he replies he would rather have a better chance at saving the world if he became stronger. She says she now knows he wanted to use him. She tells her that Dokja is someone this world needs. Joonghyuk draws his sword and tells him he will become his companion and reach the end of all scenarios. Everyone is stunned his reaction. Lee thinks he is an impossible jerk if he thinks he will become his companion. She recalls that Dokja only cares for himself and will do anything to achieve his goals. But the plot can't progress without him. She is furious to see that that's the kind of novel TWSA is. She hopes that the story never ends. Joonghyuk draws a sword towards her and asks to release Dokja, and he will spare her life. She recalls the fate written that Dokja will face death at the hands of someone he loves. She now understands everything. She says she can't let him see Dokja. She says it's a mother's job to protect her son from the wrong crowd. She then jiggles her 8-beat bell and says she will send her son back to reality. Conversely, Dokubis are looking at whatever is going on in the field. He is looking at Dokja and Sooyoung, who are also fighting for their lives. Dokubi thinks that he told Dokja repeatedly that he should not bring up anything that is censored. Imi says he told him that wherever he goes in the Soul Branch, they will be talking about his channel. He adds that everyone is specifically talking about the incarnation. Then Dokubi asks him if he needs him for something. He tells him he needs to get back as the 9th scenario is coming to an end. Ayami stops him saying he wants to talk about that. He tells him that constellations don't want him to intervene. Ayami further explains that several nebulae are unhappy with the scenario. He looks at Dokja and says because of this incarnation, they are not happy. Dokubi refuses, saying it is just an incarnation. He looks at him keenly and says he is not just an incarnation now, and he will become a monster. He asks the small Dokubi with red eyes if he has forgotten what happened back then. He tells him that they cannot let that type of oddity happen again. We're looking at the screen where Sooyoung is asking Dokja to do a better job. He recalls the past when a constellation appeared in the Korean peninsula. With Dokja's superior talent, he posed a threat to the balance of scenarios, stirring complaints in many. Although they removed him from the scenarios despite the probability aftermath, he came back alive from an alternate dimension and made himself a constellation. Dokja is in immense pain with the sparks occurring in his body. Dokja is crying for help in immense pain. He calls for Goryo's top swordsman, Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk reacts, and with that, a spark of circle in the ground arises around Dokja. Dokubi is furious, saying he is aware that a few constellations have complaints. They must be annoyed that Dokja Kim refused to join their nebula. He asks if they have already taken action about that. He goes back asking, how is it fair for them to issue a fate even before the start of the 10th scenario? Ayami asks if he is defending the incarnation. He refuses, saying he is only talking about the unfair scenario. Yami tells him he is in no position to say this, and Dokubi flinches. Yami asks him to stop as he is not here to blame anyone. Dokubi asks for the reason then. He tells him he is smart enough to know, and he asks if he hasn't felt that all of this is strange. He asks if he knows why constellations use fate. Already, Dokubi looks up when he hears some sounds. Imi tells him if they needed to look into the future, they could use future sight to peek into the future. With that, they can predict how their target will act in the future and slowly shape the future to their liking. But they didn't use it this time. He asked Dokubi the reason for it. Dokubi is terrified. He thinks he knows what Ayami is about to say. Yami nods and says that no one in the star stream could see into constellation Dokja Kim's future. On the screen, sparks have stopped, and Sooyoung tells him something must have changed. Dokja says he can't believe it took 4 hours. He looks at his hand and sees some spark, and he flinches. Dokubi is stunned to see Dokja. He looks at Yami and says that many constellations are afraid that Dokja Kim might reach. At the end of that sentence, he stops. Dokubi understands that the word is still censored. Yami just then says that Dokja can reach the end of this all. Yami asks him if he needs him to do something. He tells him if he gets it done right, he will nominate him to become an advanced Dokubi. She says to Dokja that his mom doesn't seem that bad. Dokja, looking at his hand, tells her to just eat her mugwort. She says she knows she shouldn't meddle in his family affairs, but she thinks she was only looking after her son. Dokja asks if this all seems like looking after a son. She says that many parents out there don't give a rat's ass about their children. At least she is looking after him. He then tells her that his mom thought he was dating her, but she said she likes Sa more than her. Sooyoung says she knows when she sees a good woman and asks when should they kill her. They both start laughing. She closes her eyes and says all this talking makes her feel as if they are a part of a novel. He surprisingly looks at her, thinking she doesn't know yet. She will eventually become a character, just like Joonghyuk, Gak Lei, and Minab Joonghyuk did before her. He doesn't know if this is a good thing or not, but he for sure doesn't want her to end up as a character. Soo-young gets garlic and tells him that she has got it, and she thinks it is stable enough. He tells her to get ready. They both get up, and Dokja tells her that now they will be busting out of here. The spark circle on his hand is 3SG style. The name was given to the style of swordsmanship used Joonghyuk, since it's said that he never swung his sword more than 3 times before he defeated his foe. Dokja just SGs his arm, and the notification shows that a power that's beyond his control enters into his arm. The first SG of his attack can cut down 1,000 men. It starts cutting the darkness they were trapped in, and with every cut, it grows deeper. The second SG can cut a mountain in half, and the third can split the ocean open. With that, a massive flash comes, and a deeper cut arises. With that, a path opens up and all the darkness vanishes. A notification shows that the explosive flow of the story distorts the mechanical gateway array method. Another notification shows the flow of the story breaks the barrier created by a 100-day seal. With an array of sparks, Dokja and Suk-young land in a field. When he lands, he looks at the mountain, which is splitting into 2. He thinks this is the skill one can only find once in a million years, created by the life's work of a genius swordsman. He thinks it's unfortunate that it only applies to the character of the novel, and he wishes he could make it all his. The blue tab shows that the bookmark skill has been updated because he has reached a new level. Another tab shows that your understanding of the character Goro's top swordsman has increased by a tiny amount. He is surprised that he has never had any understanding of a constellation before. He looks at a list, thinking that he is not on the list because maybe he only has a little understanding till now. He is excited that maybe if his understanding increases, he can use the skills of constellations one day. He thinks that he has only used the first sword of the 3SG style, and still, his right arm hurts. He looks at Soo-young and finds her looking at something. She is stunned. When he turns, he sees people fighting, and many laid on the ground. Many are hurt, and there is a spark in the air. Someone shouts at the half-dead and bloody bodies and orders them to kneel. Dokja knows that this is the true voice of a constellation. Soo-young shouts and asks if they are hearing their true voices, and how messed up is the probability right now for people to hear that. Dua replies that they are all too highly synchronized with their supporting constellations. She questions if they all want to die. Dokubi's voice comes and it can only be heard by Dokja. He instructs him to listen carefully. He tells him that he will die if he keeps up with this, and there's only one way for him to escape his fate. He needs to join a group. Dokja looks up, and he can be seen by everyone on the screen. There are many screens, and on all of them, it's Dokja. He's told that many constellations are watching him. Dokja can sense all the constellations' eyes on him. He thinks that someone is blocking Hyunsung's messages from reaching him. A ghost-like figure comes beside him and asks if he is afraid. Dokja smirks and tells him that he thinks things are more interesting now. The blue tab shows that a few constellations are chanting his name. Due to the chanting, he receives 2,000 coins. The shadow-like figure tells him that the hurdle of fate is steep. Dokja simply says it's still just a hurdle, no matter how high it is, and if push comes to shove, he can just bust it down. A bell rings, and he sees 100 figures around him. He then uses his powers and chooses the 5th bookmark, Kyo's Raudra. With that, a spark comes, and with a whoosh, his figure turns blue. The shadow-like figure thinks it's interesting that he is using the power of Ori. Dokja's body full of spark starts moving. He gulps a potion and throws the bottle where people are fighting. A spark starts coming from the bottle. He then shouts that it's time they all stop fighting. People start murmuring and calling him the Ugly King, saying they thought he died. He tells them that since they know who he is, then they should do as he says. The tab shows that incarnations respect him. One of the men tells him that he wants to thank him for the 8th scenario, and it was true that he resurrected. The notification shows that his story is spreading wide, and a new achievement, Mediating Messiah, has been added to his 5th story. The man tells him that they were following the people who saved him, but then they were attacked. Dokja thinks that they must be the people who were in paradise, which means JN must be here as well. He then looks behind him and someone chuckles. He sees an old man who tells him that he's happy to see him and asks how he got out of the mechanical gateway array method. Dokja knows it was only because of the Wanderers. He then asks everyone the reason they're fighting each other. They tell him it's because of him. They can't let him reach the next scenario. The old man chuckles again. Dokja, annoyed, tells them he won't go easy on them this time. His stats have increased by 10 due to the protection from the constellation Goro's top swordsman. The man jumps and asks the spirits to guide him. Dokja's stats have reached their limit. With a whoosh, the man tries to strike Dokja, but to his surprise, Dokja comes from behind and strikes him hard. The man falls to the ground. Someone shouts and tells everyone to stop him. Dokja looks at them, and many start running toward him. Soo-young comes forward to help Dokja. She says someone must have obtained the third highest ranking story. The one ranked third in Dark Castle is the kin of the dead, David, and his story lets him use corpses in battle. Soo-young tells him to run and that she will keep them at bay. As she speaks, she crackles with energy and obtains a purple force in her hand. With a swoosh of power looking exactly like Keon, she rises. Dokja keeps killing anyone coming in his way and keeps moving forward. As he does, he sees a woman bringing corpses back to life. She looks back and sees him standing there. She asks how he broke the mechanical gateway array method and tells him she was sure she had sealed it with an 8-bead bell. He tells her to step aside. He doesn't want to hurt her. She refuses. He uses his power again, and with a burst of sparks, his power seems immense. The constellation Yeon's top spiritualist on the woman's side is flustered at the sight of Dokja's power. Yoseon looks at the constellation on Dokja's side and tells it to go away, saying he's not even Dokja's supporting constellation. Dokja's constellation shouts back, demanding he step aside immediately. With that, sparks start flowing through the woman's body, and she begins to scream. It was the aftermath of probability. It wouldn't be light, since she heard the true voice of her constellation directly. Seeing this, Dokja takes advantage of the moment and dashes past her. She plops to the ground, screaming at him, saying he can't do this. Dokja keeps running but then stops when he sees something. He sees more people fighting in front of him. With a thud and a bang, people are clashing fiercely. They are fighting with Lee, who screeches the 8-bead bell against her sword as she fends them off. Soo-young arrives and tells him that his mother is stronger than a monster. She doesn't understand how she's Dokja-being like that, even while low on probability. Dokja realizes she has surrounded herself with the same kind of shadow he saw around Yamada no Orochi in Peaceland. He says she's using the 8-bead bell, a powerful constellation artifact, to make up for the probability she lacks. She doesn't have it right now, but her constellation is still saying he doesn't want to fight anyone, yet he's still attacking the Wanderers. Just then, the girl in the black dress runs toward Dokja and tells him to stop his mother. Everyone is shocked to learn that she is actually his real mother. Joonghyuk rises up and slashes at her constellation, which roars loudly. He then lands next to Dokja and tells him not to kill her. They need her alive, but he warns Dokja that he doesn't think she will ever cooperate with them. Dokja thinks that soon she will run out of probability and stamina. Joonghyuk and the others have reached transcendence, and she will need more than a shadow to fight them. A notification appears. Constellation, demonic judge of fire, gulps loudly. Another reads, Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband is watching your next move. The next tab shows, Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is excited by the atrocity you are taking part in. Dokja moves forward and asks his mother to stop. A tab shows, the fourth wall is resonating faintly. His mother, visibly tired, looks at him and asks why he's stopping her. He grits his teeth, his fist trembling, and tells her he will listen to her. Just this once. His voice cracks as he screams at her to give him the whole story. His words cut through the silence, desperate and raw. He tells her she needs to tell him everything. Lee, blood drooling from her mouth, lifts her head weakly and asks why he came, why he stopped her. Her words are quiet, yet they carry a weight that freezes everyone in place. The air is thick with tension, and no one dares to move or speak. Everyone holds their breath, waiting, hoping for her to tell the story. Dokja clenches his fists tighter, his nails digging into his palms as his frustration boils over. He furiously shouts, his voice echoing, demanding that she tell him anything, everything. Just when she is about to open her mouth to speak, a ding reverberates through the air. 3 notifications appear before Dokja, glowing ominously in the faint light. Nebula Veda is peering into your fate. Nebula Papyrus is peering into your fate. Nebula Olympus is peering into your fate. The moment feels suspended in time, until it shatters. A spark descends from the sky, brilliant and terrifying, streaking toward them, faster than anyone can react. The spark strikes his mother and her constellation, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. Dokja lunges forward, heart pounding, desperately trying to save her, but it's too late. She falls, her body collapsing to the ground. A massive crash erupts beneath them, shaking the very earth. A colossal figure emerges from the chaos, its presence overwhelming, casting an enormous shadow over the battlefield. Its voice booms, shaking the air as it declares to Dokja that he cannot pass this place. In his mother's trembling hands, the 8-bead bell she held so dearly begins to crack. The sound of its breaking resonates like a mournful dirge, a sign of something irreplaceable being lost. The massive figure begins to move. Each step causes tremors. With a powerful whoosh, a dark path materializes between the ground and the sky. A violent wind sweeps across the field, carrying an otherworldly chill that sends shivers down everyone's spines. Dokja looks up, his eyes blazing with fury, and lets out a primal roar that shakes the heavens. The air around him crackles, and with a thunderous crash, A surge of green energy erupts, accompanied by countless sparks scattering in all directions. The sky above shifts, glowing a vibrant green, swirling with electric energy and winds that howl like an oncoming storm. Dokja's voice thunders through the chaos as he shouts an order, commanding everyone to close their eyes or look away. The intensity of the energy is overwhelming, a force no one can withstand for long. The sky churns with green light, sparks flying, and winds spiraling, as the atmosphere grows denser with the unmistakable presence of something far beyond comprehension. Dokja stands tall, unyielding, and informs them with grave certainty, it is another world god. Dokja realizes the divine power was summoned by the founder's mother, who offered her shadow as a sacrifice. Unlike in Peaceland, this is the true body of an otherworld god. The sky cracks with rumbles, light pouring through as something colossal descends. A monstrous being crashes to the ground, its grotesque form shifting, a mass of multiple hands, claws slicing the air, and writhing tails cracking the earth. The creature's roar shakes the world. Its sheer presence is overwhelming. Dokja braces against the force, green energy sparking around him. With unyielding determination, he steps forward, knowing the battle with this god has just begun. Dokja calls out to Joonghyuk, telling him they need to stop it right now. Joonghyuk tells him it's too late. This is beyond anything they're capable of handling. Dokja's fourth wall has been activated in full force. Behind them, people start fainting in sparks, falling to the ground. Everyone is coughing blood, collapsing one after another. Dokja tells them that with something like this, the constellations will have to intervene. He says otherworld gods and constellations are like cats and dogs. He's sure they'll show up to maintain power, just like they did at the constellation banquet. But with a plop, another otherworld god lands on the ground. Dokja doesn't understand. No one is coming to help. A tab shows that some constellations are appalled by the appearance of another world god. Other tabs show that many constellations are angry at how certain nebulae have taken control of the narrative, and Constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, expresses his hostility toward the Nebula Papyrus. Another tab shows that Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, bears his fangs at Nebula Veda, while Constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is upset at the atrocity committed by Nebula Olympus. Dokja begins to understand what's happening, at least to some extent. A tab appears. All constellations of the Korean Peninsula are curious to see which nebula you will choose. He knows this is all because of him. He laughs bitterly, thinking that this is the reason he can never grow fond of constellations. He remembers that Lightning Carnival, Thunder Guide, and Master of the Typhoon Wolf are all stories involving the murder of one's own family. He thinks that if he succeeds in one of these stories, he'll gain the power of probability needed to defeat the otherworld god, but his mother will end up dying here. He calls Joonghyuk and asks if he remembers how they once formed a nebula together, and he named it Dokja Kim Company. Joonghyuk draws his sword and says they'll name the nebula themselves. Dokja shouts that it will be him who decides how his story goes. The god starts speaking, calling him a poor constellation, and tells him that he will kill his father by his own hand and bring about his mother's demise. Dokja is frustrated, but the otherworld god laughs, telling him to watch everything he holds precious fall to pieces. Behind them, the wanderers are coughing and struggling to breathe. Dokja realizes he needs to think fast or he'll lose everyone. He thinks that once the god finishes descending, the entire second floor of the Dark Castle will be erased. This is different from Peaceland, he thinks, slapping his head in frustration. No one will come to help us this time. His constellation grits its teeth, not knowing what to do. Dokja calls out to Joonghyuk, saying, "You haven't changed in hundreds of years." He screams, calling the founding mother and asking whether she made a deal with the otherworld gods. Dokja tells him that he didn't make any such deal. The god speaks again, saying Dokja can never return to the Korean Peninsula. It relates this to another nebula. His constellation asks if he made a deal with another nebula, asks if he's still obsessed with that small plot of land, if he's willing to betray his descendants. It asked whether all the gods of creation have vanished, leaving no one to come to their aid. A ding echoes through the air. Dokja looks at the notification. It shows, some nebulae have declared that whoever helps Goryeu's top swordsman will be regarded as an enemy. The god tells Dokja he should be proud, that all who stand in the way fear him. Dokja smirks and replies, "Proud of what? That I'm about to die?" But then he adds, "I'm not going to die." He drops to the ground. With a whoosh, a yellow circle forms around him like fire, and a golden path opens between him and the sky. He closes his eyes, and when he opens them, they shine bright yellow. Suddenly, he's in a dark place. Behind him stands Goryeu's top swordsman. A tab appears. "You have come to know the story. The one who inherited the blood of dragons. The one who defeated an army with a single sword strike. The butcher of the battlefield." Dokja realizes it's Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk, who was born for great things, destined to be a warrior. He had defeated 36 generals alone. Dokja looks back and whispers, "He was just like me." He looks at Joonghyuk in utter surprise. He had known Joonghyuk was treated badly, but he never realized he too had suffered under the weight of fate. A tab appears. The story, The One Who Fights Against Fate, will begin. The story leads back to the present. Dokja thinks that the fate he once carried was nothing compared to this. Back then, it was just one nebula. Still, he regrets ever accepting help from that nebula. He slides out his sword, which glows with a great golden energy. He draws it fully and leaps into the air, ready to strike. He thinks that with this newfound power, he might actually have a chance. He looks toward the otherworld god, wondering if he can win this. He grits his teeth, thinking, I am Joonghyuk, and he is the greatest warrior in all of the Korean peninsula. He unleashes the mountain-splitting second sword technique, surging with energy, and strikes the many-mouthed god in front of him. His blade cuts deep. After the strike, Dokja lands on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. A blue notification appears. Constellation. Guryeo's top swordsman has fixed his gaze on you. Dokja mutters that he is far weaker than he expected. Ever since becoming a constellation, he thought he could manage this power. He looks down at his red, swollen right hand and wonders how much longer he can fight with it. He coughs, turning to look at Joonghyuk, who is simply too powerful for his body to handle. Joonghyuk says that the otherworld god is still alive, and it might take 3 more second sword techniques to kill it. Dokja coughs, confirming, 3 more? And there's more after that? Joonghyuk looks at his condition and tells him plainly, you won't last that long. Dokja just stares into the abyss of the god's form, a figure so immense, terrifying. It seemed to warp reality itself. The 12 massive tentacles weaved their movements, veiled by a dense fog that obscured its grotesque body. It was the very same otherworldly god Joonghyuk had faced during his 36th regression, a cosmic horror that defied comprehension. Its presence alone made the air thick and heavy, the sky darker, as if it consumed not just light but hope itself. Dokja insisted that they had to try. His voice was steady, but it carried the weight of desperation. He said, since it's still a god, maybe if they spoke to it, there was a chance. But Joonghyuk cut him off, his tone cold and brutal. He told him he didn't understand. He couldn't save his mother. That thing had devoured even the founder mother's shadow, and her soul would be in shreds by now. Dokja clenched his fists, his heart sinking, but he forced himself to stay focused. He said this wasn't like the otherworld gods he had encountered. A flicker of unease betrayed his usually composed demeanor. Joonghyuk raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. He remarked that Dokja knew too much about them. A dry laugh escaped Dokja, saying, more than I'd like to. In his mind's eye, he pictured the horror in its entirety. 12 writhing appendages in a form so vast it was impossible to fully grasp, hidden beneath the fog of its alien realm. The memories of Joonghyuk's battle with it surfaced, his blood, his screams, and the sheer futility of facing such an abomination. Joonghyuk scoffed, a faint smirk on his lips. He said Dokja reminded him of his prime. His voice was tinged with reluctant admiration. With that kind of talent, he confessed, Dokja might even catch up to him someday. Before Dokja could respond, Yun arrived, his expression grim and resolute. He announced that the thing was called the Eater of Dreams. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. He said he had fought it before. If it swallowed you, you'd be trapped in its inner dimension, milked for your stories until there was nothing left of you but a husk. Dokja's heart raced. The weight of Joonghyuk's words pressed down on him, the horrifying implications making his stomach churn. He asked how they could stop it. Joonghyuk's gaze hardened. He said they had to strike now. If they let it fully descend, even he wouldn't be able to stop it. His words echoed like thunder in the groggy silence as the god's form loomed closer. Joonghyuk activated his power, the sheer energy making the air crackle. Dokja doubled over, coughing violently as blood splattered the ground. Joonghyuk said there was no choice, his voice strained but resolute. Dokja said he would use the third SG style. Joonghyuk warned him, his voice a rare mix of concern and urgency, that it might annihilate him. Dokja replied that he knew. His voice trembled, but it was firm. He gulped down a vial of purple potion, his eyes flickering toward the heavens. The probability storm hadn't ended. Suddenly, a notification appeared in his mind. The constellation, god of naval warfare, has fixed his gaze on you. Dokja felt a strange calm wash over him as his breathing eased. He realized with a start that the god was lending him probability, a dangerous act that could turn powerful nebulas into his enemies. Joonghyuk tilted his head skyward and called out, his voice filled with reverence and defiance, saying that the great admiral, some would say, should have been a constellation instead of him. The notification confirmed it, a subtle nod from the god. Dokja's eyes darted toward the chaos, his breath catching as he spotted a figure fighting desperately. Jiwoon Min, he whispered, a flicker of hope piercing through the despair. She was still alive. The constellation stirred. The constellations of Scylla have begun sharing the burden of probability. Dokja looked down at his hands. They were steady now, no longer trembling under the storm's weight. The notifications came in rapid succession. Nebula Veda is enraged by Lady of the Sleeping Bed's actions. Lady of the Sleeping Bed has fallen into a deep sleep after expending too much probability. The constellation Bald Army General has fixed his gaze on you. Even the one-eyed matriarch and the great King Humu turned their attention to you. Their gazes were piercing, filled with reluctant approval. The probability storm finally dissipated. Joonghyuk let out a booming laugh, saying he always criticized it. But this is why he could never hate it. They all came together. He laughed again, saying, "We didn't need this many, but here they are." He turned to Dokja, his grin feral, and said, "Now we're prepared. Go. Gather your strength and make it lower its guard." Dokja swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he felt the raw power coursing through him. He knew this was it, his last chance. Joonghyuk nodded, his voice calm but resolute, saying he'd go ahead. He would stall it while Dokja prepared. His form grew, transforming into a towering giant. He gritted his teeth, roaring as he charged toward the god. The ground quaked with every step. The air itself seemed to shatter as he struck the Eater of Dreams head-on. Dokja clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He whispered, "This is it," his voice filled with determination. They had to end this now. Just as Joonghyuk moved forward to attack the god, Joonghyuk thought he wouldn't be able to handle it. Dokja asked if he had any other plan. Joonghyuk said they'd try the 3SG style first and pray that it makes the god go back. Dokja reminded him he promised to protect him. Joonghyuk replied that he swore on his life to protect him. Dokja responded that for someone who's the strongest warrior in all of the Korean peninsula, he sure leaves a lot to luck. Joonghyuk smiled faintly and said he knew the demon of the horizon. This left Dokja stunned. He glanced at Joonghyuk, who was fighting the god. Joonghyuk said he would ask the demon to send him to another world. Since the 9th scenario didn't have a time limit or a set boundary, he could survive that if he escaped to a different location. Joonghyuk told him it would be better not to run into the demon again. It was more like a demon than a god. Then Joonghyuk got struck by the god. Blood comes out of his mouth. Dokja thinks that the demon of Horizon is the one who sent the user of the 41st round to this world. He is also the one who supplies the Dokebi with disasters. Joonghyuk jumps to strike when Dokja asks if it's possible for others to escape as well. Joonghyuk tells him that it is not possible to transport this many people. Dokja says the people who are left behind will die. Joonghyuk tells him to only focus on keeping himself alive right now. Dokja announces he has an idea. Joonghyuk is still fighting. Dokja reminds him that they can kill the god with the 3-sword style. He says if he can help, then he might be able to kill the other god as well. The god laughs and flinches as Joonghyuk manages to land an attack. Joonghyuk tells Dokja to take charge and says this is their turn. Dokja instructs that they need to injure the god and then throw him inside him. Dokja unleashes great power. Dokja knows he might die if he fights this thing. Joonghyuk calls him foolish but tells him he has acquired a liking toward him. Dokja's eyes turn yellow and his body is filled with sparks. As Dokja is about to strike, he thinks this scenario was meant to be so he can fight the ocean. He screams and calls the otherworld god. Dokja keeps moving forward with utter energy, calling upon the name of the SG as ocean-splitting 3rd sword style revolves around the god, revealing an ocean-like energy. He keeps slashing the god everywhere. Dokja opens his eyes and sees different sorts of letters floating all around him. He realizes he must be inside the Dream Eater's belly. He sees many texts floating and different figures, which he assumes must be the stories the god has devoured over time. He finds a text and assumes it is the founder's mother's story. He understands that other gods are rooted in the outer universe. Half of the Eater of Dreams is currently connected to the 2nd floor of the Dark Castle, but its inside is a space linked directly to the outer universe. He tells himself that now that he is inside, there is no way of getting out. He sees a spark, and a voice comes from it that smells an interesting story. Dokja is stunned to hear the voice. The voice asks if it can listen to him. A notification shows that the 4th wall has been activated in full force. Dokja calls out to the Dream Eater god. He asks about him and whether he is under some sort of protection. Dokja feels terrified, thinking the god tried to enter his mind but was blocked because of the 4th wall. He can feel that the Dream Eater Lord wants to consume him. Dokja tells him he came to talk. The Dream Eater mocks him, saying he loves to talk. He asks if there is someone named Soo-young Lee among the stories he devoured. Dokja requests her return. The god tells him there is no such story. Dokja offers to give him a new story in return. The god asks about the nature of the story and whether he wants to make a deal. A figure like a bear appears, and the god tells him that bears do not converse with fish, just as humans do not make deals with insects. He says Dokja is not worthy of making a deal. He tells him he needs no deal, as he can take whatever he wants from him. Dokja asks why he's conversing with him instead of taking his story already. All a bear knows is to feed on the fish. They do not know how to make their fish more enjoyable to eat. Dokja challenges him to devour him directly instead of having a conversation. He tells him he is not an insect and the god is not a bear. The god roars. Dokja smirks and tells him he knows that if a story is taken by force, it will be damaged. Upon hearing that, the god says now he wants to devour Dokja. Dokja hears drums playing. The drums signify that the Dream Eater is hungry. Dokja tells him if he keeps his promise, he will give him as much as he likes. A whirl starts forming, and the god brings his mother's body in front of him and asks if Dokja wants this. Telling him it's an interesting story. He says he saved her because she was more delicious than other constellations. He tells Dokja he wants to devour him too, but doesn't want to give her up either. Dokja responds that he's acting like a beast with no restraint. The god mocks him again, calling him an insect, which doesn't bother him. Dokja grows angry, and with that, the god ends their conversation. The Dream Eater prepares to devour his mother, declaring he will devour them both. Dokja smirks and tells him to eat as much as he wants, but warns no leftovers. He opens his arms wide and begins using his powers, inviting the god to devour him completely. The Dream Eater moves forward and begins devouring Dokja's stories, biting and cracking them apart. Dokja tells him to keep eating until he reaches the part he won't be able to swallow. The drums beat louder as the Dream Eater indulges in the stories, savoring their taste. The fourth wall reacts violently to the vibrations. Suddenly, as the Dream Eater consumes more, a flash of stories overwhelms him. He doesn't understand what's happening. Dokja, in immense pain, recalls Joonghyuk's experience on his 136th regression when he faced the same god and let him devour him. The Dream Eater reaches the part of the story where Joonghyuk allowed himself to be eaten. It tells how Joonghyuk warned that the Dream Eater would feel every emotion he endured. The loneliness, the rage, the hatred. For 136 cycles, he had suffered, and now the Dream Eater would relive them all. As the god begins to absorb these memories, his body cracks and starts to burst. Half-eaten, Dokja declares that some stories should never be devoured. He recalls that, in TWSA, the Dream Eater perished after devouring Joonghyuk because the pain consumed him. But this time, it's not just the 136th round, it's more. The Dream Eater is overwhelmed by Joonghyuk's agony, intoxicated by the bitter loneliness and sorrow of his life. A notification appears. The fourth wall is slowly opening its eyes and searching for its prey. The Dream Eater is stunned as the fourth wall turns monstrous and lunges at him, tearing him apart. Stories, like floating paper, scatter through the air. Stories the Dream Eater had once devoured. Now they are being consumed by the fourth wall. Dokja watches in awe as he reads the thoughts of the dying Dream Eater. It wonders if this is the Dokkaebi of the one whose name is censored and forbidden to say. The Dream Eater calls upon the great old ones, but it's too late. His existence crumbles into pages. A notification announces that the fourth wall has finished feeding on the Dream Eater. Another follows, revealing that Dokja has defeated another god. The Starstream fails to find a fitting title for Dokja and instead adds an unknown achievement to his fifth story. Other world gods are now terrified of Dokja. He coughs blood and feels dizzy, wondering if Joonghyuk felt the same after the 136th round. Then he sees his mother lying nearby. Floating over, he checks her pulse. She's alive. He shakes her, trying to wake her. Looking around, Dokja wonders how this place isn't destroyed yet, as he remembers reading that the outer universe had collapsed after Joonghyuk defeated the Dream Eater. Suddenly, a notification chimes. The fourth wall is watching him. Another one follows, showing the fourth wall shaking its head with a heavy heart. Then, with a flash, a spark appears. The fourth wall begins consuming the outer universe, including Dokja's mother. Dokja is shocked and screams at the fourth wall, telling it not to devour her, but it simply smiles back. Dokja is devastated. There were so many things he still wanted to ask her. He realizes now, no one consumed by the fourth wall has ever returned. Not from the simulations, not from the theater dungeon, not even Nirvana or the Dream Eater itself. Desperately, he bangs against the floating story pages that make up the consumed stories and demands the fourth wall to spit his mother out. Then a text appears on one of the pages. It remembers when it first named the CD. Dokja looks at it, overwhelmed with pain, and misery begins telling the story. Dokja cries, not wanting to hear it this way. The story says that maybe this was when their differences began to surface. She wanted CD to grow up as a reader rather than someone who was lonely, because she believed that as long as one was reading, they were never truly alone. At least she wanted to believe that. The scene shifts. Dokja and his mother are in the kitchen holding a bottle. He asks her what makes her so high that she always finds him laughable. He asks her not to look down on him like that. He says there are plenty of women like her. While crying, she turns and looks at him from the side. Another woman tells Dokja's mother to forgive him, saying he's going through a phase like all men do. In another scene, a school teacher tells Dokja's mother that she needs to pay more attention to him. His mother replies that things were really hard for her, so hard that she couldn't think of anything else. But now thinking back, she believes it was just as hard on CD. In a flashback, she calls Dokja out of his room and tells him to stay there and never come out until she says so. She regrets not leaving with him. Someone is beating his mother, and she thinks she should have taken CD and gone somewhere far away. Dokja, in the present, is screaming, asking why she didn't run away with him. The story explains that it happened one late evening. Someone was fighting with his mother, holding a knife, yelling that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up this way. His mother told the man to put the knife down. Dokja opened his door and his mother ran to him, telling him to keep the room shut. The man grabbed Dokja and said he would kill them both, then kill himself, so they'd all die together. The man was holding the bottle, his mother was lying on the floor, and Dokja sat there crying his heart out. The man said there was no point in living when there was nothing left to expect. He said they'd all die as a family. Just as he grabbed Dokja again, his mother stood up with a knife in her hand, ran over and stabbed the man. Dokja recalls that his mother stabbed his father, and she told him this after she woke him up, holding his face in her hands. She said they would start reading everything again. What his father did was so bad, she said, that he deserved to die. All she did was defend herself. She told Dokja to never forget. He was the victim here. The story ends and red sparks appear on the screen. His mother's words, "We'll start reading everything again," repeat on the screen. When Dokja looks again, he sees his younger self grabbing the knife instead of his mother. He holds it and moves toward his parents, who were fighting. His mother tries to stop him. Dokja holds the knife with both hands upright, pushing his mother away. His father steps toward him, but slips on the bottle on the floor and falls straight onto the knife that Dokja was holding upright. His father is stabbed and falls onto Dokja. Then his mother reminds him again. It was self-defense, and he did nothing wrong. She says his father could have lived if she had called the ambulance right away. She was the only one who could have saved him, but she chose not to. That's why she believes she didn't lie when she told Dokja she killed his father. Dokja is in pain after hearing all this, but says he knew. He always knew this was what really happened. He knew this was the reason behind his mother's actions, her publishing that essay collection. This is why he had to live as the son of a murderer. His mother's words echo again. She shouldn't have run away. In the end, she was just a mother who ran away. Dokja starts banging on the wall again, crying that he needs her back now that he knows everything. He keeps banging with his bloody fist. Text appears. Dokja Kim was getting tired of it all the words and all the actions becoming reality. Text appears again. Dokja Kim only wanted to know what he had to do to break this wall. Questions arise. Did Dokja end up like this because he read TWSA? Or did reading the novel turn fiction into reality? Then he hears the sound of a page ripping. He opens his eyes. The wall of pages in front of him starts to tear apart. Text appears, saying he needs to take hold of himself. Dokja wonders who is speaking to him now. The text replies, it is his skill, warning him not to be consumed by it. His hand is inside the wall of papers. The text tells him to pull it out. He doesn't understand how his fist is being swallowed by the paper. Furious, he decides to deactivate the fourth wall. Just then, the wall shatters and papers fly everywhere. A notification appears. A system error was caused by an unknown source and will be fixed soon. Another message shows that his attribute DOW has been returned. The system asks if he wants to check it. Dokja is stunned that he can now view his DOW. He realizes he couldn't do it before because of the fourth wall. It protected him from others, but also blocked him from himself. He clicks yes to view his DOW. The tab says that upon opening the DOW, certain skills will be restricted due to system instability. He's looking at his DOW when a vibration occurs and another notification appears, informing that a few constellations are approaching his mental barrier. He looks at all the notifications in front of him. Another notification informs that the fourth wall has been reactivated, regardless of his will. Dokja is left speechless. He keeps looking at the character profile, and it vanishes away instantly. More notifications appear, telling that the constellation founder of mankind is moaning loudly, and the constellation, the one who poked his eyes out, is backing off with his eyes covered. The constellation Scorpion Goddess is protecting her tail and backing away, and the other few constellations are backing away after being injured. The constellation Secretive Plotter smiles at him, and Dokja keeps staring, being speechless. Dokja thinks Secretive Plotter's reaction is different from the others. Maybe he saw his information in the very short amount of time it appeared. The fourth wall comes alive and starts moving Dokja away, and is angry with Dokja. Dokja looks at its angry face and thinks, for a long time he thought this wall was the boundary between fiction and reality. He could adapt to this new world thanks to this wall, and he was able to remain logical despite all the terrible things that had happened. He thinks if someone asks him about this wall, he can't explain it to them. But he himself knows what this is. He knows this wall has been protecting him for a long time. He touches the wall and apologizes. The fourth wall starts to quiver. Text appears again on the wall, and Dokja is again stunned. The text says, "Dokja Kim is an idiot." Dokja scoffs and smiles. Dokja pats the wall, and the wall starts reading his thoughts all over again. Dokja smiles and asks it to stop. The wall turns its head away prudishly. The fourth wall tells him not to turn it off again forcibly. Dokja smiles and tells it he will do as it says, but he needs a favor in return. He asks it to give his mother back. The wall again shows his thoughts, that he hated his mother, but now he has finally learned about her struggles, and Dokja agrees with the wall. The wall shows more emotion, saying he still hates his mother. Just because she has faced trauma doesn't make it go away, that she left him. And Dokja calls the information very insightful and again agrees. He tells the wall that he cannot explain everything, as not everything can be exposed in words. Dokja begs the wall to help him, as he has very little energy left. Sparks happen, and the wall returns him to his mother. He holds his mother in his arms again and thanks the wall. The wall feels sleepy and sleeps. Cracks start appearing, and a bright golden flash comes from the cracks. Dokja covers his eyes when a notification comes that secretive plotter has chased away the great old ones who were spying on him. Notifications show that his rank has been adjusted in Dark Castle. He has been ranked second in Dark Castle. He has met all the requirements for the main scenario's hidden condition. He is now eligible to challenge the Dark Castle's final scenario. Dokja is now lying in a casket, and everyone above him is talking about him and how he always dies but will come back until tomorrow. Heewon says he is dead. They had to put him in a coffin. Another question is that he went to find another hidden piece. Joonghyuk says all the dark pieces found in the Dark Castle are useless. He says he has to get him to the next floor. Hyun-sung says that they seem to be close now. Joonghyuk passes him a glare. Seeing his glare, he tells him not to look at him like that. Heewon says that no one in the world will stop fearing death just because they can come back to life. Yusun sits with his coffin and says if it wasn't for him, she would be dead. Jihye says if she had 2 lives, she would give one to Dokja. They all keep talking and making fun of each other. Joonghyuk says that due to Dokja's appearance, his plans have changed. Scenarios that could have been easily ended became harder. The simple stories became more complex, and the people who were supposed to be dead all survived. Joonghyuk thinks maybe this round will, in the end, be the best round he has ever been in. Jihye asks if the fate thing is over or not, as Dokja is dead. Everyone thinks that it must be over, considering he was going to be killed by someone he loved, and he died by his mother. So that is that. Joonghyuk, on the other hand, is thinking that fate is not over. The nebulas are not such pushovers. They would know about his ability to resurrect, so the fate would not end like this. He knows the next scenario they will be taking part in won't be easy to complete. He glances at the sky. The notification shows that the constellation is looking down on its incarnation. Joonghyuk thinks it's his 3rd round taking part in, but he still doesn't know who his supporting constellation is. He calls his supporting constellation and says he wants to ask something. On the other side, Dokja opens his eyes and he is in a dark place. He sees the notification that he is dead. He thinks it has been 4 days already. He guesses death is taking quite a toll on him this time. He keeps slipping in and out of consciousness. He thinks he has made plans for the future in the past 4 days. If he completes the next scenario, the story will flow as it is supposed to. Throughout the 9 scenarios he has been in, he has steered the narrative too far away from the original story for him to be able to make use of the knowledge he has of the story. He is up in the sky, looking down on the wanderers. He looks at them, thinking they are getting powerful. This will help in pushing through the narrative. A notification comes saying an unnamed constellation has donated 100 coins to Incarnation Hyun-sung Lee Heewon, and Hyun-sung looks up, and they feel Dokja being up there, and they know that he was watching them, and it was him sending them 100 coins. On the other side, Yusung and Gilyung are fighting a monster. Dokja thinks they cannot handle it yet, but this will be of great help in the future for them. Dokja smiles at them, and a notification shows that an unnamed constellation is smiling at them, and Yin smiles back. Dokja looks at her, thinking if this is how it feels to have a daughter. Dokja then looks at Joonghyuk. He thinks he has gotten through his post-regression, Sukyung depressed, Sukyung phase, then the rest of them will have no problem. They can follow him, but he thinks the real problem is himself. Many notifications come in front of him, and one says that a large fate is hoping for his death. Dokja is thinking he needs to do something to get them off of his tail and to protect his friends. He thinks of something as being the only way. The blue tab says all the conditions of his resurrection have been met. The effect of the attribute 8 lives has been activated, and his body is being resurrected from death. With sparks around his body, he opens his eyes. He cracks open the coffin and comes out smiling. Everyone is surprised that the rumors were true, that Dokja would come back. The tabs show that the third head of the serpent has been put to sacrifice, and the head's special ability is spirit. Dokja sees fireworks in the sky. Heewon comes and congratulates him on his resurrection. Dokja looks at her and mockingly tells her not to put him in a coffin the next time he dies. More notifications come and tell that his fame among the incarnations has increased due to his continued resurrection, and his rank has been increased by a minuscule amount. The constellation A Demon-like Judge of Fire is happy about his resurrection. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband congratulates him on his return, and Constellation Goryo's Top Swordsman sings praise of his bravery. More notifications show that Abyssal Black Flame Dragon mumbled as it rummaged through its pocket, and many constellations are impressed by his feat. Dokja receives 9,000 coins, and he thinks they might have been feeling bad for not being able to help him. Dokja acquires a semi-mythical story, and the story is about the one who killed an outer world god. Dokja is surprised to see that happening. Dokja thinks he would have gotten a mythical story if he fought the Great Old One, but he would have perished even before he could open his mouth if he faced something like that. The notifications show that a few other gods have become curious of his newly acquired story, and others have learned of his existence due to the story, and his modifier will soon be announced. Dokja thinks he was lucky to start as the lowest-ranking historical constellation, but he might end up as a high-ranking historical constellation. Blue tabs show that his rank will be announced soon. His fifth story is still in progress, and Dokja thinks the timing of everything is great. Dokja thinks that the long-awaited 10th scenario, the 73rd Demon King, has finally arrived. Dokja thinks that as the last scenario that is held within the Soul Dome, the number of participants is highly limited. Only the first and second highest-ranked incarnations of Dark Castle are allowed to participate. Dokja knows that they won't go alone. They can each choose 4 other rankers of Dark Castle to take with them to challenge the scenario. His rank is announced, and it is second in the Dark Castle. Dokja sees Joonghyuk coming. He asks if he got the first rank this time. He agrees and tells him it is different from the Soul rankings. Dokja tells him he needs his help and tells him they need to plan the teams together to take with them. Joonghyuk stops him and asks about his goal. Dokja is surprised by his sudden question. He asks if his final goal is to reach the end of all scenarios. Dokja agrees, and he asks if he can promise him that he won't give up on that goal no matter what. Dokja is surprised to see Joonghyuk acting this way, but he still agrees that he won't give up. When he asks him the reason for acting like this, Joonghyuk ignores and doesn't tell him. Joonghyuk twitches his left eyebrow, and Dokja knows this means whenever he does this, this means he has made an important decision, and mostly that is about his death. He is about to stop Joonghyuk when everyone else arrives, and Yoon runs and hugs Dokja. Joonghyuk then says he will now announce the participants of the 10th scenario. Joonghyuk starts to tell everyone, and he says they will split into 2 teams, his and Dokja's. There will be 4 members in each team. He first announces members of his team, which includes Hyunsung, Lee Pong, Gil, and C. Dokja's team will have Hyunsung, Wai Shin, Gil-young Lee, and S.U. Dokja then asks Heewon and Hyunsung about their ranks, considering only top 10 can make it into the scenario. Heewon tells her rank is 4th, as Miss Boksun passed her rank to her, and Yuzin tells her rank is 9th, and Gong's rank is 8th. Hyunsung says his rank is 5th, and Pildo is not here as he went up to move up in his rank, and the same goes for Soo-young. Dokja thinks that only S knows that Soo-young was the first disciple. Everyone asks that she is not on the list, and only 10 people can move up, so how will he take her? Dokja explains that even if there are only 10 people allowed, there's a hidden piece that allows them to take 1 more. The item can be purchased in Dark Castle, called the 6-man card. Dokja explains that the card allows an extra person up there. Heewon asks if he can tell them anything else, as he and Joonghyuk always keep things to themselves, and they are quite alike in this regard. Dokja is annoyed, saying he should not be compared to a person like him. He asks if she has heard of a being called a Demon King. He further explains that there are a total of 72 beings who have been given the title of Demon King by Starstream. Each of them has its modifier like the constellations, and each has dominion over their demonic realm. Gil-young, astonished, says he has seen things like these in animes, and Dokja agrees. Dokja informs them that in the 10th scenario, they will be fighting a Demon King. Dokja knows this is how it is. He then explains the Demon Kings. According to TWSA, they are constellations who refused ascension. They are constellations that chose to remain behind in the human realm in the literal sense. They mock the constellations who obsess over star signs and still reside in these lands which even the Dokkaebi abandoned. which is probably why they don't get along too well with the constellations. He explains that they were especially hostile toward the constellations of pure good alignment. It is their hostility that became the basis for the Dark Castle scenario. It was designed specially to satisfy the constellations. Dokja is dragging Soo-young with a rope, and she keeps telling him she doesn't want to fight a Demon King. He tells her that the 73rd Demon King is not even a real Demon King. He understands that there are only 72 Demon Kings who were given the title officially by Starstream. However, the scenario is called the 73rd Demon King, which makes him not a real Demon King. Dokja looks at her and says since he is called a Demon King, he will be stronger than most of the foes they have faced yet, but he won't be as powerful as the fabled constellations, so they might. Soo-young furiously questions about the difficulty being changed, and she asks if he knows this has happened before. She warns him if he keeps clearing up the scenarios, then they will all end up dying. She asks if he is aware that all the nebulas have it out for him. He agrees, but he says he has been preparing for them. When they reach where everyone else is, they find them practicing. Soo-young asks if he knows the patterns of the Demon King's attacks, and he tells her he knows all of them. Dokja smiles and asks if she still thinks the upcoming scenario will be difficult. Everyone welcomes him back, and he asks if all of them have moved up in rank, and Soo-young is surprised to see him like that with them. Hyewon informs him that they are all in the top 10 now, except Ji-hye and Pildo, but they are also in the top 10. Seon questions if this happened automatically, which means someone above them died. She thinks something is fishy. Joonghyuk asks if Dokja will be taking Soo-young with him, and he agrees. Soo-young hides behind Dokja. Notifications show that Incarnation Joonghyuk has used a 6-man card and has made her a special scenario participant. Joonghyuk puts the card in front, and Soo-young comes out. Soo-young was surprised to see the notification that she was a part of Joonghyuk's team. She fights to see that, but Dokja tells everyone to get ready as they will be moving out soon. Both teams are ready. Dokja keeps looking at Hyeon. She asks why he is staring. He smiles and tells her he just finds this moment very moving. Dokja looks at everyone and thinks that this mix of people from the real and fictional world is something only the reader of TWSA can truly appreciate. He feels afraid of losing his people. Dokja looks at everyone asking if they know they have a 6-man with them as well. A man shows up in front of everyone. He says Saong also wanted to go with them. Dokja says he will be much more helpful to them now. He asks if he has talked to Saong. Dokja replies he has talked a little, but in reality he hasn't talked much. He recalls that his mother said to him that she trusted his decisions. He thinks that after staring at him for so long, his mother only said this, but he believes that they didn't talk much because the time hadn't come yet. He makes sure he will talk to her more once he is done with the scenarios. He then orders everyone to get going. They arrive at a huge building and Hyewon feels anxious that the nebulas are so quiet. Dokja asks S if she is still in touch with Olympus, and she tells him she hasn't reached them since 4 days ago. Dokja was told that there was a split within Olympus. Right now they must be fighting among themselves because of what happened 4 days ago. Joonghyuk announces they have reached. Dokja looks back at Gil-young and Yusung and orders them to do as practiced, warning them not to call the Chimera Dragon until he signals them. He then advises Hyun Sunga to protect Hyewon, as the main damage dealer is Hyewon in this one as well. He thinks that all of them have trained enough. They reach inside and find a stone with 2 handprints emerging, glowing white light from within. Just when they put their hands on it, a flash emerges out. With the flash, notifications come asking if both of them challenge the scenario. Dokja and Joonghyuk nod in agreement. A spark occurs all over the place, and with a whoosh, a red circle emerges. The notification comes informing that they have entered the new scenario era. Dokja asks everyone to be ready. Everyone starts moving forward. Dokja is worried, considering they should have sensed the Demon King by now. With a ding, a notification comes alarming them that an error has occurred in the scenario. They all seem alarmed and anxious. Hyun-sung screams that there is someone dead lying there. Joonghyuk comes, and as soon as he is about to touch the body, a spark comes in his hand. Joonghyuk confirms that it is a probability storm. Dokja thinks that supporting constellations must have done something drastic. Joonghyuk turns and confirms the identities of the dead people as incarnations of Vetus and Papyrus. He says he met them before while traveling around a dark castle, and they tried to get in touch with him. Dokja is terrified and asks about them ending up here like that. He adds that their ranking would have been high if they were incarnations of the nebulas, but they should not have been eligible to come here. Joonghyuk guesses that there might have been other 6-man cards. Dokja tries to understand that probably this was the reason behind Pildo and Ji-hye's ranks moving up. Suddenly he is still worried and keeps thinking that even if the 6-mans hunted down the Demon King, the scenarios wouldn't be completed, which means they died for nothing. Dokja thinks that the nebulas were quiet the past few days because they spent all their probability on killing them. Dokja and Joonghyuk both suspect the same thing at the same time. Both of them slide and start running immediately. Looking at them, the Dokebi is worried about their actions. Dokja and Joonghyuk run, and they arrive at a hall where, when they look up, they find Dokibes in a circle in the air. One of them is talking, saying that they should not have taken Starstream so lightly. He doesn't believe that one used Deus Ex Machina for something. Deus Ex Machina is a power that lets constellations intervene in the scenario by paying a great cost. Dokja is looking at them in great surprise. Meanwhile, the demon is here, sitting on a chair with dark energy all around him. The notification shows that the 73rd demon is currently dead. Soo-young shouts if the demon is dead. Everyone is confused and questioning about the further events of the scenario. Dokja realizes that the incarnations who were not eligible to participate killed the Demon King with the support of the nebula, despite the probability storm's aftermath. At one glance towards the dead bodies, it seems that the scenario has ended. But the Starstream's main scenarios are not that simple. The notification shows that Starstream has restored the scenario's balance. Dokja thinks that he remembers something similar in TWSA. Dokja still understands whatever just happened. Sparks start to eliminate the dead king. The blue tab shows that the Starstream has corrected the probability error. Dokja tries to understand the situation, considering the 73rd demon is dead, but they still need him since they have to hunt him down to progress through the scenario. He questions if Starstream would do anything to resolve this contradiction. Sparks start to appear on the throne the dead king was supposed to be sitting. Dokja was about to say something when Joonghyuk started moving forward towards the throne. He wants to stop him, but Joonghyuk gets his hand on the crystal present on the throne. Just when he touches the crystal, dark energy comes with a great D. Joonghyuk calls and asks him to keep his promise. The notification shows that the Grand Jewel has chosen a candidate for the next 73rd demonic king. Holding the crystal in his hand, the notification comes that a new demonic king will be elected. Everyone is shocked at what Joonghyuk just did. On the other side, Dokja's mother is in the field with people on her side when she sees a thundering cloud in the sky. The old man beside her tells her she looks worried. She tells him she is just not used to being a mother, and the old man comforts her that she might never be, just like anyone else. He again comforts her that her child will come back in one piece. She hopes the same. She looks at the sparks in her hand and thinks she is recovering pretty slowly. She recalls that the wall consumed her, and when she was inside it, she was faced with that presence inside the wall. She recalls screaming and asking the reason her son survived and escaped the fate he was cursed with. The sketchy figure in front of her tells her that there is only one way to escape fate, and her son already knows how. The notification reveals that the candidate for the Demon King had entered the process of evolution. Dokja cursed Joonghyuk inwardly, frustrated by his reckless decision. As Joonghyuk held the crystal aloft, a golden rope-like energy emerged and coiled tightly around the glowing artifact. The energy resisted his grip, flickering violently in the air before slipping free. Hyunsung darted forward, catching the crystal with swift hands. Dokja seized the moment, instructing her to keep it safe and forbidding her from using it. The SST chimed again, confirming that the succession of the Demon King had been cancelled. Joonghyuk's expression darkened with fury as he demanded they stop interfering. Soo-young's energy flared as she anticipated his next move, her voice sharp as she warned Dokja about Joonghyuk's selfish tendencies. She dashed forward, determined to stop him from wreaking havoc and securing his victory by clearing the scenario at any cost. Joonghyuk, relentless in his pursuit, struck her down, slamming her into the ground with brutal force. Hwan's voice pierced the chaos as she yelled at Joonghyuk, demanding to know what had become of him. He looked up, his gaze devoid of its usual restraint, his presence radiating a dark and dangerous aura as he instructed everyone not to resist. Dokja stepped forward, halting the others. Joonghyuk remained resolute, stating that he would become the Demon King, brushing aside Dokja's inquiries about his reasoning. He explained his actions as the only way to clear the scenario. Dokja glanced at the updated scenario details, dread creeping into his thoughts. It was yet another scenario demanding a sacrifice. The weight of the realization pressed on him as he questioned Joonghyuk's intentions. He asked if Joonghyuk planned to sacrifice himself. Without hesitation, Joonghyuk confirmed it, urging Dokja to kill him. Move on, Dokja reeled, struggling to process the depth of Joonghyuk's conviction. He demanded to know why Yoon would make such a decision. Suk-young-yoon explained with cold confidence that it was the right thing to do. His familiarity with death made the choice easier. Hearing this, Dokja froze. This wasn't the Joonghyuk he knew, the man who fought tooth and nail to survive. Something fundamental had changed in him. Dokja insisted that there was no need for Joonghyuk to make this sacrifice, stating that he, with his reincarnation ability, was more suited to take on the role. Joonghyuk questioned whether Dokja understood the penalties for failing the scenario, asserting that reincarnation would not save him from the consequences this time. He raised his sword, commanding Dokja to step aside. Dokja stood firm, his thoughts racing. He realized that if Joonghyuk succeeded, he would likely reset everything to end the chaos, a path Dokja could not allow him to take. The notification pinged in his head. The second level of the omniscient reader's viewpoint activated, illuminating the terrifying clarity of the situation. Joonghyuk believed that no one could survive expelling Sukyoung from the scenario. This was a death beyond even Dokja's reincarnation skill, the kind of finality the foreboding date had hinted at. In his mind, this was the only path forward. Joonghyuk's gaze turned toward the crystal clutched tightly in Sona's hands. He lunged, tripping her, and snatched the crystal midair. Sona fell as Dokja shouted her name, his heart pounding. Joonghyuk's transformation began. Golden light engulfed him, marking the irreversible path of evolution. Dokja, his voice trembling, tried to reason with him. He revealed that he had consulted his supporting constellation and learned that the world would not end if Joonghyuk regressed. Joonghyuk met Dokja's gaze, shadowed with regret, yet unyielding. He declared that this was why he had to do it, leaving the world's salvation in Dokja's hands. As his transformation into the Demon King progressed, Dokja could only watch in horror, frozen, as system notifications declared his fate. Above, the dokebis observed through their screens, emotions clashing within them. One clenched his fists, muttering about the tragic weight of the story. He questioned why the events felt so personal when it was just a story. Another dokebi, Iami, remarked that even if Joonghyuk became the next Demon King, Dokja's fate was not sealed. He stated that Dokja's death was unnecessary, and the nebulae valued his potential highly. The golden glow surrounding Joonghyuk intensified. He turned back one last time, expressing his trust in Dokja to save the world. As the light consumed him, Dokja remained rooted, bearing the unbearable weight of the burden left to him. More notifications appeared in rapid succession. Each one escalated the situation. The system announced the activation of bookmark number 5, Kyo's Rod, followed by miniaturization level 3 and electrification level 1. Dokja channeled his electrifying technique, his body crackling with raw energy as he locked eyes with Joonghyuk. Their movements blurred as they clashed, attacking each other with unyielding ferocity. Joonghyuk's voice was sharp and commanding as he told Dokja to think straight, insisting this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Dokja's mind was flooded with memories of reading the story on his phone, the words now carrying a weight they never had before. Their swords clashed with a deafening clang, sparks flying in all directions. He refused to let Joonghyuk do this, insisting that this wasn't the ending he wanted, not for himself and not for either of them. His determination was palpable, his words cutting as deeply as his blade. The fight became more than a physical battle. It was a clash of ideologies, of fates intertwined. As their swords locked again, Dokja's thoughts rose above the chaos. He questioned, who would read a story if it didn't have a protagonist? His resolve was unshakable as he reminded Joonghyuk that he owed him, that Joonghyuk had saved him once, and now it was his turn to return the favor. Joonghyuk scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. He dismissed the plan as ridiculous, but before he could strike again, Dokja dove toward him, forcing him to the ground with a resolute command. Dokja deactivated miniaturization. His body, once shrunken, expanded back to its original size, his presence towering and formidable. Another notification flashed ominously on the screen. The system warned that his physical traits differed greatly from his current character and that his body would be engulfed if he continued with electrification. The words echoed in his mind, but Dokja didn't falter. The power coursing through him felt overwhelming, threatening to consume him, yet it fueled his next move. With all his strength, Dokja delivered a devastating slash to Joonghyuk. The force of the attack sent Joonghyuk hurtling into a wall, the impact shattering the stone. Blood spilled from Joonghyuk's lips as he struggled to rise, his breath ragged. He understood the truth of what had just occurred. Electrification could only be used safely in a miniaturized state, yet by deactivating miniaturization mid-combat, Dokja had amplified its power within his full-sized body, wielding it with devastating effect. But this technique came at a cost. The state left its user teetering on the brink of death. As the dust settled, a single crystal fell from Joonghyuk's chest, landing on the ground with a soft plop. Both men remained motionless, their bodies battered and their spirits tested, and the weight of their choices hung heavy in the air. Gilyung took the crystal in his hands, and Dokja ordered him to hand it over. Gilyung squirmed and told him he had heard everything. Just as he was about to finish, Swan shouted and told him to get away from Dokja. Dokja apologized to him and snatched the crystal from his hands. A notification appeared. The personal skill bookmark would be forcibly deactivated. Dokja screamed as a great surge of power flooded into him. A notification followed. Constellations of the Nebula Veda grinned with anticipation. Dokja knew this was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Blue tabs confirmed that he had met the requirements for becoming the 73rd Demon King. The Grand Jewel was impressed with his potential. Dokja had obtained a new main scenario, his mission, to massacre all living beings on the 3rd floor of the Dark Castle. If he chose the path of the Demon King, if he refused, he would be permanently expelled. Everyone ran to stop him, but Dokja had already made his decision. The crystal, called the Grand Jewel, had chosen him as its candidate. Dokja has been selected as the new Demon King and has been granted a new story. Now everyone feels the weight of his transformation. The star stream begins to announce his prefix, declaring him a fabled constellation. His stigma unlocks, and a powerful mana stains his constellation. He is now a fallen constellation. As the wind clears, Dokja's face begins to show. He already knows what the star stream calls the Demon King, a fallen constellation. The shock ripples through the constellations. Even those of pure good alignment respond, but instead of hostility, they show him hospitality. Dokja's appearance has changed dramatically. His eyes now glow bright red. Dark mana flows through his body, and great horns curl from his head. Enormous black wings spread wide from his back, their ends curving like the beaks of predatory birds. The darkness around him pulses with unholy energy, creating an atmosphere that is both suffocating and awe-inspiring. The notification system flickers ominously before all present, declaring that the main scenario of the 73rd Dark King will now begin. Each word hangs in the air like the toll of an iron bell. Dokja, now fully transformed into the Demon King, surveys the room with a smirk that doesn't reach his dark crimson eyes. Black mana glows in the veins of his arms, and his razor-sharp nails twitch with anticipation. The energy inside him is like a chaotic storm, threatening to consume everything in its path. Standing tall, he commands his companions to rise, his voice echoing unnaturally. He asks if they still remember the way to defeat a Demon King. His smirk deepens as he leans forward, his gaze cutting through them. He tells them to start the scenario. For a moment, his peers remain frozen in shock, disbelief painted across their faces. Even the wanderers seem paralyzed, breathing shallow and uneven, as if trapped in a nightmare. Dokja's smirk grows. A flicker of amusement dances in his otherwise lifeless eyes. He declares mockingly that they only have 30 minutes to complete the first phase, urging them to stop hesitating and get to work. His announcement echoes endlessly in the dark, cavernous space, amplifying the tension. His allies exchange uncertain glances, overwhelmed by the weight of his transformation. Soo-young finally breaks the silence, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and sorrow. She declares that they cannot fight him, not even under his orders. Dokja retorts with a sharp reminder. He is Kim Dokja, the one who has defied death time and time again. He assures them that even if they kill him, he will return. His statement stirs murmurs among the group. They recall his earlier hints about his death, but Dokja clarifies. Those words were merely to taunt Joonghyuk. He adds that trust is the foundation of this desperate plan. Turning to Kion, he singles her out, telling her she is the only one suited for the task. Her fists clench tightly, knuckles whitening under the strain. She accuses him of being heartless, of disregarding everything they shared. But even as tears sting her eyes, she steels herself. She turns to the group, her voice firm and unwavering. They have no choice. If they hesitate, they will all die. Her words cut through the fear like a blade. Her resolve sparks determination in the others. With a battle cry, she charges at Dokja, leading by example despite the turmoil inside her. As she closes the gap, memories of Dokja flood her mind, moments of laughter, understanding, and camaraderie, but she forces them aside. Dokja watches her approach. His expression is inscrutable. The notification system flickers again. It reveals that the probability of the scenario has taken control of his body. Sangha, standing in the back, begins to cry. Her voice breaks as she questions whether Dokja really has a backup plan. She wants to believe everything is accounted for, that they only need to trust his instructions. Despite her fear, she draws her sword, hands trembling. Dokja's voice cuts through the tension, commanding Hyunsung to rise and fight. He reminds him of his oath to protect the group and the importance of preventing more needless death. Hyunsung's hesitation melts away. With a scream, he shifts into his armored form, his steely frame glowing with power. The group rallies. Their determination is reignited by Dokja's words. They launch a coordinated, relentless assault. But even as their blows land, Dokja barely flinches. His smirk returns, a haunting reminder of his overwhelming power. He knows they can't defeat him in time unless someone lands a critical blow. His gaze shifts to Heewon, the one he trusts most to carry this through. She hesitates, her voice trembling, as she recalls his request for her to become his companion. She protests. Companions shouldn't be forced to kill each other. Dokja counters, urging her to act before it's too late. He warns that the second phase is imminent and summons a red fireball crackling with mana. Its heat forces the others to shield their faces. Heewon steadies herself, her mind clouded with emotion as she prepares to strike. She activates her skill. Time of Judgment. The notification system displays the activation process. But to her dismay, a constellation objects, canceling the skill. Heewon falters, confused. Dokja looks skyward, his expression grim, and pleads with the demonic judge of fire to reconsider. His voice cracks as he reminds them of the cost of inaction. After a tense moment, the constellation relents. Hewen's skill reactivates. Her sword ignites with flame, its brilliance slicing through the dark. She channels her full strength into her attack. The clash is catastrophic. Flames erupt, consuming the dark castle in fire. Hewen's sword slashes across Dokja's chest, leaving a gaping wound oozing dark energy. He grits his teeth, the pain nearly overwhelming, but the fourth wall keeps him conscious. The observing constellations react with mixed emotions. Some revel in his suffering, others toast to his endurance. The notification chimes again. Only 10 minutes remain in the scenario. Now entering the third phase, Dokja feels his body hardening. Cracks form along his skin as the energy inside reaches its peak. He roars, urging his companions to continue. They respond with renewed effort. Their attacks wear down his defenses. Joonghyuk, overwhelmed, cries out. Her constellation, a nameless entity, watches silently. She forces herself up, her fiery eyes blazing. Beside her, Gilyung roars, summoning his strength. Together, they unleash a devastating attack, a dragon spewing purple flames that sear through Dokja's cracked form. Suyung, drained from healing, collapses. But her efforts are not in vain. Yu's strength is restored. Now unified in purpose, the group launches one final assault. Their combined power drives Dokja to the brink. As the timer ticks down, the outcome of the scenario hangs in the balance. Each strike, each heartbeat, a reflection of the bonds forged through hardship and sacrifice. Dokja, battered and broken, looks upon his companions with pride, knowing that they have risen to the challenge. Even as darkness threatens to consume him, his smirk lingers, a reminder of the man who defied fate to protect those he cared for. The fire from the dragon has caused a great deal of injury, and everyone else is crying, seeing Dokja in this state. Dokja jumps away from the fire from the dragon, and Joonghyuk moves forward toward him. Dokja and Joonghyuk are fighting against each other. Dokja, having hundreds of splashes around his body, falls to the side when Joonghyuk hits him. 4 minutes are left to complete the scenario, and Dokja looks at Joonghyuk. He tells him not to look at him like that, as it should have been him who died here. Dokja tells him to end it here and use a specific thing. Joonghyuk pretends not to know what Dokja is talking about. Dokja tells him he knows he is pretending and avoiding using that specific thing. Dokja's eyes go to his sword. Joonghyuk tells him he won't be able to resurrect if he uses that. He cannot resurrect while he is the Demon King. Joonghyuk then draws his sword, saying he never thought he would have to use it. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is in despair. It is the heavenly sword of gathering clouds, also known as Amun Nom Yumo Noi. It is the sword he got after defeating Yamat no Orochi's shadow in Peaceland. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, lets out a deep sigh. The source of Dokja's power for his resurrection attribute, 8 lives, is the constellation Yamat no Orochi. It can't help but be weak against the sword that ended up killing Yamat no Orochi. Dokja knows if this sword slashes him, he will lose all the remaining lives he has left. The constellation, queen of the darkest spring, holds her breath. Yusung is crying her heart out. Suddenly, she receives a great amount of power from above, and an unnamed constellation has granted their incarnation a stigma. She starts crying even harder. The effects of the stigma, the will of sacrifice 1, have been activated, and the master of the stigma has risked their life for someone else. The party's attack power has risen in proportion to the desperation they are in. The probability of the scenario begins taking control of his body. There are only 3 minutes in the scenario to end. Incarnation Dokja Kim will be driven to death by the being he loves the most. Dokja, with his fire energy monoball, comes forward, thinking he didn't know all prophecies are metaphors, and it was not a specific person who would end up killing him. The constellation, secretive plotter, is watching him. In the star stream, all stories are considered to be living beings. The constellations, demonic judge of fire, prisoner of the golden headband, abyssal black flame dragon, and god of naval warfare, are also watching him. Dokja says that the stories that will end up spelling his doom are creeping upon him sentence by sentence. It was once like a parent to him, and other times it was his friend and his lover. It wasn't the TWSA he knew. It was a story even more fascinating than any chapter he had read before. He asks himself, where do stories go after leaving the author's pens? He looks at the sky in desperation, and there are only 2 minutes left in scenario completion. He looks up, tears fall from his cheek, and then he is stabbed by Joonghyuk. It becomes his very own story now. A little constellation of a little planet is looking at him. All the constellations of the Korean peninsula are watching, as this is his last moment, and his has been realized. Dokja wobbles as his blood oozes, and Joonghyuk grabs his arm. Dokja rests his head on his shoulder. Dokja asks him if they had great fun. Everyone cries while looking at Dokja, who now falls to the ground. His total lives have been removed due to the effect of the heavenly sword of gathering clouds. He can no longer resurrect. He stands up, and a great red energy surrounds him. His body starts vanishing away, and while going away, he advises Joonghyuk to survive. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband doesn't want him to die, and the constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon doesn't want him to die either. Everyone calls for Dokja, but he vanishes away in the red energy around him. No constellation wants him to die. Joonghyuk runs and grabs him, but even with his grab, his body starts vanishing and turning into ashes. And with this, a notification comes, telling them the main scenario has ended. Joonghyuk calls for him and desperately looks at him going away. Soul Doom has been freed. The notification tells someone has completed the 10th main scenario, and a flash leaves everyone blinded. Some injured people are finally feeling better, as it has all ended. The Wanderers are left crying their hearts out on Dokja's death. The constellations of the pure good alignment have removed him from being declared evil. His physical incarnation has perished completely. The notification shows he has failed to clear the scenario. He has been expelled. The Star Stream has announced the modifier, the Demon King of Salvation. On the other hand, congratulations to the Wanderers on clearing the 10th scenario. They have completed it and can now escape from the Soul Dome. They glance at the sky. Jihee asks if anyone knows where Dokja has gone. They all keep asking Joonghyuk, and he replies in denial, saying he doesn't know. Gilyung cries, saying Dokja told them he wouldn't die. The notification shows that the constellation CAEE pill breaks the pen in half. The god of alcohol and ecstasy stares into the abyss, and the constellations of the Korean peninsula lament the death of the constellation. They look at the Soul Dome, and the constellations of the Korean peninsula swear to hold someone's name in memory. Joonghyuk thinks there should be a way. If he regresses now, Dokja might come back to life. However, he thinks if Dokja doesn't come back, even if he regresses, he hears in his mind Dokja asking him not to be a fool and think that things will get better if he keeps repeating things. Joonghyuk then thinks if the Dokja he will meet in the next rounds acts differently. Dokja in his mind tells him to live the life he is in now. He again says in his mind that it very well could be the case that this world he is about to abandon might be the one round that he has. Dokkabi appears in the sky and asks the reason for them still standing there, even when the system has given the message. Then he understands that they are all lamenting his death. Heewon asks about Dokja, and Dokkabi replies that he has been expelled from the scenario. Heewon furiously asks if Dokja is alive or dead. Dokkabi informs them that he doesn't know exactly and whether it be an incarnation or a constellation. There is no way for those who have been expelled from the scenarios to survive. He says that is all he knows, and they should focus on the scenario they are in instead of wasting their time on such trivial matters. They still have not fully escaped from the Soul Dome. Another notification comes which tells them they need to leave the Soul Dome within halfway, and the route to escape will be provided to them. All of them start moving, following the arrows on the ground. When Heewon stops suddenly, she sees a woman and a kid in front of her, and they have a few people with them. She looks at the path in front of them, thinking this is the exit. People start murmuring about leaving. Soo-young calls Joonghyuk and tells him not to waste the chance he got because of Dokja. Joonghyuk then starts to move, and everyone makes way for him. He says he won't give up on his current life, and so does every one of them. Joonghyuk tells them all to go while he puts his fist through the wall against him. He breaks the wall and creates a path for everyone. Dokja grunts as he falls on the ground. He opens his eyes, being in great pain. All his bones and body are aching, and his skin is hardened like a dead animal. He recognizes the voice of the fourth wall and asks himself where he is. Around him are many tall broken buildings, and it looks like it is a barren city. He recognizes it as Seoul. The notifications tell him he is currently expelled from the scenarios, and he is currently outside of the scenario area. He lets out a cold laugh, thinking he would have been flooded with messages from constellations. But all he can see now is this one message of being expelled from scenarios. He thinks he is alone now. He thinks his friends must have escaped safely. Fourth Wall is speaking his thoughts again, stating he is happy as he is. He also feels a tinge of sadness at being left alone. He starts to walk. Now that he is alone, he has a task to accomplish, and only because of that task he chose this miserable path of death. He glances here and there at barren buildings, walking the streets of Seoul. He becomes immersed in his memories of recent events. Everywhere he goes, he sees the places he has taken part in scenarios with his friends. He gets reminded that he is now a part of TWSA. Dokja mockingly tells the fourth wall to shut up about all the nonsense. He mocks it again, saying that if it insists no one is around Dokja and he is alone, then it should be the one answering any questions he wants answered. Dokja looks at his hands trying to make sense of everything. He reminds himself that he managed to survive since becoming a constellation, but his physical incarnation is destroyed. Notifications inform him that many of his stories have been damaged, and his physical incarnation is currently destroyed. He understands now that he doesn't have a body, just a very incomplete set of stories. The blue tabs again warn him that his physical incarnation is in extreme danger, and there doesn't seem to be any way to restore his body. He asks if he can still use the Omniscient reader's viewpoint, but the tab informs him that the area he's in doesn't allow the use of that skill. He learns that he has lost all contact with his incarnation and cannot access the channel system. He tells himself that maybe he truly is alone here. Then, the fourth wall says no one can see him, and he can't see anyone either. Dokja smiles, thinking he is not completely alone after all, and asks how long the fourth wall plans to keep this up. The fourth wall replies that he is too stupid to understand why the great fourth wall bothers narrating everything that's happening. Dokja responds that it can do more than just describe things and questions the nature of the fourth wall skill. The fourth wall keeps calling him stupid, which infuriates Dokja, and he tells it to shut up or he'll switch the skill off. The fourth wall asks if it should stop speaking. Dokja tells it to stop and leave him alone for a while. The fourth wall goes silent. Dokja takes his face in his hands and grunts. Suddenly he grabs his throat. He can't breathe. It feels like someone is squeezing the air out of his lungs. The rate at which his stories are being damaged increases. In the star stream, a world made of stories, there are no exceptions. Whether one is an incarnation or a constellation, all beings breathe and exist through stories. If Dokja's stories keep being damaged, he won't be able to exist. Dokja looks at his hands and pleads for help. He finally understands the real reason behind the fourth wall's rambling. It was trying to keep him alive. Struggling for breath, he realizes that the fourth wall was creating a story to keep him alive in a place where stories don't exist. The fourth wall activates again. Dokja, still in great pain and struggling to breathe, hears the fourth wall call him a fool. Dokja now realizes he underestimated the situation. If not for the fourth wall, he would have died the moment he arrived here. The fourth wall tells him he now understands not to take it for granted. Dokja asks how long it can protect him. The fourth wall replies, not very long. Dokja understands that the fourth wall would naturally struggle to withstand the plausibility storm. It can only be neutralized with the help of a constellation. He turns around and sees something. The fourth wall tells Dokja that he knows what it is. Dokja agrees. It's a scenario cleanser. The fourth wall starts narrating that Dokja believes the cleanser's presence means the cleaning of the scenario has begun, and soon the horizon's demons will appear. Dokja tells the fourth wall it's good at reading minds, but he needs to find something first. He wanders around searching. Eventually, he lifts a lid and sees a notification, a message from someone saying they can trust Dokja, that they've left these here as Dokja asked, and thanking him for being an incarnation on their channel. They hope he survives. Dokja opens another lid, finds a sword in there. He grabs it, and the notification tells him he has received a new attribute and has obtained an unbreakable faith. On the other hand, he obtains an egg called a doibi egg. He moves out and sits on a rock, thinking he has collected all the items he asked Beong to prepare for him. He sits there, waiting for it to appear. He sits alone, staring at the empty road. Someone arrives holding a light in their hand, and Dokja knows it is here. The thing appearing asks Dokja if he is the king of salvation. The fourth wall tells that demons dwell in the story's horizon. They're neither demon kings nor part of the demonic species, but they're still called demons nonetheless. They crave stories as much as the dobi, and despise the dobi as much as they crave stories. If you have been expelled from a scenario, this is the only thing one can count on as the mercy of Horizon's demons. The Horizon's demon, with his yellow eyes, stares at Dokja. He says to Dokja how strange, it's odd that even with the archdemon's eyeball, he cannot see his information. Dokja replies that not even prophets can see his information. The demon flinches when Dokja says he seems behind the times for a Weni man. The demon asks if he knew he would come. Dokja stands up and presents the doibi egg in front of him and asks if he is here for this. The demon furiously tells Dokja that the soul is only his. He says that his version in the parallel universe sent that, so it only belongs to him. Dokja shows him he doesn't understand. The demon tells him he was wondering where the soul meant to return to the underworld had gone, but now he sees Dokja got his hands on it. He asks Dokja to return the soul to him. Dokja acts dumb and asks if Starstream has some sort of lost and found. This egg contains Ying Shin from Joonghyuk's fourth round, which makes everything the demon is saying sound right. He was the one who transformed Ying and brought her to this dimension. The demon tells him that if he wants to play, then he can ask the soul directly, as she has free will to choose as well. Dokja calls Yusing and asks if the Weni man is her actual owner. Dokja quivers and tries to look into the egg. He then replies to the egg that he understands that the Weni man is not her owner and asks about her belonging to any one of them. Dokja then smirks at the demon, saying he completely understands that souls cannot belong to anyone in the same way no one can possess a story. The demon smiles and asks if the demon king of salvation wants to strike a bargain with him. Dokja agrees. The demon tells him even if his achievements have drawn great attention here, still, if he wants to strike a deal, he better hand over the egg to him first. Dokja tells him he needs him, and he cannot do this. The demon accuses him of not even knowing the value of the egg. Dokja refuses and tells him he knows everything. The being to be born from this egg can create a channel. The demon asks if he knows the significance of that. Dokja starts explaining the significance. He says it means a star stream can be transmitted without the management center's authority. This egg can produce countless stories, and he asks if the demon wants the egg because of this feature as well. The demon asks if he wants to betray the star stream. Dokja tells him he doesn't know and asks if the management center is the entirety of the star stream. The demon informs him that sometimes one part is the same as the whole. Dokja mocks him and then tells him he will destroy the world of Doi. The demon grins upon hearing Dokja's intentions and praises his bravery. Dokja knows that the Weni men, active where the Dokubus channel doesn't reach, play a role similar to the black market operations of Starstream. The demon asks if Dokja only has two requests. First, he wishes to return to a scenario, and second, he wants to obtain a new physical incarnation. Dokja nods. For a price, the demons can return exiles to scenarios and even provide unique objects that can be acquired in a channel, but the price they ask in return is very steep. The demon agrees to both his wishes. He tells him that in return, Dokja needs to give him the egg. Dokja doesn't agree, and the demon refuses to help him. Dokja doesn't understand. If the demon won't give him what he wants without the egg, then what is he supposed to do? He tells him again that he cannot give the egg, and even if he gives him the egg, he won't be able to use it. The demon asks if Dokja has fed his stories to the egg, and Dokja agrees. The demon is surprised yet thinks this is a foul idea, mixing Doibi in stories. Dokja opens a notification and says he has something to give the demon instead of the egg. He opens the story list and tells him he can give him a story. The demon looks at the stories and is amazed by them, and he agrees to choose one instead of the egg. Dokja tells him he can choose one for now. The demon chooses the story, The One Who Killed Another World God. Dokja smiles and tells him he's being too greedy, as this is his only semi-mythical story. The demon then moves to another one and says he will choose The King of the World Without a King. Dokja refuses again, saying that is his birth story and he can't give it away. The demon then questions about the one as the demon king of salvation. Dokja refuses again, saying that's how he formally became a constellation. He won't give it away. The demon chooses the one who fought against a miracle. Dokja refuses again, saying he needs this one later. Dokja tells him he can give him the Salat Tang allied forces, and the demon tells him he wouldn't even take it for free. Dokja then asks about the insect genocide, but the demon refuses, saying it's already been done before. Dokja grins and tells him he can give both of them to him and other historical grade stories. The demon says he better take it, as Dokja is refusing to make a deal. Dokja had already expected that it would not be easy to bargain with a Horizons demon. Dokja's physical incarnation is now falling apart, and he has very little time left. His body has started to vanish away in ashes. The fourth wall starts to create a story to buy him more time. It narrates that Dokja is now thinking about which story to give the demon. Just then, a story jumps into his mind. Dokja presents him a story. It is a legendary story but has no special skills. However, just the fact that the story existed is enough to pique the Weni man's interest. The Weni man looks intrigued by the existence of such a story. He laughs aloud and Dokja asks if he likes the story. He accepts the story of the one who scorned a storyteller. The demon laughs and takes it as a delightful story. The man highlights Dokja's two wishes. 1, he wishes to return to a scenario, and 2, he wants to obtain his new physical incarnation. He tells him the story he offered is quite rare, but practically contains no skill. It falls a bit short of the price mark, which leaves Dokja surprised. The demon agrees only to give him the physical incarnation. Dokja asks him again, but the demon refuses. He confirms that because of what Dokja did, the Korean Peninsula's management center and nebulae are on edge. Currently, nearly all the routes returning to a scenario on Earth are blocked off, and even with greater payment, it would be impossible. Dokja tells him he wants to return to the scenario, and it is even more important than the incarnation. The demon thinks this can be a problem. Dokja asks if he can participate in any other scenario besides Earth. The Weni man confirms that he knows a few places, but that'll be even more difficult, and moving to an escape scenario requires greater probability. The man tells him that it is a much rarer story than he thinks and asks, which incarnation can obtain a story about beating up a Dokubi? Dokja smiles and tells him to show this story off to his friends. The Weni man speaks again. He tells him he might know a place Dokja can go, the demonic realm. The man shows him the demonic realm, telling him that it is the 73rd demonic realm and is without a reigning demon king. He explains that it is the place where scenario stragglers gather. Dokja asks if he is sending him to a scenario. The man confesses he is not returning him to a scenario. He is merely moving him to the 73rd demonic realm. The Wenny man laughs and tells him he will give him a tip. It would take considerable effort and luck, but depending on how he uses the information, he might be able to return to a scenario and also obtain a physical incarnation. The man laughs and opens a demonic realm for Dokja. He asks Dokja to enter quickly, as the portal won't last long. Dokja enters the portal and the star stream glimpses his existence. The star stream turns a blind eye to him. Dokja keeps falling through space, and a notification tells him he has reached an area adjacent to a scenario. Dokja crashes onto the ground, and the tab says his story is being damaged. Dokja grunts, and the tab tells him he needs a new physical incarnation. His birth story starts to leak out. Dokja knows that if he doesn't hurry and find a physical incarnation and seal the wounds he got after entering the portal, it will be bad for him. He looks around and gasps when he realizes he has arrived at the scenario's horizon of the 73rd realm. It is a place littered with waste thrown out of scenarios by the cleaners, where those expelled from scenarios like him end up. Dokja looks around and realizes it's just a landfill. The demon's voice tells him to obtain a physical incarnation as soon as possible, and of course he can only get that if he uses components worth using. He then says that how Dokja acquires the components is none of his business. After praying that the horizon blesses Dokja, the voice leaves him alone in the landfill. Dokja is sweating and in great pain. The fourth wall begins narrating that soon Dokja's expression changes. His eyes dart about in panic, then regain their composure. His mouth closes, and after straightening out his clothes, he mumbles to himself that, "This is rough." The fourth wall thinks Dokja is bad at acting, and Dokja asks it to shut up. The fourth wall keeps saying he needs to conceal the fact that coming to this place had been his true goal all along. He has to hide what he knows about this place and get what he wants. Dokja smiles and accepts that he was only acting strange to avoid making the Wenny man suspicious. And this is exactly the place he wanted to come to. His birth starts to fall apart, and it hurts Dokja. When he looks, he sees an armor and knows this is Joonghyuk's 11th round. The place Joonghyuk came to regain his power after being expelled from the scenario. Dokja looks around, thinking Joonghyuk found his new body in this dumping ground, but he doesn't see a story that would make a good physical incarnation. He freezes and activates the attribute effect. His eyes glow golden, and he activates the attribute he purchased for 3 million coins from Biham Lamar's giraffe. The attribute's effect is to absorb destroyed stories and restructure a body. The effect starts searching the place for story fragments to absorb. Story fragments are quickly detected. He picks up a part that looks like a heart and thinks maybe he should start with this. In the next scene, it is daytime. In the city, among the buildings, there are some reporters with mics and cameras asking Huan to open up. They want to ask her some questions. Huan looks out from the window. She closes the curtains, thinking it has been so long since she had a bed and a soft blanket all to herself. But with all the reporters, she can barely get any rest. It has been a week since they all escaped the Seoul Dome, and a lot has happened since then. With the help of the provisional government, they received residences in Yonggi. Then they were called in to answer some questions. She recalls that they kept asking about scenarios and other people like her. At first, she kept answering sincerely, but as time went on, everything started annoying her. The few National Assembly and City Council members who had luckily survived and created the provisional government could not understand the situation and firmly believed it would still be relevant to face the scenarios as a nation. Moving around, there was only one thing she could tell them when they were clinging to their outdated beliefs in this new era. She tells them they need to change their shoes and undo their neckties, as this is not the best attire for running away. Ji-hee opens the door and greets Hui-won. She greets her back and asks about Suk-young. Ji-hee tells her she is shut in the room with the kids. Suk-young is in the room with Yu-sung and Gil-young, who are still crying and sad since Dokja is gone. Gil-young sits on the bed saying it would have been nice if there was at least a manual, like that army man said. Hui-won asks if she has heard anything from Hyun-sung. She informs her that he was called by the military on the first day, and since then, she has heard nothing. Ji-hee sighs, saying he should not have gone. Hui-won starts thinking about the situation. Then she looks at the notification that the scenario will begin in 3 days. She knows the next scenario will be different from anything they've gone through before. Another notification explains that now she can respond to the summons of supporting constellations and can receive individual traits from them. Individual trials are treated as hidden scenarios, but when they overlap with particular main scenarios, they can replace the main scenario. Replacing the main scenario is only possible until the start of the 25th scenario. Ji-hee tells her to stay relaxed as Joonghyuk told her, and nothing extra will happen for quite some time now. Hui-won questions about Joonghyuk. She says he wandered off somewhere, muttering Dokja's name, and she guesses it makes sense, considering he always wanted to kill Dokja. She asks about Soo-young. Ji-hee informs her that she left this morning, saying she had to talk to government officials, and she also said something about it being time to harvest the seeds she had sown. Hui-won remembers Dokja telling her that if something happens to him, she should stay with Soo-young. Hee-won quickly grabs her sword, starts to leave, and tells Jae-hee she cannot just sit around here forever. They need to be prepared. Jae-hee tells her she is coming with her. When they go outside, reporters start attacking them with questions. Hee-won looks at the banner someone is holding, calling her a hero. She thinks this is all pathetic and asks if they want to know what happened. She says she is not the hero they all think she is. She was not a candidate for the national team, nor was she even good at kendo before the apocalypse. She was just a bartender at a cheap bar. All the reporters start murmuring. The Constellation Bald Army General gazes at her with a sad expression as she utters and asks the reporters if they know who Dokja is. Just then, the Constellation Bald Army General is reminded of someone by her utterance. Everyone starts asking about who Dokja is. She tells them they all did not make it out alive on their own. Everyone seems interested in knowing about Dokja all of a sudden. Hee-won thinks they are only interested in listening to stories of those who are alive, finding it entertaining to hear stories of hearsay. But it doesn't matter to her, because as far as she thinks, she knows Dokja will be back. Dokja starts mimicking the fourth wall and narrating everything he is doing. The fourth wall says it feels sleepy, and Dokja asks it not to sleep. It's easier for him when it is narrating the stuff. Some of the absorbed stories start creating conflict, and Dokja thinks this is not as easy as he thought it would be. The fragments of the stories he will obtain by using Lamar's giraffe are the ruined heart of the young golden dragon, the right arm of the pitiful swordmaster. The first story fragment's original name was the ruined heart of the young gold dragon who was torn apart by the otherworld god. However, the torn apart by the otherworld god part was not absorbed. This is the advantage of Lamar's giraffe. Since Lemurian inheritance is not a widely accepted theory, it is not as effective in absorbing stories as other evolution-type attributes. But on the other hand, it also does not absorb negative traits of stories. The notifications show that his new physical incarnation is formed. The creation of the new incarnation has delayed the destruction of his existence, and the effect is only temporary, so he should return to a scenario as soon as possible. Dokja starts feeling chilly. He opens his eyes and starts feeling a little warm, and the tab shows someone is talking about him. His story is being created on the planet Earth. Dokja wonders if it is Joonghyuk, Hong Hee-won, or Sang-ga talking about him on Earth. He feels strange that someone is talking about him and remembers him. The tab shows that the story The Legend of Dokja Kim was created on the planet Peaceland. He sighs at the name of the story, wishing they get his name right on Earth, unlike Dokja's Akim. He then thinks the first thing he needs to do is obtain the scenario of the demonic realm. The notification tells him he is approaching a scenario area. The route he is taking now is the same Joonghyuk took in his 101st round. As long as nothing unusual pops up, the plan will likely work. He recalls that Joonghyuk's 101st round was quite eventful, and he thinks that was the round when the author of TWSA was in a slump. He is not sure if it was because he gave some advice in the comments, but a new character suddenly appeared, and the story's viewpoint changed. Dokja quivers looking at the egg. He calls it a cutie. Dokja thinks he cannot be calling her young once it hatches and starts thinking what he should call her. Dokja hears a noise, so he turns back. He hides behind a wall, keeping the egg inside. When he looks, many creatures are collecting the stories. Dokja recognizes them as collection slaves. They take orders from those who govern the demon realm and collect story fragments to use as fuel. From around the horizon, the fourth wall explains that Dokja realizes if collection slaves are wandering about, an industrial complex should be nearby. Industrial complexes are like cities in the demon realm. There is a plant that grinds up the broken story fragments with a residential area surrounding it. He recalls the nearest industrial complex should be Sisui. He sees someone shouting they need to move as they are behind on fuel collection for the day. Dokja recognizes him as an overseer and suspects if he is here with them, it must be a large-scale collection. A collection slave reaches Dokja. He looks at Dokja and asks him to kill him. Dokja is startled by his sudden presence. Dokja's attribute candidate of Demon King has been activated. Dokja understands that this is what happens to those who have lost stories. No one remembers them. Dokja makes a decision. He kills the slave and wears its robe and the number the creature had on its arm. Dokja puts it on his arm and gets in line with others. Dokja decides to blend with other slaves and enter the complex. Dokja assures himself that they don't inspect slaves thoroughly, so he might be able to enter the complex. The overseer looks at the slave named Yield, who is before Dokja, and tells him he has yielded very low. He slashes him and calls Dokja, telling him to take him and throw him in the fuel tank. Dokja recognizes him as the demon Baron Chesson. He can kill him if he tries with all his power, but if he gets rid of the overseers himself, the Duke who owns the industrial complex would likely notice him. Dokja then thinks it would be dangerous to fight them without a fully intact physical incarnation. Dokja moves next and presents whatever collections he had from the slave he killed earlier. The overseer rattles through his things and says he has brought quite a lot. Dokja lets out a sigh of relief. The overseer orders everyone to take a page from his book. The yields have been too inadequate recently. He tells Dokja his work is good and asks him to move ahead. The notification shows that Dokja has entered a scenario. The city is encircled by a huge wall and low slate roofs that form an uneven skyline. Sometimes one would even see a steam engine pass by on the main road. The city was a jumble of people from various cultures and classes. It was a place the constellations rarely kept an eye on, but it was home to many lives. It was a place for those who lived the scenario outside of the scenario. This place is an industrial complex, and it is as Dokja depicted it. Dokja wears his clothes again, thinking about what was said in TWSA, that this is the CC's industrial complex of the 73rd Demon Realm. At first sight, some might say it is the Demon Realm. It should not be peaceful, and that the place is just like Earth where humans live. On the other hand, that could also mean that the human world was just terrible. The tab showed Dokja that some of the absorbed stories are causing a configuration conflict, to which Dokja thinks he might need to move faster than he thought. The fourth wall feels sleepy. The fourth wall has temporarily fallen silent, and due to its sleep, Dokja feels sparks in his body. Everyone seems to be catching an eye on him. Everyone starts shouting that he is in exile. Dokja starts moving forward speedily, and people think they need to report this immediately. Dokja thinks he needs to run away as soon as possible. Someone shouts, "A noble's train is passing." The train comes and everyone runs away from the path of the train. It's a locomotive train. A woman says it looks like a Gilboo's locomotive. It has been passing a lot lately. As the train created a distraction, Dokja runs and hides behind a building. The man says noble's business doesn't concern them, so it doesn't matter if this is a train of a noble. The other says it could be important, as there is talk of the 73rd Demon Realm being integrated. The man says they say Melisson and Birkin have joined hands. That surely puts Cece's on its shoes. The woman gasps, hearing that the rumor was true. Then she says, "But Rise Realm's been without a Demon King for thousands of years already." The man replies that's why they say the Demon King will come from their realm. He explains that the word is spreading, that an oracle is spreading among the Demon Kings. It is about the emergence of a new Demon King. The Dukes must all be thinking it will be them. Dokja knows there is a class system in this industrial complex. There are nobles of the Demon Realm who govern the industrial complex. Then comes the workers, made up of incarnations laboring in various sectors. And then comes the collection slaves, who once were workers but lost their stories and were corrupted. Dokja starts walking, wiping his face, thinking the Dukes of the 73rd Demon Realm must be trying to prevent the emergence of a Demon King. If a Demon King appeared, their system of power would come crumbling down in a flash. But he knows a Demon King must be made even whether they want it or not. This is the reason for his coming to the Demon Realm. The weenie man starts speaking out of a sudden and praises Dokja's effort to survive. He says this is the second piece of information he will give him and asks him to find the clock shop Ica. He tells him that is where he can obtain whatever he wants. Dokja knows he needs to find the story's second protagonist here. Just then, he bumps into a boy who has golden yellow hair. As they bump, all the stuff the boy is carrying falls on the ground. The boy looks at Dokja with his blue eyes. The boy asks Dokja to look where he is going, and Dokja apologizes. Dokja tries to be polite with the boy, but the boy furiously tells him that his being sorry doesn't mean anything. The boy curses him and tells him all his parts dropped due to him. He keeps cursing at Dokja loudly and asking him to pick his parts up. And everyone starts looking their way. Dokja sweats and helps the boy pick things up. The boy then turns, tells him he needs to watch where he's going next time, because next time he won't let him go this easily. Dokja keeps looking at him as if he recognizes him. He recalls that just like any other fantasy novel, TWSA had lots of pretty and handsome characters. If a character was particularly pretty or handsome, TWSA would describe their look as outshining Joonghyuk, so much that it was like a smack to the face. He remembers that Kiro's Rodgram of Peaceland was one of such people. But there were still people in this world even more beautiful than Kiro's. And that boy was beauty worth 2 smacks to Joonghyuk's face. There were only 3 people in TWSA who were named like that. Dokja thinks he has found him. The clock bangs and a woman who is fixing something gets irritated by it. 2 demons are standing in front of her, and she asks them what they want. She asks them if they don't know that it's high time they got the picture, as they've been through this 3 times already. One of the 2 demons is Baron Melon, and the other is Demon Count Psylocke Shu. The woman asks if they think a mere clock shop owner can help them. Melon grabs her by the neck and tells her it's clear that she is no ordinary clock owner. However, she is not so epical to warrant 3 requests from the Duke. The woman says she made what they wanted last time too, but she cannot help them this time. Another voice comes from behind and asks the woman if she took some private loan or something and calls her Aileen. It's the handsome boy Dokja saw earlier. Psylocke recognizes the boy as the clock shop's foul-mouthed boy and asks if he wants to be executed. Melon moves forward saying he will handle the boy. Melon goes near the boy and says he always thinks he is so pretty. The boy replies that every time he sees him, he thinks he is truly revolting. Melon punches the boy in the chest and says with his looks, he'll make a fine addition to the Duke's concubines. The boy smirks and says he won't go if the pay is even less than what he gets here in the clock shop. Melon punches him again, this time in the face. The woman shouts and tells them it's no use taking the boy hostage. Psylocke asks if she is refusing the offer, then the boy would be a nice choice to take with them. Psylocke says if she won't go, then according to the Duke's order, they will collect all her taxes. The woman tells them she has been exempt from all the taxes, and Psylocke tells her it is no more like that, and now she owes them 50,000 coins. She fights back, saying there are no constellations around here, and she doesn't have that much money. They say if she doesn't pay, they'll take the boy with them and make him a concubine. The boy laughs and tells Aileen to collect 50,000 coins and run away. Psylocke is tired of the boy's big mouth and asks Aileen to accept the Duke's offer. This is her only chance. Just then, Dokja enters the shop, and both demons look back at him entering. Psylocke asks about him, and Dokja says he is just a customer. Psylocke replies that he suspects Dokja is not just a customer, and tells him to get lost as they're collecting taxes. Dokja says, by taxes you mean where one pays a lot if he makes a lot, and also pays a lot when he makes little? Melon is furious at what Dokja just said. Dokja starts to move forward. When Melon tries to stop him, Dokja still goes forward and picks up a product, telling Aileen that she has great products. Aileen tells him she always has good products. Dokja recognizes her as Mark, a magic engineer from the planet Lindbergh. Dokja guesses she speaks just like in TWSA. He tells her he wants to order a special object and asks if she can make one for him. She asks about his offerings in return. Dokja looks at the demons and tells her he is offering 50,000 coins. Aileen quickly strikes a deal with Dokja, as the boy recognizes Dokja from earlier. Psylocke asks about Dokja. Dokja smirks. Dokja tells him he is a customer. Melon was about to speak roughly to Dokja when Psylocke stops him. A notification shows, the character Demon Count Psylocke has taken an interest in you. Your understanding of the character has increased. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been activated. Psylocke understands that a mere citizen can never pay 50,000 coins this easily, and notes Dokja's great composure. He then observes his mana and thinks he recognizes him. Dokja knows about Psylocke's thoughts, as the CC's industrial complex is now swarming with rumors about a new demon king. Dokja asks him if he has guessed who he is. Psylocke asks if he is visiting from the Gilbo industrial complex. Dokja tells him he is slow and that he doesn't need to show his itinerary to some minions like Psylocke and Melon. Psylocke apologizes for not recognizing him. He thinks that if Dokja has the authority to move without a notice, then he must be at least a marquis, and nothing good can come from getting tangled up with the Gilbo industrial complex. Psylocke asks Melon to leave, as they have collected what they wanted to, and both of them leave. The golden-haired boy tells Dokja how impressive he was. Dokja smiles at him. Aileen asks if he is a noble or a demon. Dokja tells her he is neither a noble nor a demon, and asks if she will accept his request. Dokja removes his hand from his face and shows his body to her. Aileen quickly recognizes him as an exile. She quickly says she has yet not meddled with stories of this scale before. Dokja grabs her, trembling, and tells her she is the only one who can do this. She is the only decent story expert at this complex. He begs her to fix him. She lays Dokja down and asks who he is, because just an incarnation cannot have stories of this scale. She tells Dokja she cannot believe he is still alive even after absorbing such dangerous fragments. She then starts working on stabilizing him. After a little time, Dokja suddenly opens his eyes and the boy gets scared. Dokja is strapped on the bed and thinks it doesn't hurt anymore. The boy asks who he is and Dokja asks him to guess. He guesses and asks if he is a Ruri. Dokja asks him the reason for thinking he is a Ruri. The boy explains that it doesn't add up for a normal citizen in the demon realm to have that kind of fortune. Dokja tells him to keep speaking. The boy says he recalls that earlier Dokja said he is not a demon, and he doesn't seem like an average incarnation either. But he says he has looked through loads of unique stories, and Dokja appears to be strong. So it only leaves one option. He then asks Dokja if his deduction was impressive. Dokja, lying down, tells him there is a prerequisite for that deduction to be correct, though. The boy asks Dokja if he doesn't know who a Ruri is. He explains that Ruris obtain powerful strength in other dimensions or planets and return to their planet, and there is no way they could be weak. Dokja smiles and tells him he never knows. It's not like he has met all the Ruris in the universe, and asks him if he has. The boy starts thinking deeply. Dokja starts saying that some returnees might hate their homeland and decide not to return, or they might move from dimension to dimension multiple times and fall into despair that they could not obtain any special powers. He guesses perhaps they got a new physical form, but that body had no talents. Hearing this, the boy steps back. Dokja says the frustration they felt from the lack of talent led them to settle down in an adequate place, and they decided to live a normal life. The boy again asks who he is, and Dokja replies, "I am Kim Dokja." He then asks if the boy likes living in the demon realm. A notification shows, "Personal skill, character profiles has been activated." Dokja shows him the profile. The boy gets scared. Dokja sees this and says he forgot. They don't use real names here. Dokja then asks if he should call the boy Aslan, which leaves the boy as stunned as ever. The boy is surprised and asks how he knows his real name. Dokja remembers writing a comment back from his computer in the past and thinks, if he hadn't put that comment up, maybe Joonghyuk wouldn't even exist. The comment he added was about introducing a new character. Dokja recalls thinking about the background. Joonghyuk is a regressor, so maybe a dimension skipper would be nice as a new character. Dokja thinks, if only he had not written that comment, at least the second protagonist might not have had to suffer from moving through dimensions. Dokja tells him he's not talentless, he just doesn't know about his talent yet. Aslan is still speechless and doesn't understand a word Dokja is saying. Aileen enters and asks Aslan about all the commotion happening. She is surprised and pinned in place. Aileen asks Dokja if he's done something to him. There are people behind Aileen, and Dokja understands they must be from the Swiss Civil Council. Dokja shrugs. Aileen comes forward, and Dokja says Aslan is pretty ambitious. After all, he refused high-ranking positions in great demonic realms and came all the way to this border realm. Dokja asks Aileen if the Duke wants her to create giant soldiers. Aileen is speechless. Dokja explains that the Duke recently went on a tour of the underworld and has been sort of off-kilter since. This is the reason he's asking the impossible from her, and he doesn't even know what it is he's doing. Dokja tells her that now that she has refused 3 times, the Duke will drag her away and asks if she's prepared for this. He asks her to accept his request and assures her that he can stop the Duke for her. She asks who he is. Dokja smiles and says he is Joonghyuk, and he is going to become the Demon King of the 73rd Demon Realm. On the other side, Joonghyuk gets a notification that his notoriety is spreading in the 73rd Demonic Realm. At first he doesn't understand, and then he guesses, could it be Kim Dokja? Everyone is shocked at Dokja's words. Dokja thinks their reaction is different from how it was in TWSA. Dokja now feels stronger. The fourth wall starts narrating, this was a habit of Dokja's since his school days. Whenever his self-esteem was low or something important happened in his life, he would say to himself that he is Joonghyuk. Aileen asks the council members to give them some privacy as she wants to speak to the man alone. Everyone moves out, along with Aslan. Dokja asks her to release him before they talk, as this is not an ideal position for a conversation. Aileen ignores his request and asks if he knows what he's talking about, being the Demon King. Dokja shrugs and tells her carelessly that it only means he will be the king of the 73rd Demon Realm, and that he would also garner attention from the other 72 Demon Kings. She sits, her arms crossed over her chest. She tells him she has taken a look at his stories while treating him, but she still has no clue about his thoughts. She tells him that Duke Switz is strong, likely stronger than what Dokja imagines him to be. She tells him she understands his confidence because he has great stories, but asks him to prove that he is trustworthy. He tells her to make an oath of existence. She matches her hand with his, and they make an oath. No matter what they speak of here, they cannot leak it. He asks her not to reveal his true identity. She tells him this oath extends to all the council members who helped mend his stories. She sets him free of the straps. She tells him the Civil Council has long been looking for an opportunity to bring down the plant. Dokja thinks the plant is the heart of the industrial complex and the nucleus of power. He asks if she wants to arrest or eradicate the nobles. Aileen nods in agreement. He asks if they are all returnees. Still trying to interfere with the ecology of the demon realm, she confirms to him that they are not Ruris yet. Dokja now understands that not all Ruris complete a dimension skip scenario and return home. Some of them fail the scenario, and some hate their homeland and stay somewhere else. She tells him that many have tried to kill the Duke, but they failed. She explains that most of them couldn't get past his guard, let alone reach the Duke himself. The plant has a staggering 100 or so low-ranking nobles, like barons and viscounts. She says there are even 10 counts and 2 marquises. Dokja thinks it's not that bad. She asks him to prove his strength first. She wants to make sure he is of the caliber to face the nobles. As luck would have it, a suitable opponent has come to visit Switz. He asks if she means the Gabat Industrial Complex's envoy. He knows that the 73rd Demon Realm is buzzing with rumors about a Dark King, and the meeting between Switz and Gabat Industrial Complexes was planned to try to calm the growing tension. He assures her he understands her concerns. Dokja thinks if he can make good use of this opportunity and create a division between the 2 nobles, then it would be great. He asks Aileen if this is their first deal. She asks if he wants anything in return, and he tells her to mend his physical incarnation whenever he asks in the future, for free. She agrees and asks if there is anything more. He says he has one more thing. He asks her to lend him a scenario. He needs her people's revolutionary scenario. Since long ago, the demon realm has been unpopular among the constellations. Part of that was because the constellations and demon kings didn't get along, but the other reason was that most of the incarnations that entered the demon realm were failures. A man puts a mug of beer on the table. The bell jingles as Dokja enters the pub, and the fourth wall speaks again, that Dokja thinks among these revolutionary people. Dokja curses the fourth wall for speaking again. There are scenarios in the demon realm as well. One of the main scenarios here is the revolutionary one, that even the dukes had their eyes on. He recalls Aileen saying she doesn't know how he found out about the scenario, but she cannot help with it right now. No one knows who is the revolutionary as well. Dokja asks if she has any information on them. She says even if they gathered information, revolutionary changes each month, so there is no way to know who it is. She tells him no one would come forward and say they are revolutionary. You never know when spies are around. The fourth wall starts chatting again as Dokja is looking at people in the pub, saying the scenario number is different each time. But those who will receive scenario events are predetermined. It is always given to the subjugated class. Aileen told him that the citizens of this place remember vividly what happened to the last person to declare they were revolutionary. She advises him not to search through everyone. It will make everyone nervous. Dokja feels different, considering he cannot simply wait around. He has to get his hands on the revolutionary scenario so he can return to the original scenario. A man cleaning plates calls Dokja and asks if he has never seen him here before. Dokja tells him he just got here yesterday. The man tells him he made a good choice. He starts to add that their industrial complex might be a bit tough to live in, but the people here are warm-hearted. He asks Dokja if he wants anything to drink, but Dokja refuses, saying he doesn't like alcohol. The man tells him it is hard to go through the demon realm without alcohol. Dokja remembers that someone said something similar after he said he didn't drink much at his first company dinner. He starts thinking about it, considering he was cursed by the demon king of Modius himself, so he cannot simply know how he is, Dokja. Dokja tells the bartender he would like to order some food. Dokja hears someone saying that there is a place called Earth. When he turns, he sees television screens with yin. Others around them are all talking about how this is the most popular scenario these days. Dokja's eyes are fixed on the screen. He sees himself telling Uriel to kill him, just as he has killed others before. Dokja turns away and hides his face. Nearby, a man and a woman are conversing. One wants to return home, and the other tells him to ask Weniman, who can supposedly send him back. The bartender brings Dokja's food. As Dokja turns, he notices Aslan watching the screen with tears in his eyes. He walks over, places the food on the table, and gently asks if watching that makes him miss it. Aslan, surprised and startled, listens as Dokja smiles and tells him he doesn't need to be so on guard. He only wants to sit with him. Aslan asks if Dokja has finished talking with Aileen. Dokja brushes it off and tells him not to think about it. Aslan then glances at the food and asks if it's a special dish. Dokja offers it to him, and Aslan starts slurping it up. After devouring the whole plate, Aslan asks if Dokja is from Earth. Dokja confirms. Aslan then asks if he's going to appear on screen too. Dokja agrees and shows him. He points to Joonghyuk and tells Aslan that's him. Aslan squints and says it doesn't look like him. If Dokja were a smashed-up chunk of clay, the man on screen is more like an elegant vase crafted by the gods. Dokja explains he is in exile, and his stories have been crumbled. That's why he looks like this now. Aslan refuses to believe it. Dokja chuckles and says it's not him, then asks if Aslan thinks he's cool. Aslan agrees. Dokja tells him he'll introduce him to Joonghyuk, thinking that since Hyung idolizes Joonghyuk, maybe he'll want to return home. Aslan suddenly asks the reason for meeting Joonghyuk, catching Dokja off guard. Then Aslan points at the screen and says that guy is more interesting. When Dokja looks, he sees himself on screen again. He's confused as to why he's popular here, and thinks maybe he should stop pretending to be Joonghyuk. A notification pops up. His fame has grown, and he earns 1,500 coins. Aslan starts admiring Dokja on the screen and wonders if he has a girlfriend. He then asks Dokja if he knows that person too. Dokja agrees and questions Aslan's growing interest, but Aslan doesn't explain. Dokja recalls that in TWSA, Hyung was a guy. Apparently, the author reflected all of his comments but changed one thing. This guy's gender. The bartender turns off the lights, announcing nightfall. Aslan quickly tells Dokja to stay silent. Everyone shuts off their lights. The fourth wall narrates that the demon realm has a special kind of night. Citizens of the industrial complex don't just fear the nobles for their power, they fear the nights that come every 3 days. Tonight, everyone anxiously waits. The revolutionaries had the revolution, but the nobles had the executioner. A notification states that the target is under scenario protection and currently invincible. Only one person could ever stand against the executioner. The executioner arrives at the bar. This night, it's his execution ground. Someone must die before sunrise. He steps forward and asks, "Who is the revolutionary?" Aslan whispers to Dokja not to look into his eyes. The executioner approaches Aslan. Aslan clenches his eyes shut, terrified. Dokja places his hand on Aslan's head and stands between him and the executioner. The executioner asks who he is. The fourth wall narrates that Dokja wondered what Joonghyuk would have done in this situation. He concludes Joonghyuk wouldn't have revealed himself here, and that's probably why he had to regress hundreds of times. Dokja smirks. Dokja tells the executioner that he is the revolutionary, the only one who ever posed a threat to the almighty Duke of the industrial complex. A legend, a beacon of hope to the citizens, and at the same time, a symbol of despair. Dokja smirks and asks if the executioner isn't seeking a revolution. Dokja knows he's currently in exile, outside of any official scenario, and normally there's no way someone without a scenario could become the revolutionary, the centerpiece of the Demon Realm's main scenario. At least that's how it should be. A notification appears. His declaration has affected the main scenario of the Switz industrial complex. But Starstream only cares about one thing, probability. The executioner asks why he revealed himself. Dokja replies that if he hadn't, someone else would have died. He wonders if this is when the time effect should come into play. Another notification pops up. Everyone is admiring his bravery. This is exactly what Dokja wanted. The scenario now acknowledges him. He has been temporarily assigned the role of self-proclaimed revolutionary. If the original dies, he will succeed the title. Dokja figures this might be a limited hidden scenario instead of the main one. But even so, it will help him hold on for now. The executioner opens his mouth and starts laughing, sending icy winds toward Dokja. He has placed a mark of death on him. Dokja has been named the Night Sacrifice. The executioner orders everyone to leave. He begins attacking, but Dokja dodges the strike. A notification says the exile penalty has been partially alleviated, and Dokja begins to feel more alive. Even if it's just a hidden scenario, it's making a difference. A tab appears. The space is now temporarily sealed. A barrier surrounds the bar. Dokja cannot escape. No citizen can stand against an executioner. His special skill, execution, bypasses all defense and delivers a certain death blow. From outside, Aslan watches the fight. No matter how strong a citizen is, they cannot block an executioner's scythe in this scenario. Dokja draws his sword and begins attacking. The executioner is surprised. Dokja tells him, "I'm not even a citizen," and endures another attack. He mocks the executioner, telling him that his strength only comes from the night, so he should know better than to mess with him. Blue mana surrounds Dokja's sword as he warns the executioner. Once night ends, he'll be dead, and Dokja will kill him at the Duke's own palace. Elsewhere, Psylocke paces around, asking H if he can speak to the Duke. H tells him to pass the message through him, but Psylocke refuses. If he lets H deliver it, he'll take the credit. They're both just counts, but H has ties to the 32nd Demon King, the god of wrath and lust. Psylocke decides to wait until the Duke is free. He thinks about reporting a demon noble he encountered, possibly a Marquis-level Gaba. But maybe it's not a big deal after all. He asks H if Marquis Gaba is also inside. H confirms. Psylocke now thinks something is wrong. The one he saw must have been pretending to be a Marquis. Now he urgently needs to report this to the Duke. Back at the bar, Dokja fights desperately against the executioner. He activates bookmark number 4, borrowing the power of Lee Hyun-sung. A notification shows, personal skill, Way of the Wind, level 10+1 has been activated. Dokja leaps onto the executioner's back, leaving a deep slash across his arm. A tab shows, deep cut has no major effect. No one can kill the executioner before the night ends. Dokja knows this is bad. He's saddened that Joonghyuk isn't here. He's all alone. No Judge of Evil, no Steel Blade Lee Hyun-sung, no Naval Commander Ji-hee. He misses Yu-sung and Gil-young. Even if Soo-young were here, she probably wouldn't have helped. Dokja's arm glows with sword light. He strikes again, but it has no effect. The executioner laughs once more. Dokja didn't expect the story fragments to hold such overwhelming power. A warning appears. If he continues fighting like this, his own stories might be damaged. Dokja starts feeling cold, chilled to the bone. He realizes he should retreat, avoid direct conflict, and buy time until the night ends. He reminds himself, he is alone here. The only thing he can trust is the information he has collected, and himself. And right in the middle of that mess, Dokja, standing there muttering to himself like, "Damn it, got that creepy chill again. Gotta survive till morning. Just stall, and survive." He's holding onto his sword like it's his last hope, which honestly, it kind of is. Then, bam! One of the executioners snaps him out of his inner monologue with this big booming voice. "You will die." Real motivational stuff. Dokja's out there all by himself. No backup, no support squad. Just him, his skills, the experiences he's racked up, and the dumb luck that hasn't run out yet. The entire executioner squad rolls up, fully geared like they just dropped out of a horror game. Civilians nearby? Yeah, they're losing it. Pure panic. One executioner steps up like, that was your mistake. But Dokja, he just fires back, cool as ice. Nah, you're the one who messed up. And then boom, he drops the line that hits like a nuke. The mark of death from the Seisbitz executioners suddenly appears on his forehead. The executioners are like, hold up, what? Now here's where it gets fun. In this twisted little game, there are only two ways to survive the night in that creepy industrial complex. One, you run. Just straight up Usain Bolt it till dawn and pray your legs don't give out. Two, you find another route, which Dokja starts hinting at like he's narrating a Netflix thriller. He says, did you forget? The executioners and revolutionaries aren't the only pieces on this board. Meanwhile, the civilians start scrambling into hiding spots like roaches when the lights turn on. Then it happens. A system notification slaps itself onto Dokja's screen. Someone's using their life essence to protect him. Boom, this massive glowing shield appears on his forehead, and the executioners freeze. Dokja smirks, drops the mic again. By the way, each of you executioners only gets one shot with that death mark at night. And just like that, the glowing mark fades away. Ding! Protection is successful. Symbol of death canceled. Somewhere else entirely. Behind a massive door, Han is on watch duty. Suddenly, Shirok walks in looking like he just stepped off a runway. Han, looking like he hasn't slept in 3 days, goes, "You're here about the Demon King stuff too, huh?" Shirok is like, "Duh, the rumors are crazy, but seriously, I'm really here to drop off a report and maybe squeeze out some intel while I'm at it." They start going off about the 4 demon dukes, Seisbitz, Gilabarth, Meladon, and Burkhan, who've been holding power like gangsters for centuries. But now, thanks to some stupid rumor, things are getting shaky. Shirok side-eyes the whole situation like, a demon king now? Seriously? Of all times. Han deadpans. There are already signs. Shirok's jaw hits the floor. Wait, how the hell do you know that? Han drops the bomb. Veda has teamed up with Meladon Industrial Complex. Veda, as in the nebula? Han nods like it's just another Tuesday. Yup, usually constellations and demon kings hate each other, but now the stars are messing around in the demon realm? Something's definitely brewing. Shirok sighs like a tired dad. No wonder the dukes are acting all twitchy. Then beep, a new notification shows up. Main scenario unlocked. The 24th revolutionary game has begun. Han's confused. What the heck is this? Shirok shrugs. Hey, it happens. That's the main game for this place. Don't overthink it. The executioners will be out for blood soon anyway. Cue a random guy sprinting toward them, completely out of breath. He finally catches up, wheezing, and blurts out, "Someone just announced they're the revolutionary." Both Han and Shirok freeze. "Wait, who?" Shirok asks. The guy's like, Joonghyuk? Something like that. Han's eyes go wide. Did you say Joonghyuk? Yup, the madman actually announced it. Back where Dokja is, he's standing like a boss, sword in hand, thinking, I knew pulling that stunt would make the bodyguards show up, but there's a catch. Eileen once told him not even the Citizens Union knew who the revolutionary was. Meaning, not even the bodyguard could help unless the revolutionary straight up revealed themselves. And Dokja? He just did exactly that. The executioners back off, muttering, "You got lucky." The civilians peek out from hiding like scared cats, whispering, "A new revolutionary? For real?" That night, no one dies. Morning hits. Somewhere else, Dokja is alone, reading a new system notification. Hidden scenario, fake revolutionary. Difficulty, 55. Clear condition. Kill the real revolutionary and steal their title in 30 days. Reward, 150,000 coins. If you fail, death. Dokja just sighs and mutters, "Well, guess I found the real revolutionary." Then Eileen shows up looking extremely done with life. First thing she asks, "Are you insane? Do you even realize what you've done?" And Dokja just shrugs. "I started a revolution." She's like, "Revolution, my ass, you faked it. Now everything's ruined." Dokja, cool as ever, goes, "This is what you wanted, right? A revolution. A dead duke." She snaps back, "Not like this. This is fraud. A revolution isn't something you can just announce like a TikTok trend. It's not a joke." Meanwhile, Aslan is in the next room, yawning like he couldn't care less, while Dokja and Eileen are arguing like a married couple on laundry day. Dokja keeps it calm. "I didn't joke about it. I meant every word." Eileen explodes. "You think you can just walk in and yell, 'Revolution,' and people will follow? It's not that simple. We couldn't even kill an executioner, and you think you'll take on a duke?" Yu's just chilling, legs crossed like he's waiting for coffee. She keeps yelling, "People will die because of you. You'll die first." "Nah, I won't. Didn't die last time either." She's like, "You got lucky. You think the bodyguard will risk their life essence for you again? That stuff runs out." Dokja leans forward. "That may be true, but I know people better than you think." "Eileen, you're delusional. Maybe, but you're not the revolutionary. That's why I need your help. Then Aslan, who's been pretending not to eavesdrop, finally interrupts. Aileen, someone's here to see you. She yells, tell them I'm busy. He opens the curtain. They say they're the bodyguard. The barkeeper walks in like it's no big deal and immediately asks, you, are you really a revolutionary? Aileen's stunned. Dokja recognizes him. You're the bodyguard? She asks. Yup, says the barkeeper. Dokja smirks. Told you they weren't far. Aileen is shook. Why didn't you help sooner? Barkeeper's like, bodyguards can only save 5 people. I was saving up my essence. If I helped before, I'd be dead. Aileen glares. So you knew a revolutionary was coming? He nods. Been waiting. Not all of us gave up like you. She snaps. Are you done talking? Aslan claps his hands. Okay, chill. If he's the bodyguard, that's a win for us. Barkeeper says, let's do this properly. I'm Mark. He stretches out a hand. Dokja takes it. I'm Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk? Mark blinked. That name rings a bell. But before he could connect the dots, Aileen cut in like, hold up, let's not get all friendly just yet. We're acting like we're a squad or something. How do we even know you're really the bodyguard? Mark's face twitched. Wait, are you doubting me? You think I'm working with the Duke? That I'm some kind of spy? Dokja stepped in, totally calm. Nah, I believe him. He's the bodyguard. Boom. Just like that. Ellen blinked. What? Dokja just turned to Mark like they were old war buddies. Welcome to the revolution. Ellen flailed. No, wait a minute. But Dokja wasn't hearing it. Think about it. He showed up right after I revealed I was the revolutionary. If he was working for the Duke, there's no way he could have gotten to us that fast. Besides, the last revolution scenario was 30 years ago. No way a minion's got that timing. Aileen, trying to be logical for once, goes, you're not wrong, but that's still not enough proof. Dokja nodded like, fair enough, but I'm sure he's the bodyguard. Just like I'm sure you are Rinberg's magic engineer. That one hits. Aileen's jaw drops. Wait, how do you know that? Dokja doesn't even give her time to recover. He points at Aslan. And him? His real name is Joonghyuk. He's from Earth. Aslan nearly chokes. Hey, that's personal info, man. Aileen squints. Can you just see people's private information? Dokja shrugs. To some extent, she mutters under her breath. What a weird-ass skill. Well, whatever. Maybe this situation isn't totally hopeless. Actually, this might work. She sighs, dramatic as ever. So this is how fake revolutions get born. Mark and Aslan stare. Wait, fake? Yeah, Dokja and Aileen say at the same time, looking like tired parents who just found their kids drawing on the walls. They explain everything. By the end of it, Mark and Aslan are practically screaming, what? Mark's about to lose it. You're not even the real revolutionary? This is madness. We've got a fake revolutionary, a half-dead bodyguard, a cranky union chairwoman, and a moody kid. What is this? An indie RPG? Aslan throws his hands up. Hey, who are you calling a moody kid? That's rude, man. Dokja sighs and interrupts their fight like a substitute teacher, breaking up a cafeteria brawl. All right. Let's all calm down. What matters now is what we do next. Mark crosses his arms. Got a plan, Mr. Fake Revolutionary? Dokja pulls out a piece of face leather like it's the most normal thing in the world. First step, change my face. The guy who owned this face, Casanova, died during sex. A few hours later, we switch scenes to the town market. Han and Shirok are walking side by side like some buddy cop duo. Hey, Han, Shirok starts. Han, yeah? Shirok looks him up and down. You don't exactly scream demon, you know? Where are you from? Han says it like he's ordering lunch. Earth. Shirok lights up. Earth? Oh, I've heard of that place. Real trendy lately. Han smirks. Yeah, touristy. Shirok's clearly curious. You must have been a big deal over there. You've got blessings from both the demon god of wrath and lust. Were you like a swordmaster? Archmage? King? Han just chuckles. Something like that. I used to be the department head of a megacorp. Shirok blinks. Mega, what? Think of it like a nebula, but with more meetings and less stardust. Shirok gasps. Then you were basically a constellation? That's awesome. Han chuckles, clearly enjoying this. But then he spots something weird and squints at a group of civilians. What are they doing? He asks. Shirok steps up, yelling, Hey, what's going on over here? One of the civilians shrugs. Blocking the road. Duh. Shirok frowns. Who told you to do this? The chairwoman. Nobles can't enter this zone anymore. Shirok explodes. What nonsense is this? Since when does she have the authority? Tear down these barricades or I'll smash them myself. The civilian? Not intimidated. You can try, Shirok growls. You really think just because a revolutionary popped up, we can't kill him? The civilian smirks. You couldn't kill him yesterday. Han snorts. Are they on strike or something? Shirok turns to him. Strike? Han nods. Yep, refusing to work. Classic Earth thing. Shirok processes it, then mutters, I see. Han cracks his knuckles. Yeah, I know how to handle this. Let's remind the workers who's boss. Back at Eileen's store, Dokja is staring at himself in a tiny mirror, trying to adjust his new disguise. Ugh, why does my face look like this? Eileen leans over. I mean, it's not that different. Kinda works. But should you really be this chill right now? The second night's almost here. Executioners aren't gonna wait for a fashion show. Dokja shrugs. We've got time. Eileen then voices what everyone's thinking. Hope Mark doesn't get randomly targeted. Bodyguards can't protect themselves. Dokja reassures her. No one else knows who he is. He'll be fine. Meanwhile, outside, Aslan's watching the sky turn orange. His eyes widened. Oh no, Eileen! The night's coming. Sure enough, night falls. A notification appears. The second night has arrived. The civilians cheer like it's New Year's. Dokja, the new revolutionary. Another pop-up. You are currently being protected by the bodyguard. Mark's in hiding, doing his job. And then, boom! The executioners arrive. Big, scary, and fully loaded with axe staff that look like they came from a nightmare. Dokja stands tall at the front. Behind him, Eileen, Aslan, and a bunch of hopeful civilians. One of the executioners steps forward. Who is the revolutionary? Dokja doesn't flinch. That's me. Executioner nods. You're the revolutionary. Then he adds, almost too calmly, but the one who dies tonight? They all raise their weapons. Slow, dramatic, terrifying. Yu's brain is spinning. Wait, they're not going for me? No way. Are they already using that strategy? Is not the revolutionary. A dark hooded figure stepped forward, dragging a huge chained weapon behind him. His voice echoed through the air, cold and filled with menace. The one who will die tonight, he said. His cloak flowed like shadows around him, and he stared straight ahead, locking eyes with his target, Aslan. The chains on his weapon rattled as he raised it, ready to strike. The air grew tense, and fear crept in. The fight was just about to begin. The air was thick with tension as the deadly figure stepped forward. But just then, Dokja's eyes widened slightly. He stared at the scene unfolding in front of him. Wait, this, he muttered, his voice filled with confusion. Something about the enemy felt familiar, as if he had seen this before. Eileen standing beside him looked just as shocked, unable to take her eyes off the figure. They both realized this was no ordinary enemy. Dokja's eyes narrowed as he watched the enemy closely. His thoughts raced. It can't be. They're already using this strategy? He realized, shocked. The creature in front of him grinned wickedly, its red eyes glowing from beneath the hood. Its sharp teeth showed through the shadows, and its massive weapon rattled with every step. Dokja knew this wasn't just a random attack. This was planned, and it was happening much faster than he expected. But before he could scream out, "Run!" the hooded figure had already started attacking civilians. Due to luck, Dokja was able to fend off an attack, but with the consequence of being scarred on the face. Suddenly, a notification showed up in front of Dokja. The Fable configuration has become incomplete due to the impact of the battle. Dokja stood still, trying to understand what was happening. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. If this had happened on the second night, he thought, the executioners shouldn't even be able to attack him without the Duke's command. Were the enemies wasting their second night, or was something else going on? But no, this executioner was different. This one had received the order. His mission, kill everyone. Then another notification popped up. The Fable fragment's facial skin of a Casanova, who died during coitus, has been slightly damaged. Dokja flinched slightly. Even his fables were taking hits from this chaos. From the shadows, another hooded figure appeared. Unlike the first, this one didn't give a full kill order. Instead, he shouted, "Leave the Revolution Army alive." But even that felt empty, because no matter what orders were given, some people were just meant to die. Dokja's thoughts raced. Was there a tactician at play he didn't know about? Or had the Duke already made his move? Trying to stay calm, he looked around and shouted, "I can't protect you if you're all scattered." He quickly ruled something out. No, the Duke hadn't acted yet. If he had, this place wouldn't still be standing. The industrial complex would have been destroyed by now. Still thinking fast, Dokja tried to focus on the one thing that gave him a little hope. According to the rules, the executioner can only kill one citizen per day, at least until the third day. Then from among the crowd, Eileen screamed, "Everyone, fight back! They can't use execution without the mark." But her words fell on deaf ears. No one moved, no one listened. Fear had already won. Dokja clenched his fists, his anger rising. If this chaos kept spreading, everything would fall into the executioner's plan. The people, they might stop supporting the Revolutionary Army. Worse, they might turn back to the Duke's side. Then something unexpected happened. Right in front of a store, a man shouted, "Over here, kill me! I'm the Guardian!" People stared, confused. He was just a tavern owner. No one believed him. But it worked. The executioner turned and gave a chilling order. "Kill the Guardian immediately." A notification showed up. The executioner has placed a mark of death on Mark Javier. Before the enemy could strike, Dokja moved in a flash, faster than anyone could see. He grabbed Mark and stood between him and death. "Don't worry," Dokja said calmly. "You won't die. No one is dying tonight." A notification appeared again. Character list has been activated. In his thoughts, Dokja admitted something. "Unlike what I told Eileen, I can't see the exact role of every citizen, but I can roughly guess their skills. He quickly registered Mark Javier in the 6th slot. The system confirmed it. Mark had temporarily become an official guardian. Everything clicked into place after that. The plan worked, and just as Dokja promised, no one died that night. After the chaos settled, Mark and Dokja sat inside a tavern. Mark looked at him, still shaken. "Who the hell are you? Were you the guardian this whole time?" he demanded. Dokja gave a half smile and replied, "I'm a fake revolutionary. That means I can be a fake guardian too." Mark looked even more frustrated. That answer made no sense, but Dokja didn't want to say more. "Just let it go," he said. "If any of you get caught and spill information to the Duke, how do you think it'll end?" Then Dokja gave him a name. "My name is Joonghyuk. Don't forget it." A strange voice echoed inside Dokja's mind. "The more you tell people you're Joonghyuk, the more you actually become Joonghyuk." Annoyed, Dokja shouted, "Shut up!" Mark blinked, completely confused by the outburst. Dokja leaned back, thoughtful. He told Mark, "There's someone on the other side who's smarter than I expected. Looks like they use the game's rules to their advantage." But he was glad, at least for now. The night ended well. Mark pointed out that they were lucky tonight. "We had 2 people who could use the Guardian's power. That gave us the upper hand." But Dokja shook his head. "That won't matter after tonight," he explained. "They'll stop using the mark. If they can't kill, they'll just injure as many people as possible instead." He looked serious. "And if the mark isn't used, the night won't end until sunrise. That means more chaos, more pain." Mark finally understood. This was only the beginning, and the real struggle was still ahead. Mark looked at Dokja with a serious expression. "What should we do now?" he asked. Dokja answered calmly. There was no need for them to act, at least not yet. He suspected the other side would make the next move. Something in the atmosphere had shifted. A new role was likely entering the game. Something different from revolutionary, guardian, or executioner. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Just then Aline entered, announcing that someone had come to see Dokja. A man stepped in with a calm, confident air. Everything about him said he was in control. Dokja recognized what he was: the spy. In the ways of survival, the spy was described as a wild card. He didn't belong to either the revolutionary or dictator teams, but whichever side gained his trust could win everything. The spy looked Dokja straight in the eye. "Are you Joonghyuk?" he asked. Dokja felt an odd sense of déjà vu. He answered slowly, "Yes, I am." But something was off. He hadn't introduced himself by that name. How did this stranger know? The man grinned. "I'm Aurelius." The name triggered something in Dokja's memory. He had definitely heard it before. "So, you're the spy?" Dokja asked. He tried to verify it. First, he activated the lie detector, level 3, but it didn't work in this area. Then he attempted to use the character list. Still nothing. His expression turned sharp with concern. None of his systems were responding. Aurelius noticed. "What's wrong?" he asked, still smiling. Dokja didn't answer, but the unease in his eyes said everything. Mark turned to Aurelius, curiosity in his voice. "So, are you here to join our side?" But the spy's response wasn't what he expected. Aurelius gave a vague smile and replied, "Not exactly." That made Mark uneasy. Then what was he here for? Seeing their concern, Aurelius clarified, "I'm here to save you all, because at this rate, it's clear the revolution will fail." Before Dokja could respond, Aurelius pointed to the window. "Have you looked outside lately?" Dokja stood and walked to the entrance. What he saw confirmed the spy's warning. A crowd had gathered. One person shouted, "It's revolutionary!" The mood was turning dangerous. Another voice rose from the chaos, blaming him for the injuries and pain they suffered during the night. "If we had just waited 3 days, this wouldn't have happened." Then, without warning, someone hurled a stone at him. Dokja dodged it with sharp reflexes, but the message was clear. The people were turning against him. One of Dokja's subordinates stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "If you're okay with someone dying every 3 nights, then go ahead. Leave the industrial complex," they said boldly. The crowd grew restless. Uneasy questions filled the air. People were scared, looking for any reason to feel safe. Aurelius, the spy, wasn't here to calm anyone. He simply wanted Dokja and his allies to understand the reality. Whether he was on the Duke's side or not didn't matter. But then he said something that made it clear. "Surrender to the Duke," Aurelius told Dokja. "Everyone will be spared, except you. But I'll find a way to save you too." A noble-sounding offer. One life in exchange for many. A sacrifice. But Dokja didn't flinch. He refused. Even after Aurelius assured him everything would be fine, that the one he served was stronger than the Duke, Dokja still said no. Aurelius gave him one last warning. "You'll regret this." The crowd, on the other hand, seemed to agree with the spy. Some even looked ready to hand Dokja over. But before they could act, Dokja attacked. He moved suddenly, striking citizens left and right. "It's not night yet," he muttered, "so I can still act." A notification popped up. "Kill the real revolutionary within the given time and take over their position." Otherwise, you'll meet a terrible end. Everything had changed. Dokja's assault wasn't random. With each strike, he kept count. This wasn't for fun, it was tactical. A system notification popped up. 3 executioners have been killed, 7 remaining. The crowd was stunned. No one had expected that some of the citizens around them were actually executioners in disguise. Dokja understood now. The reason the executioners could hide so easily among the people was because of the spy's unique ability, the power to incite others. Even Dokja had to admit it was impressive. Without warning, Dokja moved behind the spy and wrapped his arm tightly around his neck, choking him from behind. With quiet fury, he whispered, "How have you been?" Department head Han Myung-go. After the chaos, Han Myung-go, the so-called spy, was detained by Dokja. Dokja stared at him in disbelief. He had been certain Han Myung-go was dead. How was he still alive? His mind went back to the past. Before they even reached the third main scenario, Han had tried to steal Dokja's contribution during the battle against the Dark Keeper. As punishment, he was cursed by the Demon King, specifically, the Devil of Lust and Wrath. Dokja had assumed that curse finished him, but now here he was, alive, and not just surviving, but living in the demon realm. What made things stranger was that Han Myung-go's character information, which had previously been inaccessible through the system's character list, was now visible. Dokja reflected on this. There were only a few people like that, whose data couldn't be accessed before or at the start of the scenario. People like Yu Sanga, Lee Gil-young, his own mother, and Song Min-woo, the delinquent. All of them were sealed to him in some way. And now, Han Myung-go had joined that list. Han Myung-go pretended to still be unconscious, but Dokja wasn't fooled. The interrogation began. Dokja's curiosity came first. "Did you come up with the name Aurelius yourself?" he asked. As the question hung in the air, a flashback began. Back in their old world, Dokja was caught by his superior reading a web novel during work hours. The man had scolded him at first. "There's no time for this nonsense," he said, but that wasn't his real intention. He handed Dokja a book titled Meditations. Below the title was the author's name, Marcus Aurelius. That was the origin of the spy's alias. Dokja admitted he still carried that book around. Ironically, he'd never even read it. Han stared at him, stunned. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. But Dokja just replied with a calm question of his own. "Who do you think I am?" Han seemed to catch on, but before he could say anything, Dokja shut him down with a look. Some names were better left unsaid. A system notification appeared. "The Demon King, Devil of Lust and Wrath, is looking at stupid Kim Dokja." Dokja's eyes narrowed as the notification flashed before him. "The Demon King, Devil of Lust and Wrath, is looking at stupid Kim Dokja." He felt a shift, a powerful gaze watching him. His subconscious quickly filled in the blanks. Devil of Lust and Wrath. That was the nickname of Asmodeus, one of the highest demon kings. Dokja realized something. Han Myung-go must have become Asmodeus' subordinate, and not just a minor one. He was ranked high enough to share vision with his master. Then Dokja sensed another presence. Something was eavesdropping. He addressed it directly, voice cold but calm. "If you want to listen in, pay some coins. Otherwise, get lost." There was no response. Without hesitation, Dokja severed the connection, temporarily cutting the link between Han Myung-go and Asmodeus. Turning back to Han, Dokja spoke evenly. "My real name is Joonghyuk." Han's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. Joonghyuk is dead." Dokja shook his head. "No, he's not." Panic started to rise in Han's expression. He couldn't wait any longer. "So, what are you going to do with me?" he asked. Dokja looked at him thoughtfully, eyes unreadable. "We'll see," he replied. "I'm thinking." Han begged for his life, even noting to Dokja that they've both spent so many years together. He even suggested in desperation he'll help his revolution, that he can even see other people's position. But Dokja turned down the offer, stating he doesn't need any spy since he easily found the executioner with his help. Han looked at Dokja, his voice tense. "How the hell did you even identify the executioners?" Dokja replied honestly. "I didn't know for sure. In the ways of survival, there were descriptions of some executioners' appearances, but they weren't exact. I just used the Omniscient reader's viewpoint now and then. It helped me figure out they had special roles." Han's eyes flicked around. He was clearly stalling, trying to buy time, maybe hoping someone would come to save him. But Dokja didn't miss a beat. "That won't work," he said coldly. "No one's coming for you." Sweat began to drip down Han's face. Dokja leaned in slightly and explained, step by step, why help wouldn't arrive. Han's last bits of hope were slipping away. Desperate now, Han shouted, "If you kill me, you'll incur the wrath of the Demon King." Dokja didn't flinch. His expression stayed calm as he replied, "Do I look like I'm afraid of a Demon King?" Han Myung-go finally realized he had no way out. If he wanted to survive, he had to cooperate. Dokja gave him a clear option. Make an oath of existence, or risk being beaten by the furious citizens outside. Cornered, Han agreed and asked what the oath involved. Dokja laid it out plainly. Don't interfere in the revolution. Don't lie. And answer me sincerely for 1 full year. As soon as the oath was sealed, Dokja fired his questions like bullets. How are you still alive? How did you become a subordinate of a demon king? And more. Han tried to resist. His lips trembled, trying to hold the truth in, but the oath forced him to respond. Finally, he opened his mouth and muttered something no one expected. I gave birth. Dokja froze, completely stunned. That answer shook him to the core. So later that day, our guy Kim Dokja strolls into this quiet tavern. Real chill vibes. No demon killing today, just a little emotional damage. He walks in and spots Al-san sitting alone, looking like a kicked puppy. Guy's just slumped over a table, probably contemplating life and if he's ever going to be useful. Dokja walks up and right away, Al-san looks up like, "Oh no, you here to bully me again?" Voice shaky like he's already halfway to tears. But Dokja? Chill. He just goes, "Why do you look like someone ate your food?" Al-san tries to act tough. "It's none of your business," he says with a bitter laugh. But this dude can't even fake it properly. He's clearly still scared of Dokja. The trauma is real. To avoid getting too emotional, Al-san pulls a classic move and changes the topic. So, how's the interrogation going? Like we're just casually torturing people now. Dokja's tone immediately drops. He passed out again, which sounds dramatic, but there's more. He broke the contract with Asmodeus while talking and got penalized. Basically, the spy opened his mouth, said the wrong thing, and Asmodeus zapped him like, "Shut up, peasant." Boom. Instant collapse. Again, Al-san just sits there, looking like his soul's buffering. Dokja sees that something's off, so he gently asks, "What's up?" And finally, Al-san cracks. He starts spiraling, full-on identity crisis mode. Why am I even here? He's not a fighter, not a leader, not a revolutionary, not even an intern. Man's just existing, floating through a story he doesn't think he's meant to be in. He compares himself to people like Eileen, who actually has a title and knows what she's doing, and feels like garbage. Self-hatred hitting 100%. His brain's doing the thing where every sad thought just echoes, Dokja, Dokja, Dokja. But what really has him shaking? Nighttime is coming, and he's scared. Scared more people will die. He looks at Dokja with eyes that practically scream, "Please lie to me," and whispers, "Can you protect everyone again if it happens?" And Dokja, bro, doesn't sugarcoat, doesn't even blink. Just calmly says, "Probably not." Ouch. That hit harder than a demon's backhand. Dokja's like, "I can't find all the executioners in time. That's the truth." And that breaks Al-san a little more. Dokja's thinking too. 7 executioners are still out there. If they all attack tomorrow night, we're talking Apocalypse Part 2. Blood on the walls, chaos, total nightmare. But he doesn't lose hope. He mutters to himself, "We just need to find the fighter. The one role that might actually help turn the tide." Then out of nowhere, the tavern owner Mark shows up like a walking mood killer. There is no fighter. 0 candidates. Nobody stepped up after the last one bit the dust. But Dokja's like, "Cool story, but I'm not looking here." He's got that main character energy. "Then we'll make one." Yeah, just like that. DIY fighter arc. Then he turns to Al-san and says, "Talk to the wall." Al-san is like, "What?" Dokja keeps a straight face. "You know, the wall that blocks you whenever you try to learn something." And Al-san is now completely fried. How do you even know about that wall? Turns out Dokja doesn't know everything about it, but he knows enough. It's called the Mysterious Wall, and it's been cock-blocking Al-san's growth from day one. Dude couldn't level up, learn skills, or be useful because this weird metaphysical wall was like, "No skills for you." So Dokja, being the therapy overlord, goes, "Talk to it. It's not a wall of talent." Translation, "You're not trash, it's just the system being weird." Suddenly, Al-san's soul just pieces out and enters spirit mode. Eyes blank, body frozen. This man's having a full-on conversation with a wall inside his brain. Casual. While he's in that trance, Dokja leans in and whispers, "Just give him level 1. Let him use these skills." Almost like he's begging the universe. The wall, unmoved, ice cold, doesn't give a single damn. So Dokja goes nuclear. "If Al-san dies, you won't find another vessel like him again." Boom. That hits. Something shifts. The mysterious wall starts reacting. But wait, here comes the real spice. The 4th wall shows up. Yeah, the 4th wall. The OG cosmic wall that breaks reality. And suddenly it turns into some weird, god-tier battle of ideologies. 2 cosmic walls arguing like divorced parents over a gifted child. One wall is like, "He's not ready." The other's like, "Let him cook." Meanwhile, back in the tavern, the entire room is shaking like a boss fight's about to start. Aura, Off the charts. Feels like if Sung Jinwoo walked in, even he'd be like, yo, what the hell is going on here? Then, silence. The mysterious wall bows. It gives in. It acknowledges Al-san as its master. The man who couldn't even use a basic skill yesterday? Now the wall itself is calling him boss. We open with Aslan straight up laughing his butt off. Not a polite chuckle. This is full-on anime villain laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Dokja's just standing there blinking at him like, did I miss a joke? Or did this man finally lose it? He asks, what's so funny? And Aslan through his giggles goes, it's just the way that guy talks. He's hilarious. Honestly, I don't think he's as bad as you say. He talks pretty gentle too. Dokja immediately hits him with the internal screaming, gentle? Bro, are you falling for this guy? And out loud he's like, he literally replied to a message from someone claiming to be a 15-year-old middle schooler, and you're calling him gentle? Aslan, bless his naive heart, tries to defend him. Well, he said he's 15 too. Dokja turns to him with the hardest side eye of 2025. So he's proudly declaring he's trash now? But Aslan's not backing down. He said he's just happy to have a friend, and he really did say he's 15. While Dokja is like, you really out here believing there's a literal 15-year-old constellation floating around in the universe? Then Aslan, all innocent and confused, just shows him the messages like, why are you so worked up? Dokja stares at the screen, internally spiraling like, even if this dude is 15, he's milking that identity way too hard. This is a cosmic level case of, I'm baby. But then, bam! A loud scream cuts through the moment. It's from the council member's room. Dokja instantly snaps out of it and jumps up. Keep chatting with him. I gotta go. Aslan blinks. Wait, what do I ask him now? Dokja is already halfway out the door yelling back, don't bother. He's not even the type to fight. Try someone else on the list I gave you. Cut to a new scene. Dokja is in front of Han Myung-go, who's just waking up like someone hit snooze too hard on the trauma clock. Han groans. Why did I pass out? Dokja deadpan. You fainted while reliving the pain of childbirth. Han sits up, blinking. That's it? Dokja adds casually. Oh, also you cursed out Asmodeus a little. Han growls. That bastard. And now, finally, Dokja hits him with the big question. Okay, but what is this childbirth thing? And why is Asmodeus backing you? Han sighs like a man who's aged 40 years in 4 hours. First, let me explain how I ended up with a kid. Turns out, it all traces back to the Dark Keeper fight. Han landed the final blow, but instead of getting cheers and loot, he got cursed by none other than Asmodeus, the demon king of lust and wrath trademark. Because why not? Now here's the real horror. This curse doesn't just hurt you, it uses your own imagination against you. It pulls your deepest fear and turns it into reality. For Han, that fear somehow involved giving birth. Dokja's just sitting there like, what kind of psychological backstory do you have, my guy? Out loud, he just goes, a man gave birth? How? Han, yeah, don't ask. It's a long, cursed mess. Dokja is processing this like, I can't believe I'm having this serious emotional moment with Han Myung-go, of all people. Then Han says real quietly, hey Kim Dokja, no, you Joonghyuk see. Do you know what it means to be a father? Dokja completely blindsided. Not a clue. Han just nods solemnly. Yeah, it hurts, but I was happy. Then he adds with a rare soft smile, she's a beautiful daughter. And that actually softens Dokja's heart for a moment. I'd like to meet her someday. Is she with you in the dream realm? Han shakes his head. Not right now. And Dokja, then where is she? Han, it's a long story. Want to hear it? Dokja grins. You know I love stories. So Han starts telling it. After the whole curse thing, he didn't go straight to being a demon minion. Nah, he and his daughter were dropped into the middle of nowhere and had to survive solo. No party, no help, just vibes and despair. Dokja's like, damn, that must have been hell. Han, yeah, I nearly died like a dozen times. Then came the Dark Castle scenario. That's where things got really bad. Han hit absolute rock bottom, couldn't fight, couldn't even protect his daughter, and in his lowest moment, he begged, someone please protect her. I'll do anything. That's when he heard a voice whisper, what a beautiful child. Cue ominous demon energy. Dokja's eyes narrow, saying, Asmodeus. Han sighs again. Yeah, he took my daughter. Dokja's brain goes into red alert. Asmodeus, the king of lust and wrath? If he's got a human child, it's over. But maybe, just maybe, she's safe. After all, she was born from the curse itself. And then Han drops the nuclear bomb. Asmodeus made my daughter his incarnation. Dokja, wait, what? Like his soul actually left his body for a second. Han continues, that's why I turned into a demon species. I did everything to save her. and now I need your help. Just once. I won't forget it. Dokja's still spinning. Help him do what exactly? Han bows his head slightly, being real for once. You know I've always been good at sneaky stuff, but even I have limits. I told the executioners to scare people last night, but once that damn guardian showed up, they lost control. Dokja responds coldly, yeah, well, I'm not planning on fighting Asmodeus, but inside he's sweating, because Han's oath of existence means he's definitely not lying. Han offers a new angle. You don't have to fight him. Just keep doing what you're already doing. Start the revolution, kill the Duke. That helps me. Dokja squints, saying, weren't you working for the Duke before? Han shrugs and replied that he was. But Asmodeus doesn't care about the Duke. He said if I give him the fable he wants, I'll get my daughter back. Dokja, now extremely concerned, asked, what kind of story does a demon king want? Han then said, he wants me to create the king of the 73rd demon realm with my own hands. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the galaxy, planet Lugracia, things are popping off. We meet this dude, standing over a freshly murdered demon monster. Blood everywhere. It's a mess. He wipes his face, exhausted, as he thought, well, that's the end of the 15th scenario. Time to level up again. Suddenly, ding, constellation, demon judge of fire is gazing at you with sorrow. He rolls his eyes. Why is this constellation always trying to vibe with me? I barely said hi last time. Another alert. Demon Judge of Fire is asking why you haven't looked for Kim Dokja. The guy turns away, all dramatic. Kim Dokja is dead. Then the notifications keep hitting. Demon Judge of Fire is holding back tears. Your notoriety is spreading in the 73rd demon realm. The guy's like, why is my rep blowing up in a place I've never even been? Then the brain clicks. Wait, what if Dokja survived? What if he's still out there? Living beyond the scenarios. He stares into the void. The 73rd demon realm. And boom, hidden scenario. Fake revolutionary category. Hidden difficulty, 55. Objective, you're pretending to be a revolutionary. Find and kill the real one within the time limit. Time limit, 30 days reward, 150,000 coins and access to a new main scenario failure. Die horribly. A few hours later, we're chilling at Elaine's time shop. Dokja's getting patched up like someone who just walked out of a boss fight with 3 HP left. She's over there stretching like she's clocked out already, grabbing bandages, and casually reminds him, that's just a quick fix. So don't do anything dumb. You're basically exiled from the main scenario now. Dokja's like, cool. Wait, what now? Then Elaine just randomly throws in, we've been getting more customers lately. Dokja blinks, asking, did everybody's clocks break at once or what? But Elaine's like, nope. Most of the folks from the industrial complex don't even use clocks. Dokja frowns. Why not? And Elaine hits him with a quote that stabs your hymn, because time doesn't change anything for them. But Dokja was like, don't they at least want to know when night's coming? And she just goes, even if they did, it wouldn't change the outcome. But thanks to you, that's starting to shift. Thanks to you, we've had nights where people don't die. You gave people back the ability to fear the night, instead of just accepting death. Ellen says hope is sneaking its way back in, and people are daring to believe that maybe tomorrow is worth something again. Dokja, looking like someone emotionally constipated, just mumbles, thanks. But Ellen ain't here for emotional fluff. She claps back, yeah, I'm not flattering you. You just look like a depressed raccoon, and I hate seeing revolutionaries sulk. Before she dips, Dokja asks, by the way, you mentioned clocks. Can you make other stuff? Like maybe a tiny communication device? He gestures like he's ordering a techie Happy Meal toy. Scene shift, marketplace time. Dokja's walking through the city, sees someone checking their wristwatch, and suddenly, boom, emotional existential crisis incoming. He looks at all the clocks, ticking away, and feels completely disconnected, like the whole world got their time back, and he's still stuck in a limbo. He thinks, out of all the infinite timelines, which one do I even belong to? Bruh. Then he's like, maybe I'll ask Aline to make me a wristwatch someday, just to feel a little more real in this world. Next stop, Mark's bar. And guess who's laughing again like a man who just discovered memes for the first time? Aslan. Dokja walks in like a tired dad and groans, what now? Aslan said, I'm doing what you said. I'm messaging fighters. Dokja, any luck? Aslan, nope. I sent like 300 messages. Not one reply. Dokja, suspicious. Okay, what exactly did you say in the messages? Aslan, completely serious. Just something like 15F looking for friends to chat with. Dokja freezes, facepalms so hard his soul leaves his body. Bro, do you think everyone is like the abyssal black flame dragon? That was the only list we had. Then Dokja gives him one last shot. Try messaging the prisoner of the golden headband. Aslan's like, isn't that dude a big deal constellation? He sends the message. A few minutes later, ding. He replied. Dokja leans in. What did he say? Aslan reads it. Grow, hair. Dokja, excuse me? And then Aslan adds, oh, and he also said he'll kill me if we ever meet. Also wants to know who you are. Should I tell him you're Kim Dokja? But Dokja said, no, do not reply to that man. Meanwhile, Dokja's thinking, okay, I can't use Demon Judge of Fire here. Maybe the secretive plotter? But he still doesn't know who the heck that is. Then Aslan drops a surprise. Oh yeah, the flame dragon said he'll help. Dokja whips around. You're still talking to him. That guy's a mess. Aslan insists. Say, no. Apparently he used to be a fighter in the demon realm. But Dokja's like, wait, that guy? The one who burned the revolutionary, the executioner, everyone? He's that guy? Aslan shrugs. Sounds like him. So Dokja tells him, ask if he can pass on his fighter skill. Aslan does, and after a pause, he said sure, but there's a condition. Of course there is. Turns out the abyssal black flame dragon is beefing with his own incarnation. Apparently the kid's ignoring him. Dokja's like, so you're telling me the dragon's chosen warrior is in danger, but also ghosting him at the same time? Dokja tells Aslan, ask for more details. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, there's Han Soo-young standing over a pile of bodies like it's Tuesday. She's panting, holding a small sword, and mutters, damn it, Kim Dokja. And what the hell is you Joonghyuk even doing now? Dude's locked in his room talking to walls and ditched his scenario. Guess I'm stuck doing everything again. Out of nowhere, Yu Sanga appears like a ghost. Han nearly jumps out of her skin. Jesus, warn a girl before you sneak up like that? Sanga's like, how long are you going to keep acting like this? Han Soo-young, huh? Then Sanga said, you can't just go around killing people. There's still morality, law or not. Han Soo-young rolls her eyes, telling her, those guys were survival of the fittest club trash. They were going to ruin this place anyway. Sanga doesn't back down. But you didn't give them a chance. Han Soo-young fires back. I know how this story goes. I read it. I know where it leads. Sanga brings out the big guns. 3 ways to survive the apocalypse. That's what they called their Book of Revelation, right? Han Soo-young freezes. You read it too? Sanga doesn't answer. She just says, constellations don't seem to know about it either. Did Kim Dokja read it? Is that why he always knew the future? Han Soo-young goes quiet. Her hand drifts to her weapon, just in case. Then Sanga asks the real question. Why would Dokja make that choice, knowing what would happen? Han Soo-young looks at her. This is the same Sanga who used to be a quiet office worker. Now she's asking the hardest questions. Sanga goes off. Everyone keeps talking about Kim Dokja like he's some mystery, but no one actually knows him. Then she softens. He was selfish. He lied. He played people. A total hypocrite. I don't even know if he's alive. But then she smiles faintly. Actually, no. I know he is. Somewhere. Still collecting stories. Still doing his weird little thing. Han Soo-young asks, you really believe that? Sanga, yeah. He doesn't change. That's the thing about him. Always reading web novels during work. Couldn't present for crap, but listen better than anyone. Right now, I bet he's lonely. And finally, she drops it. We need to go save Kim Dokja. Han Soo-young stood with fierce determination in her eyes, her long hair flowing in the light. Han Soo-young's expression softened as she looked at her. You've even got people worrying about you this much, she added quietly, her words carrying both a hint of jealousy and respect for the man they were about to risk everything to save. Suddenly, a notification showed up. A new main scenario has started. The alert caught everyone's attention. Almost instantly, the sky darkened. Crimson clouds twisted overhead, and bolts of red lightning cracked through the air. Without wasting a second, the 2 figures took off running. As they sprinted forward, both women looked up at the sky, their eyes widening in alarm. Frustration surged through Han Soo-young as she clenched her fists and shouted, God damn it! She knew whatever was coming next wouldn't be easy, and time was running out. High above, lightning crackled around a glowing orb in the sky. From within the chaos, a strange figure with horns appeared, grinning with wicked excitement. We don't really use wave patterns because they're too obvious, the figure said smugly. But I made an exception this time, since everyone seems to have too much free time these days. From the swirling sky above, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. One after another, more of the creatures followed, pouring out of the red vortex like a swarm. As the creatures darkened the sky, one of the girls glanced upward with a worried expression. Was this part of the original scenario too? She asked. Han Soo-young kept running. I don't remember everything. As the chaos built around them, remind me again how you kill that thing, she asked, trying to stay calm as the threat loomed closer. A notification showed up. The Stigma Black Flames level. 6 feet has been activated, and without hesitation, she drew her weapon. Her body surged with black flames as she soared from rooftop to rooftop, heading straight for the massive beast below. The dragon-like monster roared, baring its sharp fangs, but she didn't hesitate. She landed hard on its back, stabbing fiercely into its thick scales. The creature howled in pain. A notification showed up. The Grade 3 monstrous dragon species, Kragagon, has defended against the attack using fire resistance. And the monster lunged again, jaws wide open. She narrowly dodged, frustration boiling over. Ah, shitty lizard bastard, you're seriously no help. Another notification appeared. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is becoming gloomy. Still catching her breath, she thought, what if I could succeed the fable that the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon has right now? But doubt quickly crept in. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to succeed a fable like that? A bitter thought echoed in her mind. If only that stupid Kim Dokja were here, he would have told me what to do. A notification showed up. The constellation is declaring he can tell you their weakness if you want. Surprised, she looked at the glowing screen in front of her. You know their weakness? She asked in disbelief, her heart racing. Another notification appeared. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is jumping around wildly. Her eyes widened. Meanwhile, Han Soo-young was still fighting on the ground, holding off the monster with glowing golden energy. She shouted back, "Stop lying. I know you don't know much about the scenario. All the stuff you told me last time was wrong too." Back on the screen, the mysterious message continued to glow. As she stared at it, she whispered, "Really?" In another scene, far away, it was Dokja and Aslan. "Really?" they echoed in unison, surprised by what they were seeing. At that same moment, she charged forward with a sharp glare, blade in hand, letting out a powerful cry as she sprinted. She didn't slow down. Instead, she aimed straight for the white glowing mark on its head, a weak spot. With a fierce strike, she slashed deep into it, drawing a loud screech of pain from the creature. A notification showed up. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is claiming he heard it from a reliable source this time. She glanced back while dodging the dragon's attack. A reliable source? Then turning to the air above her, she said with a smirk, "Oi, Black Flame Dragon." A notification showed up. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon flinched and turned to look at his incarnation. Far above, the sky sparkled over a mysterious city below. Elsewhere, a young man stood silently in the shadows, his sharp eyes focused. Someone called out to him, "Revolutionary Nim." A notification showed up. The third night has arrived. Dokja turned his gaze, his expression calm yet intense. A voice called out to him with urgency, "Revolutionary Kim." Suddenly, the sound of slicing filled the air as an enemy was struck down violently. Blood sprayed across the scene as others stumbled back in fear. With the battlefield still tense behind him, the man turned to the blonde-haired boy and spoke, "Aslan." Aslan looked startled. He clutched his hand tightly, nervousness plain on his face. "Can I really do it well?" he asked hesitantly, looking down at the ground as they walked. The man answered without hesitation, "No one can do it better than you." "But it's only been 2 hours since I learned the skill," Aslan replied. "2 hours is enough," came the confident reply. Aslan's thoughts swirled. Who was the most perfect incarnation? There was a time when the casual commentators of Star Steam debated that very question. If it's about one-on-one strength, they said, then Joonghyuk is the strongest incarnation. When it came to information warfare, no one could outmatch Anna Croft. And in terms of defense, Lee Hyun-sung stood as the best tank. Ranveer Khan? He was the ultimate one-man army. But Aslan, he was never even mentioned. And yet, someone existed who had higher defenses than Joonghyuk, who was better in solo fights than Anna Croft, who surpassed Lee Hyun-sung in large-scale battles, and who outshined Ranveer Khan in information warfare. That someone was Aslan. The discussion had shifted to what truly made an incarnation perfect. Someone spoke firmly. The most perfect incarnation must be someone who can do well in everything. He didn't need to be the strongest in one area, but instead he was the one who had the widest range of talents and abilities across the entire ways of survival. It was decided. When learning the same skill, the man explained, this person reached the highest level faster than anyone else. All heads turned as the conclusion was finally spoken aloud. The most perfect incarnation is Aslan. He was the master of the unidentified wall, the king of transcendence, Aslan. And so the second part of Ways of Survival would begin with him. Then in a flash of light and rising flames, a notification showed up. Aslan had activated Fighter Transformation Level 9. A massive explosion of fire and light erupted into the sky, splitting the ground beneath into a glowing cross of destruction. The energy was so intense, it lit up the entire area like the sun had crashed into the earth. People nearby froze in shock. From the center of the flames, a figure slowly stepped out. The flames didn't burn him. They surrounded him like they were part of him. The character Aslan has just awakened as a fighter. Just like the Guardian class had its main skill called Guard, the Fighter class had a powerful core skill of its own, Fighter Transformation. From the ground, Dokja watched in awe as the flames danced high above a rooftop. It turned all the fear and pain they had felt into raw power. In that way, Aslan, burning with emotion, was the perfect example of what this skill could become. Aslan, even without the mysterious unidentified wall, had what it took to be a true fighter. The only problem is, he's too excited. Aslan approached one of the executioners with a burning rage and fist. Dokja runs in to support Aslan, thinking he'll mess around. Though Aslan isn't talentless, rather, he has too much talent. With a powerful leap, he slammed the executioner weapon straight into the ground. Aslan wasn't just any fighter. He was the only all-rounder incarnation in the ways of survival. But his strength came with a secret. Behind him, glowing blue doors floated in a strange, misty space. The unidentified wall stood quietly, watching over him. This wall was the reason behind his rapid growth. His real weapon was his talent, the ability to surpass years of hard training in just a few hours. He grabbed the executioner by the collar, refusing to back down. Aslan possessed a rare and powerful talent, but that kind of power always came with a price. The executioner's hands wrapped tightly around the Aslan neck as a sinister aura surrounded them. Aslan effortlessly removed the executioner's hands from his neck. Just then, a notification showed up. The mark cannot be used against the following position. Are you, perhaps? The executioner asked. But before it could finish its sentence, a fiery surge exploded out of the boy. The executioner screamed as the flames blasted it backward. The force of the blow shattered the ground beneath them, sending rubble flying as the executioner was violently thrown away. Immediately, a notification popped in, letting Aslan know that an executioner had been killed, with 6 more executioners remaining. Aslan stood in shock as he gazed at the scene unfolding before him. "The executioner is dead! The executioner is dead!" he stammered in disbelief. Just then, a sudden announcement echoed through the air. "A fighter has appeared!" The atmosphere thickened with anticipation. In that moment, Aslan's transformation into a fighter was complete, and he was beaming with fiery energy, his expression full of determination. A notification appeared, declaring that Aslan had devoted himself entirely to his transformation into a fighter. As the fire swirled around him, a man in a white coat stood behind, his face unreadable. Without warning, he struck Aslan, knocking him to the ground with a sharp, "Ugh! Ow! What did you hit me so hard for?" he exclaimed. Dokja, unbothered, replied calmly, "We can't have you spacing out, only when you are up against an executioner." Aslan, still dazed, listened to the words but couldn't shake the feeling of frustration. "It'll be bad if you get drunk on such a limited power." Meanwhile, in the distance, a woman, eyes darting about, was giving instructions. 2 to the west, 1 south, the rest are north. "Let's get going," Dokja said as he turned back to Aslan, ready to move forward. Its glowing presence, almost as if it were waiting for something. A notification popped up. "Fourth wall is licking its lips, looking at the character Aslan." "Not him. Don't even think about it," Dokja said sharply, his tone cold and serious. The fourth wall's disappointment was palpable. "You said you wanted to be friends with that wall. You're not supposed to eat your friends." Shouts echoed from different directions, with one person calling out, "The fighter is here. Hold on for just a bit longer." Aslan moved into action. The flames around him flared as he launched himself into the air, his eyes blazing with intensity. As he pummeled his opponent with a devastating punch, the explosion of energy filled the air, leaving destruction in its wake. In a flash, the executioner fell. The fighter had killed one of them. The remaining executioners now numbered 5, but the fight was far from over. As the dust settled, Aslan stood victorious. In the distance, a command rang out, and the chaos escalated. People charged toward Aslan, shouting in a frenzy. The figure in the white coat, Dokja, watched from the sidelines, aware of the fragile nature of the situation. It wasn't just about the fight, it was about survival. As the night dragged on, the realization dawned on him. The fight would end soon, but the consequences would last much longer. The Duke would have no choice but to end the night early in a bid to minimize the number of dead executioners. Dokja's thoughts were focused, determined. Despite the victories, the danger had not passed. It wasn't safe until the night was completely over. As the battle unfolded around him, Dokja found himself reflecting on the events of the day. Han Myung-oh had been captured, and 3 executioners were dead. The chaos in the streets was a testament to the tension that had been building all night. He knew, however, that the Duke, ever cunning, wouldn't have entered this battle without a plan of his own. Dokja moved with purpose, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as the night continued to press on. There was no way the Duke had entered this with no strategy. The tension mounted as the shadowy figures surrounding him closed in. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a weapon, prepared to face whatever came next. In this deadly game of wits and power, his next steps would decide the outcome of this night. As the fight escalated, a presence seemed to materialize from the shadows. Someone was using their life essence to protect him. A surge of energy erupted around Dokja as the protective barrier formed, electricity crackling through the air, signaling the arrival of even more danger. Surrounded by executioners, Dokja's thoughts remained sharp, his focus unwavering. The fighter would need to act fast if he was to overcome the chaos and avoid falling into the Duke's trap. The night was far from over, and every second was crucial. With a sudden move, Dokja sprang into action. Aslan, a crucial ally, was in danger. His heart raced as he saw the fiery warrior running toward the enemy. The fighter's expression was fierce, and his energy crackled with determination. As the energy surged, the fighter felt the ground shift beneath him, as if fate itself were testing his will. Just as the pressure mounted to its peak, the ground shattered in a violent explosion. The fighter was hurled into the air, his body slamming against the unforgiving ground with brutal force. Blood splattered as the impact took its toll, leaving Aslan in a vulnerable state. His eyes glazed over and a gasp escaped him, a faint cry of agony. In the distance, Dokja observed, his focus sharpening. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward with intense speed. His feet pounded the ground as he reached Aslan, lifting him from the wreckage. His expression hardened. "Are you all right?" Dokja asked, urgency in his voice, though Aslan could only manage a painful cough in response. Around them, the darkness seemed to pulse with energy as the enemies gathered, preparing for the final clash. But the true battle was just beginning. A new force emerged from the shadows, one that wasn't part of the plan. An executioner unlike any other, brimming with power. Dokja's eyes met the figures, a faint smirk forming on his lips as he sized up the situation. This wasn't just any battle, it was the turning point of the night. Not bad, Dokja thought to himself. The demon Marquis reveals his identity, asserting his position as one of the leading figures in the industrial complex, alongside Duke Sizebits. The stakes are raised and the tension grows as Dokja assesses the situation. Another ominous presence appeared. Another Marquis, this one with a ferocious and monstrous appearance, emerges from the shadows. The encounter becomes more perilous as Dokja realizes that they are up against not just one, but two formidable enemies. As the confrontation intensifies, the Marquis warns of the consequences. You will lose all that you hold dear to yourself. The ominous threat hangs in the air, raising the stakes for everyone involved. Marquis Quartethor, another powerful and menacing figure, now makes an appearance. He declares that those who dared to disrupt the complex will suffer the price for their actions. The sky turned blood red as the dark moon rose, casting an eerie glow across the battlefield. One of the Marquis, cloaked in shadow and rage, raised his sickles toward the sky and screamed, "That is the result of your revolution!" Dark energy swirled violently around him, lashing out at the terrified people nearby. Screams filled the air as panic spread through the crowd. People cowered, unsure of what was coming next. "Watch!" the Marquis roared. "As your hope falls apart!" His voice echoed with madness, and the energy around him twisted like claws reaching for the helpless. On the opposite rooftop stood Dokja, calm and unmoving in his white coat. Despite the chaos, his eyes remained steady, focused on the monster before him. The Marquis shouted again, his sharp teeth bared. "Watch, as your hope falls apart." He leaped, filled with fury, but Dokja didn't flinch. The crowd watched in confusion as the Marquis stuttered mid-sentence. As your hope?" Something had changed. The once confident beast now hesitated. Dokja's thoughts echoed. The fighter can only fight the executioner. He knew the rules, and he also knew this opponent had crossed a line. The enemy has decided to use their own forces instead of the ones meant to play their roles in the scenario, he realized. So I better respond accordingly. He understood the risk. The incarnation form will be destabilized quite a bit if I use my power, he thought, but there was no other choice. The Marquis froze, staring at Dokja as realization hit. You're... Dokja looked straight at him, dark energy swirling faintly around him now. "Who am I?" he said calmly, voice low but firm. The tension in the air was thick. Something big was about to happen. A bright light burst around Dokja as a notification appeared. LLP, expressing the level of a constellation. He stood calm, lightning flashing from his eye, power surging around him. From the street below, the Marquises looked up, stunned, panicking as his pressure alone made them back away. The beast-like enemies froze as a strange pressure filled the air. One of them growled in confusion, while another turned quickly, eyes wide with surprise. Something was coming. A notification showed up. Your incarnation form does not meet the requirements to properly express your power. Your level has been adjusted to compensate for the imbalance. Before they could react, one of the enemies was sent flying backward from a sudden force. Another notification appeared. Your level at the moment is historical grade. The enemy's face twisted in fear. He could feel it clearly now, the overwhelming energy. This aura, he muttered under his breath. Then his eyes locked onto the source. Dokja stood calmly in the middle of the storm. His expression was cold and still. The enemy gasped. A constellation! More notifications followed. Somebody in the demonic realm has realized what you are. Your incarnation form cannot handle your level. Cracks of light began to spread across Dokja's body. He glanced down, watching the effect on his coat. Another alert came. Your incarnation form is breaking down. Dokja clenched his fist. He knew he couldn't hold this form for long. I won't be able to stall any longer, he thought. I need to end this now while they're still scared. He activated one of his special powers. Activating exclusive skill, bookmark. A column of bright light fell from above. Dokja looked up, but something felt wrong. Your incarnation form is too unstable to use this skill. You tried to use a power that goes against plausibility. Shit, he whispered. Did I push it too far? Suddenly, another notification flashed. Exile penalty has been accelerated. Before he could adjust, the enemy who had been thrown off earlier returned, leaping straight toward him with claws out and rage in his eyes. The situation had become increasingly dire. The towering figure of the Marquis loomed over, boasting his power. You cannot kill me within the scenario even if you're a constellation, he snarled. Dokja, standing tall but seemingly unfazed, looked ahead. The words rang out in the chaos, sharp and determined. Call for reinforcements. His opponent's voice was filled with confidence, but the words that followed gave Dokja a moment of clarity. He'll die without us having to do anything if we just stall for time, they said, the recognition in their voice confirming that time was of the essence. Suddenly, something shifted in the air. A dark figure emerged from the shadows behind Dokja, a terrifying presence. The creature's sharp teeth glinted as it moved closer, ready to strike. A chilling thought crossed Dokja's mind. He froze as the figure's gaping maw loomed closer. A notification showed up in his vision. An exile? The voice of the mysterious figure echoed ominously. That would mean that, the cloaked figure muttered, its hand reaching out as though pulling the very fabric of the world itself. As the figure advanced, Dokja's mind raced. If we can just get his fable, I need to use at least electrification in order to defeat a Marquis. But he was aware that he couldn't use his skills freely. The time was ticking. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. His incarnation form, along with the citizens of the industrial complex, was at risk if he failed. A notification echoed again, and as it did, his thoughts continued. I need to kill these guys using a different method. Suddenly, the chain-wielding figure lunged, its weapon striking out like a blur. Dokja's mind flashed. The only option left for him now was to act swiftly. There is only one solution. With a brutal swing, the Marquis' chains were slashed through the air, the force of his strike causing a red blur as his weapon tore through the atmosphere. Aslan, now standing confidently by his side, began glowing with an intense, fiery aura. The flames burned brighter as his body emanated an almost otherworldly energy. A notification flashed once again. Character Aslan is using skill. Immortal Physique LV.7. Dokja's eyes widened in recognition. Immortal Physique? That's a regeneration skill in Murim, he muttered under his breath. Dokja couldn't help but recall their earlier conversation. There was a person from Murim whom I was chatting with earlier. His thoughts raced as he pieced together the puzzle. I guess he wasn't talking to just the abyssal black flame dragon, he mused. The fight wasn't over yet. In fact, it was only just beginning. The enemy closed in, but Dokja and Aslan were ready. The fight would be decided in moments. A faint smirk appeared on Dokja's lips as he stood on the platform above. The enemy forces, still rushing toward him, had no idea they were already walking into a trap. He stepped forward calmly, the golden glow of his ally still flickering beside him. The enemy charged in with confidence, unaware of the shift in power. Dokja glanced down as the executioners leapt, weapons drawn, eyes full of rage. But everything had changed. The night was gone, and with it, their strength. Their powers began to fail. Red static surged across their bodies, cutting them off from the source they relied on. One after another, the executioners staggered, unable to continue their attack. Below, the two Marquises, the most powerful figures in the industrial complex, watched from the shadows, cloaked in red energy. They were the final wall standing in the way. But for Dokja, this was the moment he had been waiting for. His footsteps echoed as he walked into the center of the chaos. The ground beneath him pulsed with dark energy, black script swirling around his feet like smoke. This was his chance. He gave the order. The fable was opened. A notification showed up. Starting fable. Insect massacre. Darkness wrapped around his figure. His eyes glowed a deep violet. The shadows stretched wide behind him, and the air grew thick with pressure. The hunt had begun. So, everything was chaos. Dokja had just activated a fable called Insect Massacre. Now this fable makes you crazy powerful against weaker enemies, but it's basically useless against anyone stronger. Then, boom, a system notification pops up saying, you now have absolute power over those weaker than you. Another one follows with, this fable only works on enemies below a certain level. Quartether, one of the demons, starts freaking out. He's yelling, what the hell is this? Then Aslan shows up, looks super confused and scared, steps on a rooftop, and nearly falls through it. Right after that, Dokja lands a hit on a demon, and suddenly a message shows up saying, you've earned a historical fable. But then another alert pops up. Your incarnation form is rapidly breaking down. So yeah, he's getting stronger, but his body is falling apart fast. Quartether yells at the others, run, we can't win this. But it's already too late. Dokja grabs one of the marquee demons by the throat and chokes him out. More notifications start pouring in like crazy. You've earned multiple new fables. You've defeated Demon Marquis Quartether. You've defeated Demon Marquis Osthion. Achievement unlocked. The high-ranking nobles of the demon realm now fear you. You've earned 50,000 coins. But there's a problem. Dokja's body is almost completely done for. A warning says, your incarnation form has reached its limit. He keeps pushing through, running toward another demon. Then the system says, the Insect Massacre fable will now be forcibly ended. Dokja's frustrated. He yells, damn it, that's it? Then he starts calling out names. Baron Garaith, Baron Serobius, Count Mokva. He warns the Duke, you better start fearing the day. The sun starts rising. The time that had frozen in the industrial complex finally starts moving again. People begin chanting, revolutionary, revolutionary, and Yu Joonghyuk, Yu Joonghyuk. A few more notifications show up. Your influence has now surpassed that of the original revolutionary. You've met the condition to create a fable. New fable acquired, revolutionary in the silver screen. Dokja, kind of emotional, thinks to himself, I wish Bi-hyung and those constellations could see this. Then suddenly, ding, a new alert. The Dokkaebi egg is responding to your fable. Dokja's like, huh? Another alert follows. The egg is about to hatch. Then things get even wilder. A temporary channel has been created in the demon realm. On this channel, a new constellation shows up. Demon Hinge of Salvation has entered the channel. Mark shouts in surprise. A channel? Did you hear that? The Dokkaebi are here. More alerts come in. Your incarnation form's breakdown will be temporarily delayed thanks to the channel. Dokja realizes this gives him some breathing room. He explains, a channel is super important. It's what keeps the story going. Just having someone enter it is helping stabilize all my fables. But then he adds, of course, I'm still technically marked as an exile. A new system message says, enter the main scenario to avoid destruction of your fable. Now, the only way for Dokja to join the main scenario is to kill the real revolutionary. More system updates follow. Your current incarnation form is in critical condition. You need new fables to repair it. The temporary channel won't stay open for long. The Dokkaebi egg is about to hatch. Feed it healthy fables. Then a softer one. The Dokkaebi egg is satisfied. And finally, the egg wants its parents' warmth. Dokja's like, wait, what? Someone explains, hey, if it's about to hatch, you need to hug it. That's how we raise healthy Dokkaebi. Everyone does it. Dokja kind of laughs. Seriously? You guys really believe in stuff like that? He then turns to Elaine and tells her, lock down the area. The demon nobles won't act for a while. We all need to rest. Elaine looks at him and says, don't move around today. Your body's wrecked. Dokja replies, all right, but Elaine isn't having it. Don't just say, all right. You could have died. I've never seen anyone use 5 historical fables just to stay alive. Dokja calmly says, I still have legendary fables, so I'll be fine. She stares at him. Are you seriously thinking of using legendary fables for repairs? Do you even realize how rare those are? How are you even still alive? Is this what they mean by the blessing of the story or something? Dokja just sighs. Okay, enough with the scolding. And besides, I can't really do much right now because of that guy, Aslan. Then Elaine spots something. Wait, what's that? Dokja responds, a Dokkaebi egg. What? Are you serious? This is actually a real Dokkaebi egg. Dokja raises an eyebrow. Do I look like I'm joking? Is that why the channel opened too? Dokja nods. Elaine starts to realize, if this is really a Dokkaebi egg, Dokja cuts in. I'm just trying to give the demon realm a real chance. They can't stay slaves to the industrial complex forever. Elaine then asks quietly, are you scared of the next scenario? Dokja looks tired. This world's hopeless. Honestly, picking any uncertain option just makes things worse. Elaine says, I'm grateful you started the revolution. But what's your real reason? Why are you doing all of this? Dokja answers, because I want to see the end of the story. Ellen looked at Kim Dokja. her eyes kind of suspicious but also curious. "So, why are you doing all this?" she asked in a quiet voice. Dokja didn't even flinch. He just stared ahead and replied calmly, "Because I want to see the end of a story." Ellen tilted her head, squinting a bit. "You mean, like the end of this scenario?" He gave a small nod. "Yeah, something like that." Then Ellen's face changed, like she suddenly remembered something important. "The truth seeker at the end of the story, Dokja?" she mumbled. She seemed a little more thoughtful now. "I heard about that, back on my home planet. Some constellations once mentioned that there are beings who live just to see how stories end in the starstream." Dokja nodded a bit, like he was thinking out loud. "Yeah, I've heard of them too, but they're not supposed to be active yet." Right before that thought could go any further, Aslan spoke up, sounding kind of nervous. "Wait, if that thing is a dokebi, isn't this going to end badly, like it always does?" Dokja turned to him, firm and confident. "Not this time. Not all dokebi have to turn out the same." Aslan didn't look convinced. "Still, how'd you even get that thing? I've never seen that grumpy old guy with anything like it before." Dokja glanced over at Myungo, who had been quiet this whole time. He looked like he'd been through a lot. "I'm guessing you've seen some stuff you can't really talk about," Dokja said gently. Myungo gave a faint, tired smile. "Yeah, giving birth is rough," he murmured, clearly thinking about some heavy memories. Dokja blinked, confused. "Wait, hold on. What? No. I didn't give birth to this egg." But Myungo just patted his shoulder like he completely understood. "It's okay, I get it." Dokja quickly pulled back, looking horrified. "No, seriously, that's not what happened." Right then, a bright alert popped up in the air. "The egg is about to hatch." Dokja's eyes widened. Another notification followed right after. "The Starstream is watching the birth of a new storyteller." He watched as the tiny dokebi finally came out of the egg. A soft, almost echo-like voice rang out in the air, like it came from the sky itself. "Listen, there are people out there who have no choice but to love stories. That's their fate." Dokja's face turned serious as he muttered to himself. "That's something the Dokebi King said in TWSA. But I don't think this is a moment to celebrate." Aslan, who had been standing nearby, looked at the little dokebi and said in a low voice, "I usually hate dokebi, but this one feels different." The voice returned, filled with sadness. "You had to be born into this kind of world. And this world, it runs on stories. You don't get to choose. You just have to love them." The dokebi started crying, first a little, then full-on baby cries. Way. And then the voice added softly, "That's why I made you this way, so you could hate me for it." Another alert appeared. "The baby dokebi is looking at you. The baby dokebi recognizes you as its parent. The baby dokebi's soul is connecting with yours." Suddenly, a glowing figure appeared in front of Dokja. It was a girl called Yu-seong, saying, "I've been waiting for you, mister." Dokja's expression softened. "It's been a while, Yu-seong." Everything around her seemed to slow down, like time itself had changed. Dokja quickly realized, this is how time works for dokebi. They experience it faster to handle all those different story channels at once. Another alert showed up. "You've unlocked an unbelievable achievement." Then Yu-seong smiled at him, saying she'll do it for him this time. "The first channel of the 73rd Demon Realm has been opened." A code popped up on the screen, BI-90594. Aslan, still nearby, raised an eyebrow. "What are you going to name it?" Dokja didn't even think about it. "BU," he said. "It means metaphor." Then another notification popped up. "The connection to the supporting system has been cut." Elsewhere, Lee Gil-young turned to Shin Yu-seong. He noticed her eyes were wet with tears. "Why are you crying?" he teased with a grin. "You know Dokja likes mature women, right?" Yu-seong shot him a death glare and wiped her face. "Shut up!" But Gil-young just kept smiling. "He's coming back. You saw it too, didn't you? Before he left, he told me to stay alive." Yu-seong frowned. "He never told me anything like that." Ignoring her, Gil-young pulled out a coin. "Okay, look, if I flip this and it lands on heads, it means he's still alive." Yu-seong sighed. "You've done this before. It doesn't prove anything." Gil-young looked at her seriously. "How many times has he died so far?" Yu-seong paused. 41 times. "And how many times has he survived?" 59. Just then, Joonghyuk showed up, looking dead serious. "Are you sure you want him to still be alive?" Gil-young didn't even blink. He flipped the coin and caught it. "Heads, told you," he said, proudly showing it off. "The gods of the sea use plausibility points." Joonghyuk just stared at him, kind of shocked. "Wait, he's using plausibility points on stuff like this?" Then the moment was interrupted by someone shouting, "A 15-year-old girl!" It was Soo-young. She looked absolutely furious. Everyone turned in surprise as she ranted, "That jerk tricked my abyssal black flame dragon and stole my skill." Mushoku blinked. "What are you even talking about, Soo-young?" Joonghyuk stepped forward again, eyes sharp. "He won." Mushoku looked worried. "Did you run into some kind of monster?" Then he turned back to Soo-young. "What were you saying earlier? Finish your thought." Soo-young hesitated. "Well, I mean, Joonghyuk frowned. Who even is this girl? Soo-young looked up suddenly and blurted, Dokja's alive. Joonghyuk stared at her. How the hell does that make any sense? Mushoku chimed in, surprisingly calm. Honestly, it's not that hard to believe. Joonghyuk gave him a confused look. You understood what she meant? Mushoku shook his head. Not really, but I think he's alive too. Gil-young looked up. What? Mushoku added. I suddenly couldn't use my stigma. Then came another message. The connection to the supporting constellation has been cut. Mushoku nodded slowly. Then I saw this. I found Kim Dokja. And meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, the sound of quiet footsteps echoed. Then a notification. You've arrived at the 16th personal scenario region. This scenario has a time limit. Another alert popped up. Return to the main scenario region within the given time. Kim Dokja stood there in this strange place, looking around like he was trying to make sense of it all. The tiny dokebi sat quietly on his shoulder, blinking at everything around them. Dokja narrowed his eyes, thinking out loud. Is this really where I'm supposed to be? The dokebi didn't answer. Everything stayed still. The air felt heavy, like it was full of stories just waiting to be told. So, Joonghyuk shows up in this weird, quiet place. A notification pops up right away. You've arrived in the 16th personal scenario region. Return to the main scenario region within the given time. He looks around. Nothing but silence and strange vibes. Bu, the tiny dokebi that just hatched, is sitting on his shoulder, giggling like some weird wind-up toy. Joonghyuk's already annoyed. Is this even the right place? He mutters. The dokebi doesn't answer, just keeps laughing. Joonghyuk glares. Seriously, are you broken or just dumb? Suddenly, another message appears. Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire says there's no other option because there's no channel open. Joonghyuk squints at the screen. Then how are you even messaging me? Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire replies, I can talk to you because the symbolic object is touching the incarnation. Ah, Bu is the object. Got it. He softens a bit. Is it safe for you to be doing this? But what he really means is, are you okay, Uriel? He knows how dangerous it is for her to reach out in the demon realm. She's using up a lot of plausibility points just to stay in touch. The system chimes again. Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire is touched by your kind heart. Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire says it kinda hurts though. Joonghyuk sighs, almost frustrated. Why are you going through all this just for me? The reply. Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire says she could ask you the same thing. Oof, she got him. Joonghyuk mutters, I just don't want anyone pretending to be me. Even if that person is Kim Dokja. Uriel giggles through the message again. Joonghyuk groans. I swear there are tons of useful items in the demon realm. That's the only reason I'm here. More laughter from Bu. I'm gonna throw you if you don't stop laughing. But the dokebi keeps giggling, and for some reason, it kind of helps. Even in this messed up world, that weird little sound makes things feel a little less heavy. He keeps walking. Eventually, in the distance, he sees a massive building rising out of the ground. Cracked walls, red glowing lines. It looks like a place built for nightmares. The demon building. He doesn't say anything, but his eyes lock on it. Inside that building, stuff is going down. Shirok is talking in a super formal tone. Due to the revolution, we're locking down the complex for now. We kindly ask the envoy of Gilabarth to remain here. He's talking about Ambaroth, some important figure tied to the Gilabarth industrial complex and also a potential duke. But before the meeting ends, Ambaroth cuts in, clearly annoyed. Are you done? Shirok panics a little. Yes, I'll excuse myself now. Then Ambaroth turns to another person in the room, Duke Seisbitz, and says, well, you heard what happened. Seisbitz gives a polite smile, but his voice has that quiet threat to it. Sucks that you're stuck here for now. Keep an eye on things. Ambaroth doesn't like that tone. That kind of talk could mess up relations between the complexes. Seisbitz chuckles. Relax, we're just keeping you safe. Then his tone sharpens. All because of that revolutionary, huh? 7 executionals and 2 marquises dead. That's impressive. Ambaroth thinks to himself, if the executionals are all wiped out, the scenario ends. That would mean Seisbitz is next. So why isn't he panicking? Ambaroth mutters under his breath. This is all kind of disgraceful for you, isn't it? But Seisbitz just grins. Not really. It's been 30 years since something exciting happened. I was getting bored. You sound like a constellation, Ambaroth says coldly. And why not? Seisbitz replies. Fables aren't just for constellations. The stronger the revolutionary, the better for me. I collect fables too. Might come in handy when it's time to crown the next Demon King. Then Seisbitz steps in a little closer and smirks. So why are you stopping me from leaving? You afraid of me? Ambaroth stays quiet, trying not to show how uncomfortable he is. Out loud, he says, I'm loyal to Gilabarth. Seisbitz laughs dryly. Who said anything about betrayal? Ambaroth shifts nervously. I'm just saying. Seisbitz cuts him off with a warning. Let me ask you something. Do you really believe Gilabarth can become Demon King? Or do you think Meladon or Perkan have a chance? Ambaroth avoids the question. That's hard to say. Seisbitz doesn't let it go. Come on, everyone knows who the strongest Duke is. Ambaroth, trying to change the topic, says, there are rumors Melodon's working with Veda. Sizebit shrugs. So what? Other people can borrow power from constellations too. Ambaroth goes quiet, thinking. Wait, is he working with one? Sizebit turns and stares at the sky. The Dokja are coming, and with them, a lot more. Ambaroth mutters, the sky's about to be filled with stars. That means demon kings from other realms are on their way too. His voice drops. The 73rd demon realm is about to become a massive stage. Suddenly, someone speaks from the shadows. Are you done messing with the channel? Sizebits responds, I already told the Bureau. Voice, so this is why you let the revolution happen? Sizebits grins. Why not? The constellations love a good show. The more blood, the better. The voice responds sharply. You're a real demon. Sizebits just chuckles. Thanks. I'll see you at the factory. Out of nowhere, a new notification lights up the room. Channel number B-90594 has been created in the Sizebits Industrial Complex region. Sizebits raises an eyebrow. Already? Ambaroth asks. Did you call the Dokja? Before he can answer, Shirok bursts into the room. Duke, there's a problem. Sizebits sighs. Speak. We can't power the factory. Not enough plausibility. Sizebits frowns. Didn't I tell you to prep that already? Ambaroth adds. Seems like the citizens stole some fable fragments. He narrows his eyes. This revolutionary isn't just powerful. They're smart. Sizebits, staying cold as ever, says, send the slaves to the horizon. We'll collect more fables. Shirok hesitates. We already did, but we lost contact with the supervisor. Somewhere nearby, 4 people are standing around the broken body of that very same supervisor. Aslan surveys the scene. Wow, the Duke really went big this time. He glances at the massive machine set up nearby. I've never seen this kind of thing before. Dokja steps up beside him. Honestly, this went better than I thought. Myungo grins. Told you, I am the brains of Microsoft, remember? Dokja smirks. If you ever become a constellation, that should totally be your title. Then he gets serious. Bring the slaves over. We'll help the ones who are still mentally stable. Just then, Biu lets out a tiny bah sound, like it's agreeing. A new screen appears. A new sub-scenario has begun. Sub-scenario, free the slaves. Dokja takes a deep breath. Thanks, Biu. Bah, she chirps again. They couldn't start the main scenario yet, but these little side quests helped buy some time and gave him the chance to rebuild his strength. It's only temporary, he thought, but if I keep stacking sub-scenarios, I might have enough power to face the Duke. Then came another alert. A new constellation has joined channel number B-90594. A constellation who hasn't revealed their name is watching the incarnation. Dokya's eyes narrowed. Already? A new one? Nearby, a wolf-headed citizen turned to his friend wide-eyed. Did you hear that? Hear what? I just got a direct message. Dokja looked at them and thought, they must have some serious coin if they're already messaging. Biyu's channel must be growing fast. Bah, Biyu replied. Dokja felt uneasy. I just hope it's a good one. He knew all too well. Early subscribers could shape a channel's entire vibe. Drama, violence, emotion. It all depended on what they liked. And Biyu was still just a kid. He thought back. Yusung of the 41st Life got hurt because of dokubis like this. This time it had to be different. Bah, Biyu asked, sensing his thoughts. Dokja gave a soft smile. Let's do our best, Biyu. But suddenly the screen glitched. A constellation who hasn't revealed their name is now revealing it. Constellation, New Money Serpent Head, looks down on the incarnation. Dokja's face darkened. It's him. New Money Serpent Head is bored. He doesn't like how the Dokaibi is managing this channel. More messages popped up. He wants something exciting. He doesn't want the slaves to survive. Anyone who kills a slave will be rewarded with coins. The message glowed right in front of the 2 wolf-headed citizens. They froze. Dokja clenched his fists. Damn it, he's trying to turn them against each other. Biyu made a soft, nervous sound. Bah. Dokja looked out across the field. His eyes were cold now. This wasn't just survival anymore. This was a fight to protect the weak from constellations who saw everything as a sick game. Ding! A wild system notification suddenly popped up in everyone's faces. Constellation New Money Serpent Head says anyone who kills the slaves will be rewarded with coins. Everyone blinked. Like, what the actual hell? Did the system just put a price on people's heads? Mark turned to that dude with the crazy uncombed hair, eyes burning with disbelief. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you serious right now? This ain't right, he snapped. Not all slaves are mindless, okay? Some of them still have their sanity left. But Rough Hair Guy wasn't hearing it. His voice was full of fire. Most of them already gave their souls to the Duke. They're just husks now. Mark wasn't backing down. Not all of them. You know damn well that ain't true. Rough Hair Guy gritted his teeth. They're as good as dead anyway. Let me go. Ding. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is thrilled by the conflict. New Money Serpent Head announces, Whoever kills the most slaves gets 3,000 coins. And just like that, chaos spread like wildfire. This scruffy bearded dude with wild eyes started panicking. Let's just kill him. We gotta survive too, man. Another guy jumped in like, yeah, let's just off them already. Rough hair guy turned to Mark with a sharp glare. If you're not gonna move, ding. Constellation New Money Serpent Head adds, every time you kill a fellow citizen, you get 300 coins. Mark and the rough hair guy froze. Faces like, wait, what? Rough hair guy literally choked, then turned to the crowd stuttering. Wait. Right then, Kim Dokja was just watching all of this with that cold, calculating stare. Yeah, this is how scenarios always go. Pure madness. Ding. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is loving the incarnation's reaction. Dokja took a breath and thought, what can I even do here? Then something clicked. There's always something I can do. He stepped forward, walked right up to rough hair guy, and grabbed him by the collar. The guy choked out, "Cook!" Dokja locked eyes with him. 300 coins per kill. Revolutionary, huh? He smirked. Coins are nice, I won't lie. But isn't that kind of cheap? His grip didn't loosen. So let's do the math. 300 per person here. I kill everyone. That's like 10,000 coins, right? Rough hair guy made a dying cat noise. Ugh. Dokja kept going like he was pitching a business plan. Add the 3,000 bonus for killing the slaves, that's 13,000 coins in total. Not bad. Then he tilted his head and asked, but tell me, what are you going to do with 13,000 coins? Rough hair guy was sweating bullets now. You'll buy a couple of mid-rank skills, maybe some decent armor, Dokja said, shrugging. Cool. Then what? The guy started stammering. I wasn't gonna, then he just broke down. Revolutionary, dude was straight up crying. Dokja finally let go, and the guy almost collapsed. Don't go selling your whole story for pocket change, Dokja said, voice sharp. If you're gonna sell it, make it count. Ding! Constellation New Money Serpent Head is glaring at you. New Money Serpent Head is furious. Constellation New Money Serpent Head has requested a bounty scenario. Scruffy beard guy from earlier peeked out from the crowd like, our revolutionary? BU, our baby Dokebi, made a soft little bah sound like she was hyped up. Dokja glanced at her and thought, if this were any other Dokebi, they'd jump at that bounty scenario. But BU, she's different. BU suddenly let out an angry, bah! Dokja flinched. Whoa! Ding! Constellation New Money Serpent Head has requested a bounty scenario. Again, Constellation New Money Serpent Head has requested a bounty scenario. Dokja explained in his mind. People think Dokabis just broadcast stuff, but they actually create these dramatic setups on purpose. The better the drama, the stronger the story. And BU, she's literally fighting against that instinct right now. He softly told her, it's okay. Then he thought, she's still just a baby Dokebi. This must be tough on her. He added, that Constellation ain't the only subscriber watching this channel anyway. Ding! Constellation Demon King of Salvation does not approve the bounty scenario. Bounty scenario has been denied. Aslan was shook. Man looked like someone slapped him with a wet fish. Ding! Constellation New Money Serpent Head is shocked. Dokja smirked. The story you want? Not here, Snakehead. Aslan called out to him, but Dokja didn't even look back. I'm busy. Go screw yourself. Aslan blinked. Wait, did you see that? It was the Demon King of Salvation. That Constellation showed up in our channel. Ding! Constellation New Money Serpent Head is raging. New Money Serpent Head is angry and Incarnation mocked them. New Money Serpent Head is mad some unknown constellation is disagreeing with them. Dokja raised an eyebrow. Man's losing it. Ding! Constellation New Money Serpent Head is searching for Demon King of Salvation. Well, Dokja thought, he doesn't know it's me yet. But now he knew what to do. I need to draw more constellations into this channel. That's how I win the Demon King selection. Ding! Constellation New Money Serpent Head is asking around about Demon King of Salvation. New Money Serpent Head heard some rumors. It says they've seen Demon King of Salvation before. Dokja chuckled to himself. Good. Let the rumors spread. If Secretive Plotter was watching, they'd probably be crying saying, brilliant move, my dear ally. Ding! New Money Serpent Head is gathering a group. New constellations have entered Channel B, L-90594. Then the names started dropping. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat is looking for fallen nails. Constellation Dog that threw itself into the flames is curious about the incarnation. Dokja muttered, why are they all animals? Do even weirdos like that become constellations too? Ding! New Money Serpent Head says this channel will belong to their nebula, the 12 Chinese zodiacs? Dokja raised an eyebrow. Oh? He scanned the crowd. Time to sort out who's worth keeping. Need a constellation who'll help manage this chaos. He looked right at Aslan. Yan Hanyung, what are you doing? Aslan jumped. Even the notification went, ding! The mysterious wall is scared. Dokja walked up slowly. If you blab about Demon King of Salvation to other constellations, he leaned in. You're dead, Aslan panicked. I was just showing off a little. Dokja grinned. If you keep it up, you'll be punished. Demon King of Salvation's a terrifying guy. Aslan blinked. You know him? You're close. Dokja. Close enough to snitch on you. Aslan smirked nervously. Are you gonna? Dokja shrugged. Depends. You gonna behave? Meanwhile, in the Duke's building, New Money Serpent Head is looking for a place to throw a tantrum. Nail-eating rat is interested in you. Sizebits gritted his teeth. Tush! He turned to a servant. Gather all the nobles once night falls. The servant blinked. Sorry, but Sizebits just glared. I understand, he muttered. The channel got opened without me knowing, but I'm not missing this golden opportunity. Dang! Nail-eating rat is curious how strong you are. Sizebits thought. Weird nickname. But a constellation is still a constellation. This is my chance. Ambaroth stepped forward. Do you really want to fight the revolutionary when we can't even activate the factory? If the executioners die, he'll kill you too. Sizebits smirked. That's only if he's the real revolutionary. Ambaroth was like, what do you mean? Sizebits ignored him. Anyway, what side are you choosing? Ambaroth blinked. I'm Marquis Gillabarth. Sizebits cut him off. You know what's up, Ambaroth thought. He's got the upper hand in the Demon King selection already. And on top of that, he's got the strongest fable in the entire 73rd Demon Realm. He bowed slightly. I greet the new Demon King of the Demon Realm. Kim Dokja looked at Ellen and Mark and dropped the responsibility like it was a hot potato. Ellen, Mark, I'll leave the slaves to you guys, okay? Handle that. Then he turned to Bu. Hey, Bu, mind interfering with the channel for a bit? What I'm about to say, let's just say it's not very animal-friendly. Bu made a soft ba noise, probably already half tuning out. Then Dokja turned to Aslan. Joonghyuk, how many people are you chatting with right now? Aslan casually went, about 3? Dokja raised a brow. One of them has to be the abyssal black flame dragon, right? Who are the other 2? Aslan tilted his head. Might actually be 5. 5? Dokja blinked. Wait, technically it's about 9? Aslan added like he was reading a weather forecast. Dokja stared at him, lips twitching. 9! Aslan looked up like he was doing mental math. Yeah, and if you count the people who reply really slowly, maybe 15? Brother, the mysterious wall. One of its known abilities is one-on-one chatting. Joonghyuk recently started using it like he's got a VIP texting plan with the constellations. You can message any being with a nickname across the entire Starstream scenario. Wild. You're talking to 15 people at once? Dokja asked. Aslan just shrugged. It's not like it's hard, Dokja mumbled, borderline jealous. It's hard for me to just talk to one person. Why? Still baffled, Dokja gave him a task. Anyway, I want you to contact someone. Huh? Who? Aslan tilted his head again like a confused cat. Kim Dokja thought, the person I want to call can't be restrained by ordinary power. Just reaching this point took everything. Not just surviving the scenario, but avoiding the greedy hands of constellations. It had to be a wanted reward scenario, and fate dragged me here too. Thanks, fate. You suck, Dokja sighed. Bringing one of those guys back again. Seriously? He muttered. I know there must be good constellations out there, but at the end of the day, they're still constellations. Aslan blinked. Why'd you go quiet all of a sudden? He leaned closer. You worried about something? Just tell me. I like hearing people's problems. I wanted to make a character different from you, Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk's the kind of guy who's got everything. Strength, skills, looks, but he never listens. So how about a character who actually listens? Someone who's been through hell and wants to understand others. The result? A character who sees the stars and hears the stories behind them? Dokja sighed. There were people I thought were scumbags. And yeah, some of them were. They talked trash, bullied others. Some did way worse. You must have hated them, Aslan said. I thought I did, Dokja replied, but I don't really know anymore. Some people turned out to be better than I expected. Others, not so much. I can't tell who's real anymore. Aslan nodded thoughtfully. Sounds like you're confused. Then he added with a knowing smile, but you want to understand them better, right? What? Dokja flinched. Aslan continued like he didn't hear the outburst. You're saying they seem bad, but they might not be, right? Dokja stared at him like, is that what I sounded like? Aslan shrugged. You just have to talk to them more. Maybe they'll turn out okay. Dokja's face went dark. There's no point. Why not? Dokja lowered his voice. Because everyone's got a wall. Yeah, he said. You and I are talking right now, but even you know it. Ding. The fourth wall is looking at you. Dokja sighed. There's only so much we can say. Only so much we can actually share. Aslan nodded. Guess that's why people build walls in the first place. And it hurts, Dokja added. Imagine spilling your heart to someone and they just don't get it. Like talking to a rock. Aslan tilted his head again. Then it's obvious. You just have to write on the wall. Excuse me? Aslan grinned. If the person you want to talk to is beyond the wall, just scribble something on it. Shit on it, piss on it, whatever. Just leave a mark. Dokja made a face. What's the point of that? There isn't one, Aslan said with a smile. But the important part is you left something behind. But they won't even see it. It's on my side of the wall. Yeah, but maybe someday the wall changes, and someone reads what you left. Dokja blinked. And then, he smiled, like a real one. Is this how you talk to constellations too? He asked. Huh? I mean, yeah, kinda. Dokja nodded, thinking, no wonder they open up to this guy. Then he said, all right, can you contact someone for me? Aslan tilted his head. Who? Ding! The fifth night has begun. And just like that, chaos. Aslan screamed, fire! Dokja yelled, tell everyone to gather here. Now! Too late! One of the executioners was already slicing through a noble like he was chopping cucumbers. Panic broke loose. People running, screaming, pure mayhem. Kim Dokja thought, what's their plan? Whatever. Let's think positive. Maybe this is my chance. He barked out orders. Joonghyuk, focus on the executioners. Don't fight the nobles, no matter what. Aslan shouted back. Got it. Then Dokja saw a familiar face in the crowd. Ambaroth. The man walked up slowly, eyes burning. Are you the revolutionary? Dokja blinked. Marquis Ambaroth. It's Ambaroth, not Ambaroth, he hissed. Ambaroth stared him down. You're not running? Even though you know who I am? You're even dumber than I thought. Dokja grinned. I would have run if I thought I was going to lose, Ambapop. Ambaroth twitched. I said it's Ambaroth! Ding! Activating fifth bookmark. Hyrgios Rodgrame. Suddenly, Ambaroth lit up like a Christmas tree with flames bursting around him. Ding! Activating exclusive skill. Size reduction level 3. Activating exclusive skill. Electrification level 1 + 1. A surge of energy exploded around him, blinding everyone nearby. And Dokja? He just stared like, yep, here we go again. So right off the bat, Ambaroth snaps his hand up and bam! Dude fires a deadly dark energy spear straight at Dokja. Like no hesitation. The air literally bends around this thing. That's how strong it is. But our boy Dokja? Man doesn't even blink. Just stands there like it's a mosquito flying at him. Then Ambaroth, pissed, growls, you little rat. And right then a notification pops up like, Constellation Nail-Eating Rat is enraged by the statement from the demon Ambaroth. Yeah, even the rat constellation is offended. We got beef on all sides now. Ambaroth doesn't stop there though, still spewing energy like a maniac. Die already! But Dokja, calm as ever. He just stretches out his hand, and right before the attack hits, he catches it midair like a boss. That whole terrifying, crackling attack just freezes, stuck there like a paused YouTube video, held in place by nothing but Dokja's pure willpower. Ambaroth literally goes, ah, yeah bro, we all shocked. And then the nearby slaves, their jaws hit the floor. They're like, I can't believe this. Another one goes, whoa! Even the system had to say something. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is shocked by your strength. But wait, there's a catch. Notification, you have used a power that your incarnation form cannot handle. Then boom, another one. A large part of your incarnation form has been damaged. Dokja just mutters, damn it, not again. Like this isn't the first time he's nearly destroyed himself by flexing too hard. And then, things go from bad to full apocalypse. New constellations have entered the channel. Dokja, putting the pieces together, mutters, they're coming here without the factory? The Duke's basically started the end of the scenario himself. And yep, he wasn't kidding. Because right after that, boom, something massive rolls into the sky. Like you know when anime characters look up and the sky is suddenly 90% evil clouds? Yeah, one massive demonic presence appears out of nowhere, just radiating pure death vibes. Dokja stares up and says, the factory's been activated. But how? Now this new demon is out here just slaughtering everyone, especially the slaves. Screams fill the air, blood, chaos, the whole playlist. Notification, your incarnation has been seriously damaged. Dokja's coughing now, hard, and the system just keeps coming. Enter the main scenario or take in a new fable. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is enjoying your despair. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat finds joy in your struggles. A small minority of the constellations want to see you in more pain. Bro can't catch a break. Dokja's coughing again, wheezing as he mutters, damn it, the channel's been opened but there are 0 constellations on my side. Then he's like, wait, how did the channel even start up? Suddenly a new notification floats in. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is watching you in distress. Dokja squints. What? Then it hits him. Wait, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, is actually here? Next notification hits hard. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is squinting at your outfit. Dokja starts thinking, does he not recognize me because of this fable covering my face? Then out loud he calls, prisoner of the golden headband. Notification. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking at you. Dokja calmly says, it's me. Bam! Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is shocked by your identity reveal. He's asking how you managed to survive. He's asking what you're doing in a place like this. Dokja bows his head a little and replies, the great sage, heaven's equal. It's nice to see you again. Then this dude doesn't know how to reply. The notifications show him literally fidgeting, looking for the right word to say, grabbing and letting go of his hair repeatedly. Dokja tilts his head, confused. His hair? He opens his palm like, what am I even looking at? Notification. Your understanding of the character prisoner of the golden headband has suddenly increased. Then Dokja says in a quiet tone, it's a secret that I'm here. You get it, right? Notification. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband nods. Dokja's like, anyway, how did you? Then Aslan barges in out of nowhere yelling, you Joonghyuk! He runs over. Are you all right? Dokja just mutters to himself, right, I'm still Yu Joonghyuk in his eyes. I should probably tell him my real name soon. Notification. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking at you in confusion. Dokja shakes it off and asks Aslan, how do things look out there? Aslan frowns. Not good. They're destroying everything just to find you. Dokja asks, what about the executioners? Aslan sighs. There's only one left now. They're insanely good at running away. Dokja nods. Then get that one too. You need to in order. Suddenly his face goes pale. Aslan notices. Hey, you! Notification. Exile penalty has restarted. The durability of your incarnation is very low. Dokja quickly calls out, be you! She responds like a goat on caffeine. Bah! Notification. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Then the blue screen shows up with all the info. Sub-scenario, fable alteration, type, sub-difficulty, 0 clear condition, recover the durability of your damaged incarnation form, time limit, none reward, none if you fail. Notification. The exile penalty has been alleviated due to sub-scenario activity. Aslan, confused, asks, Dokja, are you okay? Notification. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is interested in your use of the scenario. You have received a donation of 800 coins. The destruction of your incarnation form has been delayed due to the new sub-scenario. Dokja then asks, where's Eileen? Aslan replies, she should be evacuating the citizens with Mark. Meanwhile, the citizens are full panic mode. Everyone's running for their lives. But the fable weapon out here isn't playing. It's got claws and it's slicing people down left and right. One poor guy trips, falls, and mutters, Is this how I die? Then out of nowhere, the fable weapon just lets out this monstrous shriek. Amberoth, panicking now, screams, Duke! Duke! And the demon just makes this awful sound like a dying blender. Everything's still in flames. Total disaster. The fable weapon is still going berserk, wrecking the whole place like it's trying to win a destruction competition. Dokja watches the chaos and mutters, I see how the factory was started. Then it clicks for him. He's using his own subordinates as fuel. That's messed up. He really doesn't care about the complex anymore, huh? He stares a bit longer, kind of annoyed. But why, though? It's his industrial complex. Then we get Dokja's internal monologue. He's decided to become the Demon King. That explains everything. Now Seisbit steps in, yelling to the skies like a man doing performance theater. Look, constellations! This is what you wanted. And of course, the notifications pop up like nosy neighbors. A small minority of the constellations find the Seisbit's Duke's actions interesting. Aslan rushes over to Dokja and shouts, if we don't do something, but Dokja, calm as ever, is like, wait, just give it a sec. Then we get a little Dokja lecture moment. The factory and that fable weapon produce so much power that plausibility can't even handle it. Translation? Use it wrong and you self-destruct. Instantly, he mutters, I knew it, then says out loud, it's probably because he doesn't have enough persuasive power. That thing's running off nobles, but it won't last long like that. But then Dokja's eyes widen. Wait, what the hell? Its movements, they're not slowing down at all? More notifications roll in like pop-up ads. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is looking proudly at the Seisbit's factory. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat is overjoyed by the destruction. Some constellations are even paying plausibility points for this mess. Dokja mutters through clenched teeth, damn it, they're actually funding this crap now. And just like that, the fable weapon roars like a boss enemy. Where is the revolutionary hiding? Aslan panics. You're gonna die if you go near that thing. Don't you see it? But Dokja brushes him off. Joonghyuk, kill the last executioner. I'll handle the rest. Aslan stumbles. Why are you doing all this? You could literally just run. You're not even the real revolutionary. Dokja just shrugs. I don't like stories like this. Aslan squints. What? Dokja keeps going. It's too obvious. And boom. Before Aslan can say anything, Dokja sprints off like he's late for class. While running, he's thinking, same thing happened in Joonghyuk's 111th life. Even when the last night industrial complex appeared, the revolutionary didn't show up. So yeah, I expected this. Suddenly, a citizen yells out, "Revolutionary!" Dokja just mutters under his breath. But still, I want the story to be a bit different this time. Notifications light up like red flags. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is glaring at you. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat is screaming at you. Constellation Dog that threw itself into the flames wants to see your downfall. But Dokja just keeps running toward the literal death machine. Suddenly, Bu screams behind him. B-I-I-I. Yeah, she's making goat noises again. Loud ones. Dokja flinches. Wait, is she mad at me? He then sighs and reassures her. It's okay, Bu. I wasn't fine earlier, but I'm okay now. For real, at least. Notification. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking at you. Dokja doesn't hesitate. He jumps straight toward the fable weapon. Notification. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband wants you to destroy that chunk of metal. Dokja grins a little. All right, I finally have someone on my side. Meanwhile, Sizebits from inside the fable weapon scoffs. Still not satisfied, but not bad. Worth the trip to the underworld. Then he explains casually like he's on a podcast. This is a weapon I only got a peek at after bribing a judge from the underworld. Giant soldier, he keeps talking. Compared to that, this is just a cheap copy, but still crazy strong. Stronger than any other factory. Notifications. Some constellations are loving this destruction. Others are pointing at civilians trying to escape. One poor civilian catches a rock to the back and screams. Sizebits, still cozy inside the weapon, mutters, they're just sacrifices for the bigger story. Then he goes full monologue mode. 400 years. That's enough time for a whole dynasty to rise and fall. Once upon a time, I loved this industrial complex. I was a sage king sometimes, a tyrant other times. I was happy, I was sad. It was fun, but eventually I got bored. He keeps ranting. After visiting Olympus, I got even more bored. The other world's sword master, a great sage, even a ninth circle archmage. Ugh. Then he scoffs. I didn't know such dishes existed. We flash to a memory of the queen of the underworld saying, you must enjoy eating. And Sizebits just slams his hand on the table in frustration like, why do I have to eat these stories instead? Then he drops the bomb. I'm moving to the next scenario. I'm going to become the Demon King. I'm going to eat fables way better than the trash those other losers left behind. And if that means sacrificing this entire industrial complex, so be it. He finishes with a mic drop. Revolutionary? There's no such thing. It was all just a role play for the scenario. 4 centuries of fake drama. That's what you were all fighting for. Now, I'll finally move on to the next scenario. Then we cut back to Dokja. So, Dokja throws shade like, are you happy now? Then man just launches himself straight at the big fable weapon like he's done with everybody's nonsense. Sizebits sees this and goes, but dude doesn't even finish his sentence. Classic villain energy. Now here's the twist. Dokja starts thinking to himself like, man, sometimes knowing people's thoughts too well is a curse. His brain is basically on speaker mode right now. Even folks who don't have omniscient reader powers can low-key feel what he's thinking. The man's emotions are spilling out everywhere like a broken faucet. And then boom, the system starts exposing everyone. Notification. Character Demon Duke Sizebits is overthinking. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat is cringing at the behavior and words of the Duke. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is unbothered. So while the audience is roasting him in the comments, Sizebits finally finishes his earlier sentence and goes, you're a fake revolutionary. Dokja's like, who's fake? Man steps up like a final boss, standing in front of this glowing fable weapon that's practically screaming with power. He lifts his hand and punches it. Boom. The weapon fights back and hits him with a wave of force that sends him stumbling. Notification. Your incarnation's durability is at risk. Dokja bites his teeth and grunts like, ah. Sizebits watches and is like, not bad. Dokja mutters, damn it, I don't have enough strike force. Notification. Revealing constellation level. Your incarnation form is too damaged to reveal all the energy you possess. Sizebits just freezes, staring at Dokja's form like he saw a ghost. This energy, you? Notification. A young golden dragon's broken heart has been activated. Dokja's thinking, if only my body wasn't this busted up, I could have handled this fight. Notification. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is watching in anxiety. The durability of your incarnation form has reached 0. The incarnation form will start breaking down if you keep fighting. Dokja sighs to himself. So this is all I've got, even after showing everything? Sizebits starts laughing. You've got spirit, I'll give you that. But you can't beat me. You're a fake, remember? Dokja just stares, thinking, yeah, I already knew I wasn't going to win this. Sizebits continues, thanks to you, the complex last scenario is about to be beautiful. But Dokja's like, I was never trying to win in the first place. Real or fake, that doesn't even matter. Cut to the background. People watching Dokja take on this huge fable weapon like some shonen protagonist. One citizen yells, the revolutionary is fighting. Another one joins in, he's real. Then someone adds, it's all written. People will know about this. The revolution will get stronger. Notification. Your influence on the current scenario has grown. Dokja, still glowing with energy, shouts, as you said, I'm not the real revolutionary, but the revolution still exists. Sizebit snaps, it does not. Dokja shoots back, why? Because you used to be a revolutionary too? That hits Sizebits right in the trauma. Man is shook. Dokja doesn't stop. Is it because the cycle of tyranny just keeps repeating even after the revolution? Is that it? Then he hits him with this banger of a line. What happens to a revolutionary who starts the revolution? He keeps going. Just because you failed doesn't mean everyone else will. No scenario is meaningless. Meanwhile, the place is still getting wrecked. Chaos everywhere. The fable weapon is going berserk. Sizebits just casually says, your story's kinda interesting. I'll eat you. And then cut to a scene from Joonghyuk's 111th life. In the end, Joonghyuk made the worst decision possible. He said, if I don't know who the revolutionary is, I'll just kill everybody until I do. Dokja mutters to himself, damn it, I wouldn't even be going through all this if I just stuck to the novel. But I can't. I don't want to. Sizebits is still tearing the place apart, screaming, where are you hiding, you fake revolutionary? Dokja is barely standing. A giant chunk of rock is about to crush him when suddenly, boom! Ellen jumps in and saves him. They both hit the ground. As Dokja gets up, he's like, Ellen, what are you doing? He tries to move, but Ellen stops him. You've done enough. Then both of them freeze. Something's off. Dokja stares into the distance, thinking, wait, is the real revolutionary here? Then he says it out loud. Wait, the revolutionary is here. Ellen and Dokja are both in shock. Notification. Somebody has announced themselves as the real revolutionary. Ellen and Dokja. What? Suddenly, a woman in the crowd yells, no, I am the revolutionary. Notification. Someone else has announced themselves as the revolutionary. Then it's chaos. Another person screams, I am. Then another one, no, I'm the revolutionary. Notification. Someone else has announced themselves as the revolutionary. It's turning into a whole Twitter thread, just people claiming the title like it's trending. And the narrator drops this. That was a scene that never happened in the TWSA where Joonghyuk lived. Dokja mutters, what a shame. I wish I could show this to the Joonghyuk from the 111th life. If he'd seen this, maybe he would have made a different choice. And then it happens. A voice shouts, I am the revolutionary Joonghyuk. Dokja freezes. Huh? Another citizen yells, I'm Joonghyuk. Another one joins, no, it's me. Even some wolf-looking guy calls out another person like, stop capping. I'm Joonghyuk. So notification. Someone has announced themselves as Joonghyuk. It's me. I'm Joonghyuk. There is chaos in the achievement system of the Starstream. Cut to the front of the Gilobarth complex. Joonghyuk is standing there, calm as ever. He looks around and says, is Kim Dokja really here? We start at the Gilobarth Industrial Complex. Notification. You have entered a new main scenario. Joonghyuk arrives and just stands there, staring around like, it's quieter than I thought. He expected chaos. Buildings on fire, people screaming. Kim Dokja may be wrestling a dinosaur, but nah, it's pretty chill. He grumbles in his head. This place is too big, annoying. Notification. Devil-like judge of fire wishes for you to not unnecessarily harm anyone. Joonghyuk is like, too late. Now he sees some guy standing around looking suspiciously informed. Joonghyuk sizes him up and thinks, yeah, this guy probably knows stuff. So what does he do? He jumps straight at the guy like a purple meteor, his whole body glowing with this terrifying energy. Bro lands, a scary aura and all, and says, I'll spare your life if you answer my questions. Notification. Exclusive skill. Sound wave obstruction level 10 has been activated. The guy sees Joonghyuk landing like a final boss and starts panicking. What? You're here. And then smack. You just decks the guy. No warm-up. The dude's wheezing. Why are you doing this? Ask me anything. You starts to ask, where is Kim? But then stops mid-sentence. He thinks, wait, Kim Dokja wouldn't be dumb enough to use his real name here. Smart move. So he changes it up. Where is Joonghyuk? Now we switch scenes back to the chaos at the Duke's complex. People are still out here LARPing like crazy. I am Joonghyuk. No, I'm Joonghyuk. It's basically a revolutionary cosplay convention. Notification. Somebody has announced themselves to be Joonghyuk. Dokja hears all this and mocks them in a goofy voice. Joonghyuk! Whoo! Notification. Somebody has announced themselves to be Joonghyuk. Notification. Revolutionary Joonghyuk's name has been spread far and wide across the 73rd Demon Realm. One citizen joins in, I'm Joonghyuk. Another says, nah, it's me. Dokja's just watching them and thinking, man, I wish Joonghyuk could see this. He starts narrating in his head like he's writing a letter. The star stream is basically one big fable realm now. With this many people screaming his name, Joonghyuk's probably racking up some insane fable points. Must be nice. I don't know what you're doing or where you are, but this one's for you, buddy. Notification. Your fame has increased. Dokja. Eh? Kim Dokja's fame is rapidly increasing in the 73rd Demon Realm. Dokja's like, wait, what the hell? I haven't even used my real name here. How is this happening? Sizebits isn't having it. He yells, you arrogant little... But before he can do anything, the crowd notices something. Notification. The last executioner has failed. The effects of Sizebits' Duke status have been undone. Aslan, still glowing like a human torch, just took down the last executioner with a clean hit. Notification. All executioners in the industrial complex have died. All beings within the complex now have the means to execute the dictator. A citizen, breathing a sigh of relief, says, finally, notification. The night of revolution will begin now and last for 1 hour. The crowd erupts. The night of revolution. Okay, the one-time citizens are allowed to actually execute the dictator with their own hands. One citizen screams, destroy everything. Sizebits panics and whips out his fable weapon, grinding anyone in his path. He's yelling. Someone shouts, back up. Another one says, damn it, this thing's too tough. Sizebits calls them all idiots. But here's the catch. Even though this is the Duke's weakest moment during the scenario, there's a condition. The Duke has to come out of the factory. Sizebits, meanwhile, is thinking, there's nothing they can do. This factory's indestructible. Notification. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is excited by the sight of blood. The people caught by the factory's giant spinning death blades are screaming in agony. It's brutal. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat finds the human massacre amusing. Dokja turns to Ellen. Are you done yet? Ellen responds, the temporary patch-up is complete, but if you want to fight, Dokja cuts her off. Nah, I just need to do one last thing. Sizebits is back to screaming, where are you hiding? Try your stupid revolution. Dokja calls out, Biu. Biu replies, bah. Dokja thinks, if the Duke's gonna bring in outside forces to crush the people, then I'll do the same. He says, Biu, increase the bandwidth of the channel to the underworld. Can you do it? Biu, bah. Now we jump to the underworld. When I went to the underworld the second time, flashback. Dokja's passing off some top-tier cheat codes. Dokja says, this is the blueprint for creating the giant soldier. Got it? The dude he's talking to is like, oh, I see. Man, thanks a ton. Dokja shrugs. If you're that grateful, just make sure my name ends up on the list of creators. I handed over the instructions for the giant soldier. A weapon so broken it causes plausibility backlash just for existing. Normally, summoning it is basically forbidden, unless it's during something huge, like the Gigantomaxia war between constellations. Back in real time, Dokja looks up. Notification. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking at you. Dokja goes, help me. I want to change this scenario. Fairness died a long time ago, and don't you agree? Constellation New Money Serpent Head is excited by the chaos. Constellation prisoner of the golden headband is feeling lazy. Dokja goes, didn't you get a weird message lately? The prisoner replies, what message? Dokja says, not sure exactly, but something about a blue screen. It said, grow hair. Then he hits him with the real burn. And something about your hair loss. Yeah, that's right. Those guys. Notification. Constellation New Money Serpent Head is looking at you in shock. Constellation Nail-Eating Rat is chewing on their own name in anxiety. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is enraged. All right, guys, so Dokja just stood there, serious face on, dug into his pocket, and pulled out a single strand of hair. Yeah, hair. Not a weapon, not a scroll, not even a sandwich. Just hair. But not just any hair. This was the great sage equal to heaven's hair. And Dokja was like, damn, a single strand is radiating this much energy? Man knew he had a weapon of mass destruction between his fingers. So what does he do? He clutches it, closes his eyes, gets all poetic out of nowhere and whispers, oh, sword abandoned for the sake of cutting down a sleeping giant. Bro was definitely cooking something. Then boom, the whole sky turned purple. Not lavender, not violet. Nah, this was apocalyptic purple. The air thick like someone microwaved soup with the lid on. Everyone around just paused like they could feel something wild about to go down. Then that oh-so-familiar ding notification popped up. Beings of the underworld have noticed your presence. Of course they did. Dokja basically just rang Hades' doorbell and ran. Dokja muttered like a dude who knows he messed up but is too deep in to back out. Yeah, there's no way they wouldn't notice this mess. Hades, Persephone, y'all better cut me some slack here. And then he screamed, now! Descend! Boom again. Purple light raining down like alien invasion. Even Spitz was shook, eyes wide like he just saw his mom in the club. He gasped, that's notification. Giant soldier Pluto has answered your call. Secret weapon of the king of the underworld, giant soldier Pluto. And Spitz, man was glitching. He said, that thing? But it wasn't even complete yet. Well, surprise, buddy. Dokja doesn't wait for updates. Another notification rolled in. A few constellations are losing their minds over this weird, messed up scenario. And of course, demon kings of the underworld nearby are shocked by the insane plausibility backlash. Dokja? The man hit the ground coughing up blood like he overdosed on hot Cheetos. Dude's body was literally breaking. Then another pop-up. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, will share plausibility with you. Dokja screamed like a dying anime protagonist. Full shonen mode. Notification. Your incarnation's body has reached its limit. Meanwhile, people in the city were staring up like, well, that's the end. Giant equals disaster. Run. Now here's the wild part. The giant opened its mouth and went, where am I? And Dokja, barely breathing, called out, Kim Nawoon. Kim Nawoon blinked at him and said, wait, you're that subway locust guy? Dokja was like, yup, but he thought to himself, I freaking knew it. He used his own soul as the final ingredient to run the giant. Notification again. Your incarnation's body has reached its limit. Like, bro, we get it. He's dying. Then Nawoon started freaking out. Hold up. Did you really say the activation phrase? Cue the flashback moment. Nawoon explaining to Dokja like a teacher talking to a failing student. All right, listen up. I'll set the activation phrase to this. You better remember it. If you ever use it, it might help. And look at Dokja now. Dying. Bleeding. But hey, the phrase worked. Dokja looked at him and said, so, you really went in there yourself? Nawoon laughed like a maniac. Hell yeah, I did. It feels amazing here. And get this. All giant soldiers have a soul wired in, but Nawoon, this dude full-on uploaded himself like a bootleg Iron Man. He grinned and said, this one's on the house, old man. Hop on, I'll show you the best seat in the house. Dokja was like, yeah, about that. I don't think I can move. Then Nawoon looked him up and down, saw him barely standing and went, dude, what the hell happened to you? Dokja just pointed to the fable weapon. Take that thing down. Spitz popped out screaming, no way, I'm not letting you do that. Too late. Before he could even finish his dramatic line, the giant already slammed him. Fable weapon? Boom. On the ground, shattered like a dollar store toy. Nawoon walked over, picked it up and said, what the hell is this junk? You called me just to smash this? Lame. Countdown begins. 25 seconds until summoning is canceled. And Nawoon just kept ranting, annoyed. What a damn pain. 20 seconds left. He's still smashing the fable weapon. 15 seconds. Now he's tearing it apart like he's unwrapping Rage for Christmas. 10 seconds. Dokja's just lying on the roof, watching this go down like a proud, dying dad. 5 seconds. Nawoon smirked. Guess it's over, right? So, what now? 4, 3? He looked up at Dokja and said, old man, you want to fight? 2 seconds. Then he cursed, damn it, see you in the 1 second underworld. And just like that, poof, he vanished. Meanwhile, Kim Nawoon is still being dramatic as hell as he vanishes into sparkly death particles yelling, shit, see you again in the underworld. Bro really left the stage like a rock star. Dokja, barely holding it together and coughing blood like someone just drop-kicked his lungs, mutters, dumbass. I'm never going back there again, idiot. Ding. Notification. Giant soldier Pluto has been dismissed. Yeah, goodbye to that big boy. Dokja, still half dead but stubborn as ever, drags himself over to the fable weapon. And who's still hanging around like a cockroach after a nuke? Duke Spitz. Bro's face is still twitching with rage, eyes glowing like someone just activated his final boss form. He's yelling, you bastard! I've heard about you from the Wenny Men, which, let's be honest, sounds like a fake gossip group. He keeps ranting, even if you kill me, you'll never survive because you... But nah, Dokja wasn't in the mood. Mid-monologue, Dokja just shanks him with no hesitation. Ding! Notification parade begins. You have defeated Duke Spitz. You've earned 200,000 coins. You've taken down the dictator of the industrial complex, massive W, And then Ellen rushes over, sees Dokja about to collapse like a knocked-out RPG character, and goes, "Where's the Duke?" Dokja, with the last bit of dramatic flair left in him, replies, "He's dead." Now Dokja drops to the ground like a guy who just finished a 5-hour boss raid with no food or sleep. And boom, more notifications start flying in. You've defeated the dictator of the industrial complex. You are not the revolutionary. Succession has been canceled. You didn't follow the normal scenario route. Succession transferred to the most reputable being in the current scenario. Hidden scenario in progress. Kill the real revolutionary to enter the main scenario. At this point, Dokja's just laying there like, "Yup, called it. Just because I killed the big guy doesn't mean I get the reward." Typical. He starts wondering, maybe Joonghyuk got the succession rights instead. Wouldn't surprise me. Then he turns to Ellen, weak as hell, and asks, "How bad is it? Tell me quick." Ellen's like, "You've got 10 minutes. Wait." Dokja, "Great. That's just enough time for some trauma and a plot twist." Ellen, curious now, asks, "Why are you even looking for the revolutionary?" And Dokja just drops it casually like it's not a big deal. "'Cause I gotta kill them to move to the main scenario." Ellen's like, "Ah, I see." Then she kinda trails off. "You can live, because I..." But Dokja cuts in, not in the mood for emotional confessions. He starts piecing the puzzle together. The revolutionary, they were probably ranked earlier. They must have been trying to hide, run away. Then silence. Dokja stares into space. "Still, I'm sure they came out and fought. I bet they did. Don't cry, I'm not dying." Yeah, bro said that while half his blood was probably decorating the floor. But then the real conflict kicks in. Dokja thinks, if I kill the revolutionary here, then every story I've been building, it's all meaningless. Classic Dokja dilemma. He's not trying to be the villain in someone else's narrative. Not again. So he makes a decision. There's gotta be another way. And like always, he turns to the one thing he trusts. "Ellen, do you have the thing I asked you to make?" Ellen pulls it out. Some kind of mysterious device. Ding. New device obtained. Synchronization has started. Dokja's vision is blurry. He's barely hanging on, but he's still thinking, "I'm a reader. All the answers. They're in here." Even now, his brain's flipping through chapters like a human Kindle. There must be a way. In ways of survival, there's always a way. Then his vision fades out again. Damn it. I can't even see anymore. And then, hidden scenario. Self-proclaimed revolutionary has been cleared. You have become the revolutionary. Congratulations. You've officially entered the main scenario. Exile penalty has ended. Your incarnation form is recovering. Your deteriorating fables are being restored. That's right. Against all odds, Dokja didn't even have to kill anyone this time. He won. He blinks, dazed, looking around. Everyone's alive. Ellen's okay. Joonghyuk, Mark, nobody's dead, for once. And he's thinking, wait, this can't be real. Another notification hits. The name Kim Dokja is spreading across the 73rd Demon Realm. All demons in Gilabarth Complex fear your name. Citizens of the industrial complex have joined your revolution. Dokja's face at this point, straight up confused. Don't tell me, no, that can't be. More notifications. A group of people idolizing Kim Dokja as a hero has formed. You have become the most reputable being in the Gilabarth industrial complex. You are now the master of the complex. Dokja just starts laughing to himself. He came. Ellen's like, who came? Dokja grins. The real Joonghyuk came, but there's one last thing he forgot to check. Kim Dokja should have checked his smartphone first. So he pulls out his phone, barely able to lift his hand, and there it is. A message that might change everything. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. First revision, text, roll credits, dramatic zoom. The screen fades to black. And then, creak. You hear the squeaky sound of a hospital bed rolling. Yeah, Dokja's being wheeled around like a half-dead ragdoll. And boom, a notification pops up like a GameQuest alert. You currently possess the succession right to the Gilabarth Industrial Complex. Hold up, what? When did this guy apply to be a CEO? Then we get this dramatic narrator voice, probably some bored system admin in the sky, going through Dokja's resume. How did Kim Dokja become the revolutionary and gain succession rights to the Gilabarth Industrial Complex? Because Kim Dokja killed the dictator of the Gilabarth Industrial Complex. Huh? Dokja's just lying there, confused like, excuse me? Who? Me? He starts putting the pieces together like some murder mystery. Someone out there actually pretended to be him, started building a reputation under his name, got people to believe it, and yeah, straight up assassinated the dictator. Like he didn't do any of that, but someone did, pretending to be him. You see why this man has trust issues? Right then, the system goes full drama queen mode with a pop-up. The star stream is correcting the scenario error. a new fable related to you has been scheduled. Dokja's like, oh great, now even the universe is writing fanfiction about me. He starts thinking, not many people could pull off that kind of crazy impersonation. Like not just acting like Dokja, but pulling off dictator-level murder and walking away with clout. Then it hits him. He's like, wait, could it be Joonghyuk? That bastard must be in the Gylobarth industrial complex. And you'd think he'd be pissed, right? But nah, this man actually gets all sentimental. He says out loud, at first I was honestly happy. Like, damn, that guy really invaded an entire industrial complex just to save me. And then he immediately flips and is like, hold up, there's no way he knew I was in trouble. He's not a constellation. He shouldn't even have access to this damn channel. So now he's back to the original theory. Joonghyuk found out Dokja was impersonating him, got pissed, and came charging into the demon realm just to ruin Dokja's life. Right at that moment, Aline walks in like, yo, chill. You're being healed. Stop squirming. She tells him it's basically a miracle he's even alive, and his fable's so damaged it could collapse if he moves too much. Just lie down and shut up. But she reassures him, if he just rests a bit, he'll be fine. Dokja, ever the philosopher, lies there and thinks, maybe it's because I'm back in the main scenario. Even my breathing feels different. So this is what it feels like to have a real story. Boom! Aline just smacks him out of nowhere and he yelps, ow, ah! And she goes, I told you not to move. And as if things weren't dramatic enough, the notifications start spamming him like he just got 100 new Instagram DMs. Your current fable configuration is incomplete. Dokja sighs like, let's check the backlogs. Some constellations are asking about you. Constellations in the channel are greatly impressed by your performance. He's like, great, I'm trending now. Just what I needed. Then more come flying in. 3,000 coins have been sponsored. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is nodding at your confidence. 4,000 coins have been sponsored. Dokja's heart gets all warm and fuzzy. Man, it's been a while since I got donations. I'm actually touched. And then, boom, the chapter finale-worthy announcements roll in. The 20th main scenario has ended. Main scenario, Demon Realm Revolution, cleared. Reward compensation is delayed due to excessive skip in the scenario. Fable compensation is pending. Dokja's lying there like, okay, yeah, sure, a little messy, but at least we're getting through the scenario spam. Then, some constellations are curious about your identity. Some want to invite you to their nebula. Someone is eyeing your fable weapon. Great. Now he's got space gods sliding into his DMs, trying to recruit him or steal his stuff. Dokja thinks, well, at least he hasn't shown up yet. The constellation Father of the Rich Knight is watching you. And Dokja goes, oh shit, there he is. Then it gets even more chaotic. Exclusive skill Fourth Wall has been strongly activated. The fourth wall is snickering. Dokja's just lying there thinking, who would have thought this annoying skill would come in clutch? At least I can survive Hades' death glare thanks to you. Aline sees him staring at his phone again and goes, I told you not to look at that thing too long. And Dokja goes, my mom used to say the same thing. Aline, you need to maintain absolute stability. Dokja, looking at this as my absolute stability. Then he asks about the Siswitz Industrial Complex, or rather what should probably now be renamed the Joonghyuk Industrial Complex. Aline casually replies, it's fine. By the way, you're not Joonghyuk, right? Dokja, nope, but the new master of the industrial complex is Joonghyuk. Notification, the current master of the industrial complex is now Duke Joonghyuk. Dokja laughs and goes, the mighty Duke himself will show up here soon. Aline raises a brow. What kind of demon is Joonghyuk? Dokja, he's not a demon. He just acts like one. But in this world, he's actually a good guy. Then he suddenly sits up and says, help me call Yang Hanyung and Han Myungo. I've got something to tell them. Aline, got it. Dokja thinks, all right, one hurdle cleared. But man, if you think the revolution scenario was big, the next one's going to be a monster. Some demon kings are now interested in your actions. Dokja's like, awesome, just what I need, demonic fans. And then he notices something weird. He starts looking at this so-called first revision of the novel, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. He's flipping through it like, wait, did the author actually revise this? Why do the jerk's lines sound exactly the same? Did anything even change? Then he reads a line that slaps him in the face. Joonghyuk thought that if it was him, he wouldn't have thought like this. Dokja goes, wait, this line didn't exist before? Then the next line, if he had been here, I would have judged things differently. He's sweating now, full-on breakdown mode. Am I missing something here? Was the first scene even the same? Then he sees 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, first revision. Thus Joonghyuk's fourth life began. Joonghyuk thought, in this turn, that guy doesn't exist. Dokja stares at it and mutters, wait, it wasn't his third turn? He starts spiraling. There's no way. There are plenty of people Joonghyuk could call that guy, but what if it's me? He reads, Yoo Joonghyuk told me not to think things would get better just because of regression, that this life is all I've got, that he doesn't know if he can do it, but he won't give up. Dokja goes pale. That's my line. I definitely said that to him. Even if my name's not written there, that was me. Then he goes full meltdown mode. I'm seriously gonna lose it. Notification. Prisoner of the golden headband is wondering about your monologue. Dokja's just lying there muttering to himself like a lunatic. All right. Let's just summarize this nonsense. 1. There's a first revision of Ways of Survival. 2. The revision starts from Yoo Joonghyuk's 4th turn. 3. A person suspiciously like me appears in his recollection. Meaning, Yoo Joonghyuk's 3rd turn failed? Dokja thinks. Could it be that the version where I helped him actually failed? And now this new version is what came after that failure? And the big question, why am I not in this 4th turn? Then the light bulb moment hits. Wait, if this is a first revision based on future outcomes, maybe a second one will show up depending on what I do next? He ends the chapter with that realization. The writer isn't just messing with me, they're giving me a chance, a way to change everything. Still staring at the screen like he just got sent spoilers for a show that hasn't aired yet. He's thinking, if this first revision is showing the future, does that mean a second revision could appear, depending on what I do next? Then he goes, wait a sec. If this was a definite future, then what's the point of sending it to me in the first place? And that's when it clicks. The author didn't send this to spoil him. It's a warning. A polite, hey man, at this rate, Yoo Joonghyuk's 3rd life is gonna flop. You need to do something, or the dude's gonna regress again for round 4. Dokja groans and mutters out loud, ugh, guess I really do have to read all this now. My body freaking hurts, but he starts reading anyway. He's flipping through this 4th life storyline of Joonghyuk, and he's like, okay, so nothing's changed that much. Actually, wait, hold on. He has changed a little. Then he's like a reader hooked mid-book. Ooh, this part's fire. I love this bit. Ugh, why are there so many damn explanations? Okay, wait, he's doing better than I expected. The writing looks neater too. On the screen, there's a line. Yoo Joonghyuk thought he probably earned a hidden scenario here. Dokja squints. Did the author get better? Like this guy isn't making as many mistakes anymore. Then another line flashes. I received help from him here. Well, I would have made it out fine on my own too. Dokja rolls his eyes. Yeah, classic Joonghyuk. Can't even admit he needed help without flexing in the same breath. But now he's getting curious. So how far did this version of Yoo Joonghyuk get? Did he reach the actual ending this time? Right when things get interesting, Aslan walks in, dragging Myungo along. And Aslan's like, wait, you're fine? Aline said you were practically on death's door. Myungo just blurts out, Kim, Joonghyuk, are you okay? And Aslan, nosy as always, spots the phone and says, is that a smartphone? Dokja, not even pretending to be nice, snaps, nope, go away. Aslan scowls. Then why the hell did you call me here? Dokja, totally ignoring the attitude, asks, did you contact those constellations I told you about? Aslan shrugs. Oh, those guys. They didn't seem interested. Dokja blinks. Really? Yeah, they were all busy. Most didn't even bother replying. Dokja's like, okay, guess it's still too early. Then out loud he goes, all right, you can leave. Aslan, huh? You called me here, you know. Meanwhile, Myungo is just shaking his head like, you've always been a weirdo. Been like that since we were co-workers. Dokja brushes that off and gets to the point. Anyway, you know why I wanted to see you, right? Myungo clears his throat like he's stalling. Ahem, I still can't get in touch. Dokja raises a brow. The link should have recovered by now. Myungo sighs. It has, but Asmodeus isn't responding. Flashback time. Apparently, Myungo used the 4-tiger demon slaying move a while ago to cut the connection between himself and Demon King Asmodeus, but only temporarily. Dokja mutters, I thought he would have reached out by now, then asks out loud, any idea why he hasn't? And Myungo goes, maybe he doesn't trust me anymore, or suddenly his face goes pale. The link, it's active. Dokja sits up like, huh? What is it? Myungo stammers, something's wrong. I think he's here. Dokja, he's here? Asmodeus? Right now? Myungo nods, sweating bullets. I think he found you. Dokja panics. What? He already found me. He looks around, frowning. But I don't feel anything. Wait, oh crap. What is it? Myungo asks nervously. Dokja jumps out of bed, throws the curtain open and shouts, hey, which way is the Gilobarth Industrial Complex? And out of nowhere, the crowd outside goes wild. It's Mr. Kim Dokja! Hooray! Independence of the industrial complex. Meanwhile, across town, we shift to Duke Gilobarth, who's thinking, I didn't mean to go this far. It was too early to unlock my transcendence level. I was even hiding this power from the constellations. Yoo Joonghyuk, watching nearby, just stares and mutters. She doesn't seem to care, though. Then come the constellation fangirl alerts. The constellation, devil-like judge of fire, is proud of your accomplishments. The constellation is touched by your love for your friends. Joonghyuk, like a cold-hearted loot goblin, says, I only killed the Duke because he dropped a ton of coins. The constellation, devil-like judge of fire, is giggling. Next scene, Joonghyuk is watching a blue-screen playback of the last scenario, and Dokja sees it too. He shouts, It's Joonghyuk! Whoa! And Joonghyuk just deadpans, I am Joonghyuk. The constellation, devil-like judge of fire, is blushing. The constellation is urging you to go meet Kim Dokja immediately. Joonghyuk, of course, just shrugs. I've confirmed that he's alive. That's all I needed. The constellation is shocked. Scenario isn't over yet. You're supposed to have an emotional reunion. Joonghyuk, did you really think I'd do that? Constellation is greatly shocked. Then he quietly asks, Are you okay though? Constellation looks up at you with sad puppy eyes. Joonghyuk finally gets a little real and says, I'm a duke in the demon realm now. You're an archangel. Isn't it kinda awkward for you to hang around me? Constellation is taken aback. Constellation says she didn't think that far ahead, and before they can have a moment, some random citizen just screams out, coughs blood like it's a K-drama, and drops. Constellation warns you. The atmosphere turns tense. The air crackles with power. Joonghyuk doesn't even hesitate. Run! I won't be able to protect you this time. Constellation says she won't run. I already died once to this Demon King, she says. And then, boom! The Demon King of Salvation steps into the light like a final boss in a JRPG. So this is where you're hiding. So right off the bat, Dokja's freaking out because he has to get to the Gilabarth Industrial Complex ASAP, like within an hour tops, or there'll be nothing left of Joonghyuk except maybe an arm or a crusty sock. The problem? That place is at least 2 days away by foot, and that's with hustle. Dokja's panicking inside like, crap, I need a shortcut or a goddamn miracle. Aline steps in like a concerned mom. Why are you even up and walking around like this? You're injured. And Dokja hits her with, yeah? Well, someone else is about to die. Aline, you're about to die if you keep going like this. But Dokja's not budging. He's like, the new leader of that complex is about to die. Right then, ding, Constellation. Prisoner of the Golden Headband is like, wait, what's happening? And another one jumps in, Constellation. That gender-swapping one is eavesdropping like it's a podcast episode. So Dokja just takes a swing. He's like, well, yo, prisoner of the Golden Headband, you got a flying Nimbus, right? Mind letting me borrow it real quick? But inside he's like, wait, gender swapping, who now? Who even are these constellations? Meanwhile, Aline, Mark, and Aslan are all staring at Dokja like he's fully lost it, talking to invisible sky people like they're his Uber drivers. Then the Golden Headband constellation hits back. Why do you need my Nimbus? Dokja's like, okay, listen, I may or may not have pretended to be Joonghyuk, and, it broke the entire scenario. My bad. Aslan's kind of shocked, saying, wait, you're just casually chatting with constellations now? Constellation prisoner of the Golden Headband is annoyed. Also, apparently he hates complicated stuff. Dokja knows how to play it, though. He hits him with the guilt bomb. Joonghyuk is literally dying right now, and it's kind of my fault. Boom. Constellation is grabbing his hair in frustration. Dokja, wait. Constellation is now leaving to go find a hairbrush. Dokja, hey, don't walk out on me. Meanwhile, the gender-swapping constellation is straight up laughing. You've received a donation of 100 coins. Even the gods think this mess is funny. Back on Earth, Aline's still trying to make sense of this circus. So, the new leader is in danger? Dokja, yeah. And why? Dokja, because he's about to meet the Demon King. Who? Dokja, Asmodeus. Everyone. Oh, suck. Turns out, in the original novel, Asmodeus was one of the worst bosses Joonghyuk ever faced. Like real nightmare fuel. Dude literally died fighting her in a past life. Dokja's pacing now, losing it. Damn it. Mark pats him on the back like, bruh, what can you even do in this state? Dokja snaps, you never know until you try. Mark, okay, calm down, Mr. Shonen protagonist. I didn't know you were this intense. Dokja, well, back when we were grinding, hard work meant nothing. Now it actually matters. Mark, Aline, what are you doing? Mark, shh, let him monologue. He's good at it. Dokja then pulls out his phone like, please, please let there be info. On screen, greater than one of the main reasons the third round failed was because we pissed off the Demon King Asmodeus. Joonghyuk, somewhere else, is now staring down said demon. She shows up with the full villain energy like, oh, relax, I'm not here to kill you. Yet, just want to chat. Last time I saw you, you were in the Sizebits complex, remember? LOL, people near her are literally coughing up blood just from her aura. Casual. She keeps going. Damn, not only did you get here fast, but you actually snatched a Duke position? Impressive. Demon King of Salvation. Joonghyuk, internally. Wait, she thinks I'm Kim Dokja. Is she here for him? He's looking around like, okay, I might die. I probably will die. I can't run. I can't fight. All I can do is stall her until she burns out her plot points. So he pulls out his sword, does the dramatic anime stance. Yeah, I'm the Demon King of Salvation. Who are you? Asmodeus squints. Huh? Since when were you this hot? You look way better than last time. Joonghyuk, still trying to stay serious. Just tell me what you want. She smirks. Sure. But there's something weird here. She casts a spell. Bam! The devil-like judge of fire. Uriel's icon and drops off Joonghyuk's shoulder like a ragdoll. Asmodeus is like, aha! What's an archangel's icon doing here? Joonghyuk. I don't know. Asmodeus. You sure? She's already connecting dots. Bet this is Uriel's work. Constellation devil-like judge of fire is glaring like a pissed-off cat. Asmodeus chuckles. Tell Raphael I haven't forgotten that favor he owes me. That's if you survive long enough to see him. Constellation devil-like judge of fire is crying angry tears. Joonghyuk's done playing. That's enough. Asmodeus walks in close. Real close. Her aura's overwhelming. She whispers, how dare a mortal pretend to be a star? She almost snaps Joonghyuk's neck right then and there. And just like that, chaos erupts. She breaks Joonghyuk's sword like it's made of glass. Joonghyuk is stunned. Asmodeus smiles. You're not the real Demon King of Salvation, are you? If I knew you had such a cute face, I wouldn't have let you go last time. Asmodeus was mid-villain monologue and basically just said, if I knew you were this good-looking, I would have grabbed you from the start. Yeah, she said that. No shame. Then bam! Joonghyuk hits the ground coughing up blood like he just finished 3 seasons of Attack on Titan in one sitting. Asmodeus stands over him like, oh, you're scared of me. That's so cute. I kind of want to squish you like a bug. She smacks him again. Another incarnation attack. And boom, our boy's on the ground again. Wheezing, bruised, and probably thinking about his life choices. She looks at him with this twisted smile and goes, I can't believe this. A human carrying that much despair in his body? Delicious. Joonghyuk's like, you bastard. Then Asmodeus casually drops this. Oh, by the way, Persephone said Kim Dokja's story would be better. Can you believe that? Joonghyuk, bleeding and dying, still manages to whisper, sorry, Kim Dokja. Looks like this is it for me. But suddenly, boom, something shifts. Joonghyuk lifts his head and mutters, This is why I told you to express your damn feelings earlier. Asmodeus flinches. She looks at him like, wait, hold on. Your notification. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is watching the demon god of wrath and lust. Then Joonghyuk, still gasping for air, growls, don't you dare lay another finger on my incarnation. Asmodeus. And then, exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Stage 3, activated. Now we jump back to Dokja, who's in even worse shape. Dude's bleeding out on the floor while Aline's desperately pressing cloth to his chest like, what the hell was he thinking? Someone get the damn fable packs now. And in classic Dokja fashion, while on the brink of death, he's like, okay, hear me out. I didn't want to do this, but just let me fake die for like an hour. Not fully dead though, just like barely alive. If I really die, I'm going to have to see Kim Namwoon in the afterlife, and I'm not emotionally prepared for that. Then, stab. He actually stabs himself. Yup, Dokja pulled a Brarb dying move. Suddenly, he's up in the mental realm, fully channeling the Demon King of Salvation energy, and he throws it right back at Asmodeus. Asmodeus, keep your filthy hands off my incarnation. Asmodeus is now the one blinking. Wait, Demon King of Salvation? You're him? Dokja's like, yeah, that's me. She squints. Since when do you have an incarnation like him? Dokja, damn, you're really behind on the latest updates. Of course he's mine. Asmodeus, Inside, Dokja's sweating. He's like, all right, she said she's only here to talk. If I play it smart, maybe she won't rip Joonghyuk in half like a chicken leg. And then we get the most wild flavor text drop ever. Asmodeus, crazed lover of beauty, part-time demon, part-time food critic, full-time perv. She's in the Olympus Underworld Culinary Council and has some very questionable desires. Dokja is scrambling now, digging through every memory like, come on, there's got to be some cheat code to deal with this chick. Then out of nowhere, a wild doll appears in his arms. Notification. Devil-like Judge of Fire is experiencing a nosebleed due to overwhelming emotion. Dokja looks down at the doll like, wait, this is... Notification. Devil-like Judge of Fire is rubbing her face against you. Dokja. Uriel, why are you here? What are you doing? Asmodeus is just watching this chaos unfold and goes, so the rumors were true. You really did hit Fable grade in Scenario 10. And you're not even afraid of me? Wild. Dokja, in full flex mode now. Who knows? Maybe I'm even stronger than they say. Asmodeus smirks. So the rumors about you being a talkative one were true too. You're a bit much. I also heard you died once, thanks to some constellation. Dokja. Yeah, well, I got lucky. Asmodeus. I do like mysterious men. Dokja rolls his eyes. Yeah? Well, I don't like stalkers digging through my secrets. Asmodeus isn't done though. So, is he a new incarnation? I heard you like kids. Dokja. What the actual hell are you talking about? Asmodeus gives him that fake innocent smile and says, nothing. I'm just a little annoyed that I did all this prep work for nothing. So yeah, Asmodeus just looked at Dokja and went, that must be your new incarnation, right? Though I heard you were into kids or something? Dokja blinked, instantly disgusted. What the hell are you talking about? But Asmodeus, unfazed like always, continued. I'm just saying, all the effort I put into setting this up doesn't feel worth it now. At this point, Dokja was doing mental math like, wait, that incarnation must be Han Myung-go's daughter. Then he sighed in relief. Good thing she doesn't look like her dad. Out loud, Dokja tried to smooth things over. Okay, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Some weird rumors have clearly been spreading around. Asmodeus nodded, smirking like a damn flirt. True, but with an incarnation that beautiful, can you really blame someone for reconsidering their tastes? Dokja in his head. Yeah, nope. There's no reasoning with this perv. So Dokja quickly switched gears. All right, let's stop talking with our real voices. You're gonna scare off every incarnation nearby. And besides, this is my industrial complex now. So could you, not go around harming my people? Notification. You have become the new master of the industrial complex. Asmodeus gave a little bow. Ah, my bad for being rude. Dokja cut to the chase. So what's your real reason for showing up? Are you here because of the Demon King selection? Gunning for a new spot? Notification. You are currently a Demon King candidate in the 73rd Demon Realm. A new scenario is currently pending. Asmodeus just chuckled. Me? I'm already holding down the 32nd Demon Realm. Why would I downgrade myself to some low-tier seat? Dokja frowned. Then what do you want? And boom, Asmodeus just dropped it like it was nothing. I want you to become the new Demon King. Dokja's brain hit replay on what Han Myung-go once said. The Demon King told me to personally make the new king of the 73rd Demon Realm. He mumbled, So Han Myung-go wasn't just spewing nonsense. Then Dokja straightened up and said, sorry, but I don't need your help. I've made it this far on my own. Asmodeus raised a brow. You've been lucky, sure. But how long do you think that luck will last? You think the Dukes of Meladon and Birkin are on your side? Dokja, now sweating a bit, thought, crap, those two dukes are probably tight with the nebulae who hate my guts. Then Asmodeus hit him with the, you'll die if you refuse my help. And in that moment, Dokja realized, most constellations oppose the Demon King. The choice I make now could decide the future of my entire story. Notification. A few constellations are watching your choice. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is watching your choice. A constellation, Who Likes to Change Sex, is watching your choice. Dokja squinted. Wait, are you after a giant fable? Asmodeus smirked, clearly impressed. Oh, you already know about that? See, in the star stream, regular fables are like common items. But then you've got these massive, world-shaking stories called giant fables. Stuff like Gigantomachia in Olympus or Ragnarok in Asgard. Constellations go nuts over these because even getting a tiny piece of one boosts their power. Own enough and boom, you can start your own faction. That's why every time an apocalypse scenario shows up, constellations pop up like vultures. Dokja thought, so the Demon King selection in the 73rd realm, it's one of those giant fables. He added out loud, though yeah, it's not exactly on the level of Gigantomachia. Asmodeus nodded. Exactly, but I need those fable shares. Normally, Dokja would have shut the door on him right there. But then, on Dokja's phone screen, among all reasons, this was the most important. At that time, we should not have made an enemy of the demon, King Asmodeus. Dokja sighed. Fine, if I become Demon King, I'll give you some of the shares. Notification. A few constellations are greatly disappointed in your decision. Prisoner of the Golden Headband is giving you a very confused look. Constellation Who Likes to Change Sex is now really tempted to change your sex. Dokja was like, ugh, I can't even move against Asmodeus unless I know what triggers him. One wrong move and I'm dead. Asmodeus rubbed his hands together. Great, so how much are you giving me? 30%, Dokja replied. Too low, Asmodeus snapped. 50%. Write the contract now. Dokja stared at him like this guy's literally a thief with horns. Yeah, no, I'm not writing that kind of contract. Why not? Because I'm not giving the shares to just you. Asmodeus tilted her head. Huh? Dokja grinned. 30% of the shares will go up as competitive shares. Asmodeus. What does that even mean? Dokja. Means whoever helps me gets a piece. How much they get depends on how useful they are. Notification. Constellation. Prisoner of the Golden Headband is very interested in this setup. A few constellations are now acting real greedy. Asmodeus snapped. You tricked me! Dokja didn't even flinch, just made a smug clack noise with his mouth. Asmodeus lost it, raised the ground with her power, and flung chunks of stone at him. Dokja calmly said, I didn't lie. The rocks almost crushed him, but suddenly froze midair. Notification. A few constellations are glaring at the Demon King of Lust and Wrath. Constellation, prisoner of the Golden Headband, is glaring at the Demon King of Lust and Wrath. The stones dropped harmlessly to the ground. Notification. The Demon King of Lust and Wrath is disappointed in you. Asmodeus, clearly annoyed, hissed, You're not the only one who can become Demon King, you know. You just threw away a great opportunity. Dokja, not missing a beat, shot back. No, you're the one who just wasted a golden chance. Inside, he was thinking, why is Asmodeus so eager to back me, a human, instead of dukes like Meladon or Birkin? There's got to be something going on. Then Asmodeus said, You find me that unpleasant? Is it because I'm a demon king? Dokja shook his head. I don't care if you're a demon or a constellation. I just want my fable to be the best one out there. Asmodeus raised a brow. The best fable? Dokja nodded. You should know exactly what I mean. You're with the Gourmet Association, aren't you? Asmodeus narrowed her eyes. So, a mere candidate wants to test a demon king's cooking? Suddenly the air shifted. Asmodeus let out a wave of energy that wrapped around Dokja like a vice. He gasped, Cook! It feels like he's choking me without even touching me. This is the real power of a demon king? Just when Dokja felt like he was going to black out, Asmodeus withdrew the pressure. Then she licked her lips. You know, I really like you. Notification, the Demon King. Asmodeus is revealing a subtle fondness for you. So right after all that tension, Asmodeus just went, I really like you. Notification, Demon King Asmodeus is weirdly interested in you. Yeah, that popped up. And Dokja looked like, what the hell did I just attract? But Asmodeus wasn't done being dramatic. She turned ready to leave and said, I'll go for now, but there's still some trash I need to clean up. I don't like garbage hanging around me. Then she casually snapped her fingers, and boom, a blast of energy shot straight into Dokja's chest. Ugh! Dokja grabbed at his chest in pain, like he'd just been sucker punched by God, and Asmodeus just pieced out like nothing happened. And then Dokja suddenly remembered something. He shoved his hand into his jacket and shouted, Uriel! He pulled her out from his inner pocket, but she wasn't moving. Uriel looked like she was dead, just totally out. Dokja's thoughts started racing. Wait, personal scenario? Notification. Connection to the constellation, devil-like judge of fire has been severed. Personal scenario has been terminated. He was completely thrown off. Why did Uriel even choose the demon realm for this personal scenario? And Joonghyuk, he came here because of that too? But now the scenario's been shut down. He shook her lightly. Uriel, wake up. Come on. Uriel. Notification. You have succeeded from the main scenario. But just when that notification came in, Dokja's whole body started twitching. His expression froze. Something wasn't right. Notification. Exile penalty has begun. His eyes went wide. Joonghyuk. He's going to die. Dokja's mind went full panic mode. Joonghyuk doesn't have a fourth wall. There's nothing to protect him once he's exiled. He screamed, Someone! Anyone! But then, he realized his throat wasn't working. What? Are my vocal cords paralyzed? He could barely think. If he dies here, it's over. It's all over. His whole body was morphing fast, like the exile penalty was breaking him down in real time. But even while falling apart, he kept thinking, there has to be a way. There has to be a way to save Yu Joonghyuk. It has to be inside TWWSA. It has to be there. And then it hit him. There is someone who has what I don't. The one person I can ask for help. Notification. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at Yu Joonghyuk's supporting constellation. Notification. The supporting constellation of Incarnation. Yu Joonghyuk is looking at you. Dokja froze. Wait. Notification. Exclusive skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Stage 3 has been forcibly terminated. His mind spiraled. Damn it. This happened before too. Back at the end of the constellation banquet. He clutched his head and groaned. What the hell is going on? Gasping, huffing, chest heaving, and suddenly he jolted awake. Eyes wide, lying in a hospital bed, tubes stuck in his arms. He yanked the drip right out and shouted, Elaine! Elaine and Aslan rushed into the room, totally shocked. Elaine said, What the? Dokja? You're awake? Dokja sat up like a man possessed. Get me up. I need to get to the Gylobarth Industrial Complex, now. Aileen blinked, not even trying to hide her confusion. What? You just woke up? I said there's no time. Hurry! In his head, Dokja was planning like a madman. I need to ask the great sage. Heaven's equal for help. If that fails, I'll have to ask Hermes. Ugh, I really don't want to deal with Hermes, but if I give him a share of the fables, maybe he'll help. If I can just get to Gylabarth fast enough. But then Aileen dropped the bomb. You've been unconscious for a whole week. You can't go anywhere. You need 2 more weeks of recovery minimum. Dokja's brain short-circuited. Wait, how long did you say I've been out? A week, Aileen said. You've been out cold for 7 whole days. Dokja grabbed his phone immediately. He scrolled fast, checked the file. The name hadn't changed. No new version, no second edit. He stared at it, horrified. Joonghyuk's script. It hasn't changed. Then Dokja whispered, voice shaking. Is Joonghyuk really dead? So Dokja's just sitting there like, wait, he's dead? But almost immediately his brain kicks in and goes, nah, no way he died like that. That's too easy. There's something off. And boom, right in front of him, a system message pops up saying, currently waiting for the next main scenario. Like, bro, if someone actually died, the game wouldn't just be chilling like that. Dokja starts putting pieces together. Okay, wait. Logically speaking, Joonghyuk shouldn't have gotten hit with that exile penalty. I mean, he became a demon duke just like me, so that should have given him the right to enter the next main scenario too, right? So why didn't he? But then he sees another message. Rewards have been delayed due to a system error in the star stream. Ah, classic. The universe itself is lagging. Even the game's got bugs now. Dokja's like, oh crap, it's probably because we were pretending to be each other to grind achievements. Did I glitch the whole damn system? What if I made it into the next scenario safely, but Joonghyuk didn't? Then the scenario list shows up and it's wild. Main scenario number 5, disastrous flood number 6, abandoned world number 7, monster hunt number 8, the strongest sacrificial lamb number 9, type, main difficulty, clear condition, reward, failure. Dokja's looking at it like, okay, if that's why the exile penalty happened, then I seriously need to check if Joonghyuk is alive or not. Just then, Aileen walks in like, you good? And Dokja, being all dramatic as usual, is like, can you bring me a glass of water? Aileen throws him the side eye like, fine, but don't go yanking your catheter out while I'm gone, and slams the door on her way out. Dokja sighs, takes a breath like he's in some K-drama, and thinks, all right, first things first, I need to confirm Joonghyuk's status. So he calls out, Biu, can you hear me? Silence. Dokja starts panicking a little. Oh no, did something happen to her too while I was out? Then he lifts up his coat and there she is, passed out, snoring, knocked a TF out. Dokja stares and goes, I'm sorry, and then starts monologuing again like, baby Dokebis need to sleep half the time. I can't wake her when she's low on energy. Guess I'll have to figure out another way. So he does what anyone would do in a moment of crisis. Try to activate Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. But guess what? Skill use canceled due to exhaustion. Dokja. Damn it, so that's off the table too? God, the only thing I'm allowed to read now is a freaking novel? Then he pauses, slaps himself mentally and goes, wait, chill out. This novel is literally the reason I'm alive right now. Don't diss it. Then the trait activates and he gets a speed boost. Reading speed has been increased due to effective trait. So our boy starts reading like a man possessed. 13th attempt, 14th, 18th. He's losing steam. Ugh, I'm tired. I want to quit already. 20th attempt. Damn it. He's frustrated. He's pacing. He's literally like, bro, how did past me read all 3,149 chapters of this mess? Then he thinks, okay, fine. I'll just check one thing and save the rest for later. He wants to know, did Joonghyuk reach the proper ending in the first version? Did the author even write an epilogue? He opens the file. The phone screen says, currently editing ... Dokja. Ha. Oh, God. He nearly throws the phone across the room. Nope. Deep breaths. Calm down. Even if he's dead, the story isn't over. I can still change it. I will bring him back somehow. Then he spots a line in the draft. With the end of the scenario in sight, Joonghyuk recalled all the times he almost died in the past, including the first time he met Asmodeus in the 3rd attempt. Dokja's brain. Wait, so this is the 3rd attempt? Before he can even dive deeper, the door swings open again. Mark walks in like, oh, hey, revolutionary. You're awake. Awesome. Dokja's like, okay, what now? Mark, someone's here to see you. Dokja, annoyed. I'm kind of busy having a crisis. Can it wait? Mark, it's the owner of the industrial complex. Dokja, even more confused. Sorry, what? Mark, repeating like he's reading off a grocery list. Yeah, the owner of the industrial complex wants to see you. Dokja, blinking like a Windows error. What is he talking about? I'm the owner of the industrial complex. And then, boom, a familiar voice from behind Mark goes, "Move!" Dokja turns around and there he is, Joonghyuk, alive, standing, looking like he just came back from fighting death itself. Dokja's face? Absolutely priceless. Dokja's jaw basically hits the floor because Joonghyuk just pulled a surprise main character comeback, like it's his side hustle. The man looked like he walked straight out of hell and didn't even mess up his hair. Right then, Aline walks in like, "Here's your water." And Loki just drops it like, "Deal with your own hydration, loser." Dokja's still stuck in his shock, so he blurts out, "Wait, when did you get here?" Joonghyuk, like he's talking about catching a bus. 2 days ago. Dokja's like, 2, huh? How'd you even survive? That place wasn't exactly handing out survival coupons. And Joonghyuk, of course, just shrugs it off. "I had help." Dokja, narrowing his eyes like, "Was it your sponsor?" But Joonghyuk deadpans, "That guy? That dude never helped me once in his life." Dokja's brain, "Yeah, not surprising. That sponsor's only talent is rewinding this guy's life like a cursed VHS tape." Then Joonghyuk says, "A constellation helped me, but don't worry about the details." Dokja's like, "Okay, no. Spill. What did you give in exchange?" "There's no such thing as a free buff." And Joonghyuk goes, "Just a little penalty." Dokja, "Penalty?" Then Joonghyuk casually drops this cursed sentence, "I disappear for 10 minutes a day until the Demon Realm scenario ends." Dokja, "Excuse me, what?" Joonghyuk, "Yeah, just poof. Gone. 10 minutes. Like a smoke break, but for reality." Dokja's just like, "Okay. Weirdly, that sounds like something that would happen to you." Joonghyuk then adds, "Anyway, I've entered the main scenario now. System errors fixed. No need to stress." Dokja, "Phew. Okay, guess that all worked out. Somehow." And then, silence. The kind of awkward silence where you and someone else are just vibing in blank space, unsure if you should fist bump or file taxes together. Dokja's mind, "This is awkward as hell. Do I ask about the weather? What now?" So he finally says, the others, are they doing okay?" And at first he's thinking, meh. Joonghyuk probably doesn't even care. He's not the check up on people type. But surprise, Joonghyuk starts reporting like a human WhatsApp status update. "Lee Hyun-sung joined the army." Dokja, "Huh? That tracks. Young Hee-won and Lee Jae-hye are training new incarnations. They're prepping Yonggi for the next apocalypse." Dokja, "Damn, those two are out here building a resistance like it's Terminator. Yu Sanga and Han Soo-young are working with the government." Dokja, "Wait, those two are moving together now?" Gong Pildu's buying land in Seongnam, trying to build a castle. Dokja, "Classic juicy move. Of course he thinks he's royalty." Then Joonghyuk adds, "The Brat twins are also fine. Saw them playing coin toss or something every time they got bored." Dokja's thoughts spiral. Wow, everyone's just living their lives, busy, moving on. The story's still going, with or without me. They'll finish this without even needing me. Guess I really am just a side character in someone else's novel. But then, Joonghyuk looks at him and says, "Everyone is telling your story." Dokja freezes. "Wait, what?" Joonghyuk, "Yeah, they talk about you a lot. Let's go back to Earth." Kim Dokja. Meanwhile, over at the Seoul Bureau, enter Bi-hyung, our favorite chaos-loving dokyebi. He's watching the current scenario on a screen like it's Netflix. Yusanga's running like a pro athlete yelling, "Hee-won-ness! Over here!" And Hee-won's like, "Ugh, missed one. Somebody head north." Titano pops in like, "Yusung and I got it. No worries." The screen cuts to black. Bi-hyung, "Damn, how did it turn into this?" Apparently, it was one of those deadly mole-catching scenarios. Miss one mole, and boom, instant kaboom in the area. But somehow the Korean incarnations turned it into a playground game. Too easy, no drama. Bi-hyung's bored. He mutters, "Maybe I should have saved Kim Dokja when I had the chance." Notification. Constellations of the Korean peninsula are supporting Kim Dokja's party. They've sponsored 2,000 coins. Bi-hyung's mind. Okay, so basically, this whole channel's still running thanks to Dokja's leftover fans. But if this keeps up, we're gonna flatline. Notification. Some constellations have left the channel. Bi-hyung stressed. Do I increase difficulty and get those thrill-seeking subs back? But he doesn't want to go down that cruel path again. He's craving that old-school flavor, like the stories the first-gen dokibis used to make. Something legendary. Then, a voice behind him. "Looking comfy, Bi-hyung. Been well?" He turns around, eyes wide. It's Baram. The Baram. Former Seoul branch manager turned elder council member. A dokyebi big shot. Baram says he's got news. There's an omen of a giant fable rising. Bi-hyung, hold up. Ragnarok? Gigantomachia? Baram, nah, something else. It's starting in the demon realm. Bi-hyung immediately connects the dots. Demon King selection? Baram confirms it. a scenario that only pops up once every 800 years. And get this, the Bureau's planning to send Dokja into the demon realm. Byung's brain short circuits. What? But that place has never even had channels before. Baram explains, there's been an illegal channel open there. Someone's gone rogue, and guess who's getting dispatched? Yep, Byung. Byung's like, bruh, why me? I run the Korean peninsula. Baram, don't ask me. The Elder Council picked you personally. And deep down, Byung's feeling it. This is a demotion. You're kicking me off Earth to some demon wasteland. But Baram drops one last bomb. A new demon king has appeared. The demon king of salvation. Byung, Kim Dokja. Back in the industrial complex, Joonghyuk's still like, let's head back to Earth, Kim Dokja. But Dokja looks at him and goes, hey, did you bring the Uriel doll? Joonghyuk pulls it out of his pocket like, here. Dokja holds it, heart heavy. Even though this is just a symbolic form, Uriel must have taken some serious damage in the demon realm. To think an archangel like her would get wrecked like this. Then he says it out loud, I can't go back yet. Joonghyuk nods. You're staying for the Demon King selection, huh? Dokja. Yeah, this is the scenario I need to face the constellations in the future. I'm sorry to the others, but I need that giant fable. It's the only way to survive the apocalypse ahead. Joonghyuk smirks. Not a bad idea. Dokja looks at him suspiciously. What about you? Joonghyuk. I've got business here too. Personal scenario. Can't leave yet. Dokja. Really? Then why not help me out? Joonghyuk. You'll be helping me, actually. Dokja. Wait, no. Don't tell me. Joonghyuk, stone-faced as usual. I'm joining the Demon King selection too. Dokja's inner voice. You absolute gremlin. You were trying to send me home just so you could win the whole thing and take the Demon King throne for yourself? Dokja. So all that go back to Earth talk was just you being sneaky? Yup. Classic Joonghyuk move. The demon realm ain't ready for the chaos these two are about to unleash. So Dokja's just standing there blinking like, wait a damn minute. Then he looks at you, Joonghyuk, like, hold up. Did you tell us to come back here just so you could eliminate your competition? And in his head, he's already accusing the man like, this guy's trying to sabotage me, I knew it. Dokja turns to him all sarcastically. You! But before the man can finish dragging him, Yoo Joonghyuk suddenly tenses up like a cat that sensed something demonic. Then he drops the bomb. They're here! Boom, right after that, the system notifications start popping off like a group chat drama. Constellation Father of Humanity is glaring at you. Joonghyuk's industrial complex. Constellation Last Pharaoh is glaring at Yoo Joonghyuk's industrial complex. A particular nebula's constellations are glaring at Yoo Joonghyuk's industrial complex. Like, damn, everybody's mad at this man today. Then the whole sky flips. Thunder's crackling. Clouds are shaking like it's the intro to a boss fight. And then, boom, a figure starts descending from the heavens. Of course, Dokja and Joonghyuk are like, what the hell? And run outside to check. Yoo Joonghyuk squints up and says, it's Papyrus. They're here to protest. Dokja in his head is already sweating, like, oh great, Papyrus. And they're tied with the Birkin Industrial Complex too. The floating drama queen up in the sky suddenly yells, who is the new ruler of this industrial complex? Dokja goes, oh my god, is that who I think it is? Egypt's last pharaoh, Cleopatra. Dokja nearly coughs out his soul. Meanwhile, Queen Cleo up in the sky does a dramatic finger point. Who is Yoo Joonghyuk? Dokja turns to the man next to him like, you got this. You can beat her, right? Joonghyuk straight up goes, not right now. Dokja. Wait, are you talking about that penalty thing again? The one where you disappear for 10 minutes every day? Yoo Joonghyuk nods like it's no big deal. Dokja's like, then what are we gonna do? Joonghyuk shrugs. Relax. She can't do anything right now. Dokja. Why? Joonghyuk. Because the Demon King selection hasn't started yet. Dokja already losing his patience. Bro, did you forget what happened to Asmodeus? That guy got folded like laundry. Joonghyuk calmly. Not everyone's crazy like Asmodeus. Dokja panicking. Yeah, but Cleopatra's with Papyrus. What if she borrows plausibility from her nebula and... Joonghyuk cuts him off like, Kim Dokja, you forgot what you did. Dokja. Wait, what did I do again? Then Cleo drops the mic. Tell the ruler of this complex, if he dares to enter the Demon King selection, he will die. Papyrus does not warn twice. And then she vanishes like a Netflix villain on a budget. Dokja stares at the sky like, wait, that's it? She's just gonna threaten me and leave? No lightning bolt? No fight? That's kinda anticlimactic. Joonghyuk, sipping imaginary tea. Did you forget? You force fate onto yourself. Dokja facepalms. Oh, right. Turns out that Papyrus, Veda, and Olympus all dumped a ton of plausibility into a prophecy trying to drag Dokja onto their side. And the prophecy? Kim Dokja will die at the hands of the one he loves the most. Romantic, right? Insert anime betrayal music. Anyway, because they burned so much plausibility on that fate, they can't really act right now. Joonghyuk's like, we bought ourselves some time until the selection begins. Notification, the Demon King selection is currently in preparation. Remaining time, 28 days, 17 hours, 12 minutes. Joonghyuk goes into serious mode again. We're not enough on our own. You got people on your side? Dokja's like, yeah. I sent them out to find more people who'll fight with us. They should be back soon. Joonghyuk, good, and I gotta go somewhere. Wait, what? Where? But Joonghyuk vanishes like Batman. Dokja sighs, stretches like an old man and says, Ellen said I'm supposed to rest for 2 weeks. But I'm feeling great. Notification. Due to the effect of trait Lamarck's Hiren, your healing speed has increased, Dokja. Ah, that explains it. Then Ellen walks in acting weird like she saw something cursed. Dokja goes, whoa, chill. I'm fine. He pulls out Uriel's symbol and asks, can you fix this? Ellen's eyes go wide, hands shaking as she drops it like hot coal. Am I gonna get punished for that? Dokja chuckles. Nah, she's cool. Fix her up. I'm going on a walk. Dokja strolls out and the people start greeting him. He's grinning like a celebrity. Then someone yells, hey, yo, Joonghyuk, you're up. Dokja freezes. Oh crap, Joonghyuk, aka Aslan, still thinks I'm Joonghyuk. So he turns and goes, actually, my name's not you, Joonghyuk. Aslan smirks. Oh, you're finally gonna tell me your real name? Dokja's like, you knew? Aslan, dude, you think I'm the only Aslan walking around? Dokja, fair enough. I'm Kim Dokja. Aslan, what a weird name. Sounds familiar though. Dokja rolling his eyes. Anyway, what were you doing? Aslan, I was just hanging out. Then I saw a report nearby. Dokja, a report? Aslan, yeah, some crazy stuff's been going down while you were out cold. The place is in chaos. Apparently, Joonghyuk refused to rule the complex, said he'd take the title of Duke but wouldn't actually govern anything. Dokja internally groans. Of course he's sticking to his whole reign but don't govern nonsense. He says aloud, that's not good. This place is barely stable. If the people hear he's not in charge, they'll riot. Aslan nods. They kinda already are. Then they watch as a group of citizens literally start beating each other over an item. One guy yells, hey, give that to me. Other guy, no way, I found it first. Dokja steps forward like, stop. But Aslan goes, wait, Dokja, why? Aslan smirks. Because this is part of the report I mentioned. The Punisher's supposed to appear here. Dokja, the Punisher? Aslan, yeah, it's what the people call her. She's been taking out criminals. Super pretty too, by the way. Suddenly, one of the thugs screams, kill him and take it. Then a voice booms, stop. Dokja looks up and sees a shadowy figure standing dramatically on a rooftop. Aslan points out something like, there she is. That's the Punisher. And not gonna lie, Dokja's inner monologue kicks in instantly like a narrator in a telenovela. That's definitely a face that would slap you Joonghyuk across the cheeks like 3 times, minimum. He's staring like, wait, who is this woman? Was she even in the original Ways of Survival? His mental wiki search isn't helping. Next second, the Punisher, no chill at all, jumps down like an anime heroine, whips out her sword, and in the blink of an eye slices through the hands of the citizens who were fighting earlier. Dokja's like, wait, what? Did she just cue the 3 guys screaming, and Aslan acting like he's showing off his favorite gacha pull? See? Isn't she amazing? I tried to talk to her yesterday, but she just teleported away like I was a tax collector. But Dokja, being the nerd he is, immediately starts analyzing. Swordsmanship like that? As an incarnation? No way. That's transcendent level movement. His brain's now in strategy mode. If I could get her on my team for the Demon King selection, game changer. So Dokja calls out to her like, hey! And then she turns around with the nastiest look like she's already decided he's gonna die today. Dokja flinches like, why is she looking at me like that? Do we know each other? Why do you hate me so much? What did I do? He tries to reason with her. Wait, hold on. But nah, she's gone. Then the system goes wild. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is shocking. A few constellations are concerned about your judgment. Constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is angrily pointing a finger at the Nebula Asgard. Dokja's just standing there like, okay, what now? Why are all the constellations acting like I just brought home a cursed girlfriend? He looks around, sighs. Damn it, I lost her. Aslan still obsessed. So, isn't she super hot? Dokja, yeah. Wait, when did she even show up? Aslan, 3, maybe 4 days ago? Word spread fast. Killer looks, killer skills, and she doesn't talk to anyone. Super exclusive package. Dokja, think she'll show up tomorrow? Aslan shrugs. She shows up every day. I'm guessing you're really into her, huh? Dokja, immediately defensive. It's not like that. Notification. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is looking at you. Dokja softens. It's been a while, Uriel. Ellen, probably eavesdropping from 5 feet away, chimes in. Your symbolic body is still being repaired. Once it's done, you'll be able to see her again. Notification. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is tearing up in emotions. Dokja's inner monologue turns emotional. She's sending all the messages she couldn't before. Uriel, you even convinced Joonghyuk to save me back then. You're the real one. Then he gets suspicious. But wait, what kind of personal scenario did you give to Joonghyuk? You're an archangel. This is the demon realm. That's like a cat walking into a dog show. Notification. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is making a sullen expression. Notification. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is saying, it doesn't matter anymore. Oh. Aslan, clearly still confused about the cosmic chaos going on, asks, how do you even know constellations? Dokja casually drops the bomb. Because I'm also a constellation? Aslan blinks. Wait, you serious? Like the sky people? Like the mummy this morning with all the glowy text? Dokja. Exactly. The modifier thing, the whole build-your-own vibe lore. That's a constellation. Aslan, eyes wide. Then, what's your modifier? Then he pauses and adds, why are you laughing? Before Dokja can drop the modifier reveal, someone off-screen says, you're late. Both Dokja and Aslan spin around like startled chickens. And there he is, Joonghyuk, sitting on a chair like a tired king, sipping coffee like he's already over everyone. Dokja staring at him like, bro, how long have you been here? He notices dirt on Joonghyuk's boots and wonders, where did this man even go? Joonghyuk looks at Aslan. Is he the one you mentioned? Dokja nods. Yup, that's him. Aslan cheerfully waves. Nice to meet you, Duke. Joonghyuk. Let's skip the introductions. Aslan. Oh, okay. Awkward. Dokja then feels the tension and mutters, something about this atmosphere feel heavy, and Joonghyuk just goes full savage mode. He wasn't even worth waiting for. This is the guy? Really? This clown? Aslan's like, excuse me? Dokja quickly adds, wait, there's one more. I haven't spoken to her yet, but she looks promising. She's called the Punisher. Joonghyuk immediately, absolutely not her. Dokja, what? Why? Joonghyuk looks genuinely offended. I tried to recruit her already. She rejected me. Dokja's mental alarms start blaring. Whoa, he's mad. Like actually mad. This woman made Joonghyuk, the Joonghyuk, hold a grudge? Who the hell is she? He wonders, is she a new character? Did the story shift that far from the original novel? Then Dokja suddenly goes, all right, there's only one path left now. Joonghyuk, what? Dokja turns to Aslan. Did you do what I asked? Aslan nods. Yep, Dokja. What about the transcendent I mentioned? Aslan, got a message back. They said, come if you can. Joonghyuk, now intrigued. Transcendent? What are you guys even talking about? Dokja, smug. Oh, he can talk to beings from other scenario worlds. Handy, right? Aslan snorts. Dokja keeps going. We don't have to limit ourselves to incarnations. If we can recruit a transcendent, Joonghyuk. Not constellations. I don't trust those bastards. Dokja. Fine, but you're cool with transcendence, right? Joonghyuk. Depends. Got anyone in mind? Dokja grins. I'm thinking First Muram. So Dokja was just standing there minding his own business when he casually dropped, I was thinking of heading to the First Muram, and Joonghyuk blinked like, First Muram? Dokja nodded, super serious. Yeah, that's where most of the big shot transcendentals are hanging out. I figured we might get some help from the heaven-destroying sword saint. Now pause for context because this isn't just some random person with a cool name. The heaven-destroying sword saint is the name that always pops up when people start arguing about who the strongest transcendental in TWSA is. She's basically a walking final boss. And oh, fun fact, she's also Joonghyuk's master. Yep, that one mentor you never want to bump into again. So Joonghyuk just narrowed his eyes and asked, why her? Dokja, being the king of logic, shrugged. Well, she doesn't care about the whole orthodox or unorthodox Muram nonsense. Plus, if we're going to ask for help, why not shoot for the literal strongest person alive? But Joonghyuk flat out rejected it. Dokja stared. Why though? Joonghyuk, like a dramatic teenager avoiding a parent-teacher conference, first said, just no, not that person. Dokja grinned and dropped the bomb. Too late, I already booked the tickets. And then from the side, Bu screamed, bah! Little Goat Girl was hyped. Right then, a system notification popped up. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Dokja turned back to Joonghyuk. Think about it. Even if we don't get the Sword Saint's help, there's still loads of useful stuff in the First Muram. That place is crawling with folks from the 20th to 40th scenarios, hidden pieces, intel, secrets, you name it. Next scene. Outside, the crew was gearing up. Dokja turned to Eileen, super chill, and said, I'm leaving the Joonghyuk industrial complex in your hands. You too, Mark. Mark just looked at him like, seriously? I'm a bar owner, man. A bar owner. Why are you dumping this on me? And then, boom. Myungo ran in out of nowhere, packed and ready like he was joining a school field trip. All right, everyone's here. Let's move. Dokja blinked. Wait, when did you pack? Myungo gave a weird smile. Look, it'd be awkward if I stayed behind. Besides, I've read a ton of Muram novels. I know my stuff. Dokja side-eyed him like, sure you do, but deep down, he knew. This wasn't Myungo's decision. It was definitely his boss whispering in his ear. Cue dramatic system notifications. Demon King of Wrath and Lust is watching you. Constellation, devil-like judge of fire is staring at Demon King Asmodeus. Dokja internally sighed. Sorry, Uriel, but I don't know what happens in the Third Life's version of this novel. I need to stay on Asmodeus' good side. Survival first, drama later. Joonghyuk muttered. This is so annoying. And Aslan snapped back. Do you ever shut up? Dokja quickly stepped in like a tired babysitter. Okay, enough. Let's go. Aslan quietly added. This is my first time leaving the demon realm. Bu let out another. Bah! Dokja grinned. Yup, time to go. They jumped into the teleport hole, and a few minutes later, bam, they landed. Myungo looked around and went, so this is it, huh? Aslan, meanwhile, looked like she was about to puke. Ooh, wag, I'm dizzy. Then came the notification. You have arrived at the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Dokja looked around and suddenly realized, where the hell is Joonghyuk? Panic mode, activated. Did that guy seriously vanish just because he didn't want to see his old master? And to make it worse, this wasn't just any spot. They were standing in the biggest fortress in the first Muram. More notifications rolled in. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband is interested. Several constellations feel nostalgic seeing the first Muram. Aslan took a breath and said, this place feels Chinese? Is it supposed to? Dokja nodded. Yup, that's what a Muram setting looks like. Then stomach grumbling, he thought, now that I'm here, I need to try the food. Specifically, warm chicken soup and steamed pork buns. The same stuff Joonghyuk always ate here. I used to get so hungry reading about it at night, I'd run to the convenience store for cheap pork buns. But Myungo looked around confused. Why isn't anyone training? Dokja sighed. They don't just show off their martial arts in public. You read all those Muram novels and still don't get that? Myungo perked up. So there are martial masters here, right? And training halls? Of course, Dokja replied. I'm pumped, Myungo said, practically bouncing. Dokja stared at him and sighed. Poor guy's about to get his dreams crushed. Then Myungo blinked. Wait, why are people wearing jeans? Dokja shrugged. Why not? But jeans? In Muram? They're probably tourists like us, Dokja said. I know what you were expecting, but this is what modern Muram looks like now. Myungo slunk off to a corner, completely heartbroken. This isn't the Muram I imagined. Moments later, Dokja and Aslan were talking to some guy, when suddenly Myungo pushed between them like an excited kid and blurted, Where's the nearest training hall? The guy blinked. Newbie, huh? Want to learn martial arts? Myungo nodded proudly. Yeah, I mean, what kind of man doesn't learn something while in Muram? The man burst out laughing. You've got guts, kid, but you're a little confused. No one learns martial arts in training halls anymore. Huh? What do you mean? Myungo was panicking. System notification? Character Chu Gumyong uses bargaining arts Elva 4? The man grinned. That old school, sweat until you pass out training method? That's for tiny backwater Muram realms stuck in the hundreds. These days, no one learns like that. Myungo blinked. Then, how do you learn martial arts? Dokja internally. Oh no, here it comes. The man smirked and pulled out a case, slamming it on the table. These, Myungo leaned in. Wait, what are those? So the sketchy salesman dude looked all proud and mysterious, right? He dumped a bunch of cassette tapes on the table and went, with these, Myungo blinked. What even is all this? And the man leaned in like he was about to drop state secrets. These are all the rage right now. Young martial masters swear by them. Just listen 1,000 times and bam, you're a first-rate martial artist. Bro was selling Spotify Kung Fu. Then he whispered, real sly. You ever notice how young people these days are always wearing headphones? Aslan and Myungo stared at him, wide-eyed, like he just told them Santa Claus was real. Their faces screamed, no way. Meanwhile, Dokja in his mind was like, oh right, I remember now. This trend was big in First Muram around this point in the story. Subconscious martial arts training. You just chill at home, pop on a lecture, and next thing you know, you're throwing flying kicks in your sleep. But the man suddenly snapped, hey, don't touch it if you're not buying. These aren't cheap. Aslan, holding up a cassette like she just found an ancient relic, asked, wait, can you really become a martial master with these? The guy whipped out a book and smugly pointed. Look at the reviews. All 5 stars. Professionals approved. Myungo leaned in. So, how much? And boom, before he could finish, Joonghyuk's voice cut in like a dagger. If anyone could become a martial master just by listening to that junk, first Murim would have never fallen. Myungo literally jumped. The man had appeared out of nowhere like Batman. Little lore drop. That whole fall of first Murim thing Joonghyuk mentioned? Yeah, that's a future scenario. Like years from now. But for Joonghyuk, who's basically lived through everything more times than your favorite isekai protagonist, the future is just recycled trauma. So when he says something's not gonna work, it's because he knows. He turned to Myungo and said coldly, "You and I both know you won't get stronger from this. Don't waste time." Dokja, trying to play peacemaker, was like, "Relax, I just let them look around. Chill." But Joonghyuk wasn't having it. "We're not here to go sightseeing. Did you forget why we came?" And then this man had the audacity to munch on dumplings, like he wasn't dropping military-level intel in between bites. He casually said, mouth half full, "There are 3 hidden treasures in Murim we need to look out for. 1. The Emperor of Destruction, martial scripture. 2. The Dark Demon Spirit, Dark Heaven, demonic blade. 3. And the Blood Demon Cult's demonic soul orb." "That sales guy?" He burst out laughing. "Puffed. Seriously? People still looking for those? Those are bedtime stories now, man. Long gone with the old Murim days." Dokja stepped in like, "Well, technically, the Blood Demon Cult's orb wouldn't be much use. If Joonghyuk eats it, fine. But the rest of us? We might end up with blocked QI and drop dead, so pass." The man blinked like, "Wait, what?" Dokja kept going. "And the Emperor of Destruction martial scripture? Yeah, the conditions to obtain it are insane. We could go for it, but we don't have the time to hang around forever." Even Joonghyuk nodded. "That's true." Then Dokja mentioned the last item. "Now about that Dark Demon Spirit, Dark Heaven, demonic blade." But Myungo jumped in, finally getting his chance. Wait. Don't you have another sword that's just as good? One that's easier to get? Or did you forget that?" Joonghyuk glared at him. "Are you seriously saying this right now?" Dokja exhaled. "Look, I really need the heaven-destroying sword saint's help." Joonghyuk's eye twitched. "I'm not going." Dokja shrugged. "Fine, do whatever, but you can take us to her, right?" And that salesman dude suddenly looked like he just heard someone say they were meeting God. "You're going to see the heaven-destroying sword saint?" He snatched his tapes back. "Nope, I'm not selling to you anymore. People like you, still chasing the traditional martial arts path. That's admirable. I hope you get the answers you're looking for." And with that, the squad was off again. On the road, Myungo looked confused. "What was that guy even talking about?" Dokja smirked. "Didn't you say you liked the old Murim?" Myungo blinked. "Huh? I mean, yeah? Good," Dokja said. "Because the person we're about to meet, she's the last one sticking to the old ways." As they arrived, a huge sign was hanging like something out of a kung fu movie. "Heaven-destroying sword saint, taking in new disciples, you." Joonghyuk stopped dead in his tracks, walked over to a tree, and climbed it like a cat trying to avoid bath time. "This is as far as I go." Dokja just stared at him like he really doesn't want to see her. Myungo looked around at the rundown building. This place looks abandoned." Dokja shrugged. "That's the aesthetic. Secluded martial masters always live in old broken-down places?" Aslan turned, confused. "So, the person who gave me that martial technique lives here?" Dokja's internal thoughts. "Right. Joonghyuk got the immortal physique here, through a freaking wall. Which is wild because this lady doesn't hand out skills like candy. Even Joonghyuk had to break his back to learn her teachings. So Dokja walked up, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Excuse me, anyone home? Heaven-destroying sword saint, we need your help." Silence. Dokja was like, "I'm taking that silence as a yes." They stepped inside. A dog was just chilling there, looking majestic as hell. Aslan gasped. Does she have a pet?" Myungo, dead serious, asked. "Wait, is that the heaven-destroying sword saint?" Dokja said, "No, you idiot. Black hair, brown eyes, lying on the floor like some retired war veteran. This watchdog had more elegance than half the constellations in the sky." Dokja then introduced the beast. "That's her disciple, the heaven-destroying divine soldier." The dog let out a mighty huff. So Dokja looks at the dog and just casually drops, "Yeah, that's the heaven-destroying sword saint's disciple, the heaven-destroying divine soldier." Myungo freezes for a second, blinks at Dokja, and goes, "Wait, disciples? Who the hell takes a dog as a disciple?" Dokja just shrugs like it's the most normal thing ever. When people are worse than dogs, why not? You're thinking too humanistic, like humans are automatically better. They're not. Then, ding, system notification pops up. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been activated. And Dokja's mind starts spinning. What if there was a dog that's been watching the strongest martial artist in all of Murim for years? Like, really watching? And then one day, it starts copying its master. Ding! Another notification. The sparrow near a school sings, the premiere has begun. And what if that same dog just keeps copying for 10 years? 20, 30, hell, almost 100 years? Before Dokja can finish the thought, Aslan is already peeking from behind him, looking terrified. What the hell? Myungo stares at the dog. Yeah, this thing doesn't look happy to see us. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Dokja turns slowly like, you? Seriously? Myungo tosses his bag on the ground, all dramatic. I'm a count-ranked demon, okay? Don't underestimate me. Then he puffs up his chest. Ready to go full battle mode, only for the next sound out of his mouth to be, Kua! As the dog drop kicks him straight out of the compound. No, seriously, one hit. Myungo goes flying like a missile, screaming, Ooh-ah! The man literally vanishes from sight. Dokja and Aslan are standing there, eyes tracking him through the air like, did that just happen? Ding. Character. Heaven-destroying divine soldier has activated Vermilion Bird divine step level. Character. Heaven-destroying divine soldier has activated Hunted Steps divine fist level. Both Dokja and Aslan. Oh, crap. Ding. Exclusive skill. Ways of the Wind level. 10+1 has been activated. Dokja quickly raises his hands. Wait, we're not here to fight. The dog pauses, calms down a little, and then, no joke, pulls out a sheet of paper. On it, in big letters, looking for disciples. Dokja's inner thoughts. Damn it. Of course, this has to be when she's recruiting disciples. The dog clicks its tongue at him. From what Dokja remembers, people used to come in droves to see the heaven-destroying sword saint, and most got rejected. Her rule was simple. If you lose to the dog, you're out. And thanks to this mutt, plenty of folks failed. Dokja stares at the thing. What even is that? Is that seriously a dog? In his head, that's transcendental form, first level. I didn't even know it was this strong. I could fight it, but my body's still wrecked. And using a fable on a dog? That's just sad. So he shouts, You Joonghyuk, help me just this once. I'll even help you find the blood demon cult's demonic soul orb, so just take care of this thing. No response. The dog starts walking toward them. Dokja. He's fast. Then, bam! Yu Joonghyuk appears and lands a clean hit on the dog. Yu Joonghyuk. Just the demonic soul orb won't cut it. I want the dark heaven demonic blade too. Dokja, in his head. Greedy bastard. Out loud. Fine, just deal with the damn dog. Yu Joonghyuk activates his powers, and Dokja notices. Oh great, he's reached transcendental form level 1 too. That shouldn't even be possible at this point in the story. And then it clicks. Yu Joonghyuk did fight this dog in the novel before. Back when he first came here to learn from the heaven-destroying sword saint, I think he lost back then. The fight kicks off, intense as hell. Yu Joonghyuk versus the heaven-destroying divine soldier. Two martial monsters going at it. For the record, the sword saint only has 2 disciples. The dog, heaven-destroying divine soldier, and Yu Joonghyuk himself. In Yu's second life, this is where he learned martial arts, and maybe a tiny bit of empathy. Meanwhile, Myungo is still lying unconscious outside the gate like roadkill. The fight keeps raging until Yu Joonghyuk snarls, Long time no see. Didn't want to ever see you again. I won't go easy on you. Memories flash through his mind, and then he slams the dog to the ground. The dog lets out a sad little whim. Aslan looks up at the sky. Wow, skies are loud today. And just then, bam, a figure appears behind Dokja. What are you all here for? The voice says. Ding, constellation. Prisoner of the golden headband is scared. Constellation, devil-like judge of fire is curious. Dokja's heart drops. How long has she been standing there? He turns his head slowly and freezes. This isn't just anyone. This is one of the strongest transcendents in the whole damn TWSA. The heaven-destroying sword saint herself. Flashback. The heaven-destroying sword saint, standing tall with her robe flowing dramatically, says to her disciples, My foolish students, these aren't enemies you can win against. Liv Joonghyuk. Flashback ends. Cut back to the present, and the woman herself steps forward. She points at Yu Joonghyuk mid-fight and says, Why are you all beating up a dog that can't even talk? You people seriously have no morals. And yeah, this is Namgung Minyoung, the heaven-destroying sword saint. Namgung squints at Joonghyuk like she's deciding whether to punch him or feed him and mutters, Fast little thing, I'll deal with you later. Then she suddenly turns and grabs Dokja's chin, tilting his face left and right like she's inspecting produce at the market. Well, interesting face you've got there. Dokja freezes, thinking, She's fast. Namgung drops him and moves to Aslan, giving her a quick once-over. Oh, you're my type. You pass. Aslan just blinks like, Huh? Did I just get recruited or hit on? Then Namgung heads outside where Myungo is still lying like roadkill. She taps him with a stick. This one looks like a monster. If I kill him, do I get an essence core or something? Dokja. Wait, what? Namgung, completely serious. Yeah, I'm gonna kill this one. Myungo, finally waking up. Namgung finishes casually. Now, and then just walks away, already bored. She makes a beeline for Joonghyuk, catching up in seconds, grabbing his clothes like he's a sack of laundry. Phew, you're quick. Your face passes too. But tell me, how do you know my martial arts? Joonghyuk, clearly annoyed, yells over her shoulder. Kim Dokja, do something, hurry. Dokja, thinking fast, realizes, right, in his second life, you learned from her. But this version of the Sword Saint has no idea who he is. And in his mind, he adds, also, in his 18th life, she killed him for rebelling too much. So Dokja just shrugs. Sorry, can't help you. Guess that's what you get for getting all conceited with that early transcendental rank. Instead, Dokja calls out, Heaven-destroying Sword Saint, we're gathering transcendentals to fight the nebulae. Namgung. So? Dokja. We need your help. Namgung scoffs. You think I'm some charity worker? If you're not here to be my disciples, get lost. Dokja pushing. Do you even really want a disciple? You don't have high hopes for taking one in, do you? Because let's be real, you're probably going to be the last heir of the heaven-destroying sword sect. Murim's going to fall soon. Namgung pauses, smirking. Interesting. Dokja. So, interested in hearing me out? Namgung. I'm interested, but I'll listen later. First I gotta deal with this guy. Joonghyuk, struggling in her grip, curses internally. Damn it! Kim Dokja! Namgung just says, Divine soldier, welcome them. The dog barks twice. Woof! Woof! Aislan whispers to Dokja. Are you sure he's going to be okay? Won't he die? Dokja, very unconvincingly. He'll be fine. Maybe. I just have to hope Joonghyuk behaves himself. Then like it's no big deal. Let's rest for now. Meanwhile, Myungo is still lying outside like a corpse. Cut to later. Joonghyuk is tied to a plank like some medieval criminal. Namgung crosses her arms. So, who are you? Yu stays silent. She narrows her eyes. You're not going to answer? I'll slap you if you don't talk. Still nothing. So she whips him across the back with a stick. Joonghyuk's inner thoughts. Damned Kim Dokja, I'm going to kill you. Meanwhile, the heaven-destroying divine soldier trots up to Dokja, carrying dumplings. Dokja recognizes them instantly. Wait, aren't these the dumplings you bought earlier? The dog pants happily. Huff, huff, Dokja offers one back. You want one? The dog's eyes widened like, oh my god, yes. Dokja glances at the blue screen in front of him, showing Joonghyuk's discipline session. The heaven-destroying sword saint is slapping him repeatedly like she's trying to tenderize meat. Dokja just smirks. Oh ho, not too bad. So, the heaven-destroying sword saint just stares down Joonghyuk and goes, I'll ask you one more time. How did you steal my martial technique? Joonghyuk, of course, is silent, dead quiet. She narrows her eyes. If you tell me the truth, I won't kill you. Now that catches him off guard. He's thinking to himself, hold on. The heaven-destroying sword sect's martial arts are supposed to be passed down only to members of the sect. There's no way I should even know this as an outsider in this life. But if she's saying she won't kill me, does that mean she's trying to take me in as her disciple? Before he can respond, she tilts her head, smirks, and says, your eyes are burning. Do you have a crush on me? Then she just bursts out laughing. Joonghyuk in his head. Master, if you meet me here, you'll end up dead in the future. She suddenly studies him more closely. Your eyes, they're sad, lonely, arrogant, deeply hurt. Meanwhile, Dokja is outside watching the whole scene through a screen. He's thinking, right, the heaven-destroying sword saint, half human, half giant, has those clear mirror eyes. Basically, she can read people's emotions like an open book. She looks him dead in the face. Who are you? Joonghyuk in his head. I can't tell her. I can't ever tell anyone. Then suddenly a bunch of system notifications pop up right in front of him. Constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at you. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says it will be all right. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says it will be different this time. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says to trust your master. The sword saint raises her hand and snaps. Shut it, you mosquito! Dokja's jaw drops. Wait, did she just cut off the system sounds using her mana? I guess that's possible if you're on her level. Finally, Joonghyuk says out loud, my name is Joonghyuk. I used to be your disciple. The sword saint bursts out laughing. What do you mean? I've never seen you before. Pretty sure I'd remember having a disciple like you. It's just as I said. I learned martial arts from you. System. Fable Heaven, destroying sword saint's disciple, has been activated. From you, master, he repeats. System. You must address the incarnation heaven-destroying sword saint as master. Joonghyuk then says, Do you want to know who I really am? She smirks. Of course, very much so. Then I'll open my mental barrier. Take a look inside. I know you can with your clear mirror eyes. Oh, you know about that? She says. For 5 minutes. I can give you more than that. She nods. All right, let's see. She looks into his mind and we get a flashback. They're on a mountain. Joonghyuk is training like crazy, dragging a massive rock. Then he starts lifting 2 huge rocks at once, like he's trying to make gravity cry. She's saying, so you're telling me you're a regressor? Then maybe we'll meet again someday. He snaps back. I'm not going to be your disciple again in my next life. What an attitude, she says. You need to soften up. And when are you going to start calling me master? Are we going to fight in our next life? Joonghyuk just goes, system. You must address the incarnation heaven-destroying sword saint as master. She smiles. In your next life, come back and be my disciple again. Flashback ends. Joonghyuk in his head. Has she lost her mind? Or she looks at him. You said you wouldn't be my disciple again. Suddenly a dog nearby barks. Woof! Then we hear the dog's thoughts. You're a good person. Dokja, still watching, notes how quiet the place is. The dog continues in his head. It's been a long time since people wanted to be disciples. Back in the day, there were so many training halls and so many people. Aslan mutters, is he seriously talking to a dog? The dog keeps going. No one wants to learn martial arts the traditional way anymore. Dokja agrees. Yeah, the 10 greatest martial masters of Old Muram fell to constellations who abused the system. Some martial masters trained their whole lives only to lose to incarnations who just spent a few coins and learned skills in like 5 minutes. The dog growls. That's why I'm happy you guys are here. Dokja in his head. Yeah, buddy, I'm not here to learn martial arts. He says out loud, you know, just because something is new doesn't mean it's bad. It's nice to become stronger through easier means. The dog flips out. Easy is bad. Everything brought by the dokebi and constellations is bad. Back in the old days, anyone could become a martial master with time and hard work. Dokja raises an eyebrow. Do you really think that? The dog growls again. Grrr! But before anything else happens, some shady creature shows up. Heaven-destroying sword saint! Hand over your martial technique! Manga is like, do, but gets cut off. The creature snarls. All the training halls nearby have already sold their techniques. How long are you going to keep hogging yours? I told you you'd regret it later. How much longer do you think we're gonna... Wait, you are... The dokebi was mid-rant, all puffed up and shouting. How much longer do you think we're going to highly value your... And then he freezes mid-sentence. You are... The heaven-destroying sword saint doesn't even bother with him. She turns to Joonghyuk and says softly, you've been through a lot. Joonghyuk shoots back instantly. I don't need your half-assed comforting. That's not like you. Her lips curl into a small smile. Nice. You really are my disciple. Joonghyuk says flatly, I avenged you. I killed both the heavenly demon and the blood demon in the 35th scenario. She nods. Yes, I saw it. Not that it was satisfying, watching you struggle like that. Then you should have killed them yourself, he snaps. You've changed a lot, you Joonghyuk. I haven't changed at all. She snaps her fingers and a big blue screen appears in the air, showing what's happening outside. She tilts her head at him. The reason you're here, does it have anything to do with that child? Is he your friend? He's not a friend. He's just planning to fight the nebulae. She cuts in. Brave kid. On the screen, they see the dokebi from earlier barking orders. Heaven-destroying sword saint, give up your martial arts. Joonghyuk mutters. Dokebi, they're here again, she says, almost bored. This is earlier than I expected. How long has it been? He asks. A while. I'm the only one left around here now. Kim Dokja and I will handle it. She shakes her head. That's a dokebi. You can't do anything about it. Kim Dokja can. Meanwhile, Dokja sees the dokebi up close and says out loud, what? I didn't know you were still alive. I thought you were getting punished. The dokebi recognizes him instantly. You're the guy from Seoul Dome. Flashback in the dokebi's head, him on his knees begging, please have mercy, please. System. Constellation devil-like judge is touched by your action. Dokja waves it off. Anyway, you're here to buy the heaven-destroying sword saint's martial arts, right? Fine, I'll sell it. The dokebi's jaw drops. You're from... Yeah, you've been through a lot, Dokja interrupts. Back then you were at least an intermediate dokebi. Now, looks like you've been demoted to low rank. You! The dokebi sputters. Before things escalate, another dokebi appears. That's enough. Are you Kim Dokja? Huh? Wait, you're that one who used to work under Baehyung. The dokebi grins. I'm Yoongi. I knew it was you. I'd heard rumors you were alive, but I didn't expect to meet you here. How's Baehyung? Dokja asks casually. He's been depressed since you disappeared. Dokja nods. You've grown a lot. Back then you didn't even know how to renew a scenario. Ha ha ha, that was ages ago. I'm an intermediate Dokaibi now. But what's this about you selling the heaven-destroying sword saint's skills? Exactly as I said. I'll convince her to sell them to you. Which one do you need? Vermilion Bird Divine Steps? 100 Steps Divine Fist? We already have 100 Steps Divine Fist. What we need is the heaven-destroying sword path? Dokja finishes. Yoongi's eyes go wide. All right, I'll sell it to you. Actually, I'll just give it to you. Really? Yep, but you have to do two things for me. First, you're going to make the heaven-destroying sword path the first-place reward for your upcoming scenario. You're doing the martial competition one soon, right? With the Dark Heaven Demonic Blade as the prize? Yoongi stares. How did you know? Doesn't matter. Add it as a reward. First place only. Fine, that saves us money anyway. But you said there are two conditions. What's the second? In his head, Dokja's thinking, he's gotten more cautious since becoming intermediate rank. Out loud, he says, simple. Let everyone here participate in the martial competition. Everyone here? Interesting. But I can't allow the heaven-destroying sword saint in, then exclude her. All right, the scenario's in 2 weeks. Make sure she's prepared by then. Fine. And don't forget to invite us properly. Of course, see you soon. Oh, and tell Bi-young I said hi. Haha, all right. The Dokaibi disappeared. Aslan immediately turns on Dokja. Hey, what did you just do? Sell martial arts? Start a martial competition? What the hell? The dog barks furiously. Sell our martial arts? What the hell were you thinking? Joonghyuk's eyes flare in anger. Kim Dokja! He grabs Dokja by the collar. Let go if you want to talk. Shut up. What the hell were you thinking? Selling our martial arts? Calm down, I did it for you. What? Don't you get it? Look what we just got. System. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Sub-scenario. Martial competition is starting. First place reward, Dark Heaven Demonic Sword Blade. Joonghyuk blinks. Dark Heaven Demonic Sword Blade? Yep, you said you wanted it. The Demonic Soul Orb should be there too, though I can't remember if it's third place or the Sword Saint suddenly appears. Dokja asks, enjoy your talk with your disciple? You're insane, she says flatly. Just hear me out. I don't wish to talk to someone like you. Heaven-destroying Sword Saint, you can't deny times are changing. Joonghyuk growls, Kim Dokja, shut it. In the first place, your true strength isn't even the heaven-destroying sword path. You abandoned it from the moment you reached transcendence. So what's the big deal about selling your martial arts? Her eyes start glowing red. Joonghyuk quickly shouts, Master, wait, system. Constellation Demon King of Salvation is activating constellation power. Dokja keeps going. You haven't even sold it yet. Don't be so difficult. Besides, you could win it back in the competition. It's not like it would be hard for you. I can't participate. It wouldn't be fun if someone like you joined anyway. Joonghyuk will compete. He's not strong enough. Then make him strong. He's your disciple. I never said I'd take him as my disciple. Dokja mutters, goodness, neither of you are honest about your feelings. System. Exclusive skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is in effect. In her mind, the Sword Saint thinks, it's too early. He'll die if he fights the 10 martial masters. Dokja says, if you take him in as your disciple, I'll help you meet your own people. She freezes. What do you mean? The giants. Haven't you been searching for them? Her voice is quiet. I don't know how you know that, but my kind is dead. I'm the only one left. They're still alive. Her eyes widened. What? Dokja looks up. King of the Underworld, are you still watching? System. Constellation. Queen of the Darkest Spring is looking at you with a mysterious grin. Dokja smiles. Long time no see, Persephone. In his head, damn it, she's hard to deal with. How long has she been here? System. Constellation. Queen of the Darkest Spring says she already heard the story. Constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring says she'll do you the favor. Constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring says she has a condition. Dokja says, of course. Constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring invites you to the Festival of the Constellations. Dokja frowns. The Festival of the Constellations? Weird. It's not time for the banquet yet. System. Culinary Council. Constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring invites you to the Culinary Council. Joonghyuk is just sitting cross-legged on his bed like he's meditating, but really he's thinking hard. In his head, he's like, well, my plan was to let her meet the ancient titan face-to-face, but things have changed. Maybe it's better to let Kim Dokja handle this one instead. Didn't expect him to have connections in the underworld, though. Then a notification pops up. Constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is laughing in satisfaction. Joonghyuk side-eyes that and thinks, just look at this happy little archangel. Kim Dokja, he's so handsome. Dokja, what are you doing? What happened to you? Back in the second round, you weren't like this at all. You were the strict, noble archangel who burned with justice. And now, look at you, completely ruined. Right then, heaven-destroying Sword Saint cuts in. Are you seriously thinking about joining the martial arts competition? You could die, you know. That scenario is no joke. Joonghyuk doesn't even flinch. I'm stronger than I was at this point in the last round. She narrows her eyes. Still not strong enough to deal with the 10 Grandmasters? Then she suddenly puts her hand on his neck. You need to unlock Transcendental Stage 2. Joonghyuk shrugs. I've done it before, so it shouldn't be that hard. She shakes her head. It's nothing like breaking Stage 1. Please, he says. I broke Stage 3 in the last round. She freezes. Stage 3? That's not something you get to with just talent. You need years of training. I used the time fault in the dark dimension, Joonghyuk says, completely deadpan. Her eyes go wide. I can't even imagine how hard that must have been. How many years? Around 100. Stage 3 in 100 years? No wonder you're so damn arrogant. If things go bad, I might just use the time fault again. What? Are you insane? She slaps his shoulder. That place will corrupt your soul with tainted Kai. You've seen those lunatics who came out drooling after just a wrong turn in there. There's a thin line between a transcendent and a raving madman. Joonghyuk doesn't budge. Even with the time fault, I couldn't surpass you from the last round. She smirks. As it should be. You're 100 years too early to catch up to me. Still, since you've been to Stage 3, I guess you're in a better place for me to teach you than some clueless beginner. Joonghyuk says, about that, and then, out of nowhere, the dog goes, Haro! Sword Saint frowns. Wait, did you have a spiritual awakening while you were exhausted? Not exactly, I don't remember. Her face twists. Don't tell me you're planning to break through Stage 3 again, just by trusting your subconscious? That's the kind of thing only pseudo-masters like the Ice Flower Goddess would do. That's why I need you, he says seriously. Teach me martial arts again. She hesitates. It won't be easy. You should already know. Sky-breaking swordsmanship wasn't made for male bodies. If it's a gender issue, I can fix that, he says casually. What do you mean by that? She demands. Constellation who likes to change sex is snorting. It's just that time, Joonghyuk mutters. And don't you dare tell him about this. Citizens doubting your achievements are appearing in the Kim Dokja industrial complex. A debate about swindler Kim Dokja is spreading throughout the Kim Dokja industrial complex. Somewhere else, Kim Dokja suddenly makes a noise. Uweg! Joonghyuk calls out, Kim Dokja, what are you doing? Just thinking, Dokja says. Did you come here after training? You're being lazy. I'm a patient. I have to be lazy. The dog barks again. Dokja changes the subject. How's that kid doing? Joonghyuk nods. She's talented. She's using her bizarre attribute to pick up martial arts like crazy. That's not a girl. That's a guy, Dokja corrects. Joonghyuk squints. Sometimes I wonder if your eyes are even working. What the hell is he talking about? He's definitely a guy. Even the original novel says so, Dokja thinks. Joonghyuk switches topics again. What's going on with the constellations? I'm still thinking. It's been a week since Persephone's message. I knew this would happen eventually, Dokja thinks. In 1 week, the Gourmet Association Festival will be held at Oro Castle of the Dark Dimension. Please decide by tonight whether you will depart. It happened sooner than I thought, Dokja muses. He thinks about the Gourmet Association. Basically, it's a bunch of picky, rich constellations who treat dinner like an Olympic sport. It's not like the Constellation Banquet. It's unofficial, way crazier, and the stuff that happens there makes the banquet look like a tea party. Most importantly, no Uriel there. Constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is worried about you. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is wondering about your choice. Also, no Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, no secretive plotter. He can't even remember if the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon went. Basically, the vibes there won't be in his favor. Joonghyuk smirks. You scared? Of course not. Suddenly, Aslan kicks Myungo to the ground. Ugh, wait, Myungo groans. Joonghyuk glances at Dokja. Then it's because of this place? Myungo is still begging. I surrender. I surrender. That's right, Dokja says. According to Persephone, the Gourmet Association is exactly a week away, and unlucky for them, it's on the same date as the martial arts competition. Go and come back, Joonghyuk tells him. Think you'll be fine? This scenario is the Demon King selection, not the martial arts competition. Dokja chuckles. Wow, you've actually matured. Guess you won't go looking for death right away. The martial arts competition only offers the Black Heavenly Demon Sword, Joonghyuk explains. Even if we get it, it won't help us win the Demon King selection. That's why you have to go to the Gourmet Association. We need allies for our nebula. Our nebula? Dokja asks. Didn't you say you'd make one last time? Kim Dokja Company? If you actually name it that, I'll kill you. Ha 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 ha. Constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is wiping tears of joy with a handkerchief. If someone told me when we first met, when he grabbed me by the collar, that we'd become companions, I'd have laughed in their face, Dokja thinks. I'll be back, Dokja says, then teleports away. Somewhere in the distance, a person riding a chariot looks at him and asks, Are you the Constellation Demon King of Salvation? The charioteer turns to Dokja and goes, You might want to take a nap. This trip's going to be long. Oh, and we'll be picking up other passengers along the way. Is that okay? Dokja's like, yeah, sure. But inside, he's already thinking, passengers? Who could it be this time? To kill time, he opens the novel again. The story picks up with the 15th turn Joonghyuk, who dies thinking, I wasn't lucky. Then in the 19th turn, he dies thinking, next time. And in the 25th turn, he literally murmurs with his last breath, next time for sure. Dokja sighs in his head. Okay, I take back what I said about him maturing. This guy hasn't changed at all. Still the same stubborn sunfish. Dies over and over no matter what. Even with me around, it doesn't matter. So he switches focus and searches up info about the Gourmet Association instead. His phone screen shows a post. The Flying Heavenly Fox says constellations are all bad, but the maniacs at the Gourmet Association are the worst of the worst. Dokja stares at it. Wow, not one single positive thing about these people. Then he spots another line from the novel. Joonghyuk thought it would have been nice if he had come with me. Huh? Traces of when I interfered in the original story, Dokja thinks. Some scenes from the third turn that aren't in the revision. Gotta pay attention or I'll miss. He pauses. On the screen it says, but it has to be done like this. As he said, this is the right way as well. Dokja frowns. Right? What the hell are you talking about? The charioteer stops. Seems we've got more passengers boarding. Is that fine? Dokja pockets his phone. Yeah, that's fine. Who is it? A constellation? Then a voice calls, Ah, I've been waiting forever. Dokja freezes. Wait, I know this voice. The newcomer complains to the charioteer. Why were you so late? Apologies, the charioteer says politely. Road was rougher than expected. There's already a passenger on board. Have a pleasant trip. The person turns to Dokja. Excuse me, Selena Kim? She brightens. Oh, do you remember me? Dokja asks. Of course. Kim Dokja? Long time no see. You were invited too? Yeah, something like that, he replies. Then a kid comes in and Dokja thinks, huh? The Russian kid from the Constellation banquet? And before he can finish, he senses there's one more. A woman enters, calm and composed. I believe this is our first time meeting in person. Oh, great. One of the strongest incarnations in ways of survival. On Joonghyuk's level. Asgard's prophet, leader of Zarathustra. She looks at him and says, I saw you in a dream once. Not sure if you'd remember. It was a long time ago. Back then, I think you said we'd meet again. I remember, Dokja says evenly. She smiles faintly. Allow me to properly introduce myself. Pleasure to meet you, Kim Dokja. No, Demon King of Salvation. I'm Anna Croft. Selena laughs. So that's why we came together. The incarnations of Asgard were invited too. Dokja inwardly is like, yeah, poor Selena. She's trying to make small talk, but I don't exactly feel like joking around with someone who's stabbed Joonghyuk in the back more times than I can count. Out loud, he asks, so, all three of you are Asgard? Selena nods. Yep, thanks to Anna's arrangements. You picked a good nebula, Dokja says. Selena grins. Ah ha ha, just got lucky. Because of her, I get to ride in style while other incarnations didn't even get an invite. Luxury, huh? Wonder if you'll still call it that once we arrive, Dokja thinks. Selena turns to another passenger. Iris, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you say you wanted to meet Dokja again? Iris bristles. Since when did I say that? Selena smirks. Girl, please. You've been Dokja this, Dokja that, ever since the banquet. Say something to him already. Iris looks at Dokja. Excuse me, you are the Demon King of Salvation, Kim, right? Correct. Can I ask one question? Go ahead. Have you signed a sponsor contract with any incarnation? Why? Dokja asks, brow raised. That's... Selena interrupts. Iris, don't you already have a prearranged sponsor? I was just curious, Dokja answers. I have an incarnation in the Korean peninsula. Oh, you mean that little kid? Iris asks. Anna chimes in. Have you ever considered changing your incarnation? Asgard has plenty of talented ones. Iris here is one of them. Are you telling me to join Asgard? Dokja asks. Not necessarily, Anna replies. I'm just saying as a sponsor you can drop your current contract anytime. It wouldn't hurt to choose a better candidate. I have no intention of canceling my contract, Dokja says firmly. Anna's eyes narrow. You must like that girl a lot. Shin Yusung, right? But what if she dies? Don't look so surprised, it's just an example. She could have an accident or be killed suddenly. Happens all the time. If that happened, would you still refuse to switch? Dokja's voice hardens. That won't happen as long as I'm alive. Anna shrugs. Who knows? Fate can be tricky. The constellations of the nebula Asgard are expressing concern to you. The constellations of the nebula Asgard are sensing danger. Dokja's expression turns cold. If something like that happens, I'll destroy the world that caused it. The charioteer finally stops. We've arrived at Oro Castle. Dokja stands. Let's get off. So, the chariot finally pulls into this place called the Five Elders City, which is basically one of the main bases for the Culinary Council. Yeah, the same crazy food-obsessed group we've been hearing about. Each city is owned by one of the council's executives, and Dokja's thinking, wait, isn't the guy who owns this one of the 72 demon kings? Endless strictness or something? Like, What kind of villain name is that? Sounds like a school principal who never lets you chew gum. The charioteer tells everyone, please wait here. More incarnations are still on the way. Then he turns to Dokja and goes, ah, Demon King of Salvation, sir. Let me guide you to your own private room. Dokja just waves it off. Nah, I'll wait here. The driver stares at him like he just rejected first class. Sorry, what? A notification pops up. A few constellations are interested in you. Yeah, no pressure, Dokja. Just millions of cosmic beings stalking your every move. Selena looks a bit awkward and goes, about earlier. Dokja quickly says, don't worry, I overreacted. But Selena shakes her head. No, we were rude. I'm sorry, Demon King of Salvation. Dokja watches her and thinks, that's actually a polite apology. I wasn't even trying to get one. Guess her personality is just as good as described in TWSA, though she's still dangerous as hell. Before things can get less awkward, knock knock. The charioteer pops back in. Incarnations of Asgard, please follow me. As they leave, Anna looks at Dokja and says, you've got too many constellations against you. Dokja shoots back, that's none of your business. Anna smiles like a smug teacher. I'm just giving you advice. If you really want to survive, you should cooperate with some of them. Even if you hate it. Dokja crosses his arms. I can't answer that. I don't even know what your goal is. Anna looks him dead in the eyes. To protect this world. Isn't that what you're fighting for too? Dokja smirks. I'll decide if this world is worth protecting. Anna walks out, her cloak swishing like a boss. I hope we talk again. Bam! Door slams. Dokja sits there alone thinking, all right, which constellations are in the Culinary Council again? Are there any worth convincing? Then he feels someone behind him. He turns and nearly jumps out of his skin. You, Joonghyuk, the figure smirks. Long time no see, Kim Dokja. I've been waiting for you. Dokja's brain short circuits. Wait, Persephone? And yeah, it's Persephone, but right now she looks exactly like you, Joonghyuk. Dokja's like, why are you looking like that? Persephone shrugs. What? You don't like it? The archangel next door said this was your type. Dokja yells, this is a huge misunderstanding. Persephone just grins. Then how about this? Poof, she transforms into a woman. Dokja stutters. Wait, what? No, she smirks. You couldn't take your eyes off last time. Is this what you prefer? Dokja is dying inside. Please stop making fun of me. Persephone chuckles. You're so much fun. Then she changes back to her normal form. Anyway, come with me. I came to pick you up. So Dokja follows her, muttering in his head, why do I feel like some servant being dragged around? Out loud, he says, I don't know if I'm supposed to even be here. Persephone raises a brow. Do you think I'm some low-ranking scrub who can't bring you into the council? Don't insult me. Dokja waves his hands. That's not what I meant. She laughs. Relax, I'm kidding. Dokja glares. Please stop messing with me. Persephone smirks. Think of this as an investment. Who knows how great you'll become? You'll need to face the council eventually anyway. Dokja thinks, why is she being so nice to me? She already got her favor. The whole taking the heaven-destroying sword saint to Tartarus thing. And now she's even setting up a constellation debut stage for me? Persephone asks, what level are you at right now? Dokja panics internally. Crap. Do the other constellations not know I'm already at Fable rank? Persephone goes on. Maybe I'll see you on the second floor of the next banquet. You've got people who'll be envious trying to recruit you. Dokja nods. I know, she smirks. But honestly, most constellations won't care about you at all. Dokja blinks. Sorry? Persephone leans in. You've only been to places where you had influence. But this is the Culinary Council. I'm not babysitting you again like last time. Stand on your own. Notification. A few constellations are interested in you. Suddenly, voices ring out. The best fable of the first generation is obviously the hammer-eating dragon. Dokja mutters, that's Asgard's Thursday Thunder. Another voice cuts in, no, it's the Children of the Dawn Star. They've got the highest reviews. Dokja thinks, must be Nebula Warden Tree's Goddess of Dawn Stars. And yep, they're already arguing. He watches in awe. These are insanely high-ranking constellations. Even Persephone looks ordinary here. Damn, this Culinary Council is no joke. Then, bam, notification. Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire is cheering you on. Dokja breathes. At least my channel still works. Okay, I can't chicken out. He tries to join in, taps a random girl. Excuse me. She just ignores him and walks off. And suddenly, Dokja feels that sting. That flashback of being ignored in real life sting. Notification. Constellation Devil-like Judge of Fire is looking at you melancholically. Dokja shakes his head. Or I can't give up. I gotta try again. Move toward the center. Blend in. He pushes deeper into the crowd when suddenly a screen pops up. Han Soo-young's face. She's like, Kim Dokja, that bastard. I bet he's having fun right now. Dokja just sighs. Yep, that's Han Soo-young all right. On the screen, Han Soo-young nags, "Hey, don't forget about the Abyss Jade. We'll need it if things go bad." Sanga asks, "Wait, did Kim Dokja actually make you do this?" Soo-young snaps, "Yes, he did. Stop treating me like a scammer." Sanga calmly goes, "But you are a scammer." Dokja face palms. Han Soo-young, Sanga, "Yeah, let's switch the channel before my brain melts." Suddenly, a new voice says, "I'm going to kill you." Dokja smirks. Oh wow, the title already screams cheap third-rate novel. But honestly, not bad. Kinda reminds me of TWSA. The main guy even talks like Joonghyuk. A notification pops. Legend of a Legendary Otherworld Return. 1.3 out of 5. Will you give it a star? Dokja thinks, wait, I can rate these fables? Beside him, a man grins. This is my favorite story. Dokja tilts his head. It's interesting. The guy lights up. Right? You've got a good eye. Dokja narrows his eyes. Who is this dude? Constellations of the Council usually hate generic crap like this. Stuff like Ninth Circle or Swordmaster? He asks, are you the one exhibiting this fable? The man laughs. Yep, every year. I just want people to discover it. It's really good, but I suck at explaining. Dokja nods. I get that. Then some jerks show up. Here he is again. Old man with no taste. Screw off! The exhibitor yells, this wasn't for you, bastards! They all laugh, and Dokja just stands there like, wow. Drama over book reviews, relatable. Blue screen updates. Legend of a Legendary Underworld Return. 1.1 out of 5. Will you give it a star? Dokja mutters, man, they're tanking its rating, but honestly, it's not that bad. Every fable has its value, so he rates it. He adds, sometimes a story that's just entertainment for one person can be salvation for someone else. The man beams. You're not like the other constellations. Such perspective. Dokja shrugs. It's nothing. The man claps his shoulder. Goodness, looks like I just earned myself a new friend. What's your name? Dokja says, Demon King of Salvation. The man grins. Ah, so it is you. I see. Do you like the coat you're wearing? Dokja blinks. Sorry? The man gestures. That coat. I made it. Dokja's mind spins. Wait, the Pocket Realm coat of Infinite Dimension? The SSS rank coat I got after killing Myung-il-sung? He checks. Name. Pocket Realm coat of Infinite Dimension. Rank. SSS maker. Mass producer. Dokja gulps. Mass producer? The man nods. People call me that. Mass producer. One of the most influential constellations. Not because of power, but connections. Dokja thinks, crap. I killed his incarnation during the 5th scenario. Well, technically Joonghyuk did. The mass producer waves it off. Relax, I don't care. Happens all the time. I wasn't invested in him anyway. Then he smirks. But I do like your story. You're good at twists and chaos. Gave you 5 stars. Dokja groans internally. Can't tell if that's a compliment or an insult. The mass producer asks, so, who brought you here? Dokja replies, Persephone. The mass producer laughs. That old woman? She's at it again, dragging newbies in. Did she just leave you to fend for yourself? Typical Olympus. Then he beckons Dokja. Come on, let me introduce you. That drunkard is Thor. That stern woman? Valkyrie Dokja notices instantly. The other constellations are looking at him differently. Just because he's with a mass producer, suddenly he's important. The mass producer leans in. Looks like the main event's starting. Let's sit. A waiter brings food and Dokja's eyes widen. Eye of Marvatus? Ninth Circle Great Sage? The mass producer casually munches. Not bad. Then he points. That's the host. A bright voice rings out. Hello everyone, I'm Euphrosyne, your host tonight. The crowd cheers. Oh, Euphro, over here. Euphrosyne smiles. Thank you all for coming, and special thanks to Endless Strictness for lending us the venue. Dokja's eyes narrow. Euphrosyne. She was the host in the novel too. And if I remember right, Joonghyuk killed her. Euphrosyne claps her hands. Now, we've got 2 main events tonight, but first let's welcome our special guest. The Prophet from Hell, the rising hot star, Anna Croft. The crowd erupts in applause. So, the scene kicks off with a big announcement. Everyone, clap your hands, this is Anna Croft. And yeah, people actually start clapping. Meanwhile, Dokja's just standing there thinking, oh, so she's here. I get it now. She must have shown up at the Culinary Council around this time for a reason. Still, how can anyone like this woman? You can almost hear his sigh. Anna steps up confidently and introduces herself. I am Anna Croft, an incarnation of Asgard. But before she can even finish, one of the constellations snarks. The Culinary Council must have lowered its standards. Why is actual food talking on stage? Another one piles on. No wonder the Star Stream's been struggling lately. Dokja explains in his head for us. This Culinary Council is basically a banquet where constellations act like food critics, except instead of meals, the dishes are fables. And what's the main ingredient of a fable? Fresh incarnations like Anna Croft, which makes this extra ironic because she's literally standing there like she's not on the menu. Anna keeps her composure, though. I'm not the best, but today I'll be running the first event. Cue another heckler. What can food do up there? Someone dragged her off the stage, but then Euphrosyne jumps in, playful as ever. Now, don't be so cranky. Let's hear what this tasty little snack has to say. The room chills a little. If she says it, then the others can't really argue. Anna clears her throat and starts her speech. I'm sure you've noticed by now, the fables in the star stream lately, they've gotten too obvious. Returners, reincarnators, overpowered swordmasters, ninth circle archmages, prophets like me too. Every story starts the same way. The hero's already stronger than everyone else. But that's all surface-level fluff. It wasn't like this back in the old days. Do you remember the first-generation fables? Back then, everyone loved stories. The dokebis gave real themes. Fables were art back then. Dokja frowns to himself. First-generation fables? There's no way Anna Croft should even know about those times. One constellation leans forward, intrigued. So you're saying your fables can actually satisfy us? Anna nods. Yes. I want to bring you back to those first-generation days. No cheap swordmasters. No copy-paste archmages. Just a story with blood, sweat, and tears, and a clear message. That's the kind of fable I'm here to serve you. The mass producer laughs at her. How foolish. Do you really think the council will find that entertaining? Dokja, almost against his will, mutters in agreement. Yeah, she's aiming too high. And then, bam, someone grabs his shoulder. He jumps, heart skipping, only to see a familiar face. Demon King of Salvation! Selena Kim, Dokja blurts. She looks desperate. Please, please save Iris. At this rate, she's... Flashback time. Selena had once begged Anna, why are you doing this? This isn't necessary. But Anna, stone-faced, answered, it is necessary. Everything I do is to save humanity. Don't forget, Selena, we're trapped in a cage with predators ready to eat us alive at any moment. Flashback ends. Dokja's brain is spinning. Wait, this scene, it feels straight out of TWSA, but it shouldn't be happening here. Not in this life. He looks at Selena. Selena explained. What's going on? But before she can say anything, a constellation cuts her off. How dare a mere incarnation speak out here? In an instant, Selena is dragged out of the hall. And Anna, she doesn't stop. She just keeps going with her speech like nothing happened. The fable I offer you is the Bracelet Expedition Team. Dokja's eyes widen. Wait, what? One constellation squints. Bracelet Expedition Team? Is that some cheap knockoff of the old Demon Emperor of the Bracelet fable? The mass producer sneers. That story's boring. But Dokja knows better. That's an ancient, classic action fable, one of the oldest. The story of 15 people going on a quest to destroy a cursed bracelet before it causes calamities. Anna gestures, and a huge screen lights up showing her actors. A bunch of incarnations appear, looking confused. Where are we? One asks. Miss Anna must have been right, another mutters. Get it together, a third barks. If we do well here, we might get good constellation support. Dokja narrows his eyes. So that's how she roped them in. Manipulation, and Selena must have been caught in that too. Then the notification appears. Sub-scenario, Bracelet Expedition Team is beginning. Requires 15 incarnations. The goal, carry the absolute bracelet to the volcano at the center of the hunting grounds and destroy it. Fail conditions, all 15 die, or the bracelet isn't destroyed in time. Oh, and there will be evil spirits hunting you along the way. The constellations perk up. Oh, interesting. Dokja realizes she's trying to sell them nostalgia, an old-fashioned fable format. But one constellation scoffs. It's lacking. What are we supposed to do? Just sit here and watch? Anna smirks. Well, you could just watch. Or you could jump in yourselves and taste some fresh incarnations. Now they're hooked. The panel updates. This scenario includes evil spirits. All constellations of the council may apply for this role. The constellations chuckle. Now this is fun. But what do you get out of it, Anna Croft? She just smiles. Nothing. I only want you all to enjoy yourselves. Another notification. The constellations of the Culinary Council are taking a liking to Anna Croft. The window pops up. Sub-scenario, Bracelet Expedition Team. Will you participate in the scenario? Participants so far, 2/15. Dokja rubs his chin. I need allies for the Demon King selection. Joining this might help me build connections. Sharing fables with other constellations could draw me closer to them. He sighs internally. Damn it, I'm becoming the type of person I used to hate. Notification, current number of participants, 9/15. Suddenly BU goes, bah! And Dokja's like, huh? BU? The broadcast channel lights up. Channel BL-90594, starting the 84th Martial Competition. Dokja thinks to himself, what would Joonghyuk do here? His decision would never change, no matter how many regressions. He'd kill every single one of them. But me? I'm not him. I've always walked a different path. Still, I've got to make a choice. He signs the window. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Iris is running, panting. Her backstory flashes. Iris Vladimirovna Levazeva grew up obsessed with revolution stories. Che Guevara, Karl Marx, you name it. But her world, it wasn't the age of revolution. It was greed, capitalism, and corruption. Then the Dokebis showed up. What an interesting world. A planet ruled by plants. One of them laughed. That was the first spark for Iris. A revolution! A revolution has begun! The world can change! But right as she's inspired, a demon grabs someone nearby and rips them apart. Blood splashes across Iris's face. People scream. Run! Someone yells at her. Help! Please! Cries the victim. Iris freezes, mind racing. Revolution! This is a revolution! The demon scoffs. Pathetic! What kind of fable is this? You weaklings don't even last a minute. Someone shouts, Iris! Run! I said run! But Iris just stares ahead, trembling. Run? Where to? Someone, please, change this story. Then ding! Constellation Demon King of Salvation is watching you. Constellation Demon King of Salvation wishes to be your supporting constellation. So we jump back to Iris and Anna's voice echoes in her head. Anna asks, do you not like the constellation that's planned to support you? Iris stammers, well, it's not that. It's just that guy's super popular. And honestly, he kind of talks like a pervert. Anna smiles slyly. If you do well here in the Culinary Council, I might be able to change your supporting constellation. Iris gasps, eyes shining. Really? You mean it? I can actually do well then. She's still sprinting through the scenario, lungs burning. Then a notification slams into her vision. Constellation Demon King of Salvation wishes to become your constellation. And without hesitation, Iris shouts into the air, yes, I'll do it. Remaining number of expedition team members, 6. Meanwhile, back at the council, mass producer chuckles. Oh, so you're joining too? Dokja looks at him. Wait, you too? The mass producer waves his hand. No, I'm too old to be running around in scenarios like that. Not really my taste either. But hold on. I don't see your nickname on the list. He pauses, smirking. Oh, I get it now. So that's why old Persephone dragged you here. But are you really sure about this? This is your first time, isn't it? Dokja just grins. The louder and flashier my debut, the better. You have earned the fable Culinary Council's Rebel. Another notification pops up. Supporting constellation contract has been signed. Iris thinks quickly to herself, a temporary contract, huh? Right on cue, another message. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says this is a temporary contract. Contract valid until the end of the bracelet expedition. Her face hardens. There's a condition. Of course, and here it is. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says he wants the right to the wish pass you'll receive if you complete the scenario. Iris clenches her fists. Then, that means he's going to keep me alive no matter what. He needs me to finish this. That's actually not bad. Dokja, watching from the council, closes his eyes. I can actually see what Iris is seeing. Constellation Demon King of Salvation is watching his incarnation. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says to calm down. Iris whispers, voice trembling. I don't know if I can do this. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says there is no scenario that cannot be cleared. Constellation Demon King of Salvation has gifted you the cape of the Assassin's King. The cape wraps around her shoulders, shimmering. Meanwhile, the demons prowl nearby. One sniffs the air. Is it here? Weird. It was definitely around here. Another replies, are you sure? Maybe they tricked us. The first demon chuckles darkly. No matter. Let them run. They taste better the longer they last. Notification. Expedition member Iris Vladimirovna Levazeva has survived the evil spirit once. Fable Bracelet Expedition Team is accumulating. Iris gasps, collapsing against a rock. I lived. But then the snarky message drops in. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says you were lucky this time. Dokja thinks grimly. The restrictions are in place to make sure this game doesn't get too boring for the constellations. Another notification. Constellations with the role of evil spirit will be restricted by plausibility. They can only use 1/10 of their power. Dokja knows even then, if those evil spirits had been higher ranked, that cape wouldn't have done a damn thing. Iris bows her head, whispering, thanks for the donation. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says, I'm only lending it. Iris nods quickly. Okay. Then the peanut gallery starts talking. Constellation Devil-like Judge feels bad for your incarnation. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband says you're too petty. Dokja winces. That cape cost 150,000 coins. Notification. Remaining members of the expedition team, 2. Dokja remembers the original Demon Emperor of the Bracelet story from TWSA. If I analyze the map and guide Iris through the most efficient route, all she'll need to do is toss the bracelet into the volcano. But the constellations are watching with hungry eyes. This is fun. She's going to be delicious. Just watching makes me drool. Dokja tenses. They've realized someone's interfering. Expedition member Merbeth Routier has died. Now it's just Iris left. The demons stalk closer. One growls, "I smell something delicious." Dokja panics. The cape's almost out of time. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says run. More than 30 minutes have passed since you used the cape of the Assassin's King. The cape vanishes from her shoulders. Iris freezes, whispering, "Ah." The demons circle her, grinning. One licks its lips. "I'll eat her first." Then, Constellation Demon King of Salvation is requesting to borrow your body. Constellation Demon King of Salvation says this is not a choice. And then, exclusive skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Stage 3 has been activated. First-person point of view has been activated. Your understanding of Iris Vladimirovna Levaseva increases rapidly. Some constellations have noticed your presence. One of the demons snarls, "So there was someone helping? What are you, huh? A possession? Oh, this is good. You're a newcomer, aren't you? If you stay, your real body's going to take damage." Another one shouts, "Stop talking! Let's eat her already!" But suddenly, a flash of steel cuts through the demons. Item, Yorin Sword, Replica. Rank, SS+. Description, a sword imbued with the aura of a first-generation fable. Limited use, 10 minutes. Only usable by female incarnations. The council gasps. Many constellations are shocked by your actions. One says, "A first-generation sword?" Another scoffs, "Relax, it's just a replica." But some aren't so happy. Certain constellations of the Culinary Council now view you as an enemy. Iris raises the sword, fire in her eyes. "You thought I'd head straight for the volcano? Wrong. I knew you'd all be waiting there." She smiles. "Now, let's start the real hunt." Exclusive skill, White Void energy level. 8 has been activated. The scenario flashes up again, reminding everyone of the rules. 15 incarnations must reach the volcano. The bracelet must be destroyed. Evil spirits will hunt them. Constellations can join as evil spirits. Power is limited to 1/10. Reward, a wish from the Culinary Council. So right from the start, one of the demons is like, "If you don't yield, I'll eat you too." Real casual death threat, you know? Then boom, a notification pops up. The exclusive skill, White Purity Star Kai, level 8 has been activated. Dokja just froze. He's standing there like, "Wait, what the hell is happening?" Meanwhile, the demon is cracking up like some old uncle at a party. "Ha ha ha ha, how slow, young constellation. Do your best to entertain us, old monsters." Dokja's trying to move, but his body feels like a brick. Inside his head, he's cursing. "Damn it, why is it so hard to move? Oh, right, this is my first time in a kid's body. No wonder I'm sluggish." Then out loud, he forces himself to say, "Don't look down on me. I'm a constellation too." Notification spam hits again. Some of your fables have started telling a story in response to the situation. The historical grade fable Gourmet Association Heretic is rebelling against the oppression. The legendary grade fable Demon King of Salvation is responding to Incarnation Iris's situation. Then the system straight up announces, "You have released the status of a constellation." And here's the twist. Most constellations can only use 10% of their real power when they descend. But Dokja, he didn't descend. He's literally using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint to manifest. Which means, yeah, he can flex his true status. Dokja figures it out immediately. "So I can actually use my full power, but let's make them think this is only 10%. They'll be too scared to question it." Then he stares down the demons and says, "Either die or get lost. Pick one." The demons are shaken. One of them snarls, "You bastard! Where the hell did you come from? The star stream really is huge. What a magnificent dish. Ha ha ha. This gourmet festival is amazing today." And in the middle of all this, poor Iris. She's panicking with her sword waving like a noodle. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm absolutely terrible at swordsmanship," Dokja groans. "So that's why I feel so sluggish." Damn it. The fight drags on. The demon's claws almost jab Iris in the eye, but she ducks just in time. She's panting, muttering, "This is weird. Their strength isn't crazy. It's just their status that's insane." The demons circle her, laughing. "Get rid of them. Just don't get scratched by the sword. Ha 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 ha. Today's feast will be delicious." They all strike at once. Iris gasps as one demon grabs her. He sneers. "Seems luck wasn't on your side, newcomer. Time for fine dining." She's choking, while Dokja is thinking hard. "Damn it, I don't even know if Iris can withstand electrification, but I've got no other option." He yells, "I'll activate the 5th bookmark." But nope, The system trolls him again. The skill is not suitable for the following character. Miniaturization cancelled. Electrification cancelled. Dokja just mutters, shit. Of all times, it has to be incompatible now? The demon taunts Iris again. Is this your last desperate move? Fine. Try whatever you want. Then another notification kicks in. Your thought process has been accelerated due to the effect of your attribute. Dokja focuses hard. I need to find a solution. Flashback moment. He remembers the heaven-destroying sword saint's words. It won't be easy. You know from the last turn, the sky-breaking swordsmanship wasn't meant for male bodies. Then Joonghyuk chimes in from memory. If it's just a gender problem, it can be solved to some extent. Back to reality. Dokja makes his choice. I'll release Knight of Revolution, Mark Javier from the 6th slot, and put in sky-breaking sword, Saint Namgung Minyoung. The system rings out. The 6th bookmark has been activated. Understanding of the character is insufficient. Basically, the sword style is designed for women's bodies. Joonghyuk somehow muscled through it, but with Dokja's normal body? Impossible. Luckily, his current incarnation is a kid, which means the system recognizes it as close enough. One demon squints. What the hell is that power? More notifications drop. The character's level is too high to fully reproduce. Only part of the skill has been activated. Duration decreased due to low understanding. Your current body composition is similar to the target character. The exclusive skill Sky-Breaking Swordsmanship level 10+1 has been activated. And suddenly Dokja just unleashes hell. The sword dances, skills cut through the demons, and the battlefield flips upside down. Notifications explode again. The status of the skill has far surpassed the incarnation's talent. The constellation Brash Swamp Predator has been eliminated from the scenario. The constellation Tranquil Island Gourmet has been eliminated. The constellation Forgotten Lord of Envy has been eliminated. A total of 10 were eliminated. The system even praises him. You have attained an unbelievable achievement. You have attained an impossible achievement. Iris, still shaking, thinks to herself, 10. That means 4 wrath are left. The system continues. The Starstream is paying attention to your achievement. A new fable is being prepared. Constellations of the Gourmet Association are shocked. Constellations of the Gourmet Association have grown hostile toward you. Some are very curious about your fable. Some executives of the Gourmet Association now feel favorable toward you. And finally, Dokja looks around, totally calm after the slaughter. I knew you'd show up right about now. And sure enough, Asmodeus strolls in, grinning. Demon King of Salvation, you really are pulling off something interesting. So the tension is thick, right? Dokja stares at the figure in front of him and says, Asmodeus? And this Demon King, this freak, actually smiles and goes, ah, say it again, please, one more time. Dokja's brain is running laps. As I thought, one of the 72 Demon Kings. She's not even putting me in a separate dimension. This is just her presence. And to think this is only 10% of my power showing. If I have to fight her along with the other Wrath, I'm finished. I need to do something before that happens. But Asmodeus just waves her hand and chuckles. Don't worry, there are no other constellations here. I ate them all. The system immediately tattles. Some constellations of the Gourmet Association are condemning Asmodeus. A few constellations of the Gourmet Association are delighted with her brutality. Asmodeus walks closer, licking her lips like she's taste testing already. Fufu, the incarnation form of a constellation, really does have a different flavor. Of course, it's nothing compared to your true force. The system cuts in again. The special effects of the Yoran sword are ending. Dokja curses in his head. Damn it, without that, I can't even use the Sky-Breaking Sword Saint's martial arts anymore. So he steadies himself and says, you didn't come here to eat me, did you? Asmodeus tilts her head. And how can you be sure? Dokja smirks a little. Because if you kill me, you'll lose the giant fable. I already promised you 30% of the shares. Why come all this way just to act petty? Her smile fades. We never agreed that 30% was guaranteed to me. What's wrong? Not confident enough to compete with the other constellations? Dokja narrows his eyes. Are you taunting me right now? Asmodeus leans in, her voice sharp. If you really are a Demon King, then quit acting pathetic. Fight properly and claim your share. Dokja fires back. No, you're the one mistaken. I can always just eat you right here. Don't make me repeat myself. If you really want to eat me, then try killing me. That actually stuns her. She blinks, almost amused. And Dokja remembers something from the records of Joonghyuk in the 49th turn. We should have treated Asmodeus differently. She doesn't like compromise. The more she meets someone who refuses to bend, the more she wants to crush them. The system flashes. Your understanding of the character Asmodeus has increased. Exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Stage 2, has been forcibly activated. Asmodeus suddenly twitches like she's fighting herself. Ah, I want to eat. No, I want to eat you. No. Ah! She grabs his hair, leaning in dangerously close, and then she actually laughs. Very well, I'll let it slide this time. But remember this, Demon King of Salvation, next time won't be the same. Dokja doesn't waste a second. He bolts straight to the volcano, and without hesitation, he chucks the bracelet into the lava. The system explodes with rewards. The sub-scenario has been completed. You have obtained 150,000 coins. You have obtained a new fable. Your reputation within the Gourmet Association has greatly increased. First-person side character Viewpoint has been deactivated. Dokja snaps back to his real self. The mass producer is waiting and chuckles. Young man, I enjoyed the show. Dokja bows his head. It's all thanks to you, Elder. Mass producer frowns. What are you talking about? Dokja winces, clutching his chest. Ugh, it still hurts even with healing items. I'm talking about this. He shows the scar on his body. The mass producer just shakes his head. Business is all about timing. Who could have known that sword would be sold today? Dokja laughs bitterly. Funny thing is, it was listed as a newly recommended item in the Dokebi bag. Mass producer sighs. Either way, things just got a lot more complicated. And right then, a voice from the constellations echoes. Who the hell is this Demon King of Salvation? The system answers for him. Constellation Brash Swamp Predator is revealing hostility toward you. Constellation Tranquil Island. Gourmet is glaring at you. Dokja keeps calm, but his thoughts are sharp. The sub-scenario may be over, but to them this is still entertainment. And now all eyes are on me, waiting to see how I'll use the wish I've been given. The system confirms it. You have gained ownership of the wish according to the contract with Incarnation Iris. You can make one wish within the boundaries of plausibility allowed by the Gourmet Association. Dokja thinks carefully. Boundaries, huh? I can't just wish for all the constellations to die or to join my side. That's beyond plausible. The system cuts him off. It is beyond plausible to grant this wish. Dokja nods. So this isn't a cheat code. This is a diplomatic card. I need to figure out what's possible, what's impossible, and choose the most beneficial wish. The constellations react. Some constellations of the Gourmet Association are showing hostility toward you. Many constellations are eagerly watching your decision. Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking forward to your choice. Constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is twiddling her fingers nervously. Dokja raises his head and declares, I wish the Gourmet Association would show me proper courtesy. The system answers, the plausibility of the Gourmet Association has been activated. Your wish has been granted. And immediately the constellations start talking. Constellation Thorn laughs, ah ha 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 ha. What an entertaining one we've got here. A boring fable turned out to be worthwhile after all. What complaint could you possibly have? Brash Swamp Predator growls. But he broke the rules. Thorn slams his hammer. A scenario is just a scenario, and that scenario has ended. That's all that me and my hammer. But Demon King of Salvation, why did you show us this particular scenario? Now Dokja's brain starts spinning. He's like, this is actually the situation I've been waiting for since I got here. The problem? After all that talk about, I want to see you stand up for yourself, he feels like the one getting babysat instead. Classic Dokja, always in a tight spot. He's thinking, how the heck do I say something that makes them actually like me? Because let's be real, no constellation's gonna jump in to help just because he blurts out, hey guys, so about this Demon King selection thing, and then something clicks inside him. For the first time, Dokja thinks about what he really wants to say. Not the fake political answer, not the convenient lie, but the deep stuff that's been sitting in his chest forever. He remembers someone before him who once walked that same lonely road. Someone who failed, got frustrated, despaired thousands of times, but still kept walking alone. That memory fires him up. So Dokja finally declares, I will create a new fable, one that has never existed before. Cue constellations looking at him like he just grew two heads. One pipes up, excuse me, what the heck does a new fable even mean? Because according to the Star Stream's Ways of Survival, all fables are just recycled stories from older ones. Nothing's ever new. Everything's a remix. Then the questions start flying like nosy relatives at Christmas dinner. One constellation asks, does your new fable have a swordmaster? Dokja playing along nods. Yeah, it does. Okay, what about an archmage? Sure, toss one in. A reincarnator? Yep. An SSS grade hunter? I like people who actually work for their rewards, you know. Yeah, why not? Oh, then a returner too, right? By this point, the constellation's like, hold up, aren't you just recycling the same mass-produced tropes everyone else uses? Swordmasters, archmages, reincarnators, returners. Dude, this is anime protagonist starter pack 101. What's so new about that? Dokja hits back. It's not the new elements that make a new fable. Even the first generation fables that you guys cherish were built from ordinary pieces. But what made them different was the meaning behind them. This ticks off the Swamp Constellation, who scoffs. So you're comparing your stuff with the original masterpieces now? Dokja shakes his head. Nope, I'm not even trying to make art. That's not the point. That's when the Ice Queen cuts in with her frosty sarcasm. How ridiculous. So indecent. Then tell me, what's actually new about your story? Dokja doesn't even flinch. What's What's new is this. My fable will have an ending to all scenarios. The room practically explodes. One constellation spits out their drink going, did he just say end to all scenarios? This guy's nuts. Another mutters, looks like the Gourmet Association finally found its crazy bastard. Dokja just smirks because honestly, he knew this bunch was full of lunatics already. Then a constellation asks straight up, so, what exactly do you want from us? You planning to say, let's all hold hands and march to the end together? Dokja grins. That's right. I came here to find constellations who are willing to go with me, to the very end of everything. Swamp Dash, yeah, the troll of the group, snickers. So basically, you're begging us to join your nebula. What's the name of this glorious nebula then? Dokja shrugs. I don't have one yet. Haven't gotten that far. Constellations. Huh? You don't even have a name? Or members? Dokja sheepishly. Well, 2 members, including me. Wait, one's you. Who's the other? A constellation too? Dokja then said, not exactly. Swamp Dash grins like he already knows the punchline. Is it that guy? Dokja freezes, because boom, a screen lights up showing Joonghyuk. The announcer's hyped voice booms. The battle you've all been waiting for. Joonghyuk, disciple of the sky-breaking sword saint, versus Joonghyuk, the ice flower goddess of Murim. Dokja's jaw drops. Out of all people, her, Joonghyuk is a future legend, a transcendent powerhouse even Joonghyuk himself can't easily beat, but Dokja's more confused than impressed. Wait, why did this feed suddenly show up? This doesn't feel like Anna Croft's doing. Meanwhile, Swamp Damp, another troll constellation, yawns. Just some mortal talent show. But fine, I'm bored. Let's make it fun. A bet, anyone? Who wins between these worms? Ding! Notification pops up. New sub-scenario, Gourmet Association betting. Swamp Damp cackles. I'll put 50,000 coins on the girl. Newbie, you gotta bet too. Dokja with poker face. Already did. Swamp Damp then asked, oh yeah? Who and how much? Dokja then respond, 100,000 coins on Joonghyuk. Now everyone's fired up as the fight kicks off. Joonghyuk and Joonghyuk go head-to-head, blades flashing, power clashing, it's chaos. A constellation even murmurs, this Joonghyuk guy is solid. I wouldn't mind having him as an incarnation. Dokja nods in silent pride. As expected, he's holding his own. But then, the tables turn. Out of nowhere, Joongyuk's body shifts unnaturally. Joonghyuk staggers. What the hell? Dokja's heart skips. Wait, that's... Swamp Damp smirks. Oh, did I forget to mention? Bets don't mean I can't interfere. Dokja recognizes it immediately. Constellation Descent, the exact terrifying move he's seen before in Peaceland and Dark Castle. And just when he needs clarity, his exclusive skill fires up. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint activated. But bam! Unable to connect with target, Dokja's fists clench. Damn it, Joonghyuk. What are you doing right now? I told you to think of me when things get serious. Anna Croft leans in, smirking. You seem uneasy. Do you really believe in your companion? That question stings. Dokja spirals into his own thoughts. He knows how regressions work. Every time Joonghyuk resets, all their shared history vanishes. Memories wiped, bonds erased. Over and over again, Dokja's existence just disappears. He wonders if he ever should have gone after the absolute throne at all. Maybe starting over endlessly is just another curse. But in the middle of his doubt, he steels himself. I've made it this far because I believed in him. If I don't, then who else will? So Dokja answers Anna Croft with conviction. Yes, I believe in him. Then raising his head high, he adds, and I'll prove it, I raise my stake. Kicks off with Joonghyuk stepping up like he owns the place. No hesitation, no warming up. He just goes, I'll bet 1 million coins. And boom, silence. The whole crowd freezes like someone just pressed pause on reality. Then out of nowhere, a giant notification pops up. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has bet 1 million coins on Joonghyuk. Everyone loses it. Constellations almost drop their fancy screens like they just saw a text alert saying, your bank account has been emptied. Eyes wide, jaws on the floor, total chaos. More notifications start rolling in. Thor, aka Thursday's Thunder, notices this madness, stares at his screen, then just bursts out laughing like, finally, something fun. And then, ding! The Morning Star Goddess also starts showing support. Now the chat's exploding. Another constellation yells, ha! You're crazy. Fine, I'm in too. And throws in 50,000 coins. Suddenly, it's a snowball effect. Everyone's like, wait, we're betting? Oh, I'm betting too. Bets are flying everywhere. Joonghyuk gets some backup too. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Even the high roller puts in 10,000. But then, big bomb. The constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, has bet 300,000 coins on Joonghyuk. Dokja's like, huh? Wait, what now? And the queen herself pops in like, so? Is that fine with you? And Dokja's just confused. What do you mean, is it fine with me? Meanwhile, Anna's side-eyeing the mass producer. Old hag. Doesn't Hades nag you for gambling like this? The mass producer's like, careful unless you want a one-way trip to Tartarus. Anna keeps poking. Wait, did you bet too? Then the screen confirms it. Mass production maker has bet 150,000 coins on Joonghyuk. The mass producer shrugs, saying, yeah, but not much. The Dokaibi bag payout this month sucked. And then the crowd goes wild, yelling, kill him! Kill him fast! If I lose my coins, I swear I'll kill you. Mass producer stays calm, dropping wisdom. This is what happens when beings who've seen great stories get addicted to smaller ones. At the end of the day, whether it's constellations or humans, everyone's just a kid chasing after a good story. Then looks at Dokja like, so, you actually got a chance of winning, right? Dokja's answer, if there's no chance, I'll make one. Boom. Notification, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint activated. Except, it doesn't connect. Dokja's like, damn, still playing hard to get, huh? Joonghyuk. Then he calls Bu, who answers with her usual. Suddenly, the big fight screen lights up. Joonghyuk and Swamp Damp Demon are tearing each other apart. Chaos, screams, explosions. Another notification pops. Demon King of Salvation is looking at Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk yells, Kim Dokja, you done with your part yet? Dokja's constellation self replies, still working on it. Joonghyuk glares like, you idiot, did you cause this? And Dokja's brain goes, shh, perceptive bastard. Then Dokja tries to help by sending coins. Joonghyuk immediately barks back, I don't need it. But right after, Swamp Damp grazes him, and he's coughing blood. Classic. Dokja realizes, shit, even his defensive star key is breaking apart. No way he could have powered up that much in just 2 weeks. Guess I'll have to step in. So Dokja tries the big move. Demon King of Salvation is requesting possession. Joonghyuk. No. Dokja insists, everyone's gonna die at this rate. Joonghyuk, I won't die. Dokja. Bro, this is not the time to be stubborn. Joonghyuk. Go do your own thing, Kim Dokja. Dokja, internally. Why is this asshole always like this? Dokja then looks for backup, hoping the sky-breaking sword saint will swoop in. He finds her, eating, just munching away. Dokja nearly loses his mind. Seriously? So he turns to Bu. Shin Yusung, are you listening? But Joonghyuk snaps, turn off Kim Dokja's screen. And Bu actually does it. Dokja's like, what? No, wait, Bu, don't betray me now. But she just goes, but, and then, poof, you have been disconnected. Dokja's screaming, are you kidding me right now? But then he hears it, the unmistakable thunderous sound of the sky-breaking sword. His brain short-circuits. Oh my God, is it the Sword Saint? Did she finally step up? The crowd gasps. Someone shouts, it's the disciple of the sky-breaking sword saint, the sky-breaking sword beauty. Dokja's brain. Wait, what now? Constellations are in awe, babbling. No way! A martial artist pulled this off with just transcendent powers? Crazy. And then, Joonghyuk lands the final blow. The Swamp Damp Demon is dead. Notifications explode. Some constellations are shocked, some cry, some literally scream about their lost coins. Joonghyuk sheathes his sword with a solid clack and declares, there's no second place in this competition. This is mine. The Black Heavenly Demon Sword Byung announces the winner. The champion is Sky-Breaking Sword Beauty, Joonghyuk. Joonghyuk looking confused as hell. Wait, what the hell is a Sky-Breaking Sword Beauty? Byung announced that the martial arts competition is finally over, and the winner has been decided. Dokja is watching all this, kinda amused because in his head he's thinking, wait, it wasn't the sky-breaking sword saint who won? It was Joonghyuk? Then Byung loudly declares, the winner is Sky-Breaking Sword Beauty Joonghyuk. Dokja freezes like, hold up, Sky-Breaking Sword Beauty? What the hell kind of title is that? Right after that, a bunch of notifications pop up in front of Dokja. The side scenario with the Gourmet Association betting is complete. He won the bet. He just obtained a new fable. The fable is called Miracle Gambler. He also gets the sub-scenario reward. His coin balance shoots up, first showing 2,790,876 coins, then updating to 5,490,975 coins. Dokja just mutters, 5 million coins? Damn. Mass producer? Young man, how much did you guys rake in? More notifications pop up. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is jealous. The constellation loan shark aiming for the heart is craving his coins. Dokja thinks, yeah, figures. Even the underworld must have cashed out hard from this. Suddenly, Brash Swamp explodes in anger, shouting that this is impossible and ridiculous. Another notification pops up saying the Brash Swamp Predator constellation is showing massive hostility towards Dokja. Brash Swamp roars and yells, get him! But Persephone steps in and tells everyone to stay back. She snaps at Swamp, asking how much uglier he plans to get. Swamp snarls back, accusing her of acting this way just because she won a few coins. Persephone coldly replies she has no business with him and orders everyone else to mind their manners. Swamp just spits out, Courtesy? Screw courtesy. The whole star stream shakes from the tension, and then another notification drops. The wish used by the constellation demon king of salvation is activating its effects. Swamp suddenly grunts in pain. Dokja, stunned, is like, what the hell is happening now? A portal? Could it be an outer god? A voice rings out. It has been a while, constellations. Dokja instantly thinks, wait, is that a great dokaibi? He recalls how the dokaibi are ranked: low, intermediate, semi-advanced, in advance. But beyond those ranks are the great dokaibi, the leaders of them all. Each one has horns of a different color, 12 in total. They're basically the top rulers. Another notification says, the rules of the star stream have bound all constellations of the Gourmet Association. Swamp groans, collapsing, while the great dokaibi steps forward and says, sorry everyone, but the party ends here. Persephone greets him, recognizing him as Harong, and asks about the Story King. Harong nods, saying the king is doing well. She asks why he's here with even the executive branch Dokabis. Harong replies, we came to escort the constellation who borrowed coins. At that, Persephone mutters, coins? Swamp tries to resist, shouting for everyone to move aside, but before he gets far, one of the executive dokaibi cuts him down. He screams, reverts into his human form, and begs them to release him. Harong just shakes his head and calls it foolish. Then Harong looks at Dokja and says, don't be too loud, child. The king is watching you. After that, the great dokaibi and their group leave, shutting everything down. Dokja thinks about how the Gourmet Association ended after their arrival. Then another problem hits him. How do I even get back? There's no guide, no carriage. If I get stuck here, the other constellations might catch me. Just then, he hears the sound of a car pulling up. To his surprise, it's Mass Producer in his own car. He tells Dokja, get in, young man. Dokja, climbing in, thinks to himself, oh, this car fits multiple people? I wonder if he sells these too. He thanks Mass Producer, but quickly asks, why is this woman riding with us? Mass Producer laughs, saying he promised her a ride back, and warns Dokja not to argue. Anna jumps into the conversation, snapping that even if Dokja hadn't helped, Iris would have survived anyway. Dokja calmly replies that he knows. Thursday's thunder probably would have saved her. Anna shoots back that it was a perfect chance for Iris to land a good sponsor, and Dokja ruined it. He responds saying Iris wouldn't have wanted a sponsor under those conditions. Anna scoffs, saying he wouldn't understand as a constellation. Mass Producer cuts in, sighing and clicking his tongue, saying he told them to get along. Then he adds, seems like you're on bad terms with both incarnations and constellations. Careful not to make too many enemies, Dokja quietly says he doesn't want enemies either. Mass Producer then looks at him seriously and says he felt anger in the fable Dokja's creating. Anger at the world and the constellations. He admits he knows Dokja has seen too many awful things today, but warns him not to hate them too much. Trashy constellation or noble constellation, all of them act like this because they can't handle the loneliness. They just want a story. Dokja frowns and replies, that doesn't mean they can crush the lives of incarnations. He pulls out his phone, staring at it quietly. Mass Producer notices and asks, you're always looking at that. Are you writing something on that empty notepad again? Dokja softly answers, it's not that. I just feel calm when I see it. Dokja was lost in thought, realizing it had already been a week since he came back from the Gourmet Association. Time was flying, and now there were only 4 days left until the Demon King selection. He knew the Murim still had a ton of hidden treasures, and of course he wanted to grab as many as possible before the big event. While he was thinking, Aslan appeared behind him, complaining that Dokja had been too busy since they got here, and that he barely even saw him anymore. Dokja gave him a side glance and asked why he wasn't training instead of whining. Aslan puffed himself up like he had something to prove and said he had been training non-stop. Dokja couldn't resist teasing him, saying he heard Aslan finish third in the competition, which was surprising. Aslan tried to play it cool, shrugging it off like it wasn't a big deal. But Dokja could tell this guy was just fishing for a chance to brag. So instead of feeding his ego, Dokja changed the subject and asked if Aslan got the prize, the Demon's Soul Pill. When Aslan confirmed, Dokja immediately told him to hand it over. Naturally, Aslan wanted to know why, and Dokja explained in his usual deadpan way that if Aslan tried to eat it as it was, his body would basically explode from the inside. Not exactly a pleasant way to go. Aslan froze, remembering that the guy who gave it to him did say something like that, and after a beat of hesitation, he handed it over. Dokja studied the pill, thinking about its cursed origin. It wasn't some innocent elixir. It had been made by the Blood Demon sect by refining the souls of 1,000 masters. Just one pill could skyrocket someone's strength to a high-level master, but the curse inside would corrupt the user, driving them insane with demonic energy. A dangerous shortcut if there ever was one. But Dokja had a plan. He knew if you ground the demon soul pill together with 3 great return pills, you could cancel out the curse. So he called out to Biu, who popped up with her adorable "Bah!" The system screen appeared, and Dokja purchased the 3 great return pills on the spot. Suddenly, the notification starts spamming. 600,000 coins have been consumed. You have purchased 3 great return pills. Some constellations are envious of your overspending. A few constellations are curious about how effective the great return pill actually is. Some constellations will sponsor 500 coins if you spill the tea about it. Aslan and Myungo just stared at him in horror, their faces pale like they'd seen someone burn a mansion down just for fun. Aslan muttered about the insane cost, while Myungo stammered that he'd heard Dokja was rich but hadn't realized it was this bad. Dokja, unfazed, handed the pills over to Myungo and said it was perfect timing since he needed help preparing the sky-breaking divine sovereign food anyway. Myungo hesitated, asking nervously if the stuff was safe. Dokja, not missing a beat, warned him not to eat it unless he wanted to end up cursed by the Demon King. That shut him up quickly, and he got to grinding. When the mixture was finally given to Aslan, he swallowed it and frowned, saying he didn't feel anything. Dokja explained that the effect would take time to settle and would probably show up the next day once the energy fully blended with his body. While they were talking, Myungo spotted a flashy car nearby and gasped. It was an X-Class Ferrari Genie. He turned to Dokja, asking if the Gourmet Association had gifted it to him. Dokja snorted and said there was no way they were some kind of charity. He was leasing it. Myungo's jaw nearly hit the floor, and he stuttered out a question about how much it cost. When Dokja casually mentioned it was 50,000 coins a month, Myungo almost fainted. And when Dokja added that he'd already earned 4.8 million coins, both Myungo and Aslan practically screamed in shock. After recovering from that bombshell, Aslan asked if Dokja was looking for more incarnations. Dokja raised an eyebrow and asked if Aslan wanted to be his. Aslan nodded, proudly saying he had already chosen a constellation. That made Dokja cautious. He thought to himself that if Aslan chose some ridiculous sponsor, it could cause problems. But before he could say anything, Aslan blurted out that he had chosen the Demon King of Salvation. Dokja froze, his brain short-circuiting. Did this guy just... Aslan went on confidently, saying he was definitely going to be the Demon King of Salvation's incarnation. Dokja, trying to keep calm, asked if Aslan had even contacted the so-called Demon King yet, and of course, Aslan admitted he hadn't. Joonghyuk, who had been silent this whole time, finally stepped in and asked if Aslan even knew the modifier. Aslan shook his head and asked if Joonghyuk knew. Yu gave him the most serious stare imaginable and dropped the truth. The Demon King of Salvation was standing right in front of him. It was Kim Dokja. That revelation left Aslan completely floored, and even Dokja thought to himself that Joonghyuk avoided him for 2 whole days after hearing it. Later, Dokja found Aslan furiously punching a training bag, his frustration written all over his face. Dokja watched from the doorway, amused, thinking about how this lazy brat suddenly turned into a hard-working warrior overnight. He wondered if Aslan really had no clue about his true identity, considering in the original novel, Aslan was supposed to be much sharper than this. That was when the sky-breaking sword saint chimed in, catching him off guard by teasing that he was acting like a constellation who enjoyed spying on people. Dokja almost jumped out of his skin but quickly greeted her. She smirked and warned him to add Nim, or else she'd give him a spanking. That got Dokja to quickly fix his greeting. He asked if she'd gone to Tartarus yet, and she explained that she hadn't, but thanks to him, she had managed to get an appointment with the Queen of the Underworld. That made Dokja smile with relief. He then cautiously asked if he could pose a question, and she gave him permission with a playful smile. Dokja asked why she decided to teach Joonghyuk her martial arts. She replied that the kid had talent and with the right training could even reach a new form of transcendence. Dokja couldn't help but point out that Joonghyuk was a man. Normally, the skybreaking sword techniques were only passed to women, and though Joonghyuk had been an exception, it was unheard of for the art to be shared so widely. Dokja even wondered if the Sword Saint suspected Joonghyuk had actually been a woman in a past life. The Sword Saint only chuckled, saying that young people like Dokja needed to realize that a fable could have more than one meaning. Then she recalled a man from her past, describing him as very handsome but otherwise useless. Dokja, confused, asked if she was seriously comparing Joonghyuk to some ex-lover. She admitted the resemblance was there, even joking that the man had been pitiful because of his very small size. Dokja was left speechless, sputtering in his head about whether she was just brutally slandering her ex. He tried piecing things together, wondering if the bad blood between them had started because of, well, that. Before he could finish his thought, a loud thunder-like rumble shook the sky. Everyone froze as a massive light lit up above the great hall in the first Murim. Joonghyuk's voice rang out, calm but heavy with meaning. He simply said, Kim Dokja, and with that, the new scenario was announced. The apocalypse scenario had officially begun. Dokja stared up at the sky and thought about how the star stream had 2 big types of disaster scenarios. One was the apocalypse scenario, the kind that turns into legend, stuff like Ragnarok and Gigantomachia. The other type happened more randomly, without warning. This new thing, the Great Wall opening, felt like one of those odd, irregular disasters. Joonghyuk said it straight up that this was not some constellation thing. The sky-breaking sword saint added that it looked like the outer gods showing up. Dokja remembered the original story where the first Murim was wiped out by the outer gods. That had been later in the timeline. This was way too early. He rubbed his temple and tried to think it through. Why now? The disaster scenario was supposed to test incarnations. If there wasn't enough plausibility building up, it would never start. So something had pushed the timeline forward. Something had increased the plausibility. Could it be the martial arts competition? Joonghyuk guessed the same thing. The competition and the other constellations helping the Brash Swamp Predator had raised the chance of this disaster happening. Dokja swore under his breath. Damn them, he thought. Right then a system notification popped up. A few constellations who disliked him were literally enjoying the chaos. That made Dokja clench his fists. Joonghyuk demanded to know what Dokja had done, and Dokja just stood there, frustrated and not sure what to say. More notifications flooded the air. The scenario will begin soon. The outer god is preparing to invade. All non-participants in the scenario area must leave immediately. The crowd nearby started screaming and running. People were panicked and yelling that this was insane. Myungo grabbed Dokja and asked, terrified, what was happening. The Heaven Divine Sword Soldier backed away with a low bark-like sound. Dokja ordered everyone to move, quick. Then a huge roar ripped through the hall, and a citizen screamed in horror. The system then warned that 30 minutes were left until the start. Dokja called out to the sky-breaking sword saint. Joonghyuk answered respectfully, calling her master. A noble clan arrived at the scene. The head of the Azure Dragon Palace walked in with a bowed group and begged for help. They treated the sky-breaking sword saint like the only hope left. One of them pleaded that the Murim needed her strength. They used every humble phrase they had. They begged, brought up ancestors, and called on favors. Dokja cut in, furious. He reminded them how laughable it was that these same people had first abandoned the sky-breaking sword saint. He wondered aloud if they had forgotten how they treated her when Constellations and Dokebi first showed up. The clan leaders tried to stammer and deny it. Dokja kept pushing. He asked whether they even remembered what the sky-breaking sword saint had left them. A flashback idea came to him. Some cursed bloodline tied to the Titans. The Elder Grandmaster snapped back angrily, telling Dokja to shut up. Elder Grandmaster looked between the people and asked who exactly he was. One of the clan heads bowed, patted the Grandmaster's shoulder, and said they were truly atoning. He said they could not undo the past but beg for mercy anyway. He warned that without help, the first Murim would be destroyed. Dokja thought about how there were always these kinds of smooth talkers in every world. He wished they would just get to the point and face the problem. A notification then popped up. Your actions have had a profound impact on the direction of something. Dokja blinked, confused. Another notification followed. The update for the second revision will begin. Dokja realized this meant more future changes would happen because of what he had done. The epic he had earned from the first revision helped create a new future. He wondered if the version of himself from the third turn had succeeded and started this chain of events. The Elder Grandmaster loudly asked the sky-breaking sword saint if she would run away and abandon everyone. He begged her not to leave the world she lived in. The sword saint laughed at the suggestion. She used her power to squeeze the air, making all of them nervous. The Grandmaster begged again, pleading that she not abandon them. She answered with a quiet, cutting example. Once many little trees made a forest, but then they were uprooted. Only a few giant trees remained, and they spread branches that covered the sky. Even if branches remain, is it still a forest if most of the little trees are gone? With that, she said it was time to leave. A portal opened nearby. Aslan sighed at the sight, clearly thinking about the escape route. At the same moment, a notification said the character Yang Hanyung had activated 100 Li Eyes. Aslan pointed toward the portal and asked if they had to run all the way to the square. Dokja, thinking quickly, told Biyu to move the portal closer. The Elder Grandmaster looked furious and spat out the name of the sky-breaking sword saint in anger. Myungo came screeching up in the car and shouted for everyone to get in fast. Things were messy, loud, and urgent. People were scrambling. Some leaders begged. Some tried to guilt the sword saint into saving them. Others hurried toward the portal. Dokja felt petty and tired, but he knew they had to move now. The clock was ticking, and the outer gods were coming. Everyone piled into the car, and the portal shimmered. The first Murim was on the brink, and the apocalypse scenario had already begun its engine. Suddenly, a huge notification pops up in the air. There are 10 minutes left until the start of the disaster scenario, and right away chaos begins. Fire rocks are literally falling from the sky. One of them smashes straight into a citizen. Another person rushes over, kneels down beside him, but the person told the person, "Run! Quickly!" Aslan sees this sad scene and feels pity. He looks at Dokja and asks, "Can't we help them?" Dokja shakes his head. "No. The only reason we can leave is because we're outside of this scenario. They're not the same as us." Aslan frowns. "But our master is from here, and she can leave with us." Dokja sighs. "She's a little different." Special another notification hits. There are 8 minutes left until the start of the disaster scenario. The disaster fable is descending inside the car. Someone yells, "The portal!" But the sky-breaking Sword Saint just says calmly, "Let it go." Then she steps out of the car. Dokja panics. "Sword Saint?" he calls after her. Ignoring him, she raises her voice like she's addressing the whole world. "All those within Murim who share my will, gather in the Azure Dragon Palace Square." Everyone freezes in shock. A citizen whispers, "The sky-breaking Sword Saint." Another one shouts, "It's really her!" Dokja bolts after her, yelling, "Wait!" Inside his head, he's freaking out. Why is she doing this? Is this my fault somehow? Did something I did make her choose this path? He calls again, "Sword Saint!" Another notification comes. The second revision update is in progress. Dokja shouts, "We have to go together." But deep down, he's terrified. If she stays here, she's going to die. The Sword Saint looks at him and says in her calm but wise tone, "Young constellation, one tree alone does not make a forest. But have you ever wondered how many trees must gather to become one?" Suddenly, someone nearby screams in panic, "Help me! Please, help!" The whole place is crumbling. Dokja tries again, desperate. "Have you forgotten your promise? You said you'd help me if I let you meet your people." The Sword Saint nods. "I remember, and I'll keep that promise. After I stop them here, I will come to you." But Dokja is still uneasy. His thoughts spin. The thing waiting beyond that sky is at least as strong as the devourer of dreams, the one Joonghyuk and I barely defeated. Could she really face beings that even Joonghyuk's three-sword style couldn't take down? Joonghyuk suddenly calls out, "Master!" The Sword Saint turns and tells him, "Leave. My lessons for this round are over." But Joonghyuk shakes his head, shouting, "I need you. I couldn't clear the 46th scenario alone. I definitely need you for..." She cuts him off, firm but kind. "You are not alone. I will stop the disaster of this realm. You stop the disaster of the world." Joonghyuk cries out again, his voice breaking, "Sky-breaking, Sword Saint!" Another notification slams in. 1 minute remaining until the disaster scenario begins. Dokja grabs Joonghyuk and says, "We have to go. Now." The Sword Saint looks at them one last time and says, "I leave my disciples in your care." With that, they rush back into the car. The countdown continues. 40 seconds remaining until the disaster scenario begins. Then out of nowhere, a terrifying voice echoes, "Interesting creation. Who are you?" A notification flashes. The 29th scenario area is searching for its guardian. The Sword Saint answers without hesitation, "I am the god of this Murim." Another message appears. The first Murim is watching sky-breaking sword, Saint Namgong Minyoung. Her name fills the air, making her presence feel even bigger. Another notification drops. The possibility of a giant fable is growing. Meanwhile, Dokja and the others arrive at the 73rd Demon Realm. The system announces there are 3 days left until the Demon King selection. Myungo finally lets out a long breath. Phew, man, let me just take a quick smoke break. Dokja, though, is lost in thought, frustrated. I couldn't bring the sky-breaking Sword Saint back with me. I couldn't convince the Gourmet Association's constellation either. The only small victory is that Joonghyuk and Han-young have gotten stronger. Oh, and that dog managed to reach transcendence. Then another system message pops up. Coins possessed, 4,890,875. Dokja is stunned, but before he can even react, another one follows immediately. Dokja froze when the second notification appeared. The second revision update has been completed. Yu Joonghyuk turned to him and asked, "Dokja, what will you do now?" Dokja hesitated, then thought to himself, "I have to tell him that the sky-breaking Sword Saint is alive. She must have survived. She'll return." Then more messages appeared. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has requested a broadcast of the first Murim area. The broadcast of the following scenario area has been denied. The first Murim is unable to be broadcast. Dokja sighed. "I'll just have to try again," he said quietly. "I'll struggle, fight, and find a way to turn things around." Yu Joonghyuk gave a small nod, then stepped out of the car. Dokja watched him and thought, "This isn't like you." Another message appeared. The exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is currently active. Dokja looked down at his mobile phone. If the Sword Saint's fate was recorded anywhere, he thought, it would be here. The screen read, 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, second revision. Whether this turn was successful, and maybe even how it ends, would be written here too, Dokja thought. The system flickered again. The fourth wall is slightly trembling. Dokja raised his head and called out, "Jang Han-young." You said you wanted to save Murim, didn't you? A few minutes later in the star stream, a Dokkaebi was talking to Kyrgios. Look, the Dokkaebi said, you need to return to your original scenario area. Your homeland is safe now, isn't it? Thanks to you, the scenario progression for your planetary system is at a standstill. Kyrgios frowned. If I leave, you'll just send another disaster to Peaceland. I already told you that won't happen, the Dokkaebi replied. I don't believe a word from your kind, Kyrgios said coldly. I'm waiting for someone. Once he comes, I'll leave on my own. You're waiting for someone? The Dokkaebi asked curiously. Who? Before Kyrgios could answer, Swamp Damp Predator stormed in, furious. You damn Dokkaebis, he shouted. That bastard scammed me. He stole my coins, so why did you arrest me instead of him? The Dokkaebi guard muttered. Here comes another coin debtor. Swamp Damp struggled against them, yelling, Let go of me! Bring that bastard here too, the Dokkaebi groaned. How annoyingly noisy. Swamp Damp glared. What did you say to me? Suddenly, he groaned in pain. Ugh, what's this? The Dokkaebi soldier stepped forward. Congratulations, brash swamp predator. You are free to go. Huh? What? Swamp Damp looked confused. I just received an order to release you, the soldier said. Someone has paid your debt. Swamp Damp blinked. What? Who would do that? That bastard paid for me? At that moment, Kyrgios's expression changed. He gripped the soldier by the neck and demanded, What did you just say? The name you mentioned? Where is he? A blue screen flashed in front of him. Kyrgios's eyes widened, and in the next instant, he shot off like lightning. Wait, Kyrgios! The Dokkaebi shouted after him. If you go back to your home planet again, but Kyrgios interrupted, his voice echoing behind him. I'm not going to my homeland. I'm going to beat some sense into my disciples. Meanwhile, back at the Joonghyuk Industrial Complex, formerly Siswitz, Ellen greeted Dokja. You sure took a long time to return, she said. Things happen, Dokja replied. Ellen nodded. After you left, we had a few problems with the informants in the industrial complex, but the party members handled it well. Party members? Dokja asked. Yes, Ellen said with a small smile. The Joonghyuk party. You didn't know? There are people walking around every morning shouting, I am Joonghyuk. It started not long after you left. Dokja blinked. So I wasn't hearing things after all, he thought. Those were the people behind it. Ellen continued. Recently, a group of followers for the Punisher also formed. Dokja asked, Has that woman's identity been revealed? Ellen shook her head. No, she disappeared suddenly. Right after you Dukes left. Disappeared, Dokja repeated softly. Then he thought, could it be? No, impossible. There's no way something like that could happen. Ellen sighed. Honestly, I don't even know why I keep reporting to you. The master of this complex is Duke Joonghyuk now. Dokja waved it off. It doesn't matter who you report to. Ellen gave a small smile. Even so, Duke, shouldn't you return to your own industrial complex now? Dokja paused, realizing she was right. This isn't my industrial complex, he thought. Now that I've returned to the demon realm, I should check the Kim Dokja industrial complex, formerly Gilabart. Ellen then said, That said, Duke Nim, this is what you asked for before Duke Joonghyuk. Dokja nodded and explained, By crossing the two pulses, the vibration will reach the other person. That's how people used to send someone off back on Aileen's home planet. Lindbergh Ellen bowed deeply. This industrial revolution will never forget your time here. So that's it for now. But this series doesn't end here. New chapters keep coming every week, and I cover them all in short videos. So don't forget to check those out too. See you in the next one.